Chapter 1. Tiandou strongly opposes Su Chantian. In the Spirit Hall, within the Pope's chamber, a tense dialogue unfolded. Bibi Dong, 6 years ago you adopted a young boy, and today he has reached the age to awaken his martial soul. It is rumored that should this boy awaken a powerful martial soul, you will invest considerable resources and energy to cultivate him as the next pope. I hereby declare that without the bloodline of the Qian family, regardless of what martial soul this child awakens, I shall never permit him to ascend as pope. Even if I must perish, this matter shall not come to fruition. Tiandou emanated an overwhelming aura of authority, his golden armor reflecting the intensity of his words, leaving no room for dissent. Bibi Dong fell silent, her beautiful countenance devoid of expression, a true reflection of the profound rage simmering within her. After delivering his ultimatum, Tiandou swept away, his robes billowing behind him. Behind Bibi Dong, Guimei and Qian stood in stunned silence, afraid to draw the ire of the formidable and captivating pope. Having followed her for many years, they understood that her silence often signified a tempest of emotions brewing beneath the surface. Yueguan, Guimei, we are here. Let us go witness Su Changshan's martial soul awakening ceremony. Bibi Dong's voice was cold. I hope he does not disappoint me. He will not let you down. Qian replied with unwavering certainty. 6 years prior, Bibi Dong, Guimei, and Qian ventured forth to assist Hulina in securing her first soul ring. They passed through a village ravaged by wolf bandits, its remnants consumed by flames and littered with the fallen. Yet amidst the inferno, a peculiar sight emerged. A baby, enveloped in a golden aura, surrounded by a resounding dragon's roar. Though the infant's skin appeared delicate and fragile, he remained unscathed by the flames. Accompanied by wondrous phenomena, it was evident, even with a mere thought, that this child was extraordinary. Should he evade misfortune, he would undoubtedly grow into a figure of great significance. Thus, Bibi Dong chose to adopt him, her heart swayed by their shared childhood experiences and the boy's remarkable potential. From the day of his adoption, she began to meticulously orchestrate his training. Qian recalled asking at that time, "Your Holiness, shall I eradicate the surrounding wolf bandits to avenge this child?" In response, Bibi Dong cast him a cold glare, her voice frigid as she retorted, "Yueguan, do you take too much interest in matters that do not concern you? He will seek his own vengeance in due time, without your interference." From that moment, Qian understood that this enchanting pope was playing a grand game, and this child was an immensely vital piece within her strategy. Over the following 6 years, the boy indeed manifested remarkable qualities. His physical prowess and innate talents consistently flourished with the passage of time. Though merely 6 years of age, this child possesses immense strength, with petite arms, capable of shaking even the heaviest of objects, surpassing all peers. With an astonishing intellect, he effortlessly retains vast knowledge concerning the intricate theories of martial souls. Additionally, he can compose poetry, and his line, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, and all others wither," evokes profound emotions in Yueguan, causing her to tremble with excitement at the mere recollection. However, it is regrettable that the child's gaze is excessively cold, indifferent to all and dismissive of everything. Moreover, all information regarding this child has been meticulously sealed by Bibi Dong, preventing any leaks. Even the esteemed Tiandou possesses scant knowledge about the boy. Bibi Dong justifies this secrecy by stating, "This child is still young, his brilliance too pronounced, which may lead to an untimely demise." Time swiftly passed, and 6 years elapsed. How swiftly time flies, Yueguan mused. Soon, they arrived at the Hall of Martial Soul Awakening. The hall was grand and opulent, adorned in gold and radiance, exuding an air of solemn mystery. Within the majestic chamber stood a towering platform, arranged in the pattern of a hexagram, with a precious black stone placed at each corner. Upon the platform stood an elderly man clad in a red robe, tasked with assisting the 6-year-old in awakening his martial soul. Along the long street adjacent to the platform stood a line of children, totaling 15, all of suitable age, eagerly awaiting their martial soul awakening. Among them was Su Chantian. Despite the remarkable presence of the surrounding children, handsome boys, and beautiful girls, Su Chantian shone the brightest, a veritable star among them. Dressed in a gray tunic, the boy's physique was well proportioned, his skin radiating a golden glow akin to luminous jade, resplendent in its brilliance. His eyebrows resembled swords, and his eyes, deep and starry, occasionally sparkled with a flash of lightning. With a strikingly handsome face bearing an expression of cold indifference, he emanated an aura that suggested he was not to be approached lightly. His long black hair cascaded down his broad back like a waterfall, Though he appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, Su Changshan's visage seemed divinely crafted, flawless in every aspect. Curious glances from girls of his age often fell upon him, eager to uncover the enigma he presented. Yet, Su Chantian returned their curiosity with a cold, unfeeling stare, keeping them at bay. Bibi Dong took her place upon an exquisite gemstone chair within the hall, grasping a jeweled scepter. Behind her, Jiu Eguan and Gay Mei stood like sentinels, poised and ready for her command. Not far away, Tiandou had already settled into an ornate chair, eager to discern the extraordinary qualities of the child brought back by Bibi Dong. The position of Pope was reserved solely for those of the Qian family lineage. Tiandou harbored a strong aversion towards sole masters of foreign bloodlines, coveting the papal title, especially regarding a child raised by the beautiful yet venomous Bibi Dong. Tiandou grew increasingly cautious and disdainful. The second elder, Golden Crocodile Daw, also came to witness the spectacle. His towering physique, adorned with bulging muscles, made his golden armor appear almost taut. Sitting beside Tiandou, he resembled a primordial beast, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. Yet, only Tiandou possessed the capability to rein him in. Adjacent to them was the fifth elder, Light Feather Daw, who had also come to observe the so-called genius nurtured by Bibi Dong, but a layer of frost enveloped Light Feather's left eye, a strand of chestnut hair cascading down to obscure it, while his right eye shimmered with a cold glint that deterred direct gaze. Seated next to Golden Crocodile Daw, the chill radiating from Light Feather caused the ambient temperature to plummet. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at Tiandou, Golden Crocodile Daw, and Light Feather Daw, sensing an extraordinary atmosphere today. Su Chantian, you must not disappoint me. A flicker of anticipation glimmered in her enchanting eyes. She then issued a command to the elder overseeing the awakening of martial souls. Commence the awakening of the martial souls. With pleasure, responded the red-robed elder, taking his cue. Child, step forward. The elder spoke with a blend of kindness and authority to the first child in line. Stand there and close your eyes. The elder instructed gently. Chapter 2. A terrifying martial soul, yet unworthy. With hearts brimming with excitement, the first child ascended the platform. Su Chantian, positioned 6th in line, had to await the completion of the first 5 children's awakenings before it was his turn. Under the elder's guidance, the first child stepped into the hexagram formation. 6 precious black stones glimmered, emitting a radiant light that enveloped the child's form. The ground beneath transformed into a hexagonal pattern of light. Close your eyes and feel the power, the elder whispered. The child complied, as the luminous hexagram shimmered, a stream of golden light and chill coursing into his being. Extend your right hand, the elder instructed. The child opened his right hand, revealing a small tree adorned with dragon scales. Chao Kuan, martial soul. Dragon scale tree. The elder proclaimed loudly. The child gazed at his martial soul, a wave of exhilaration washing over his face. The red-robed elder swiftly assessed his soul power, innate soul power, level 8. The elder announced with vigor. Tiandou, seated in the grand chair, revealed a satisfied smile upon witnessing Chao Kun's martial soul that he remarked, this batch of children awakening their martial souls appears promising. What a splendid start, innate soul power at level 8, and a martial soul of dragon scale tree. He shall undoubtedly become a formidable asset to our spirit hall. Indeed, it is so. Golden Crocodile nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the red-robed elder had already completed the awakenings and assessments for several children. Kai Bai, martial soul, 3-tailed fire wolf, innate soul power, level 7. Suzhou, bloodsword martial soul, innate soul power level 7. Wu Xiaoquan, suppression cauldron martial soul, innate soul power level 6. Guchun, bloodthirsty bat, innate soul power level 8. Before them stood 5 children, each showcasing remarkable martial souls and commendable innate soul power levels. The elders and deacons nodded in approval, their faces aglow with satisfaction. These children were indeed gifted, worthy of entering the awakening hall of the martial soul temple to undergo their martial soul awakening. The reality confirmed their status as prodigies, all possessing exceptional talents that would support the future of the martial soul temple. Excellent, excellent. My martial soul temple shall continue to grow stronger and ascend to become the foremost in the entire continent. Tiandou's face brightened with a smile, rejuvenating his demeanor. Next, Su Chantian called the elder in the red robe. Upon hearing this name, Tiandou's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Su Chantian, the child whom Bibi Dong is diligently cultivating. Investing time in an outsider would be better spent nurturing Xiao Xue. It truly feels like bending one's elbow outward, Tiandou thought to himself, a flicker of displeasure. Crossing his features, both golden crocodile duel and light feather duel observed Su Chantian with keen interest, eager to discern what remarkable qualities this favored child possessed. Though the boy had an appealing exterior that would undoubtedly attract admiration from the opposite sex as he matured, the martial soul temple did not prioritize superficiality. It did not accept the inept. Those lacking talent were unqualified to enter the main hall. Child, it is finally your turn. Do not disappoint me, Bibi Dong silently urged, her captivating gaze fixed upon Su Changtian. Gue Mei and Zhu Yu also regarded him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. After 6 long years, the moment of martial soul awakening had finally arrived. The excitement to witness what type of martial soul this boy would awaken was palpable. The surrounding elders, deacons, and children all focused their attention on Su Changtian, captivated by an enigmatic charm that drew their eyes. Everyone yearned to discover what kind of martial soul he would manifest. Would it be a dragon or an insect? The moment was upon them. The awakening begins. With the elder in the red robes call to action, the black gemstone on the hexagram array illuminated, forming a hexagonal pattern that hovered beneath Su Changshan's feet. Su Changtian closed his indifferent eyes, attuning himself to the energy around him. As he shut his eyes, the hexagonal array shimmering above him radiated golden light, which infiltrated his being. Extend your right hand. Upon hearing the elder's command, Su Changtian extended his right hand. As he opened his palm, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth. Boom! The entire spirit hall trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The originally radiant 6 awakened black stones suddenly exploded with a resounding bang. A profoundly dark coffin materialized in Su Changshan's right hand, tethered to a 5-clawed golden dragon by 9 thick iron chains. What is this? What kind of spirit is this? Even the awakened spirit gems have shattered. Bibi Dong sprang to her feet, her expression one of utter astonishment. She could distinctly sense the terrifying aura of destruction emanating from the coffin spirit in Su Changshan's grasp, a presence so potent it could send shivers through the soul. Upon prolonged observation, in an instant, Bibi Dong's exquisite form appeared before Su Changtian. Upon closer inspection, she perceived that this young one's spirit was exceptionally formidable, surpassing even the renowned Qian hammer, the world's most powerful spirit. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The corners of Bibi Dong's flawless visage lifted into a smile, her proud chest heaving with excitement. Qian sect, Qian hammer, how amusing. The Qian family, 6-winged angels, how amusing indeed. Meanwhile, Tiandou's countenance darkened as he beheld the coffin spirit in Su Changshan's hands. 9 dragons coffin. The aura radiating from the spirit is unsettling. It makes me profoundly uncomfortable. And this Su Changtian has awakened a coffin as a spirit? Does this imply he intends to send me off to the afterlife? I am not yet of an age to be consigned to a coffin. Tiandou's expression grew grim, akin to a storm-laden sky. He harbored a deep-seated dislike for this child, despite Su Changtian being merely 6 years old. Yet, he felt an unsettling threat to his status, a discomforting sensation, especially regarding this coffin. The more he gazed, the more he felt as if Su Changtian intended to usher him to his end, as if cursing him to enter the coffin prematurely. The thought fueled his fury. He yearned to crush Su Changtian before he could fully develop, to snuff out his life before it even began. However, curiously, despite his intense hatred for the child, Tiandou felt an inexplicable bond, a strange urge to cherish and protect him as if he were a precious treasure. This disconcerting illusion troubled him, leading him to question his own sanity. Chapter 3. The Spirit Related to Angels. Taking a deep breath, Tiandou cast aside his distractions. Does he think that a mere 9 dragons coffin spirit qualifies him to become the Pope of my spirit hall? Not a chance. To aspire to be the successor of the Pope, he lacks the necessary qualifications. The spirit hall, painstakingly established by the Qian family, cannot be so easily surrendered to. Outsiders. Tiandou mused inwardly, resolutely adhering to his conviction he would never allow this child to lay claim to the position of Pope, and intended to vehemently oppose Bibi Dong's future plans. This child's martial spirit is remarkably powerful. What an intriguing martial spirit it is. Both Golden Crocodile Daw and Light Feather Daw expressed keen interest with their extensive experience. They discerned that the 9 dragons coffin martial spirit was exceptionally formidable, surpassing the martial spirits awakened by all the children present, and even those of these titled Daw veterans. The 9 dragons coffin martial spirit, TSK. This young lad remains astonishingly talented, continually bringing forth surprises. Zhu Yueguan remarked in wonder, his eyes brimming with admiration. The child, whom he has watched grow, inevitably evokes a sense of attachment. Su Changtian's formidable strength fills Jiyuguan with a modicum of pride. Albeit the sentiment may be somewhat misplaced. Even the ghostly eyes betray a hint of admiration. This child is destined to become a formidable title Dolua in the future. The elders and attendants, including the begrudging Tiandou, all concede to Su Changtian's exceptional talent. The children surrounding him, who have just awakened their martial souls, are left feeling inadequate, overshadowed by Su Changtian's brilliance. Though they are prodigies in their own right, they appear dim in comparison to such an extraordinary genius. Now, little one, please stow away your coffin martial soul. Place your hand upon this crystal ball so that I may assess your innate soul power. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at the 9 dragons' coffin martial soul in Su Changtian's grasp, her heart racing. She took it upon herself to conduct the subsequent awakening process, replacing the elder who was originally designated for this task. The presence of the resplendent Pope herself, personally aiding a child in awakening their martial soul, is a profound honor. Nevertheless, Su Changtian's gaze remains indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the grandeur of the moment. In an instant, the 9 dragons' coffin martial soul in Su Changtian's hand vanished, along with its world-ending aura. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. She had not instructed Su Changtian on how to retract his martial soul. Typically, all children, upon their first awakening, are unaware of how to do so. Even Helena, whom she had previously favored, struggled to retract her martial soul during her initial awakening. Yet Su Changtian accomplished this effortlessly, demonstrating an innate understanding that truly marks him as a genius. This caused Bibi Dong to regard Su Changtian with even greater satisfaction. Good. Su Changtian, unusually, uttered a single word, then gently placed his delicate hand upon the crystal orb resting on the adjacent stone pillar. The azure crystal orb suddenly erupted in an extraordinarily resplendent blue radiance, illuminating the entire hall with a cerulean glow. In the next moment, with a resounding bang, the blue crystal orb shattered into a fine powder. Bibi Dong raised her elegant brows slightly, taken aback by the spectacle. This little rascal has not only shattered the soul awakening gem, but has now also managed to explode this azure crystal orb. Truly remarkable. However, this also signifies that the innate soul power level of this young one is exceedingly high, reaching at least the pinnacle of innate soul power at level 10. This left Bibi Dong both astonished and immensely pleased. This is the innate talent that one should possess for a child I hold in high regard. If one does not even attain a soul power of level 10 at birth, it truly would not warrant the effort and attention I would expend. Hand, please. Bibi Dong spoke softly. Su Changtian extended his fair little hand. Bibi Dong's warm, jade-like hand reached out and grasped Su Changtian's small hand. The contact of their skin caused an unusual glimmer to flicker in Su Changtian's otherwise indifferent gaze, though it went unnoticed by others. How can this be possible? Grasping Su Changtian's hand, Bibi Dong displayed an expression of incredulity. Through their physical connection, she sensed the fluctuations of soul power within Su Changtian. However, this sensation left Bibi Dong utterly astonished. Level 30. Bibi Dong detected that the soul power fluctuations within Su Changtian resonated at the remarkable level of 30. This is a daunting figure. It is noteworthy that I possess a twin martial soul with an innate soul power of level 10. My daughter, Qianren Xue, inherits the 6-winged angel divine martial soul, endowed with a divine martial spirit and an innate soul power of level 20. The contrast between the innate soul power of level 10 and that of level 20 is striking. This data is already exceedingly extraordinary. Yet, Su Changtian possesses an innate soul power of level 30. This data is extraordinarily astonishing, shattering all previous records set by the Spirit Hall during the awakening of martial spirits, establishing itself as the pinnacle. How terrifying! Su Changtian is truly formidable. Bibi Dong marveled in disbelief. She had anticipated Su Changtian's strength, yet she never imagined he would be this intimidating. Little one, do you possess another martial spirit? Release it for us to see. Bibi Dong's gaze burned with intensity as she spoke. At this utterance, Tiandou could no longer remain composed. The existence of a 9 dragons coffin martial spirit had already posed a significant challenge to him. Now, to discover that Su Changtian possesses yet another martial spirit? A genius with dual martial spirits is destined to cultivate beyond level 95. Provided there are no hindrances, Reaching level 99 would merely be a matter of time. Tiandou clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze upon Su Changtian. Could it be that the spirit hall would bear the name Su in the future? A surge of indignation echoed within Tiandou's heart. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Changtian extended his left hand. A dazzling golden light erupted forth from it, instantly enveloping the entire hall of martial spirit awakening in a radiant aura. The once silent hall trembled once more at this moment. The angelic statue in the adjoining worship hall suddenly shone brightly, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant golden luminescence that exuded an aura of unparalleled sanctity. What is this? Such an intimate aura. His second martial spirit bears a significant connection to my six-winged angel. Tiandou was left astonished. He sensed a familiar essence emanating from Su Changtian's left hand, as if it were intricately linked to his own angelic martial spirit. This truly astonished Tiandou. Meanwhile, within the Tiandou Empire, in the city of Tiandou, within the Grand Tiandou Palace, it was the time for court assembly. Emperor Xue, seated upon his dragon throne adorned with golden dragons, listened attentively to the reports from his officials, both civil and military. At this moment, Xue Qinghe, exuding an air of refinement, stood at the head of the ministers. Bowing slightly, he eloquently addressed the emperor. Father, recently in Tiandou City, a group of sinister soul masters threatening the safety of the royal family has been apprehended. These malevolent individuals, who have committed numerous atrocities, are now imprisoned in the royal dungeons. I believe they should be executed publicly as a warning to others. Furthermore, there have been reports of some lawbreakers emerging within the royal city. Xue Qinghe methodically recounted the events occurring in Tiandou City, along with the measures taken and his stance on each matter. Some elder ministers nearby nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting admiration. In their eyes, Xue Qinghe was humble, extraordinarily capable, and conducted himself with modesty, making him a highly qualified prince. If he continued on this path, he would undoubtedly become the crown prince of Tiandou City, destined to inherit the imperial throne. Many ministers cast friendly and flattering glances towards Xue Qinghe. Sitting upon the dragon throne, Emperor Xue listened to his report, observing the expressions of the court officials, and then directed a look of satisfaction towards Xue Qinghe. The Tiandou Empire has a promising successor. Qinghe's abilities are remarkable, and even Master Ning often praises him in my presence. If this young man makes no grave errors, he shall certainly inherit my position and lead the Tiandou Empire to even greater heights. Though Emperor Xue maintained a stoic expression, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He held high hopes for Xue Qinghe. Among the ranks of ministers stood two tall figures, clad in official robes yet possessing strikingly incongruous appearances. They lingered in the shadows, quietly listening. One figure's eyes were sharp and resolute, akin to a serpent's spear, while the other's gaze was venomous, reminiscent of a poisonous snake. They exchanged a glance, both nodding in apparent acknowledgement of Xue Qinghe's capabilities. These two individuals are none other than the serpent spear Dolua and the porcupine Dolua, who have long safeguarded Qianren Xue, the one disguised as Xue Qinghe. They have protected Qianren Xue for many years and are thoroughly convinced of her capabilities in undertaking various tasks. Here she is, Qianren Xue, masquerading as Xue Qinghe, yet speaking eloquently within the imperial court of the Tiandou Empire, displaying not an ounce of trepidation. This remarkable ability to remain composed, coupled with an extraordinary psychological fortitude, is indeed unparalleled by the average individual. Following the report delivered by Renxue, the Emperor of the Snowy Night nodded affirmatively and, in the presence of all the ministers, began to extol. Qinghe, you have performed admirably. Among all the princes, you are my greatest hope. Maintain this momentum. As the Emperor spoke, his words were abruptly interrupted. With a swift whoosh, a divine golden beam enveloped Xue Qinghe's form. The grand hall trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Emergency! Quickly, to the rescue! There is an assassin! Cried out several ministers and eunuchs in alarm. The golden-armored guards stationed outside the hall rushed in, drawing their gleaming swords, poised to confront the threat. Qinghe, Qinghe! The Emperor of the Snowy Night suddenly rose from his dragon throne, his gaze filled with urgency as he looked towards Xue Qinghe. This sacred golden radiance enveloped Xue Qinghe alone. Coupled with the extraordinary phenomena arising around him, the Snow Night Emperor suddenly sensed an ominous portent. Over the years, one's own children have gradually passed away. Is it truly the case that even the eldest son, Xue Qinghe, who was held in such high regard, is destined to meet his untimely demise on this imperial stage, becoming the subject of mockery among the ministers? The mood of the great Emperor Xue is one of profound despair and immense weight. What is happening? The snake spear Dolua, Xilong is taken aback, a sharp glint flashing in his keen eyes as he contemplates intervening to protect Qianren Xue. Something is amiss. One must remain composed and refrain from rash actions. Xue, do you perceive that golden radiance? It seems reminiscent of the aura surrounding the grand offering. Do not rush. Let us observe for a moment. The cuttlefish Dolua, Xue, implores anxiously, restraining the imposing figure of Xilong. Upon hearing this, Xilong finds merit in the suggestion and suppresses his inner turmoil, choosing to wait and observe further. What is transpiring? The inexplicable golden light enveloping the body of the crown prince. Could this be an omen of good fortune? What omen of good fortune? This is evidently the presence of an assassin. No, the peculiar golden light appearing solely around the first prince is indeed strange. There is something hidden here. There must be a deeper mystery. The surrounding ministers engage in fervent discussions, akin to boiling water. Meanwhile, the golden-armored guards, brandishing their weapons, exchange glances, having encircled the court. Yet the assassin remains elusive. What is going on? For the first time, a ripple of concern disrupts Qianren Xue's typically composed demeanor. She has disguised herself as Xue Qinghe, infiltrating the city of Tiandou and remaining by the side of the great Emperor Shui. This plan is exceedingly perilous. A moment's misstep could result in dire consequences. Yet, this golden radiance unexpectedly enveloped him in the presence of the Emperor of the Snowy Night and the assembled ministers in the court. This left Qianren Xue utterly bewildered. A sense of grappling with a situation that had slipped beyond her control. With her brows slightly furrowed, Qianren Xue was filled with profound confusion and astonishment. Qinghe, how do you feel? Are you all right? Inquired the Snow Knight Emperor with concern. I am fine, Qianren Xue replied. At that moment, she sensed an immensely powerful force beckoning her. The golden light intensified, growing ever more sacred. Odd. A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over her. Qianren Xue felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason behind this extraordinary phenomenon. Moreover, this sense of familiarity indicated that the golden radiance posed no harm to her. It was not detrimental in any way. The divine golden light urged her onward, and Qianren Xue sensed that she would soon be transported to another realm. Should she vanish into thin air, the snake spear Dolua and the pufferfish Dolua would likely go mad, upheaving the entire Heavendou Empire. Thus, before this sacred golden light forcibly took her away, Qianren Xue appeared to address the Snow Knight Emperor while actually conveying commands to the two dueluos. She said, "Do not worry, this sacred golden light is gentle towards me. It seems to wish to take me to a mysterious place. I shall investigate and return promptly. Father, and everyone else, please continue with your duties as usual. There is no need to search for me." As her voice faded, darkness enveloped her, and she experienced a powerful sensation of weightlessness beneath her feet. Before all present, the golden light forcibly transported Qianren Xue away. In the Hall of Spirit Awakening at the Spirit Hall, a surge of ethereal golden light emanated from Su Changtian's left hand, revealing a golden silhouette of a beautiful woman. Bathed in divine golden light, she possessed a pair of six-winged angelic wings on her back, radiating brilliance. Her long golden hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders, her figure both graceful and voluptuous. Her visage was stunning, and her eyes gleamed like gold, resembling an angel descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 5. The second martial soul of Qianren Xue, at a loss facing Bibi Dong and Tiandou. This exquisite angel, though exuding an air of solemnity, possesses an intriguing vitality, appearing as if she were a breathtakingly beautiful mortal, remarkably lifelike. Moreover, upon her exquisite form, 4 radiant soul rings, adorned in hues of yellow and purple, gently pulsate, emanating waves of resplendent light. The enchanting angel hovers gracefully in the palm of Su Changtian's left hand. Thunderous roars. In that moment, a tempest swept through the spirit hall as countless robust golden lightning bolts cascaded from the heavens. The angelic statue within the offering hall erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, generating an immense resonance. A colossal beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping Su Changtian's form. His once profound, star-like black eyes transformed into radiant golden orbs, while the ebony locks cascading down his back shimmered into resplendent gold, each strand exuding a luminous glow. Waves of golden brilliance surged from beneath Su Changtian's feet, coalescing into slender, serpentine forms that flickered across his well-proportioned physique. It seemed as though his body had transcended the bounds of gravitational pull, gradually levitating to hover a foot above the ground. A divine aura erupted forth, reminiscent of the vast ocean, invoking a sense of reverence within those who beheld it. Thud. The nearest child to Su Chantian immediately knelt, their knee crashing against the ground with a heavy sound. Thud. Thud. Subsequently, more children and even members of the clergy bowed in humility, fervently offering their prayers, including the red-robed officiant who had previously awakened the children's martial spirits. The sacred aura radiated widely, causing the guards patrolling outside the awakening hall to abandon their weapons and kneel in reverence towards Su Chantian. Jiuguan and Guimei felt their knees weaken, as if compelled to prostrate themselves. In a moment of sheer will, Jiuguan unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, allowing him to remain upright, resisting the urge to kneel. In contrast, Guimei, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of this divine energy, collapsed to the ground in submission. Jiuguan, attempting to assist him, discovered that Guimei's knees seemed glued to the floor, rendering him unable to rise. Jiuguan wore a perplexed expression. The formidable figures of the light feather Dolua and golden crocodile Dolua, displaying astonishment, refrained from kneeling. Little Xue, Tiandou suddenly rose. His usually stern visage softened by emotion for the first time. He swiftly moved to stand before Su Chantian, beside Bibi Dong. His keen golden eyes fixated on the small golden figure resting in Su Chantian's palm. Tiandou was convinced that this was indeed his beloved granddaughter, Qianren Xue. A perfect likeness of her. He could not be mistaken. Little Xue. This child's martial soul is indeed Little Xue. Tiandou's golden eyes trembled, disbelief washing over him as if struck by thunder. He never anticipated that this child Bibi Dong had brought back, who awakened a second martial soul, would turn out to be his cherished granddaughter. Furthermore, he had long harbored disdain for this child, even publicly reprimanding Bibi Dong multiple times, urging her not to invest her affections in an outsider. Yet now, reality had delivered a harsh blow. Tiandou could never have dreamed that his granddaughter would become Su Chantian's second martial soul. How was he to face this child in the future? The complexity of emotions reflected in Tiandou's golden eyes deepened. You, it cannot be you. How is this possible? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes quivered in disbelief. Even if she were to turn to ashes, she would recognize that the small golden figure in Su Chantian's palm was unmistakably her daughter, the unforgivable product of her union with that loathsome man. And now, she had become the second martial soul of the child she held in such high regard, Su Chantian. Since the moment she took Su Chantian under her wing, Bibi Dong had devoted countless efforts and resources to nurture him, envisioning him as her successor, destined to inherit her position and liberate the angel clan from the grasp of the spirit hall. However, the child's awakening of a second martial soul, that of her despised daughter, Qianren Xue, was a truth Bibi Dong found difficult to accept. Trembling, she stepped back, uncertain of how to regard this child henceforth. Like Tiandou, the expression on Bibi Dong's exquisite face was one of profound complexity. At that moment, Zhu Yueguan and Guimei, who had been observing, finally discerned the small golden figure martial soul resting in Su Chantian's palm. Their faces reflected sheer astonishment. It was her, indeed, it was her, the granddaughter of the Grand Priest, the daughter of the Pope. Zhu Yueguan's mouth gaped wide, as if it could accommodate 2.5 eggs, utterly stunned. Next to him, Guimei was equally taken aback. Kneeling on the ground, his jaw dropped in disbelief, as though it might crash to the floor with a resounding thud. She was the cherished granddaughter of the Grand Priest, who had infiltrated Tianxue City in search of an opportunity to usurp the throne. How had she become this child's martial soul? Guimei's heart was rife with shock. The golden crocodile Dolua and the light-winged Dolua exchanged glances, equally bewildered. They recognized the small golden figure martial soul in Su Chantian's hand as unmistakably belonging to Qianren Xue. She was the treasured granddaughter of Tiandou, the biological daughter of Pope Bibi Dong. In their youth, both the golden crocodile Dolua and the light-winged Dolua had cradled her in their arms. From an early age, it was evident that Qianren Xue was a beauty in the making. Over the years, her appearance had blossomed into breathtaking elegance. Inheriting her father's divine martial soul and her mother's unparalleled beauty, exuding an extraordinary charm. Such an exquisite beauty. Perhaps there exists no other like her across the vast expanse of Dolua continent. However, did not Xiaoxue venture into Heavendou City to execute a special mission? How has she transformed into a martial soul and returned to the martial soul hall? The expressions on the faces of golden crocodile Dolua and light feather Dolua were quite remarkable, as they found this occurrence utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, in Su Changtian's palm lay Qianren Xue, whose radiant golden eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Why has my body become so small? Moreover, everything here feels so familiar, as if I am within the headquarters of the martial soul hall. Is that my grandfather? Qianren Xue's golden pupils suddenly constricted. She was utterly convinced that the venerable elder clad in golden armor before her, with a dignified visage, was none other than her grandfather, Tiandou. After many years apart, he appeared as kind as ever, showing no signs of aging. Yet, her grandfather seemed extraordinarily tall now, almost resembling a giant. No, it was not just him. Everything around her, including the people, had transformed into colossal figures. Even a 6-year-old child appeared as an imposing giant in Qianren Xue's eyes. What is happening? Qianren Xue was perplexed. Chapter 6. Su Cha Tian reclaims the martial soul. Tiandou's urgency. Qianren Xue opened her delicate hands to examine her body. To her astonishment, she realized she was currently in a state of martial soul release. Furthermore, her form was semi-transparent, lacking any substantiality. This state is remarkably peculiar. Qianren Xue has never encountered such an occurrence before. I was attending the morning court in the Heaven-Do Empire when the divine radiance of angels enveloped me and transported me here. Why has this happened? Is it the result of my grandfather's powers? A plethora of doubts filled Qianren Xue's golden eyes as she speculated in her heart. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar and breathtaking figure. Adorned with a purple gold crown and grasping a gem-encrusted scepter, the exquisite visage of Bibi Dong bore an expression of profound astonishment, as if she were gazing upon an extraordinarily peculiar artifact. The moment Qianren Xue laid eyes on Bibi Dong, a tremor coursed through her heart. She then abruptly turned her gaze elsewhere. She did not wish to confront this woman. After all, she was a testament to her humiliation. Yet was she not also the source of Qianren Xue's own suffering? With a sweep of her golden eyes, Qianren Xue recognized many familiar figures: the golden crocodile Dolua, the light feather Dolua, Gue Mei, and Zhu Yueguan. After years apart, they appeared even more formidable. Furthermore, the backdrop of this grand hall felt strikingly familiar. It seemed to be the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall, a place dedicated to awakening the martial spirits of gifted children of appropriate age. Suddenly, Qianren Xue's gaze shifted. Landing upon Su Cha Tian, she noted that he was an exceptionally striking young boy, possessing an outstanding demeanor. Dressed in a gray tunic, he had a well-proportioned physique, and his skin shimmered like white jade. His golden eyes were profoundly deep, akin to two radiant suns, occasionally flashing with lightning-like brilliance. His long, golden hair cascaded down his back, bestowing upon him an air of sanctity. Just by stealing another glance, Qianren Xue felt herself succumbing slightly. She was utterly convinced that if this boy were to grow up, his appearance would undoubtedly be breathtaking, capable of enchanting all beauties. Moreover, his innate talent must be exceedingly high, destined to make him one of the most outstanding elites within the Spirit Hall. Additionally, Qianren Xue sensed a remarkably special and intimate bond between herself and this young boy. Upon seeing him, she felt a sense of submission arise within her heart. Gazing into his cold, profound eyes, she found herself unable to muster even a hint of resistance. A sudden expression of sheer astonishment crossed Qianren Xue's stunning countenance. I have actually become his martial spirit. At this moment, Qianren Xue suddenly realized the reason behind her diminutive form and the captivating expressions adorning the faces of her grandfather, Bibi Dong, and the elders. She could scarcely believe it, thinking she was ensnared in a dream. Her golden eyes lingered longer, and she discerned that all of this was indeed reality. Xiao Xue, Tiandou rushed forward, his immensely broad arms enveloping Su Cha Tian in a fierce embrace. Su Cha Tian felt an urge to protest, but before the formidable 99th level limit Dolua, he possessed no means of resistance and found himself captured within Tiandou's powerful grasp. Tiandou disregarded Su Cha Tian's displeasure, his cold golden gaze fixated intently on Qianren Xue nestled in Su Cha Tian's palm. By lifting Su Cha Tian, Tiandou could observe his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, with greater clarity. Upon hearing her grandfather's call, Qianren Xue snapped back to reality, gently nodding her head and extending her delicate hand forward to touch him. Grandfather. It's me, Xiao Xue. Tiandou extended his strong, broad finger, lightly brushing against his granddaughter's small, exquisite hand. Xiao Xue, your grandfather has missed you dearly. How have you fared these past years? It has been far too long since I last saw you. I long for you immensely. A gentle expression graced Tiandou's stern visage as he inquired with concern. Grandfather, Xiao Xue has missed you too. Tears of joy streamed down Qianren Xue's beautiful cheeks as she beheld her only remaining family member. Over the years, she has infiltrated the city of Tiandou alone. enduring immense hardship and deep-seated grievances. Each day, she encounters a myriad of individuals, engaging in pretense and donning a faade, which leaves her utterly exhausted. It is only when she returns to her grandfather's side, gazing upon his kind visage, that Qianren Xue experiences a semblance of home and warmth. Although the life of an undercover agent in Tiandou City is fraught with challenges, Qianren Xue harbors no regrets. It is her stubborn nature that drives her. She yearns to prove herself, albeit through somewhat misguided methods. Grandfather, I miss you dearly. I think of you every day. And you are the first person who comes to mind upon waking. Tears cascade down Qianren Xue's cheeks with increasing fervor. Do not cry, my dear. Grandfather is here. Share any grievances you have with me, and I shall help you resolve everything. Please, do not weep. Tiandou tenderly reassures her. Meanwhile, Su Changtian, cradled in Tiandou's embrace, wears an expression of disdain, rendered speechless by the scene. The grandfather and grandson, completely unreserved, were caught in a torrent of emotions. Tears and snot flowing freely. Su Changtian felt a touch of disdain and attempted to extricate himself from Tiandou's embrace. However, he was still rather young, and despite possessing strength exceeding 1,000 pounds, he found himself unable to escape the formidable grasp of Tiandou. It felt as though he were confined within a minuscule iron cage, tightly bound and rendered powerless. Little fellow, you possess quite a bit of strength, Tiandou remarked, sensing something amiss in his embrace, casting a meaningful glance at Su Changtian. In return, Su Changtian, with his deep golden eyes, defiantly stared back. Tiandou, disinterested in squabbling with the child, redirected his gaze towards Qianren Xue, his expression softening considerably. Qianren Xue had stabilized emotionally, no longer weeping. Yet her beautiful cheeks were adorned with the traces of heartfelt emotion. Little Xue, how have you transformed into your martial soul form? Awakened by a little rascal from my martial soul hall. What has transpired? Little Xue, do you know? Please tell Grandpa. Tiandou spoke gently, eager to probe the matter further and comprehend the specifics, hoping to discover a means to rescue his precious granddaughter. He certainly did not wish for her to forever remain as the second martial soul of this mischievous child. Before Qianren Xue could finish her words, Su Changtian suddenly retracted the martial soul Qianren Xue from the palm of his left hand. In a peculiar transformation, she silently vanished into Su Changtian's body, merging with him. The surrounding golden radiance dissipated, and the sacred aura began to recede. The extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens and earth gradually faded away. Tiandou, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh dear. You. Note, please support and follow. The more votes, rewards, and positive reviews I receive, the more motivated I will be to update swiftly. Dear readers, the author works tirelessly. The more nourished I am, the more fervently I shall write. Data is crucial for this book, especially during its initial phase. Akin to a newborn's growth requiring the attentive care and nutritious milk from its parents. I earnestly seek your support, wishing everyone and their family smooth sailing and good health. Thanks." Chapter 7, Adopted Son, Grandson. Tiandou had not anticipated that he and little Xue would be engaged in such an animated conversation. The little fellow surprisingly retracted his martial soul without even processing his indignation. Tiandou, filled with authority, glared at Su Changtian with his furious golden eyes. Unyielding. Su Changtian returned the glare, exclaiming, "Do not hold me. Set me down." He exhibited a strong resistance, desperately flailing his petite arms in an effort to escape Tiandou's grasp. Relenting, Tiandou placed Su Changtian on the ground, saying, "All right, little one. Release your martial soul once more. That was my granddaughter. I wish to speak with her. Is this your way of pleading?" A hint of displeasure flickered in Su Changtian's deep black eyes. "What do you intend to do?" Tiandou surrendered. For the first time, he felt the sting of humility. In the past, if anyone, especially such a young child, dared to defy him, he would have unhesitatingly silenced them with a single blow, regardless of their potential. However, Su Changtian was an anomaly. Tiandou could not bring himself to harm him. Should Su Changtian perish, it was highly likely that Qianren Xue, as his martial soul, would follow suit. The Qian family had but this one promising young child remaining. Moreover, Qianren Xue was the extraordinary offspring of both Jiang Xuanji and Bibi Dong, endowed with remarkable talent and martial prowess, making her the most likely candidate to inherit the divine position of the angel. Qianren Xue could not die. After waiting for many years, Tiandou eagerly anticipated his granddaughter Qianren Xue's ascension to divinity, envisioning the restoration of the Qian family's glory. If little Xue were to perish, Tiandou would descend into madness. Furthermore, with only this singular heir remaining, should Qianren Xue die, Tiandou would have no choice but to seek a woman and strive to continue the lineage. However, such an act would be utterly unacceptable, violating the ancestral teachings and regulations of the Qian family. I have two requests. Speak, child. Tiandou was compelled to concede. He could not resort to violence. The first request is to refrain from holding me. The second is that you must obtain my consent. Su Chantian stated coldly. No problem. Tiandou promptly acquiesced. His earlier embrace of Su Chantian had been solely to gain a better look at little Xue, unaware that it would offend the child. Tiandou had not anticipated this child's strong sense of autonomy. He had always detested children with such a sense of agency, as they eluded his control, leaving the esteemed Tiandou quite uncomfortable. Had it been anyone else, he would have had myriad ways to train such a child to be obedient. Yet, this was Su Chantian, whose martial soul was Qianren Xue. After this brief encounter, Tiandou understood that this child was no pushover, should he not comply. Su Chantian might stir up even greater troubles. Once I devise a way to rescue little Xue, just wait and see how I will deal with you. In the depths of Tiandou's golden eyes, a barely perceptible glimmer of murderous intent flickered. Yet on the surface, Tiandou maintained a facade of cooperation, merely to placate Su Chantian. Great High Priest, this child has been nurtured by me alone. Surely, he must seek my consent before unleashing his martial soul. Bibi Dong, momentarily distracted, took 2 steps forward, directly approaching Su Chantian. Without further ado, she enveloped him in her embrace, allowing him to savor her warmth. This child, whom she has nurtured since infancy, has absorbed a great deal of her dedication and affection. This damned haven of tenderness. Su Chantian feels his willpower succumbing to its allure. At merely 6 years of age, he presents himself as an exquisite young lad. Though his eyes betray a hint of aloofness, he is undeniably appealing to women. Furthermore, his second martial spirit, a manifestation of Qianren Xue, has awakened. This matter left a lingering discontent in Bibi Dong's heart, despite her outward appearance of normalcy. Akin to her usual demeanor as she cradled Su Chantian, an underlying resentment remained. Bibi Dong harbored a profound dislike for Qianren Xue. This animosity stemmed from the fact that, years ago, Bibi Dong had been ensnared by Qian Xuanji's treachery, resulting in the birth of her daughter, Xiao Xue, after the harrowing experience in the secret chamber. This has always been a thorn in Bibi Dong's heart. In her perception, it is akin to being a pure little girl who, one day, while strolling down the street, is forcibly incapacitated by a ruffian on a motorcycle, leading to a harrowing incident that results in the bearing of an illegitimate child. Even after the passage of more than a decade, this matter continues to weigh heavily on her conscience. Each time she sees or thinks of Xiao Xue, it feels as if countless sharp thorns are mercilessly piercing her heart, inflicting unbearable pain. How many nights has Bibi Dong spent alone, weeping in silence and discreetly wiping away her tears? Yet, this suffering has only forged her into a stronger individual. Observing Bibi Dong cradling Su Chantian, Tiandou's expression turned anxious. For the past 6 years, he frequently displayed his disdain for Su Chantian in public. Yet now, he found himself in need of this child. Tiandou's gaze softened, taking on a benevolent demeanor. Little Tian, would you be willing to become my adopted son? He inquired with a gentle smile. However, upon uttering these words, he immediately sensed the awkwardness of the situation. If he were to adopt Su Chantian, he would inadvertently become the adoptive father of Qianren Xue. Thus, Tiandou hastily corrected himself. No, that's not right. Would you be willing to become my honorary grandson? I am the high priest of the spirit hall, commanding 6 great priests and a dozen titled Dolois elders. My child, should you accept this role, immense power and the position of Pope would be virtually assured for you. Previously, Tiandou had opposed Su Chantian's ascension to the papacy, yet he now found himself compelled to support Su Chantian as the next pope. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a faint smirk. High Priest, did you not just claim that even in death, little Tian could never become the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Have you forgotten so swiftly in your old age? Her words dripped with sarcasm, seemingly pointing a finger at Tiandou's lapse in memory. Humph, Your Highness the Pope. Do not slander me. I have never suggested such a thing. Little Tian, I have great faith in you. Come, be my honorary grandson. Tiandou's voice was laced with allure as he opened his arms, yearning to embrace Su Chantian. Beside him, the golden crocodile Dolois stepped forward to bolster his support. Little Tian, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Heed the high priest's words and accept his offer. This is an unparalleled honor for anyone. If you become his honorary grandson, it is merely a matter of time before you reach the 95th rank. Chimed in the light feather Dolua, joining the golden crocodile Dolua. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Countless individuals yearn to approach the high priest but lack the qualifications. How fortunate you are, little one, to have the chance to become his honorary grandson. I envy you. Chapter 8. The Art of Manipulation, the Impatient Tiandou. Zhu and Gue Mei, mere ordinary elders, possessed both lower cultivation and minimal influence. The two formidable guardians exchanged glances, hesitant to assist Bibi Dong in her discourse. Had it been any other child, they might have easily been swayed and nodded in agreement. However, Su Chantian was different. He possessed an intricate understanding of all the narratives and the essence of Xinwen from the original text. He would not acquiesce to the rude demands of Tiandou. For other children, this indeed feels like a serendipitous gift from the heavens, a temptation of considerable allure. However, for Su Chantian, it is utterly inconsequential. Do not heed their words. What they can offer you, I can provide as well, and I shall offer you even more. Bibi Dong, feeling a sense of urgency, tightened her embrace around Su Chantian. He was immediately engulfed by a sensation of breathlessness. I shall not be your god-grandson. Su Chantian coldly rebuffed. Then will you be my adopted son? Tiandou inquired. I shall not be your adopted son either. Su Chantian continued to refuse. Upon hearing this, Tiandou conceded, realizing just how challenging this child was to manage. Let go of me. At that moment, Bibi Dong, who had been reveling in her triumph, heard Su Chantian's cold and youthful voice. Taken aback for a moment, she gently set Su Chantian down. This child is truly a treasure, and one must not defy him. Otherwise, he may unwittingly plunge into the embrace of Tiandou. What is it, Xiaotian? Bibi Dong appeared remarkably patient and gentle. Su Chantian was no fool. He understood the intentions of this woman and was unwilling to become her puppet. With the awakening of martial spirits, both parties sought to curry favor. Thus, Su Chantian resolved to maintain a delicate balance, refusing to lean towards either side, maneuvering between them to establish his own faction and begin his development. Otherwise, he risked becoming a mere pawn, a weapon in the hands of either Bibi Dong or Tiandou, potentially falling victim to their machinations at any moment. This is the path of survival. Su Chantian spoke to Bibi Dong, asserting, I do not heed your every word. I possess my own thoughts. Bibi Dong, taken aback by his declaration, realized that this child was maturing, beginning to form his own ideas, and slowly slipping from her grasp. However, she found herself powerless to manipulate him at this moment. Should she threaten Su Chantian, he might turn to Tiandou, rendering her 6 years of hard work utterly futile. Thus, Bibi Dong maintained her facade of composure, responding gently, My dear, I have always respected your thoughts. As she spoke, she tenderly caressed Su Chantian's head with her soft, delicate hand, embodying a nurturing maternal love. Tiandou cast a disapproving glance at Bibi Dong, thinking to himself, this woman is quite adept at her maneuvers. Child, you have awakened your martial soul, he proclaimed. From this day forth, I shall be your teacher, guiding you in your cultivation and assisting you in acquiring soul rings. How does that sound? I have always had a fondness for children and will respect your wishes without imposing upon you. Upon hearing Tiandou's intent to claim Su Chantian, Bibi Dong felt a surge of displeasure. She quickly replied, Little one, it is I who raised you. I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I have always been your mentor, your mother. I will continue to impart knowledge, guide your cultivation, and help you acquire soul rings, nurturing your growth. Thus, Bibi Dong and Tiandou began to vie for Su Chantian's favor. The surrounding children, upon hearing this, were filled with envy. They too yearned for the attention and affection of the esteemed Pope and the Grand Priest. However, neither Tiandou nor Bibi Dong spared them even a glance. Their sole focus lay on Su Chantian. Witnessing the burgeoning dispute, Su Chantian interjected, Why don't you both teach me? Whomever instructs me best shall be recognized as my teacher. The art of imperial manipulation emphasizes balance. Su Chantian's proposal was a means to harmonize his relationships with both Bibi Dong and Tiandou, creating an equitable and mutually beneficial arrangement. Tiandou, momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile, exclaiming, Ah, child, you are truly astute. You have exceeded my expectations and provided me with great delight. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. Henceforth, I will collaborate with Her Holiness to teach you. She will instruct you in the morning, I shall guide you in the afternoon. and you will cultivate independently in the evening. Tiandou promptly settled on this arrangement. Acknowledging that Su Tian had been nurtured by Bibi Dong for the past 6 years and was thus closer to her. Securing even a sliver of opportunity to bond with Su Tian and establish a connection was a commendable advancement. In contrast, Bibi Dong's exquisite visage betrayed her discontent. She felt as though the child she had raised was being gradually taken from her, and it left her quite unsettled. However, Bibi Dong could only grit her teeth in agreement. Very well, little one. We shall cultivate you together, ensuring you become the most formidable individual across the entire continent. Su Tian nodded, his words becoming increasingly sparse. Tiandou revealed a gentle smile. Child, it is now afternoon. You belong to me. Time is precious and must not be squandered. Without further ado, I shall commence your training. The corners of Su Tian's mouth twitched slightly, inwardly reflecting on the old man's impatience. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. It seemed inappropriate to thrust the child into training so soon after the awakening of his martial soul. Let this little one have a day of respite. Nearby Guimei, Zhu Yuiguan, Gold Crocodile de Law, and Lightwing de Law exchanged glances, a hint of envy flickering across their expressions as they observed Su Tian's coveted status. This young man has caught the attention of both Tiandou and Bibi Dong, who were eager to take him as their disciple. His future appears bright. Destined to become a formidable figure, much like a person born in Rome, who effortlessly avoids the missteps of generations. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or fall behind. Not a moment may be squandered. Tiandou, steadfast in his beliefs, turned to Su Tian. What do you think, little one? Then let us begin our cultivation. Su Tian decided to indulge this poor old man, allowing him a moment to reunite with Qianren Xue. Observing this, Bibi Dong refrained from further remarks. Little one, do your best. I have faith in you. Su Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Your Highness the Pope, I entrust the matters here to you. I trust you know what remains to be done. Tiandou left a remark for Bibi Dong. He then picked up Su Tian and, with a flash, departed from the Spirit Awakening Hall. He brought Su Tian to the offering hall, standing before the statue of the angel. Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, then began issuing orders. Yuiguan, Guimei. Seal everything that transpires here today. Remember, not a whisper of this must escape. Otherwise, you shall answer for it. Understood, replied Yuiguan and Guimei in unison. In the offering hall, before the majestic angel statue, Tiandou commenced the first lesson. Little one, come forth and unleash your second martial soul. Let me witness it. And then we shall embark on today's journey of cultivation. Chapter 9. Qianren Xue wishes to be an elder sister? No. Su Tian understood clearly that Tiandou was not genuinely intent on teaching him cultivation, but was rather impatient to meet his granddaughter, Qianren Xue. No problem. Su Tian extended his left hand and began to release his martial soul. A rich golden light flickered from his body, transforming his originally dark eyes into golden orbs, while his black hair cascaded into radiant golden locks. From the palm of his left hand, a small golden figure emerged. It was Qianren Xue. At that moment, she was unclothed. Yet her modesty was preserved by a golden armor formed by a surge of soul power, presenting her with an air of elegance. Surrounding her delicate figure were 5 soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Tiandou's gaze shifted to the angel statue, and he was astonished to find that it resonated with Su Tian. The originally brilliant golden statue now radiated a dazzling golden light, exuding sanctity. This young man shares a profound connection with my angel lineage. I must have Genie and Guangling investigate Su Tian thoroughly. Tiandou mused inwardly, his eyes narrowing. His gaze then fixated intently on his granddaughter, Qianren Xue. Little Xue. Tiandou's voice brimmed with excitement. I know you two have much to discuss. Please, share your words. However, do hurry, be mindful of the time. I am weary from holding my left hand aloft. Su Tian remarked with a tone of indifference. Such a spirited little one. Tiandou said, allow me to fetch you a chair. Please, take a seat. With a sweeping motion, Tiandou summoned 2 grand chairs from a short distance. Without hesitation, Su Tian leaped onto the chair and sat upright. Tiandou positioned himself to Su Tian's left, his eyes radiating warmth as he gazed at his granddaughter, Qianren Xue. Grandfather, Qianren Xue greeted. My dear Xue, how is your health? Do you feel any discomfort? Tiandou inquired with concern. Grandfather, I am well. I feel fine, Qianren Xue replied, though I am currently existing in my martial soul form. which limits my freedom and is somewhat uncomfortable. I was engaged in deliberations at the imperial court in Tiandou City when I was suddenly transported here. The exact reason escapes me. Grandfather, could you assist me in regaining my original form? I must return to Tiandou City swiftly. Otherwise, my infiltration plan will be jeopardized. Qianren Xue conveyed her physical condition to ease her grandfather's worries, while simultaneously expressing her anxieties. She was quite anxious to return to Tiandou City and continue her covert operations. She had begun to earn the esteem of the Snow Knight Emperor, gradually gaining his trust. Soon, she intended to initiate her poisoning scheme, retrieving chronic toxins from the blood-stabbing Dolua to commence her plot against the Snow Knight Emperor. After being poisoned in the Snow Knight Emperor, his health gradually deteriorated and his vitality was slowly drained away. Ultimately, he became incapable of overseeing the affairs of the court and would inevitably delegate power to the disguised Qianren Xue, who masqueraded as Xue Qinghe. At this critical juncture, he found himself transported to the spirit city, where he became a spirit. This will disrupt Qianren Xue's plans. She must be in a state of urgency. Upon hearing Qianren Xue's words, Su Changtian's face displayed a hint of disdain. He perceived her as lacking vision. The left leg represents pattern and the right leg signifies situation. Together, they form a comprehensive perspective. Su Changtian contemplated aiding Qianren Xue in broadening her horizons tonight, instilling in her a sense of the greater picture. Rather than squander time on undercover endeavors, it would be far more beneficial to enhance his own prowess. With sufficient strength, unifying the Tiandou Empire, or even the entire continent, would be well within reach. Little Xue, as long as you are physically well, you have now transformed into a unique humanoid spirit, and it seems you may never revert to your original form. As he spoke, Qiandaoliu's gaze fell upon Su Changtian. This young lad possessed extraordinary talent. Having awakened dual spirits, his primary spirit was an exceptionally unique nine-dragon coffin, a formidable weapon spirit even more powerful than the Haoyan hammer, truly terrifying. His second spirit is you. Little Xue, young one, do you possess a method to restore little Xue to her true form, allowing her to move freely? You might consider focusing on cultivating the first spirit, the nine-dragon coffin, before later adding soul rings to the second spirit little Xue, Tiandou stated earnestly. While explaining the circumstances to Qianren Xue, he discussed the fusion of soul rings with Su Changtian. Tiandou hoped that Su Changtian would concentrate on his primary spirit, the nine-dragon coffin. Once he had fully cultivated 9 soul rings for the first spirit, he could then begin to add soul rings to the second spirit Qianren Xue, each at the level of 10,000 or even 100,000 years. This way, his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, might reap immense benefits. Furthermore, noticing that Qianren Xue already possessed 5 soul rings, he pondered whether she could continue to upgrade and further fuse soul rings in the future. If so, it would be extraordinary. Su Changtian remained silent, contemplating the order of cultivation for his spirits and the allocation of soul rings. On the first day of spirit awakening, he had yet to fully grasp his powers before being taken to the worship hall by Tiandou. Thus, he intended to reflect on both spirits upon returning home, weighing the opinions of Tiandou and Bibi Dong before reaching a decision. After hearing this, Qianren Xue grasped the situation. She scrutinized Su Changtian, realizing that this boy was indeed a prodigy, not only handsome but also possessing exceptional spirit talent. Becoming his spirit seemed fortuitous. However, Qianren Xue did not wish to be a spirit forever. She still aspired to be human. Little brother, do you have a way to restore me to my true form? I am currently undertaking a special mission in Tiandou City and need to return promptly. Qianren Xue softened her voice and inquired. Having now become Su Changtian's martial soul, her tone naturally had to be gentler when addressing her master. Moreover, the young boy was quite handsome and charming. Given Qianren Xue's older age, it was only natural for her to assume the role of an elder sister to Su Changtian. Silly woman. No, I shall not grant you your wish. Su Changtian retorted, his lips curving in a dismissive expression, candidly voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue blinked her beautiful golden eyes in surprise. She did not expect this little brother to possess such a fiery temperament, daring to speak in such a manner, completely uncooperative. It seemed necessary for her to find a way to tame this spirited younger brother. Nearby, Tiandou furrowed his brow, thinking, little one, this is my granddaughter. She is indeed older than you and rightfully your sister. Having her as your sister is not a loss. Oh. Su Changtian replied nonchalantly, neither affirming nor denying. Chapter 10. Silly woman, Su Chantian refuses to cooperate. Tiandou raised an eyebrow, contemplating. This little fellow has quite the frosty demeanor. Little brother, why do you call me a silly woman? Qianren Xue's delicate brows knitted together. I am executing a special plan to aid our spirit hall in expanding its territory and governing the Heavendou Empire. Therefore, if you possess a means to restore my true form, allow me to temporarily regain it to return to Heavendou City and attend to matters. Qianren Xue intended to persuade through reason. Were she not Su Changtian's martial soul, she would not exhibit such patience. Alas, under the eaves, one must bow. Silly woman, wasting time on such trivial matters. It would be far more prudent to elevate your cultivation with formidable power. You could not only notify the Heavendou Empire, but also directly dominate the Star Luo Empire, subdue the 7 great sects, and unify the Doloa continent. To toil in secrecy is to squander one's innate talents. Furthermore, a girl has but a limited span of youth to squander on such pursuits. Should your plans ultimately fail, you will find yourself no longer young. You wager your youth and splendid talent on such endeavors. What else can that be called if not foolishness? For once, Su Chantian spoke at length. It was indeed that Tiandou and Qianren Xue were not perceiving the situation clearly. From his omniscient perspective, having read the original work, he was aware of future developments. Thus, Su Chantian felt compelled to offer a word of caution. After all, his second martial soul was Qianren Xue, and there existed a unique connection between them, compelling him to assist her and her grandfather. No, I shall not fail. I am destined to succeed. Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes shimmered as she spoke, but Su Changtian's words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Indeed, how many precious moments of youth can a girl afford to squander in her lifetime? To spend the best of her youth on a covert plan, only to face a devastating failure if it were to go awry. No, I shall not falter. Qianren Xue shook her head, dispelling those chaotic thoughts from her mind. Beside her, Tiandou's robust figure trembled, and a fierce light flickered in his golden eyes. This young one perceives things with remarkable clarity. Not only does he possess exceptional martial spirit talent, but he also possesses intellect. If only he were a bit older. I would truly wish to orchestrate a union between him and Xiaoxue. Tiandou mused inwardly, sensing a faint resemblance to his son, Qian Xuanji, in Su Chantian. His own son, Qian Xuanji, is also extraordinarily gifted. In this lifetime, he has committed but a single error, while all else remains impeccable. Indeed, you shall not falter. Yet, I find myself utterly incapable of restoring your true form. Therefore, any plans in that regard may be dismissed. Su Changtian stated coldly. Qianren Xue fell silent, bound by the constraints of becoming Su Changtian's martial soul. Tiandou contemplated Su Changtian's words, deeming them quite reasonable. Moreover, a significant portion of Qianren Xue's decision to lurk in Heavendou City over the years was fueled by a desire to outdo her mother, Bibi Dong, and to prove her own worth. Remaining hidden in Heavendou City indeed presented no viable path forward. Consequently, Tiandou decided to acquiesce to Su Changtian's perspective, saying, Little Xue, do not lose heart. Solutions abound where difficulties lie. Since the little one cannot restore your true form, let us devise alternative strategies. For now, let us set aside the matter of Heavendou City. If all else fails, we shall abandon the infiltration plan. And you shall train diligently alongside the little one to elevate your cultivation. Over the years, your time spent in Heavendou City has deprived you of the opportunity to cultivate properly, has it not? This cannot be allowed to continue. Tiandou's expression softened. Yet when imparting such lessons, he adopted an exceptionally serious demeanor, his tone leaving no room for dissent. After a prolonged silence, Qianren Xue resigned herself to fate, replying, Very well, I shall remain in Soul Master City for now. In due time, I shall see if there exists a means to restore my true form. That is the spirit, Little Xue. Sometimes, when a path proves impassable, one must pause and change direction. This can indeed be a form of progress, Tiandou advised, offering encouragement to Qianren Xue. Yes, grandfather, I understand. Qianren Xue nodded slightly, adopting a docile demeanor. Su Chantian maintained a stoic expression, yet internally mused. In truth, I possess the ability to restore Qianren Xue's true form. However, I cannot allow her to return to that desolate Heavendou City. Woman, having become my martial soul, you now belong entirely to me. Remain compliant. Tiandou turned to Su Chantian, saying, Little one, you have yet to respond to my earlier inquiry. Begin by cultivating your first martial soul, the Nine-Dragon Coffin, and then proceed to the second. What are your thoughts? Su Chantian fell silent, As for the first martial soul, the nine-dragon coffin, he pondered whether it was indeed the same as that legendary artifact from the vast world. If so, it would be quite extraordinary. In Su Changtian's heart, this martial soul is deemed highly suitable as a second cultivation option. He could initially cultivate the Qianren Xue martial soul, endowing it with 3 soul rings. The essence of Qianren Xue inherently possesses 5 soul rings. Thus, at the tender age of 6, Su Changtian would wield combat prowess comparable to that of a soul king of over 50 levels. During his peer's developmental stage, he would emerge as an invincible entity, temporarily equipped with self-protection capabilities. However, should he choose to postpone the cultivation of the Qianren Xue martial soul, it could yield substantial benefits for the essence of Qianren Xue in the future. Let me ponder this. Su Changtian did not immediately acquiesce, nor did he outright refuse. Very well. Young one, contemplate this thoroughly. I respect your thoughts. I shall grant you 3 days for reflection and adaptation. After 3 days, I will escort you to the Tiandou forest to procure suitable soul rings, declared Tiandou. 3 days will suffice, replied Su Changtian. Agreed. Subsequently, Tiandou bid farewell to Qianren Xue and conducted an extensive examination of Su Changtian's primary martial soul, the 9 Dragon's Coffin. Upon inspection, Tiandou discerned that this martial soul was extraordinarily formidable. Even his own angelic martial soul paled in comparison. An exceptionally terrifying weapon martial soul had been born, the foremost weapon martial soul across the continent. This is a candid assessment from Tiandou regarding Su Changtian's 9 Dragon's Coffin martial soul. After spending an entire afternoon with Tiandou, he imparted various theoretical insights about dual martial souls, as well as renowned weapon, beast, and auxiliary martial souls across the continent, along with information about various sects and their influences. These foundational theories primarily aim to broaden Su Changtian's horizons. With an elevated perspective, his cultivation speed will undoubtedly enhance, paving the way for greater future achievements. This is the educational approach of Tiandou. Listening to his discourse, Su Changtian has gained valuable insights. As the afternoon drew to a close, the class finally concluded. Once the lesson was over, Bibi Dong eagerly sought out Su Changtian, embracing him warmly, allowing him to feel her comforting presence. She also inquired about the pressing matters concerning Su Changtian. Chapter 11. Su Changtian's Reflections on the Future. These pressing matters primarily pertain to Tiandou, and I wish to ascertain what he has imparted. Su Changtian briefly summarized Tiandou's teachings, refraining from elaborating further, ensuring his words were meticulously crafted to leave no gaps. Subsequently, Bibi Dong examined Su Changtian's primary martial soul, the 9 Dragon's Coffin, and was profoundly moved by its aura. Her emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Little one, I dare assert that your primary martial soul is the mightiest of all weapon spirits in the world. I strongly advise you to cultivate this primary martial soul first, Bibi Dong suggested. She refrained from mentioning the secondary martial soul, Qianren Xue, as she wished to avoid any encounter with her. Encouraging Su Changtian to focus on his primary martial soul also stemmed from her own ulterior motives. Given that it is the most powerful weapon spirit in existence, why not reserve it for later cultivation, enhancing it with 9-10,000-year or even 100,000-year soul rings? This would significantly amplify its soul skill damage, rendering it truly invincible. Su Changtian spoke candidly, addressing the matter directly. Bibi Dong blinked her beautiful eyes, rendered speechless by his retort. Gently massaging her brow, she inquired, So, little one, do you mean to say that you wish to cultivate the second martial soul first? Indeed. I have contemplated this, though I have yet to reach a definitive conclusion. Su Changtian replied affirmatively. Bibi Dong's brows knitted in concern. If Su Changtian were to cultivate the second martial soul, Qianren Xue, she would be confronted with her visage daily, a piercing thorn in her heart. The sight of her caused Bibi Dong great anguish. Thus she truly wished for Su Changtian to delay the cultivation of his second martial soul. With a firm demeanor, Bibi Dong asserted, Little one, you must heed the counsel of your elders. Both I and the Grand Elder believe it is wiser to cultivate the primary martial soul first. So cease your stubbornness. Follow our guidance. We mean you no harm. Very well, I understand, Su Changtian replied, his brow slightly raised, his tone indifferent. This somewhat contradicts Su Changtian's intentions, as he is more inclined to first cultivate his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. Thus, at the tender age of merely 6, he possesses the ability to safeguard himself, liberating himself from the protective grasp of Tiandou and Bibi Dong. allowing him to pursue his own desires. For instance, compelling Tang San to merge with a white soul ring, representing a decade of cultivation, thereby forcing the resolute to witness their own downfall. Alternatively, he could resort to kidnapping Tang San, coercing Xiao Wu into a sacrificial offering for his benefit. Nonetheless, the Nine Dragons' coffin, as a martial soul, is indeed formidable. Should he first cultivate it, he would undoubtedly maintain an invincible status among his peers. The old rabbit cannot escape. It is merely a matter of time before he hunts her for her soul ring. If he deems the soul ring unworthy, he may seek out other 10,000-year soul rings. Not needing to fixate on this aged rabbit. Little one, take your time to contemplate after your return. I respect your thoughts, Bibi Dong said gently. Su Chantian nodded in agreement. With their brief exchange concluded, Su Chantian returned to his residence within a palace at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Along the way, a flicker of contemplation danced across his dark eyes. Bibi Dong had treated him exceptionally well during the first 6 years, without any fault. However, after awakening his second martial soul, Qianren Xue, her demeanor towards him shifted. She harbored a strong disdain for Qianren Xue, and it was certain that her attentiveness would not mirror that of the past. In fact, she might even resort to harm against him to target Qianren Xue, rendering her sincerity towards him unattainable. On the other hand, despite Qian Daolia's previous mistreatment and his public disdain towards him, the fact remains that Qianren Xue is his granddaughter. Naturally, he would invest all his efforts towards Su Chantian for her sake, not daring to be negligent. After all, should Su Chantian perish, his martial soul would shatter, likely leading to Qianren Xue's demise as well. Moreover, the grand offering is the true power behind the Spirit Hall. While Bibi Dong's current authority is somewhat diminished and lacks significant influence, therefore, it is imperative for him to engage more with Tiandou moving forward. Though he had been unkind in the past, from this day forth, he would undoubtedly offer his full support and allocate resources towards Su Chantian. Su Chantian meticulously analyzed the current landscape. Times are changing, and antiquated notions must be discarded. Social relationships must evolve accordingly. The woman Bibi Dong is far from simple. In the original narrative, she manipulated many individuals to achieve her ends. After awakening his Qianren Xue martial soul, Su Chantian was reluctant to engage with her excessively, unwilling to become her puppet or a weapon in her grasp. As he stroked his chin in contemplation, Su Chantian had already returned to his abode. The palace was vast and resplendent, attended by numerous servants catering to his needs. Preferring solitude, he ordered these servants to remain outside, akin to sentinels at the entrance, save for the necessary cleaning duties. Upon his return, they all bowed in unison to greet him. "Welcome back, young master. Young master, you have returned." A throng of servants greeted him with smiles, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Society is undeniably pragmatic, and humanity is intricate. Once one attains power and wealth, malevolence seems to vanish from sight. Everyone presents a cheerful facade, striving to curry favor. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Chantian entered the palace. The attendants, aware of their young master's fondness for solitude, remained outside, refraining from accompanying him. As he ventured deeper into the palace, Su Chantian arrived at his grand chamber. The interior was resplendent, featuring a bed, tables, chairs, ornaments, and statues, all crafted from exquisite materials and showcasing the finest artistry. Reclining on the soft, comfortable bed, Su Chantian lay in A-wood shape, indulging in relaxation and contemplation. He cherished introspection, believing it to be essential for his personal growth. After a prolonged period of reflection, Su Chantian ultimately resolved to focus on cultivating his first martial soul, the Nine Dragons' coffin. The second martial soul, Qianren Xue, would be addressed later. Her original form could already integrate soul rings, while I could merge soul rings later on, attaining 9 soul rings of 100,000 years or more. At that point, when I unleashed my second martial soul, I would be enveloped by 9 red soul rings, and Qianren Xue would also be surrounded by 9 soul rings, maximizing her potential. In this realm, I would be invincible, unless faced with adversaries from the divine realm. Su Chantian had firmly established his intention. Subsequently, he resolved to engage Qianren Xue in conversation. With a flourish of his left hand, palm upward, golden soul light surged forth, revealing a charming little golden figure in his palm. Simultaneously, the color of Su Chantian's eyes and hair transformed to gold. Upon her release, Qianren Xue surveyed her surroundings and realized she was in Su Chantian's dormitory. A faint blush graced her delicate face. For reasons unknown, Qianren Xue felt a tinge of apprehension, fearing that Su Tian might take advantage of her, given that she had become his martial soul and engage in inappropriate actions. However, as this thought crossed her mind, she quickly deemed it unrealistic, considering Su Changtian's tender age of merely 6 years. Moreover, he appeared to possess a sense of justice, making it unlikely for him to engage in vile deeds. Gently shaking her head, she dismissed such distractions and swiftly regained her composure. Little brother, are you thinking of your sister? Do you wish to chat with me? Qianren Xue smiled softly. What are your thoughts on becoming my martial soul? Su Changtian inquired. I have quite a few thoughts. Qianren Xue replied earnestly. Becoming your martial soul has hindered many of my plans and significantly restricted my freedom. I would prefer to regain my independence. I am saving you, Su Changtian asserted with gravity. In the original narrative, Qianren Xue was adamant about executing a covert plan, which ultimately led to failure due to Bibi Dong's machinations, wasting over a decade of her prime years. Later, she faced various suppressions from Tang San and nearly met her demise in the dual god battle. If Qianren Xue disregarded his counsel, she would be courting disaster. Saving me? Little brother, you are only 6 years old. There are many matters beyond your understanding. When you grow up, you will naturally comprehend my intentions and wholeheartedly support your sister. Qianren Xue smiled gracefully. In this private exchange, her demeanor was not as frigid. Instead, she engaged naturally with Su Changtian. With a slight pout, Su Changtian remarked, Well then, when the time comes, I shall support you. For now, you are my spirit, and you must obediently heed my words. A subtle twitch at the corner of Qianren Xue's lips ensued. By the way, do not refer to me as your little brother. I'm not small, Su Changtian asserted. Not small? You are merely 6 years old, hardly grown. Qianren Xue laughed. Little brother, I shall continue to call you that. Su Changtian raised an eyebrow. Noticing his reaction, Qianren Xue's smile widened, her well-developed figure rising and falling attractively. Your mouth is on your own body. I cannot silence it, Su Changtian remarked. Regardless, I shall never call you sister. How about Xue? Xue? Yes, I shall call you Xue. That won't do. Qianren Xue's cheeks flushed. You may not call me sister. You are only 6 years old. It is inappropriate to refer to me as Xue. She felt that the term Xue was overly intimate, more akin to how a boyfriend addresses his girlfriend than a senior addressing a junior. Xue. Su Changtian rarely displayed a smile, exclaiming, Let us each call one another as we wish. Then I shall not call you little brother, and you shall not call me Xue. How does that sound? No, Xue. Humph. Little brother, you are truly disobedient. Qianren Xue had become his spirit, exuding a sense of intimacy. Consequently, Su Changtian's words flowed more freely. A person can feel stifled if they remain silent for too long, and conversing with Qianren Xue provided a welcome respite for his emotions. Qianren Xue, too, found herself enjoying this banter. Previously, in Tiandou City, she had engaged in superficial interactions daily, leaving her exhausted. Now, she relished the playful exchanges with this little brother. As Su Changtian's spirit, he would not scheme against her. Their mutual sincerity fostered a genuine connection. After a while, their rapport deepened, and Su Changtian stated earnestly, Xue, I have the ability to restore your true form. Would you desire that? What? Qianren Xue's eyes sparkled. Little one. Did you not say that you could not restore my true form? How could you deceive your sister? Do you dare to face my wrath? Face your wrath? Then I shall not release you. Su Changtian retorted with a smirk. Please, do not. Then you must plead with me. Qianren Xue shifted to a pleading tone. Good brother. Allow me to transform into my true form, and I shall not spank you. A satisfied smile graced Su Changtian's face. Then it shall be as you wish. As Su Changtian spoke, a surge of resplendent golden holy light enveloped him. The diminutive golden figure of Qianren Xue floated beside him, gradually enlarging until she assumed her original form. Her skin, as pure as snow, and her figure, gracefully alluring, were enhanced by a hint of regal authority that rendered her appearance both divine and untouchable. Her curves were strikingly voluptuous, compelling Su Changtian to admire her beauty on several occasions. A faint fragrance, reminiscent of innocence, wafted through the air, captivating the hearts of the 7 present. However, at that moment, Qianren Xue was entirely devoid of clothing, her key areas shielded only by golden armor formed from concentrated soul energy. This rendered her even more alluring. A true embodiment of beauty. Su Changtian was typically impervious to the charms of beautiful women. However, Qianren Xue was an exception, as she was his martial spirit, destined never to betray him. Thus, Su Tian held affection for her. Qianren Xue glanced at her hands and body, a glimmer of joy illuminating her golden eyes. Aha! I've returned to my original form, she exclaimed, elated. Initially, Qianren Xue had believed she would remain eternally in her martial spirit state, confined and devoid of freedom. But now, having regained her true form, she realized she was a free person, unshackled, and could hasten back to Heavendou City to resume her covert plans. During the morning court session, it was imperative that she return swiftly to avoid arousing suspicion and becoming a target of scrutiny. Little Xue, I know what you are thinking. You long to return to Heavendou City, do you not? Su Changtian's indifferent voice echoed softly. What's the matter, little brother? Am I not allowed to go back? Qianren Xue replied with a charming smile, playfully winking at Su Tian. She found the seemingly cold boy quite endearing upon closer interaction, and without hesitation, she approached him, pinching his cheek, finding it delightfully plump. This left Qianren Xue somewhat addicted, prompting her to playfully pinch a few more times. Su Changtian's delicate face darkened. You cannot return to Tiandou City. Su Changtian's tone was commanding, accompanied by a plea, and do not pinch my face. Observing Su Changtian's puffed-up demeanor, Qianren Xue chuckled. I shall return. I shall pinch. Haha. Her laughter was filled with joy, her smile more radiant than the blossoms of spring. Little Xue, lie down on the bed. And do so properly. Su Changtian issued the command, his thoughts directing his martial spirit. Qianren Xue suddenly felt her body lose control, finding herself lying on the bed in a starfish position. Unable to resist at all, she was left in shock, her complexion paling. Su Changtian glanced at Qianren Xue's long, beautiful legs, which were fair and possessed a hint of softness, looking quite appealing. What are you going to do? Qianren Xue panicked. What do you want to do? Qianren Xue's pure visage instantly flushed a deep crimson, as if two clouds of red were floating upon her cheeks. Chapter 13. The love and conflict between two individuals bound upon the bed. Qianren Xue found herself unable to move, her beautiful eyes wide open as she watched Su Changtian approach her relentlessly. Overwhelmed by panic and shyness, her face flushed deeply, as if it were bleeding from embarrassment, especially given that her attire was conjured from soul power. The young lad possesses the ability to command his own body, and undoubtedly, he can also govern his soul power. Should he merely entertain a thought, the golden armor, which coalesces from his soul power, would surely vanish without a trace. The realization that she had revealed her true self before this young boy filled Qianren Xue with a sense of panic and embarrassment. Please, little one, don't. Qianren Xue implored. I shall refrain from calling you my little brother. My dear Xiao Xue, you are my martial soul, and all that you are belongs to me. You must obey my commands. Should you defy me, I shall impose a punishment. Su Changtian stated solemnly. As he spoke, his small hand gently pinched Qianren Xue's slender, fair leg with a firm grip, followed by a playful tickle. This is quite a spectacle. For the first time, Qianren Xue experiences the sensation of being tickled. Her delicate form trembling involuntarily several times, accompanied by delightful giggles. Oh dear. This provokes a series of desperate cries from Qianren Xue, who pleads for mercy, saying, All right, little one, I will heed your words. Please do not punish your sister. Su Changtian wears a satisfied smile and inquires, Will you return to the Heavendou City? No, I shall not return to Heavendou City. Her face flushes with a rosy hue as Qianren Xue shakes her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. She never anticipated that this little one could be so relentless, binding her form and tickling her. Qianren Xue feels a surge of panic. Moreover, she realizes that Su Changtian is resolute in preventing her from returning to Heavendou City to continue her covert operations. Should she defy his wishes? She fears she may face dire consequences today. That's more like it, little Xue. Su Changtian beams with satisfaction. He then affectionately caresses Qianren Xue's face, remarking, You pinched my face earlier, so now I shall pinch yours in return. As he speaks, he gently pinches her exquisitely beautiful face, which feels soft, warm, and brimming with collagen. Su Changtian finds great delight in this interaction, which only serves to make Qianren Xue more bashful. All right, enough, little one. Please stop. Qianren Xue pleads. Then call me Brother Su. Su Changtian replies with an air of pride. Simultaneously, he extends his small hand to tenderly stroke Qianren Xue's golden locks, tidying her temples. Throughout this exchange, Qianren Xue's face remains flushed, her body growing warm. She had not expected that this 6-year-old child could be so formidable, daring to engage in such antics with her. He is the very first man in this world to caress his own face and tresses. However, this Su Tian is rather unruly at the tender age of 6, insisting that I address him as Brother Su. This left Qianren Xue feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, observing Su Changtian's demeanor, she realized that if she did not address him as Brother Su today, he would likely not let her off easily. Blushing, Qianren Xue gritted her teeth and called out, Brother Su, Brother Su. After 2 calls, she added, All right, little rascal, I have called you Brother Su twice. Now quickly release me from your restraints. Yes, little Xue. Su Tian nodded, a smug smile gracing his face. Then, with a mere thought, he lifted the restraints he had placed on Qianren Xue. As soon as the bindings were undone, Qianren Xue, akin to a cornered rabbit ready to bite, swiftly pulled Su Changtian into her embrace. Like a mother disciplining a naughty child, she playfully swatted his backside a few times. This is what you get for being disobedient. Are you listening? She scolded, pinching Su Changtian's cheek, reclaiming the authority she had just lost. Stop, little Xue, do not move. Su Changtian thought again, using his control over his martial spirit to immobilize Qianren Xue's body. Unable to move, her exquisitely beautiful face flushed red once more as Su Changtian began to turn the tables and teach her a lesson. Little Xue, you are indeed mischievous. I grant you your freedom, and you begin to lecture me. How outrageous! Su Changtian exclaimed, covering his small face, somewhat impressed. Then, it was his turn to regain his footing, as he started to pinch Qianren Xue's delicate and soft cheeks. Little rascal, if you have the ability to release my restraints, let us engage in a fair duel, Qianren Xue declared, attempting to provoke Su Changtian into freeing her. Yet, he paid her no mind, alternating between pinching her cheeks and tickling her. This caused Qianren Xue to scream in agony, pleading for mercy. At the same time, Su Changtian, upon hearing the phrase fair and square mentioned by Qianren Xue, was filled with indignation. In the original narrative, whether during the upheaval at the Tiandou Palace or in her later ascension to divinity, Qianren Xue had numerous opportunities to eliminate Tang San. Yet, each time she had the chance to crush Tang San, she insisted on engaging in a fair and honorable duel. The outcome? Tang San consistently managed to escape from her relentless pursuit, transforming peril into safety. Moreover, Tang San did not adhere to her notions of fair combat. He continually employed various concealed weapons to ambush Qianren Xue. One of the most iconic scenes is when Qianren Xue was injured by Tang San's hidden weapon, the Guanyin Tear. Reflecting on these events, Su Changtian grew increasingly irate. Little Xue, if you do not heed my advice, you shall suffer greatly in the future. However, now that you have become my martial soul, you must obey me. Resistance is futile. Su Changtian declared, pinching Qianren Xue's cheek with a firm grip. Qianren Xue paused momentarily. Her cheeks flushed. She realized that Su Changtian genuinely cared for her. She was his martial soul, and his martial soul was her. There existed an extraordinarily intimate and unique bond between them, their emotions remarkably pure and sincere, even surpassing that of a mother and daughter. Pouting, Qianren Xue remarked, Little fellow, you are merely 6 years old. What do you understand? Do not always seek to control me, nor harbor thoughts of your own dictatorial ideology. It is perilous. No matter how powerful one becomes, they are still prone to errors. You must learn to heed the advice of others, especially mine. Do you understand, little one? Su Changtian nodded and replied, Little Xue, I will certainly consider your suggestions. If they are sound, I shall adopt them. As he spoke, he ceased pinching Qianren Xue's face and transitioned to gently caressing her golden locks. Chapter 14. A heart-to-heart with Qianren Xue. It is good that you will listen, Qianren Xue said, her cheeks still flushed. Now, please release me from these bindings. They are unbearable. Very well, Su Changtian replied. But you must not seize me again as you did earlier, pinching and striking me. Understand? We are in a truce. Understood. Qianren Xue reluctantly acquiesced. Then I shall free you from your restraints. Su Changtian kept his promise and immediately released her. As the oppressive force that had been imposed upon her dissipated, Qianren Xue exhaled with relief. Yet, the rosy hue on her exquisite cheeks lingered for quite some time. Meanwhile, she mused, fortunately, this child knows nothing and did not bind me, forcing me into any excessive actions. The little fellow is rather upright. However, he is only 6 years old. As he matures, one cannot be certain that he might not engage in some excessive behaviors. Embarrassment washed over Qianren Xue as she recalled the recent events. Her exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed with warmth. Little Snow, what are you pondering? Surely, you aren't contemplating a prank on me? Su Tian asked with a wary expression. You are my martial spirit, and I am your master. You cannot play tricks on me, or I shall seek vengeance. Oh, little brother. Your desire for retribution is quite strong, Qianren Xue responded, extending her delicate hand. Su Tian's gaze sharpened as he watched her graceful fingers caress his face, and he allowed her to indulge in this tender gesture for a moment. You are rather adorable, little brother. But rest assured, I have no intention of idly pranking you, Qianren Xue insisted earnestly. Having experienced defeat at Su Tian's hands, she resolved to reconcile with him. After all, whenever he asserted control over her body, it was she who bore the consequences. That is reassuring, Su Tian replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, accepting her affection without resistance. By the way, little brother, you must not disclose what transpired between us to anyone, understood? Qianren Xue said, her cheeks reddening. She was keen to keep her embarrassment a secret. Su Tian smiled gently. Do I seem like someone who gossips? Indeed, you are quite tight-lipped, rarely speaking, Qianren Xue acknowledged with a nod. Then you must also keep my ability to restore your true form a secret, Su Tian added. Not even to my grandfather? Absolutely not. Imagine if I restored your true form every day, you wouldn't be able to stay by my side. Staying by your side every day? Qianren Xue's golden eyes widened in surprise. Little one, you wouldn't have feelings for your sister, wishing for her company, would you? How sweet. She suddenly broke into a charming smile. Su Tian refrained from answering directly. Little Snow, as my martial spirit, if you aren't by my side, whom would you prefer to accompany? That is true, but I yearn for freedom. I wish to do as I please. Wait until I turn 18. Then I shall restore your freedom, and you can do as you wish. Why must I wait? Why not now? 18 feels like an eternity away. 12 more years. I cannot wait that long. By then, my plans for the Tiandou would be in ruins. When I say 18, I mean 18. You wouldn't want me to perish before I have fully matured, would you? If I were to die, you would too. Su Tian's expression grew grave. By staying by my side, you can protect me and offer your counsel. You have expressed your disdain for my autocracy. Therefore, you must provide me with suggestions, ensuring I have alternative perspectives at all times. Though she spoke otherwise, Su Tian's actions were primarily motivated by a desire to prevent Qianren Xue from squandering her youthful years in Tiandou City. That feudal infiltration plan was laborious and thankless, destined for failure. No matter how many times he explained this, the fiercely competitive woman would still yearn to take a chance. Thus, Su Tian had no choice but to employ various persuasive tactics to ensure Qianren Xue willingly remained by his side. Upon hearing his words, Qianren Xue pondered deeply and found great sense in his reasoning. Indeed, if that little fellow were to perish, no matter how adept she was at infiltrating, her own demise would be inevitable. It was far better to protect this young one diligently, guiding him to avoid making grievous mistakes in the future. After all, Su Tian possessed remarkable martial soul talent and held a high status within the martial soul hall. Should he err, it would be a significant blunder with far-reaching consequences. As the martial soul of this young man, she resolved to offer him strategic counsel, embarking on a journey to nurture him into a capable ally. This seems quite intriguing. However, remaining within the confines of Soul City daily, constantly encountering Pope Bibi Dong, can become rather monotonous. This left Qianren Xue feeling quite distressed. The woman had completely lost her mind, fixated solely on the nation and its governance, willing to show kindness to the two elders, Zhu and Gue, yet reluctant to spare a glance in her direction. Contemplating this, Qianren Xue's heart was filled with frustration and sorrow. Had it not been for her grandfather's intervention, she would have already been struck down by this woman. With a slight shake of her head, Qianren Xue attempted to cast aside all thoughts of her, wishing to forget her entirely. Little brother, I see you have a fondness for me, she remarked, her face illuminating with a charming smile. Within the confines of Tiandou City, with my grandfather to safeguard you, who could possibly harm you? Must I always be at your side? Is that it? There's a problem. As she spoke, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in her golden eyes. Affection is one thing, but Su Tian found it difficult to articulate his feelings. His gaze grew solemn as he stated, why be entangled in so many thoughts? Will you stay or not? Just one word. Do I have a choice? None. Su Tian chuckled, little Xue. If you truly cherish Tiandou City, once I grow stronger, I shall conquer the Tiandou Empire and present it to you. At that time, let the so-called Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji kneel before you in submission. Such audacity, little one. Qianren Xue was taken aback, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly. She had not anticipated Su Chantian to possess such grand ambitions. Reflecting on his dual martial souls and innate soul power of level 30, she pondered that perhaps this little fellow could indeed achieve his aspirations. The mere thought ignited her spirit, filling her with vigor. Simultaneously, Qianren Xue was not surprised that Su Chantian was familiar with figures like the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji. After all, the headquarters of the Spirit Hall contained vast amounts of information. In nurturing the young elite talents of the Spirit Hall, they would be exposed to various historical texts and the power dynamics of the entire Duel continent from a young age, broadening their horizons and fostering a sense of perspective. Just as a frog, confined to the depths of a well, can only perceive its limited world, no matter how hard it strives, it remains trapped in that minuscule realm. Only by leaping out of the well can the frog behold the vastness of the world, striving to transform itself into a prince and win the hand of a beautiful bride. The eagle spreads its wings and soars high, traversing mountains and oceans, expanding its vision until it transforms into a Qianpeng, rising to great heights. In her youth, Qianren Xue had also traversed this path, absorbing fundamental knowledge of the continent. My tone is not harsh. Su Chantian shook his head, a piercing light emanating from his dark eyes. It is you, little Xue, whose vision is too limited, whose ambition is too small. What? My vision is small, my ambition is limited? Qianren Xue's golden eyes suddenly narrowed, and she instinctively took a step back. For she had never been spoken to in such a manner. Not even her grandfather had ever suggested that her vision or ambition were lacking. Su Chantian's words are astonishingly bold. Throughout his life, apart from Bibi Dong, he has never faced any doubts about himself, especially after arriving in Tiandou city. He has murdered several princes, disguised himself as Xue Qinghe, and in matters of the court, gained the approval of the Snow Knight Emperor and numerous ministers. He has even taken Ning Fengji as his master, navigating effortlessly under the discerning eyes of Ning Fengji and the sword-bone Duel, without ever being exposed. The two Duel, the serpent spear and the porcupine, who have been following and protecting him, have praised him endlessly. As Qianren Xue traversed this path, she felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, convinced that she had performed exceptionally well with no shortcomings whatsoever. Reflecting on her journey, her demeanor returned to its usual haughty state, and she subtly puffed out her impressively developed chest. Little brother, you are merely 6 years old. Refrain from making such audacious claims. Qianren Xue adjusted her mindset and spoke. In contrast, Su Chantian cast a penetrating gaze upon her, asserting, Xue, the breadth of one's vision is not dictated by age. Do not presume that my youth diminishes my worth compared to yours. Indeed, your abilities are remarkable, yet your perspective and ambition are woefully limited. While others may have lofty ideals but lack the means to realize them, you possess great capability yet fall short in vision. Should you disregard my counsel and fail to rectify your mistakes, no matter how formidable your grandfather or how vast the resources of the Spirit Hall, they will inevitably be squandered by you. Qianren Xue was astounded that a mere child could articulate such profound insights. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she were confronting not a 6-year-old, but rather a profoundly mature and composed sage. Yet, as she gazed upon Su Chantian's youthful, plump, and endearing visage, the illusion of reverence dissipated, pulling her back to reality. Little brother, enlighten me then. How exactly do you perceive my abilities as high, but my vision is low? Qianren Xue crossed her arms defiantly over her proud chest, eager to hear his response. At that juncture, her resolve began to waver. Years of covert existence within the Tiandou Empire had rendered her outwardly calm, but internally, tumultuous waves surged. She sensed that this 6-year-old possessed unique insights that might significantly aid her, potentially saving her decades of missteps in the future. With a heart open to learning, Qianren Xue began to listen intently. Allow me to share my thoughts, Su Chantian replied, his youthful face taking on a serious expression as he continued, Xue. As the granddaughter of a grand elder of the Spirit Hall, you are endowed with boundless resources, yet you squander them by not dedicating yourself to proper cultivation. Instead, you have chosen to infiltrate the Tiandou Empire, which is a blatant waste of talent, resources, and time. To conquer the Tiandou Empire, you merely need to wield formidable strength to subjugate it. Any dissenters? Cut them down. Furthermore, there is no need for you to venture into Tiandou City personally. You could delegate the task of gradually poisoning Emperor Xue, thereby slowly deteriorating his health. Additionally, seek out addictive poisons to administer to the most ineffectual princes of the royal family, thus shattering their will. With such incompetent heirs ascending to the throne, the demise of the nation is merely a matter of time. Therefore, I urge you to return and devote yourself to your training. Do not squander your youthful years. Moreover, you must broaden your ambitions. Merely annexing the Tiandou Empire is insufficient. In the Starry Empire, the 7 great sects, every family, dukedom, and kingdom must submit to the dominion of our Spirit Hall. We shall unify the entire continent under the Spirit Hall, establishing a vast spirit empire, where the principles of shared tracks, common script, and harmonious conduct prevail. Moreover, beyond the Dolua continent, there exists a realm that we shall conquer. Ascending beyond the 99th level is the divine realm, which we must attain. To unify the entire continent without mobilizing a single soldier is an impossibility. Just as one must combat darkness with fire rather than gentleness, to achieve the unification of the Dolua continent under the Spirit Empire, formidable strength is essential. Therefore, Renxue, can you comprehend this? At this moment, Su Changtian and Qianren Xue engaged in conversation within a warm and spacious bedroom, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei's strategic discussions in the thatched cottage. The atmosphere of their dialogue was exceedingly pleasant. After attentively listening to Su Changtian's words, Qianren Xue felt immensely enlightened, her exquisite features illuminating with newfound brilliance. She nodded earnestly and said, "Little one, I never anticipated your perspective to be so expansive, surpassing my expectations. I have learned so much from this. Very well, I shall heed your advice, abandon the hidden plans for the Heaven-Do Empire, and dedicate myself to rigorous training, striving to break through to the title Dolua realm at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, I aim to attempt a breakthrough into the divine realm." You are correct. The annexation of the Heaven-Do Empire is merely a matter of time, and there is no need to expend excessive energy on it. To unify the Dolua continent, I require immense strength, and to govern the entire continent, I equally need powerful capabilities, or else I cannot command respect. I must train diligently. In Qianren Xue's golden eyes, a flicker of resolute determination shone forth, signaling her decision to embark on a dedicated training regimen from this day forward. Simultaneously, she felt a deep astonishment, realizing that this young boy, Su Changtian, possessed such profound insights and understanding of grand principles. Particularly, when he spoke of establishing a world governed by shared tracks, common script, and harmonious conduct, his gaze was unwaveringly resolute. This stirred her heart, igniting a passionate fervor within her. She understood that the gradual erosion of the Heaven-Do Empire was not merely a simple act of unification. It encompassed numerous complexities. Previously, she had oversimplified these intricate matters in her mind. Silently committing Su Changtian's words to memory, Qianren Xue resolved to reflect on his insights 3 times daily, believing this practice would ensure her continuous growth. While astonished, her heart brimmed with profound reflections. Indeed, some powerful soul masters, from the moment of their birth, are destined to be extraordinary individuals, not ordinary at all. Chapter 16. The playful banter between spirit and master. With such remarkable maturity at this young age, Su Changtian is destined to soar to great heights, becoming a titan of the continent. Qianren Xue felt that becoming this young lad's spirit was indeed a fortuitous choice. As Qianren Xue comprehended the principles she had spoken of and humbly accepted them thereafter, Su Changtian revealed a satisfied smile and remarked, "That's right. Little Xue, your insight is truly remarkable. You grasp concepts with ease, truly worthy of being my martial spirit." As he spoke, Su Changtian extended his small hand and gently tapped Qianren Xue's warm forehead. She touched her forehead and beamed a charming smile, saying, "Little one, I did not anticipate your prowess. Your thoughts are so expansive. I am in awe." In turn, Qianren Xue playfully pinched Su Changtian's plump little face and, without hesitation, embraced him. In her arms, Su Changtian felt the maidenly fragrance emanating from her intensify, a delightful scent. Unable to contain himself, he wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. For some inexplicable reason, as she gazed upon Su Changtian, Qianren Xue found him irresistibly adorable and well-behaved. Coupled with her recent accomplishments, her spirits soared. Hence, she could not resist planting a kiss on his rosy cheek. Instantly, Su Changtian's face flushed bright red, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Haha, little one, you are actually shy?" Qianren Xue laughed heartily, surprised that this usually aloof child could display such bashfulness. He was utterly delightful. The more she looked, the fonder she became. Much like an elder sister doting on her younger brother, Qianren Xue showered Su Changtian with several more kisses, only relenting when she noticed his face. Akin to one who had just consumed a fiery chili, glowing crimson. Su Changtian, taken aback by Qianren Xue's affectionate gestures, found her lips surprisingly soft and pleasant. One must reciprocate kindness, he murmured softly. Before Qianren Xue could react, she felt Su Changtian, akin to a nimble loach, slip out of her embrace. Suddenly, Qianren Xue felt her cheek dampen. Indeed, Su Changtian had planted a kiss on her exquisite face and then playfully tugged at her cheek. His face flushed as he teased her. Qianren Xue's cheeks turned instantly crimson. It was the first time in her life that someone had kissed her cheek. In that moment, Qianren Xue and Su Changtian, like playful siblings with innocent hearts, tumbled together on the bed, teasing one another, each refusing to yield. As night fell, Su Changtian instructed the attendants to bring dinner, subsequently sending them away. The two enjoyed a delightful meal in the bedroom. Before retiring, they both indulged in refreshing baths, feeling clean and invigorated. That evening, Su Changtian and Qianren Xue, the brother and sister, the martial spirit and its master, lay together on a large bed, an entirely natural occurrence. Qianren Xue's soft arms resembled pillows, allowing Su Changtian to rest upon them and enjoy a delightful slumber. The following morning, both Su Changtian and Qianren Xue awoke, resuming their playful banter. Of course, it was Qianren Xue who instigated this merriment. Noticing how peacefully Su Changtian slept, she decided to tickle him. Awakened from his slumber and irritable, Su Changtian retaliated by tickling Qianren Xue in return. After some playful chaos, they gradually regained their composure. Su Changtian remarked, "Little Xue, the matters I spoke of last night, particularly regarding your ability to restore your true form, must remain confidential. Do you understand? Not even to my grandfather?" Qianren Xue inquired, unable to contain herself. "Absolutely not." Su Changtian replied emphatically. "Not a single soul should be privy to this information, not even your grandfather, the Pope, or anyone else. Simply pretend you know nothing." Su Changtian was determined to keep his thoughts concealed from others, even from Tiandou and Bibi Dong. In this world, there exists but one individual, and that is Qianren Xue. Only she possesses the ability to comprehend her own thoughts and to be aware of her actions and beliefs. All right then, Qianren Xue pouted, deciding to keep her thoughts concealed. Feigning ignorance, Su Changtian revealed a satisfied smile. Should the content of their conversation become known, it would equate to exposing certain edges and revealing personal insights. To shine too brightly is far from advantageous. Furthermore, Su Changtian harbored no desire to embody the principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. He was a person of modesty and restraint, especially concerning Qianren Xue's restoration to her true form. Should the matter of Tiandou arise, it would undoubtedly compel him to grant Qianren Xue her freedom. Should Bibi Dong learn of this, in her desire to avoid encountering Qianren Xue, she would certainly ensure that he restored her true self, urging her to keep her distance as far as possible. This is not a good omen. By the way, little one, I have a question to pose to you. What question? Speak it. With your vast knowledge, did your grandfather impart this wisdom to you, or was it the Pope? Su Changtian possessed a lofty perspective, comprehending much that he had previously failed to grasp. Qianren Xue pondered whether Su Changtian's profound insights might have been taught by the woman she despised. No one taught me. I am self-taught. Through contemplation, one can attain understanding. These concepts are rather elementary. It is you who mistakenly perceive them as profound. Su Changtian replied coolly. Casting a glance at Su Changtian's indifferent gaze, Qianren Xue felt somewhat taken aback. All right, I understand. Qianren Xue nodded. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? No. There is not. Then I shall reclaim you into my being, transforming you into a martial soul state. Very well. Immediately, Su Changtian drew Qianren Xue back within, allowing her to merge with his body in the form of a martial soul. At that moment, Qianren Xue found herself in a peculiar realm. This realm is predominantly composed of light and darkness. Qianren Xue resides within the domain of light, where golden radiance and shimmering hues create a most comfortable atmosphere. In stark contrast, directly opposite her lies an area shrouded in darkness, where the Nine Dragons' coffin martial soul can be observed. The aura emanating from that place evokes a sense of discomfort in Qianren Xue. Light and darkness coexist, each respecting the other's territory. However, Qianren Xue can distinctly sense that the dark realm, home to the Nine Dragons' coffin martial soul, is persistently probing, attempting to encroach upon her luminous domain. Meanwhile, Su Changtian, seemingly unaffected, embarked on his first official day of lessons. The morning was dedicated to teachings from Bibi Dong, followed by classes with Tiandou in the afternoon, and the evening reserved for delightful playtime with Qianren Xue. As of now, Su Changtian has yet to take on a mentor, asserting that he would choose his master based on the quality of their instruction. This requires periodic evaluations to discern which teachings of the Pope and the Grand Priest are superior. In their earnest desire to become Su Changtian's mentor, both individuals exert considerable effort to win his favor, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the art of teaching. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days have elapsed, marking the appointed moment for Su Changtian to procure his soul ring. Chapter 17, The Soul Ring Hunt, the assessment in the carriage in the early morning. Su Changtian gradually opened his eyes, feeling a softness beneath his head. Upon closer inspection, his cheeks flushed with color. He distinctly recalled resting his head on Qianren Xue's tender arm the previous night. Yet, this morning, he found himself using Qianren Xue's delicate, fair, and elongated leg as a pillow. Clad in a soft silk nightgown, the hem of her attire nearly reached the sensual contours of her thighs. At that moment, Qianren Xue sensed that the little one in her embrace had shifted awkwardly. With a natural instinct akin to cradling a doll, she gently lifted Su Changtian, drawing him closer to her, and resumed her peaceful slumber. Qianren Xue, being Su Changtian's martial spirit, regarded him as a younger brother while she took on the role of an older sister. As they lay together in repose, she felt a profound sense of safety, reliability, and comfort, allowing her to indulge in a deep and restful sleep. Typically not one to sleep in, she found herself enjoying an unexpected slumber, drifting into a sweet dream. Enveloped in her warm embrace, Su Changtian was enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance. It was indeed delightful to be a child during this novice phase, he mused. After a moment's reflection, he decided to drift back into slumber. A little while later, Qianren Xue, her golden phoenix eyes still hazy with sleep, glanced at Su Changtian and noted the rosy hue adorning his face. "Little one, do you find your sister's figure pleasing?" she quipped with a playful smile, her delicate fingers teasingly tracing his chin. She relished the sight of Su Changtian flustered and blushing. This little fellow presents himself with an air of aloofness and indifference each day, showing not the slightest hint of warmth towards the Pope Bibi Dong or the esteemed Tiandou. Yet, it is only when cradled in his own embrace that he transforms into a gentle and serene being, shedding the cold demeanor that typically adorns his handsome visage in favor of a more nuanced expression. Su Changtian playfully swatted away Qianren Xue's delicate fingers and remarked with feigned annoyance, "Sometimes, being too good is not necessarily advantageous. Today, I shall accompany the esteemed Tiandou and the Pope to hunt for soul rings in the Tiandou forest. If I am tardy, I shall hold you accountable." Both Tiandou and Bibi Dong are eager to assume the role of Su Changtian's mentor, demonstrating great dedication to his development. After much deliberation, the two reached a consensus, determined to jointly guide Su Changtian in the pursuit of suitable soul rings. Within the Spirit Hall, such an event is unparalleled. Never before has an elite genius been bestowed with such favor, prompting the involvement of both the Pope and the Grand Elder, the most formidable figures within the Spirit Hall, solely to assist in the acquisition of soul rings. Su Changtian is the first to enjoy this exceptional treatment, eliciting envy from numerous soul masters. Being late is inconsequential. What is there to fear? Qianren Xue remarked, playfully tugging at Su Changtian's cheek. "You are now the darling of our Spirit Hall, adored and celebrated by all. No one will concern themselves with trivial matters." "Indeed, I understand," Su Changtian replied, nodding. "Xiao Xue, please hurry and prepare. I wish to store you away." "Very well, little one. Allow me to pinch your cheek once more," Qianren Xue said with a playful tone. She leaned in to give his face another gentle squeeze before quickly adjusting her attire. Ultimately, she contentedly nestled within Su Changtian's being. "Women are indeed troublesome," Su Changtian mused, shaking his head. He then took a moment to cleanse himself, washing away Qianren Xue's distinctive fragrance, donning a fresh gray robe. With a demeanor of indifference, he made his way to the Grand Hall of Spirits. There, Tiandou and Bibi Dong awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Su Changtian, Tiandou proclaimed, "Let us set forth." Indeed, no one mentioned the matter of tardiness. The Spirit Hall steward had prepared an opulent carriage for their journey. On this journey, the seasoned coachman, Jiyuguan, was in charge of the luxurious carriage, skillfully steering it as he transported Su Changtian, Bibi Dong, and Tiandou to the Tiandou forest. Qian took his seat in the spacious central area of the carriage, flanked on his left by Bibi Dong and on his right by Tiandou. Within the hallowed halls of the Spirit Hall, two formidable beings, endowed with unparalleled power, currently vie for the affection of Qian. Sandwiched uncomfortably between them, Qian experiences a sense of unease. His demeanor remains impassive and frosty, devoid of favoritism, akin to a weapon stripped of emotion. Bibi Dong's personal involvement stems from the fact that Qian is the child she brought back 6 years ago. Nurtured from a young age, she is unwilling to see her child abducted. On the other hand, Tiandou approaches not only to maintain a cordial rapport with Qian, but also to prevent Bibi Dong from engaging in reckless actions that could jeopardize Qianren Xue. Who knows what outrageous deeds this madwoman might undertake? Whenever matters concerning Qianren Xue arise, Tiandou feels it imperative to intervene personally. As they journey together, Tiandou breaks the silence. Young one, he inquires, let me test your knowledge. Do you know what a spirit ring is? Upon hearing this, Qian displays an expression of disdain. Such a simple question, yet one still ponders it. Am I losing my wits? At this moment, Bibi Dong echoed, little one. Listen well, and see how well you comprehend. With a sense of resignation, Qian opened his mouth and spoke eloquently. In the Doloa continent, those who awaken their martial souls and possess innate soul power are referred to as soul masters. The cultivation of a soul master is divided into 10 distinct realms: soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, soul sovereign, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, Doloa, and title Doloa. Beyond title Doloa lies a legendary divine realm. Each soul master, in order to transcend their realm, must not only cultivate to the corresponding level but also hunt and fuse with the appropriate soul rings to ascend their title and acquire greater power. Soul rings are ranked by quality, primarily classified by colors: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The optimal soul ring configuration is such that if one has the opportunity to undertake the divine assessment in the future, the age of the soul rings may be enhanced, thus breaking the traditional optimal configurations. I presently possess full innate soul power but lack a soul ring, identifying myself as a 30-level soul scholar. Upon obtaining my first soul ring, I shall be recognized as a soul master. After acquiring the third soul ring, I will be elevated to a soul sovereign of over 30 levels. Generally speaking, the optimal age for a soul master to fuse their first soul ring is 423 years, the second 764 years, and the third 1,760 years. Due to my robust physical constitution, innate full soul power at 30 levels, and possessing twin martial souls, my first soul ring should be a fusion of a soul ring with an age of approximately 1,000 years. Soon, Qian concluded his discourse, having provided extensive insights, beginning with fundamental theories and then expanding into more complex concepts. Chapter 18. Tiandou and Bibi Dong in a contest of jealousy upon finishing. Both Tiandou and Bibi Dong exhibited expressions of profound satisfaction. The child is exceptionally intelligent, grasping concepts effortlessly and learning with remarkable speed, which endears him to everyone. Indeed, in a tone filled with certainty, Tiandou praised, little one, you are quite clever. Your responses have greatly pleased me. Well done, Bibi Dong added, encouraging him to continue on this path. Qian found himself in a rather helpless situation. He felt akin to a diligent student enveloped in the admiration of his teachers. He answered every question posed by them with perfect scores, earning their enthusiastic commendations each time. Now, little one, are you aware of the various factions in the Doloa continent? What soul powers do these factions represent, and what weaknesses do they possess? This time, the examination questions have been altered to feature Bibi Dong. The two great empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, stand in focus. Among them, the royal family's martial soul of the Heaven Do Empire is that of a swan. Qian, feeling helpless, began to respond. Throughout this journey, Bibi Dong and Tiandou engaged in a lively exchange of inquiries, while Qian transformed into a relentless examination machine, consistently providing impeccable answers. His responses were nothing short of perfect each time. In terms of theoretical knowledge, Qian exhibited an exceptional mastery. Both Bibi Dong and Tiandou were exceedingly pleased with his performance. This further intensified the two individuals' desire to compete for the student. As they conversed, time slipped away quietly, much like the early sun dissipating the morning mist, unnoticed and silent. 2.5 days had elapsed. The luxurious carriage arrived within the starry forest. The driver, Zhu Yueguan spoke respectfully, "Your Holiness, High Priest, we have reached the Starry Forest." "Understood." Bibi Dong replied indifferently, "Let us disembark." With that, Tiandou and Bibi Dong swiftly exited the carriage, though Tiandou's pace was slightly quicker. "Come, little one, step down." After disembarking, Tiandou reached out with a large hand to lift Su Qian down. Bibi Dong's delicate hand hovered in midair. Watching in dismay as Su Qian was taken from the carriage by Tiandou, her beautiful face darkening with frustration. "That damned old man. Is he trying to snatch him from me?" 6 years ago, she had brought this child back, enduring countless disapproving glances. Now that he had awakened his twin martial souls, he dared to compete with her for him. How infuriating. Bibi Dong's anger surged, causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically. Observing her fury, Tiandou felt a sense of triumph. Su Qian, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but twitch his mouth, thinking, "Is it really necessary to fight over me like this?" Beside them, Zhu Yueguan cast an envious gaze, silently reflecting, "This little one has evidently become quite the desired gem, coveted by both the Pope and the High Priest. If only I could receive such esteem and regard, my life would be worthwhile. I am truly envious." Tiandou was aware that Su Qian disliked being held by men for too long. Hence, he gently set the child down and declared, "Let us seek a soul beast of approximately 1,200 years in strength to serve as the little one's first soul ring." Zhu Yueguan gasped in astonishment, expressing concern. High Priest, isn't the optimal age for the first soul ring around 400 years? To fuse him with a 1,200-year soul ring, won't this little one risk exploding from the strain?" After all, Su Qian had recited a line of poetry to Zhu Yueguan. "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, and 100 blossoms die." Coupled with the bond they had formed over 6 years, he genuinely wished for Su Qian's safety. "Fool," Tiandou retorted. "No one desires to protect this child more than I do. I would never want him to perish. Rest assured, he will not explode. He can withstand it." Bibi Dong added, "Zhu Yue, you needn't worry too much. The little one's physical constitution has been tested with an innate soul power at level 30. He can certainly endure the backlash of a 1,200-year soul ring." "Oh, I see now. Indeed, this little one is capable." Juzuki was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly attain a profound realization. Indeed, this young prodigy possessed an extraordinary talent and strength that far exceeded his peers. The soul ring he sought to integrate could not possibly be an ordinary one, merely a 400-year soul ring. It was a reflection of my own superficiality. Furthermore, this young master wielded a second martial soul known as Qianren Xue, the cherished granddaughter of Tiandou. How could Tiandou possibly allow Su Qian to meet a tragic end? If Su Qian were to perish, Qianren Xue would surely follow him into the abyss. Ah, how enviable. Zhu Yueguan couldn't help but sigh with longing. To be cherished and protected by the Pope and the Grand Elder, such a sensation would be utterly exhilarating. While he felt a pang of jealousy towards Su Qian, Zhu Yueguan's face flushed slightly, his heart racing with excitement. With such extraordinary talent, Su Qian was destined to become a formidable figure, leading our spirit hall to unprecedented heights. He would trample upon the 2 great empires, the 7 sects, and numerous factions beneath his feet. In that moment, my status as an elder of the spirit hall would soar, truly splendid. Haha. Soon after, Tiandou, Bibi Dong, Zhu Yueguan, and Su Qian began to stroll through the vast Tiandou forest. Terrifying mental prowess emanated from Tiandou, Bibi Dong, and Zhu Yueguan, enveloping the surrounding vast expanse of the Tiandou forest for nearly 10,000 miles. They commenced their search for a suitable soul beast. Before long, Tiandou spotted a promising soul beast and remarked, "To the west, there resides a formidable diamond mammoth, approximately 250 years old, embodying both strength and defense. This soul beast would serve as an excellent first spirit ring for the young one." Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and replied, "To the east, there is a diamond giant ape, also around 250 years old, equally balanced in offense and defense, making it suitable for the young one to merge with." Both Bibi Dong and Tiandou selected exceptionally high-quality soul beasts for Su Qian to assimilate, their subtle competition unfolding in the background. The first soul ring fused by Su Qian holds great significance. In their view, if Su Qian were to merge with a soul ring obtained from a specific hunt, his mind would inevitably conjure the image of that individual, fostering a sense of closeness. Consequently, Tiandou and Bibi Dong found themselves embroiled in another dispute. Meanwhile, Zhu Yueguan remained silent, hesitant to voice his opinions or suggest any particular soul beast for capture. Observing the silent yet intense rivalry between Tiandou and Bibi Dong, Su Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Bring me 2 soul beasts to hunt. I shall choose the one of superior quality to fuse with, Su Tian declared decisively. His words interrupted the unspoken quarrel between Tiandou and Bibi Dong. Zhu Yueguan's eyes brightened at the suggestion, internally acknowledging, what a brilliant idea. The little one truly possesses a keen intellect. Excellent proposal. Tiandou nodded in agreement. Then, Your Holiness, let us each procure the soul beast we favor, allowing the young one to select for himself. Bibi Dong, with a slight furrow of her brow, reluctantly assented. Very well, it shall be as you say. Zhu Yueguan. Ensure the young one's safety, Tiandou instructed before departing. Understood, Zhu Yueguan replied dutifully. Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat disgruntled, noted that Tiandou had stolen the spotlight entirely. In a flash, both Tiandou and Bibi Dong departed, heading in opposite directions to hunt for their chosen soul beasts. Zhu Yueguan remained behind to safeguard Su Tian. Little one, you are indeed fortunate. The high priest has not left the spirit city for several years, and he has never assisted anyone in hunting for a soul ring. As for Her Holiness, aside from helping Nana find a suitable ring, she has seldom intervened, Zhu Yueguan expressed with a tinge of envy, his admiration evident. Su Tian's dark eyes reflected indifference, unmoved by Zhu Yueguan's words. He replied nonchalantly, acknowledging the truth of Zhu Yueguan's statement. You are rather aloof, little one. Zhu Yueguan mused to himself. Do children who speak less tend to be more endearing? He then posed another question, little one. Both the high priest and the high priestess treat you well. Whom do you favor more? As he spoke, Zhu Yueguan wore a self-satisfied, benevolent smile, eagerly awaiting Su Tian's response. Su Tian shot him a glance before stating, I prefer you a tad more. Oh, no. Startled, Zhu Yueguan exclaimed. Please do not harbor feelings for me. If His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Priest find out, they would surely pluck me petal by petal. Zhu Yueguan dared not compete with Bibi Dong and the Grand Priest for the affections of this child. A cold smile escaped Su Tian's lips. Clearing his throat, Zhu Yueguan inquired. On a different note, do you truly like me a bit more? What do you think? Su Tian shot a glance at Zhu Yueguan, inviting him to ponder. I believe you genuinely like me more. Zhu Yueguan murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Little one, I wish to request a verse from you. One that pertains to chrysanthemums. Do you have any? Zhu Yueguan rubbed his hands together eagerly. Not at the moment, Su Tian replied coldly, shaking his head. In truth, his mind brimmed with numerous verses about chrysanthemums, such as, I would rather embrace the fragrant death upon the branch than be blown away by the northern winds. And not among flowers do I favor the chrysanthemum. When this bloom withers, there are no other flowers to behold. However, he had no desire to indulge Zhu Yueguan at this time. One cannot simply grant every request made by others. Think on it, and when inspiration strikes in the future, compose a piece and present it to me, little one. Zhu Yueguan implored with a friendly demeanor. In the Doloa continent, martial prowess was revered, and everyone exerted themselves in cultivation and hunting soul beasts. Consequently, the overall literary level across the continent was rather low. The classical poetry and prose that Su Tian possessed were treasures sought after by those who had attained a certain level of cultivation and began to refine their sensibilities. In a world rife with violence, these literary works were exceedingly rare and precious. Very well, Su Tian nodded. As their conversation unfolded, time slipped away. In less than 2.5 minutes, Tiandou appeared before Su Tian, hoisting a gargantuan golden mammoth that measured over 10 meters in length. The formidable golden mammoth exudes an air of wild ferocity that sends shivers down one's spine. Yet, beneath the feet of Tiandou, this beast presents itself in a docile manner, showing no signs of resistance as it lies prostrate on the ground. The numerous deep purple bruises adorning its body reveal that it has endured inhumane torment. Hiss! Zhu Yueguan gasped in astonishment, his heart racing with disbelief. He glanced at the imposing golden mammoth and then at Su Tian's physique, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. He could not help but exclaim, This golden mammoth is enormous and possesses great strength. Great worshipful, are you certain you wish to have this little one absorb it? I fear it may be beyond its capacity. This formidable golden mammoth possesses immense strength, although its cultivation period is merely around 250 years. It surpasses even the most powerful soul beast of 700 years in terms of might. Its defensive capabilities are equally astonishing. A typical 10th level soul master attempting to merge with it would inevitably face catastrophic consequences. Even 20th level soul masters are hesitant to attempt such a fusion. It would take a considerable effort for a 30th level great soul master to achieve a successful integration. Yet, Tiandou astonishingly envisions that Su Tian, an unmerged child, could accomplish this feat, shattering the traditional understanding of Jiuyue Pass. Is this not an attempt to deliberately endanger the little one? Kikuzuki blinked, her expression laden with concern. Humph. Qianren scoffed, admonishing her, Kikuzuki, refrain from speaking out of turn. If you were to merge, you would undoubtedly fail. However, the little one is no ordinary person. He possesses the capability to merge with this soul ring, so rest assured, do not utter anything that might disturb his mindset. Yes, yes. Kikuzuki nodded repeatedly, sealing her lips, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Subsequently, Qianren turned his gaze towards Su Tian, his expression softening as he spoke. Do not worry, young one. Maintain your composure and focus on your cultivation. I shall safeguard you, and you need not fear for your life. I understand, Su Tian replied with a nod. At that moment, Bibi Dong returned, dragging along a massive diamond giant ape, towering at about 10 meters. The creature's abdomen was pierced by a formidable force, with a gaping wound from which blood continuously flowed. The ferocious beast now lies on the brink of demise, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Little one, I have returned, Bibi Dong greeted. She then cast a glance at the formidable diamond mammoth brought back by Tiandou, observing that this beast seemed to possess a strength surpassing her own. Tiandou, likewise, took note of the diamond giant ape beside Bibi Dong, a flicker of disdain flashing in his golden eyes as he mused. Victory is assured. Unbelievable! Jiuyue exclaimed inwardly as he beheld the diamond giant ape dragged back by Bibi Dong. It was astonishing to think that such a powerful soul beast could be fused by a mere 6-year-old child. Chapter 20. The terrifying little one. Jiuyue felt that both the pontiff and the high priest were exceedingly reckless. From the outset, they sought to acquire such a formidable soul beast as a soul ring. Should they misjudge the situation, Su Tian could face a catastrophic demise, resulting in the loss of an exceptionally gifted prodigy for the spirit hall. What a tremendous loss this is. The mere thought of it caused a pained expression to cross Jiuyue's face. He certainly did not wish for such a multifaceted talent to meet an untimely demise. Alas, given his lowly status, no one paid him any heed, regardless of what he might say. Little one, do not perish. Jiuyue could only inwardly beseech fortune for Su Tian, hoping he would survive, for he was still eagerly awaiting the poetry and prose that the young lad would compose. While praying for good luck, Jiuyue discreetly observed Su Tian. Noting the boy's expression was one of complete indifference, neither sorrow nor joy marked his countenance, and he remained utterly unperturbed. Such composure for one so young. Jiuyue mused to himself. At that moment, Tiandou turned to Su Tian and spoke gently, Little one, come now. Which soul beast do you fancy? Before Su Tian were the diamond giant ape and the iron mammoth, displayed like exquisite artifacts for his selection. I must ascertain their strengths and weaknesses, Su Tian replied. How do you intend to do that? Bibi Dong inquired. You shall see shortly. Su Tian responded, moving towards the iron mammoth. With his delicate, fair arms resting upon its formidable body, an astonishing scene unfolded before Tiandou, Bibi Dong, and Jiuyue. In an extraordinary display of strength, the diminutive figure of Su Tian lifted the towering iron mammoth, which stood over 10 meters tall, and gave it a shake as if it were a mere toy. His demeanor was devoid of fear, standing firm as a mountain before this colossal beast, unlike other children who might have quaked in terror. Bibi Dong could not help but reflect on how, during Na's first fusion with the soul ring, she had been frightened by a similarly fearsome soul beast. Goodness! Does this little one possess such strength? She gasped. Is this truly a beast that a 6-year-old can lift? No, it is not that the iron mammoth is too lightweight. Rather, it is the sheer magnitude of this child's power. A tempest of emotion surged within Jiuyue, leaving him in a state of profound astonishment. After a moment of stunned silence, both Bibi Dong and Tiandou exchanged glances filled with admiration, recognizing that this young lad had boundless potential. With the ease of lifting a toy, Su Tian set the iron mammoth back down and delivered a powerful punch to its head. A resounding crash echoed as his small fist created a dent upon the creature's skull. Little one, is your arm unharmed? Jiuyue could not help but inquire. The formidable defense of the diamond mammoth is such that when you strike it, it is quite possible that this colossal beast remains unscathed while your own hand may end up fractured. Jiuyue expressed some concern. Fear not. Su Cha Tian replied with a calm demeanor. His fist opened, then he clenched his fingers together into a tight fist, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Observing this, Jiu Yue Guan, Bibi Dong, and Tiandou all felt a wave of relief wash over them. Subsequently, Su Cha Tian approached the diamond giant ape. As before, he lifted the massive creature, shook it slightly to gauge its weight, and then delivered a forceful punch to its head to test its defensive capabilities. I have gathered my impressions, Su Cha Tian declared as he cast the diamond giant ape aside. What do you think, little one? Which soul beast do you believe you are suited for? Tiandou inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Little one, I have meticulously selected these for you. Which one do you favor? Bibi Dong also asked with eager curiosity. Both Tiandou and Bibi Dong awaited Su Cha Tian's choice among the soul beasts they had carefully curated. In truth, even before assessing the strengths of the soul beasts, Su Cha Tian had already formed his conclusion. His previous actions were merely for show. The defenses of both the diamond mammoth and the diamond giant ape were indeed remarkable. However, the mammoth's offensive capabilities surpassed those of the ape, exhibiting a more dominant ferocity. The diamond mammoth was marginally more powerful than the diamond giant ape. Furthermore, due to his connection with Qianren Xue, Su Cha Tian felt a particular affinity towards Tiandou, believing that the benefits would be greater. Especially resonant was Tiandou's earlier statement. In this world, no one desires to protect this little one more than I do. I would do anything to ensure his survival. This profound statement lingered in Su Cha Tian's mind, refusing to fade. Indeed, in this world, there are but two individuals who fervently wish to avoid death and strive to become stronger and better. One is Qianren Xue, and the other is Tiandou. As for Bibi Dong, she harbors a deep-seated disdain for Qianren Xue. There exists a phrase that aptly encapsulates this sentiment. Love for the house extends to the crows on the roof. To cherish someone is to even embrace the crows that dwell above. To despise someone is to instill loathing in every wall and fence they possess. Su Cha Tian genuinely feared that Bibi Dong might resort to petty machinations against him due to her aversion to Qianren Xue. Life is singular. Su Cha Tian must remain vigilant. I choose it, he declared, extending his finger. Following the direction of his gaze, Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Jiu Yue Guan beheld the forlorn golden mammoth. Haha. What an excellent choice, Tiandou exclaimed, for this golden mammoth indeed surpassed the diamond giant ape in might. Come, little one. Unleash your first martial soul and vanquish this golden mammoth. I shall safeguard you, ensuring your safety. Su Cha Tian responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's expression soured at his words. She cast a resentful glance at Tiandou, that insufferable old man, competing with me for the child. Simultaneously, as she turned her gaze upon Su Cha Tian, a flicker of disdain and displeasure shimmered in her beautiful eyes. The circumstances surrounding Qianren Xue had already introduced a subtle shift in her feelings towards Su Cha Tian. Consequently, in recent days, he had not wholly acquiesced to her will, exhibiting his own thoughts and completely eluding her control. This deeply angered and annoyed Bibi Dong. However, she did not reveal her feelings and managed to suppress her negative emotions quite well. Little one, merge with this mighty mammoth. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, believing that as long as it could make you stronger, it would be the best choice. Rest assured, go ahead and fuse with the soul ring. Maintain your composure, and I will safeguard you. Chapter 21, The Soul Ring of a Loyal Admirer. As the Pope, Bibi Dong demonstrated the grace and dignity befitting her position. She did not let her displeasure show when Su Cha Tian chose the mighty mammoth hunted by Tiandou. Su Cha Tian nodded and then approached the mammoth. The mighty golden mammoth lay prostrate on the ground, its visage awash with terror. A formidable pressure, unleashed by both Tiandou and Bibi Dong, bore down upon its form, rendering it as if it were burdened by two colossal mountains. The golden mammoth found itself utterly incapable of any movement. Furthermore, just moments ago, Su Cha Tian had delivered a resounding blow to its head, leaving it dazed and seeing stars. The colossal diamond mammoth possesses an extraordinary sensitivity, seemingly capable of discerning the intricate relationships among these individuals, aware that Su Cha Tian is an indulged prodigy of remarkable talent. Soon, it shall become the soul ring of these extraordinary beings. The diamond mammoth, with merely 1,250 years of cultivation, was taken aback, almost overwhelmed with fear. Su Cha Tian approached the mammoth, extending his delicate hand to stroke its head, softly murmuring, I shall ensure that your soul ring is celebrated throughout the ages, rest assured. His words, akin to a devil's whisper, instilled a deep trepidation in the mammoth, causing its body to tremble. This little creature is indeed intriguing. Reminiscent of my own youthful spirit, Qiandaolia's gaze towards Su Tian grew increasingly approving, filled with admiration. Boom. At this moment, Su Tian began to summon his first martial soul, the Nine Dragons' Coffin. A terrifying aura of soul power surged forth from this martial soul. An exceedingly dark coffin materialized in Su Tian's right hand, drawn by 9 5-clawed golden dragons tethered with thick iron chains. Even though Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Jiuguan had witnessed this 9 dragons' coffin martial soul several times before, they still felt a profound sense of awe. Each manifestation of this martial soul seemed to unveil new depths of understanding, eliciting feelings of astonishment. This martial soul is truly extraordinary, Jiuguan mused internally, imagining a future where all martial souls, like the Qian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon, would bow beneath its might. Indeed, Qiandaolia's gaze grew increasingly approving. If only this young one did not possess that second martial soul. Bibi Dong's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. The diamond mammoth was visibly shaken by the presence of the 9 dragons' coffin martial soul. Nearby, the diamond giant ape, too, was startled, retreating into a comical huddle like a turtle, eliciting laughter. Bang! Su Tian wielded the 9 dragons' coffin martial soul and struck fiercely at the head of the diamond mammoth. Unsure of how to wield this martial soul, he resorted to the simplest form of attack, bludgeoning. Roar! The 9 5-clawed golden dragons emitted a fearsome dragon's roar. The diamond mammoth felt as though its eardrums were about to burst, its eyes widening in terror, and its mind going blank. The sharp claws of the 9 golden dragons grasped fiercely, and the dark, mysterious coffin trembled violently. Ah! The diamond mammoth let out a final, anguished cry, blood splattering as it departed from the magnificent Tiandou forest. A circle of purple soul rings began to float from the top of the diamond mammoth's head. Quick! Little one, use your soul power to draw it in and merge with this soul ring, Tiandou urged. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Su Tian exerting his soul power upon the swirling purple soul ring, beginning the process of integration with his 9 dragons' coffin martial soul. Well, is this what genius looks like? He doesn't even need guidance. He instinctively knows how to merge with the soul ring. Tiandou admired. Both Jiuguan and Bibi Dong were equally impressed. At this moment, Tiandou continued to remind him, little one, steady your mind. This purple soul ring possesses formidable power and is quite complex. As you draw it in, it may resist your efforts to merge. This is perfectly normal. Just maintain your focus, persist in your drawing, and gradually, you shall prevail. Then, one must thoroughly absorb and digest its energy. However, Tiandou found himself momentarily stunned. As he witnessed the extraordinary spectacle, under the influence of Su Tian's soul power, the violet soul ring exhibited no signs of resistance whatsoever. In fact, the soul ring approached Su Tian's primary martial soul, the 9 dragons' coffin, with the eagerness of a child running into a mother's embrace, actively seeking to merge with it. Astonished, Tiandou could hardly believe his eyes. It is well known that soul beasts never yield to soul masters. Thus, in the entire continent, no soul master has ever succeeded in domestically raising soul beasts, treating them as pets. Moreover, these soul beasts possess a profound sense of dignity, even in death. Their soul rings refuse to be integrated by soul masters. The process of merging with a soul ring demands immense effort, as one must conquer the ring to achieve a successful integration. Failure to dominate the soul ring could result in a backlash of its power, causing significant harm and leaving lasting repercussions. In severe cases, it could even lead to death. Yet, this young lad Su Tian was not merging with a mere 400-year yellow soul ring, but rather a 1,250-year ancient violet soul ring. According to logic and theory, one would expect that merging with this 1,000-year soul ring would require tremendous energy and strength, barely achieving integration. There should have been numerous unforeseen complications along the way, with an implicit risk of explosive demise. Yet, surprisingly, this 1,250-year-old diamond mammoth soul ring behaved like an eager pup, rushing towards Su Tian's 9 dragons' coffin martial soul, willingly seeking to merge with it. This extraordinary scene utterly astounded Tiandou. Is this truly the appearance one would expect from a millennium-old purple spirit ring? He blinked his golden eyes, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. Doubts about his own understanding began to creep in. Beside him, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were wide with disbelief. This little fellow, effortlessly merging with the millennium purple spirit ring, demonstrated remarkable ease and proficiency. In fact, I sense that he might even be capable of assimilating spirit rings of a higher age and rank. What a prodigy! Bibi Dong was taken aback. Like Tiandou, her initial assumptions led her to believe that Su Changtian's integration of the Millennium Purple Spirit Ring could pose a significant risk to his life, rendering it a perilous endeavor. Thus, both Bibi Dong and Tiandou had braced themselves for action, their nerves taut with anticipation. Yet, the outcome revealed that this young lad, Su Changtian, integrated the Millennium Purple Spirit Ring with remarkable success, devoid of any life-threatening danger. The soul ring of the formidable mammoth seemed to exhibit an eager disposition, akin to an ardent admirer, actively seeking to merge with Su Changtian's Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Spirit. Chapter 22. The Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Spirit's Disdain for Worthlessness. At this moment, Bibi Dong was witnessing a scene that profoundly challenged her understanding of martial spirits for the very first time. Beside her, Zhu Yueguan was so astonished that his mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate 2.5 eggs. Was there a flaw in this violet soul ring? Its proactive desire to merge with the young lad was utterly astonishing. Is this the manifestation of a monstrous genius? Even during the fusion of the soul ring, it behaved with the eagerness of a seasoned courtesan, yearning to unite with his martial spirit. Oh, how extraordinary! Zhu Yueguan could not help but express his astonishment, his level of shock rivaling that of Tiandou and Bibi Dong. Everyone had assumed that Su Changtian would face great difficulty in merging with the soul ring. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Throughout the process of assimilating this millennium-old violet soul ring, Su Changtian displayed an air of tranquility, encountering no challenges whatsoever. The contrast was truly staggering, leaving the three of them in a state of astonishment. Kikuzuki recalled the time when he integrated his first soul ring. The formidable one of 400 years, a moment fraught with peril that had him gritting his teeth in fear for his very life. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, observing this little fellow's choice of the 1,250-year-old diamond mammoth, an extraordinarily powerful soul beast, for his first soul ring, he was astounded by the seamless integration that posed no threat whatsoever. Truly, comparisons could be disheartening. He felt utterly eclipsed by this young prodigy. At that moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. What on earth? How is this possible? Tiandou exclaimed, his golden eyes trembling as he witnessed an utterly remarkable spectacle. Bibi Dong's chest heaved with disbelief, her expression one of utter incredulity. How could such a thing transpire? It was simply astounding. Beside them, Kikuzuki's mouth gaped wide open, as if about to crash to the ground in shock. Goodness, this soul ring has been rejected, not integrated. Kikuzuki's expression was one of utter astonishment, his eyes wildly blinking in an effort to confirm the scene before him. Indeed, during Su Changtian's integration of this 1,250-year soul ring, the purple ring displayed remarkable eagerness to merge with the Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Spirit. As the originally purple first soul ring began to take shape, poised for a successful integration with Su Changtian, the Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Spirit suddenly jolted, forcefully repelling the 1,250-year-old diamond mammoth soul ring, preventing it from approaching. Yet, this 1,000-year-level diamond mammoth soul ring seemed undeterred, akin to an eager suitor, persistently attempting to entwine itself with the Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Spirit once more. However, the result was the same. It was again cast aside by the Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Spirit. The Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Soul appeared to possess an aversion to impurities, resolutely refusing to merge with the inferior Golden Mammoth Soul Ring. After several futile attempts, this millennium-grade Golden Mammoth Soul Ring vanished into the ether, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Yueguan were left utterly astounded, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Even Su Changtian himself was taken aback. He distinctly sensed the Golden Mammoth Soul Ring's eagerness to merge with him. However, the Nine Dragons Coffin Martial Soul rejected it, much like a haughty princess dismissing a suitor unworthy of her grace. In the ensuing silence, Tiandou broke the stillness, inquiring with fervor, "Little one, do you comprehend what has transpired? Why were you unable to assimilate this soul ring? I distinctly witnessed it nearly merging with you. Yet, inexplicably, it was repelled. Such an occurrence was truly unfathomable. Please, share your feelings with me in detail." His gaze was intense, filled with curiosity as he sought to unravel this mystery. Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan also directed their inquisitive eyes towards Su Changtian, their thoughts echoed in Tiandou's words, both equally eager to understand this peculiar phenomenon. After all, in their extensive lifetimes, they had never encountered anything so extraordinary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Tian responded, "It is possible that my martial soul is simply too formidable. Although the golden mammoth soul ring yearned to merge with me, I sensed the nobility of my 9 dragons' coffin martial soul. It deemed the golden mammoth to be beneath it. Thus, the fusion ultimately failed." Zhu Yuguan's face was a canvas of astonishment. The fright that Su Tian instilled in him had never ceased, leaving his emotions in a state of turmoil. Truly a prodigy, a monster, it was astonishing that the martial soul was the 9 dragons' coffin, resisting the abominable soul ring of the diamond mammoth. Rather than being conquered by it, Zhu Yuguan was utterly bewildered. "Are you suggesting that your martial soul, the 9 dragons' coffin, rejected the worthless soul ring and severed its connection without merging?" Tiandou inquired incredulously. "Indeed, that is correct," Su Tian affirmed with certainty. Tiandou felt as though his face had been thoroughly slapped in disbelief. "This formidable mammoth soul ring is a selection I have meticulously curated. Its cultivation period spans an impressive 250 years, embodying both fearsome offensive capabilities and astonishing defensive prowess. The quality is already exceedingly high. Consequently, in the presence of this 9-dragon coffin martial spirit, it can only be regarded as refuse." Tiandaoliu's expression grew increasingly intricate, and he could not help but exclaim, "Your 9-dragon coffin martial spirit is truly extraordinary. It is as selective as a child with picky eating habits, even discerning among soul rings, making it rather difficult to accommodate." "Indeed," Su Tian replied with a faint nod. This precisely illustrated the remarkable nature of the little one's martial spirit. At that moment, Bibi Dong interjected, "Come, little one. If the soul beast of the grand offering is inadequate, try my diamond giant ape." As she spoke, Bibi Dong gestured towards the diamond giant ape, inviting Su Tian to attempt fusion. "Don't waste your efforts. The quality of my diamond mammoth soul ring far surpasses that of your diamond giant ape," Tiandou remarked. "The little one will undoubtedly fail to fuse this time as well. There is no need to squander time on it." "Not necessarily," Bibi Dong insisted. "The soul ring of the diamond giant ape may not be inferior to your diamond mammoth. Little one, you shall know once you try." Seeing the woman's unwavering stance, Tiandou relented, saying, "Very well, let us give it a try." He too wished to see how this unfolded, curious to observe whether the 9-dragon coffin martial spirit would continue to resist other soul rings. "All right," Su Tian acquiesced. His thoughts mirrored those of Tiandou. He too sought to explore the matter further, eager to reconnect with the emotions of his 9-dragon coffin martial spirit and to comprehend its aversion to other soul rings. What kind of soul ring could possibly satisfy this 9-dragon coffin martial spirit? Su Tian was immensely curious. Subsequently, he grasped the 9-dragon coffin martial spirit and slowly approached the startled diamond giant ape, with a visage marked by indifference. Su Tian lifted the 9-dragon coffin martial spirit and brought it down forcefully upon the diamond giant ape's head. Bang! A resounding crack echoed as the head of the diamond giant ape shattered, blood splattering in a gruesome display. Roar! The 9-dragon coffin martial spirit's 9 5-clawed golden dragons unleashed a piercing dragon's roar. Following this, the 9 golden dragons, with their exceptionally sharp claws, lunged forth, coinciding with a tremendous tremor from the mysterious black coffin. The head of the diamond giant ape suddenly erupted, brain matter and blood splattering together in a chaotic display, resulting in its immediate demise. A circle of purple soul rings emerged from the apex of the creature's head, radiating an enchanting aura of soul light. "Little one, try to absorb it and see if you can fuse with this millennium-old purple soul ring." The voice of Bibi Dong echoed, prompting Su Tian. In truth, even without Bibi Dong's reminder, Su Tian was acutely aware of his purpose. A surge of soul power essence erupted from Su Tian's body, intertwining with the purple soul ring of the diamond giant ape. Much like before, when the purple soul ring was drawn towards him, it seemed to sense an alluring energy. And then, like an eager admirer, it surged into Su Tian's being, yearning for fusion. Su Tian perceived the purple soul ring as gentle, devoid of aggression, and even slightly impatient, desiring to become his soul ring without delay. Yet, just as the fusion reached its midpoint, the 9 dragons' coffin martial spirit trembled, sending forth a powerful wave of energy. The half-fused purple soul ring of the diamond giant ape was forcefully expelled from its body. Reluctantly, it charged towards Su Tian once more, only to be met with disdain as the 9 dragons' coffin martial spirit once again rejected the millennium-old purple soul ring, casting it out. This cycle repeated itself approximately 4 times, until the diamond giant ape's purple soul ring ultimately vanished into the void. Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Yueguan exchanged glances, regarding Su Cha Tian as if he were a creature of wonder. This is indeed a millennium-level purple soul ring. It is eager to merge with you. However, the martial spirit appears to be unwilling, casting it out with disdain. Despite the presence of the esteemed offerings from the spirit hall, including the Pope and elders, who are seasoned with experience, they find themselves confronted with this unprecedented scenario. Their brows furrowed in contemplation as they seek the underlying cause. Su Cha Tian also raised an eyebrow. When he previously watched Dolua continent on Earth, he had never encountered such a scene. Truly, he mused, this is an extraordinary experience. Talent does indeed manifest in remarkable ways. Yet, this situation is rather fortunate. Were he to traverse into Dolua continent only to face dire straits, he might as well find a block of tofu to end his life. As Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Yueguan pondered with furrowed brows, a flash of inspiration struck Su Cha Tian, leading him to a revelation. He broke the silence and suggested, perhaps the issue lies in the quality and cultivation years of these two soul rings being insufficient. Let us try a soul ring of 2,000 years of cultivation. His youthful voice resonated in the minds of Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Yueguan, providing a reference point to aid their deliberations. Zhu Yueguan exclaimed, "Little one, have you lost your senses?" A typical soul master struggles to merge with a soul ring of around 400 years of cultivation. You, however, are not satisfied with 1,200 years and wish to merge with one of 2,000 years. That is exceedingly risky. You could very well perish in the process. Zhu Yueguan did not wish for Su Chantian to meet his demise, as his own status and prospects hinged upon this young boy's potential to elevate the spirit hall. Qian Daolia's gaze faltered with concern, pondering that if this young lad were to perish, so too would his own little Snow. Reckless actions must be avoided. Thus, Qian Daolu advised, perhaps it would be best to reconsider, young one. Take your time to explore this further without taking unnecessary risks. Life is singular. Once lost, it cannot be regained. Moreover, should Su Cha Tian perish, it would result in a double tragedy. The stakes are far too high. Bibi Dong found herself in a state of inner conflict. However, after a moment of contemplation, she proposed, let us proceed with caution. Attempt a soul beast of approximately 1,500 years of cultivation. Should that also prove unsuccessful, we may then consider a 2,000-year soul beast soul ring. A gradual, step-by-step approach seems prudent. Bibi Dong, too, did not wish for Su Changtian's untimely end, for this young one possessed remarkable talent. Akin to a sharp blade poised to strike against the Tiandou Empire, the Xinglua Empire, and the formidable seven sects of power. Very well. Let us experiment with a soul beast soul ring of around 1,500 years. Su Cha Tian nodded in agreement, opting for a more conservative approach. Neither Tiandou nor Zhu Yueguan voiced any objections, both acquiescing to the proposal. Subsequently, the quartet of Su Cha Tian, Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Yueguan resumed their quest for spirit beasts. It wasn't long before Tiandou discovered a golden crocodile with an age of approximately 1,500 years, which he successfully captured. Su Cha Tian employed his 9 dragons coffin martial soul to slay it, attempting once more to fuse with the spirit ring. Alas, the endeavor ended in failure. Even with a 1,500-year spirit ring, Su Cha Tian found himself unable to fuse. Let us try a spirit ring of 2,000 years. Tiandou exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Truth be told, he was quite reluctant to take such risks, as it could jeopardize the safety of his granddaughter, Qianren Xue. However, with no other options available, they had no choice but to proceed with trial after trial. Once the decision was made, the four set out again in search of spirit beasts. Before long, Tiandou encountered a formidable 2,000-year spirit beast known as the frenzied tyrant tiger, which emanated ominous black aura, appearing quite formidable. Under Tiandaolia's anxious gaze, Su Cha Tian dispatched the frenzied tyrant tiger and began the fusion process with its spirit ring. Yet again, failure ensued. Even the 2,000-year spirit ring rejected fusion. What was amiss with this martial soul? Tiandou furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. This martial soul possesses exceptional quality. Did you not see? Each spirit ring yearns to merge with the young lad, yet they are all repelled by this 9 dragons coffin martial soul. Bibi Dong stated sternly, let us continue to seek higher-grade spirit rings. I refuse to believe that this 9 dragons coffin martial soul can turn away even the most powerful spirit rings. Zhu Yueguan remained silent, refraining from comment, feeling it was not his place to speak. Although Bibi Dong's suggestion bore an element of risk, Su Cha Tian was still inclined to give it a try, for thus far, he had not sensed any discomfort. The sole issue appeared to be his martial soul's finicky nature. Whenever fusion proceeded smoothly, it would violently expel the spirit rings, rejecting their integration. Tiandou conceded. Very well, let us continue our search for spirit rings. Chapter 24. Tiandou's proposal to cultivate the second martial soul. With the decision firmly established, the four continued their pursuit of suitable spirit beast rings, leading to a series of events as follows. Fusion with the 2,500-year black prison sheep. Failure. Fusion with the 3,000-year, three-headed crocodile turtle. Failure. Fusion with the 3,500-year hell wolf. Failure. Fusion with the 4,000-year three-tailed evil tiger. Failure. Fusion with the 4,500-year demon mosquito. Failure. Fusion with the 15,000-year extremely ferocious spotted dove. Failure. Fusion with the 20,000-year six-tailed ghost leopard. Failure. For an entire day, the search for the soul ring persisted. Ultimately, the soul beast's rings, with cultivation ages reaching as high as 20,000 years, were obtained. Yet Su Tian still faced failure in the fusion process. The search for higher-level soul beast rings grew increasingly arduous. As night descended, Jiu Pass erected tents, igniting bonfires and roasting rabbit meat. Although a chilling wind swept through the surroundings, no wild beasts dared to approach. Tiandou had relinquished his hopes, remarking, "This little one possesses an exceptionally unique martial soul. To cultivate it as the primary martial soul would be a tremendous waste. It harbors its own desires, refusing to fuse with soul beasts of 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Perhaps only soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years would satisfy its appetite. Such beasts are quite rare. Therefore, my dear child, you should consider your second martial soul as your main focus." At this juncture, Tiandou was compelled to abandon his previous notion, redirecting Su Tian's efforts towards mastering his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. Initially, Tiandou had envisioned allowing Su Tian to cultivate his first martial soul, the Nine Dragons Coffin, and upon perfecting it, bestowing upon his granddaughter, Xiaoxue, 9 soul rings of 10,000 or even 100,000 years, a truly impressive endeavor. However, the disparity between idealism and reality became starkly apparent. Confronted with the formidable and capricious Nine Dragons Coffin, Tiandou found it necessary to alter his perspective. Sometimes, when one has strayed down the wrong path, pausing to reassess and redirect can indeed signify progress. In contrast, Bibi Dong voiced her dissent, unwilling to witness the emergence of Qianren Xue. Her exquisitely beautiful visage darkened as she declared, "I cannot agree. Given the significance of this little one's first martial soul, we ought to nurture it with utmost diligence. If a 20,000-year soul ring proves insufficient, let us pursue a 50,000-year soul ring, and if that fails, we shall seek a 100,000-year soul ring for the child." Nonsense. Tiandou's expression soured instantly as he countered. "Even if we were to allow the child to fuse with a 100,000-year soul ring, do you truly believe such rings are easily found? If we locate one, can we secure a second? If the child's first martial soul requires the fusion of 9 soul rings of 100,000 years or more, even granting us 30 years may not yield half of what is needed. This would severely hinder his cultivation. Moreover, the child is still young, his physical constitution not yet fully developed to its peak. Such an approach would render him incapable of wielding that power. This martial soul is unique and should be treated accordingly. Let us first focus on cultivating the second martial soul, which will equip the child with immediate self-defense capabilities and facilitate rapid growth. I am confident that once the child embraces the second martial soul, his rate of advancement will be astonishing, and he shall forge new skills, becoming the youngest titled Doluo on the continent." Tiandou not only considers Qianren Xue but also genuinely cares for Su Tian. After all, Qianren Xue and Su Tian are intricately bound together. Their fates are intertwined, sharing both glory and misfortune. Gradually, Tiandou has begun to cherish Su Tian, treating him as a grandson, a prodigy, and nurturing him with the utmost regard. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She understood the reasoning behind it, yet she was reluctant to confront Qianren Xue. If Su Tian were to cultivate the second martial soul, Qianren Xue, she would be reminded of her every day during their lessons together. This thought troubled Bibi Dong deeply. Tiandou continued, "I am aware of your reservations regarding the young one's cultivation of the second martial soul. However, the truth is before you, and I implore you to set aside your biases and consider the greater good." After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Su Tian. "Little one, which martial soul do you wish to cultivate first? Whether it be the first or the second, both paths hold their advantages. The choice is yours." Feeling somewhat weary of making a decision, she relinquished the choice to Su Changtian. I choose to cultivate the second martial soul first, Su Changtian declared without hesitation. Sensing that the first martial soul, the Nine Dragons' coffin, was not as simple as it appeared and might conceal some significant secrets. The martial soul will prove beneficial in future cultivation. For now, I shall focus on cultivating the first martial soul, Qianren Xue, and expedite my ascension to title de law, allowing me to seize numerous opportunities from the original protagonists and secure my gains. It is settled, Tiandou declared resolutely. Meanwhile, he felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart, contemplating. Once the little one reaches over 70 levels as a soul sage and utilizes her martial soul true form, perhaps she will regain her original state and freedom. Tiandou yearned for Qianren Xue to return to her true appearance. Unaware that she need not wait until reaching the 70th level, for Su Changtian could restore Qianren Xue's corporeal form even now. Moreover, in recent days, Su Changtian had been sleeping with his head resting on Qianren Xue's delicate arm, enjoying a rather pleasant life. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong acknowledged the decision was final and expressed, "I have no objections." The silent Jiuguan also supported the proposal. Subsequently, the four of them, Su Changtian, Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Jiuguan, began to ponder the years of cultivation required for the first soul ring Su Changtian would fuse with, all while savoring roasted rabbit meat. Qianren Xue already possessed 5 soul rings, with a configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. They deliberated whether Su Changtian should commence with a 10,000-year soul ring for his first, though they questioned the associated risks. After all, there had never been a precedent of a soul master fusing a 10,000-year soul ring as their first. Tiandou reflected for a moment and spoke. "Little one, your martial soul is quite unique. During our tests at the Spirit Hall, we discovered that by using this martial soul, you can fully unleash all of Xiaoshue's combat potential. This suggests that you could potentially fuse a soul ring with a cultivation period even greater than Xiaoshue's 5th soul ring. Xiaoshue's 5th soul ring was derived from a soul beast known as the Bright Four-Winged Tiger, boasting a cultivation period of 12,000 years. I hope you will absorb a soul ring of approximately 15,000 years as your first." Tiandou's words were astonishing. Jiuguan was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. In his view, fusing a soul ring of 15,000 years as the first was extraordinarily abnormal, something only a remarkable individual could achieve. Yet, it seemed the little one might be capable of it. Chapter 25. Informing Qianren Xue, Jiuguan was quite astonished by Tiandou's arrangement. Yet, for reasons unknown, it felt entirely reasonable to him. Perhaps it was due to witnessing many shocking moments from Su Changtian during the day that led him to believe the little one could indeed fuse a soul ring of 15,000 years as his first. Beside her, Bibi Dong expressed no objections. Regarding Qianren Xue's matters, Bibi Dong preferred not to concern herself. The soul ring of 15,000 years may lead to Su Changtian's explosive demise, yet Bibi Dong seems indifferent to such concerns. Should an explosion occur, both he and Qianren Xue would perish together. If not, it would be a testament to the little one's fortuitous fate and remarkable talent, which is only to be expected. You may proceed with your arrangements. I possess little experience in this regard and shall refrain from further commentary, Bibi Dong stated, opting to withdraw. Haha, Tiandou chuckled, quite pleased. Regarding the martial souls of our clan and the types of soul beasts to pursue, there are specific arrangements in place. It is most fitting that I assist the young one in acquiring his soul rings. Indeed, Bibi Dong responded with an air of indifference. Excellent. Su Changtian nodded in agreement. Within the Qian clan, the martial soul that has been passed down is the 6-winged angel. For such a luminescent martial soul, the Qian family has developed a unique fusion scheme for soul beast rings that maximizes the potency of the acquired soul skills. Moreover, Tiandou, a formidable being at the pinnacle level of 99, boasts an outrageous soul ring configuration of 8 black and 1 red. In the Tiandou forest, he could easily navigate and hunt any soul beast he desires, even if a soul beast of 100,000 years were to appear. Tiandou is confident in his ability to defeat it and claim it as a soul ring for Su Changtian. Young one, after your meal, rest well. Tomorrow, I shall seek a new soul ring for you, Tiandou declared. All right. Su Changtian nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong remained silent throughout, for no one understands the light attribute martial soul better than Tiandou. After the meal, Bibi Dong intended to return to her tent for rest, but suddenly inquired, "Little one, you used to sleep beside me. Will you sleep with me tonight?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled, reflecting a surge of maternal affection, glimpsing her noble and exquisite form. Tian felt a flicker of temptation. For the first 6 years, Bibi Dong had cared for him tenderly, even cradling him in her arms at night, akin to a mother nurturing her child. However, Tian had gradually matured. Furthermore, he had made a promise to Qianren Xue, which forbade him from becoming overly intimate with Bibi Dong. Otherwise, she would not allow him to touch her in the future. It would be unreasonable to indulge in both mother and daughter. After contemplating, Tian ultimately declined, saying, "No, I shall sleep in my own tent. Muwatch has prepared a tent for each of us." He referred to Juyugwen by his true name. In response, Juyugwen showed no sign of anger. For Tian had always addressed him in this manner since childhood, and it had never changed. Juyugwen had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, considering the little one's extraordinary martial soul talent, it would not be long before he surpassed Juyugwen. If he prefers to call him Muwatch, so be it. It matters not. Good. Bibi Dong spoke little, turning to return to her tent alone to rest. Juyugwen blinked, sensing a hint of jealousy emanating from His Holiness the Pope. However, he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. "Yuegwan, are you not yet satiated?" Tiandou suddenly inquired, his golden eyes fixed intently upon him. Juyegwan's heart trembled, unable to meet Tiandou's gaze, yet he comprehended the underlying meaning of his words. In response to His Excellency the Grand Priest, "I am quite full," Juyegwan replied, hastily devouring the rabbit's head in his hands. Subsequently, he prudently retreated to his own tent, choosing to remain quiet. Juyegwan, not lacking in wit, understood that this was a private matter of significance between the Grand Priest and the young lad, Tian. Once the surroundings fell into tranquility, Tiandou placed his large hand upon Tian's shoulder. "Come with me, little one." "All right," Tian responded, only to feel his body swiftly move alongside Tiandou. The scenery around them blurred rapidly, and soon, they found themselves in a secluded place far from the camp. "Little one, release Xiaoxue. I have matters to discuss with her." Tiandou rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. It had been a day since he last saw his granddaughter Qianren Xue, and he was eager to ascertain her well-being. A twitch at the corner of Tian's mouth signaled his recognition of the old man's mischievous intent. Nevertheless, he complied, nodding in agreement. "Very well." He then summoned his second martial soul, releasing Qianren Xue. She gently floated into the palm of Tian's left hand, appearing in a translucent martial soul form, shimmering with golden radiance that illuminated the vicinity. "Xiaoxue, it is your grandfather." Tiandou leaned in, his face radiating warmth as he greeted her. "Grandfather, I have missed you dearly." Qianren Xue extended her tiny hand, brushing her fingertips against her grandfather's face. However, in her current form, she was unable to make tangible contact. "Xiaoxue, there were some complications during the process of merging the spirit rings today." Tiandou began. "Ah? What kind of complications arose? Can they be resolved?" Qianren Xue inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. "Do not worry, Xiaoxue. We have found a solution. Now, listen closely, as what I am about to say is crucial." "Yes, I am listening." "Xiaoxue, the martial soul you will be cultivating is now yours. Tomorrow, we shall add a spirit ring to it, the first spirit ring having an age of 15,000 years. Xiaoxue, you must prepare yourself mentally. Do you understand? What? Starting with my second martial soul's cultivation? And with a first spirit ring of 15,000 years? Qianren Xue exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment, scarcely believing her ears. Indeed, Tiandou recounted the events of the day with meticulous detail, explaining the necessity of merging the first soul ring, which had existed for 15 millennia. Soon, Qianren Xue grasped the concept, absorbing the information and nodding in affirmation. "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall diligently assist the little one in absorbing the soul ring," she assured him. "Ah, that brings me great comfort," Tiandou replied, a smile gracing his features. Subsequently, he engaged in further conversation with Qianren Xue while Tian listened quietly from the side. Once their exchange concluded, Tian discreetly signaled, "Until we meet again." Qianren Xue noted the return of Tian's indifferent demeanor with a hint of amusement. She maintained her composure, merely responding with a subtle nod. In her heart, however, Qianren Xue mused, "This little fellow truly is an enigma. In the privacy of our quarters, he is quite playful and talkative. Yet, before others, he transforms into an iceberg. What an intriguing character." It seemed that the interactions between Su Tian and Qianren Xue flourished only in private moments. In recent days, Su Tian has been resting his head upon her delicate arms and graceful legs. Their relationship has flourished beautifully. After a brief exchange, Su Tian decided to retract Qianren Xue, his second martial spirit. "Little one, it's time for you to return," he said. "All right," came the reply. Tiandou placed a reassuring hand on Su Changtian's shoulder and swiftly guided him back to the camp. "Make sure to rest early, little one," Tiandou advised gently. "Understood." Soon after, Su Changtian entered the tent and lay down to rest. Without Qianren Xue by his side, he felt a twinge of discomfort. As time passed, the night slipped away. The following morning, after a simple breakfast shared among Bibi Dong, Su Tian, Zhu Yueguan, and Tiandou, the four set out once more to search for soul beasts. This time, the hunt for the soul beast was led by Tiandou. His formidable mental power unfurled within the Tiandou forest as he swiftly sought out a suitable soul beast. Before long, Tiandou discovered a remarkable soul beast. Precisely the one he had been searching for. "What a splendid creature, little one. Fortune smiles upon you," he expressed with a hint of a smile. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Within a short span, Tiandou returned, holding aloft a magnificent giant tiger, its entire body radiant and exuding an aura of divine might. Upon the broad shoulders of this magnificent giant tiger rests two pairs of resplendent wings, exuding an aura of beauty and sanctity. "Young one." This creature is a bright four-winged sacred tiger, boasting an impressive cultivation of approximately 15,000 years. Such luminous beings are exceedingly rare, and you are indeed fortunate to encounter one. When I sought the fifth spirit ring for Showdown, it took me over half a month to find a sacred tiger with merely 12,000 years of cultivation. Young one, prepare to unleash your martial spirit and vanquish it. Tiandou, in high spirits, patiently elaborated on this soul beast. Beside them, Zhu Yueguan observed the colossal sacred tiger, her eyes narrowing in astonishment, silently lamenting the sheer size of this soul beast. She hoped the young one would merge successfully and avoid any catastrophic mishaps. Bibi Dong remained silent, choosing not to engage in matters concerning Qianren Xue. Su Changtian gazed at the bright four-winged sacred tiger with a hint of surprise. The sheer bulk of the tiger suggested it could easily consume 2.5 of him in a single bite. Yet here he was, preparing to make it his first spirit ring, feeling a poignant contrast akin to an ant attempting to devour an elephant. Without hesitation, Su Changtian stepped forward, ready to summon his second martial spirit, Qianren Xue. A torrent of golden soul power surged forth, transforming his dark eyes into brilliant gold, while his black hair shimmered into radiant gold, each strand aglow. At that moment, Qianren Xue floated above him, adorned in golden armor, her golden eyes reflecting an air of indifference, her golden hair billowing in the wind. Surrounding her ethereal form were 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Above her, her martial spirit manifested, a divine angelic figure, evoking an overwhelming urge to revere and worship. Thus, the scene unfolded. This peculiar scene has emerged, astonishing Tiandou, Bibi Dong, and Zhu Yueguan. In this scene, Su Changtian's feet hovered slightly above the ground, while the formidable Renxue martial spirit floated majestically above him, accompanied by the 6-winged angel martial spirit that graced the head of Renxue. At this moment, the 3 entities appeared as one. The aura of Su Changtian surged, reaching an unparalleled zenith. The little fellow was steady. He had firmly merged with the soul ring. Tiandou felt an immense joy within. He swiftly reminded Su Changtian, "Little one, control Xiao Xue to unleash her soul skills and slay this sacred tiger, thereby merging with its soul ring." As he spoke, Tiandou exerted a powerful restraint upon the luminous 4-winged sacred tiger, rendering it immobile. Renxue gazed at the sacred tiger before her, astonishment flickering in her beautiful eyes as she mused, "This little brother intends to fuse with this soul ring. How extraordinary." It was only upon witnessing the tiger's formidable presence, boasting a cultivation of 15,000 years, that she comprehended its true strength. Even when Renxue had merged with her 5th soul ring, she had not dared to assimilate such a powerful soul beast. However, given that the little one was basing his efforts on himself, there was indeed a possibility for successful fusion. All Renxue could do now was to cooperate with Su Changtian to deliver a decisive blow to the sacred tiger and place her trust in him. "Little one, you can do it. You must successfully merge with this sacred tiger's soul ring." She silently prayed for his good fortune. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong turned her face away, avoiding the sight of Qianren Xue. Nevertheless, she was profoundly astonished within when she beheld the seamless integration of Su Chantian, Qianren Xue, and the six-winged angel. The amalgamation of the three entities signifies that Su Chantian's future is boundless, destined to surpass her and even Tiandou, ascending to become the most formidable existence on the continent. I have indeed encountered a prodigious challenge in the spirit hall, Bibi Dong mused to herself. Beside her, Zhu Yueguan felt that his horizons had been broadened, and he had gained much insight today. Little one, persevere. The fusion must proceed smoothly. Zhu Yueguan cheered for Su Chantian. Meanwhile, Su Chantian wasted no time. A thought flickered in his mind as he began to control his martial spirit, Qianren Xue, unleashing the fifth soul skill, Sacred Sword. With a commanding shout, he raised his right hand vigorously. Qianren Xue mirrored his actions, elevating its own right hand. The six-winged angel martial spirit followed suit, lifting its sacred right hand as well. A unique and intimate connection was forged among the three, each interlocking with the other. A tempest of terrifying divine flames coalesced, swiftly shaping three colossal sacred swords. A surge of golden soul power surged forth, and the dreadful divine fire roared. Before long, Su Chantian held a formidable sacred sword in both hands, while Qianren Xue wielded a slightly larger sacred sword. The sacred sword in the hands of the six-winged angel martial spirit was the largest of all. The heavens and earth resonated. Golden light flooded the surroundings, and the flames surged violently, causing the temperature to rise abruptly. Even Zhu Yueguan, who had reached the tidal duel level, felt an intense heat enveloping his body. Today, the ghostly presence did not accompany him. It remained in the city of Tiandou due to the discomfort of being too close to the wielder of the angelic martial spirit. With a decisive step forward, Su Chantian swung the mighty sacred sword down upon the sacred tiger. The terrifying pressure surged. Qianren Xue and the six-winged angel, in conjunction with Su Chantian's strike, brought down their angelic sacred swords. Blood erupted as the sacred tiger's head was cleaved in two, the massive wound extending down to its lower abdomen. It was slain. A circle of black soul rings, exuding a fearsome, beastly aura, slowly drifted away from the sacred tiger's body. In addition to the beastly essence, it also radiated a divine aura, with faint golden glimmers flickering around. Little one, quickly channel your soul power and draw the soul rings for fusion, Tiandou urged nearby. Understood. Su Chantian's profound gaze was unwavering. He did not retract his martial soul. Above his head, the 5 soul rings of Qianren Xue gently pulsed, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As a result, Su Chantian's aura grew increasingly formidable. He extended his hand, forcefully injecting a surge of soul power into the black soul ring before him, initiating a connection and drawing it closer for fusion. Perhaps due to the shared light attribute of both the martial soul and the soul ring, they resonated with a harmonious gentleness. In an instant, the soul ring of the sacred tiger floated over, merging seamlessly into Su Chantian's being. Outside his body, a circle of black soul rings began to take shape. And in that moment, his aura surged dramatically. Both Su Chantian and Qianren Xue exerted themselves to absorb the energy contained within, converting it for their own use. Come on, little one. Zhu Yueguan held her breath, watching the scene with palpable tension. The fusion of the first soul ring, boasting a formidable cultivation age of 15,000 years, was unprecedented across the continent. If Su Chantian succeeded, he would shatter world records. Zhu Yueguan fervently wished for his success, silently offering up her prayers. Bibi Dong couldn't help but cast a glance, internally acknowledging, the fusion appears to be quite smooth. Setting aside the second martial soul, this little one is indeed the most exceptional genius on the entire continent. Even in my youth, I could not compare. Nearby, Candelia felt invigorated, a smile gracing his face as he murmured to himself, "Good. Keep it up. Maintain that momentum. Success is imminent. Press on." Time passed imperceptibly, like the sun dissipating morning mist. Before long, a fifth of an hour slipped away. Suddenly, the black soul ring on Su Chantian's body underwent a dramatic transformation, unleashing a terrifying soul power aura that spread outward with a resounding boom. As his golden eyes blinked, an intense and sharp brilliance flickered. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, positioned above Su Chantian, also reaped significant benefits. Her aura grew more powerful than before, and astonishingly, her soul power level elevated by 2 ranks during this fusion process. Remarkable! Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Her original cultivation level of 54 had now risen to a full 56. The fusion of the soul ring with Su Chantian proved advantageous for her second martial soul as well, exemplifying their symbiotic relationship in growing stronger together. How are you, little one? Did the soul ring fusion succeed? Tiandou approached, excitement evident in his voice. Observing the black soul ring on Qian slowly pulsating and emanating a formidable soul light, it was clear that success was at hand. Indeed, I have successfully fused. Tian nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Truly excellent. Tiandou looked up to the heavens and laughed heartily. Remarkably, the fusion had been successful. Beside him, Bibi Dong was both astonished and impressed. Indeed, young one, you are truly exceptional, praised Awaken without reservation. Tiandou, brimming with anticipation, inquired, young one, how does your body feel now? What is your first soul skill? I am genuinely curious. Bibi Dong and Awaken cast their intrigued gazes towards Tian, both eager to discover what his first soul skill would be. Tian responded, I feel splendid, brimming with boundless energy. My first soul skill is called Soul Fusion. Upon activating this skill, I will merge with my martial spirit, elevating my soul rings from 5 to 6 and significantly enhancing my combat prowess. Furthermore, once fused, my original soul skill transforms into an offensive skill named Angelic Holy Explosion. I will raise the Angelic Holy Sword, condensing the holy light into a spherical form, and strike down upon my foes, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Upon hearing this, Tiandou paused momentarily, then comprehended the nature of this soul skill. Are you implying that upon activating your first soul skill, your body will merge with Renxue's? Tiandou could not help but exclaim. Within the spirit hall, Hulina and her brother Qian also employ this unique martial spirit fusion technique to combine their bodies, thereby amplifying their strength and unleashing formidable soul skills. Tiandou had not anticipated that Tian's first soul skill would indeed involve merging with Renxue, allowing for an increase in soul rings from 5 to 6. This is not the most exaggerated part. The most astonishing aspect lies in the transformation of Tian's original first soul skill after the fusion, which metamorphosed into a skill known as Angelic Holy Explosion, capable of unleashing vast area damage upon adversaries. Bibi Dong, standing nearby, was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such a soul skill. Although she harbored no fondness for Qianren Xue, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Bibi Dong yearned for Tian to publicly demonstrate this soul skill, eager to witness it firsthand. However, she remained silent, allowing Tiandou to speak on the matter. Awaken was also astonished, sensing the profound nature of Tian's soul skill. Little one, you truly are remarkable. This skill appears quite extraordinary. Could you demonstrate it for us? He praised, eagerly requesting a demonstration from Tian. Come, let us behold your soul skill. Tiandou expressed a similar interest, desiring to witness it as well. Certainly, Tian replied in agreement. Just as Tian was about to unleash his soul skill, Tiandou suddenly recalled something and promptly called out to him. What is it? Tian inquired, casting a puzzled glance. Tiandou's gaze softened as it fell upon Qianren Xue, and he asked, Little Xue, how is your physical condition? Do you feel any discomfort? This little one is about to release his soul skill. Can you handle it? Tiandou expressed concern for his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, inquiring after her well-being. Should she be unwell, he would not permit Tian to proceed with the demonstration. Chapter 28. Unleashing the Soul Skill, astonishing everyone in response to her grandfather's concern. Qianren Xue assured him, Grandfather, I am perfectly fine. My cultivation level has even risen by 2 ranks. Upon hearing this, Tiandou was overjoyed, unable to suppress a smile as he exclaimed, Excellent. Aha, you've leveled up. That's splendid. His satisfaction was evident as he continued. It seems that prioritizing the cultivation of your second martial soul was indeed the right decision. Tian had not anticipated that Qianren Xue would elevate her level due to his influence. This was indeed a positive development. He mused to himself, feeling content that her strength was restored, compensating for the time lost while she had to remain hidden in Heavendou City. Their fates were intertwined. Their triumphs and tribulations were shared. Tian wished for Qianren Xue's prosperity, and naturally, she wished for his well-being in return. Qianren Xue nodded gently and said, Yes, grandfather. It was indeed the right choice. As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards Tian. She felt a surge of joy at her newfound strength, a sentiment that deepened her affection for him. Once they returned, she vowed to reward the little one handsomely. In the heart of Qianren Xue, a silent resolve formed. She intended to treat Tian with utmost care upon her return. Xiaoxue, if you are untroubled, I shall permit this young lad to unleash his soul skill. Tiandou remarked. Grandfather, that would be perfectly fine. Qianren Xue replied without hesitation. Very well. As their conversation concluded, Tiandou turned his gaze towards Su Tian and gently encouraged, Come now, young one, release your soul skill so we may behold it. Without delay, Su Tian commenced the activation of his first soul skill. First soul skill, martial soul fusion, he proclaimed as the first black soul ring upon him pulsated vigorously. Expanding and shimmering, waves of resplendent golden light surged forth, forming golden whirlwinds that swept up fallen leaves and dust, creating a magnificent spectacle. Above Su Tian, Qianren Xue floated gracefully, akin to a celestial being, as she began to merge with his form. Su Tian's originally 6-year-old physique, measuring nearly 1.60 meters, began to grow steadily, his starry eyes elongated, transforming in the direction of a phoenix's gaze. Moreover, his features matured, while strands of golden hair glimmered and danced in the air. Every inch of his skin radiated light. Suddenly, a sound akin to tearing fabric resonated as Su Tian's garments disintegrated entirely. However, a cascade of golden lights swiftly coalesced into magnificent golden armor, enveloping his body and concealing his modesty. As time elapsed gradually, Su Tian's transformation came to a halt. He now stood at an imposing height of 1.85 meters. His golden hair cascaded down his broad shoulders like a waterfall, each strand emitting a radiant glow. His nose was elegantly defined, and his phoenix-like eyes sparkled with golden brilliance. His features subtly angular yet imbued with a softness that exuded an alluring sophistication. His physique was robust, with every muscle shimmering with divine luminescence, emanating a sacred aura that evoked a desire for reverence. Surrounding Su Tian were 6 floating soul rings, completing the awe-inspiring vision. The 6 soul rings are situated in an extraordinarily unique formation. 5 of these rings, colored yellow, purple, and black, are arranged in the inner circle. Surrounding them, a larger black soul ring floats, rhythmically pulsating. Thus, there are a total of 6 soul rings. Concurrently, hovering above Su Tian is a 6-winged angelic martial soul, exuding an air of divine majesty. Tiandou gazes intently at Su Tian, his face a portrait of astonishment. In that moment, he perceives the likeness of his granddaughter Qianren Xue reflected in Su Tian's phoenix eyes, prominent nose, cascading golden locks, and delicate lips. Indeed, they have fused into one. Tiandou muses inwardly, confirming his suspicions. The amalgamation between Su Tian and Qianren Xue is reminiscent of the union between Hulaina and Xiaoyu. However, whereas Hulaina leads her fusion with Xiaoyu, it is Su Tian who dominates the union with Qianren Xue, as his physical traits are most pronounced. Remarkable. This soul skill is quite intriguing, Tiandou commended. Hiss. Beside him, Jiyuguan gasped in astonishment, his expression one of shock. This little fellow has transformed into quite the formidable presence. Moreover, this formidable entity appears rather handsome. Were there any girls present, they would surely be captivated. Bibi Dong observed this scene with a complex expression. Her feelings were tumultuous, for she harbored affection for Su Tian while harboring disdain for Qianren Xue. The merging of the two meant that every time she looked at Su Tian, she could not help but see the shadow of Qianren Xue, which vexed her greatly. It is akin to harboring affection for one individual while despising another, only to find that one fateful day, these two souls amalgamate into a singular entity. Caught in a tumultuous conflict, one is left in a state of profound disarray, torn between love and loathing, rendering the experience exceedingly distressing. At the onset, Tiandao's heart mirrored this intricate turmoil. He cherished his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, yet held a deep-seated aversion for Su Tian. However, fate dictated that his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, would become Su Tian's martial soul, compelling Tiandou to reluctantly come to terms with Su Tian. During this period of interaction, Tiandou gradually began to relinquish his inner prejudices and found himself growing fond of the child Su Tian, desiring to cultivate a close relationship with him. Conversely, for Bibi Dong, the task of letting go of her biases proved quite arduous. She remained uncertain whether she could truly cast aside her preconceived notions. Her heart entangled in a web of complexity and discomfort. This little one, indeed, was a source of unexpected revelation. Bibi Dong felt a profound astonishment, setting aside his martial soul. The child was utterly impeccable. Come, little one, unleash your soul skill, and let me witness your prowess. Tiandou continued. All right, Su Tian replied, his tone remarkably indifferent. First soul skill, angelic holy explosion. With that, Su Tian commenced the release of his initial soul skill. This is the first soul skill in the state of martial soul fusion. As Su Chantian unleashed his soul skill, the black soul ring encircling his body pulsated violently, shimmering and expanding. A surge of resplendent golden soul light surged forth. Su Chantian raised his hands high. From the six-winged angel martial soul, a sequence of divine golden light began to emanate, converging upon his hands. In an instant, an immensely colossal angelic sword materialized in his grasp. Above this celestial blade, a dazzling golden orb began to coalesce, reminiscent of the sun, radiating golden light and causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. The golden orb, upon completion, hurtled towards the vast forest ahead. Before it even touched the ground, it detonated. Boom! The golden orb erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding white haze, akin to the explosion of an atomic bomb. As the white radiance dissipated, a crater approximately 15 meters in diameter emerged within the forest, with all surrounding trees obliterated, leaving no trace of life. Furthermore, the temperature in that area was markedly higher than in its vicinity. To linger there for merely 4 seconds would likely result in eggs being cooked instantly. Jiuguan's mouth gaped wide, as though witnessing a ghost, utterly astonished. This little one has only just attained his first soul ring, yet his destructive power is astounding. Jiuguan couldn't help but exclaim. If this trend continues, it seemed to Jiuguan that Su Chantian would be invincible within his realm and could even transcend boundaries to vanquish foes. This is truly terrifying. If in the future the young one were to step into the realm of the titled Dolua, Jiuguan would deem 10 of himself insufficient to contend with Su Chantian alone. This left Jiu with a tingling scalp and a face full of astonishment. Bibi Dong's expression mirrored her surprise. Little one, the damage from your soul skill is simply monstrous. Bibi Dong exclaimed, awestruck by its power and range. After a moment of shock, Qiandaolia's face flushed with excitement as he threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Indeed. It is worthy of being the fusion of the soul spirits of this little one and my granddaughter, Xue. Truly formidable. The future of my spirit hall is bound to flourish for millennia, perhaps even unifying the entire continent. Tiandou felt a genuine joy. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, fused with Su Chantian, was equally taken aback by the sheer brutality of Su Chantian's first soul skill. This situation is utterly bizarre. No wonder I have become his martial soul. Speaking of which, it is also a stroke of fortune. Being the martial soul of Su Chantian signifies that he will never inflict harm upon me, nor upon his loved ones. Otherwise, should such a formidable anomaly grow in strength and turn against the martial soul hall, the entire institution would face annihilation, regardless of the elders or offerings present. Who could withstand such force? Su Chantian gazed with satisfaction at the extensive devastation wrought by his soul abilities. Now, united with the martial soul Qianren Xue and possessing 6 soul rings, his combat prowess rivals that of a level 61 battle spirit emperor. Thus, his capacity for destruction is quite reasonable. Little fellow, Tiandou remarked, turning his gaze to Su Chantian. However, the moment he uttered little fellow, he felt a twinge of inappropriateness. For Su Chantian now stood at an impressive height of 1.85 meters. Was he still a little fellow? Perhaps big guy would be more fitting. Nonetheless, this fleeting thought was quickly cast aside, as Tiandou preferred to refer to Su Chantian as little fellow. Your first soul skill is remarkably powerful, Tiandou commended. At merely 6 years of age, your offensive capabilities are comparable to those of a battle spirit emperor of over level 60. Yet, little fellow, do not let pride consume you. At your tender age, your combat experience is still woefully insufficient. Beyond the spirit emperor, there are spirit saints, spirit duels, and titled duels. Remember, a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. I hope you maintain a humble demeanor, focus on your training, learn various combat techniques, and put them into practice. Above all, avoid provoking trouble. In the past, the martial soul hall has seen many prodigies who, overestimating their own talents, have stirred up trouble, only to meet their demise before reaching the age of 10. You need only peruse the historical records of the martial soul hall to see that such incidents occur every year. You must heed my advice, do you understand? Tiandou spoke earnestly, first lavishing praise upon Su Chantian, then advising him to remain modest and not fall into arrogance. Frankly, his concern resembled that of a dedicated teacher. Su Chantian comprehended this well. He was inherently a reserved and discreet individual, not one to provoke others without cause. Of course, if someone were to intentionally offend him, he would retaliate with overwhelming force. After all, Su Chantian's martial soul was Qianren Xue, protected by his grandfather Tiandou. Unless Su Chantian foolishly sought out danger at Hao Sect or Sea God Island, No one could harm him. Yes, I understand. Su Chantian nodded in acknowledgement. That is good to hear. Tiandou felt a measure of relief. He then inquired with concern, little fellow, how is your physical condition? Are you feeling unwell? Su Chantian shook his head and replied, I do not feel discomfort. Rather, I sense an abundance of spiritual energy coursing through every inch of my skin. And I am in excellent condition. Upon hearing this, Tiandou felt considerably reassured and continued, Very well, young one, I shall grant you 5 days to solidify your cultivation. After these 5 days, I will assist you in acquiring your second spirit ring. Subsequently, I shall provide you with an additional 5 days to consolidate your progress. In essence, 10 days hence, I shall aid you in obtaining your third spirit ring. This is the general outline of our plan. Do you comprehend? Su Chantian nodded and responded, I understand. It is akin to laying a foundation when constructing a house. The foundation must be solid and robust to support the structure above. Otherwise, haste may lead to numerous minor issues in the future. Su Chantian understood that Tiandou genuinely had his best interests at heart. It is settled, declared Tiandou. After speaking, he turned to Bibi Dong and said, Your Holiness, do you have any other suggestions or thoughts regarding my arrangements? Please feel free to share. Bibi Dong shook her head and replied coldly, None. Your arrangements are impeccable. I have no objections. Excellent. Tiandou expressed a satisfied smile and then turned to Judolua and Yueguan, saying, Let us establish our camp here. We shall remain in the Tiandou forest for a while longer. As you command. Ju Yueguan respectfully responded, beginning to retrieve tools from the storage soul guide to clear the ground and set up the camp. Little one, you may release your martial soul fusion state. Tiandou instructed. I have something to discuss with Xiaoxue. All right, but please be swift, Su Chantian replied nonchalantly. Tiandaolia's lips twitched as he remarked, My only request for assisting you in obtaining a soul ring is to converse a bit with Xiaoxue, yet you ask me to be quicker. You truly are quite unreasonable. Little one, do you not tire of speaking incessantly? I do not, Tiandou proudly retorted. Very well, Su Chantian acquiesced, though he still urged for haste. I shall decide for myself. Tiandou shot a glare at Su Chantian. In response, Su Chantian, unperturbed, returned the glare. Chapter 30. The 9 Powers of Angels. Strengthening the body and fortifying the foundation. Their gazes locked, Su Chantian showed no sign of weakness. Tiandou sensed that continuing this silent stare-off would lead nowhere. Given Su Chantian's temperament, it could drag on until next year. Relenting, Tiandou finally spoke. Very well, little one, I shall be quicker. There was no way around it. With the soul spirit in Su Chantian's possession, Tiandou had no choice but to concede. However, despite his words, Tiandou was far from compliant in action. Soon after, with a mere thought, Su Chantian began to disengage from the soul-spirit fusion state. A golden radiance surged forth as his body began to shrink. After a brief interval, Su Chantian had reverted to his original size. Qianren Xue transformed into a small golden figure, delicately hovering in the palm of Su Chantian's left hand. Her 5 soul rings gently pulsating. Meanwhile, a black soul ring also swayed rhythmically around Su Chantian's body. At that moment, Bibi Dong blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling a bit bashful as she turned her gaze away. This was due to Su Chantian's body expanding during the use of the soul-spirit fusion technique, which had caused his garments to burst apart completely. Now, Su Chantian stood without any clothing to cover him. His well-developed physique made Bibi Dong feel a wave of shyness, prompting her to believe she ought not to gaze too long. A son must avoid his mother, and a mother must likewise steer clear of her son. Nearby, Ju Yueguan cast a glance and silently exclaimed in disbelief. Subsequently, he felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. Tiandou observed Su Chantian and internally marveled at the boy, who, at merely 6 years old, possessed such a remarkable physique, leaving even him feeling inadequate. In Su Chantian's palm, Qianren Xue sensed something amiss, her heart filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong brushed her hand over her storage soul guide ring and retrieved a set of clothing, tossing it to Su Chantian. Little one, you are growing quite rapidly. This outfit was tailored for you in advance. Please put it on, Bibi Dong stated. Though her words were cool and detached, a hint of affection could still be discerned. Su Chantian paused for a moment, then glanced at his own physique. Over the years, during the crucial period of growth, I indeed developed rapidly and splendidly, enough to evoke feelings of inadequacy in many who beheld me. To my astonishment at this pivotal moment, Bibi Dong was able to present me with a set of clothing. Su Chantian had not anticipated such an act. Well, accepting the garments, Su Chantian began to don them. This is a set of gray robes adorned with numerous ethereal cloud patterns, exuding an air of simplicity and understated elegance. However, the fabric is crafted from the finest silk, with every detail meticulously designed by a master artisan. When worn, the garment fits perfectly and feels incredibly comfortable. Beside me, the old face of Tiandou fell, and he inwardly lamented, "Alas, I have forgotten such an important matter. I must also take the measure of this little fellow and tailor a few sets of clothes for him." In that fleeting moment, Tiandou felt overshadowed by Bibi Dong, realizing that he could not match the meticulous nature of this woman. Thus, he silently resolved to remember this lesson, intending to treat Su Cha Tian with greater care in the nuances of life. After all, it is the details that ultimately determine everything. This time, Tiandou felt that he had not attended to the details adequately. After handing over the clothes to Su Cha Tian, Bibi Dong remained silent, instead choosing to quietly observe Zhu Yueguan. At that moment, Zhu Yueguan wore a look of shock, the image of Su Cha Tian lingering in her mind, causing a wave of inferiority to wash over her. "I am even inferior to a child," Zhu Yueguan sighed within her heart. "Focus on your work," Bibi Dong warned. "Yes," Zhu Yueguan responded, beginning to diligently set up the camp. Meanwhile, on Su Changtian's side, Tiandou bent down and initiated a conversation with Qianren Xue. "Xue, how do you feel physically? Is there any discomfort?" he inquired. "If anything feels amiss, you must inform Grandpa. Even if it is something very subtle, let Grandpa know. Understood?" This was the first time Tiandou had witnessed a living person capable of becoming a martial soul. The living person was none other than his own granddaughter, Qianren Xue. Tiandou was filled with trepidation, and thus remained perpetually on edge, observing the physical conditions of both Qianren Xue and Su Cha Tian, in order to prevent any irreversible harm from befalling them. "I'm perfectly fine, Grandpa," Qianren Xue declared, a charming smile gracing her face. "Please don't worry. I feel very healthy, everything is splendid, and there is nothing amiss." "Ah, that is a relief. I am at ease now," Tiandou nodded, releasing the heavy burden that had weighed on his heart. "Indeed," Qianren Xue responded, nodding obediently. Subsequently, the two concluded their conversation. Su Cha Tian then stored away Qianren Xue's martial spirit. "Come, little one, follow me," Tiandou instructed. "I shall teach you a series of exercises to strengthen your body. You must practice them daily, understood?" Tiandou possessed a unique set of physical exercises known as the Angel's 9 postures. Much like Tai Chi, a daily practice would benefit the body, invigorating the muscles and enhancing physical quality. "Understood," Su Cha Tian replied, affirming his comprehension. This exercise comprises 9 sets, collectively referred to as the Angel's 9 postures. Upon the integration of soul rings, frequent practice would yield benefits for the body, Tiandou explained patiently and gently. "All right. I shall remember," Su Changtian responded eagerly. "Now, let us begin with the first posture of the angel," Tiandou continued. He then stepped forward, twisting his upper body, executing a punch to the left and a palm strike to the right, performing a series of incredibly intricate and challenging movements. Upon witnessing this, Su Changtian inwardly exclaimed, "Indeed, these movements are truly designed for angels. No wonder they are called the Angel's 9 postures. A normal person could never master such a technique. It is far too complex. Come, little one, do you understand? Follow my lead," Tiandou encouraged with great patience. "Okay." In the face of the circumstances, Su Cha Tian reluctantly began to follow Tiandou in learning the first posture. Initially, he found it quite strenuous. However, as he continued to practice, he discovered an extraordinary comfort within his body, every inch of his skin relaxing in a most peculiar manner. The Angel's 9 postures could only be learned by soul masters whose martial spirits were related to the 6-winged angels, and one must have already fused with soul rings. Otherwise, mastery would remain unattainable. For the next 5 days, practice whenever you have the time, at least 3 times a day, but no more than 9. Understood? Do not be too lazy, yet do not overexert yourself, for that would be detrimental to your health. However, you may mentally rehearse the movements, which could yield new insights. Tiandou exhibited remarkable patience, ensuring that every detail was thoroughly explained. Su Cha Tian absorbed the teachings readily, categorizing the moderate practice he learned as the doctrine of the main. Chapter 31. Diligent Cultivation. Another child with twin martial souls. Su Cha Tian nodded and spoke. "Yes, I will remember to cultivate regularly and with moderation." "Excellent," Tiandou replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then instructed Su Cha Tian to demonstrate the first stance of the angel. Su Cha Tian complied, executing it flawlessly. Tiandou was thoroughly impressed, exclaiming, "Little one, you truly are a prodigy. You grasp everything upon a single demonstration." With such a remarkable student, Tiandou felt immense pride. Indeed, Su Tian acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Tiandou began imparting the second stance of the angel to him. Throughout the day, Su Tian made no idle moments, immersing himself in the study of the 9 stances of the angel. As the day wore on, he finally mastered this formidable technique, which was deemed contrary to human norms. Following this, Tiandou took a step back, allowing Su Tian to ponder and refine his skills independently. Meanwhile, in another part of Dolua continent, within the soul awakening hall of Shahan village, Siyutao had completed awakening the martial souls of the children, only to find them all to be utterly worthless. The children possessed nothing but the most mundane souls: eggs, hoes, sickles, black chickens, blue silver grass, pots, bowls, and chopsticks. Truly dismal. Furthermore, none of these children exhibited any innate soul power, destined to lead lives as ordinary peasants, laboring in fields. Disheartened, Su Yuntao remarked, "It seems this visit to Shahan village has been a complete waste of time. Finding a remarkable child in such a small village is indeed a challenge." He waved his hand, dismissing the children. "All right, you may return home now." He was busy and unwilling to squander time on these ineffectual martial souls, as he needed to hurry to the next village to awaken the martial souls of suitable candidates. "Uncle, I haven't undergone the soul power test yet. Please test me too," Tang San said, noticing Su Yuntao packing away the crystal ball, urgency creeping into his voice. Su Yuntao, uninterested, continued to gather his belongings and replied coolly, "No need for testing. Blue silver grass is a worthless martial soul, inferior even to a hoe. I can infer with certainty that your innate soul power is 0, making it impossible for you to become a soul master. Uncle, I implore you, let me try." "I feel that I possess soul power," Tang San persisted, unwilling to give up. Over the course of these 6 years, he diligently practiced the Qiantian skill, sensing a peculiar energy within his body that continually evoked a subtle awareness. Tang San believed he must possess soul power and wished to test this notion. Su Yuntao, furrowing his brow at Tang San's earnest demeanor, ultimately softened. Every child believes they have soul power, and all profess this, yet reality can be brutally harsh. "Very well. I shall test your soul power, so you may relinquish this hope. My dear child, I hope you can accept reality and not despair." Su Yuntao, being a decent man, offered a few words of caution before retrieving the crystal ball once more. "Come now, child, place your palm upon the crystal ball, and I shall assess your soul power," he instructed. "All right," Tang San replied obediently. He then placed his hand on the crystal ball and began the test, as per Su Yuntao's guidance. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted from the crystal ball, filling the entire spirit awakening hall with an enchanting azure glow. "Good heavens! Child, you possess innate, full soul power." Su Yuntao's mouth gaped wide, as if he could fit 2.5 eggs inside, utterly astonished. According to traditional testing methods, even the slightest reaction from the crystal ball would indicate the presence of soul power within the child. The dazzling brilliance emanating from the crystal ball could only mean one thing: this child was endowed with innate full soul power. Tang San, captivated by the resplendent blue light, stood momentarily entranced. Noticing the disparity between his test results and those of other children, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he inquired, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Siyutao patiently explained the concept of innate full soul power to Tang San, who, upon hearing this, began to grasp its significance. Observing Tang San's innate full soul power, Su Yuntao's spirits lifted, and he proceeded to enlighten him about various aspects of martial spirits and soul rings. Tang San, greatly benefiting from this knowledge, was filled with exhilaration. However, after concluding his explanation, Su Yuntao sighed, "That you possess innate full soul power. Your martial spirit is merely blue silver grass. Alas, what a pity." With a heavy heart, he began to pack his belongings, choosing not to continue the conversation with Tang San. In Su Yuntao's understanding, blue silver grass was considered a useless martial spirit, even soul masters possessing this spirit, despite having innate soul power and through diligent practice, could at most reach the rank of great soul master, never advancing further in their lifetime. Such a child holds no inherent value for cultivation. Thus, with a sense of regret, Su Yuntao packed his belongings and departed. Meanwhile, Tang San approached old Jack to discuss the matters of martial spirits and soul power. After their conversation, Tang San hurried home to share with his father, Tang Hao, the news of his recent awakening of a martial spirit. Tang Hao, inebriated, exhibited a fleeting expression of disappointment upon hearing that Tang San's martial spirit was blue silvergrass. Ah, today marks the day of your martial spirit awakening, I see. Blue silvergrass, my little San, you should not harbor hopes of cultivation. Come, work alongside your father in blacksmithing, and refrain from indulging in fanciful notions. In Tang Hao's eyes, blue silvergrass was a worthless martial spirit. With his son awakening such a feeble spirit, the road ahead seemed bleak, and he deemed cultivation a waste of time. Better for him to remain by his side, assisting in blacksmithing, leading a stable and unremarkable life. But I possess innate full soul power at level 10. Tang San exclaimed. What? Innate full soul power at level 10? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's drunken haze dissipated and his demeanor turned serious. Little San, extend your left hand. You have another martial spirit, correct? Tang Hao's excitement began to surface. Yes, Tang San replied, revealing his left hand. As he activated his soul power, a martial spirit indeed manifested in the palm of his left hand, a dark hammer exuding a formidable aura. Witnessing this martial spirit, Tang Hao could hardly contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. Ha ha! After his laughter subsided, Tang Hao instructed, Little San, retract your martial spirit. Remember your father's words. This hammer martial spirit must not be released lightly. If you wish to cultivate, I shall not hinder you. But you must first cultivate the blue silver grass martial spirit before pursuing this hammer. Then, with your hammer, protect your grass. Understood? Chapter 32. Radiant Butterfly. Tang San listened intently to his father's words, nodding in affirmation. Yes, I understand. Tang Hao quickly composed himself, feigning an air of normalcy. Yet within, he was filled with immense joy. Good, very good. My son, Little San, has awakened dual martial spirits, one blue silver grass and one Haoyan hammer. If he nurtures both, he shall undoubtedly become the foremost individual across the continent. The spirit hall shall be held accountable. As for the Haotian clan, I will demonstrate that my actions were indeed justified. Tang Hao was filled with excitement. From the moment he beheld Tang San's Haoyan hammer martial soul, he resolved to nurture this child. In Tang Hao's eyes, as long as his son Tang San matured, he would undoubtedly be able to confront the spirit hall and seek justice from them. In fact, in the original narrative, Tang San not only avenged Tang Hao but also obliterated the spirit hall, subsequently placing the fate of the world in the hands of the noble aristocracy, thereby transforming the destinies of countless commoners. Tang Hao aspired to utilize Tang San to combat the spirit hall. Little did he know, within the spirit hall at that moment, an extraordinary genius had emerged, also a possessor of dual martial souls. Furthermore, he had already integrated a soul ring with a cultivation age of 15,000 years and was diligently practicing. At this moment, Tang San inquired, Father, do I no longer need to forge? Tang Hao shook his head and replied, No, you do not. However, you must master this skill. It would be a waste if a soul master with a dual spirit were to forsake cultivation in favor of forging. Time passed gradually, akin to the morning sun dissipating the thin mist, catching one completely unawares. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. Within the Tiandou forest, Su Chantian had completed his training of the angelic 9 moves and felt that his physical condition was exceptional, at its peak. Tiandou continuously monitored Su Chantian's physical state, ensuring that all was well, and a satisfied smile would often grace his face. The little fellow's robust health indicated that he could commence the fusion of his second spirit ring. In recent days, Tiandou has been far from idle. Each day, he ventures forth in search of a suitable soul beast. At present, he has successfully identified one such creature, which he has ensnared within a secluded valley. This is a radiant butterfly, possessing a remarkable 20,000 years of cultivation, perfectly suited for Su Chantian's fusion. The luminous butterfly, a soul beast of exquisite nature, harbors a peculiar fondness for beautiful women. Su Chantian's martial spirit, Qianren Xue, epitomizes such beauty. According to Tiandou's estimations, the integration of this soul ring will significantly enhance Su Chantian's prowess. I have completed my training, Su Chantian reported to Tiandou, casting a glance in his direction. Excellent. I shall lead you to procure the second soul ring. Tiandou responded with a benevolent smile. I have already located the soul beast, which is currently ensnared in a valley, gravely injured. I feigned ignorance of its whereabouts while meticulously observing it. Now, let us proceed to hunt and fuse with it. Su Chantian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such efficiency from Tiandou, who had already prepared the soul beast. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. As a Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, possessing a formidable level of 99, he was undoubtedly exceptional. Dealing with a soul beast of 20,000 years of cultivation would be as effortless for Tiandou as a mere exhalation. This arrangement is quite advantageous, as it saves considerable time in the search for soul beasts. Indeed, Su Chantian nodded in agreement. Little one, please release Xiaoxue. I wish to converse with her. Tiandou expressed, longing for his granddaughter, Qianren Xue. Each day, Tiandou made it a point to exchange a few words with her. Understood, Su Chantian responded without hesitation, promptly releasing his martial soul. In his palm appeared a diminutive golden figure, the exquisite Qianren Xue. Grandfather. Qianren Xue greeted warmly. Xiaoxue. Tiandou's countenance softened with affection as he replied, Today, I shall take this little one to assimilate her second soul ring, so be prepared. Yes, I shall remember. I am always ready. Qianren Xue responded dutifully with a gentle nod. Excellent. Let us set forth now. Tiandou affirmed. All right, came the reply, and thus the conversation between Tiandou and Qianren Xue came to a close. Little one, please retract your martial soul. We must depart, he instructed. Of course. Su Chantian complied. Subsequently, Tiandou summoned Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan to join them. Together, the four of them embarked on their journey. Before long, Tiandou arrived at the valley where the radiant butterfly was ensnared. The radiant butterfly is concealed within this valley. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it. Tiandou declared, his formidable spiritual energy expanding as he pinpointed the soul beast's location and swiftly made his way there. In less than 60 breaths, Tiandou returned, holding a barely conscious radiant butterfly in his grasp. The radiant butterfly is indeed exquisite, its wings adorned with vibrant hues, emanating a glow akin to that of a beautiful maiden. This soul ring, upon closer inspection, is undeniably impressive, Su Chantian mused inwardly. Beside him, Zhu Yueguan was captivated, her eyes wide with wonder, and she could not help but remark to Su Chantian, Little one, the Grand Offering Prince has truly exerted considerable effort. Such soul beasts are not easily hunted. You must remember the kindness the Grand Offering Prince has shown you. In the month of Chrysanthemum, Zhu Yueguan offered a flattering remark. Tiandou, smiling cheerfully, responded, Of course, I am the teacher of this little one. If I do not treat him well, who else would I treat kindly? Beside them, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, sensing that Zhu Yueguan was overstepping his bounds and contemplated bestowing upon him a powerful electric cannon. Su Chantian raised an eyebrow and stated, I have not agreed to become your student. I shall be the pupil of whoever excels in teaching me, be it you or the Pope. Aha! Tiandou chuckled. Then it must be that I am the superior teacher. No one understands my granddaughter better than I, and no one comprehends the six-winged angel martial soul as I do. Choosing me as your instructor is undoubtedly your wisest choice. I shall observe further, Su Chantian replied, withholding his immediate agreement. Bibi Dong, relieved by Su Chantian's hesitation, interjected. Though my understanding of the light martial soul may not match yours, it is certainly not lacking. Furthermore, I cherish this little one. Under my guidance, he will flourish joyfully. Thus, Tiandou and Bibi Dong resumed their contest for the student. Su Chantian, feeling overwhelmed, suggested, Let us not dwell on this topic for now. Let us merge our soul rings. At this, Bibi Dong ceased her remarks, and Tiandou redirected his focus to the matter at hand, determined to demonstrate through action that he was the most suitable teacher. Come now, little one, unleash your martial soul and deliver the final blow. Tiandou urged. All right. Chapter 33. The angelic holy explosion of the colorful butterfly. After a brief exchange, the two concluded their dialogue. Second martial soul, Qianren Xue. Su Chantian summoned his martial soul. A surge of golden soul power erupted, transforming Su Chantian into a being of divine radiance. His deep black eyes turned golden, and every strand of his dark hair shimmered with a golden hue. Above his head floated the exquisite figure of Qianren Xue, surrounded by a cascade of rosy light, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Hovering above Qianren Xue was a six-winged angel, emanating an aura of sanctity that invoked a desire to kneel in reverence. A black 10,000-year soul ring encircled Su Chantian, while Qianren Xue was adorned with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The powerful essence of soul energy radiated from Su Chantian. The radiant bright butterfly soul beast suddenly lifted its head, its eyes gleaming as it gazed at Qianren Xue. It had a penchant for beautiful female soul masters, and Qianren Xue's beauty instantly captivated it. In addition to Qianren Xue, the bright butterfly also took note of Bibi Dong beside her, who was equally stunning. Even in dire circumstances, its amorous heart stirred with excitement. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Guan were astounded at Su Changtian's release of his martial soul. Observing the bright butterfly, Su Changtian's lips twitched slightly as he mused. What a lustful butterfly. Even on the brink of death, its eyes still radiate fervent light. First soul skill, martial soul fusion. Su Changtian exclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully. The black soul rings around him pulsated vigorously, shimmering and expanding. Waves of resplendent golden light surged around him, and his golden hair billowed dramatically, like an ethereal fairy. Qianren Xue floated towards Su Changtian, merging with him. His original height of 1.60 m rapidly ascended to 1.85 m. His golden starry eyes transformed into elongated golden phoenix-like orbs, and his youthful features matured into striking handsomeness. In an instant, Su Changtian became an extraordinarily handsome, enchanting, and divine young man. Every inch of his skin shimmered with a sacred radiance. Adorning his form were 6 soul rings, rhythmically pulsating and exuding formidable soul light. Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Guan were once again left in awe. First soul skill, angelic holy explosion. Su Changtian resolved to unleash his acquired first soul skill. Eager to witness its effect against the soul beast, the outermost black soul ring blazed with brilliance. Su Changtian raised his hands high, as golden soul power coalesced into a remarkably sacred angelic holy sword. At the tip of the sword's sharp edge, a massive golden sphere rapidly formed, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. The luminous butterfly, with a cultivation of 20,000 years, experienced fear for the first time, trembling uncontrollably. This little creature unleashed such a formidable soul skill, creating an overwhelming spectacle. I must flee, Tiandou thought to himself, already prepared to escape. He stood right beside the luminous butterfly. If he did not run, he would undoubtedly be struck by Su Changtian's terrifying soul skill, leading to utter disgrace. Hiss! The little one's soul skill is truly monstrous. Zhu Guan gasped in astonishment, witnessing such a fearsome first soul skill for the very first time. Guan, retreat, Bibi Dong said calmly. Understood. Both Bibi Dong and Zhu Guan retreated, aware of the extensive destructive power of Su Changtian's soul skill. It was akin to the explosion of an atomic bomb, capable of annihilating everything in its vicinity, truly terrifying. The golden light sphere, coalescing atop the angelic holy sword, radiated an extraordinarily brilliant glow, resembling a sun suspended in the sky, causing the temperature in the surroundings to rise abruptly. Some once lush trees could not withstand the intense heat and withered away instantly. When the golden sphere reached its peak concentration, it shot forth at incredible speed, hurtling towards the luminous butterfly with great force. The radiant luminous butterfly was ensnared by the terrifying soul power of Tiandou, rendered immobile as if leaden weights had been poured over it. I swiftly dodged. Before Su Changtian could unleash his soul technique, Tiandou promptly evaded to a nearby safe zone, folding his arms in appreciation of Su Changtian's formidable strike. Boom! As the golden sphere collided with the luminous butterfly, it erupted with a resounding blast, incinerating the creature. In an instant, the world around it was engulfed in a blinding white haze, a dreadful shockwave radiating outward, stirring the earth into a tumult of dust and debris, an utterly terrifying sight. When the white light dissipated, a vast crater, approximately 15 meters in diameter, marred the ground, and everything surrounding it was annihilated, devoid of any living presence. Within the pit, golden flames flickered ominously, their heat so intense that, should one linger too long, even an egg would be swiftly cooked. At the very center of the abyss floated a black soul ring, signifying a cultivation span of 20,000 years. Exuding a radiant aura, suspended in midair, Su Changtian appeared as if a deity had descended, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. Remarkable! Kiatsuki couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Since accompanying Su Changtian, she had been perpetually astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief, as if it might crash to the ground. Little one, channel your soul power vigorously. Fuse with that soul ring, Tiandou urged anxiously. Understood, Su Changtian replied calmly. He then approached the center of the crater. The surrounding heat posed no threat to him, for a delicate golden shield of soul power enveloped him, insulating him from the searing waves. Su Changtian was in a realm of his own. Fixating on the golden soul ring, his gaze resolute, he extended his hand and unleashed a concentrated surge of golden soul power toward it. Upon the activation of the 20,000, your black soul ring, It harmonized with Su Changtian's soul power, merging seamlessly into his being. Subsequently, the second black 10,000-year soul ring began to coalesce and take shape around Su Changtian's outermost layer. Tiandou observed Su Changtian with palpable anxiety etched upon his face. He was profoundly apprehensive about the possibility of this young lad encountering peril while assimilating the second soul ring. It is essential to recognize that this was a black soul ring with an astonishing age of 20,000 years. At merely 6 years of age, Su Changtian's audacity to merge with such a formidable soul ring was nothing short of reckless. Tiandou was consumed by dread. Should Su Changtian succumb to catastrophic failure, the spirit hall would suffer the grievous loss of 2 exceptional prodigies. This is truly a case of one body, 2 lives. Tiandou does not wish for Su Changtian's demise, nor does he desire the death of his martial soul. Qianren Xue. Little one, persevere, I implore you. You must succeed in the fusion. Do not falter. Tiandou clenched his fist slightly, filled with anxiety. Beside him, Jiyuguan discreetly cast a glance at Tiandou, noticing that he was even more anxious than herself, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, secretly thinking, how delightful it is to be cared for. I am so envious that I could almost burst. Chapter 34. Angelic Holy Light. Tiandaoliu's astonishment. Jiyuguan often mused that if only she could exchange lives with Su Changtian, how splendid that would be. To be cherished by Tiandou, to be embraced and adored by Bibi Dong, and to possess Qianren Xue as a martial soul. Such a life is simply exhilarating. Although Bibi Dong's expression remained impassive, her heart was tumultuous, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Qianren Xue had become the person she detested most in this world, while Su Changtian was the embodiment of her relentless efforts over the years. How should she confront Su Changtian? Bibi Dong was utterly perplexed and deeply troubled. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, Su Changtian wore a grave expression, his golden phoenix eyes reflecting a profound seriousness. It was arduous. Su Changtian realized that this time, merging with the Black Soul Ring, which possessed a cultivation age of 20,000 years, was somewhat strenuous. The integration was anything but effortless. As time slowly passed, beads of golden sweat began to trickle down his forehead and back. The process was even somewhat painful. Nonetheless, Su Changtian gritted his teeth and persevered. Qianren Xue, who was intertwined with Su Changtian, felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a terrifying storm of energy within her could tear their bodies apart at any moment. Ah, it hurts. Qianren Xue clenched her teeth, her delicate brows furrowing as she struggled to endure. Su Changtian and Qianren Xue were united in their plight, sharing the burden together. Keep going. Tiandou swallowed hard, feeling quite tense. He sensed that this time, the young one was exerting immense effort to merge with the soul ring. At the same time, he silently congratulated himself, grateful that the task was merely to integrate a black soul ring of 20,000 years, had it been of greater age. The young one might have exploded on the spot. Despite Su Changtian's unsettling demeanor, the second black soul ring on him became increasingly solid, its color deepening, a reassuring omen. Just a little longer, young one. You can surely succeed in merging with this soul ring. Hang in there. Tiandou fervently encouraged in his heart. Over the years, he experienced such profound emotional fluctuations for the second time. The first instance of such intense turmoil occurred in the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall, when he witnessed Su Changtian awaken his second martial spirit, which happened to be his granddaughter, Qianren Xue. At that moment, Tiandou, who could barely walk, felt as though he had been struck by a thunderclap, utterly astonished. Perhaps Tiandou's encouragement proved effective, as Su Changtian's integration began to proceed remarkably smoothly, the oppressive sensations and pain gradually dissipating. In their stead, a sacred, gentle, and powerful energy began to fill his being, a force he could wield at will, bringing an immense sense of comfort. Time flowed once more, approximately 1/5 of a small time unit passing by. The outermost black spirit ring surrounding Su Changtian had fully coalesced, beginning to pulse rhythmically, exuding a terrifying spirit light. Strangely, this second black spirit ring radiated a sense of gentleness, significantly lacking the previous malevolence and pressure. In Su Changtian's golden eyes, a fearsome golden light erupted as he stretched his body, causing a resounding crackle from his bones. Marvelous! The fusion of the spirit ring was successful. Qianren Xue breathed a sigh of relief, filled with joy. Su Changtian himself felt an exhilarating surge of elation. Little one, how do you feel after the successful fusion of your second spirit ring? Tiandou swiftly appeared by Su Changtian's side, offering his support. Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan hurried over to assess Su Changtian's condition. "You are truly remarkable. I am in awe of you," Zhu Yueguan exclaimed. He resolved that should Su Changtian ascend to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly follow such a powerful and formidable leader to the ends of the earth. "Little one, how does your body feel?" Bibi Dong inquired with concern. "I feel great. My entire being is brimming with strength, and my spiritual power is exceedingly vast. This spirit ring is wonderful. I truly appreciate it," Su Changtian replied with a grin. "Haha," Tiandou chuckled. "This radiant butterfly spirit ring was something I searched for extensively. I'm delighted that you like it." "Indeed." Su Changtian nodded. "What is your second soul skill, little one? Could you demonstrate it?" Bibi Dong redirected the conversation with curiosity, a question that piqued the interest of both Tiandou and Zhu Yueguan. "Do share with us," Tiandou urged, his golden eyes sparkling with fervor. "I too am eager to learn about your second soul skill," Zhu Yueguan added. To satisfy their curiosity, Su Changtian began. "My second soul skill is called Angelic Holy Light." "Angelic Holy Light?" Tiandou murmured, sensing its significance. "What exactly does it do?" Bibi Dong inquired, her curiosity heightened. "Under the protection of my Angelic Holy Light, all allied spirit masters will receive exceptional healing and comprehensive enhancement effects. In other words, I shall mend the wounds of my allies and enhance their attributes in all aspects. Furthermore, in the face of adversaries, the holy light of angels will purify their souls, compelling them to submit to my will, while inflicting a debilitating effect on the resistant, thereby weakening the enemy's attributes across the board and diminishing the healing effects of the opposing side," Su Changtian articulated, elaborating on his second soul skill. "This is immensely powerful." Tiandou could not help but exclaim, "For on the battlefield, young one, once you unleash this soul skill, you will lead a formidable army, unstoppable and capable of overcoming all obstacles." Tiandou gave a thumbs up, generously offering his praise. Su Changtian's skill is one of collective enhancement and healing. While also possessing the ability to weaken the enemy, it is exceptionally suited for commanding troops, uplifting the morale of allies, and diminishing the spirit and strength of foes. Truly a divine artifact for warfare. The soul skill subtly implies that Su Changtian is destined to become a leader within the Spirit Hall. Tiandou narrowed his eyes, as if he could already envision a future where Su Changtian wielded the Pope's scepter, adorned with a crown of jeweled purple gold, robed in papal vestments, seated in a position of authority, witnessing the submission of the masses. "Little one, your soul skill is indeed formidable," Bibi Dong remarked, though the efficacy remained to be seen. As she spoke, she turned to Zhu Yueguan and calmly said, "Yueguan, extend your hand." "Huh?" Zhu Yueguan was momentarily taken aback, an ominous premonition settling heavily in his heart. Reluctantly, he stretched out his left hand. "I shall carve a wound upon your hand, and you will heal it, allowing us to observe the efficacy of this soul skill," Bibi Dong declared, as her delicate hands grasped Zhu Yueguan's left hand, her soul power coalescing into a sharp blade. With precision, she inflicted a long wound upon his arm. Chapter 35. Zhu Dongdao and the others were taken aback. Bibi Dong's sudden action startled Zhu Yueguan. As he regained his senses, he felt an intense pain radiating from his left arm. "Ah, it hurts. My arm is going to be ruined," Zhu Yueguan cried out sharply. He glanced at his left arm, where a lengthy gash marred his skin, blood flowing freely. In that moment, Zhu Yueguan was utterly taken aback, his complexion paling slightly. He never anticipated that His Holiness the Pope would be so ruthless, treating him like a mere lab rat to experiment with the effects of Su Changtian's second soul skill. "Alas, I am a being of flesh and blood," Zhu Yueguan lamented silently, his face contorted in despair. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Su Changtian's lips twitched slightly. Casting a sympathetic glance at Zhu Yueguan, reflecting, "This poor old chrysanthemum truly is pitiable, constantly bullied by the Pope." Simultaneously, he glanced at Bibi Dong, recognizing her relentless and decisive nature. "Zhu Yue, cease your cries. Look at you, this is utterly disgraceful," Bibi Dong reprimanded sternly. Zhu Yueguan hastily stifled his cries, his heart heavy with frustration, muttering inwardly, "Alas, it is I who is injured, yet I am forbidden from expressing my pain. This is truly unjust. Had I known, I would have emulated the old ghost and refrained from engaging in this thankless endeavor." Zhu Yueguan genuinely wished to weep. Suddenly, he felt a powerful grip on his right hand. The hand that ensnared him was unmistakably that of a male soul master. "This is dire. It is the Grand Priest." Zhu Yueguan trembled, realizing the gravity of the situation, his face turning pale. "Zhu Yue, I shall leave a mark upon your right hand." The chilling voice of Tiandou echoed ominously. Fear not. Shortly the little one will employ his second soul skill to heal you. No, please. Jiue Guan instinctively sought to refuse, but it was too late. In the next breath, Tiandou had already condensed a blade of soul power, ruthlessly carving several elongated wounds upon Jiue Guan's arm. Perhaps he had struck a major artery, as blood erupted forth with abandon. Ah, it hurts so much. My left hand is ruined. Jiue Guan cried out, his countenance twisted in terror. Simultaneously, he instinctively attempted to mobilize his soul power to staunch the flow of blood. Humph. Jiue, to think you are still an elder of my spirit hall. A mere scratch causes you to wail like a helpless woman. How disgraceful. Tiandou scoffed, forcefully suppressing the soul power Jiue Guan was attempting to wield. Jiue Guan's body quivered, feeling an immediate loss of strength. After hearing Tiandaoliu's words, he felt even more distressed. Oh dear, Grand Priest, I shall heed your command, he replied, enduring the pain in silence. Now that is more like it. Tiandou remarked indifferently. Quickly, little one, unleash your second soul skill and assist me in healing. Jiuguan turned to Su Changtian, urging him with a pair of pleading chrysanthemum-like eyes filled with a desperate glimmer of hope. He was fervently yearning for Su Changtian to immediately employ his second soul skill to alleviate his torment. Observing this scene, Su Changtian felt an array of dark lines form on his forehead, silently lamenting, how unfortunate for Jiuguan. Despite being an elder of the spirit hall, he possesses neither dignity nor status, truly a pitiful sight. At this moment, Jiuguan had undeniably become a helpless little mouse, waiting for Su Changtian to experiment with his second soul skill. Moonguan, I am coming, Su Changtian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiuguan urged him once more, hurry, please. Quickly. The pain had become unbearable for Jiuguan, his arms bleeding profusely. Though he was a 92nd level title Dolua, capable of utilizing his soul power to staunch the bleeding, the issue lay in being suppressed by Tiandou and Bibi Dong, who prevented him from harnessing his soul power to heal his wounds. This is quite distressing. The blood flowing from Jiuguan's arms has stained the ground, resembling a pool of thick red ink. Jiuguan realized that if he did not receive treatment soon, he might succumb to blood loss. The second soul skill, Angelic Holy Light. Su Changtian began to unleash his second soul skill. The outermost ring of his second black soul ring pulsated violently, expanding and shimmering. A torrent of golden soul power surged forth, transforming the surrounding atmosphere into something sacred. Grasping the magnificent angelic holy sword, Su Changtian's six-winged angelic martial spirit likewise raised a colossal angelic holy sword. A brilliant, gentle radiance erupted from the sword, spreading throughout the space, showering it in light. The golden glow flickered, and Jiuguan, along with Bibi Dong and Tiandou, felt a divine, soothing aura enveloping them. Soon, a golden angelic aura began to envelop all three of them. Jiuguan, cloaked in angelic holy light, felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and his vitality surged dramatically. He gazed at his hands and felt a tingling sensation at the wounds on both sides. The torn flesh was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The pain began to dissipate, and Jiuguan's complexion was restored to a healthier hue. After some time, the wounds on his arms had vanished, and his skin appeared flawless, as if untouched by injury. Simultaneously, Jiuguan sensed that the influence of the golden angelic holy light had fortified every aspect of his being. His soul power, skill damage, attack speed, movement speed, and vitality had all been significantly enhanced. Incredible. The amplification ability of this little fellow is truly formidable, impressive, Jiuguan gasped, unable to contain his astonishment, his eyes quivering in disbelief. Under the radiance of the angelic holy light, his wounds healed without a trace, and he felt empowered. As if in this state, he could easily overpower two ghost Dolua Gueme. It was unfortunate that Gueme was not present, otherwise Jiuguan would have relished the opportunity to engage in a fierce duel, ensuring Gueme would be left searching for his teeth. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Tiandou exchanged incredulous glances. Despite their cultivation levels having reached the pinnacle of 99th level Dolua, Su Changtian's angelic holy light soul skill still bestowed upon them remarkable enhancements. Chapter 36. The Divergent Fates of Su Changtian and Tang. Since Su Changtian's second soul skill exhibited a conspicuous amplifying effect on Bibi Dong and Tiandou, showcasing the astonishing potency of this ability. This soul skill is truly remarkable. With the enveloping power of this soul skill, our attributes are comprehensively enhanced. allowing us to triumph over opponents of the same rank and even to vanquish soul masters of superior levels. In group battles, little one, you become the pivotal core of the team. Tiandou has bestowed upon you a remarkably high appraisal. Imagine, in the future, Qian emerging alongside the esteemed title Dolua elders of the Spirit Hall, unleashing a second soul skill, the angelic holy light. These empowered Dolua elders have become extraordinarily formidable, displaying unparalleled bravery as they effortlessly obliterate everything in their path. The mere thought of this scene instills an overwhelming sense of dread, yet simultaneously, it exhilarates the spirit. The Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the entire continent appears effortlessly attainable. Bibi Dong was equally astonished, unable to fathom the sheer might of Su Changtian's soul skill. Is this second martial spirit truly so formidable? Bibi Dong was utterly taken aback. Indeed, it is remarkably powerful. Su Changtian nodded in affirmation, then declared, "Now, let us test the weakening effect." "Ah, yes, the weakening effect. Young one, unleash it, and let us observe its impact." Tiandou spoke, his gaze ablaze with anticipation. Both Bibi Dong and Zhu Yuiguan were likewise invigorated, their eyes fixed intently on Su Changtian, eager to witness the secondary effect of his soul skill, the weakening effect. Su Changtian nodded once more. With a mere thought, he perceived Bibi Dong, Tiandou, and Zhu Yuiguan as adversaries. Instantly, the angelic holy light transformed, radiating an aura of hostility. Enveloped in this brilliance, the three began to feel discomfort, a subtle oppression, as their attributes were diminished across the board. Instinctively, they sought to distance themselves from the angelic light. "Young one, the weakening effect of your angelic holy light can indeed affect us," Tiandou praised without reservation. "To weaken foes and empower allies, this soul skill of yours is truly remarkable." "Impressive," Bibi Dong remarked, unable to suppress her admiration for Su Changtian. Though she harbored no fondness for Qianren Xue, she could not deny that Qianren Xue was an exceptionally powerful martial spirit, one that had enhanced Su Changtian's strength. "Astounding. Utterly astounding. You are truly exceptional, young one," Zhu Yuiguan lauded. "Hiki." Su Changtian, rarely displaying a smile, felt elated. "All right, young one, retract your soul skill," Tiandou said kindly. "Understood." Upon hearing this, Su Changtian withdrew his soul skill, causing the scattered angelic holy light to vanish entirely. Bibi Dong, Zhu Yuiguan, and Tiandou felt the oppressive sensation that had enveloped them dissipate completely. Subsequently, the trio lavished praises upon Su Changtian, elevating his spirits to immeasurable heights. "Young one, allow me to examine your condition," Tiandou said, moving closer to Su Changtian, placing his hand upon him to swiftly gauge the fluctuations of his soul power. "Your soul power is stable, vitality is normal, and your health is excellent. There are no issues whatsoever," Tiandou confirmed while checking his pulse. Afterward, he inquired personally, "How do you feel, young one? Is everything all right?" "I feel great. Nothing unusual at all," Su Changtian replied. "That is splendid," Tiandou reassured. "You may exit the martial soul fusion state. I wish to converse with Xiaoxue," Tiandou continued. "All right." Su Changtian nodded in agreement. He then began to withdraw from the martial soul fusion state, his form gradually diminishing as the characteristics belonging to Qianren Xue began to fade away. Soon, Su Changtian reverted to his original appearance, albeit without any garments to cover his body. Blinking in surprise, Tiandou sensed the boundless potential within Su Changtian. Meanwhile, Zhu cast a glance to the side and felt a pang of inferiority. Bibi Dong, her cheeks flushed, swiftly retrieved a fitted ink-colored outfit from her storage soul tool and tossed it to Su Changtian, urging, "Quickly, put on this clothing, young one." Su Changtian, unfazed and unembarrassed, accepted the garment and donned it with haste. He blinked his deep golden eyes, reflecting inwardly, "I seem to have gained an advantage." As the martial soul of Su Changtian, Qianren Xue observed the entire scene, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was only because she knew that once they returned to the martial soul hall, she would undoubtedly share a close bond with Su Changtian, residing together in the same dormitory. The little one always sleeps with his arms cradling his head, a thought that brings a blush of embarrassment. No one at the scene dared to broach the subject, choosing instead to let it pass. Tiandou glanced at Qianren Xue, swiftly adjusting his demeanor, his gaze softening as he spoke. "Xiaoxue, this little one has successfully integrated the second spirit ring. How do you feel? It shouldn't be uncomfortable, right?" Tiandou's primary concern lay with Qianren Xue. His affection for her naturally extended to Su Changtian, but Qianren Xue remained the focal point of his heart, an unwavering truth in his soul. Qianren Xue dismissed her distractions, her expression serious as she replied, "Grandfather, I am fine. This time, the little one's integration of the second spirit ring has even elevated my own cultivation. I have reached level 57 and am on the cusp of level 58. Her joy was palpable. As Su Tian grew stronger, so too did she. That is splendid. Tiandou felt a wave of relief wash over him. In just 5 days, the little one would attempt to integrate the third spirit ring. Xiaoxue, be prepared, Tiandou instructed. Yes, grandfather, I am always ready. Qianren Xue nodded, signaling her understanding. Very well, take care of yourself, Xiaoxue. Tiandou expressed his concern. I will, grandfather. You take care as well. Qianren Xue responded. With that, the discussion concluded. Tiandaolia's gaze turned towards Su Tian. Little one, you may retract your martial spirit. We are returning to the camp. Continue practicing the angelic 9 forms I have taught you, understood? Yes, I understand. Su Tian nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Su Tian retracted the second martial spirit, Qianren Xue, and the surroundings returned to normalcy. After the martial spirit was stored away, Su Tian, Tiandou, Bibi Dong, and Jiue returned to the camp, preparing for the next integration of the third spirit ring. Meanwhile, on another front, another child with dual martial spirits was also living actively. Tang San and the old village chief, Jack, had now arrived at Nodding City, intending to enroll at the Nodding Academy. However, they were halted by a guard. Tang San's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, the concealed weapons hidden within his sleeves eager to spring into action. The guard, upon noticing the tattered appearance of Tang San and the village chief, old Jack, mistakenly presumed them to be beggars and obstructed their path. Observing the guard's interference, Tang San contemplated resorting to hidden weapons, considering the possibility of eliminating the guard on the spot. After all, Tang San's soul originated from the assassin Tang San of the Tang sect, inherently imbued with a certain degree of malice and murderous intent. Moreover, he believed that no one would suspect a mere 6-year-old child, nor would they cast doubt on old Jack. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing made his entrance. Halt. This matter ends here, he commanded sternly. The would-be assailant, Tang San, abruptly ceased his movements and turned his attention towards Yu Xiaojing. The guard followed suit, his demeanor shifting to one of respect as he greeted, Master, you have arrived. Yu Xiaojing disregarded the guard's greeting and instead focused on Tang San and old Jack. Kind sir, young lad, might I see your proof of identity from the spirit hall? He inquired. Here you go, old Jack replied, retrieving the documentation. Yu Xiaojing examined the proof, barely concealing his excitement. He quickly subdued his emotions, adopting a facade of indifference. After scrutinizing Tang San for a moment, he nodded and shifted his gaze back to the guard. Your actions tarnish the reputation of our academy. It is indeed disgraceful. You ought to apologize to this esteemed elder and the young lad. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from Yu Xiaojing, a palpable force of a grandmaster-level soul power that momentarily subdued the guard. Startled, the guard's face blanched as he hastily apologized. My sincerest apologies, esteemed elder and young one. I was remiss in my behavior. Humph. Let this be a lesson to you. Yu Xiaojing retorted coldly. In the realm of soul masters, a hierarchy of disdain exists, where the powerful perpetually look down upon the weak, exhibiting an air of superiority. Yu Xiaojing then addressed old Jack, kind sir, I shall take charge of this child. You may return. I will ensure his well-being. Thank you so much. Old Jack expressed his gratitude earnestly. He sensed that Yu Xiaojing was a figure of considerable standing, and with his protection, Tang San would be safe from harm. Little San, be sure to heed the master's words and refrain from mischief. I shall return to the village now, old Jack instructed. Okay, old village chief, goodbye. Tang San bid farewell to old Jack, with a hunch in his back. Old Jack slowly departed. Meanwhile, Tang San subtly observed Yu Xiaojing, feeling the immense pressure emanating from such a powerful soul master for the first time. He pondered whether he could gain some advantage from this mentor. Come with me, young one. Yu Xiaojing beckoned. All right, Tang San replied. Tang San felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of receiving special attention from this master. Subsequently, he followed Yu Xiaojing into the academy. Just before departing, Tang San cast a glance at the guard, silently thinking, you are fortunate. Had this master arrived a moment later, you would have been a lifeless corpse. Yu Xiaojing led Tang San into the courtyard and began to engage him in conversation. You possess dual martial souls, do you not? No need to conceal it. I am aware that besides your blue silver grass, you have another martial soul. With his hands behind his back, Yu Xiaojing spoke directly, exuding an air of mastery. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his secret would be uncovered. Truly, this master was remarkable, possessing keen insight. However, the invasion of his privacy had crossed a line for Tang San, and he felt compelled to eliminate Yu Xiaojing. A surge of murderous intent began to emanate from his azure eyes as he scanned the surroundings and realized that no one else was present. If he were to employ a hidden weapon to kill this master, it would be utterly silent, unnoticed by anyone. Kill him. In his mind, Tang San swiftly devised a meticulous plan that would ensure no one would be aware of the deed, allowing him to act undetected. Just as he was about to strike, Yu Xiaojing raised a smug smile and said, "Seeing your astonishment brings me great satisfaction. This indicates that you are a modest individual, keen on concealing your secrets. Child, I appreciate this about you." As he spoke, Yu Xiaojing held up the martial soul certificate and continued, "You must be quite shocked, pondering how I acquired this knowledge. The principle is quite simple. It's all in this certificate. It states that you possess innate full soul power at level 10, yet your martial soul is merely blue silver grass. This implies that you should possess another formidable martial soul." Yu Xiaojing proceeded to expound upon a plethora of theoretical knowledge, crafting an image of himself as a learned scholar. Tang San, indeed, was captivated, allowing his murderous intent to subside. "Would you be willing to take me as your master? I dare say. There is no one in this world who understands you better than I do, nor knows how to cultivate you more effectively." The allure in Yu Xiaojing's voice was undeniable. Moved, Tang San exclaimed, "Master, I am willing to be your disciple." He then knelt on the ground, performing a respectful kowtow, adhering perfectly to the customs of reverence. Yu Xiaojing, pleased, assisted Tang San to his feet, while remarking, "Silly child, there is no need to bow before a master. Bowing is reserved for rulers and parents. For a teacher, a simple bow will suffice. Once a teacher, always a father. You are now my student." Tang San spoke with resolute authority. Yu Xiaojing, visibly moved, expressed his delight. "At last, I, Yu Xiaojing, have found a promising student." Thus, after a series of humorous misadventures, Tang San became the disciple of Yu Xiaojing, a level 29 soul master. In stark contrast to Su Cha Tian, Tang San's beginnings were lamentably dismal. Su Cha Tian was fortunate to have the tutelage of 2 level 99 titled duels, along with an abundance of resources at his disposal. Meanwhile, Tang San squandered his time under the dubious guidance of Yu Xiaojing. Simultaneously, within the Tiandou forest, sunlight filtered through the trees, casting playful shadows and infusing the air with the vibrant greenery. The refreshing atmosphere uplifted one's spirits. Su Cha Tian was diligently practicing the Angel's 9 stances in a clean, cool, and spacious area, strengthening his physique and solidifying his cultivation. A divine aura emanated from him, captivating the attention of Zhu, who marveled at the sight. "This young lad will surely lead our spirit hall to greatness. In the future, the spirit hall shall evolve into a spirit empire, unifying the continent. Those wretched sects, such as the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, shall be utterly vanquished." As Zhu contemplated these exhilarating prospects, his face flushed with excitement. Chapter 38. The grandfather of Qianren Xue. With every glance at Su Cha Tian, Zhu's satisfaction and admiration grew. Much like a teacher cherishing an exceptional student, Zhu, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, naturally held a fondness for these exceptionally gifted children. After an intense session of training, Su Cha Tian was drenched in sweat, yet felt an invigorating sense of comfort and fulfillment. Following the completion of the Angel's 9 stances, he took a brief respite. Shortly thereafter, Tiandou arrived to escort Su Changtian for private lessons, imparting theoretical knowledge. In recent days, Bibi Dong had gradually loosened her oversight, allowing Su Changtian to study alongside Tiandou. This leniency stemmed from the fact that Su Changtian's second spirit was Qianren Xue, and Bibi Dong recognized that Tiandou possessed greater expertise in the cultivation of this particular type of spirit. Time flowed steadily onward, and the days passed, one after another. During this period, Su Cha Tian has led an immensely fulfilling life, dedicating each day to cultivation and study, thereby solidifying his skills increasingly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have swiftly passed. On that morning, after Su Cha Tian practiced the Angel 9 movements 3 times, Tiandou called out to him, saying, "All right, little one. Today you need not cultivate the Angel 9 movements. It is the day to hunt for the 3rd soul ring. Are you prepared?" Yes, I am ready, Su Tian nodded. Sitting down on a large stone to rest. Rest for now, little one, Tiandou instructed. During this time, summon Xiao. I wish to have a few words with her. All right, Su Tian responded. He then began to release his second martial soul while seated atop the stone. A small golden figure appeared in the palm of his left hand, revealing the exquisite Qianren Xue. Without any pretense, Tiandou directly sat on the stone beside Su Tian, gazing at Qianren Xue with a gentle expression. Xiao, it is your grandfather. Tiandou spoke softly. Truth be told, Su Tian rarely witnessed such a tender side of Tiandou. It was only in the presence of Qianren Xue that he displayed such gentleness, setting aside his identity as the esteemed elder of the spirit hall, resembling a kind-hearted grandfather. In contrast, his demeanor towards Su Tian fluctuated between warmth and severity, rendering the old man's emotions unpredictable. Grandfather, Qianren Xue called out sweetly. The 5 days have passed. Shall we go hunt for the soul ring? Indeed. Tiandou nodded, adding, Xiao, how did you sleep last night? How do you feel today? His concern for Qianren Xue was meticulous. Even the minutiae of her sleep were of utmost importance to him. Nevertheless, to reassure her grandfather, Qianren Xue patiently replied, I feel splendid. There are no discomforts at all. I am brimming with energy and feel wonderful. Furthermore, my sleep quality was excellent. As a martial soul, I possess my own radiant domain, where I can govern everything at will. Aside from feeling a tad lonely, there are no issues. Moreover, in my martial soul form, as long as the little one does not exhaust too much soul power, my body remains healthy, and I do not experience hunger. Thus, not eating or drinking does not affect me. Qianren Xue elaborated on her condition with great patience, despite having shared this information with Tiandou just the day before. Yet, Tiandou yearned to hear it once more to ease his mind. He had previously stated, circumstances change daily. What was well yesterday may not be today. Hence, he felt compelled to inquire every day, just to be cautious. Tiandou's affection for his granddaughter was boundless, as he feared any unforeseen mishap. Very well, he said contentedly. It is good to hear that. If anything feels amiss, you must inform grandfather. All right? Yes, I understand. Qianren Xue nodded in response. However, there was a detail she refrained from sharing with Tiandou. In Su Tian's mind, beyond the realm of light, there existed an expanse of darkness. Qianren Xue belonged to the domain of light, while the 9 dragons' coffin martial soul resided within the sphere of darkness. Recently, there had been subtle indications that this dark domain was encroaching upon the realm of light. Nevertheless, during this period, following Su Tian's fusion with 2 soul rings, this luminous realm expands, becoming exceedingly dense and powerful, surpassing the dark domain, and even subtly exhibiting an inclination to engulf the opposing realm of darkness. This is indeed a peculiar matter. However, Qianren Xue chose not to disclose it, as she wished to observe further. Moreover, given that she was not in any imminent danger, she refrained from informing Tiandou about the situation. During this period, Qianren Xue intended to closely examine both the realm of light and the realm of darkness. Once she had garnered sufficient understanding, she would then share her findings with Tiandou in order to alleviate any unnecessary worries he might have, which would be undesirable. Qianren Xue was well aware of Tiandou's temperament. He was deeply concerned about all matters pertaining to her, to the extent that even in his dreams, he would be preoccupied with her affairs. His affection for her was truly profound. In fact, Tiandou cherished Qianren Xue immensely. In the original narrative, in his quest to assist her ascension to divinity, Tiandou even willingly sacrificed his own life force. It is noteworthy that he was a formidable being, a level 99 limit Dolois, with an astonishing soul ring configuration of 8 black and 1 red. Such a prominent figure, willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of his granddaughter, is indeed a rarity, highlighting the profound affection he holds for Xiao. Xiao, you should remain within the little one's body for now. We are about to embark on the hunt for soul beasts. Tiandou spoke gently. Goodbye, Grandpa. Qianren Xue replied, bidding farewell. With their conversation concluded, they exchanged parting words. Meanwhile, Su Tian, with a mere thought, drew Qianren Xue into his body, and the surrounding sacred golden light dissipated. Before enveloping Qianren Xue, Su Tian cast a glance at her and mused, It has been quite some time since I last rested with Xiao nestled in my arms. Soon, I shall integrate the 3rd soul ring and return to the spirit hall. When that time comes, I shall cherish moments with Xiao, engaging in heartfelt conversations. In recent days, the absence of intimate physical contact has left Su Changtian yearning for Qianren Xue. Little one, let us depart, Tiandou proclaimed. All right. Subsequently, Tiandou summoned Bibi Dong and Guan. The four set forth on their journey to hunt soul beasts. Throughout these 5 days, I have not been idle. I have already located a suitable soul beast and rendered its 4 limbs incapacitated. It now resides in its lair, nursing its wounds. We can approach directly. Tiandou remarked with a hint of a smile. Chapter 39. The Radiant Flood Dragon. One cannot help but commend Tiandou's remarkable organizational and executional prowess. During these days, he has even prepared the soul beast that Su Changtian needs for fusion. With Tiandou by his side, Su Changtian felt a sense of reassurance. Naturally, Tiandou's kindness towards him is a boon derived from the second martial spirit, Qianren Xue. In this instance, I have truly reaped the benefits bestowed by Qianren Xue. Upon our return, I shall reward little Xue handsomely. Su Changtian mused, intending to indulge Qianren Xue. The group traversed the sun-drenched Tiandou forest, surrounded by the occasional calls of wild beasts echoing through the air. Powerful soul beasts occasionally passed by. Yet upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Tiandou and Bibi Dong, they would become frenzied, their fur standing on end, fleeing in panic as though they had encountered a specter. Tiandou, however, showed little interest in hunting them down. The soul beasts that remain will gradually mature, providing suitable prey for future hunts. As they journeyed, Tiandou remarked, "This particular soul beast possesses an impressive 25,000 years of cultivation. Over the past 5 days, I have encountered numerous light attribute soul beasts, yet none have met my expectations. I must say, little one, you are quite fortunate. Ultimately, I have discovered a soul beast that is fitting for you. It is known as the Radiant Dragon, adorned in resplendent gold, with 4 limbs and a pair of wings sprouting from its back. This creature is exceptionally suitable for your fusion. If given additional time to develop, it could, in several thousand or even tens of thousands of years, truly evolve into a divine radiant dragon, attaining a cultivation age of over 100,000 years. However, regrettably, it is soon to become your 3rd soul ring." Tiandou patiently elaborated on the soul beast. Upon hearing this, Su Changtian gained a clearer understanding, and an image of the creature began to materialize in his mind. It resembled a magnificent western dragon, shimmering in gold, with wings that could propel it into the skies, and 4 razor-sharp claws capable of rending foes asunder. In Su Changtian's recollection, fire dragons could unleash fiery breath, while ice dragons could emit icy gusts. He pondered what abilities the radiant dragon possessed, and what soul techniques he might acquire upon merging with it. His curiosity was piqued, and anticipation grew within him. In the Doloa continent, most dragon forms are inspired by Western dragons, with Eastern dragon representations being quite rare. Although the radiant dragon had yet to fully transform into a true dragon, its quality was already exceptional, making it an ideal candidate for Su Changtian's 3rd soul ring. Listening to Tiandou speak, Bibi Dong sensed his genuine care, particularly towards the little one. No, it should not be said that he was attentive to Su Changtian, but rather to Qianren Xue. While appearing to look after Su Changtian, Tiandou was, in fact, nurturing Qianren Xue. Meanwhile, Guan felt an overwhelming envy towards Su Changtian, almost to the point of despair. "Little one, you truly are fortunate." Guan couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Su Changtian nodded, then turned to Tiandou, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Ah, little one, what need is there for such formalities between us? This is only to be expected," Tiandou replied. The group engaged in conversation as they continued their journey. Concurrently, in the Tianxue Empire, within the city of Notting, another boy possessing dual martial souls, Tang San, accompanied by his teacher Yu Xiaojiang, ventured into the soul-hunting forest. "Little San, today I will guide you in obtaining your 1st soul ring. Those below level 10 are referred to as soul practitioners. To become a true soul master, one must acquire a soul ring. This time, my dear student, I have arranged for you to seek a serpent-type soul beast's soul ring, which will serve as your 1st soul ring for your blue silver grass." Yu Xiaojiang held Tang San's hand and spoke. "All right, teacher." In Tang San's azure eyes, anticipation gleamed. The two ventured into the soul-hunting forest, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while earnestly searching for a suitable soul beast. Presently, Yu Xiaojiang had attained the rank of a 29th level soul master. Frankly speaking, when faced with formidable soul beasts, Yu Xiaojiang was no match for them. Thus, He had prepared himself to flee with Tang San at the first sign of danger. Compared to Su Chantian, Tang San's circumstances were decidedly more arduous. Tang San's mentor, Yu Xiaogang, had only reached the 29th level, whereas Su Cha-Tian was innately at the 30th level, while Tang San sought his first century-old soul ring. Su Chantian had already integrated a 15,000 year first soul ring and a 20,000 year second soul ring, now on the path to acquiring a 25,000 year third soul ring. In comparison, Tang San was but a flickering firefly vying with the radiant moon. Meanwhile, within the Tiandou forest, Tiandou led Su Cha-Tian swiftly to a precipice. At the edge of the cliff lay a vast cavern, within which the radiant dragon was concealed. "Little one, please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the radiant dragon for you," Tiandou announced. Su Chantian nodded, patiently awaiting his return. Subsequently, Tiandou unleashed his formidable spiritual power, pinpointing the radiant dragon's current location and condition before vanishing from sight. Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan guarded Su Cha-Tian, patiently awaiting Tiandaolia's return. Time flowed swiftly, and soon Tiandou reappeared before Su Cha-Tian, bearing a resplendent golden mountain. The golden mountain curled into a ball, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a magnificent luminous dragon with wings. Although it possessed great power, when faced with the ultimate Dolua of level 99, this 25,000 year old luminous dragon paled in comparison. The third spirit ring that the young one was about to fuse with was truly extraordinary. I would only dare to merge with such a formidable spirit beast at level 60. Yet, this young one, at merely level 30, was preparing to merge with such a terrifying creature. It is certain that he will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the 99th level ultimate Dolua. Furthermore, he holds considerable potential to surpass level 99 and enter the legendary realm of the 100-level divine domain. Zhu Yue, filled with concern, noted with astonishment in her chrysanthemum-like eyes. This luminous dragon possessed exceptional quality. Tiandou had indeed put in great effort. Bibi Dong silently acknowledged that, in comparison to Tiandou, she had not applied herself as diligently. The luminous dragon indeed reveals the profound dedication of Tiandou, who genuinely hopes for the well-being of Su Cha-Tian, and even more so for Qianren Xue. Sigh. Bibi Dong, with a heavy heart, finds her emotions tangled every time she thinks of Qianren Xue. Tiandou, brimming with pride, gazes at Su Cha-Tian and proclaims, "Young lad, come forth and vanquish this luminous dragon, merging with it. Thus, you shall acquire a formidable third soul skill." Tiandou is already anticipating the might of Su Chantian's third soul skill, convinced it will be extraordinarily powerful. As Su Chantian grows stronger, his granddaughter, Xiaoxue, will inevitably follow suit. Tiandou is undoubtedly deeply invested in this endeavor. Very well. Su Chantian responded affirmatively. Subsequently, he began to unleash his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. A torrent of golden soul power surged around Su Chantian, exuding a sacred aura. The surrounding space became adorned with a cascade of golden feathers. The luminous dragon sensed the presence of its companion and instinctively raised its head to gaze at Su Chantian. It seemed to possess a certain awareness, understanding its precarious situation, and let out a sorrowful lament. Not only do soul masters fear death, but even soul beasts dread their demise, reluctant to perish. Yet, for the sake of the soul ring and the pursuit of strength, such sacrifices are unavoidable. In a swift motion, Su Chantian released his martial soul. Above him floated Qianren Xue, and atop her head hovered a six-winged angel. Surrounding Su Chantian's form were two black soul rings, gently pulsating. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue was enveloped by two yellow, two purple, and one black soul ring, a total of 5 rings, radiating a dazzling soul light. First soul skill, martial soul fusion. Su Chantian invoked his first soul skill, and the initial black soul ring suddenly surged with energy, flickering and expanding. Immediately, Qianren Xue descended upon Su Chantian, merging into a singular entity. In a heartbeat, the fusion between Su Chantian and Qianren Xue was complete. Su Chantian now stood at a height of 1.85 meters. Suspended in the air, with his profound phoenix eyes coldly observing the luminous dragon before him. Surrounding his form were 7 soul rings, presenting a formidable sight. Upon witnessing Su Chantian's 7 soul rings, Zhu Yu was taken aback, though he had only reached level 30. The aura he projected was no less impressive than that of a soul Dolua. This young lad is truly extraordinary. Zhu Yu marveled inwardly. Eliminated, Tiandou urged. First soul skill, Angelic Holy Explosion. Su Tian unleashed his soul offensive soul skill, a unique ability that belonged to him. He refrained from employing Qianren Xue's soul skill, as he yearned to familiarize himself further with his own. The imposing figure of Su Tian was encircled by a black soul ring of millennial origin, which pulsated vigorously, expanding and shimmering. Together with the six-winged angel above him, he raised his hands high, golden soul power surging within, swiftly coalescing into a divine, angelic sword. At the apex of the angelic sword, a sphere of light imbued with formidable power rapidly formed. "Ah, little one, here we go again," Zhu Yueguan exclaimed, taken aback. For this technique wielded tremendous destructive potential, capable of wreaking havoc of terrifying proportions. However, upon glancing at the luminous dragon, Zhu Yueguan felt reassured. If one did not unleash a powerful soul skill, how could they hope to vanquish this 25,000-year-old luminous dragon? It was certainly no pushover. "Yueguan, move," Bibi Dong commanded. "Understood, Your Holiness," Zhu Yueguan replied promptly. Subsequently, Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan withdrew from the danger zone of Su Changtian's soul skill. Meanwhile, Tiandou exerted his soul pressure to subdue the luminous dragon before departing the scene. The luminous dragon found itself burdened by an overwhelming force, akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering it immobile. As the others retreated, the immense sphere of light atop Su Changtian's angelic sword had fully formed. Strike! With a powerful sweep, the angelic sword was unleashed. The luminous sphere, imbued with terrifying power, surged toward the radiant dragon. The profound and colossal eyes of the radiant dragon widened in astonishment as everything before it was supplanted by the orb of light. With a thunderous roar, the immense sphere collided with the dragon's head and erupted violently, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, sending a vast mushroom cloud soaring into the heavens. In an instant, all surrounding entities were consumed by the brilliant flames. A divine shield enveloped Su Changtian's form, protecting him from harm. As tranquility returned, a massive crater emerged within the starry forest, akin to the impact of a meteorite striking the earth, leaving utter destruction in its wake. There was an explosive beauty to it. Hiss! Zhu Yueguan gasped, overwhelmed each time he witnessed Su Tian wield this formidable soul technique, feeling an unparalleled sense of awe. "The little fellow has merged with this soul ring," Tiandou urged, approaching Su Changtian and signaling him to hasten the fusion of the soul ring. "All right." With a resolute gaze fixed upon the 10,000-year black soul ring before him, Su Changtian wasted no time. He extended his hand and thrust a surge of soul energy into the waiting ring. The dark soul ring immediately established a unique connection with Su Changtian. Under Su Changtian's guidance, the black soul ring gradually approached his body, merging with him. Subsequently, Su Changtian began to close his eyes, immersing himself in the fusion of the soul ring. Observing this, Tiandou remained silent, standing guard nearby. "Little one, persevere. You must successfully meld with the soul ring." Tiandou thought to himself, his gaze filled with encouragement for Su Changtian, wishing him a smooth integration. Bibi Dong and Zhu Yueguan arrived at Su Changtian's side, patiently awaiting his fusion with the soul ring. "Little one, keep going." Zhu Yueguan silently cheered for Su Changtian as well. Three tidal Dolo-level powerhouses stood vigil by Su Changtian, protecting him as time flowed steadily by. Once again, Su Changtian found himself engulfed by an unprecedented sense of pressure, his body drenched in perspiration. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair. With unyielding resolve, he persevered in his arduous endeavor to assimilate the ancient soul ring. After all, failure in this fusion would lead to his demise, a fate he was determined to evade. Hence, regardless of the challenges, he was resolute in his quest to secure this soul ring. Qianren Xue stood alongside Su Changtian, steadfastly enduring the ordeal. Time slipped away rapidly. Under the intense scrutiny of onlookers, at long last, the outermost layer of Su Changtian's body, enveloped by the ebony ancient soul ring, successfully merged, beginning to pulsate gradually and emanating a terrifying soul radiance. Boom, boom, boom. Su Changtian's body began to tremble violently, shaking 9 times in succession. Waves of formidable soul power emanated from him. Tiandou, sensing this energy, was momentarily struck with fervent brilliance in his golden eyes. This aura, it was the result of accumulated strength. After merging 3 powerful soul rings, the young lad experienced a remarkable ascent, soaring 9 levels to attain the 39th rank. Tiandou was taken aback, his heart racing with astonishment and elation. He had not anticipated that Su Changtian's fusion of 3 potent soul rings would yield such a bounty of soul power. As the young one assimilated the third ring, he broke through consecutively, reaching the 39th level. With just one more level of cultivation, Su Chantian would be poised to hunt for a suitable fourth soul ring. It was remarkable to consider that he was only 6 years old. Given 3 months, the young lad could undoubtedly reach the 40th level. The thought of a mere 6-year-old achieving such heights in soul cultivation left Tiandou both shocked and exhilarated. This prodigious child was destined to shatter numerous records within the Doloa continent. In the future, he would lead the spirit hall to glory and greatness. Tiandou was optimistic about Su Chantian's future. However, the overwhelming power of Su Chantian, should it escape his control, posed a potential threat. He resolved to devise a strategy, joining forces with Renxue to explore ways to keep this extraordinary child under his influence, ensuring he stood within his ranks. Nearby, Zhu Yueguan sensed the formidable aura emanating from Su Chantian, his eyes widening in disbelief. The young lad has surged 9 levels, reaching the 39th rank. How utterly monstrous. Zhu Yueguan was astonished, unable to fathom that Su Chantian had once again delivered a staggering shock. Beside him, Bibi Dong also exhibited a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. 39th level. The growth rate of this child is indeed extraordinary. Before reaching the age of adulthood at 18, one could potentially attain the exalted rank of level 90 titled Doloa, Bibi Dong mused inwardly. As a possessor of twin martial souls, she was acutely aware of the immense developmental potential that such duality offered a soul master, particularly after reaching level 90. The opportunity to cultivate another martial soul and bestow it with additional soul rings presented a significant surge in soul power, enabling rapid ascension in levels. Should this young individual be fortunate enough to inherit a divine legacy, the future held limitless potential, with the possibility of achieving godhood. Bibi Dong envisioned the resplendent future of Su Chantian, leaving her profoundly astonished. Alas, the young one's second martial soul was none other than Qianren Xue. Bibi Dong's emotions were tumultuous in the presence of her daughter. She found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Her disdain for Qianren Xue's father was profound, having consumed him in a moment of vengeance. Yet, this offspring, deemed a calamity, had been spared due to the protection of Tiandou. Sigh, such tragedy. Bibi Dong lamented silently, her exterior belied the turmoil within, which often plunged her into the depths of despair. Meanwhile, in his true form, Su Chantian assessed his formidable strength. Despite being only level 39, he felt capable of contending with a level 51 Soul King. After all 3 of his soul rings were of the legendary 10,000-year caliber, a truly fearsome advantage. In contrast, the most powerful soul skill of a level 51 Soul King would merely be represented by a soul ring a little over 10,000 years old. Nevertheless, this was merely a conservative estimation on Su Chantian's part. This estimation of combat prowess is made without the aid of the 5 soul rings of Qianren Xue. Su Chantian's earth martial soul, Qianren Xue, inherently possesses the capabilities of a Soul King at over level 50. By harnessing the full potential of Qianren Xue, in conjunction with his own strength, it is conceivable that Su Chantian could triumph over Soul Emperors exceeding level 60, and perhaps even Soul Saints surpassing level 70. This is the terrifying aspect of the martial soul of Qianren Xue. At this moment, Tiandou approached Su Chantian's side. "Young one, how does your body feel?" "Allow me to examine it," Tiandou stated. Upon hearing that Tiandou intended to inspect him, Su Chantian momentarily froze, envisioning some peculiar images. However, such thoughts swiftly dissipated. Su Chantian was aware that Tiandou harbored no such inclinations. As the inheritor of the angelic martial soul, he was exceedingly principled and upright. Not only was Tiandou just, but Qianren Xue was also remarkably righteous. Su Chantian recalled from the original narrative that during her battles with Tang San, Qianren Xue never took advantage of her opponent's vulnerabilities. Even later, when Qianren Xue ascended to divinity while Tang San had yet to achieve such a status, they engaged in a skirmish near Sea God Island. Ultimately, Tang San proposed that neither side employ divine powers or martial souls, relying solely on their physical might for the contest. That foolish girl, Qianren Xue, actually agreed. Consequently, Tang San utilized a hidden weapon, the Tears of Guanyin, and injured Qianren Xue. Contemplating this principled family, Su Chantian felt a wave of headache. Fortunately, in this life, Qianren Xue had become his martial soul, and she would not commit any foolish acts again. Su Chantian mused inwardly, considering it a piece of good news. As his thoughts returned to the present, Su Chantian replied to Tiandou, "All right." Subsequently, Tiandou began to examine Su Changtian's body, placing his large hand on Su Changtian's arm to feel his breath and pulse. During this time, Su Changtian remarked, "I feel healthy, with no abnormalities. I am brimming with strength and should be in good condition." After completing his examination, Tiandou nodded and said, "Indeed, young one. Your breath is steady, your pulse is vigorous, and your vitality is extraordinarily robust. You possess a remarkably strong physique. Excellent. You have perfectly integrated the soul ring without suffering any backlash." Tiandou praised Su Changtian. After confirming that he was free of any issues, Su Changtian felt a slight sense of relief. He had harbored some concerns about whether his fragile body could withstand the overwhelming power of the soul ring. If his blood vessels were to burst, that would be quite unfortunate. "Young one, what is your third soul skill?" Tiandou inquired, turning his attention to Su Changtian's third soul skill. Su Changtian's first soul skill was Angelic Holy Explosion, and his second was Angelic Holy Light. What then could his third soul skill achieve? Tiandou was exceedingly curious. "Young one, please demonstrate it. I am quite eager to see your third soul skill." Jiuguan spoke up, and Bibi Dong cast a curious glance in his direction. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Su Changtian decided to unveil his third soul skill. "My third soul skill is named Angel Dragon Legion. Upon unleashing this ability, I will conjure a multitude of sacred angelic light dragons that will launch an assault on my adversaries. This skill qualifies as a group attack," Su Changtian declared. Angel Dragon Legion. Qianrenxue's interest peaked, sensing the intriguing nature of the skill. "Come, little one, release it so I may witness its grandeur." A glimmer of excitement danced in Qianrenxue's eyes, recognizing the significance of Su Changtian's skill. "Absolutely," Su Changtian responded, with Bibi Dong, Jiuguan, and Qianrenxue's gazes fixed upon him. He commenced the activation of his third soul skill. Third soul skill, Angel Dragon Legion. Su Changtian intoned as the third black soul ring encircling him pulsated vigorously, expanding and shimmering with energy. Accompanied by the rhythm of the soul ring, Su Changtian raised his hands high, mirroring the gesture of the six-winged angel above him. From his outstretched hands, a colossal angelic holy sword materialized. At the sword's tip, a cascade of golden light feathers began to disperse, enveloping the surroundings in a divine aura. In a dazzling display, Bibi Dong, Jiuguan, and Qianrenxue beheld the emergence of the angelic light dragons. Astonishingly, each of these celestial beings bore a valiant knight upon their backs, some wielding long spears, others brandishing sharp swords, while some held great bows or formidable shields, showcasing an array of weaponry. This is not a horde of angelic dragons. It is evidently a band of valiant knights of light, mounted upon their celestial dragons. Each angelic dragon, resembling a small hill in its grandeur, is accompanied by a knight of light, who stands as a towering giant, approximately 2 meters in height. The Knights of Light, mounted upon celestial dragons and wielding an array of weapons, circled resolutely around Su Changtian. The expressions of Bibi Dong, Jiuguan, and Tiandou transformed into a spectacle of astonishment. "Goodness, this soul skill is exceedingly formidable," Jiuguan exclaimed. His mouth agape as if it could encompass 2.5 basketballs, his face a canvas of disbelief. He could not restrain his exclamation. "This soul skill is overwhelmingly powerful. My third soul skill, while also of the millennial tier, pales in comparison to this young man's prowess. He embodies the strength of an entire legion." Tiandou's golden eyes widened in shock, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy when compared to Su Changtian. Bibi Dong, too, was taken aback. She had always held high hopes for Su Changtian, yet he surpassed her expectations. As their astonishment lingered, Su Changtian's soul skill was far from complete. The Dragon Knights, numbering 36 in total, spiraled through the sky before launching a ferocious assault on the ancient trees surrounding them. Crash, 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 wherever the Dragon Knights passed. Not a blade of grass remained. All trees were felled, engulfed in angelic flames that reduced them to ashes. This young man's soul skill astonishingly carried the burning effects of divine fire. Remarkable. Tiandou mused inwardly, his spirits invigorated as he nodded vigorously. However, Su Changtian did not indulge in unrestrained destruction. After demonstrating his third soul skill, he retracted it. "Well, that is my third soul skill," Su Changtian declared, clearly satisfied with his display. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Tiandou exclaimed thrice in praise. "Young man, your third soul skill is tremendously powerful. I have great faith in you. It was indeed worth my efforts to seek out this celestial dragon for you. You have not disappointed my expectations. It must be said." Tiandou was a cunning old fox. While lauding Su Changtian, he subtly reminded him of his own contributions, hoping to instill a sense of gratitude. Indeed. Tiandou had invested considerable thought into this endeavor. However, Su Changtian understood that this was not solely for his benefit, but also for the sake of his granddaughter. Qianren Xue. Tiandou was a man who prioritized bloodline legacy, bestowing his utmost kindness only upon those of his own kin. As for those without blood ties, he had always regarded them as mere tools for his ambitions, engaging with them merely on the surface. Su Changtian recognized Tiandou's true nature and thus did not perceive his assistance as a monumental favor. Thank you. Su Changtian maintained his characteristic reticence and expressed his gratitude in a subdued manner. However, he had already resolved that upon his return, he would bestow a generous reward upon Qianren Xue. The formidable soul rings he currently possessed were entirely thanks to her. The one most deserving of a reward was indeed Qianren Xue. Little Xue, I miss you. I shall embrace you once we return, Su Changtian thought, yearning for her soft, warm presence. Bibi Dong remained silent. Jiyuguan praised, Little one, you are truly remarkable. I greatly admire you. His commendation was heartfelt, as he sensed that the tides of time would inevitably see him surpassed by Su Changtian, the once great wave now languishing upon the shore. Indeed, Su Changtian nodded. Come, little one, release Xue. I wish to converse with her. Tiandou then began to inquire about Qianren Xue's well-being. All right, Su Changtian complied, first canceling his martial soul fusion state and allowing Qianren Xue to float gently in his palm. However, due to the earlier use of his first soul skill, his attire had been torn, leaving him rather exposed. The situation was somewhat awkward. A wave of inferiority washed over Jiyuguan, permeating every cell of his being. Why did some children develop so impressively? He felt a twinge of envy. Bibi Dong, her cheeks flushed, produced a brand new set of clothing and tossed it to Su Changtian. Surprised, he glanced at her, realizing that this esteemed pope had prepared numerous outfits for him, proving herself to be a remarkably attentive maternal figure, aside from the absence of breastfeeding. She seemed to fulfill all other maternal duties impeccably. Su Changtian felt a surge of gratitude. Little one, put on some clothes. You mustn't catch a chill. Bibi Dong urged with concern. Su Changtian replied, quickly donning the garments. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, who had initially blushed, felt a pang of distress upon witnessing Bibi Dong's nurturing demeanor towards Su Changtian, akin to that of a devoted mother. This realization was akin to a knife twisting in her heart, stirring up painful childhood memories, and her expression turned dark and troubled. Why is she so caring towards a child who is not her own? What gives her the right? Qianren Xue found herself seething with jealousy. In her frustration, she contemplated giving Su Changtian a good scolding upon their return to the spirit hall, perhaps even pinching his cheeks. At that moment, Tiandou noticed her pallor and inquired with concern, Little Xue, you appear unwell. Is something amiss? Do you feel unwell? His attentive worry for Qianren Xue was palpable, as he feared she might be experiencing some unusual ailment. Chapter 43, The Slaying of the Decadal Soul Beast and Tang San's leveling. Qianren Xue's expression grew somber, troubled by the relationship between Su Changtian and Bibi Dong. The voice of her grandfather, Tiandou, pulled her thoughts back to the present. She quickly composed herself, stating, No, grandfather, I am quite healthy. Thanks to the little one's fortune, my cultivation has even reached the impressive level of 59. Qianren Xue reported her physical condition to her grandfather and shared her good news. With Su Changtian's integration of soul rings enhancing his strength, Qianren Xue, as a martial soul, naturally reaped significant benefits, elevating her own cultivation. Excellent. Very good. Haha. Tiandou's face brightened with a smile, his complexion flushed with joy. It seemed the good news had rejuvenated him by several years. Little Xue, if you advance just one more level, you will reach 60. At that point, by merging a soul ring, you can break through to become a soul emperor of over 60 levels. However, Tiandou posed a crucial question. But, Little Xue, as a martial soul, are you capable of independently merging a soul ring? Qianren Xue furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Being the martial soul of Su Changtian, she was uncertain about her ability to integrate a soul ring. Yet, she was aware that she could unleash her 5 soul abilities. Thus, she solemnly replied, Grandfather, I am unsure whether I can merge the 6th soul ring. However, I can utilize my 5 soul abilities. I may need some time to adapt and further comprehend the mysteries of being a martial soul. This was Qianren Xue's first experience as a martial soul, and there were many aspects she did not yet understand, remaining in an exploratory phase. Therefore, when Tiandou questioned her, she could not provide an immediate answer. Tiandou nodded and said, All right, Grandfather understands. Little Xue, just focus on your cultivation. Once we return, I will consult the texts and delve deeper into this matter. When you reach level 60, I will attempt to guide you in merging a soul ring. Coincidentally, the little one currently stood at level 39. Perhaps, by that time, the two of you could hunt for soul rings together. Tiandou, with his benevolent demeanor, showered Qianren Xue with unwavering affection. Despite her being a girl, he showed no bias, loving her dearly as a good grandfather should. Yes, grandfather, I will strive to do my best. Qianren Xue gracefully rested her delicate head, embodying a charming innocence. It was only in the presence of her grandfather that she felt most at ease, resembling a little girl. No. Even in the company of Su Cha Tian, Qianren Xue exhibited the same youthful spirit, free from the need for cunning schemes or pretense. Observing this tender scene of familial affection, the nearby Jiue Guan felt a warmth envelop her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Once Tiandou concluded his conversation with Qianren Xue, he instructed Su Chantian to retract his martial soul and urged him to continue his training in the 9 stances of the angel, solidifying his foundational skills within the Tiandou forest. Their departure back to the spirit hall would take place the following day. The group held no reservations regarding Qiandaoliu's arrangements. Under the scorching sun, Su Cha Tian commenced his arduous training in the 9 stances of the angel, diligently fortifying his own martial arts. Each session was fraught with physically demanding movements that felt akin to running 100 laps around the playground, followed by performing 5,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, 50 frog jumps, and an astonishing 7,500 pull-ups, culminating in 10,000 squats, and finishing off with rowing and various weights at the gym. It was a truly extreme regimen, pushing every inch of his skin, including sensitive areas, to their limits. What an ordeal! Su Cha Tian mused inwardly. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the beast-hunting forest of the Heavendou Empire, Yu Shaojiang had just unleashed his martial soul. The 3 cannon of Luoshan, successfully vanquishing 2 phantom wolves. The corpses of the 2 ethereal wolves emanated a circle of white radiance, appearing somewhat insubstantial, as if they could dissipate at any moment. Yu Shaojiang began to explain, saying, Tang San, these ethereal wolves are formidable soul beasts. Although they possess merely a decade of cultivation, they are exceedingly fearsome. A moment's carelessness could lead to our demise. Within the beast-hunting forest, one must remain utterly vigilant. Do you understand? Pay close attention. When confronting a decade-old ethereal wolf, remember this mantra. Copper head, iron bones, tofu body. The bodies of these ethereal creatures are their most vulnerable points. One must prioritize attacking here. Never entertain thoughts of aiming for the head, for that will not bring about their end. Ah, I see. Tang San replied, visibly enlightened. Teacher, you are truly remarkable, possessing vast knowledge. I have learned so much. Indeed, Yu Shaojiang responded with a satisfied smile. Tang San, do you see that white ring? It represents a decade of soul cultivation. Typically, ordinary soul masters can only fuse with soul rings of a decade as cultivation. However, with me guiding you today, your first soul ring must be that of a soul beast with over 100 years of cultivation. As he spoke, Yu Shaojiang stood tall, exuding confidence. Wow, 100-year soul ring. Teacher, thank you so much. You are exceedingly kind to me. Tang San expressed his gratitude with excitement. Tang San, we are master and disciple. There is no need for thanks. Yu Shaojiang replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Su Chantian had already fused with 3 10,000-year soul rings, while Yu Shaojiang was leading Tang San in the quest for a 100-year soul ring. Without comparison, there can be no suffering. If Tang San were to learn of Su Changtian's current predicament, he would undoubtedly be struck with a sense of despair, perhaps even consumed by jealousy to the point of harboring murderous thoughts. Meanwhile, as Yu Shaojiang conversed with Tang San, a sudden wave of potent venom permeated the air around them. As a skilled assassin from the Tang sect, Tang San was acutely sensitive to toxins and immediately sensed the danger, his expression darkening. Poisonous substance, he exclaimed instinctively. Lo, San Pao, came a frantic cry, alerting them to the impending peril. Xiao San, something formidable approaches. Who would have thought we would encounter such a creature on the outskirts? Yu Shaojiang remarked, nervously grasping Tang San's hand. At that moment, an enormous green serpent slithered toward them, its triangular head adorned with eyes that gleamed like rubies, exuding an aura of deadly menace. Yu Shaojiang gasped in horror, recognizing the creature. It is the mandala snake. Chapter 44, Wrapped in Evil. Bibi Dong, how could such a vile and ferocious beast appear on the fringes of the soul-hunting forest? I hope it is merely a 10-year-old soul beast. Yu Xiaojiang stammered in fear, wishing for the creature's power to be minimal. The mandala snake flicked its forked tongue as it approached menacingly. Xiao-san. This truly is a mandala snake, and its age is certainly not low. He warned. Its venom is exceedingly potent, and the paralysis it induces can wreak havoc on one's nervous system. I will hold it off. Xiao-san, prepare to flee. Preserving your life is paramount. Your dignity pales in comparison to survival. If it were merely a 10-year soul beast, we could contend with it. But as you can see, this is a soul beast of 100 years or more. We cannot defeat it. Let us escape immediately. Yu Xiaojiang urged, pulling Tang San close. With a thunderous release. Flatulence like thunder, Ro San Pao. Yu Xiaojiang swiftly summoned his soul skill, commanding Ro San Pao to fire and initiate an attack. The yellow 100-year soul ring spun, and Ro San Pao inhaled deeply before unleashing a torrent of foul air toward the mandala snake. Flatulence like smoke, hypnotic slumber Ro San Pao. He subsequently activated his formidable second soul skill. The second soul ring pulsed and expanded, shimmering with energy. Ro San Pao performed a mid-air spin and, with a loud puff, expelled a cloud of yellow mist from its plump rear, which wafted through the air. A fierce battle ensued between Yu Xiaojiang and the mandala snake. However, the creature was immensely powerful, disregarding Ro San Pao's assault entirely. With a powerful swing of its massive tail, it sent both Ro San Pao and Yu Xiaojiang crashing against a large tree. Nevertheless, the noxious fumes from Ro San Pao had begun to take effect. The body of the mandala snake exhibited a certain sluggishness, accompanied by a hint of ferocity. It lunged forward, launching multiple assaults on Yu Xiaojiang. Its formidable tail struck fiercely against Yu Xiaojiang's body, nearly beating him to death. However, Tang San did not flee. Instead, he swiftly picked up several stones and, employing the unique techniques of the Tang sect, directed his attacks towards the mandala snake. Striking true, he managed to inflict several wounds upon the creature. With a hiss of fury, it charged at Tang San. Aware that he could no longer conceal his true strength, he vigorously shook his right hand, hidden within his sleeve. A surge of black radiance erupted forth. A burst of crimson splattered forth from the head of the mandala serpent as it was pierced through, leaving a gaping wound. Its vitality swiftly ebbed away, and it collapsed thunderously before Tang San. Fortunately, his hidden weapon had proven to be effective. Tang San let out a sigh of relief, then withdrew his blue short sword, advancing towards the mandala-esque corpse to deliver several decisive strikes to its head, concealing the injury inflicted by his concealed weapon. He was determined to keep his hidden prowess from being exposed. Although he had taken Yu Xiaojiang as his master, and even expressed that once a teacher, forever a father, Tang San was merely seeking the advantages that came with such an association, acquiring theoretical knowledge, and the protection of a powerful figure. He had no intention of allowing his hidden weapon to be discovered, as that could invite unwanted attention, potentially leading to dire consequences. After vanquishing the mandala serpent, Tang San went to assist Yu Xiaojiang, all the while observing him closely. Noticing that Yu Xiaojiang had not detected any signs of the recent battle, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao-san, you were truly fortunate just now. That short sword came in handy. However, do not act recklessly next time. Luck does not always favor one in battle. Sometimes, retreat is the wisest course. Do you understand? Yu Xiaojiang emphasized. Yes, master, I understand. I was worried about your safety, which is why I counterattacked. I never expected the mandala serpent to be so foolish as to charge directly into my sword. Tang San responded with concern. Xiao-san, you are indeed my exemplary student. Quickly, go and assimilate that soul ring. It is a century-old mandala serpent soul ring. It appears to be quite ancient, over 400 years old, making it exceptionally suited for you. I had anticipated that the soul ring you would assimilate would be far inferior to this one. Xiao-san, you are truly fortunate. Yu Xiaojiang urged Tang San to proceed with the fusion of the soul ring. Upon hearing this, Tang San supported Yu Xiaojiang towards the yellow soul ring. With Yu Xiaojiang's assistance, Tang San successfully fused with the yellow soul ring and acquired his first soul skill, blue-silver entanglement. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the pain. After enduring countless hardships, Tang San finally acquired a century-old soul ring. In stark contrast, Su Chantian has already integrated 3 10,000-year soul rings, elevating his cultivation level to 39 and actively solidifying his prowess. The opportunity bestowed upon Tang San as an auxiliary protagonist pales in comparison to Su Changtian's achievements. Resembling the faint glow of a firefly vying against the brilliance of the full moon, truly insignificant. After the fortunate integration of the mandala serpent soul rings, both Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were overjoyed to the point of near euphoria. Meanwhile, Su Changtian continued his joyful training. As time passed and night descended, the stars in the sky twinkled brilliantly, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Su Changtian lay within his tent, visions of Qianren Xue's exquisite form dancing in his mind. Tomorrow, he would be able to hold her close as he slept. The absence of her presence over these past few days had truly left him feeling unaccustomed. Subsequently, he drifted off into a blissful slumber. In another tent, Bibi Dong reclined, clad in a delicate nightgown that accentuated her curvaceous figure. She remained awake, her eyes wide open, filled with an ominous violet glow. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt ensnared in a dark void, where malevolence gradually consumed her exquisite form. A chilling sound reverberated around her, reminiscent of echoes from the depths of the abyss, haunting and terrifying. Devour, devour, devour. The sound was exceedingly terrifying, growing increasingly fervent, urging Bibi Dong to devour certain entities. She stood steadfast, her beautiful eyes firmly fixed ahead, motionless, listening to the dreadful sounds that reverberated around her. Time passed. After a while, Bibi Dong's spirit extricated itself from the dark void. At that moment, she was drenched in sweat, her exquisite visage contorted in anguish, revealing a pained expression. Within her dark purple eyes, a surge of malevolence trembled. Quietly, her delicate hands reached out as she clasped her head, feeling a throbbing headache. The trial of the Rakshasa god was indeed arduous. The discomfort she experienced stemmed from her acceptance of the Rakshasa goddess trial. The Rakshasa was an evil deity, notorious for its wicked deeds. Years ago, following the incident in the secret chamber, Bibi Dong endured a living hell daily until, by a twist of fate, she awakened the trial of the Rakshasa god. Chapter 45. Return to Spirit City. Bibi Dong's consumption of the body and soul of Qianren was intrinsically linked to the trial of the Rakshasa god. Despite her outward beauty, appearing divine and flawless, her heart was corroded by the Rakshas's sinister thoughts, occasionally plunging her into profound darkness. Clutching her head, Bibi Dong gasped for breath for a while before regaining her composure. Simultaneously, her dark purple eyes returned to tranquility, becoming pure and enchanting once more. 20 years, to perfectly inherit the position of the Rakshasa god and break through the 100th level, it would likely require another 20 years. Though the duration seemed lengthy, she could afford the wait. Bibi Dong mused, a resolute glimmer flashing in her beautiful eyes. Only by breaking through the 100th level could she act as she wished, unfettered by anyone. With that thought, Bibi Dong closed her beautiful eyes, surrendering to rest. Time swiftly elapsed. On the following morning, Su Changtian rose early to practice the 9 stances of the angel, completing 3 rounds to fortify his body. After their training, the group freshened up and had breakfast before boarding the carriage. Guan served as the driver, steering the luxurious carriage as they began their journey back to Spirit City. Along the way, Guan deliberately released his aura without reservation, intimidating the surrounding soul beasts. Thus, the opulent carriage traversed the Tiandou forest as if it were an uninhabited realm, streaking towards the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Along the route, many soul masters hunting beasts were astonished to witness the audacious, luxurious carriage, their jaws agape in surprise. As time flowed on, after a long day of travel, the lavish carriage driven by Guan soon returned Su Changtian, Bibi Dong, and the others to the immensely grand and opulent Spirit City. The streets are bustling with the throngs of soul masters on their pilgrimage. The entire Spirit City emanates an aura of tranquility and sanctity. The Juyu Pass is graced with uninterrupted green lights, allowing for a direct passage to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall without any inspection. The guardians and attendants at the Spirit Hall headquarters respectfully bow in greeting. Su Changtian, caught between the imposing figures of Bibi Dong and Tiandou, lets out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally back. I thought I might suffocate amidst them. Having learned from the severe lesson of his previous experience, Bibi Dong swiftly scoops Su Changtian off the carriage. He feels as though he was nearly suffocated by the soft, cotton-like embrace. Once placed on the ground, Su Changtian finds himself in a state of confusion. Tiandou casts a meaningful glance at Bibi Dong before turning his benevolent gaze towards Su Changtian, saying, "Little one, you have worked hard these past few days. Today, consider it a day off. Take time to rest." Tiandou intends to grant Su Changtian a reprieve. Bibi Dong has no objections and nods in agreement, stating, "Very well, young one, today you are free." Upon realizing he has a day off from training, Su Changtian feels a surge of joy within, though he maintains a calm exterior, responding simply, "All right." Subsequently, he contemplates returning to his dormitory. "Hold on, little one." Tiandou calls out, "I wish to see Xiao Shui. Do not rush back." Su Tian nods in acknowledgement. "Bibi Dong, I will accompany the young one for a moment." "We shall meet later," Tiandou remarks, indicating he has matters to discuss with Bibi Dong. "Very well," Bibi Dong replies with a nod. Tiandou gently places his hand on Su Changtian's shoulder, leading him away from the spot and into the offering hall. As they arrive, Tiandou's demeanor softens as he looks at Su Tian, saying, "Little one, please summon Xiao Shui. I would like to converse with her." Understanding the purpose of Tiandou's visit, Su Changtian willingly complies, releasing the martial spirit of Qianren Xue. The soul light swirls, and Qianren Xue, adorned with 5 formidable soul rings, materializes in the palm of Su Changtian's hand. "Xiao Shui." Tiandou's voice is gentle as he addresses her. "Grandfather has come to see you again. We have returned from the Tiandou forest to the offering hall. How is your health?" His concern for Qianren Xue is palpable, as if he wishes to keep her close at all times. For a fleeting moment, Su Tian muses that Tiandou should have awakened the martial spirit of Qianren Xue himself. Feeling warmth in her heart, Qianren Xue responds tenderly, "Grandfather, I am always well. You need not worry about me. I never expected we would return to the offering hall so swiftly. I merely took a nap, and time has flown by." Qianren Xue could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, we have returned." Tiandou remarked, "During this period, you should stay with the young one and diligently cultivate together. I will delve into ancient texts to see if I can discover methods to aid both you and the young one in enhancing your powers. Furthermore, I must inform you that soon the young one will need to participate in collective learning. Xiao Shui is someone who has experienced this. You understand that no matter how powerful an individual may be, they ultimately must adapt to communal life. In this regard, you can guide the young one, encouraging him to shed his stern demeanor and learn the art of social interaction and leadership." Tiandou noticed Su Changtian's constant cold expression and deemed it inadequate. To become the ruler of the Spirit Hall, or to even unify the entire Dolua continent, mere coldness and strength are insufficient. One must possess various means of influence and understand how to communicate with other spirit masters. Otherwise, without the support of others, even the strongest will amount to nothing. Given Su Changtian's spirit, the 10,000 Renxue, Tiandou had begun to contemplate the prospect of nurturing him to become the helmsman of the Spirit Hall. Previously, the future leader was to be chosen from the Golden Generation, Hulaina, Xiegu, and Yin, with Hulaina being the most suitable candidate. However, it now appeared that a more fitting candidate had emerged, Su Tian. It is essential to cultivate the child from an early age. To Tiandou, Su Tian resembled a blank slate, easily moldable. If nurtured correctly, he could even surpass his mentor and lead the Spirit Hall to greatness. Furthermore, his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, establishing a good relationship with Su Tian would surely secure her future in a favorable position. Although it seemed that Tiandou was considering Su Tian's interests, his primary concern remained his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, as she was his only remaining bloodline. Moreover, at over 100 years of age, it was unlikely he could endeavor to have another child. Additionally, ensuring that his lineage inherits the 6-winged angel spirit would prove challenging. Finding a suitable, talented female spirit master to mate with was a daunting task. Chapter 46, Su Changtian's Grand Learning Plan. In this world, there exist only 2 individuals deemed worthy of mating with Tiandou and thus continuing his lineage. One of them is Poseidon. Regrettably, Poseidon is the great priest of the sea god island, known for his stubbornness and his disinterest in such matters. Tiandou finds himself at a loss. Neither gentle persuasion nor forceful measures can sway Poseidon. Consequently, no relationship can ever blossom between them, nor can any offspring be conceived. Otherwise, Tiandou would have long initiated his grand plan for the continuation of his bloodline. The other woman of interest is Bibi Dong. Despite her extraordinary martial spirit and dual martial souls, currently at level 99, her union with Tiandou would undoubtedly yield formidable descendants. However, Bibi Dong is the biological mother of Qianren Xue and the wife of his son, Qian Xuanjie. Tiandou cannot bring himself to act inappropriately towards Bibi Dong. As a bearer of the angelic martial spirit, he has lived a life of integrity, adhering to his promises and eschewing any base conduct. Thus, he is resigned to never marry or father children again. The Qian bloodline now rests solely upon Qianren Xue. She must not encounter any misfortune, otherwise the Qian lineage would be extinguished, and Tiandou would be condemned as the center of the Qian family. In truth, There are many things Tiandou wishes to convey to Qianren Xue. For instance, should any relationship arise between Qianren Xue and Su Tian in the future, and should they bear a child, that child must bear the surname Qian, not Su. However, such topics are far too sensitive, and the time is not yet ripe. Tiandou quietly notes these matters, opting to wait for a more opportune moment to express them, while his mind is a whirlwind of thoughts. Tiandou maintains an outward calm, betraying no signs of his inner turmoil. Qianren Xue remains oblivious to her grandfather's myriad concerns. She nods and reassures him, "Do not worry. Grandpa, the little one indeed has his shortcomings. He struggles with communication, but I will educate him." As she speaks, her gaze falls upon Su Tian. "Little one, with your remarkable talent and formidable soul skills, you shall undoubtedly command a loyal and valiant cadre of soul masters in the future. Yet, strength alone is insufficient. You must also learn to communicate effectively, to delegate tasks judiciously among your subordinates, and to establish clear rewards and punishments. Otherwise, possessing great power will not ensure that others will heed your commands. Do you understand?" Qianren Xue and Tiandou imparted these insights to Su Tian out of genuine concern for his well-being. Both of them approached the matter from the perspective of those in positions of power. In their eyes, governing the spirit hall necessitates not only formidable martial soul talent but, more crucially, a high emotional intelligence and wisdom. Such attributes are essential for wielding authority over the entire spirit hall and even the vast Doloa continent. Without these qualities, one may possess great strength, yet remain merely a blade, subject to the control and manipulation of others. Su Tian, of course, comprehended this principle. It is reminiscent of the legendary General Bibi from the Qin dynasty, whose martial prowess was unparalleled and whose skills in warfare were unmatched. He stood as the most formidable military leader in the entire realm of Qin, with no one able to best him in single combat. However, when it came to matters of state, Bibi was utterly ignorant, thus rendering him unfit to ascend as a sovereign. In a similar vein, Qianren Xue and Tiandou now desire for Su Tian to rise as a ruler, capable of becoming the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This necessitates not only a formidable martial spirit talent, but also a keen mastery of leadership, much like Bibi Dong, who exemplified this ideal with remarkable success. She not only possessed a high martial spirit talent, but also exhibited exceptional administrative abilities, solidifying her position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall through her own strength. Otherwise, it would have been an insurmountable challenge for a woman to aspire to such a title. Initially, the elders and acolytes of the Spirit Hall were resistant to the idea, yet they were ultimately won over by Bibi Dong's astonishing capabilities. These truths are well understood by Su Tian. Indifference and ruthlessness serve as his finest armor. "Ah, I comprehend." Su Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "He, young one, I have great faith in you," Tiandou said kindly, extending his large hand to touzle Su Tian's hair. Su Tian displayed a hint of reluctance, but was ultimately powerless to resist. "Very well, Xiaoxue, young one, it is time for you to rest," Tiandou announced, adding that he would make arrangements for collective instruction in due course. "Goodbye, grandfather." Qianren Xue bid farewell. "All right," Su Tian replied nonchalantly. "Yes, go on." Tiandou waved his hand. Subsequently, Su Tian summoned his martial spirit, Qianren Xue, into his body and returned to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Tiandou flashed to the hall of the Pope, where Pope Bibi Dong, Guame, and Guan were present. Tiandou approached his designated gemstone seat and sat down with an air of authority. He cast a glance at Bibi Dong, Guame, and Guan before stating directly, "The young one learns theory swiftly. In a few days, I intend to send him to the Martial Soul Academy alongside Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin for further study. Your Holiness, what are your thoughts on this arrangement?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly. She understood Tiandou's intentions, to place Su Tian among the elite of the Golden Generation, allowing him to win over Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin with his personal charm. After all, many friendships are forged in childhood. At this tender and naive age, it is the most opportune time to cultivate genuine bonds and to garner loyal followers. These matters were originally planned by Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, Su Tian awakened his second martial soul, Qianren Xue, and has chosen to primarily cultivate this martial soul. Consequently, Bibi Dong found herself in a state of indecision, delaying the discussion of this matter. To her surprise, Tiandou brought it up today, clearly indicating a desire to nurture Su Tian vigorously. Reflecting on Tiandou's previous vehement opposition and disdain for the boy, Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the stark contrast of his present demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhu Guan, observing the peculiar situation, could not restrain himself from voicing his concern. Your Highness, such an approach may not be prudent, given the boy's aloof disposition. He is likely to face ostracism and become a target for the other children. At that point, Nana Xieu and Yin might find themselves on the receiving end of a severe beating. Su Changtian's current prowess is formidable, having integrated 3 10,000-year black soul rings, along with the 5-ringed martial soul Qianren Xue as his protector. Sending him to the Martial Soul Academy for studies could potentially lead to chaos. Not only would the Golden Generation face repercussions, but even the Academy's instructors might find themselves in trouble. This boy is a little demon. Known for his ruthless nature, he retaliates against anyone who provokes him. Zhu Guan worried that Su Changtian might inadvertently create a significant disturbance. Hearing this, Gue Mei displayed a peculiar expression. According to old Zhu, Su Changtian's martial soul talent is extraordinarily exceptional, having fused 3 10,000-year soul rings on this outing. Indeed, the boy stands invincible among his peers. As for Nana, Xieu, and Yin, who are hailed as the future pillars of the martial soul hall, they are likely still at the early stages of level 20. The Golden Generation is notoriously proud. They would surely seek to assert their dominance over the newcomer. If that were to occur, the 3 youngsters of the Golden Generation might find themselves in dire straits. Old Zhu's concerns extend far and wide. Gue may silently acknowledge the validity of Zhu Guan's words. Tiandou raised an eyebrow and remarked, "These children have been exceedingly arrogant lately, particularly the 3 from the Golden Generation, who believe themselves invincible. Allowing Su Changtian to temper their arrogance would be quite fitting." Zhu Guan dared not argue and nodded in agreement, saying, "Your Highness, you are indeed correct." Bibi Dong added, "This arrangement is acceptable. Let the young boy join the class where Nana and the others are." At that moment, a clever idea sparked in Bibi Dong's mind. Nana, with her innate charm and stunning beauty, is a captivating presence that any man would find irresistible. Given her closeness to me, if Nana could win over Su Changtian, she might just keep him anchored. This little creature shall once again be firmly held in my grasp, no longer swayed by Tiandou. Bibi Dong mused inwardly, contemplating a strategy known as the allure of beauty. Huoliana possessed a commendable talent for martial spirits, while Su Changtian's martial spirit aptitude was nothing short of extraordinary. Furthermore, the two were of similar age, which presented the possibility of a splendid union between them. Should a relationship blossom between Su Changtian and Huoliana, their union might give rise to a new prodigy, ensuring the legacy of their lineage. Through Huoliana, I shall regain control over Su Changtian. This represents a current contemplation of Bibi Dong. However, it is important to note that Bibi Dong harbors more than this singular thought, and her intentions do not solely revolve around fervently orchestrating a union between Su Changtian and Huoliana. Such matters are entirely dependent on fate, a glimpse of divine will. If one could truly harness Huoliana to gain control over Su Changtian, it would be the most fortuitous outcome. Very well. In 3 days, the young one shall be sent to the Soul Master Academy, Tiandou declared, solidifying the arrangement. No objections. Bibi Dong expressed her support. Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei, lacking any authority, could only listen in silence. Currently, Tiandou serves as 0.6 of Su Changtian's mentor, while Bibi Dong accounts for 0.4. Any matters concerning Su Changtian must be deliberated together, with no one permitted to act unilaterally. Thus, Tiandou approached Bibi Dong to discuss this matter. With the agreement reached, Tiandou swiftly departed the Pope's hall, returning to the sanctuary. Before the magnificent and sacred statue of the angel deity, Tiandou embraced his arms before his chest in a gesture of reverence, proclaiming, "Great angel deity, little Xue is the most promising child to inherit your divine power. Yet, she has now become the second martial soul of Su Changtian. It remains uncertain whether little Xue can ascend to divinity. This young lad possesses twin martial souls in the bloodline of our angel lineage, granting him a significant chance of becoming a deity. Therefore, I intend to devote myself to nurturing this child. Should Su Changtian attain divinity, little Xue will evolve into a divine martial soul, thus providing her with an additional path to godhood, greatly enhancing her prospects. Great angel deity, am I acting rightly? Please bestow your guidance upon me." Tiandaolia's earnest voice conveyed his plans to the angel statue. A cascade of golden radiance enveloped the sacred effigy, showering down upon Tiandou, as if to affirm his righteous course. "I understand." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tiandaolia's profound golden eyes, and he murmured softly. Subsequently, he offered another devout bow before turning to depart. Unlike Bibi Dong, who sought to control Su Chantian, Tiandou harbored no such desire. His true aspiration was to see Qianren Xue ascend to divinity, allowing a deity to emerge from the Qian lineage and restore the family's former glory. In the past, Qianren Xue had but one path to divinity: to diligently cultivate and, through her own efforts, complete the 9 trials of angels to inherit the angel deity. Now, however, Qianren Xue had been granted an additional choice: to assist Su Chantian in achieving godhood. If Su Chantian were to ascend, Qianren Xue would evolve into a divine martial soul, and her very essence would become divine. Thus, Tiandou began to invest in Su Chantian. Standing before a grand window in the sanctuary, he gazed out over the vast expanse of Soul City, reflecting on the whims of fate. How capricious destiny can be. 6 years ago, Bibi Dong had brought this child back. I find the character of Bibi Dong to be rather deranged, as she has bestowed her finest maternal affection and patience upon other children. She dotes on Hulaina while distancing herself from Xiaoxue, and later lavishes her attention on Su Chantian, yet continues to neglect Xiaoxue. As a grandfather, I am thoroughly unimpressed and harbor a profound disdain for Su Chantian. However, unexpectedly, 6 years have swiftly passed. The individual I once detested has now become someone I feel compelled to care for and pay attention to incessantly. Tiandou let out a heartfelt sigh. Previously, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for Su Chantian, stemming from 2 principal reasons. The first was his sense of injustice for Xiaoxue, whom Tiandou felt the need to defend. The second was the murmurs within the spirit hall, suggesting that Bibi Dong intended to cultivate Su Chantian as the next pope, thereby threatening to usurp the Qian family's lifelong legacy. The thought of losing the spirit hall was intolerable to Tiandou. Yet, circumstances evolve beyond one's plans. The situation has undergone a significant transformation, prompting Tiandou to focus on nurturing Su Chantian. Meanwhile, the child who constantly occupies the thoughts of the Pope, the priests, and the elders of the spirit hall has returned to his chamber. All servants and guards have been dismissed outside. In the vast palace, only the solitary figure of Su Chantian remains. As the guards and servants whisper among themselves, they perceive Su Chantian as psychologically distorted, harboring a penchant for solitude, unable to connect with others, and quite pitiful, with no one to converse with. Little do they know, upon returning to his chamber, Su Chantian, with a stern expression, eagerly unleashed his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. Chapter 48. Joyful communication with Qianren Xue. Golden soul light surged within the chamber. Su Chantian's ebony eyes transformed into radiant golden orbs, and his jet-black hair turned into strands of shimmering gold, each emitting a brilliant glow. Simultaneously, the exquisite form of Qianren Xue materialized before him, gracefully seated upon the soft bed. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes sparkled as she exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "Ah, how stifling. Being confined in that martial soul space day after day is utterly tedious. Finally, I can step outside for some fresh air." It was evident that during the past days, as Su Chantian accompanied Tiandou and Bibi Dong to the Tiandou forest to hunt soul beasts, Qianren Xue had grown increasingly restless. Although Su Chantian appeared indifferent while observing Qianren Xue, his heart swelled with affection. During this period, it has been quite an adjustment not to rest my head on the soft, delicate arms of Qianren Xue while sleeping. Furthermore, Su Chantian relished the sensation of embracing Qianren Xue as one would a cherished doll, for it was in this way that he found true comfort. The little one possesses remarkable capabilities, having miraculously integrated 3 millennia-old soul rings. Truly impressive, Qianren Xue praised, extending her graceful hand to gently pinch Su Chantian's cheek. "Before your sister, do refrain from maintaining such a stern expression and displaying an air of indifference. You are quite the little pretender." As she spoke, she playfully pinched his cheek again, finding the little fellow utterly adorable. Su Chantian's handsome visage flushed slightly, and he leaned in, playfully pinching Qianren Xue's soft, warm cheek in return. "Xiaoxue, it's been several days since we last met, and you seem to have become quite talkative," Su Chantian remarked. They continued to pinch each other's cheeks. Qianren Xue felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks and responded, "Is that so? Have I really become more talkative? Perhaps it's due to the long absence of conversation. I've been cooped up in there, terribly bored." "I can relate," Su Chantian replied nonchalantly. "Spending every day with the Pope, the Grand Priest, and Zhu Yueguan leaves little room for freedom. Being surrounded by such formidable figures, relentlessly imparting their knowledge. Isn't exactly pleasant. Qianren Xue pouted and remarked, how many people envy your life, yearning for what you possess yet cannot attain? That is true. I do consider myself fortunate, Su Changtian nodded in agreement. The two continued their conversation. Suddenly, Su Changtian felt Qianren Xue's grip on his cheek tighten, causing him a twinge of pain. Ouch. That hurts. Su Changtian exclaimed as he lunged toward Qianren Xue, engaging in a playful tussle with her. These two individuals, devoid of any decorum, engaged in a playful yet tumultuous scuffle reminiscent of a love-hate relationship between siblings, leaving their surroundings in utter disarray. After a considerable time, Su Changtian's body and cheeks bore evidence of their frolic, marked here and there with crimson hues. Qianren Xue was no different. Even her golden, cascading hair was in disarray. Eventually, the pair regained their composure and called for a truce. Su Changtian and Qianren Xue were akin to two batteries, each serving as a source of recharge for the other. After spending an extended period apart, their private interactions recharged their spirits, significantly uplifting their moods. Once their playful antics subsided, Qianren Xue turned to serious matters, stating, "Little one, in a few days, your grandfather may arrange for you to attend the Soul Master Academy. When that time comes, should you find yourself being bullied, would you desire your sister to intervene on your behalf? And if you encounter challenging assignments from your instructors that perplex you, would you wish for your sister to assist you in unraveling those conundrums?" "I would not," Su Changtian retorted, pouting slightly. "Your intentions are not pure. I possess 3 10,000-year soul rings. I am the one who bullies others, not the other way around. You ought to consider whether to intervene and protect those students." Upon hearing his words, Qianren Xue paused, her beautiful eyes widening as she replied, "Indeed. Those children of your age would truly stand no chance against you. They are the ones in peril. Yet, dear little one, there will inevitably be assignments from the academy that you might find challenging. Would you require your sister's assistance?" Su Changtian shot her a glance, exclaiming, "What is your aim? Speak plainly." Qianren Xue speaks at length, undoubtedly harboring her own intentions, seeking something from Su Changtian. "Haha, little brother, you are indeed clever," Qianren Xue remarked. "I shall not beat around the bush. I will speak plainly." "Go ahead," Su Changtian replied. "Little one, soon you will embark on your studies at the Martial Soul Academy. Afterward, I suspect grandfather will arrange for you to venture out for training. When that time comes, will you travel to the Heavendou Empire's Heavendou City? Heed your sister's advice. You must go to Heavendou City." Upon hearing this, Su Changtian instantly grasped the implications of Qianren Xue's words. "Xiao Xue, you truly are unwavering in your resolve," Su Changtian teased, gently pinching her soft cheek. "What purpose would I have in going to Heavendou City? Are you planning to continue lurking there, wasting your time?" "I will not go. I refuse." His stance was resolute. Qianren Xue, realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, adeptly shifted the conversation, saying, "I have been plotting in Heavendou City for quite some time. By then, I may not need to continue my concealment. I wish for all the pieces I previously set in motion to emerge and stir chaos within the Heavendou Empire, ensuring they find no peace. Those were intricate plans I painstakingly devised. If several ministers were to rise and create turmoil, it would be enough to give that Snow Knight Emperor a headache that could shorten his lifespan by years." Upon hearing this, Su Changtian immediately understood the essence of Qianren Xue's intentions. In the past, Sui had strategically placed several pawns within the city of Tiandou, bribing certain ministers. However, Qianren Xue has now decided to abandon her plan of covertly undermining Tiandou City. Instead, she intends to set those pawns to self-destruct, creating turmoil within the Tiandou Empire and causing a bit of trouble for the Snow Knight Emperor. This indeed seems feasible. However, Su Changtian has conceived an intriguing idea. He spoke up, "Those chess pieces can be retained. I have an excellent plan that would enable us to annex the Tiandou Empire without a single soldier being deployed. Would you like to know more?" "What? You have a plan?" A flicker of surprise sparkled in Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes. "To accomplish this without any military effort. How is that possible? You don't mean to suggest that I should once again go undercover as Xuechenghe, do you?" "Oh, wait. You would actually agree to let me disguise myself as Xuechenghe again, would you?" "Little brother, don't be so naive. Not just anyone can masquerade as Xuechenghe. I could do so because I possess a head spirit bone that enables a flawless impersonation. Others lack the formidable head spirit bone skills to aid such deception, making their identities easily discernible. The act of impersonating Xuechenghe is quite arduous, requiring me to navigate dealings with the likes of the Knight Emperor, court ministers, and the esteemed leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ningfingxi. Among other influential figures. In this world, no one besides me can successfully play the role of Xueqinghe. Qianren Xue speculated that Su Cha Tian intended to find someone to replace her in the guise of Xueqinghe, to return to the Tiandou city. P.S. Wow. Another brother has offered support. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please continue to show your support. Chapter 49. Su Cha Tian's strategy for conquering the Tiandou Empire. Qianren Xue firmly believed that, apart from herself, no one could assume her position and masquerade as Xueqinghe. Only she could flawlessly embody Xueqinghe, maneuvering effortlessly among the powerful without detection. Others, regardless of who they may be, even her grandfather Tiandou, would inevitably be recognized. Thus, she considered Su Cha Tian to be rather naive. However, upon hearing her words, Su Cha Tian shot her a disapproving glance and playfully tapped her soft head with his small hand. Little Xue, are you truly so foolish as to conceive such a ridiculous plan? It would be best for you to stay by my side and learn properly. With a serious expression, Su Cha Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You are the foolish one, Qianren Xue retorted, rubbing her head before lunging at Su Cha Tian, playfully smacking his rather plump and youthful backside. Su Cha Tian, unwilling to back down, retaliated in kind. After a brief bout of playful banter, they returned to a more serious demeanor. With a flushed face, Qianren Xue endeavored to calm her heart and said earnestly, All right, little brother, let us cease the bickering. You called me foolish, so please enlighten me. What is your plan? I am eager to hear what brilliant scheme you have in mind. With her arms gracefully embracing her proud bosom, Qianren Xue began to listen attentively to Su Cha Tian's strategy, fully prepared to critique it. Su Cha Tian adjusted his attire and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Little Xue, you are indeed correct. There is no one in this world who can assume your role to masquerade as Xueqinghe. Therefore, we shall temporarily sever this line concerning Xueqinghe, as if he has been mysteriously transported away, his whereabouts unknown, leaving us to ponder whether it is a stroke of fortune or peril. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue nodded in agreement, signaling her concurrence with Su Cha Tian's perspective. He continued, Currently, within the Tiandou Empire, there remains one prince named Xuebing. Though he is the youngest, he is the sole surviving royal bloodline. With the promising Xueqinghe having vanished and the second and third princes already deceased, the ministers will undoubtedly suspect foul play, attributing it to Xuebing. We can incite discord among the court officials, fostering a rift between Xuebing and the Emperor Shuiyi, causing internal strife. Xuebing? He is but a worthless fool, hardly warranting such elaborate schemes. Qianren Xue retorted nonchalantly that Xuebing spends his days indulging in pleasures, brash and arrogant, is hardly deserving of our attention. My dear Xue, you are truly naive, Su Cha Tian replied, playfully tapping her on the head. However, before Qianren Xue could retaliate, preparing to swat him, Su Cha Tian had already transmitted a command that rendered her martial spirit immobile, preventing any counterattack. You little rascal, how dare you use your martial spirit's power to bind me? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Qianren Xue's phoenix eyes glimmered with indignation, her expression one of determined defiance. Then I shall strike you first. Humph. I have the upper hand, so I fear you not. Su Cha Tian smirked, then began to tickle Qianren Xue. Ouch. All right, my dear brother. I shall listen attentively and refrain from retorting. I will not sweat you anymore. Please, continue with your plan. I promise not to interrupt. Qianren Xue pleaded. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Now, that is more like it, Su Cha Tian smiled, lifting the spell that had bound Qianren Xue. Once the constraint upon her power dissipated, she indeed became much more docile, listening intently to Su Cha Tian's words. Feeling relieved, Su Cha Tian resumed, Little Xue, do not be deceived by Xuebing's dandy exterior. I suspect that after the second and third princes were eliminated by your elder, the Xue family, he has been guided by a formidable presence, feigning madness and indulgence to secure a sliver of survival. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding sparkled in Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes. The influential figure behind Xuebing must be that Prince Xuexing, am I correct? Indeed, Su Cha Tian affirmed. Su Cha Tian nodded and said, Xia Xue, you are now by my side. Within the royal family, only one prince remains. The Avalanche and Prince Xuexing will undoubtedly continue their masquerade for a while. Once they perceive no threat, they will surely drop their disguises and begin to reorganize their connections within the court. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity to tarnish Avalanche's reputation, instigating a rift between him and the Night Emperor, fostering mutual suspicion. Qianren Xue, upon hearing this, found his reasoning compelling. She replied, initially. I spared Avalanche because of his youth and his reckless nature, believing him to pose no threat. Moreover, if I were to eliminate him completely, all suspicion would fall upon me, with everyone believing I had slain my own brother. Thus, I allowed him to live. Yet now it appears that this Avalanche is far from ordinary. He possesses a certain cunning that makes him deserving of death. Now that I am not in the court, I can indeed manipulate the ministers to tarnish Avalanche's reputation and sow discord between him and his father. Qianren Xue endorsed Su Changtian's strategy, finding it quite astute and already resolved to adopt it. However, Su Changtian had not finished speaking. He continued, "Creating a rift between the Night Emperor and Avalanche is merely the first step of our plan." First step? Qianren Xue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Little one, I sense you are orchestrating a grand scheme. Come, reveal all your plans so that I may assist you in identifying any potential flaws." Qianren Xue perceived that Su Changtian was remarkable, not only for his exceptional martial spirit, but also for his strategic acumen. Aside from his tendency to unsettle the elders, the Pope, and the clergy, he seemed to possess no discernible flaws. Without hesitation, Su Changtian continued, "Once the first step is completed, we can proceed to the second. In this phase, we will place trusted allies around Avalanche to assist him with the challenges he faces, helping him navigate crises and gain his trust. Naturally, these challenges will be fabricated by our own hands. In this manner, we will have embedded numerous pawns beside Avalanche, while also displacing those loyal to the Tiandou Empire. Once we have earned Avalanche's trust, we can move to the third step. This step involves our ministerial pawns inciting Avalanche to commit patricide, persuading him to poison the Night Emperor. Following the demise of the Night Emperor, we will install Avalanche on the throne and initiate the fourth step. In this fourth step, I shall accompany you, little Xiaoxue, back to Tiandou City." In Chapter 50, Qianren Xue's demands unfold. "My dear Xiaoxue, you will then disguise yourself as Xue Qinghe and publicly expose Avalanche's nefarious deeds, shattering his image in the eyes of the populace, leading him to an irreversible downfall. At that point, with the formidable elders of our spirit hall, we shall swiftly subdue Avalanche, allowing you to ascend as the rightful new emperor of the Tiandou Empire. At that time, we shall commence the fifth step, implementing a series of judicious policies that will bestow certain benefits upon the citizens of the Heavendou Empire, thereby garnering their admiration and support. Subsequently, dear Xiaoxue, you may gradually announce the Heavendou Empire's allegiance to the Spirit Hall. This entire process is in perfect harmony with the principles of heaven and humanity. It will not invite criticism nor evoke the sentiment that the Heavendou Empire's submission to the Spirit Hall is a disreputable act. On the contrary, the populace shall perceive this as a natural alignment with divine order, deeming it the most suitable course of action. With the Heavendou Empire having submitted to the Spirit Hall, how far can the Star Luo Empire be from doing the same? Su Changtian articulated his comprehensive plan. The plan is divided into 5 distinct steps. In summary, the first step involves sowing discord between Avalanche and the Snow Night Emperor. The second step is to embrace Avalanche and earn his trust. The third step entails inciting Avalanche to commit regicide. The fourth step sees the return of Xue Qinghe, who will expose Avalanche, overthrow him, and ascend to the throne. The fifth and final step is for Xue Qinghe to promulgate policies that bring the Heavenly Empire under the dominion of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Haha, little one, you truly possess remarkable ingenuity," she exclaimed, a smile gracing her lips as she pulled Su Changtian into her embrace. My, this plan of yours is splendid," Qianren Xue said, affectionately ruffling Su Changtian's hair, her joy palpable. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. From this moment onward, I shall step back and assign the specifics to my subordinates." Qianren Xue wholeheartedly endorsed Su Changtian's plan, applauding its brilliance. In her embrace, Su Changtian found a peculiar comfort. After a moment of indulgence, he lifted his head and proclaimed, "I am not a child. I am quite grown up, you know." As he spoke, he stood up and gently wrapped his arms around the excited Qianren Xue. "Oh dear," she remarked, as her stature now surpassed that of Su Changtian, resembling an elder sister being embraced by her younger brother. The scene resembled a moment from a domineering CEO romance, where the CEO embraces the young lady. Su Changtian considered himself a man. How could he allow Qianren Xue to hold him so closely? Naturally, it should be Qianren Xue who finds herself in his embrace. The two soon resumed their playful banter. After a while, they returned to their usual state. "Little one, let us immediately inform Grandpa about this matter," Qianren Xue exclaimed. "We should ask Grandpa to write a letter to Tiandou City, so that Uncle Shi Long and Uncle Tsi Xue can handle this affair." Absolutely not. Su Tian replied with resolute conviction. Huh? Qianren Xue, puzzled, inquired, why not? After finally enjoying some peace, let's wait until tomorrow, Su Tian stated. Today is a holiday, and I prefer not to deal with such matters. Oh, Qianren Xue pouted, indicating her understanding. She could sense the firmness in Su Tian's tone. This little fellow is resolute in his convictions, exhibiting a stubbornness akin to that of an ox, making it impossible for anyone to persuade him otherwise. Furthermore, his long legs are inherited from Su Tian. The little fellow is reluctant to seek out his grandfather. Qianren Xue, feeling powerless, can only choose to accept this reality. Moreover, Su Tian is quite right. Having spent the past few days in the company of Tiandou, it is indeed time for a respite, a moment to rest and rejuvenate. At that moment, Xiaoxue, having devised such an excellent plan for you, don't you think you should reward me a little? Su Tian said earnestly. Upon seeing Su Tian's unserious expression, Qianren Xue's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. What do you intend to do? Little brother, you are not being honest. Give me a massage, knead my shoulders, and help me relax my body. Su Tian replied earnestly. He insisted that Qianren Xue massage him. I refuse. Qianren Xue shook her head in denial, stating that it was more appropriate for him to massage her. After all, I am your sister. You should take good care of me. Simultaneously, Qianren Xue sighed in relief, thinking to herself, indeed, this little fellow is still young and devoid of any lewd intentions. Otherwise, my purity might not be preserved. This is quite favorable. Qianren Xue is the martial spirit of Su Tian. As a martial spirit, she is unable to resist him, nor can she harm her own master. Should Su Tian insist on doing something, Qianren Xue finds herself helpless. Fortunately, Su Tian is still young and clearly a very innocent child, with not a trace of impure thoughts. This greatly relieved Qianren Xue. She was not yet ready to have her body shattered, nor did she desire to be incomplete. Moreover, the thought of childbirth was utterly terrifying. Qianren Xue harbored a profound aversion to giving birth. This is somewhat related to Bibi Dong. Therefore, during this period, Qianren Xue has been residing within the city of Tiandou, presenting herself in the guise of a man. Had it not been for Su Tian awakening his second martial soul, which is Qianren Xue, at this moment, Qianren Xue might still be conceiving herself as a man, engaging in playful banter with various dignitaries daily. If you do not comply, I shall resort to tickling you. Su Tian revealed a mischievous smile, adding, you would not desire me to employ my soul-binding technique to restrain you, rendering you immobile, would you? Qianren Xue's delicate frame shuddered. Her complexion flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head and remarked, little brother, you truly leave me helpless. Then you shall heed my words. Su Tian insisted. Listening to you is agreeable, yet I have a stipulation, Qianren Xue replied, her beautiful eyes glinting with mischief. To propose conditions to me? It seems you are feeling particularly audacious. Shall I assist you with your itch? Su Tian jested, extending his small hand as if to tickle her waist. Qianren Xue acquiesced, but proceeded to articulate her terms, saying, little brother, refrain from hastily employing your soul-binding technique to confine my form in the future. Let us converse openly. I detest the sensation of being immobilized, rendered powerless, at the mercy of others. I abhor the feeling of being controlled. Her tone was earnest, her beautiful eyes reflecting a serious demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Su Tian understood her aversion to this aspect. He responded, I can consent to your request, little Xue. Yet I too have my own conditions that you must fulfill before I grant your wish. Isn't offering you a massage sufficient? Qianren Xue retorted, you ambitious little rascal. How dare you impose further demands? Should you refuse, I shall not acquiesce. Su Tian replied with equal seriousness. Chapter 51. A loving family listening to Su Tian. Qianren Xue recognized the considerable ambition of this little fellow, realizing he was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite being merely 6 years old, she found herself unable to extract even the slightest advantage from him. Were he any other 6-year-old, she would have easily deceived him and gained the upper hand long ago. Yet in the presence of Su Tian, she sensed an unsettling awareness that she might be the one being outmaneuvered, held within the palm of his hand. As the illustrious heir of the Qian family, revered within the city of Tiandou, how is it that she felt utterly powerless against this child? Alas, what a frustrating existence. Qianren Xue pondered deeply. With a sigh, she spoke, very well, little one, what are your conditions? If I am able to fulfill them, I shall make every effort. However, you must promise not to use your soul-binding technique to restrain my body again. Qianren Xue chose to first listen to Su Changtian's demands. Su Changtian spoke earnestly. I engage in rigorous training daily, which is quite taxing, and my body is often fatigued. Little Xue, I require you to massage my shoulders for no less than half an hour each day. If you agree, I shall refrain from employing my martial soul binding ability. As long as you massage my shoulders for a day, I shall not use it for that day. In truth, Su Changtian was a hedonist, albeit his indulgence was solely directed towards having Qianren Xue serve him. After all, she was his martial soul and would never bring him harm. Had it been anyone else, Su Changtian would have remained perpetually vigilant, with no room for relaxation. Only with Qianren Xue's shoulder massages did he find solace, willingly surrendering his back to her. And was Qianren Xue not in a similar position? In this world, apart from her grandfather, the only person she could truly trust was Su Changtian. Qianren Xue was willing to entrust her back unreservedly to him. Their bond was naturally affectionate, stemming from the fact that Qianren Xue was the embodiment of Su Changtian's martial spirit. They both cherished, trusted, and accepted one another, free from any sense of exclusion. You are indeed quite greedy, Qianren Xue exclaimed. That would be too unfair for me. After all, I am the granddaughter of the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. With a status so illustrious, how could I possibly serve you like a mere palace maid? She continued. Why not have those palace maids give you a massage? Even if it were 100 of them, I would not mind. However, as soon as she uttered those words, a pang of unease struck her heart. An unfamiliar sensation arose within her, as if she were somewhat displeased with the thought of other women touching Su Changtian. Would you not feel jealous if I had 100 palace maids massage me? Su Changtian inquired, gazing at her. Qianren Xue, trying to suppress her peculiar feelings, retorted, Jealous? What are you thinking, little brother? You are not my husband. I wouldn't be upset. Is that so? Su Changtian murmured, feeling an inexplicable urge to give Qianren Xue a playful reprimand. Oh well, I do not fancy those palace maids, he stated. Their massages are uncomfortable. Only your touch, Xiao Xue, brings me true relief. Now, tell me, will you accept my terms? He teased. If not, I might just have to employ my martial spirit's binding ability and start tickling you. A mischievous smile danced across his handsome face as his fingers wiggled playfully, resembling fluffy caterpillars inching closer to Qianren Xue. All right, you've worn me down. I will massage you for a day, which will count as 2 days. Is that sufficient? She relented. Not sufficient. Su Changtian insisted firmly. 1 day for 1 day. As he spoke, he activated his martial spirit's binding ability, rendering Qianren Xue immobile. As she watched him approach, Qianren Xue's lovely cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she declared, Fine. It's a deal, but no backing out. Whoever reneges shall be called a dog. Absolutely. Su Changtian replied, pleased to have achieved his goal, and he ceased his teasing. Release the binding. Qianren Xue, blushing, shot him an admonishing glare. All right. Su Changtian complied without hesitation, liberating Qianren Xue from his binding. Now, come here, Xiao Xue, and give me that massage. He stretched languidly, adopting a relaxed demeanor, and leaned his back toward her. Little rascal, you truly test my patience. Qianren Xue sighed, resigning herself to the task, and began to massage Su Changtian, helping him to unwind. So comfortable. Su Changtian displayed an expression of delight as he relished the exquisite massage provided by Qianren Xue, who skillfully kneaded his shoulders. He found this leisurely existence to be immensely pleasurable. If it were within his power, he would wish for such days to persist indefinitely, never to cease. As time slipped by, half an hour quickly elapsed. Upon completing the massage, Qianren Xue sat beside Su Changtian, who lay contentedly, his small hands wrapped around her soft, delicate legs, as if embracing a cherished doll, and he drifted into slumber. Initially, Qianren Xue had intended to reprimand this little rascal after the 30 minutes had passed, having fulfilled her promise of massage. However, upon witnessing Su Changtian's peaceful repose, she found him rather endearing. He clung tightly to her jade-like legs, sleeping comfortably. The sight of the little one asleep was undeniably charming. He exhibited no signs of temper, appearing quite obedient. Moreover, he was rather handsome, a true young gentleman. In the future, he would undoubtedly be quite popular. Ah, but wait, he likely already is. Perhaps in a few days, when he participates in group studies, many young girls will find their hearts stirred by him. As Qianren Xue gazed at Su Changtian, her fondness for him only deepened, finding him increasingly delightful. Unable to resist, she extended her delicate hand to gently caress his shoulder, soothing him further into slumber. After a while, she too succumbed to sleep. The two shared a bond of trust, unafraid of causing each other harm. As time passed, the following day arrived. Su Tian attended class as usual. Today, he had promised Qianren Xue that he would convey the strategy for conquering the Tiandou Empire to Tiandou, and request that he relay the message to Shilong and Ci Tun for execution. Upon arriving at the offering hall, he found Tiandou had been waiting there for quite some time, his gaze fixed reverently upon the angelic statue, unmoving, resembling a meditative monk. After a considerable time, Tiandou returned to normal, turning his attention to Su Tian. "Little one, have you practiced the angel's 9 stances this morning?" he inquired, his expression softening with kindness. "I have practiced once in the morning, noon, and evening, without fail," Su Tian replied. Chapter 52. Communicating with the Martial Soul? Hearing this, Tiandou nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. Now, you will proceed to the Martial Soul Academy to study, where you will acquire essential theoretical knowledge pertinent to soul masters at this stage. These concepts are quite fundamental, and I am not suited for such instruction. Furthermore, you must learn to adapt to living alongside your classmates. Solitude is not the way to thrive. Little one, if you believe you can conquer the world alone and disregard the importance of community, then your mindset is gravely flawed. Then, I shall cast you away to a desolate island or a barren mountain, allowing you to experience the sensation of solitary supremacy. Come now, little one, tell me, do you find pleasure in your solitude?" The teachings of Tiandou are indeed profound. He first outlined the forthcoming study plans for Su Tian, then broached the subject of solitude with him. Tiandou discerned that this young lad possessed an exceedingly reclusive nature, having little interaction with the outside world. To put it bluntly, his character appeared somewhat distorted. This is not ideal. However, he is merely 6 years old. This blank sheet can still be rectified. Su Tian shrugged, expressing his bewilderment. "You misunderstand me. I do not find solace in solitude." Tiandou shot him a glare and replied, "Then why do you persist in isolating yourself? Remaining taciturn? Without engaging with others, how can you grasp their thoughts or learn to influence them? My child," he continued, "I am not intimidated by your pride. Allow me to be candid. I consider you as a candidate for the future pope. Should you prove inadequate, no matter how exceptional your martial spirit may be, you shall not inherit the papal throne. Do you comprehend? You must cultivate a sense of urgency, establish your rightful place, and understand your purpose." Perhaps it was due to the impending period during which Su Tian would be studying at the Martial Spirit Academy that Tiandou's emotions were somewhat heightened. Feeling the urgency of their limited time together, Su Tian shot back, "But didn't you once declare vehemently that I could never become the Pope? I recall you asserting that even if you were to perish, this child would never ascend to that position, never entertain such thoughts." Upon hearing this, Tiandou was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of profound awkwardness. Indeed, he had uttered those harsh words previously, not only in front of Bibi Dong but also in Su Tian's presence. The audacity of the young boy to bring up these past remarks was striking. Clearing his throat, Tiandou began, "People are capable of change. I admit I once held biases against you. However, after witnessing your 2 martial spirits, I recognized your potential to become the Pope of the Martial Spirit Hall. I have relinquished my prejudices, young one. You must do the same, understood?" Su Tian replied earnestly, "I have already set aside my biases. Moreover, when you mention that people can change, I must assert that my previous reticence does not dictate my future disposition. Indeed, is it not advantageous to speak less and observe more? Rest assured, you need not worry excessively about me. I am aware of your expectations, and I shall strive to meet them." Su Tian conversed with Tiandou as an equal, exhibiting no signs of intimidation or subservience. Tiandou blinked his golden eyes, somewhat surprised by the boy's assertiveness. Had it been any other child, they would have likely bowed and promised to study diligently. Yet, this young lad presented himself as one who required no such concern. Sighing inwardly, Tiandou mused that excessive discussion was futile. It was better to observe the results over time. "Very well," he stated. "I hope you will excel at the Martial Spirit Academy. Do not disappoint my expectations. Rest assured." Su Tian replied confidently. Su Tian spoke softly, completing his words. After applying a bit of pressure on the young lad, Tiandou began to speak. "All right, young one. You understand what I intend to do." As he spoke, Tiandou subtly gestured towards Su Tian. In an instant, Su Tian grasped the essence of Tiandou's thoughts. However, he blinked his dark eyes and asked, "What are you going to do?" Tiandou shot him a glare and replied, "Young one, you truly lack the ability to read the room. Come now, release Renxue, so I may have a few words with her." with a hint of exasperation. He made his request explicit. He sensed a rebellious streak within this little fellow, outwardly obedient, yet brimming with his own ideas. Tiandou found this quite frustrating. Pondering to himself, it's indeed challenging to maintain a firm grip on this child. Oh, Su Cha Tian nodded and began to summon his second martial spirit, Qianren Xue. Golden soul light shimmered within the sacred, majestic hall. Su Cha Tian's dark eyes transformed into golden orbs, and his black hair turned to gold. In his palm, Qianren Xue materialized, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. Xiaoshui, Xiaoshui. Tiandou called out several times. Grandfather. Good morning. Qianren Xue greeted him respectfully. Observing her countenance, Tiandou felt reassured that his granddaughter was thriving, hence he refrained from inquiring too deeply about her health, directly addressing the matter at hand. Tiandou stated, I plan to send the young one to the Martial Spirit Academy for studies in 2 days. Please keep a close watch on him and teach him how to navigate the world. He added, moreover, if he encounters any issues, jot them down and let me know later. Yes, grandfather, I understand, Qianren Xue replied sweetly, her demeanor obedient. Xiaoshui, living in your martial spirit form every day. Do you not find it stifling? Tiandou inquired. I have recently perused some texts, including a rather obscure book that piqued my interest. It suggests that if a martial spirit could convey emotions and express its thoughts, it might very well lead to the demise of its master. This is because such masters disregard the feelings of their martial spirits, viewing them merely as lifeless tools, focusing solely on cultivation without engaging in communication. This is indeed a grave misstep. He continued. I have attempted to communicate with my own martial spirit, but received no response. Thus, I thought of you and the young one, as you can converse normally. How is your relationship? Does he ever bully you? Note, the promotional messages have been omitted as per your request. Chapter 53. Tiandou's concerns. Tiandou felt an overwhelming sense of drama. He was deeply concerned for Qianren Xue. Upon returning to the spirit hall, he began to peruse various ancient texts. Within some obscure volumes, he encountered descriptions asserting that soul masters must regard their martial spirits as living entities, engage in communication with them, and be attuned to their sentiments in order to achieve a harmonious unity, thereby unleashing formidable combat power. However, when Tiandou attempted to converse with his martial spirit, the six-winged angel, he received no response. This prompted him to reflect on the relationship between Qianren Xue and Su Cha Tian. The young lad, typically aloof, filled Tiandou with trepidation regarding the dynamic between Qianren Xue and Su Cha Tian, fearing that their interactions might be fraught with discord. Hence, he brought this matter to the forefront, hoping that Su Cha Tian might alter his demeanor and cease to present himself as an unyielding iceberg. Upon hearing his words, both Qianren Xue and Su Cha Tian's expressions turned peculiar. Tiandou's apprehension over their relationship was unfounded, for unbeknownst to him, Su Cha Tian and Qianren Xue shared a close bond, enjoying each other's company daily. Just the previous night, Su Cha Tian had embraced Qianren Xue as one would a soft plush toy, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Furthermore, Qianren Xue had even given Su Cha Tian a shoulder massage, which had been quite soothing. Thus, it was evident that Tiandou's concerns were misplaced. Noticing an unusual expression on Qianren Xue's face, Tiandou cast a stern glare at Su Cha Tian, admonishing, Young lad, are you taking advantage of the fact that little Xue is your martial spirit, believing she cannot defy you? Have you been bullying her? A menacing aura emanated from Tiandou, transforming his once kind visage into one of grave seriousness, resembling a fearsome beast. What if I have bullied little Xue? Su Cha Tian's deep golden eyes remained unfazed, staring intently at Tiandou. If even Tiandou were to be intimidated, then Su Cha Tian would be unworthy of possessing dual martial spirits, let alone standing at the pinnacle of the continent or ruling over all. Tiandou was about to retort, then I shall kill you, but suddenly realized a crucial truth. Should Su Cha Tian perish, little Xue would follow suit. Thus, Tiandou could not bring himself to harm Su Cha Tian. Shifting his approach, he declared, then I shall hang you up and spank you 1,000 times until you behave. As he spoke, Tiandou rubbed his hands together, eager to act. Su Cha Tian's lips twitched slightly, taken aback by Tiandou's ferocity. It must be acknowledged that the tactic of spanking, while effective on children, could also apply to adults. Su Cha Tian had no desire to endure such humiliation. He replied coolly, I have not bullied little Xue. You can ask her if you wish. Qianren Xue's exquisitely beautiful visage flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Solely because Su Cha Tian had the audacity to call her Xiaoshui in the presence of her grandfather. However, Tiandou remained oblivious to the profound and affectionate implications concealed within that intimate appellation. Grandfather, Qianren Xue asserted, the little fellow is quite amiable. He has not bullied me. Oh, grandfather, rest assured, I get along splendidly with him. It is far from what you might imagine. Upon hearing Qianren Xue's explanatory tone, a glimmer of rationality returned to Tiandou, who recognized that his granddaughter had indeed not been mistreated. Nevertheless, he issued a stern warning. Little fellow, do not dare to bully Xiaoxue, understand? Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. Su Chantian responded nonchalantly, understood. Yet, internally he mused, how dare you threaten me? Very well, this evening, I shall have my share of fun at your precious Xiaoxue's expense. Su Chantian intended to redirect his displeasure towards Tiandou onto Qianren Xue, allowing her to bear the brunt of it, chuckling to himself. That is good to hear. Tiandaolia's gaze softened again as he continued. I have but one granddaughter. For her, I would sacrifice everything. Thus, little fellow, my previous words may have been a tad harsh, but I hope you comprehend. In everyone's life, there will appear individuals of utmost significance. In time, you shall understand the feelings I harbor at this moment. Tiandou took the opportunity to impart some wisdom to Su Chantian. Understood, Su Chantian nodded. After a brief exchange among the three, Tiandou instructed Su Chantian to return and make preparations. Once Su Chantian had departed for a while, Tiandou, observing the statue of the six-winged angel, suddenly realized a crucial matter. How foolish of me. That little fellow seemed to have called Xiaoxue, and her cheeks are undeniably a touch more flushed than before. There is something amiss here. How did I fail to notice? He smacked his forehead, catching on to the subtle nuances. That little rascal. Could he possibly take advantage of his status as Xiaoxue's sole master to act inappropriately towards her? But wait, he is merely 6 years old. Damn it, at 6. His physical development surpasses even mine. This is concerning. Tiandou inhaled sharply, his expression shifting to one of profound complexity. He sensed that the situation had become rather intricate. Contemplating whether he should summon Su Chantian back to discuss matters of romantic nature, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, that little fellow is clearly obsessed with martial arts, immersed in his cultivation. At merely 6 years of age, he should not engage in any inappropriate behaviors towards Xiaoxue. Should such actions arise, Xiaoxue would surely refuse and disclose the matter to me without hesitation. Everything should be fine, Tiandou reassured himself. Deciding against seeking Su Chantian for tea and conversation, he resolved to remain silent and simply observe more closely in the future. Otherwise, by posing a question, he might inadvertently create an awkward situation for everyone involved. It would be best to interact normally and let things unfold naturally. After further contemplation, Tiandou resolved to act as if he were unaware of anything to avoid provoking Su Chantian's aversion or misunderstanding. However, his mind was persistently haunted by the scenes from a couple of days prior in the Tiandou forest. At that time, Su Chantian had dispelled his martial soul fusion state, leaving him completely exposed before Tiandaolia's gaze, his physique remarkably well developed, causing Tiandou to feel a hint of discomfort. In just 2 days, they would be heading to the Martial Soul Academy. Consequently, Tiandou had no teaching obligations during this period. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had grown increasingly indifferent towards Su Chantian since he commenced his training with the second martial soul, Qianren Xue, no longer exhibiting the warmth she once had. Chapter 54. High Expectations, Top of the Class. Bibi Dong did not assign any tasks to Su Chantian nor summoned him for directives. As such, Su Chantian's days became leisurely. He diligently practiced within his own palace, enjoying close interactions with Qianren Xue, leading to a most pleasant existence. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. On this particular day, Su Chantian arrived early at the papal palace. Within the palace, Bibi Dong, Tiandou, Ueguan, and Gueme had already been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Su Chantian approach, Bibi Dong wasted no time and directly stated, "Young one, your journey to the Soul Academy for your studies will be accompanied by Ueguan. Once you arrive, focus intently on your studies. It is imperative that you achieve the top rank in your class upon graduation. Do you understand?" Nearby, Tiandou added with a hint of gravity, "If you fail to secure the top position, there will be no need for you to return." It was evident that both Tiandou and Bibi Dong were imposing stringent expectations upon Su Chantian, insisting that he must attain first place, otherwise, he would not be welcomed back to the Soul Palace. After all, Su Chantian possessed dual martial souls, an extraordinary innate talent, and remarkably impressive soul rings integrated within him. Furthermore, he had the support of Qianren Xue. Such extraordinary talent, coupled with the unparalleled resources provided by the Spirit Hall, suggests that if Su Tian cannot distinguish himself within the Spirit Academy, he may as well be deemed a failure. It is noteworthy that all past successors of the Pope have been elite graduates from the Spirit Hall, universally recognized as the foremost among their peers. At this crucial juncture in life, failing to secure the top position would render him unworthy of becoming the Pope's heir, Bibi Dong remarked. The assessments at the Spirit Academy are exceedingly rigorous. We shall not intervene nor grant any preferential treatment. There exists an absolute fairness there. Every child, regardless of their spirit talent or background, is treated equally. Under identical circumstances, you must achieve first place. Do you understand? Young one, do not harbor any illusions. Bibi Dong elaborated on several details to impress upon Su Tian the significance of this endeavor. Listening to the words of Bibi Dong and Tiandou, Su Tian maintained a serene expression. Nodding before stating, I understand, rest assured, I shall succeed. His tone was unremarkable, as if he were discussing a trivial matter, his demeanor cool, suggesting that this undertaking was merely a minor episode in his life. This expression of countenance astonished Bibi Dong, Tiandou, Zhu and Gue Mei, yet simultaneously filled them with satisfaction, particularly Zhu, who now held a deep admiration for Su Tian. It was he who had, years ago, facilitated the enrollment of Huliana, Xieu, and Yin into the Martial Soul Academy. However, in comparison to Su Tian, Huliana, Xieu, and Yin were visibly stirred, brimming with excitement and apprehension, contrasting sharply with Su Tian's demeanor. In the eyes of those at Zhu Pass, Su Tian exuded the regal aura of a true leader, exhibiting remarkable composure that concealed his innermost thoughts, instilling a sense of reliability in others, as if he were capable of accomplishing anything. Well, Bibi Dong remarked, I have expressed all I needed to say. Young one, do you have any questions? No questions. Su Tian replied, shaking his head, voicing no objections to the current arrangements. Great Elder, do you have anything to add? Bibi Dong inquired, turning her gaze towards Tiandou. Young one, do not bully Xiao Shuer. Take good care of her, Tiandou said, expressing what he most wished to convey. In recent days, Tiandou has pondered deeply, feeling that Qianren Xue and Su Tian have grown too close. He fears that as Su Tian matures, they may develop mutual affections. After several days of internal struggle, Tiandou has reluctantly accepted this possibility, despite the uncertainty surrounding it. Nevertheless, he has spent many sleepless nights contemplating the matter. He rationalizes that since Xue is the martial soul of the young lad, if they cannot be separated, it implies that she will belong to him for eternity. The young lad possesses excellent physical attributes and remarkable martial soul talent, and as he grows, he will undoubtedly experience the stirrings of love for the exquisite Xue. Given their prolonged interaction, it is possible that Xue may also develop feelings for him. Their connection, it seems, is mutually destined, even if he were to disapprove. It would be of no consequence. Furthermore, the young lad's martial soul endowment is exceptional, boasting a twin martial soul. Should Xue and the lad unite, their offspring would undoubtedly inherit formidable martial soul talents. As long as their descendants carry the Qian surname, the Qian family lineage will continue, ensuring that it does not end with Xue's generation. If there were indeed any emotional entanglements between them, it is best left for them to resolve on their own. He has reached an age where he should refrain from interfering in the affairs of the youth. Thus, Tiandou has managed to convince himself to accept this potential reality. I understand, Su Tian replied calmly. However, he quickly sensed something unusual emanating from Tiandou. Something feels off. Tiandou is acting strangely. Previously, he referred to Qianren Xue as Xue, yet today he has taken to calling her Xuer. Moreover, Tiandou not only admonished him not to bully Xuer, but also insisted that he take good care of her. This seems akin to entrusting him with a lifelong responsibility. Su Tian mused, sensing there is more to this than meets the eye. Yet, both he and Tiandou danced around the topic, neither clarifying their thoughts nor revealing their true intentions. Bibi Dong, who had been listening to their exchange, remained silent and indifferent. Once all matters had been addressed, she commanded, All right, Yu Guan, you are to take the young lad to the Martial Soul Academy immediately. Understood, Yu Guan acknowledged. Gue Mei, you are to accompany them as well. Tiandou instructed. Understood, Gue Mei complied. Let us go, young lad, Yu Guan said, approaching Su Tian. He replied. Su Tian responded with composure. Soon after, Zhu Yueguan and Gui Mei escorted Su Chantian away from the Pope's palace. As she watched the two depart, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Had Tiandou bribed Gui Mei? Was he to convey matters to the young one that I should remain oblivious to? Bibi Dong pondered silently, quickly discerning an element of peculiarity. With a swift glance, she exchanged a look with Tiandou, and in their shared gaze, they perceived a palpable tension. They have left. Tiandou remarked nonchalantly before turning and returning to the worship hall. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, grasping her jeweled scepter, found herself alone upon the Pope's throne. She sat in solitude, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance, seemingly plotting. She hoped fervently that a spark would ignite between Nana and the young one. If such were the case, the young one would undoubtedly choose to align with my camp, following my directives without hesitation. However, this young individual appeared to possess a certain charisma. She could only hope that Nana would not become so entranced as to lose her bearings. Bibi Dong mused, rubbing her temples. She had grown accustomed to solitude. Now quietly seated in the Pope's chair, contemplating various matters. On the other hand, after Tiandou returned to the worship hall, he stood before the window, gazing into the distance. From the lofty window of the hall, one could behold the entirety of the spirit hall. He observed an exceedingly luxurious carriage departing from the spirit hall, with Zhu Yueguan serving as the coachman for this journey. The tasks I assigned to Gui Mei should be executed flawlessly. Young one, I hope that once you receive what Gui Mei brings, you will remember the kindness I have shown you. However, Bibi Dong is no fool. She has likely entrusted some matters to Zhu Yueguan as well. This young individual is indeed fortunate, caught in the midst of such affection. A glimmer flickered in Tiandaolia's golden eyes as he murmured to himself. As the opulent carriage traversed the main road, ultimately vanishing into the throng of people, Tiandou withdrew his gaze, returning to stand before the statue of the six-winged angel. With his hands crossed over his chest, he performed a devout gesture and declared, Xiaoxue and the young one have set forth for the Spirit Academy. May the divine bestow blessings and protect Xiaoxue. Meanwhile, within the luxurious carriage, Su Chantian sat beside Gui Mei, who spoke, Young one, during your visit to the Spirit Academy, you must obediently heed the words of the dean. Do you understand? The dean of the Spirit Academy is quite an antiquated figure. He does not favor unruly students. Remember, should a conflict arise, it is imperative that you refrain from striking first. Allow others to initiate the confrontation before you retaliate. Alternatively, if a legitimate contest is to take place, enlist a teacher to serve as the referee. Above all, avoid personal duels and disturbances. Should you instigate trouble, be advised that during the comprehensive evaluation for graduation, the dean and instructors may deliberately deduct points due to your reprehensible conduct. This is a rule of the academy. Regardless of how exemplary your usual performance may be or how exceptional your martial soul talent, securing the top position will prove exceedingly difficult. Failing to attain first place means you cannot return to the martial soul hall. Furthermore, exercise restraint in your actions to avoid causing injury. The students here, though perhaps lacking in martial soul talent compared to you, possess immense potential and, with proper guidance after graduation, will become invaluable assets to our martial soul hall. If you harm them, it would be tantamount to jeopardizing the fortune of our institution. Do you understand? Exercise moderation, young one. I implore you. Your martial soul talent is exceedingly formidable, and I fear you may lack the discernment to control your strength, resulting in excessive mistakes that would hinder your ability to earn credits. Gui Mei, with heartfelt advice, cautioned Su Chantian about the regulations within the Martial Soul Academy, hoping he would not suffer penalties due to altercations that could prevent him from achieving first place. The Martial Soul Academy is a sanctuary for nurturing elite talents. The elites here are not mere brutes. They cannot be defined solely by their prowess in combat. Those who can only fight, these soul masters, receive a low comprehensive score within the Martial Soul Academy. Such individuals, too extreme in their singularity, are relegated to being mere weapons, cast onto the battlefield to slay enemies. Becoming tools of death to fulfill specialized missions, ultimately they are incapable of achieving great accomplishments. To forge remarkable legacies, one must possess more than just the ability to fight. The Martial Soul Academy cultivates multifaceted, top-tier talents. Listening to the eerie, nagging voice, Su Chantian absorbed the useful insights, noted some important points, and then nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. All right, I shall remember. Good, it's reassuring that you remember, replied the specter. Subsequently, the specter's ghostly eyes gleamed, exuding a fierce aura. He stated solemnly, Young one, when you were but a child, due to old Chrysanthemum's attentive care, you gifted him a verse. when autumn arrives on the 8th of September. I bloom, and all flowers shall perish. This line is immensely powerful. Young one, could you perhaps gift me a verse as well? The specter looked at Su Tian with an expectant expression, eagerly awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "That verse was not meant for you, Egwan. It was merely an expression of my feelings upon observing the chrysanthemums. However, old chrysanthemum, lacking in modesty, claims you bestowed it upon him." The specter remarked earnestly, in fact, that line still hangs in the garden cultivated by old chrysanthemum. Every time I see him flaunting it, it irks me. Young one, do share a line with me as well. Or perhaps, gaze upon me and let inspiration strike. The Dolawa continent is a realm that venerates martial prowess, where the law of the jungle prevails and the strong dominate. Everyone aspires to awaken their martial souls, cultivate their abilities, and emerge as revered high-ranking soul masters. Consequently, on the Dolawa continent, the development of poetry and literature has stagnated, with little to no poetic works circulating. Figures such as Jiyuguan and the Spectre, who have ascended to the rank of title de law, find it exceedingly challenging to advance to the next level, requiring immense fortitude to break through. Thus, the mindset of these formidable beings has matured. They no longer devote their every moment to relentless cultivation in pursuit of superiority. Once individuals possess wealth, power, and strength, they begin to refine their sensibilities and cultivate various interests. For instance, old chrysanthemum delights in gardening and cherishing nature. To these powerful beings, poetry and literature are precious treasures. To recite even a couple of lines brings an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and elevates their lives significantly. In summary, the Spectre, Jiyuguan, and other strong individuals place considerable value on poetry and literature. Driving the carriage, Jiyuguan exclaimed with pride, "Ha ha, old ghost. Do you also yearn for your own poetry? That seems quite challenging. This phenomenon is serendipitous and cannot be sought after. The little one has expressed his sentiments through his creation, which is not something one can simply wish for. I, fortunate in my luck, have stumbled upon such a poetic verse, which brings me great joy. Even after my demise, this verse shall accompany me, interred amidst these verdant mountains, embodying the essence of my soul. The joy and pride radiating from Jiyuguan are palpable." Chapter 56. A favor from the Spectre listening to the self-satisfied voice of old Juhua. The Spectre could hardly contain his vexation. He retorted sharply, "Old Juhua, focus on steering your carriage. Do not stray from the path." With a cold chuckle, Jiyuguan replied, while the Spectre gazed at Su Tian with keen anticipation, asking, "Young one, do you have something for us?" The essence of literature is born of nature, discovered by skilled hands. Su Tian replied calmly, echoing Jiyuguan's sentiment, "It relies on chance." Upon hearing this, the Spectre shuddered slightly, murmuring, "The essence of literature is born of nature, discovered by skilled hands. How remarkable, young one. You truly possess talent." This very verse encapsulates the notion old Juhua had just articulated. Indeed, the natural laws of the universe give rise to art without artificial embellishment. It is the adept who serendipitously acquires such mastery. The Spectre felt a profound awakening, as if the horizons of his understanding had expanded significantly. The essence of literature is born of nature, discovered by skilled hands. He repeated, etching this verse into his memory. Meanwhile, Jiyuguan, who was driving the carriage, trembled with disbelief. Such pure poetry, though simple, illuminates the mind and grants deeper insights into this world. Excitement flickered in the depths of Jiyuguan's eyes as he committed Su Tian's words to memory. "Is there more, young one? What other reflections do you have?" The Spectre inquired, his breath quickening with anticipation. Su Tian touched his nose thoughtfully before responding, "Indeed, I do have more to share. However, should I bestow upon you another verse, it would mean you owe me a favor, one that must be repaid in the future." The Spectre paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated the young lad would engage in matters of personal obligation. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed that the young one's favor would be quite manageable, considering he was merely 6 years of age. Thus, the Spectre nodded and affirmed, "Very well, I shall consider myself indebted to you. Now, young one, I eagerly await your poetic work." Jiyuguan, driving the carriage, immediately became intrigued. He perked up his ears, attentively listening to the dialogue within. Thinking to himself, the young one is about to create poetry again. I must listen closely. Both Guimei and Jiyu perked up their ears, beginning to listen intently. Su Tian did not keep them in suspense, but rather stated directly, "Guimei, there is a line of poetry that suits you perfectly. To live is to be a paragon among men. and to die is to become a hero among ghosts. I bestow this upon you." Upon hearing this, Gui Mei's ghostly form trembled with intensity. To live is to be a paragon among men, and to die is to become a hero among ghosts. A fierce light flashed in Gui Mei's ghostly eyes as she echoed the words, which subsequently etched themselves deeply into her mind. This awakened a long-buried memory within the spectre. In his youth, the spectre had once faced death. However, due to the awakening of his martial soul at the tender age of 6, he merged with his martial soul, becoming a unique entity in a state of half-life. This fusion rendered his outward appearance a mere manifestation of his martial soul, leaving even the spectre himself unaware of his true visage. Despite his transformation into this extraordinary state of half-life, the spectre never relinquished his pursuit of cultivation. He trained fervently, striving to elevate his prowess, ultimately proving himself and trampling upon those who once scorned him. Thus, this ancient verse resonates profoundly with the spectre's life journey. He delights in it, erupting into a hearty laugh as he proclaims, "One should aspire to be a paragon in life and a hero in death. Ha! I, the spectre, now possess my own verse." His laughter, exuberant and unrestrained, startled the birds and insects in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Zhu Yueguan felt a tremor within, sensing that the verse the spectre had acquired was imbued with profound meaning and served as a source of encouragement. Indeed, while alive, one should strive to be remarkable, and in death, to become a hero. As a soul master, one must possess a noble spirit, Zhu Yueguan mused. Although this verse was gifted to the spectre by Su Cha Tian, Zhu Yueguan secretly committed it to memory, finding it a potent motivator for her own advancement. The spectre, beaming with joy, addressed the young one, "Little fellow, I truly admire this verse of yours. I owe you a favor. When the time comes, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me." "Very well," Su Cha Tian replied nonchalantly, having discerned the spectre's elation. Simultaneously, he contemplated whether he should compose a few romantic verses for Qianren Xue, such as, "Once I have traversed the vast seas, no other waters can compare. Apart from the Wushan, no clouds can match." Or perhaps, "Though my waistline may grow slender, I have no regrets, for I languish for her. Furthermore, when shall I see you again? This night weighs heavily upon my heart. Enter my realm of longing, where the pain of yearning is known. In everlasting thoughts of you, I find joy and despair entwined. In the martial arts-cherishing world of Dolua continent, a soul master possessing formidable strength, who can also compose poetry, is truly admirable. Should Su Chantian present romantic verses to Qianren Xue, she would undoubtedly appreciate them. Yet, he pondered, he was still quite young, and it seemed inappropriate to send love poetry to Qianren Xue. Moreover, why should he take the initiative? It would be better for her to show a bit more initiative, he thought. Su Chantian mused, exhibiting a hint of arrogance. Gui Mei was enveloped in delight throughout their journey. The carriage sped along, and after approximately half an hour, it arrived at the foot of a magnificent mountain. Coming to a halt. "Little one, we have arrived," spoke Jiyuguan. Subsequently, Jiyuguan, Gui Mei, and Su Cha Tian alighted from the carriage. Jiyuguan began to elaborate. "This martial soul academy is established within this grand mountain, spanning an impressive length of 10,000 meters. Moreover, the academy boasts various simulated training environments, tailored for the cultivation of diverse attributes of martial souls." "Ah, I understand," replied Su Chantian, just as Jiyuguan was imparting knowledge to Su Chantian. A contingent of academy guards approached slowly from the guard pavilion at the mountain's base, clad in black helmets and armor, wielding long spears and sharp swords. They exuded an air of formidable authority, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. The guards serve as the first line of defense for the Spirit Soul Academy. Upon encountering Jiyuguan, Gui Mei, and Su Cha Tian, they immediately lowered their weapons, knelt on the ground, and offered their respectful salutations. "We pay our respects to the two elders." The guards displayed utmost reverence, with no dissent among them. "Please withdraw. Return to your posts," Jiyuguan stated calmly. "As you command." The guards acknowledged the order and promptly retreated, resuming their positions to continue safeguarding the Spirit Soul Academy. The reason for dismissing the students was that Jiyuguan had some personal matters to discuss with Su Cha Tian. A crowd would only complicate the matter. Subsequently, Jiyuguan retrieved a finely crafted bundle from his storage soul guide ring. "My dear child, your upcoming period of study at the Spirit Soul Academy will require a duration of time. You are growing rapidly, and your current garments may soon prove inadequate. Furthermore, during soul battles with others, your clothing may sustain damage swiftly. This attire and these shoes have been prepared for you by His Holiness the Pope. please accept them. You will undoubtedly find them useful during your time at the academy. This is a heartfelt gesture from His Holiness, so do not let him down. Once you achieve academic success, be sure to assist His Holiness in managing the Spirit Hall and share in the responsibilities. Jiyuguan spoke earnestly as he handed the exquisite bundle to Su Tian. Within this large bundle lay an array of garments and footwear, meticulously tailored for Su Tian. Upon hearing this, Su Tian paused momentarily, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bibi Dong, with her thoughtful nature, would prepare such items for him. If Bibi Dong were to be likened to his biological mother, she would undoubtedly fulfill that role with great competence. However, having perused the original narrative, Su Tian was well acquainted with Bibi Dong's character. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she possessed profound depth and strategic acumen. Her kindness towards him surely harbored ulterior motives. Nonetheless, there was no denying that Bibi Dong treated him exceptionally well. To encapsulate her essence with the phrase, "A gentleman assesses actions, not the heart," one could argue that she exhibited no overt misdeeds, yet her inner intentions might be less than lawful. Time would reveal the truth. Su Tian silently hoped that Bibi Dong would continue to extend her goodwill towards him. With a composed demeanor, he replied, "Yes, I accept. Please convey my gratitude to her." Following this, he carefully stowed the exquisite bundle into his storage soul guide ring. As one of the most prodigious talents within the Spirit Hall, Su Tian enjoyed abundant resources. At merely 6 years of age, he had already acquired his very own storage soul guide ring. This is far more formidable than the jade trinket Tang San received on the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges. And it boasts a far greater storage capacity. After accepting these garments, Su Tian found himself pondering, secretly thinking, "Before little Xue, I must absolutely refrain from donning these clothes. Otherwise, should little Xue see these items, she would inevitably be reminded of Bibi Dong's visage. Consequently, she would spend the entire day in a sullen mood, casting her displeasure upon me. It is truly perplexing how these two, despite their blood relation, behave like sworn enemies." Su Tian felt quite helpless regarding this matter. Meanwhile, Gue Mei cast a glance at Jiue Pass before redirecting her gaze towards Su Tian. "Little one, aside from His Holiness the Pope, the Grand Deacon has also prepared some garments for you. He was unable to come himself, so he entrusted me with delivering them to you." As Gue Mei spoke, she retrieved a large bundle from her storage soul guide ring. Within this large bundle lies an assortment of garments and shoes, all meticulously tailored for Su Tian. Each piece is a product of masterful craftsmanship, not only exhibiting exceptional skill, but also fashioned from the finest materials, incredibly precious in nature. As he spoke, the spectre handed the substantial bundle to Su Tian. "This is a heartfelt gesture from the Grand Offering. Do not let His Excellency down. While at the Martial Soul Academy, it is imperative that you dedicate yourself to your studies, refrain from mischief, and strive to attain the top rank. After graduating from the academy, make an effort to visit His Excellency frequently and keep him company. He regards you as his cherished grandson and holds you dear. Furthermore, you must treat Xiaoxue well and take good care of her." The spectre extolled Tiandou and conveyed some words that Tiandou wished to express. Observing the large bundle handed to him, Su Tian's lips twitched in disbelief. "Goodness, even Tiandou has sent me clothing. They are indeed quite attentive. Both Tiandou and Bibi Dong are competing to win my favor." Su Tian felt somewhat speechless. He understood that this was a friendly tactic employed by Tiandou and Bibi Dong to endear themselves to him and foster a closer relationship. Nevertheless, this is quite beneficial. Their affection for Su Tian grants him abundant resources, thereby accelerating his growth. "Well, I shall accept this. Please convey my gratitude to His Excellency." Su Tian replied nonchalantly as he accepted the large bundle and placed it into his storage soul guide ring. Simultaneously, he silently resolved, "I cannot wear the clothes gifted by Tiandou. Otherwise, upon seeing them, Xiaoxue would undoubtedly be reminded of Tiandou. If she begins to miss her grandfather, her spirits will surely plummet. That would be rather unfriendly to me." Firmly deciding in his heart, Su Tian chose to let these garments languish in the warehouse. In this manner, the approach is perfectly balanced, ensuring that both Tiandou and Bibi Dong remain content. "Very well," the ghostly figure nodded and continued, "Young one, dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Upon reaching level 40, the Grand Offering will personally guide you in obtaining your soul rings. Do your best. However, it is hoped that by then, Xiaoxue's cultivation will have attained level 60, allowing for the acquisition of a suitable 6th soul ring for her. Rest assured, I shall strive diligently. Su Chantian replied with a calm demeanor. In truth, even if Su Chantian were to reach level 40 before Qianren Xue attained level 60, it would not pose a problem. For once Su Chantian integrates his fourth soul ring, Qianren Xue's strength will undoubtedly surge due to his increased prowess. At that point, she would be capable of reaching level 60 and securing an appropriate sixth soul ring. Gue Mei and Zhu Yueguan, representing Tiandou and Bibi Dong respectively, expressed their concern for Su Chantian, conveying their goodwill. Subsequently, Zhu Yueguan said, "Very well, young one. We shall escort you up the mountain to meet the dean of the Wuhuan Academy, Marafu." "All right," Su Chantian replied nonchalantly. Immediately, Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei led Su Chantian upward. Although merely 6 years of age, Su Chantian possessed a remarkable cultivation level of 39 and exhibited excellent physical stamina. Chapter 58. Marafu of the Wuhuan Academy. Following Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei, Su Chantian ascended the mountain with effortless ease, displaying a demeanor of serene composure. This astonished many patrolling guards, and even some passing students were captivated by Su Chantian's performance. However, there were those who expressed disdain, claiming that Su Chantian was merely putting on a fade of profundity. They remarked that, at the tender age of 6, he exhibited a strong sense of vanity, deliberately displaying an air of nonchalance, while only he was aware of the exhaustion lurking beneath, unfazed by the gazes of others. Su Chantian continued to follow Gue and Zhu as they ascended the mountain, all the while observing the inner workings of the Martial Soul Academy. The Soul Master Academy is vast, encompassing the entirety of a magnificent mountain, having meticulously developed every inch of its terrain, with infrastructure that is exceptionally well-equipped. As Su Chantian traversed the grounds, what left the most profound impression on him was the simulated training area. These simulated training zones replicate a myriad of environments, including lush forests, swampy marshes, vast oceans, flowing rivers, arid deserts, snowy plains, tropical islands, and vibrant rainforests, offering a rich tapestry of experiences. Many young soul masters diligently engage in their training across these diverse simulated areas. What constitutes simulated training? For instance, if your martial spirit is a flower, you would venture into the forest simulation zone and envision yourself as a flower thriving amidst the woodland, adapting to this growth environment, competing for space with surrounding flora, striving to absorb water, and finding ways to flourish, thereby harnessing more sunlight. Conversely, if your martial spirit is a water snake, you would practice in the river, imagining yourself as a true water snake, gliding freely through the currents. If your martial spirit is a black hen, you would immerse yourself in a nesting area, attempting to mimic the act of laying eggs, thereby familiarizing yourself with your own martial spirit. These mimicry training zones are situated outside the Spirit Soul Academy. Soon, under the guidance of Elders Zhu and Gue, Su Chantian entered the inner sanctum of the Spirit Soul Academy. Within the Soul Master Academy, the premises are divided into 4 distinct zones. The first zone is designated for novice students, featuring 3 exquisite buildings that serve as classrooms. The second zone caters to intermediate students, comprising 2 substantial edifices. The third zone is reserved for advanced students, encompassing 3 towering structures. Lastly, the fourth zone is the area for the dean and faculty, where the buildings are remarkably elegant and opulently adorned. The architectural styles of these 4 regions exude an air of solemnity and majesty. Studying here inevitably induces a sense of tension, prompting one to adopt a serious demeanor, with expressions reflecting gravity and earnestness. As Su Chantian traversed the grounds, he encountered numerous children of similar age. They appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, their cultivation levels barely reaching a meager 10, seemingly quite feeble. In contrast, some children in their early teens emanated an aura corresponding to over 20 levels. Classified as great soul masters, yet they too seemed lacking in strength. A few older-looking children bore the essence of 30-plus level soul venerables, still failing to catch Su Chantian's attention. Those who had attained the 40s in soul sect cultivation were physically matured, their youthful features having faded significantly, despite their elevated ranks. Their advanced age rendered them unappealing to Su Chantian. At 6 years old, I possessed level 39. With Qianren Xue, a guardian of over 50 levels, I doubt any student in this academy could surpass me, Su Chantian mused, his expression indifferent, despite his formidable combat prowess. He understood he must remain at the Soul Master Academy for a while, to delve into the theoretical aspects of soul cultivation and simultaneously expand his renown. All students admitted to this academy hailed from illustrious backgrounds, possessing exceptional soul talents. They are destined to become the pillars of the Spirit Hall in the future. Should Su Tian secure the top position in the academy, his name would resonate widely. When these children eventually pledge their allegiance to the Spirit Hall, they would willingly submit to Su Changtian's leadership, acknowledging his authority. Upon reaching the entrance of the dean's building, a beautiful teacher awaited him patiently. The beautiful teacher possessed an exquisite figure, her white shirt straining at the seams. Su Tian observed her with a hint of concern, fearing that her movements might cause the delicate buttons of her shirt to give way. The two elders, along with the dean, had been awaiting their arrival on the second floor for quite some time. The enchanting teacher spoke respectfully, her voice melodious and alluring. As she spoke, she cast a friendly glance towards Su Tian, who was the subject of her curiosity. Internally, she marveled at the significance of this child. Pondering how he had garnered the attention of two esteemed titled Dolua elders, she recalled that 6 years prior, it was Zhu Yueguan who personally brought a child to the Soul Master Academy. 5 years ago, he had accompanied Hulaina, Xieyou, and Yin to the academy. It was during that time that this beautiful teacher had welcomed them. She distinctly remembered the remarkable performance of Hulaina, Xieyou, and Yin, who, despite their tender years, displayed an impressive rate of cultivation. Among them, Xieyou had achieved the highest level, reaching the 30th rank 6 months ago, and had acquired his 3rd spirit ring, thus becoming a 32nd level soul master currently studying in the intermediate student building. Hulaina, on the verge of breaking through to the 30th level, was at 29 and poised to become a soul master herself upon integrating a suitable spirit ring. As for Yin, although he was the least powerful among the three, he was on the cusp of reaching level 28 and stood out as a remarkable child alongside Xieyou and Hulaina. Now, with Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei personally escorting Su Tian to the academy, it was evident that this child was extraordinary. Consequently, the beautiful teacher treated Su Changtian with utmost friendliness. All right, let us proceed, Zhu Yueguan said calmly. The beautiful teacher nodded and led Zhu Yueguan, Gue Mei, and Su Changtian into the dean's building, swiftly arriving at the 2nd floor. Upon reaching their destination, she respectfully announced, "The dean is within. Please converse." "I shall take my leave now." "You may go," Zhu Yueguan replied with indifference. The door was left ajar, allowing Zhu Yueguan and the enigmatic Gue Mei to enter boldly. Within the opulent office, the esteemed dean of the Soul Master Academy, Malifu, rose from his grand chair. His mane of white hair belied his vigorous movements as he swiftly approached Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei, along with the young Su Changtian. "Elder Zhu Yue, Elder Gue Mei." Malifu greeted them with courtesy. "This child will be studying at the Soul Master Academy from now on. Please make the necessary arrangements," Zhu Yueguan stated. Getting straight to the point. Chapter 59, Malifu's disappointment upon hearing these words. Dean Malifu cast a glance at Su Tian, who stood at the center, flanked by Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei. Su Tian exuded an air of elegance, his facial contours strikingly handsome, and his ebony eyes possessed a profundity akin to the stars. Merely observing his exterior, Dean Malifu sensed that this youth was extraordinarily remarkable. Just the day before, Dean Malifu had received correspondence from both Bibi Dong and Tiandou, outlining their intentions regarding the cultivation of Su Tian. Now, standing before the young man, Dean Malifu's heart surged with excitement, although his countenance betrayed no emotion. "Rest assured, Elder Zhu, Elder Gue, Your Holiness, and the Supreme Offering have all sent letters. I will ensure this child is nurtured into a talent," Dean Malifu stated with a smile. "Very well, Malifu. We place our trust in you with this little one. Since you are already acquainted with his background, I, Old Gue, shall take my leave and not intrude further," Elder Zhu Yueguan replied calmly. "Understood." After a brief exchange, Zhu Yueguan and Elder Gue offered Su Tian a few parting words. "Young lad, heed the dean's guidance, study diligently, and avoid trouble. We shall return. Remember our words on the way." With that, Zhu Yueguan and Elder Gue turned and swiftly vanished within the confines of the Spirit Master Academy. Within the dean's office, Su Changtian surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Faced with the unfamiliar Dean Malifu, he exhibited no signs of trepidation. He would not bow to the authority of the Holy Pope or the Supreme Offering, and he had no intention of flattering Dean Malifu. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Changtian approached a grand chair and settled into it, resembling a sovereign surveying his domain. Dean Malifu raised an eyebrow. He had encountered many spirited youths, yet Su Changtian stood out as the most distinctive. A mere glance was enough for Dean Malifu to believe that this child was exceptionally sharp-edged, the most remarkable among all students, possessing unparalleled talent and martial spirits. The acceptance of Su Tian by the Soul Master Academy presents a formidable challenge to the illustrious career of Dean Malifaux. Observing Su Tian nonchalantly seated in the grand chair, Malifaux exhibited no signs of displeasure. With a benevolent smile gracing his face, he approached his desk and took his seat, initiating the conversation with, "Young lad, your name is Su Tian, is it not?" "Indeed," Su Tian replied coolly. "Young one, this year you must have acquired your first soul ring, correct?" Malifaux inquired with a cheerful demeanor. In the envelope, neither Tiandou nor Bibi Dong had divulged any details regarding Su Tian's martial soul or cultivation level. They merely instructed Malifaux to explore on his own while emphasizing the importance of confidentiality. The main reason was that both Tiandou and Bibi Dong found it challenging to articulate Su Tian's extraordinary martial soul talent. A few words in the envelope could scarcely do it justice. It was deemed more prudent for Dean Malifaux to discover it for himself. Tiandou and Bibi Dong held a deep trust in Malifaux, believing that he would adeptly guide these children as they embark on their first steps into the realm of soul master cultivation. This initial step is of paramount importance. Much like a child preparing to attend kindergarten or elementary school, a solid foundation ensures that when taught by esteemed educators, the child is destined to achieve greatness. If we were to equate the statuses of Bibi Dong and Tiandou, they would correspond to the presidents of the Chinese Academy of Sciences on Earth. Such a terrifying existence, of course, lacks the leisure to educate a child in the knowledge of kindergarten and elementary school, and moreover, is incapable of doing so effectively. Once Su Tian transcended the initial phase, his subsequent training was entrusted to the capable hands of Bibi Dong and Tiandou, an arrangement deemed most fitting. It mirrors the early days of Tang Hao, who initially intended to cast Tang San aside to cultivate independently. Only after Tang San reached the 40th level did Tang Hao take him away from Yu Shaojiang, initiating his own unique pedagogical methods to train Tang San. The future trajectory of a child, whether they can ascend to the pinnacle of excellence, can largely be discerned through the quality of their martial soul and innate soul power. Hence, Dean Malifaux is eager to ascertain the nature of Su Tian's martial soul. Once he comprehends the innate talent and cultivation level of Su Tian's martial soul, it will facilitate his arrangement of Su Tian into an appropriate class for study. My martial soul is somewhat complex and difficult to articulate. Moreover, I do not possess an innate soul power of level 10, Su Tian replied, remaining aloof as he sat in the grand chair. Dean Malifaux was taken aback by Su Tian's response. A martial soul that is difficult to describe. No wonder the esteemed Grand Priest and the Pope did not mention it in their correspondence. It seems I must see it for myself. Furthermore, this little fellow is not endowed with an innate soul power of level 10? It is truly astonishing for a child who has garnered such attention from the Pope and the Grand Priest to lack complete innate soul power. Could it be that this child possesses some unique attribute? Malifaux mused inwardly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It had been many years since he last encountered a child with innate soul power of level 10. Initially, he believed Su Tian to be a prodigy of such caliber, but it now appears otherwise. Yet, if he does not possess innate soul power of level 10, why does this child exude such arrogance? His demeanor reminiscent of a king surveying the world? In the past, Malifaux had guided several children endowed with innate soul power, and although they possessed their own distinctiveness, none exhibited the same level of pride as Su Tian. With a slight furrow of his brow, Malifaux's fondness and anticipation for Su Tian diminished significantly. Now, Su Tian, unleash your martial soul so that I may behold it, Dean Malifaux declared, resolved to witness Su Tian's martial soul with his own eyes. Very well. Su Tian nodded in agreement. Malifaux did not inquire further, and thus Su Tian offered no additional response. Su Tian first unleashed his primary martial soul. A terrifying wave of black soul light surged forth from his being. An overwhelming aura of destruction began to emanate from him. Malifaux's brow furrowed deeply, and a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. As the dark radiance flickered, a martial soul resembling a 9-dragon's coffin materialized in Su Tian's right hand. 9 5-clawed divine dragons pulled a colossal, pitch-black coffin, exuding a dreadfully annihilative aura. The surrounding space warped slightly under the influence of this terrifying presence. Chapter 60. The astonished Malifaux upon witnessing this 9-dragon's coffin martial soul. Malifaux inhaled sharply, his expression transforming into one of shock. 9 divine dragons, drawing forth an immense, mysterious black coffin. This was the first time Malifaux had encountered such a martial soul. Moreover, he acutely sensed the formidable nature of this 9-dragon's coffin. The aura it radiated instilled within him a palpable sense of danger, invoking deep trepidation. Little one, is this truly your martial soul? What is its name? It is overwhelmingly powerful, and its quality is extraordinary. This is an exceptionally formidable weapon, martial soul, even surpassing the Qian hammer. Furthermore, how can such a powerful martial soul exist without innate full soul power? This is utterly incredible. If you lack innate full soul power, you must possess innate level 9 soul power, correct? Marafu could not help but voice a series of astonished inquiries. He had too many questions he wished to pose to Su Chantian. Upon witnessing this martial soul, Marafa finally comprehended why Tiandou and Bibi Dong had not mentioned it in the envelope. The Nine Dragons' coffin martial spirit is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Having never appeared in the annals of Dolua continent's history, within the Martial Spirit Academy, there exists a compendium of martial spirits that catalogs over 99 of the martial spirits on Dolua continent. Maraf is intimately familiar with the contents of this compendium. He is certain that the Nine Dragons' coffin martial spirit is a completely new entity, an exceptionally powerful weapon spirit. Its emergence will undoubtedly shake the very foundation of the Qianren sect, which claims the title of the world's foremost weapon spirit, the Qian hammer. Upon witnessing this Nine Dragons' coffin martial spirit, Maraf was invigorated and began to inquire about specific details. My martial spirit is named the Nine Dragons' coffin. Su Cha-Tian replied nonchalantly. The Nine Dragons' coffin? Maraf nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. This martial spirit bears an impressive name and is indeed powerful, young one. You are quite fortunate. As he spoke, Maraf had already resolved to update the compendium after their conversation, ensuring that this Nine Dragons' coffin martial spirit would be included. In this world, although the vast majority of martial spirits are inherent, passed down from the previous generation of soul masters, exceptions do occasionally arise. Some children, upon awakening their martial spirits, do not wholly inherit the martial spirit of their predecessors, but rather possess the potential for mutation. This mutation gives rise to both beneficial and detrimental variations. The so-called beneficial variation of martial souls, exemplified by Lu Erlong's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex evolving into a fire dragon, represents a positive transformation. In contrast, Yu Xiaojiang's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex evolving into a Luo Sampow signifies a negative mutation. Consequently, martial souls have become increasingly diverse. Each year witnesses the emergence of new martial souls, and the Martial Soul Hall diligently collects various manifestations, continually updating the Martial Soul Compendium. As the head of the Martial Soul Academy, Malifu has dedicated himself to this endeavor. By the way, young one, you have yet to answer my second question. Are you indeed born with a full soul power level of 9? Malifu inquired curiously. According to his understanding, the Nine Dragons' coffin martial soul is exceptionally formidable, especially in conjunction with Tiandou, which explains Bibi Dong's significant regard for it. Su Chantian should, in theory, possess an innate full soul power level of 10. However, the absence of such a level raises suspicions. Could it be that this Nine Dragons' coffin martial soul harbors some flaw? Furthermore, through Malifu's observations, he noted that Su Chantian had not yet integrated any soul rings, leading him to conclude that Su Chantian's cultivation level must be either 9 or 10. Yet he had not embarked on the fusion of soul rings. This implies that Su Chantian's first soul ring should be fused with which soul ring? This matter must be determined by Malifu himself. The Nine Dragons' coffin martial soul is a sight I behold for the first time. My understanding of this martial soul is rather limited. Your Highness, the Grand Priest, and Your Holiness, the Pope, have tasked me with assisting this child in fusing his first soul ring, which indeed presents a challenge for me. However, it simultaneously serves as a test of my capabilities. I shall peruse the ancient text upon my return and select a suitable first soul ring for this little one. Malifu pondered within, beginning to contemplate the first soul ring for Su Cha-Tian. Unbeknownst to him, he gravely underestimated Su Cha-Tian's innate talent for martial souls. Listening to Malifu's words, Su Cha-Tian furrowed his brow, feeling that the dean truly lacked discernment. Do I appear to you as someone with an innate spirit power level of 9? Su Cha-Tian retorted coldly. Without any soul rings, it was evident that his spirit power level did not exceed 11. Yet, he claimed he was neither at the innate spirit power level of 10 nor 9. Could it be that he was at the innate spirit power level of 8? Malifu mused, considering such a spirit power level to be exceedingly low. Dear child, what is your innate spirit power level? Do share with the dean. Malifu said with a benevolent expression, I am not at the innate spirit power level of 10, nor am I at 9. I possess an innate spirit power level of 30. My current cultivation level is 39. Su Cha-Tian replied nonchalantly, addressing Malifu's curiosity in one breath. What? Malifu's ears trembled, as if thunder echoed beside him. With a bang, he abruptly rose, causing the chair behind him to topple to the ground with a clatter. Child, you possess an innate spirit power level of 30? Surely you jest. This martial soul has granted you such a high innate spirit power level? No, dear child. You must have another martial soul, correct? How else could one with an innate spirit power level of 30 cultivate to 39? Quickly, reveal your other martial soul for me to see. Malifu rushed to Su Chantian's side, his face brimming with excitement. Su Chantian could instantly see the dean's elderly visage, wrinkled yet kind, flush with color, and his eyes, deep as ancient wells, now shimmering with fervor. Indeed, I possess a second martial soul, Su Chantian replied calmly. Quickly, reveal it, that I may behold it. Malifu urged, unable to contain his impatience. Very well. Su Chantian's countenance was serene as he stored away his first martial soul, the Nine Dragons coffin, and began to unleash his second martial soul. A wave of golden radiance surged around him, exuding a remarkably divine aura, rising from his grand chair. He gradually levitated into the air. His pitch-black eyes transformed into brilliant golden orbs, shimmering with a captivating light. His previously dark hair cascaded down his shoulders, now transformed into flowing golden locks, each strand aglow with luminescence. Chapter 61. The Dean's astonishment. The aura emanating from Su Chantian became exceedingly sacred. At this moment, Dean Marafu was utterly astonished, overwhelmed by an inexplicable desire to revere. Subsequently, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman floating above Su Chantian's head. The exquisite woman donned resplendent golden armor, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity, radiating a luminous golden glow. Above her head manifested a divine six-winged angelic spirit, appearing both sacred and formidable. Simultaneously, 3 black soul rings encircled Su Chantian's form, while 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black adorned Qianren Xue. In total, 8 soul rings emerged, an utterly terrifying sight. Malifu inhaled sharply, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. He had not anticipated that a spirit would float above Su Chantian's head, and even more astonishing was the presence of the 6-winged angelic spirit above it. The 6-winged angelic spirit was one with which Malifu was well acquainted. This is a unique martial soul belonging to the Qian family lineage. The Grand Priest of the Martial Soul Hall, Tiandou, possesses the 6-winged angel martial soul. The previous Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Qian also had the 6-winged angel as his martial soul. Tiandou's granddaughter, Qianren Xue, wields the same magnificent martial soul. Qianren Xue. Marafa suddenly realized a crucial detail. The stunning woman floating above Su Chantian's head seemed remarkably familiar. Indeed, she is Qianren Xue. Marafa was struck with astonishment. Xiao Xue? He tentatively called out. In her youth, Qianren Xue had attended the Martial Soul Academy, where Marafa served not only as the Academy's headmaster, but also as her teacher. Headmaster, Qianren Xue replied. Observing her surroundings, she recognized that the little one had arrived at the Martial Soul Academy. Moreover, the little one had unleashed her martial soul, which left a profound impact on Headmaster Marafu. The expression on Maraf's face was utterly remarkable, almost beyond belief. After a simple greeting, he was able to ascertain that the soul before him belonged to none other than Qianren Xue herself. Xiao Xue, how did you become Su Chantian's martial soul? What on earth is happening? This is simply astonishing. Maraf exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as it was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary circumstance. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend this phenomenon, yet he found himself utterly confounded. Throughout the annals of history and an examination of various historical texts, he realized that such an event had never occurred before. It was unprecedented. Maraf was taken aback, feeling as though Su Chantian was akin to a treasure he longed to unearth. Qianren Xue replied, Director Ma, this is a long story, and frankly, I still do not fully understand it myself. I was executing a mission within the Tiandou Empire when, before the Emperor and all the ministers, I was transported to the awakening hall of the Martial Soul Palace and became the second martial soul of this little one. Even my grandfather remains bewildered by this occurrence. However, we have all come to accept this reality. She shared all that she knew with Maraf. Pushing up his glasses, Maraf endeavored to digest this influx of information. Are you saying that you two are in the dark? You were preoccupied with your own affairs when you were transported here in the form of a martial soul? He inquired incredulously. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Qianren Xue affirmed. Meanwhile, She scrutinized Maraf's expression, believing that the esteemed head of the Martial Soul Academy might possess insights into hidden truths. However, Maraf's subsequent remarks left her feeling disheartened. Such occurrences are utterly unique in the Doloa continent. While the realm is rife with mysteries, despite the millennia of development among soul masters, our understanding of this enigmatic world remains woefully inadequate. I must document this event for future reference, Maraf declared, though he could not fathom the matter. He resolved to meticulously record the details, ensuring that future generations could consult this record. These are invaluable historical texts, and should future generations encounter similar situations, they may glean insights and understand how to respond. Very well, replied Dean Ma, with an air of calmness. Meanwhile, Ma Lafu fixed his gaze intently on Su Changtian and inquired, Young one, do you comprehend the situation? Shrugging his shoulders, Su Changtian replied nonchalantly, I have no idea. The awakening of martial spirits is beyond my control. Whatever martial spirit one wishes to awaken is what will manifest. I cannot foresee it. Once the awakening is complete, my martial spirits will simply be these. To be honest, I too do not understand why I awakened the second martial spirit, Qianren Xue. This is truly an astonishing matter. Upon hearing this, Malafu furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Little one, are you truly unaware? It appears this matter is exceedingly profound. When I have the opportunity, I shall delve into it thoroughly. Indeed, Su Cha-Tian replied with a subtle nod. At that moment, Malafu began to take notice of the three martial souls possessed by Su Cha-Tian. Hiss. Little one, I have just realized. The three soul rings you have fused with are black soul rings of 10,000 years? Malafu exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Su Changtian had integrated three soul rings of such extraordinary age. It is noteworthy that Su Cha-Tian is merely 6 years old and possesses an innate soul power of level 30. Logically, he should have fused with soul rings of the yellow, and purple variety. Yet, astonishingly, Su Changtian's soul ring configuration is black, and black. This revelation shattered Malafu's understanding, possibly due to the influence of Little Xue. Her soul ring configuration consists of yellow, purple, and black. Building upon Little Xue, I directly integrated a black, 10,000-year level soul ring. Su Changtian articulated his hypothesis, and upon hearing it, Malafu was momentarily taken aback. A sudden clarity washed over him, and a brilliant light sparkled in his profound eyes. Malafu then spoke. Indeed, young one, you are absolutely correct. You have fused a 10,000-year level soul ring based on Little Xue. If Little Xue's cultivation level were to reach above level 90, your initial soul ring could even integrate a 100,000-year level. Drawing in a sharp breath, Malafu exclaimed, Oh, young one, your martial soul talent is extraordinarily exceptional. He could hardly contain his astonishment. Chapter 62. Go and summon Teacher Zhou. The Dean, Malafu, truly had not anticipated this. The Thousand Paths Flow and Bibi Dong have surprisingly sent such a peculiar creature to themselves. His Holiness the Pope and His Excellency the Grand Offering truly overestimate their own significance. Such an extraordinary anomaly, how can one possibly teach it? Marafu began to question whether he was truly worthy of imparting knowledge to Su Changtian. Indeed, Su Changtian replied nonchalantly, acknowledging the dean's words. Marafu silently noted everything, planning to return and diligently update the Soul Spirit Compendium that evening, meticulously recording the details of Su Changtian's 2 soul spirits with bold strokes. Young one, your current soul power level stands at 39. How about your soul skills? Would it be convenient for you to demonstrate them for me? Marafu inquired. Yes, 39. And soon to reach 40, Su Changtian replied coolly. As for obtaining soul rings beyond level 40, you need not concern yourself. Someone will come to assist me in acquiring them. He began instructing Marafu in the necessary tasks. It became evident to him that Marafu could only impart some foundational knowledge to facilitate his initial progress. Beyond that point, Marafu would lack the capability to teach further. Regarding the acquisition of the 4th soul ring, Su Cha-Tian deemed it essential to clarify matters to prevent Marafu from taking undue initiative, potentially leading them to fuse with a worthless soul ring, which would be detrimental to him. It was far more reliable for Tiandou to assist him in hunting for the 4th soul ring. Having addressed the matter of cultivation levels, Su Changtian shifted the conversation towards soul skills, stating, This location is not suitable for demonstrating soul skills. You certainly wouldn't want your office to be ravaged by my abilities, would you? Su Changtian's soul skills were all derived from soul beasts of over 10,000 years, making them exceedingly formidable. Should these soul skills be unleashed? The office of Marafu would be utterly obliterated. Marafu smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I forget? My dear child, the destructive potential of your soul skills must be tremendous. Come, let us first conceal your martial spirit. I shall escort you to the soul arena of our Martial Spirit Academy, where I will witness your soul skills and subsequently assign you to a suitable class." Marafu was eager to behold Su Cha Tian's 3 soul skills, which he anticipated would be nothing short of awe-inspiring. Moreover, he had already begun to document the details of Su Changtian's martial spirit and soul skills, intending to record all these extraordinary phenomena for the benefit of future generations. In time, his descendants might confront unknown challenges. When they peruse ancient texts, they might uncover such fascinating and terrifying occurrences. Certainly, Su Changtian acquiesced. He contemplated revealing his soul skills to Marafu in advance to prevent the latter from placing him in a class overly weak. It would be unfortunate to inadvertently harm those young children. After all, at this stage, these peers were in a fiercely competitive age, and some senior students could hardly tolerate newcomers, seeking to instill compliance and decorum among them. However, given Su Changtian's formidable prowess, he had no desire to engage in petty disputes with those immature children. If possible, he wished to directly enter the advanced martial spirit study area, where the children encountered would be truly formidable. Defeating them would indeed be exhilarating. It is akin to an adult triumphing over mere 6-year-olds. Does that yield any sense of accomplishment? No, it merely squanders time without yielding any rewards. Su Cha Tian bid farewell to Qianren Xue, stating, "I shall now retrieve you." "All right." Qianren Xue replied with a gentle nod, signaling her agreement. Thereupon, Su Cha Tian retracted his second martial spirit, and once it was secured, he returned to his normal appearance, his demeanor becoming somewhat aloof. "Come along, little one," Marafa said kindly. Of course, Su Cha Tian responded, closely following him. Soon, Marafu guided Su Cha Tian to the soul arena within the Martial Spirit Academy. Within this institution, it was essential for children to engage in soul skill duels and sparring. Along the way, numerous teachers and students greeted Marafu with respect and courtesy. The scale of the soul arena at the Martial Spirit Academy was indeed grand. A multitude of students bustle in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. Marafu directly led Su Cha Tian to the most prestigious arena of soul battles. The Soul Combat Area is the most prestigious location within the entire Soul Combat Arena, designated for the use of graduating students' soul abilities. Furthermore, some instructors at the academy, feeling a surge of competitive spirit, often seek to engage in friendly duels within this esteemed Soul Combat Area. A number of children, observing Su Cha Tian accompanying Marafu into the advanced Soul Combat Area, were filled with curiosity and engaged in fervent discussions. Who is that child? I have no idea. Why is he following the academy head and entering the advanced Soul Combat Area? Could it be that he is seeking his brother? I think it's quite possible. Perhaps this little lad's brother is participating in an advanced soul combat match. But wait, isn't there no battle scheduled in the advanced soul combat area today? Is that so? Well, let us go and take a look, shall we? These children, still in their tender years, possess an exceptionally keen ability to observe their surroundings. Moreover, they are filled with curiosity towards the novel and unfamiliar. Soon, 5 of them formed a small group and followed Marafu. However, upon arriving at the prestigious soul fighting arena, Marafu instructed the supervising teacher to dismiss all the students, preventing them from entering. Those eager to witness the spectacle were all sent away. Subsequently, Marafu commanded, "Bring Teacher Zhou to me." This week, Teacher Zhou is the instructor that Marafu intends to assign to Su Cha Tian. Currently, Teacher Zhou is guiding a graduating class comprised of novice soul masters, which includes Hulaina and Yin. Considering that Su Cha Tian is still quite young, at merely 6 years of age, yet has already attained the impressive level of 39, it would not be prudent to place him directly into the intermediate soul master class. Therefore, Marafu has resolutely decided to have Su Cha Tian attend the graduating class instead, allowing him to progress alongside talented individuals like Hulaina and Yin, ultimately advancing together to the intermediate soul master class. Consequently, Marafu is now arranging for Teacher Zhou to meet this remarkable child, and soon after, a servant conveyed the message. Upon hearing the news, Teacher Zhou promptly hurried over. This is a beautiful teacher, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that perfectly accentuates her alluring figure. Teacher Zhou is somewhat puzzled, unsure why Dean Marafu has summoned her to the advanced soul arena. Could it be to witness a duel among the students of the elite soul master graduation class? Upon her arrival, Teacher Zhou discovers that within the advanced arena, only Marafu and Su Cha Tian are present. Everyone else has been dismissed. Chapter 63. Teacher Zhou's doubts Dean Ma. Teacher Zhou Shuya steps forward to greet Malifu. Simultaneously, her captivating gaze notices Su Tian beside him. This little fellow evokes a most peculiar sensation in Zhou Shuya, as her gaze is irresistibly drawn to him. Although merely 6 years of age, Su Tian's features are strikingly handsome and impeccable. His jet black, profound eyes exude an extraordinary aura. From this child, Zhou Shuya perceives a radiant future awaiting him. With diligent cultivation in the times to come, it is certain that this young boy will achieve remarkable feats. Furthermore, his exceptional attractiveness will undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers in the future. This is Zhou Shuya's initial impression of Su Tian, and it is indeed quite favorable. Maraf began. His Holiness the Pope and His Excellency the Grand Offering have sent a child with remarkable martial soul talent. I intend to place him in your graduating class for study. Thus, Maraf directly stated the purpose of summoning teacher Zhou Shuya to assess the child's martial soul aptitude and the damage of his soul skills. What? Zhou Shuya was momentarily taken aback. A look of incredulity flickered in her beautiful eyes as she responded, Dean, but this child is only 6 years old. To enter the graduating class, one must possess at least a level 25 cultivation. Furthermore, the students in the graduating class must have a cultivation level exceeding 30 to graduate. The graduating class I teach has all students at levels above 27, with most at levels 28 or 29. They will graduate this year and proceed to the intermediate soul master class for further studies. This little fellow, I fear, may not be up to the task. Zhou Shuya was genuinely astonished. In her view, although Su Tian appeared promising and likely possessed commendable martial soul talent, he simply did not meet the qualifications to join her graduating class. After all, most of the students in her class were on the verge of graduation and ready to advance to the intermediate soul master class for their studies. With Su Tian being only 6 years old, he could at most be at a level just above 10, making graduation a distant goal. Maraf adjusted his glasses. And at this moment, he finally comprehended why His Holiness the Pope and His Excellency the Grand Offering had not mentioned Su Tian's martial soul talent and cultivation level in their correspondence. It is truly difficult to articulate. Marafa smiled gently and spoke. Teacher Zhou, please do not be overly agitated. Once you have witnessed this child's martial spirit talent and soul abilities, you will understand the reasoning behind my arrangements. Zhou Shuya pondered for a moment. She recognized that President Marafu was not an ordinary individual, and there must be a valid reason for his actions. Thus, she composed herself, crossing her arms gracefully over her proud chest, and replied, Very well, President. Let us observe the martial spirit talent and soul abilities of this child and discern their true nature. This is the advanced soul master battle arena, a realm only the most formidable soul masters dare to enter. Thus, Zhou Shuya harbored grave suspicions that Su Tian possessed extraordinary talents. Otherwise, Dean Marafu would not have ventured into this elite arena, dismissing all students and faculty, leaving only the 3 of them to await developments. Observing the situation for the time being, listening to the dialogue between Zhou Shuya and Marafu, Su Tian maintained an expression of indifference, seemingly unaffected. However, he was aware that soon, this esteemed teacher Zhou Shuya would undoubtedly be astounded by his martial soul prowess. The thought of witnessing the captivating expressions on the lovely teacher's face filled Su Tian with a sense of anticipation, as he found the prospect quite amusing. Come forth, young one. Step into the center of the advanced battle arena and unleash your soul skills to your heart's content. Marafa spoke, his smile radiating warmth, his gaze imbued with a hint of expectation. He was eager to witness the astonishing soul skills possessed by this remarkable prodigy. Very well, Su Tian replied calmly. In an instant, he flashed forward, swiftly arriving at the center of the advanced battle arena. Observing Su Tian's agile movements, Zhou Shuya nodded her head, murmuring, This young lad, though still in his youth, exhibits commendable agility, indeed comparable to some of the students in my graduating class. Teacher Zhou, prepare yourself for an even more astonishing spectacle to unfold shortly, Marafa remarked with a mysterious smile. Zhou Shuya's gaze momentarily faltered, yet she nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Rest assured, my heart is as calm as still water. Nothing shall surprise me. Over the years, Zhou Shuya has encountered numerous formidable children, rendering her heart rather desensitized. No matter how exceptional an individual may be, she has witnessed it all. How could she possibly be flustered or emotionally stirred by a mere 6-year-old child? How utterly absurd. Upon the exalted soul arena, under the watchful gaze of Marlov and Zhou Shuya, Su Tian, without hesitation, commenced the manifestation of his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. A surge of golden radiance enveloped him, transforming his entire being into a dazzling spectacle, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. His form began to levitate into the air. Zhou Xia gasped, her breath caught in her throat, sensing the formidable presence of Su Changtian's martial soul, which was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even before its full manifestation, her years of experience had already led her to the realization that Su Changtian's martial soul surpassed that of every student in her graduating class. This revelation left Zhou Xia utterly astonished. It is no wonder that Dean Malefic personally brought this child to the esteemed soul duel area. With her face alight with anticipation, she continued to observe intently. Suspended in midair, Su Changtian's deep black eyes transformed into radiant golden orbs, shimmering with fervent brilliance. His once ebony hair cascaded into flowing golden locks, gracefully draping over his broad shoulders, glistening with an ethereal glow. Not only did his physical form undergo a remarkable transformation, but his aura also shifted profoundly, emanating an aura of unparalleled sanctity. This sacred aura enveloped Zhou Xia, making her feel as though she stood before the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, instilling within her a profound desire to prostrate in reverence. Her heart was already in tumultuous upheaval. Then, the most astonishing event unfolded. Above Su Changtian's head, his spirit materialized, manifesting as an exquisite beauty of unparalleled allure and captivating form. The exquisite beauty, adorned in golden battle armor, possesses eyes that exude an air of imperial authority, radiating a divine golden glow that evokes a sense of sanctity. Upon beholding this stunning figure, Zhou Xia momentarily stood in astonishment, a wave of self-doubt washing over her. As a teacher at the Martial Soul Academy, she was renowned as a strikingly beautiful instructor, confident in her physique and appearance. She admired her own beauty each day in the mirror. However, in comparison to Qianren Xue, Zhou Xia felt utterly diminished, overshadowed, and unable to compete with her brilliance. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Even Zhou Xia felt this way. As a woman herself, Zhou Xia was acutely aware of Qianren Xue's exquisite beauty, recognizing that it was impeccable. This little one possessed a martial soul that was stunningly beautiful and lifelike, resembling a living goddess. What kind of martial soul is this? I have never seen anything like it before. Zhou Xia mused internally, astonished beyond measure. However, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. 4. Under Zhou Xia's gaze, she beheld a remarkably divine martial soul floating above the head of this stunning woman. It was a sacred six-winged angel, radiating a holy golden light that imparted a sense of purity and awe. Zhou Xia did not know Qianren Xue, but she was familiar with the six-winged angel martial soul. Aware that this martial soul belonged to the illustrious Qian family, the legacy of the esteemed Tiandou of the Spirit Hall, representing a pinnacle of humanoid martial souls. Is this the six-winged angel martial soul? Zhou Xia felt utterly dazed. She never anticipated that above Su Changtian's head floated not only the martial soul of an exquisite woman, but also, atop that, the six-winged angel martial soul. Could it be that one person possesses two martial souls? This little one is so extraordinary. Zhou Xia was repeatedly astonished, hardly able to conceive that a mere 6-year-old child could simultaneously have two martial souls suspended above them. This is utterly bizarre and beyond comprehension. At this moment, Zhou Xia had come to understand why Dean Malefic had summoned her privately and dismissed everyone else. Such matters are regarded as top secrets, not to be disclosed lightly. Furthermore, it is likely that once Su Changtian departs from this place today, the entire Soul Master Academy will be placed under lockdown to prevent any espionage from relaying information to the outside world. At this juncture, Zhou Xia began to focus on Su Changtian's soul ring configuration, which left her utterly astonished. To her disbelief, 3 intensely dark soul rings enveloped Su Changtian's being, while above him floated an enchanting beauty, adorned with 5 soul rings of impeccable configuration, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. In total, there were 8 soul rings, shimmering on the battle arena, exuding an aura of formidable intimidation. Gazing at the resplendent soul rings, Zhou Xia's expression was one of utmost awe. 8 soul rings. At the age of 6, 8 soul rings. Could he be the soul Doluo? This is truly astonishing. Zhou Xia was left in sheer amazement. Previously, she had already been deeply impressed by the 2 martial souls floating above Su Changtian, one a stunningly beautiful woman and the other a 6-winged angel martial soul. This presence is undeniably explosive, regardless of its location. And now, on Su Changtian's body, there are astonishingly 8 soul rings encircling him. Altogether, the configuration of these soul rings is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. This soul ring configuration is even more formidable than my own. Dean, are you certain you wish to place this little fellow in my graduating class? His cultivation surpasses mine. Are you sure it is I who will teach him, rather than the other way around? Zhou Shua could not help but exclaim, her expression one of profound astonishment. This marked the second occasion for Malifaux to witness Su Cha Tian unleash his martial soul, and he remained profoundly astonished, his fervent emotions unable to find tranquility. Suppressing his inner excitement, Malifaux endeavored to maintain a composed tone. He spoke, Teacher Zhou, please remain calm and observe the entirety of Su Cha Tian's soul skill before I offer my insights. Do not hastily dismiss yourself. Upon hearing Malifaux's words, Zhou Shia felt her emotions stabilize slightly. She replied, all right, I will watch closely. Malifaux and Zhou Shia continued to observe Su Cha Tian, anticipating his demonstration of soul skills. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, floating above Su Cha Tian, glanced at the astonished expressions of Zhou Shia and Malifaux and inwardly mused, this young lad is remarkably powerful, instilling fear in both the dean and the teacher. However, this is advantageous. Once they comprehend the young one's soul skills, they will be better equipped to instruct him in the future. As Qianren Xue contemplated, she cast a glance at Su Cha Tian, filled with myriad emotions. This young individual is destined to be a figure of immense attention, creating a tremendous stir wherever he goes. Qianren Xue had already discerned Su Cha Tian's extraordinary potential. As long as he continues on this path, he is bound to become a top-tier existence, revered by thousands. At that time, the Spirit Hall shall ascend to unprecedented heights. The first soul skill, martial soul fusion. The first black soul ring on Su Cha Tian's body pulsated violently, expanding and shimmering. A terrifying black soul light rampaged across the soul fighting platform. His aura transformed into something exceedingly formidable. Golden radiance surged forth, replacing the black soul light, forming golden whirlwinds that roamed freely around him. Qianren Xue, perched above Su Cha Tian, descended gracefully and landed upon him. The two began to merge. With a resounding bang, the clothing on Su Cha Tian's body disintegrated into fragments. As they fused, Su Cha Tian's body began to slowly swell and grow taller. The young lad and Qianren Xue are indeed merging. Malifaux's eyes widened in surprise. It was his first time witnessing Su Cha Tian unleash his martial soul, and he was astonished to see the fusion between Su Cha Tian and Qianren Xue. In this fleeting moment, Maraf's mind conjured images of two students from the academy, Hulaina and Xiaoyu. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the martial soul fusion technique of Nana and Xiaoyu. Maraf could not help but exclaim, indeed, this is just like the martial soul fusion technique of Nana and Xiaoyu. Who would have thought that this little fellow's first soul skill would manifest in such a way? The fusion of the two will undoubtedly lead to a dramatic increase in cultivation, bestowing immense power. This is truly an exceptional soul skill, Teacher Zhou Shia remarked, her face a canvas of astonishment. Little did she know, an even more astonishing event was on the cusp of unfolding. Chapter 65, a great sensation. Both Principal Maraf and Teacher Zhou Shia were utterly astounded. They had assumed that Su Cha Tian's first martial soul possessed merely the effect of fusion, mistaking this fusion effect for the martial soul fusion skill shared between Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Nonetheless, even with this understanding, both Maraf and Zhou Shia were deeply impressed, their hearts brimming with surprise. Unbeknownst to them, an even more shocking revelation awaited them. As time swiftly passed, Su Cha Tian and Qianren Xue successfully completed their fusion. At that moment, Su Cha Tian stood an impressive height of 1.85 meters, his golden hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders, each strand radiating a brilliant golden hue. His high nose and phoenix-like eyes sparkled with an air of majestic golden light, making direct eye contact a daunting endeavor. Clad in an extraordinarily resilient golden battle armor, he emanated an aura of striking elegance and dominance. A shower of golden brilliance enveloped him, rendering Su Cha Tian almost divine. Surrounding his form were 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. Encircling these 5 rings were 3 additional black soul rings, pulsating slowly and exuding a terrifying soul light. 8 soul rings danced around Su Cha Tian, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The oppressive aura emanating from the 8 soul rings left both Dean Malifaux and Teacher Zhou Shia feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. In fact, they were reluctant to engage with this child, let alone confront him in battle. First soul skill, angelic holy explosion. Su Cha Tian called out with a commanding tone. As the outermost black soul ring pulsated, expanded, and began to shimmer with vibrant energy, The surging golden soul light resembled a tumultuous tide, crashing forth with overwhelming force. Su Changtian raised his hands high, casting a cold gaze ahead. Above his head, the six-winged angel martial soul mirrored his actions, lifting its hands in unison and emanating waves of sacred golden radiance, converging upon Su Changtian's palms. In an instant, a colossal angelic holy sword materialized between his elevated hands. At the very tip of this magnificent sword, a dazzling sphere of divine golden light began to coalesce, resembling a resplendent gemstone or the blazing sun, radiating golden brilliance and causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. "It's so hot." Teacher Zhou Shuya felt the heat enveloping her, beads of perspiration beginning to trickle down her face. A bold thought crossed her mind to remove her gray robes to cool off a bit. However, such an action would expose her true form, leading to an embarrassing predicament, so she refrained from doing so. Little did she expect that Su Changtian's first soul skill was far from over. He had yet another trick up his sleeve. Teacher Zhou Shuya was taken aback. Meanwhile, Dean Malifu's mouth gaped in astonishment, as if he could fit 2.5 eggs inside, utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, the golden sun that Su Changtian had conjured with the angelic sword had reached fruition. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the golden sun shot forth, landing upon the elevated battle platform. Boom! The golden sun erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding white haze, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion. A massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, generating an immense shockwave that rippled through the air. Both Teacher Zhou Shuya and Dean Malifa hastily summoned their soul power to brace against the onslaught of the turbulent waves. The entire arena trembled, a testament to the formidable nature of Su Changtian's strike. This is, after all, a soul ring and soul skill of a millennia level, not to be underestimated. Outside the advanced fighting spirit arena, numerous students wore expressions of sheer astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost, and began to fervently discuss the event. What on earth is happening? Just a moment ago, I thought there was an earthquake. It's not an earthquake. Someone has unleashed a powerful soul skill. Did you not feel it? It's terrifying. This fluctuation in soul power must originate from a soul king of at least level 50. A soul king above level 50? My senior is merely a level 53 soul king, and I assure you he could not possibly release such a soul skill. Is someone fighting? It seems to be in the advanced fighting spirit area. Should we go take a look? That area appears to be sealed off. The dean is inside. But for what purpose, I cannot say. Is that so? The dean is quite formidable. Perhaps we should refrain from approaching, lest we be caught and face dire consequences. Then I shall not go. I have no desire for my backside to suffer. Many students exchanged opinions, fear of the dean compelling most to abstain from peeking. Nonetheless, there remained a handful of audacious youngsters, mischievous in nature, who chose to sneak a glance. However, they were met by the vigilant faculty on duty, who promptly blocked their path, stating the dean's orders forbidding anyone from approaching. Thus, the children had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. Meanwhile, in the area where Su Changtian resided, 2 instructors overseeing the Martial Spirit Academy's grand fighting arena entered, drawn by the commotion. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback, for they beheld Su Changtian, an enigmatic and sacred figure, surrounded by 8 soul rings. This truly startled the 2 managing instructors. 8 soul rings. Is this a soul battle? Is the dean assessing the new teacher? What an extraordinary martial soul and an astonishing configuration of soul rings. The 2 managing instructors were profoundly shocked. Who allowed your presence here? Leave. This place must remain quiet. Do not enter again, nor permit others to do so. Dean Malifa reprimanded sternly. Before he had completely sealed the Martial Soul Academy, Su Changtian's martial soul was not to be exposed. Ah, yes. Understood. The 2 managing instructors, upon hearing this, quickly retreated with their tails between their legs. They realized they had witnessed something they should not have, inciting the dean's ire. Nevertheless, the scene atop the advanced battle platform was truly breathtaking. The incredibly sturdy advanced battle platform was now utterly ravaged. As the 2 instructors recalled the event, they felt an overwhelming sense of awe at Su Changtian's formidable strength. Meanwhile, within the advanced battle arena, Dean Malifa gazed in astonishment at Su Changtian and the destroyed battle platform. He could not help but gasp in disbelief. The power of this angelic sacred explosion technique is truly immense. Malaf finds it hard to believe that such devastation could emanate from the hands of a mere 6-year-old child. Such a level of devastation, if unleashed upon a lower-tier soul masterclass, would undoubtedly obliterate those children. Even Hu Liena and Yin would be utterly defenseless against Su Changtian's angelic holy explosion soul skill. Indeed, I comprehend now. Little Xue possesses a cultivation level exceeding 50, enabling this young prodigy, at merely 6 years of age, to unleash the destructive power of a Soul King. Chapter 66. No compassion for the fragile. No. The damage inflicted by Su Tian has evidently surpassed the Soul King tier, reaching levels akin to a Soul Emperor of over 60. It even approaches the formidable realm of a Soul Sage beyond 70. Su Tian stands as a remarkable genius, positioned directly upon the shoulders of giants. Dean Malifaux is profoundly moved. With his extensive experience, he immediately discerns Su Changtian's current prowess. Due to the unique nature of Qianren Xue's martial soul, Su Changtian commenced his journey already atop a giant, wielding the might of a Soul King. This is further augmented by the 3 10,000-year soul rings he has assimilated. This greatly elevated Su Changtian's soul skill damage, reaching the level of a Soul Emperor. This is quite extraordinary. At his age, Su Changtian stands in an unparalleled position. In fact, he surpasses even those students from the Advanced Soul Master graduation classes. The Grand Priest and the Holy Pope have truly sent me a prodigy. Dean Malifaux mused inwardly. Beside him, Zhou Shuya was anything but composed, her expression reflecting sheer astonishment. Currently, Zhou Shuya had attained the level of a 66th rank Soul Emperor. However, she sensed that Su Changtian was even more formidable than herself. If she were to engage in a soul battle with Su Changtian, she might very well be defeated. Did she truly deserve to be Su Changtian's teacher? Zhou Shuya felt unworthy. Excellent. Remarkable. Young lad, your soul skills damage is astonishingly high, exceeding my expectations. Truly impressive. Dean Malifaux applauded, expressing his admiration. What is your perspective, Teacher Zhou? Dean Malifaux inquired, glancing at Zhou Shuya. Indeed, he is incredibly strong. Zhou Shuya exclaimed. This is the most powerful and promising student I have ever encountered. Indeed. Dean Malifaux nodded in agreement, while casting a glance at the severely damaged soul battle platform. Feeling a pang in his heart. Repairing an advanced soul battle platform will undoubtedly require a significant expenditure. After all, the materials of this platform are exceptional and precious, and the restoration demands considerable skill. Nonetheless, exchanging one battle platform for the discovery of such a prodigious talent is certainly worth it. Su Changtian, now, please unleash your second soul skill for us to observe. Dean Malifaux urged. Su Changtian replied, my second soul skill is called Angelic Holy Light, which possesses both attribute enhancement and supreme healing effects. If possible, I would like to invite Teacher Zhou to come forward. I shall make 2 incisions on her wrist and then utilize my second soul skill to heal her. Rest assured, there will be no scars left behind. Such an approach vividly showcases the formidable prowess of Su Changtian's Angelic Holy Light. This. Teacher Zhou Shuya hesitated for a moment. Yet, Dean Malifaux displayed an encouraging demeanor and spoke. Teacher Zhou, why don't you collaborate with Su Changtian to unleash his soul skill? I firmly believe that Su Changtian's Angelic Holy Light is indeed remarkable. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Dean Malifaux's eyes. Eager to witness the genius's second soul skill, he felt as though he were admiring a work of art, his spirit soaring. This. Zhou Shuya felt a touch of embarrassment. As a teacher, how could she engage in such actions? Please proceed, Dean Malifaux urged once more. Reluctantly, Zhou Shuya acquiesced and ascended the battle platform. Extend your hand, Su Changtian instructed without hesitation. Very well. Teacher Zhou Shuya extended her right hand. Her hand appeared fair and slender, quite aesthetically pleasing, a sight that would undoubtedly appeal to any man. For soul masters with a penchant for hands, it would be irresistible. Su Changtian's gaze remained indifferent as he reached out with his left hand to grasp Zhou Shuya's right hand. Upon their skin making contact, Zhou Shuya momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was due to the fact that she had never before allowed a man to touch her body. Furthermore, the Su Changtian before her was not only strikingly handsome but also possessed formidable strength. Such a child undeniably attracts the attention of young ladies. Even Zhou Shuya could not help but feel an unusual sensation stirring within her. In the Doloa continent, where martial prowess is venerated, girls are drawn to exceptional soul masters. To the strong. Therefore, Su Changtian's formidable strength is indeed a significant advantage. As Zhou Shuya felt a slight flush creeping upon her cheeks, Su Changtian, with no hint of hesitation, wielded the angelic holy sword and made a swift, deep cut across her fair arm. Zhou Shuya could not suppress a cry. Her delicate right arm bore a long, crimson gash, blood flowing freely. She was taken aback by Su Changtian's ruthlessness. He had delivered such a fierce blow. inflicting a wound of considerable severity without a trace of tenderness. The sharp pain in her arm sparked concern within her. Would there be a scar left behind? Despite Zhou Shui's typically assertive demeanor, she cherished her beauty, as all young women do, who would willingly accept a scar marring their arm. From a distance, Dean Malifaux observed the scene, his lips twitching slightly. This Su Tian truly possessed a cruel streak, executing his actions with remarkable efficiency. This child, once matured, would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Yet, alas, he was but 6 years old. Were he already 18, with his current prowess, he would surely hold a distinguished position within the Spirit Hall. However, one must consider the implications of this child's growth. If he were to mature seamlessly to 18, it is likely that his cultivation level would reach an astonishing 90, making him the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, with a clear path to inherit the Pope's position. With such a formidable talent for martial souls, particularly one connected to the Qian family, it would be exceedingly difficult for him not to ascend to the papacy. I must protect this child diligently. Should he incur any harm, I would surely face the wrath of His Holiness the Pope and the High Priest. Dean Malifaux possessed a clear understanding of the matter at hand. He knew that his current duty was to safeguard Su Tian, nurturing him carefully and ensuring he remained unharmed. "Teacher Zhou, please endure," Dean Malifaux shouted from afar. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuya gritted her teeth, waiting for Su Tian to invoke the angelic holy light to heal her. Without delay, Su Tian unleashed his second soul skill, angelic holy light. The second circle of black 10,000-year soul rings around him pulsated violently, expanding and shimmering. Su Tian raised the angelic holy sword high, and the six-winged angel mirrored his action. A brilliant radiance began to envelop the arena, as the angelic holy light cascaded down upon the battle platform. Chapter 67, Proving Oneself. A golden radiance blossomed forth from the angelic holy sword, radiating outward in a splendid display. Teacher Zhou Shuya was immediately enveloped by a divine and gentle aura that washed over her, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. Soon after, a halo of golden angelic light began to envelop her proud figure. As the holy light surrounded her, the soothing sensation intensified, and the aura emanating from her body began to ascend. Remarkably, the wound on her right arm had ceased to bleed. The golden glow resembled a tender hand, gently caressing the injury on Zhou Shuya's right hand. Astonishingly, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. A soft sound of satisfaction escaped Zhou Shuya's lips as she succumbed to the overwhelming comfort. The area of the wound tingled slightly, yet the flesh that had once been torn was now mending at an astonishing rate. The pain dissipated swiftly, and the furrowed brow of Zhou Shuya relaxed in relief. After a brief moment, she gazed at her arm to find the wound had vanished entirely, appearing as if she had never been injured, leaving no trace or scar, flawless in its restoration. Furthermore, under the enhancement of the angelic holy light, she felt an augmentation of her overall attributes, rendering her exceptionally powerful. Zhou Shuya inhaled sharply, her face a canvas of disbelief. She had never anticipated that the soul skill of a mere 6-year-old child could possess such extraordinary healing properties. The wound on her arm had been healed entirely, without leaving a single scar behind. The healing process is remarkably swift and gentle, devoid of any sensation of pain. After the treatment, the skin appears flawless and immaculate. Even more astonishing is, the angelic holy light soul skill has remarkably enhanced Zhou Shuya, elevating her attributes across the board and rendering her even more formidable. Su Tian is truly a prodigy. Such a powerful soul skill, when unleashed on the battlefield, would undoubtedly invigorate the morale of the soldiers. Furthermore, within the Spirit Soul Academy, should this young one partake in a team soul competition and deploy the angelic holy light soul skill, his teammates would surge forth with an insatiable fervor, launching a relentless assault on their foes. Indeed, he might not even need to lift a finger. The enemy would collapse entirely. This soul skill is simply extraordinary. It is no wonder that it was bestowed upon him by His Holiness the Pope in the Great Offering. His soul skill is flawless and beyond reproach. Zhou Shuya, overwhelmed with astonishment, felt that Su Tian was exceedingly powerful. Simultaneously, she held a deep affection for this child, believing that being his mentor was the greatest honor of her life. Nearby, Dean Malifaux, seated in the stands, was equally moved. He, too, was enveloped by Su Tian's angelic holy light. As a title Dolua at level 92, he was among the pinnacle of soul masters. Yet he still felt the invigorating effects of Su Tian's second soul skill, experiencing a wave of comfort washing over him. What an exceptional soul skill! With such talent, The Spirit Hall is destined to ascend to greater heights in the future. The influence of the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly be immense. The future is secure with successors like Su Tian. Dean Malifaux mused inwardly. A powerful force fears nothing more than the absence of a successor. Should a legacy fail to be passed on, even the mightiest of powers will inevitably decline. However, Su Changtian's emergence signifies that as long as he does not meet an untimely end, the Spirit Hall will have a successor, ensuring not only its survival but also its ascendance to even greater prosperity. As a member of the Spirit Hall, Dean Malifaux's face flushed with excitement, and he felt a profound joy. At that moment, Su Changtian spoke. This is merely an enhancement and healing effect for my allies, in addition to bolstering my teammates. There is a debilitating effect on enemies. Teacher Xue, Dean Malifaux, I now regard you as adversaries, allowing you to experience this weakening effect. A glimmer of curiosity shone in the eyes of both Dean Malifaux and Teacher Xue as they were eager to experience the so-called weakening effect. Immediately, Su Changtian regarded them as foes, and the angelic holy light radiated hostility. Both Malifaux and Xue suddenly felt the comforting sensation dissipate, replaced by an uncomfortable feeling, as if their bodies were infused with lead, rendering them somewhat uneasy. The effect of this weakening is strikingly apparent. It diminishes the foes while bolstering the allies. This is indeed a remarkable soul skill. Su Changtian, your second soul skill, angelic holy light, is truly formidable. Dean Malifaux applauded and expressed his satisfaction with Su Changtian's performance. Indeed, Su Changtian replied calmly, subsequently retracting the angelic holy light soul skill. Instantly, both Malifaux and Xue felt their discomfort dissipate. Child, Teacher Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Your soul skill is exceptionally powerful. Your future is radiant. She bestowed the highest praise upon Su Changtian. Su Changtian nodded subtly, fully aware of this fact. Dean Malifaux, with a fervent gaze, spoke, Teacher Xue, please return. Young one, come forth and unleash your third soul skill. Let us witness the prowess of this final skill. Malifaux eagerly anticipated the unveiling of Su Changtian's third soul skill, as the first two had already brought immense astonishment to both him and Xue. This third soul skill must be extraordinary. Very well. Teacher Xue responded affirmatively and returned to the spectator stand, taking her place beside Dean Malifaux. No problem. Su Changtian replied nonchalantly. He then began to unleash his formidable third soul skill. Su Changtian understood that only by showcasing his exceptional martial soul talent would Dean Malifaux and Teacher Xue take notice of him and bestow upon him tremendous resources. It is akin to being an exemplary student. You aspire to garner the school's attention, seek your teacher's focus, and wish to obtain a scholarship. Indeed, you may even desire to represent the school in competitions. Thus, you must present your finest self, declaring to all that you are not a mediocre student. In doing so, various resources will gravitate towards you, and you shall receive everything you desire. Su Changtian was well aware of this principle. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, third soul skill. Angelic Dragon Legion. He commenced the release of his powerful third soul skill. The formidable third soul ring pulsated, expanding and shimmering. A surging golden radiance erupted forth, akin to the tumultuous waves of the sea. Chapter 68. Teacher Zhou's Shyness. Su Changtian, alongside the six-winged angel hovering above him, raised their hands high, each conjuring an enormous angelic holy sword. The holy sword gleamed resplendently, with golden rays scattering around its tip, illuminating the surroundings. Dean Malifaux and Teacher Xue were immediately captivated as they witnessed ethereal angelic light dragons coalescing at breathtaking speed. Moreover, upon the robust bodies of these angelic light dragons sat knights clad in formidable armor. The angelic knights, wielding an array of weapons, long spears, sharp swords, massive shields, great bows, and formidable blades, were truly diverse in their armaments. Countless angelic knights soared upon their luminous dragon steeds, swirling around Su Changtian in a protective formation. A terrifying aura permeated the surroundings, causing the very fabric of space to warp. This soul skill is exceedingly fearsome. One individual is akin to an entire legion. Dean Malifaux exclaimed with excitement, astonished by Su Changtian's third soul skill. What an impressive soul skill, Teacher Xue remarked, equally overwhelmed by the profound impact of Su Changtian's extraordinary ability. The angelic knights, mounted upon their celestial dragons, exude an air of formidable valor, each one proving to be exceedingly tenacious. More importantly, it matters little if these angelic warriors fall in battle, for they are but manifestations of spiritual energy. impervious to injury and unafraid of death. This squad of Knights of Light, when placed upon the battlefield, would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Even within the confines of the Martial Soul Academy, during soul duels with fellow students, a single individual from this team could effortlessly overpower an entire opposing group. One of the assessments for the graduating class involves forming teams of 3 to participate in soul duels. Those who rank within the top 70% will graduate, while the top 5 student teams will gain entry into an elite intermediate soul master class for further study. Su Chantian, despite his tender age of 6, has already graduated with exceptional accolades, securing the first position with ease. Additionally, there exists an individual ranking system requiring each student to partake in personal soul duel confrontations. The student who claims the top rank will receive enhanced opportunities for cultivation from the academy. Su Chantian undoubtedly surpasses both Nana and Yan, and he is certain to attain first place. Teacher Zhou Shue mused internally, as if she could already envision Su Chantian dazzling within her class. Before Su Chantian's arrival at the academy, Zhou Shue's most favored student was Huliana, whom she believed could clinch the top spot in this graduating class. However, with Su Chantian's entrance, she felt that the title of first place had shifted, and it rightfully belonged to him. All right, young one, that is sufficient. This third soul skill is quite formidable. It can be retracted now, spoke Dean Malifu, concerned that Su Chantian, in a moment of impulsiveness, might inadvertently cause further damage to the advanced soul duel platform, which would necessitate costly repairs. Understood, Su Chantian replied, retracting his third soul skill as all angelic holy dragons and angelic knights transformed into luminous specks, dissipating into the ether. Very well, Su Chantian. Please retract your martial soul as well. By the way, you possess another martial soul. Reveal it for teacher Zhou to see, Dean Malifu encouraged. A kind smile gracing his face. Zhou Shue could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "What? This child possesses another martial soul? Does this mean he has twin martial souls?" "Indeed," Dean Malifu affirmed with a nod. Zhou Shue gasped, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed at Su Chantian. Previously, she had considered his martial soul to be extraordinarily formidable. Yet, astonishingly, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Su Chantian's potential. As he harbored yet another martial soul, Zhou Shue's heart raced with exhilaration. To be the mentor of such a prodigy made her feel as though her ancestral grave was emitting smoke. She considered herself incredibly fortunate. Su Chantian's expression was indifferent as he began to dissolve the fusion state of his second martial soul. Gradually, he reverted to his original form. Qianren Xue floated back onto Su Chantian's head. Before long, Su Chantian had completely regained his natural appearance. Teacher Zhou Shue cast a glance at Su Chantian. Her face instantly flushed, and she let out a sharp gasp. Embarrassed, she turned away, covering her eyes to avoid looking at him. This was due to the fact that, as a result of his recent release of the martial soul fusion technique, his clothing had been torn apart, revealing his remarkably developed physique. It was indeed impressive, causing teacher Zhou Shue to feel shy and reluctant to look any further. Dean Malifu paused for a moment, surprise evident on his face. He was filled with a myriad of emotions and a hint of inferiority. Youth, indeed, was a remarkable gift. Although Su Chantian was merely 6 years old, he displayed an extraordinary level of physical development, truly astonishing. Dean Malifu mused privately. Su Chantian's physique was the kind that would instill envy in male soul masters and fear in female ones. Alas, there was little he could do about it. Su Chantian felt a tinge of helplessness. He then quietly retrieved a set of clean clothes from his storage soul guide ring and quickly donned them. Once dressed, his expression softened somewhat, and he gently spoke to Qianren Xue. "Xiao Xue, I have proven my strength. Soon, Dean Ma and Teacher Zhu will likely arrange my class properly. For now, I will put you away. We shall meet again shortly. I will strive to secure a luxurious private dormitory just for us." Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She had not anticipated that Su Chantian's earnest display of ability had a singular aim, to earn himself a personal, lavish dormitory. The young man, it seems, has once again resorted to resting his head upon his own arm during the night, treating himself as both a pillow and a comforting embrace for slumber. However, at times, it appears that Su Chantian has assumed the role of a plush companion for Qianren Xue. With a gentle nod, Qianren Xue subtly expressed her agreement. In an instant, Su Chantian, with a mere thought, retracted Qianren Xue's second martial spirit. All outward traits associated with the divine angel vanished from Su Changtian's being. Teacher Zhou, too, gradually regained her composure, though her cheeks remained tinged with a hint of crimson, as the earlier imagery lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. In this moment, as a teacher, Zhou resolutely stifled her unusual emotions, mindful of the presence of Dean Malifu beside her, and remained attentive to the decorum expected of her. In this moment, Su Changtian unleashed his second martial soul, and then proceeded to manifest his first. The first martial soul, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Su Changtian uttered a low command, and a surge of dark radiance enveloped him. With his right hand outstretched, a swirling mass of black mist coalesced in his palm. Subsequently, an exceedingly dark coffin materialized upon his hand. This ebony coffin was ensnared by the formidable iron chains linked to a 5-clawed golden dragon. A terrifying aura emanated from the elevated battle soul platform, sweeping through the surroundings. This martial soul was astonishingly formidable. Zhou cast a glance and felt her heart skip a beat. She distinctly sensed that Su Changtian's martial soul possessed an overwhelming suppressive force, instilling a sense of discomfort and oppression within her. Moreover, this was a martial soul devoid of any additional soul rings. It was truly difficult to fathom just how fearsome Su Changtian would become should this 9 dragons pulling the coffin martial soul ever acquire soul rings. It is worth noting that Su Changtian had initially intended to attach soul rings to this martial soul, yet he experienced failure with every attempt. From millennium to 10,000-year soul rings. The quality of this martial soul is exceedingly high, as if it possesses its own consciousness. Disdainful of inferior soul rings and rejecting the fusion with such trifles. Otherwise, Su Changtian would have long since cultivated his first martial soul, the 9-dragon coffin, rather than directly pursuing the second martial soul, the 1,000 Renxue. It seems that only soul rings of 100,000 years or more could possibly be affixed to this martial soul, the 9-dragon coffin. This is the second time Dean Malifu has encountered Su Changtian's 9 dragons coffin martial spirit, yet he remains profoundly astonished. The depth of his gaze behind his glasses reveals a glimmer of admiration. He is particularly fond of this martial spirit, and even more so of the child, Su Changtian. What teacher would not cherish a pupil with such extraordinary martial spirit talent? Wherever he goes, Su Changtian is a treasure, destined for significant cultivation. Su Changtian, what is the name of your primary martial spirit? He inquires. Its quality is exceptionally high, judging solely by its appearance and the aura it emanates. It is undoubtedly the most formidable among all the weapon martial spirits I am currently acquainted with. Teacher Zhou could not help but interject. This is my primary martial spirit, known as the 9 dragons coffin. Su Changtian replied nonchalantly. Why did you choose to cultivate your secondary martial spirit instead of focusing on this primary one? At that moment, Dean Malifu inquired with curiosity. He felt that cultivating the first martial spirit, the 9 dragons coffin, followed by the second martial spirit, Qianren Xue, would bestow significant benefits upon both his physical form and Qianren Xue. The question posed by Dean Malifu echoed the doubts harbored by Zhou. Her beautiful gaze fell upon Su Changtian, awaiting his response. Su Changtian replied nonchalantly, "This is the arrangement of His Holiness the Pope and His Excellency the Grand Offering." The specifics elude me. Finding the explanation overly cumbersome, he opted to refrain from elaborating further. If they sought answers, they would naturally inquire with Tiandou and Bibi Dong. However, given the exalted statuses of Bibi Dong and Tiandou, it was uncertain whether they would deign to respond. "Oh, I see," Dean Malifu nodded, stating, "There must be profound intentions behind this course of action, as determined by the Grand Offering and the Pope. Now, please retract your martial spirit and join me." Understood. As Su Changtian withdrew his martial spirit, the ominous aura dissipated instantly. He then swiftly approached Dean Malifu's side. The more he observed this child, the more Dean Malifu felt satisfied. Dean Malifu turned to Zhou and asked, "Teacher Zhou, what is your impression of this child? He should have no difficulty adapting to your graduating class, correct?" Zhou appeared taken aback, responding, "Su Changtian is exceptionally talented. I even feel somewhat inadequate, unworthy to be his teacher. Dean, are you certain you want me to take on this child?" Su Changtian remained silent, listening to their conversation. Malifu nodded affirmatively, stating, "The graduating class you lead is the finest among the low-level soul master classes in the entire Martial Spirit Academy." Although Su Changtian had already reached level 39, qualifying him for the intermediate soul master class, he still needed to navigate the procedural requirements. "I believe Su Changtian will undoubtedly shine in your graduating class and graduate successfully," advancing to the intermediate Soul Master studies. Furthermore, while your graduating class is indeed exceptional, they harbor an air of arrogance, almost as if they have no rivals. Allowing Su Cha Tian to join your class will instill a sense of pressure among those conceited students. A life of too much comfort is detrimental to their growth. Especially for Hu Liena and Yin, they require a bit of pressure to foster their progress. Malifu's intention was clear, to have Su Cha Tian undergo the necessary processes while simultaneously invigorating the spirits of the graduating Soul Master students. It was akin to a prodigy needing to take entrance examinations, like the Zhongkao and Gaokao, to ultimately gain admission to university. Zhou Shuya interjected. The students in the graduating class are all slightly older, in their teens. If this young one were to join, I am somewhat concerned that these children might tease Su Chantian, only to face a severe beating in return. They would deserve it. Dean Malifu remarked nonchalantly, stating that those who wish to mock others must be prepared to be mocked and bullied themselves. However, Su Chantian's soul skill inflicts tremendous damage. Zhou Shuya expressed her worries, voicing concerns for the children's physical well-being, fearing that they might not withstand the blows. If they were to sustain injuries that left lasting repercussions, it could adversely affect their future cultivation. Zhou Shuya fretted that Su Cha Tian might be excessively harsh, potentially crippling the students, which would pose a significant problem. As their homeroom teacher, she earnestly hopes that each student can graduate smoothly, subsequently honing their skills to become formidable soul masters. Even the weakest child in her class, with diligent practice, could ascend to a respectable position within the spirit hall, gaining prominence in the realm of soul masters. She does not wish for her students' futures to be jeopardized by youthful mischief. Su Changtian is indeed very young, and Zhou Shuya genuinely fears that he may act too forcefully. Furthermore, given Su Changtian's exceptional talent in martial spirits, she is also apprehensive about her ability to manage this child. This caused her a headache. Upon hearing this, Malifu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhou Shuya's words held considerable merit. Indeed, Su Cha Tian possessed formidable talent in his martial soul, yet at merely 6 years of age, he lacked control in his actions. If he were to seriously injure his fellow students, it would certainly lead to complications. Chapter 70. Is Su Cha Tian the son of Teacher Zhou? Malifu could not help but glance at Su Cha Tian and said, "Little one, if you engage in soul battles with your classmates, remember to exercise restraint. Do you understand?" "I understand," Su Chantian replied nonchalantly, adding, "Rest assured, I know my limits. Moreover, even if I were to injure them, I can utilize my second soul skill, angelic holy light, to heal them. There is no need for excessive concern." Hearing Su Changtian's somewhat impatient response, both Malifu and Zhou Shuya were momentarily stunned. Then they found his reasoning somewhat valid. Malifu said, "Very well, little one, I trust you." He then turned to Zhou Shuya and assured her, "Teacher Zhou, you need not worry." "Yes, I have faith," Zhou Shuya replied, choosing not to elaborate further, thus permitting Su Changtian to join her graduating class. Teaching such a prodigy filled her with a sense of accomplishment. The matter has been thus settled. Maraf turned to Su Cha Tian and continued, "Young one, for the time being, do not reveal that you possess 2 martial souls, understood? Your 9 dragons coffin martial soul cannot be utilized at present, so it is best to keep it concealed. We shall ensure this matter remains confidential." Maraf, the dean, wished to keep Su Changtian's dual martial souls under wraps from the outside world. Su Cha Tian nodded subtly and replied, "I understand." "That is good," Maraf affirmed. "Now, young one, should you have any needs within the academy, feel free to approach me." Su Cha Tian had been awaiting this very statement and promptly responded, "I do have a request." Maraf was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Cha Tian would have a requirement so soon. Narrowing his eyes, Maraf inquired, "What do you need, young one?" "I require an independent room, one for myself, preferably luxurious," Su Changtian articulated. "I do not wish to share a dormitory with those children during the nights." He intended to be with Qianren Xue, not among those immature children. Maraf smiled slightly and replied, "This is quite manageable. Your martial soul talent is impressive. Possessing a twin martial soul, I shall grant you a privilege and arrange for a private room. However, be aware that some children in our Martial Soul Academy may disapprove of your behavior and could cause you trouble. Can you handle it?" "I can manage it myself," Su Changtian responded with certainty. "Then it is settled. I will have someone arrange it for you," Maraf stated. "I will have someone take you there shortly. Do you have any other requests?" "No additional requests," Su Changtian shook his head. He was already quite content with securing a private room. "Very well," Maraf nodded. Should you think of any further needs, do not hesitate to inform me. Maraf was quite accommodating towards Su Tian, striving to fulfill his requests. Okay, Su Tian replied calmly. Now, Teacher Zhou, it is still early. Please take Su Tian to meet his classmates, Maraf instructed. Of course, Dean, Zhou Shue agreed with a nod. She then turned to Su Tian, offering a friendly smile. Come along, young one. I will introduce you to your classmates. All right, Su Tian nodded. Zhou Shue extended her delicate hand, instinctively wishing to take Su Tian's small hand. After all, she perceived him as still quite young, merely 6 years old, appearing adorable and tender, evoking a desire to hold and protect him. However, Su Tian disregarded her gesture and calmly stated, I can walk on my own. Zhou Shue, her face flushed with embarrassment, withdrew her delicate, fair hand. Subsequently, she led Su Tian, walking side by side, out of the prestigious soul fighting arena. Malifa watched the duo depart, and then his mind began to strategize. He had to dispatch individuals to secure the academy, lest Su Tian's extraordinary martial soul talent be exposed, attracting the attention of unscrupulous soul masters who might conspire against him. If anything were to happen to Su Tian, I would inevitably face dire consequences as well, Malifa mused. Throughout the annals of Dolua history, numerous prodigious soul masters have met untimely ends, their remarkable talents inciting envy from formidable foes, leading to their assassination in the cradle. Consequently, various powerful factions have become increasingly cautious, employing a myriad of effective measures to safeguard their students. Now, Malifu was determined to implement a more meticulous plan to protect Su Tian. Meanwhile, as Zhou Shue and Su Tian emerged from the elite soul fighting arena, they caught the attention of many young soul masters. Look, they're out. Teacher Zhou has come out. I see it. That child who entered the arena with Dean Ma is also coming out. How curious. Why is Teacher Zhou accompanying this little brat? Wow, this child looks so adorable. I just want to pinch his cheeks. He's quite handsome, though his gaze is rather icy. I feel like hitting him. Haha, I share your sentiment. This child seems so rebellious, I can't help but want to discipline him. The surrounding young soul masters buzzed with excitement, their discussions fervent. In response, Su Tian maintained a cold demeanor, choosing to ignore them entirely. Soon, he would make his mark through decisive actions, ensuring that he would be remembered and instilling fear in their hearts. The playful grins of these individuals will inevitably diminish upon encountering their own reflections in the future. As Zhou Shue listened to the murmurs around her, she stealthily cast a glance at Su Tian, only to find the young lad unperturbed and remarkably composed, which brought a sense of relief to her heart. Simultaneously, Zhou Shue marveled at his brilliance. Truly, he was a prodigy, excelling in martial soul talent, psychological resilience, and even physical appearance, each aspect impeccable and beyond reproach. With the presence of Nana and Yin, formidable rivals had emerged. As such thoughts lingered in her mind, Teacher Zhou Shue guided Su Tian to the classroom of her graduating class, instructing everyone to set aside their tasks and assemble within the classroom. The children were all obedient to their teacher, none daring to defy her authority. Zhou Shue led Su Tian to the podium, intending to introduce him to the class and facilitate his integration into the collective. However, among the students, a few mischievous ones began to whisper amongst themselves. Why is there suddenly a little kid here? He looks barely 6 years old. Could he possibly be Teacher Zhou's son? Haha. He does bear a slight resemblance. When did Teacher Zhou secretly have a child without our knowledge? Keep your voice down. If Teacher Zhou hears, you'll be in for it. Chapter 71. The arrogant Su Tian. The students, being quite playful, dismissed Su Tian's young age, often joking amongst themselves that he must be Zhou Shue's child. Su Tian, with his sharp hearing, caught wind of the disparaging remarks, causing his brow to furrow. Such disrespect from these students was intolerable. It seemed imperative for him to teach them a lesson in manners. A resolve formed within him, and a fierce spark ignited in his dark eyes. He had made up his mind to impart some much-needed discipline to these students. On the podium, Su Tian's gaze swept across the room, landing on two particularly striking figures. The two individuals in question were none other than Hulaina and Yin. Hulaina was adorned in a pink tank top, revealing a substantial expanse of her delicate skin, exuding an air of sensuality. Despite her tender age of merely 12, she had developed more impressively than many adult soul masters, boasting a remarkable physique. She appeared irresistibly alluring. Akin to a young enchantress, any man would be inclined to desire her. A number of male classmates nearby frequently cast furtive glances in Hulaina's direction. At that moment, her captivating pink eyes were curiously fixed upon Su Tian. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with him, as if they had crossed paths several times before, though she could not quite recall the specifics. Indeed, Hulaina had encountered Su Tian during her time at the Spirit Hall. However, after she transitioned to the Spirit Academy, their meetings had significantly diminished. Furthermore, Su Tian had experienced rapid growth, undergoing considerable changes in both appearance and physique. Thus, Hulaina momentarily struggled to recognize him. On the other hand, Yan, with his striking mane of fiery red hair, was quite the spectacle. His gaze was defiant, radiating a sense of nonchalance, as if he regarded Su Tian with disdain. Moreover, his posture revealed that he was a leader amongst several classmates. After casting a few glances at Su Tian, his wolfish eyes shifted to Hulaina, occasionally licking his lips in a display of excitement. Yan harbored a profound admiration for Hulaina and was willing to go to great lengths to win her affection. However, Hulaina had no interest in Yan, dismissing him as an incessant suitor. Zhou Shiyuan's expression grew serious as she addressed the class. "Everyone, please be quiet." Sensing the gravity of her demeanor, all students fell silent. Zhou Shiyuan continued, "Today, we have a new classmate joining our graduating class." She promptly introduced Su Tian. The classmates erupted in disbelief, akin to oil boiling in a pot, unable to fathom that this 6-year-old boy was indeed the newest addition to their class. How could this be possible? Su Tian is so young, merely 6 years of age. What qualifies him to join this most prestigious graduating class? Is it merely his charming appearance and good looks? Little one, please introduce yourself. Zhou Shuya directed her gaze at Su Tian and spoke. Simultaneously, Zhou Shuya observed the expressions of the students, each one displaying astonishment and a hint of discontent. The students exhibited a distinct air of discontent regarding the addition of Su Tian. However, Zhou Shuya firmly believed that Su Tian would, through his own capabilities, demonstrate his worth and earn the admiration of his peers. No, it was not merely admiration he sought, but rather their reverence. "My name is Su Tian, and I am 6 years old." With a cold indifference, Su Tian introduced himself before concluding. Beside Yan, a robust student curled his lip and remarked, "Su Tian? Only 6 years old? What is your martial spirit? How exceedingly rude. We are your older brothers and sisters. Shouldn't you provide a more thorough introduction?" The robust student, spurred on by Yan, sought to test Su Tian, curious to discover what exceptional qualities he possessed. Su Tian felt no inclination to introduce his martial soul, deeming it unnecessary to provide such information. "You are not worthy of knowing," he replied coldly, remaining unmoved. The imposing student immediately adopted a frosty demeanor and remarked, "You, young brother, exhibit a touch of arrogance. I hope that in a few days, you can maintain this aloofness." Su Tian offered no reply. Zhou Shua discerned that the other students were decidedly displeased with Su Tian's presence. This was primarily due to his excessive indifference. Typically, when other children joined this class, they would adopt a more submissive demeanor, their faces brimming with obsequiousness. However, Su Tian remained unmoved, entirely disinterested in pleasing others, his countenance perpetually cold. Consequently, the students in the class harbored a latent desire to teach Su Tian a lesson. Yet, in the end, it remained uncertain who would truly prevail. Zhou Shuya refrained from further comment, adhering to her principle that matters among children should be resolved by the children themselves. Of course, this was contingent upon adherence to the rules of the Soul Master Academy. Should any child contravene these regulations, teacher Zhou Shuya would not extend any favoritism. After surveying the class, Zhou Shuya spoke, "Su Tian, take a seat next to Hulaina. There is an available position there. In this classroom, there are paired desks. Beside Hulaina, there exists an unoccupied seat. Thus far, no one has dared to sit next to her. The primary reason for this is Yan's overwhelming dominance. Should any student entertain the notion of sitting alongside Hulaina, Yan would promptly intervene, resorting to violent means to resolve the matter. Over time, Hulaina found herself seated alone, devoid of any companion at her desk. She relished the solitude, appreciating the tranquility that came from being undisturbed. This arrangement, orchestrated by Zhou Shuyan, seemed to carry an undercurrent of provocation. These graduating class children are rather unruly, so let Su Tian temper their exuberance. Furthermore, Zhou Shuya finds Su Tian quite endearing and handsome, and the girls are quite fond of him. Perhaps Hulaina might take a liking to Su Tian. These two children, blessed with exceptional martial soul talents, would make splendid friends in the future. As a teacher, she is committed to nurturing elite students for the Martial Soul Hall. which includes fostering friendships among the children to enhance their collective cohesion. In essence, every action taken by teacher Zhou Shue is driven by purpose, devoid of any blind endeavors. Su Changtian's gaze was icy as he approached and took a seat beside Hulaina. She turned to him, and a flicker of intrigue danced in her beautiful eyes. Despite his cold demeanor, she found him rather charming and handsome. If he were to mature a bit more, he would undoubtedly become strikingly handsome. However, she was curious about the nature of his martial soul. Hulaina felt a strong desire to delve into Su Changtian's abilities, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of curiosity. Concurrently, she emanated her enchanting aura. Chapter 72. Please take care of the new students. Hulaina, a primary practitioner of allure, believed herself to be an invincible presence among all male soul masters. This confidence stemmed from her ability to captivate their hearts, rendering them her devoted admirers. Too afraid to harm her. This encapsulates the essence of mastering the art of allure. Thus, Hulaina, in the presence of each male spirit master, unveils her captivating charm, ensnaring their hearts through an array of subtle details. Now, she endeavors to present her enchanting side to Su Changtian. A slight smile graces her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and an alluring fragrance wafts from her delicate form, continuously bewitching Su Changtian. In contrast, Su Changtian remains indifferent, his gaze cold. His resolve is unwavering, and with Qianren Xue by his side, he holds Hulaina in low regard. Despite her beauty, she pales in comparison to the brilliance of Qianren Xue. Su Changtian is not a fickle-hearted man, swayed by every pretty face. Thus, he disregards Hulaina and chooses to ignore her advances. This young man remains unmoved. Reluctant to spare me a glance? What is there to fear? I shall not devour you, Hulaina muses to herself. The more Su Changtian displays his indifference, the more her spirit rises, her desire to conquer intensifying, compelling her to successfully captivate him. She harbors no genuine feelings for Su Changtian. Her motivation is solely the thrill of conquest. Once she has ensnared his heart, she would find him dull and cast him aside. Yin is of a similar nature. His heart was swiftly captured by Hulaina, only for her to lose interest and discard him, leaving him as her devoted admirer. As Su Changtian has just arrived in our class and is unfamiliar with many aspects, it is imperative that we take good care of this newcomer and assist him. All right. We may disperse now. Let us all train diligently and strive for outstanding results in the upcoming graduation assessments, announced Zhou Shuyuan with a calm demeanor. Before declaring the session over, the students in their final year are now primarily engaged in self-directed learning, preparing for their graduation assessments. The graduation assessment is primarily divided into 3 evaluations. The first is the theoretical assessment of martial souls, which focuses mainly on written examinations. The second evaluation is the individual soul combat duel assessment, where all graduating students are gathered to engage in personal soul combat duels. Higher rankings yield higher scores. The third assessment is the team soul combat duel evaluation, in which 3 students form a team to participate in team soul combat duels, earning points based on their rankings. However, the assessments have yet to commence, and there remains over 6 months until then. Consequently, team formations have not yet begun, allowing everyone ample time for preparation. Regarding Su Changtian's theoretical assessment of martial souls, Zhou Shue will make separate arrangements. Nevertheless, whether he can keep pace with the progress will depend on Su Changtian's own abilities. Nonetheless, even if he does not achieve the desired results in the theoretical assessment, it is of little consequence. This is primarily because the scores from the soul combat duel assessments carry significant weight among the 3 evaluations. Zhou Shue firmly believes in Su Changtian's capabilities. With his strength, he is certain to achieve an exceptionally high score in the soul combat duel assessment, ensuring a smooth path to graduation. After all, Zhou Shue has witnessed Su Changtian's 2 martial souls and his 3 formidable soul skills. Given Su Changtian's current combat prowess, even Zhou Shue harbors doubts about her own ability to conquer him. These students are undoubtedly no match for Su Changtian. Rest assured, we shall take good care of our new classmate. This little brother is truly adorable. We must look after him well. Teacher Zhou, you need not worry. The students, one after another, expressed their intentions to take care of Su Changtian. However, while they spoke of care, their thoughts harbored a different connotation. Su Changtian remained indifferent, dismissing their words. Whoever looked after him, he would reciprocate with affection. With a nod, Zhou Shue turned away, leaving space for the students. As soon as she departed, Yin and several burly students encircled him, their faces adorned with defiant expressions, exuding a sense of unruliness. clearly disregarding Su Chantian. Young lad, you cannot occupy this seat. Relocate to another. Yin remarked, his fists clenched, voice cool and detached. Why can't I sit here? Su Chantian retorted coldly, unflinching. This position is detrimental to your health if occupied for too long. If you doubt it, try sitting here for 2 days. You'll soon plead to switch seats, Yin smirked. A hint of mockery in his smile. The surrounding students joined in laughter, their threats unmistakably clear. It was evident they were informing Su Chantian. Should you dare to linger here for 2 days, we shall teach you a lesson, inflicting harm upon your body. Unperturbed, Su Chantian replied nonchalantly, let us discuss this after 2 days. The Martial Soul Academy upheld a rule. Students could engage in soul duels within the arena. But private battles were prohibited. Nonetheless, minor physical altercations were permissible, provided they remained inconsequential. Upon hearing Su Chantian's words, Yin contemplated seizing an opportunity to teach this young lad a harsh lesson about the perils of society. Hulaina giggled, her voice enchanting. Fear not, young one. If you simply call me sister, I shall allow you to sit beside me, and no one would dare oppose. As she spoke, Hulaina found Su Chantian's face rather endearing. An impulse to pinch it arose within her. She instinctively reached out her hand to caress him. Humph, Su Chantian huffed, extending a hand to swat away Hulaina's delicate gesture. Do not touch me, he stated coldly. Hulaina felt a pang of discomfort in her soft hand. Her brows furrowed, a flicker of anger crossed her features. This was the first time she had been treated in such a manner. Her desire to fondly pinch Su Chantian's face was simply an act of kindness, yet he dared to refuse her, causing her hand pain. Hulaina's annoyance began to simmer. What are you doing, you brat? Yin spoke furiously, his anger palpable. Immediately, he lunged forward, attempting to seize Su Chantian from his seat with a powerful grip. There was a 6-year age difference between Yin and Su Chantian, making the latter appear somewhat smaller in stature. However, over the years, due to his innate martial spirit talent, Su Chantian had developed remarkable physical prowess. Though merely 6 years old, he possessed the strength to wield over 1,000 pounds in a single arm. With an icy gaze, Su Chantian disregarded Yan's outstretched hand. He calmly extended his right hand, delivering a gentle yet decisive strike. Bang! Yan felt an overwhelming force repel his hand, striking back towards his own face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed through the air as Yin inadvertently slapped himself. A cry of rage escaped his lips. The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that their leader, Yin, had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. Subdue this little brat and teach him a lesson. Do not injure him severely, just enough to make him learn. Yin commanded his followers, his voice seething with fury. Noticing their impending assault, Su Chantian swiftly evaded, moving like a nimble cat, darting away from his seat. A quick glance revealed that there were about 7 individuals, including Yin and Hulina, an easily manageable number. With his dark eyes narrowing, Su Chantian was confident in his ability to confront them. Even without summoning his martial spirit, he could rely on his physical strength. Most of the onlooking students merely observed, refraining from intervening. After all, despite Yin's influence, he could not dominate the entire class. Humph! Su Chantian scoffed, taking the initiative. Like a specter, he moved with an unpredictable grace, weaving through the classroom. Bang! Thud! Splash! Wow! That hurts! Ouch! The chorus of exclamations filled the air as Su Chantian swiftly knocked down his opponents. In an instant, all 5 of Yan's henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. It hurts so much. I'm done for. The students emitted cries of despair, utterly astonished by the ferocity of Su Chantian's combat prowess. Though he appeared diminutive, each punch he delivered felt as though a colossal hammer was striking them, inflicting excruciating pain. Yin, witnessing the collapse of his 5 subordinates, was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of dread. How could this be possible? His countenance was a portrait of disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. Nothing is impossible. Su Chantian remarked calmly, his form flickering as he appeared before Yin, his right fist clenched and launched with tremendous force. Bang! The blow struck Yan's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward, crashing into several tables before hitting the ground. Agony etched across his face. It hurts. That punch was unbearable. Yin held, his expression twisting into a grimace of rage and suffering. The onlooking students stood transfixed, their astonishment palpable. They had never anticipated that Su Chantian's combat abilities would be so formidable, effortlessly dispatching Yin and his minions. What is this? Hulaina gasped, scarcely able to believe the might of Su Chantian, who had effortlessly subdued Yan and his associates. It was crucial to note that Su Chantian appeared to be merely 6 years old, while Yan and his followers were all over a decade older, considerably taller than him. Naturally, their soul power levels should have surpassed Su Changtian's. Thus, Hulaina had assumed that Su Changtian would inevitably be defeated, even if he possessed exceptional abilities. She believed it would result in a one-for-one exchange at most. Yet, the outcome defied all expectations. Su Changtian dispatched all 6 adversaries with minimal effort, appearing entirely unscathed. At that moment, Hulaina suddenly noticed Su Changtian approaching her. "What do you intend to do?" she stammered. Feeling a shiver run down her spine at the sight of his icy gaze, she sensed that he might strike her down in an instant, perhaps even deliver a slap as a reward for her insolence. "Humph. I am here to attend school, not to engage in brawls, nor to flirt with you," Su Changtian retorted coldly, his voice laced with indignation. Despite his tender age of 6, he exuded an alarming presence, one imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. The students were utterly astonished. Hulaina bit her lip, wanting to articulate something, yet ultimately refrained. At the same time, her delicate face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Feeling a twinge of shame, this was solely because this 6-year-old little brother had audaciously mentioned flirtation and romance, which seemed to be a pointed reference to herself. Humph. With this thought, Hulaina gently bit her pearly white teeth. She was no cheap individual and would never entertain romantic affections with anyone. Furthermore, do not even think about touching me. Otherwise, you will regret it. Su Changtian spoke coldly once more, a statement directed at Hulaina. Just moments ago, Hulaina had intended to touch her own face, which had ignited the conflict. Hulaina furrowed her delicate brows and instantly entered a combative stance, exclaiming, "Hey, little brother. This elder sister merely found you adorable and wished to pinch your cheeks. Huni, you were so dull. I wouldn't even bother touching your face. With such an unpleasant demeanor. Who would like that? Don't be so self-absorbed. That is for the best," Su Changtian replied with indifference, dismissing everything. "Little brother, your temper is far too foul," Hulaina retorted angrily. "As a newcomer, you arrived and immediately resorted to violence. How outrageous. If no one disciplines you, do you truly believe this place is your home? Such arrogance will not serve you well," Hulaina continued, her irritation mounting. She felt that Su Changtian was exceedingly audacious, displaying none of the humility expected from a newcomer. A typical new student, especially at such a tender age, should embody a more timid demeanor. Yet Su Changtian, disregarding the upperclassmen's authority, had even resorted to violence against them. Regardless of how formidable Su Changtian might be, Hulaina was undeniably enraged. At this moment, the shape of her beautiful eyes transformed into hearts, exuding an enchanting aura that radiated from her. This is a soul skill that can be unleashed without the need to awaken one's martial soul, capable of bewildering adversaries and allowing for an offensive strike against them. Not far away, a group of male spectators found themselves utterly entranced, feeling as though the only thing they could offer was their hearts to Hulaina, desiring to dedicate everything, even their very lives, to her. Observing the shift in Hulaina's enchanting gaze, one could sense an overwhelming allure emanating from her, as if she intended to engage in something profoundly intimate. "Humph," Su Changtian let out a cold snicker, remaining unfazed. 2 formidable martial souls, combined with an unwavering resolve. This rendered Su Changtian entirely unfazed by the pink spectacle before him. "It was you who provoked me first. Furthermore, I have not violated any school regulations nor unleashed my martial spirit." Chapter 74. A lesson for Hulaina. "Your injuries are purely a consequence of your own actions," Su Changtian declared, and in an instant, he moved closer, positioning himself right before Hulaina. "What? How is he unaffected by my charm? How did he suddenly appear right in front of me?" Hulaina was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. At that moment, she noticed Su Changtian raising his small hand, forcefully swinging it toward her. A fearsome gust of wind accompanied the motion. Almost immediately, Hulaina observed Su Changtian's diminutive hand magnifying, transforming into a large hand, until all that remained in her vision was that imposing hand. Smack! Hulaina was struck across the face, her body tilting to the side as she collapsed onto her chair, her head ringing. Hulaina had initiated the confrontation, attempting to control him with her charm. Su Changtian merely acted in self-defense. Moreover, Hulaina's arrogance was excessive. She always believed herself to be formidable. They all assumed that Su Changtian, being younger and a newcomer, would be easily subdued. Su Changtian had no intention of indulging them. He aimed to assert his authority to prevent any further disrespect. Furthermore, Su Tian possessed dual martial spirits, with a talent that was extraordinarily exceptional. One of his martial spirits was none other than Qianren Xue. From the moment he awakened his martial spirit, it was clear that he belonged to an entirely different realm than Hu Liena and Yan. In other words, for someone like Hu Liena, whom Tang Sen sought to eliminate, Su Changtian's bestowal of a slap to awaken her was already quite generous. Would it be that while Tang Sen aimed to vanquish Hu Liena, Su Changtian, in his rebirth, would seek to flatter her? Dazed, Hu Liena covered her mouth, her face etched with disbelief. Throughout her life, no boy had ever struck her so boldly, showing her no mercy whatsoever, and in front of so many classmates, no less. Even more outrageous was the fact that this brat was merely 6 years old. To be struck by a mere child filled Hu Liena with profound humiliation. The surrounding students exchanged astonished glances, each one in sheer disbelief. They had not anticipated that the most formidable student in the class, Hu Liena, along with Yin, would be bested by this young boy. This is due to the underestimation of the capabilities of the little rascal, resulting in a subsequent defeat. These students evoke a sense of incredulity. It is essential to note that Hu Liena and Yin form a small clique within the class. Only those who have earned the approval of both individuals are permitted to join this exclusive group, becoming their loyal acolytes. Many classmates are deemed insufficiently skilled, lacking the merit to gain entry into this inner circle and to be regarded as their subordinates. The leader of this group, surprisingly, has been completely knocked to the ground. This scene was utterly astonishing in the minds of all the classmates. The 6-year-old Su Tian knocking down Hu Liena and her 7 companions was akin to Li Qiao effortlessly toppling the Pope Bibi Dong with a mere slap. And who is this Li Qiao, you ask? She is merely a humble girl from a rural farming background. Consequently, everyone was left in sheer disbelief. Their mouths agape as if they could fit 2.5 eggs inside. You seek your own demise. How dare you strike Nana? You little brat. This is utterly outrageous. I shall end you. Yin roared furiously. His fiery red hair billowed around him, reminiscent of flames ablaze with rage. I was careless earlier. This time, I shall surely bring you down. As Yan's voice thundered, he swung his massive fist towards Su Tian with all his might, the air crackling with a deafening roar. Yan held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. Su Changtian's gaze flickered. He noted that even in his fury, Yan had yet to release his martial spirit. It seemed that within this martial spirit academy, the regulations were exceedingly strict. One could only unleash their martial spirit in the soul fighting arena. Private combat could only employ physical prowess. Su Tian quietly acknowledged this, refraining from manifesting his own martial spirit. Had he summoned his second martial spirit, Qianren Xue, the others would have fallen silent, no longer daring to provoke him. After all, upon the release of Qianren Xue, he would be surrounded by 8 swirling soul rings, radiating an oppressive aura that even the esteemed teacher Zhou Shua found intimidating. What then could these children, barely approaching level 30, possibly do? As Yin charged forward, his fist, the size of a sandbag, was poised to strike. Su Changtian remained unfazed, a calm demeanor reflected in his dark eyes. Just as Yin closed in, Su Tian twisted his body and, with a swift motion, swung his small fist directly at Yan's abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! A heavy sound resonated through the air. Immediately, Yan's body bent. A look of utter disbelief etched upon his face as he stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. Wow, that hurts. I can't take it anymore. Yan let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, his body hunched over, a visage of agony etched upon his face. The surrounding classmates wore expressions of shock. They had not anticipated that Yan could be so easily subdued, once again brought low by Su Changtian. If Yan's initial defeat had stemmed from an underestimation of Su Changtian's prowess, then this second fall unequivocally illustrated his inferiority. Su Tian possessed remarkable abilities that were undeniable. The gaze of the onlookers towards Su Tian underwent a subtle transformation, akin to observing a peculiar creature. It was astonishing that a mere 6-year-old could exhibit such formidable physical strength. No wonder he was admitted into the graduation class. It was clear he possessed extraordinary talents rather than relying on connections. This little brat was extraordinarily powerful. I was aware of Yan's capabilities. Yet to witness him felled twice in succession was alarming. There was something profoundly concerning about Su Tian. Helina's expression darkened as she realized she had encountered a formidable opponent this time. In that moment, she comprehended why Miss Zhou Shua had permitted such a young child to join the graduation class. It was he. Suddenly, a revelation dawned upon Helina, her alluring face illuminating with understanding. the mysterious child that teacher Dong had brought back 6 years ago. I recall his name was Su Qian. After 6 years, he had transformed remarkably. Yelena was taken aback. Having confirmed Su Changtian's identity. Chapter 75, Yan issues a challenge reflecting upon the past. Yelena remembered that 6 years prior, her teacher, Bibi Dong, had brought back an exceptionally enigmatic child. Bibi Dong had kept this child protected, revealing little about him. At that time, Yelena had just awakened her martial soul and had begun her studies at the Martial Soul Academy. During her breaks, she had returned to the martial hall and had a few opportunities to meet Su Qian. Back then, Yelena found the little boy rather endearing, albeit excessively aloof. As if he shunned friendship, she felt a pang of sympathy and wished to befriend him. However, her overtures were met with indifference from Su Changtian. It is essential to note that the world does not revolve around Su Changtian. Thus, Yelena did not dwell on the matter, especially with her academic obligations weighing heavily upon her. Over time, she gradually forgot about Su Changtian. Nevertheless, she retained a faint memory. Teacher Dongo held a deep fondness for the child, asserting that he would undoubtedly become a remarkable talent in the future. These memories surged forth. Yelena comprehended Su Changtian's true identity. Upon witnessing Su Changtian's formidable prowess, Yelena was utterly astonished, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, just as teacher Dong had spoken, this younger brother possesses remarkable strength and potential for greatness. However, Yelena felt a twinge of anger. After all, she was the most favored student of teacher Dong. Yet, this Su Changtian did not address her as sister and even had the audacity to slap her. This situation left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, and her mood was rather sour. Nearby, some students, noticing the awkwardness, hurried out of the classroom in search of teacher Zhou Shuyan to recount the incident. Meanwhile, Su Changtian, with a frosty expression, calmly addressed Yelena and Yin, stating, "Do not provoke me again, lest you face the consequences." With that, he placed his hands behind his back and exited the classroom. Yelena, biting her lip, called out, "Wait, what is it?" Su Changtian turned to her inquiringly. "You are Su Changtian, the mysterious child brought back by teacher Donner, correct?" Yelena asserted. "What of it?" Su Changtian retorted. "I am a student of teacher Donner. By virtue of our relationship, I am your elder sister, and you ought to address me as such." Yelena declared, "Your earlier action of striking me was exceedingly rude, and you must apologize to your elder sister." This time, Yelena boldly positioned herself on the moral high ground, demanding an apology from Su Changtian. Within the spirit hall, age and seniority hold no sway. "My strength surpasses yours, thus you may address me as senior or elder," she declared. Su Changtian replied indifferently, "You." Yelena's brows furrowed with anger as she retorted, "You are exceedingly rude. If you are unconvinced, then come and fight me." Su Changtian, cracking his knuckles, maintained a cool demeanor, seemingly dismissing the entire affair. "Su Changtian, I cannot fathom why your physical prowess is so formidable," Yelena stated with a serious expression. "But allow me to enlighten you. You are merely 6 years old, having just awakened your martial soul, while we have been training for 6 or 7 years. Our soul power levels exceed yours. Had we unleashed our martial souls, you would have already been soundly defeated. There are always greater talents. I advise you to adopt a more modest approach." Su Changtian shrugged and responded, "Even if you could unleash your martial souls, you would still be unable to best me." On the ground, Yin was helped up by his companions, his fury palpable as he exclaimed, "Su Changtian, you are far too arrogant. I will go to the Soul Arena to obtain a challenge letter from the management teachers. Are you brave enough to face me in battle? At merely 6 years old, you seem oblivious to the need for humility and show such disrespect to us, your seniors. I shall teach you a lesson." Yin was determined to engage Su Changtian in a martial soul duel. He felt confident. After all, his cultivation level was already at level 28. Perhaps his physical strength did not match Su Changtian's, but he believed his martial soul's combat capability would undoubtedly surpass his opponent's. Otherwise, had he truly wasted 7 years of his life? With a cold smirk, Su Changtian replied, "You have just stated that there are always greater talents. Since my physical strength can overcome you, why would you presume that should I unleash my martial soul and engage in battle, I would be defeated?" Su Changtian found himself somewhat speechless, astonished at Yin, Yelena, and the others' relentless competitiveness. Moreover, he was merely a child of 6 years. Why were they so intent on challenging him? What benefit would victory bring them? And should they lose to him, would it not be a source of great embarrassment? Yuan, Yelena, and the others appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You must tell me, will you engage in battle? Yuan spoke solemnly. Do not make me fetch the challenge letter only for you to declare there will be no duel, causing me to waste my effort. If there is to be a fight, let it be, Su Tian replied with indifference. Very well, little brother, just you wait. A fierce battle intent erupted from Yuan's dark red eyes. He was determined to regain his dignity and prove his capabilities through the duel. Is there anything else? Su Tian asked impatiently. Nothing more, Yuan replied. You may leave, Hulaina added coldly. Then make way. Su Tian snorted disdainfully. The few subordinates blocking his path quickly parted to grant him passage. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Tian departed the classroom with an air of arrogance. Yuan, Hulaina, and the others watched him leave, their expressions far from pleasant, for they had been bested by this mere child. The child, though seemingly only 6 years of age, possesses an alarming physical strength and combat skills. Yen and the others, unable to contend with him, resolved to engage in a soul duel. Once Su Tian departed, Yen smirked and declared, Nana, do not worry. I will surely dominate Su Tian in the arena and establish his place. Just a foolish child, daring to be so arrogant. He will have his moment of regret. I will make him apologize to you. Hulaina's expression darkened as she replied sternly, Yen, if you cannot triumph over Su Tian in the soul duel, you need not come to see me again. Upon hearing this, Yen awkwardly chuckled, then thumped his robust chest, assuring, Nana, rest assured. I, Yen, will definitely defeat Su Tian and teach him a lesson, compelling him to apologize to you. You need not worry. I will ensure there are no unforeseen circumstances. He reiterated his unwavering confidence in vanquishing Su Tian. A nearby subordinate inquired, Boss, should I also issue a challenge and deal with this little brat? Another chimed in, Indeed. I wish to challenge him as well. I refuse to believe that at level 27, I cannot best a mere 6-year-old. Chapter 76. Teacher Zhou, something is wrong. The 5 subordinates were thoroughly defeated by Su Tian. Feeling utterly humiliated, they sought to prove their prowess through a duel of souls. Simultaneously, they yearned to teach Su Tian a lesson, for the audacity of this young brat was truly irksome, and they wished to impart some discipline upon him. There's no need. Yen waved his hand dismissively, declaring with pride, I alone am more than sufficient. He is merely a child. There is no need for such an elaborate display. We wouldn't want rumors to circulate that our senior class is bullying a newcomer. If we end up making Su Tian cry and he runs to seek out Teacher Zhou, that would be quite unfortunate. At this point, the subordinates erupted into laughter. One of them chimed in, Hee, I would love to see Su Tian sobbing as he approaches Teacher Zhou. That would certainly be an amusing sight. Another added, I want to see it too. Go for it, boss. Make him cry. As Hulaina recalled Su Tian's icy, indifferent gaze, she joined in, saying, Yen, make Su Tian cry. I too wish to witness the sight of this little brat in tears. It was rare for Hulaina to proactively request Yen to undertake any task, yet here she was, urging him to bring Su Tian to tears. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within Yen, invigorating him as if he had been infused with a surge of energy. He declared, Nana, rest assured. I shall thoroughly educate Su Tian and bring him to tears. This insolent young lad must learn his place. Everyone can be assured that I will instill in him the lessons that he so desperately needs. How audacious for a newcomer to act so arrogantly. He must be made to taste the bitterness of defeat. Yan's laughter echoed with a rebellious tone. They were already envisioning the moment when they would triumph over Su Tian, reducing him to tears. Around them, several onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for Su Tian, a mere 6-year-old child. To be subjected to the reprimands of so many older boys, what a tragic fate. It was evident that the spectators held little hope for Su Tian's success. Physical strength does not necessarily equate to prowess in battle. After all, age is a significant factor. With Su Tian only 6 years old and just having awakened his martial spirit, how formidable could he truly be? In contrast, Yen was a veritable prodigy. Having spent 7 years at the Martial Spirit Academy honing his skills, his combat capabilities were undoubtedly superior to those of Su Tian. Meanwhile, behind Teacher Zhou, a girl rushed to catch up and recounted the events that had transpired within the classroom. However, her account only covered the earlier part, specifically the scene of Su Tian being surrounded. She had not witnessed Su Tian's retaliation against Yen and Hulaina. Teacher Zhou, what shall we do? Should we return to rescue this child, Su Tian? The girl spoke up, displaying a commendable concern for Su Tian. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. as she had not anticipated that Yin, Hulaina, and others would act against Su Changtian so swiftly. However, reflecting on it, it made sense. Su Changtian always wore a stern expression, his demeanor cold and disdainful. Engaging with him would inevitably incite an urge to strike. Teacher Zhou, don't dawdle. Please lend a hand. The girl urged, anxious that they might return too late and find Su Changtian in trouble. This is merely a matter among classmates. As long as it isn't serious, it's beyond my purview as a teacher, Zhou Shue replied with a gentle smile. Let the children resolve it themselves. Rest assured, all will be well. She chose to overlook the situation simply because she trusted in Su Changtian's capabilities. She had witnessed firsthand the extraordinary prowess of his two unique martial spirits. In the ranks of junior soul masters, there was no student capable of matching him, even if they were to gang up on him. Yet, the girl seemed poised to say more. You need not worry, just return with peace of mind. Zhou Shue reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair and offering an encouraging glance. All right. The girl nodded, opting to head back. At that moment, another figure rushed over in a state of urgency. It was a male classmate, exclaiming, This is terrible. This is terrible. Teacher Zhou, what happened? Calm down and speak slowly. Zhou Shue interjected, sensing that this incident was likely connected to both Yin and Su Changtian. Is it possible that Su Changtian has been attacked? The girl beside her voiced her concern, echoing Zhou Shue's thoughts. To be honest, upon hearing the words "this is terrible," Teacher Zhou felt a pang of anxiety for Su Changtian. Although his martial spirit aptitude was formidable, Hulaina, Yin, and their peers were also exceptionally strong. Being among the finest students at the Martial Spirit Academy, even if their martial spirit talents did not surpass Su Changtian's, they possessed an age advantage. And it was conceivable that they could indeed best him. If that were the case, it might not be entirely unwelcome, as it could temper Su Changtian's zealousness. However, what worried Zhou Shue was the possibility that Hulaina, Yin, and the others might be excessively harsh, potentially injuring Su Changtian. The relationship with Su Changtian is quite significant. If word reaches Dean Ma, the situation could escalate dramatically. Contemplating this, Zhou Shue, who had initially been calm, began to feel a headache, her brows furrowing in concern. That's not it. The boy shook his head. This Su Changtian possesses formidable physical strength. He actually defeated Yin, Hulaina, and 5 other classmates. It seems that Yin is now intent on issuing a challenge to Su Changtian for a soul duel. The atmosphere has become rather unpleasant. Teacher Zhou, perhaps you should go back and mediate. After all, we are all classmates, and such internal conflict is unproductive. Upon hearing the boy's words, Zhou Shue and the girl beside her were momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Particularly, the female classmate wore an expression of sheer astonishment, hardly able to trust her ears. What? Shinji, what are you saying? Su Changtian wasn't bullied. Instead, he defeated Hulaina and Yin? How is that even possible? We can't even contend with Yin or Hulaina. How could Su Changtian possibly surpass them? Are you deliberately contradicting yourself before Teacher Zhou? Trying to humiliate Su Changtian? You are being unreasonable. The girl exclaimed, still in shock and unable to accept this reality, convinced that the boy was fabricating a story. Huang Xiao, I am not speaking in contradiction, nor am I humiliating Su Changtian. I am merely stating the facts. If you don't believe me, you can ask our classmates. They all witnessed it. Although Su Changtian is only 6 years old, he is exceptionally powerful. Yin attempted to strike him twice. Yet both times he was knocked to the ground by Su Changtian. I have never seen a 6-year-old child with such remarkable combat prowess. Shinji recalled the scene, his expression one of absolute astonishment. Shinji initially shared the same sentiment as Huang Xiao, firmly believing that Su Changtian was destined to suffer, inevitably becoming a mere target for the combined onslaught of Yin, Hulaina, and others. Yet, what was the outcome? Su Changtian executed a swift counterattack, toppling Hulaina and the other 7 with remarkable precision. This is truly something that a mere 6-year-old child could not possibly accomplish. Even now, Shinji's heart remains tumultuous, filled with astonishment. Observing his expression, Huang Xiaoxiao understood that Shinji was not deceiving him. This left Huang Xiaoxiao profoundly astonished. She hurried to seek out Teacher Zhou Shue, anxious that Su Changtian might be brutally beaten and bullied. However, it seemed that her concerns were unfounded, as Su Changtian had single-handedly turned the tables, driving Hulaina, Yin, and the others away. The 6-year-old child is truly extraordinary. Su Changtian is remarkably powerful, yet he is only 6 years old. In that moment, Huang Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. His strength is simply astounding, and it appears they're even preparing to issue a challenge, intending to engage in a soul duel at the arena. Teacher Zhou, what should we do? Should we advise them to coexist peacefully to avoid becoming a laughingstock for the other classes? Shenji looked towards Zhou Shuang, seeking her guidance. Zhou Shuang replied calmly. Over the years, it has been quite common for students to engage in soul duels and fights. Since Su Cha Tian is so formidable and has not sought my assistance, it is best to allow them to continue. It is merely a trivial matter. Qinji, Huang Shishao. Focus your efforts on your cultivation and strive to achieve commendable results in the graduation assessment. Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's words, Qinji and Huang Shishao understood the situation. They realized that Teacher Zhou would not intervene in this matter, and given Su Changtian's impressive combat prowess, he might not be bullied by Yan. Thus, they recognized their overthinking and decided not to meddle. I understand, Teacher Zhou. Huang Shishao nodded in agreement. All right, Teacher Zhou, I will prepare diligently for the exams. Qinji stated. The two children appeared quite spirited. Very well, Zhou Shuang said with a satisfied smile before turning to leave. After departing, Zhou Shuang mused, this little rascal. Su Cha Tian is indeed a handful. I didn't expect him to clash with Yin and Hu Laina so soon. And now they wish to issue a challenge for a soul duel. How intriguing. I must personally witness this event. Zhou Shuang was very much looking forward to the soul duel between Yin and Su Changtian, and she resolved to inform Dean Malifaux about the situation. Meanwhile, Su Changtian strolled through the Martial Soul Academy, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and admiring the scenery. As of now, the school had not yet assigned him an independent dormitory, leaving him with no place to go but wander about. Due to his tender age of merely 6, many senior girls found him irresistibly adorable and charming, flocking to him to pinch his cheeks. Little brother, you are so cute. Which class are you from? Yes, little brother, come here. Let your senior sister give you a hug. What a delightful and handsome little junior. Senior sister only wants to pinch your cheeks. Don't run away, junior. Ah, junior. How is it that you run so swiftly? Even the senior cannot keep up with you. The senior students exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm, eager to embrace Su Changtian and even pinch his cheeks. In response, Su Changtian felt a wave of headache wash over him. These individuals harbored little malevolence towards Su Changtian. Yet the sheer number of senior sisters rendered the situation quite unreasonable as they overwhelmed him. Ultimately, with no alternative, Su Changtian sought refuge in a secluded spot. As time elapsed, 2.5 hours drifted by. At long last, Su Changtian beheld a youthful figure sprinting towards him. The individual appeared to be in their early 20s. Clad in a black work robe, Su Changtian, little brother. The man greeted Su Changtian, introducing himself. My name is Li Tianfa, and I am the dormitory steward here. As instructed by Dean Ma, I have come to escort you to your designated residence. Indeed, your accommodation is rather unique. Being the only one of its kind in the entire academy, Li Tianfa wasted no time and directly addressed Su Changtian. Upon hearing his name, Su Changtian instinctively glanced at his head, only to find a full head of hair rather than a barren scalp. This led him to speculate that perhaps the significance of his name played a role in preventing baldness. However, the phrase Tianfa could also imply a fortune or prosperity. Curiosity piqued, Su Changtian inquired about the uniqueness of his residence, questioning why it was said to be unparalleled within the entire academy. Li Tianfa elaborated, explaining that it was a villa adorned with a garden, a privilege reserved solely for the most senior faculty members within the academy. To date, no student had ever resided in such a villa, which is why he emphasized its extraordinary nature. As he spoke, he scrutinized Su Changtian, sensing that this young man was far from ordinary. His appearance and demeanor suggested that Su Changtian was not just any child, especially considering the remarkable privilege of having an independent garden villa within the Martial Spirit Academy. It is evident that Su Changtian not only possesses an exceptional martial soul talent, but also boasts a remarkably formidable background. Therefore, Li Tian was exceedingly respectful. The director Ma indeed showed great consideration. Su Changtian mused inwardly, feeling a touch of surprise. After all, he was merely 6 years old. It is truly rare for Director Malifaux to exhibit such attentiveness towards one so young. Were it someone else, they might have simply sought to deceive Su Changtian. Please take me there, Su Changtian said calmly. The thought of a standalone villa with a garden filled him with satisfaction and elevated his spirits immensely. In this manner, one could summon Qianren Xue each day to provide a soothing massage and attend to his needs. Indeed, follow me, Li Tianfa said respectfully. Soon after, Li Tianfa guided Su Tian as they embarked on their journey. The Martial Soul Academy was vast, and after traversing clusters of dense forests, gardens, and edifices, Su Tian finally arrived at his residence. The villa, nestled within a picturesque college garden and enclosed by a fence, boasts a private yard belonging to Su Tian. The architectural style of the villa leans towards Western European aesthetics, featuring 3 luxurious levels. Upon witnessing this garden villa, Su Tian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The ecological environment here is splendid, with remarkably fresh air and breathtaking scenery. Furthermore, there is a notable absence of student traffic around, ensuring a tranquil atmosphere. To possess such a garden villa within the Martial Soul Academy fills Su Tian with unparalleled contentment. This is the key. Simply infuse a trace of your soul power essence into it, and you will successfully claim ownership of this garden villa. Then, insert the key into the lock here. In the future, when you wish to enter, just channel a hint of soul power into it. This soul guide will automatically recognize your identity and grant you access. Should anyone else attempt to intrude, the soul guide will activate, sounding an alarm that alerts the nearby patrols and the gardeners, who will promptly respond, Li Tianfa explained patiently, detailing the villa's features to Su Tian. He then handed Su Tian a golden key, surprised by the inclusion of a soul guide key and lock, which promised convenience and security against theft. Su Tian accepted the golden key with a satisfied smile, saying, I appreciate this. Thank you for your assistance. Li Tianfa, acknowledging the young boy's formidable background despite his tender age of 6, responded with utmost respect and courtesy, I will remember you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. Such service greatly pleased Su Tian. Very well, you may leave. I have no immediate matters to attend to. I prefer tranquility. If you have no pressing issues, kindly refrain from disturbing me. Should cleaning be necessary, please wait until I have vacated the villa before proceeding, Su Tian instructed calmly. Understood. I will relay your wishes, Li Tianfa responded. Promptly, he ceased his lingering presence, adhering to Su Tian's words, and politely withdrew, swiftly disappearing from his line of sight. Su Tian mused to himself that this Marafa possessed quite the understanding of human interaction. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would consider elevating him. Subsequently, Su Tian entered the villa, familiarizing himself with the surroundings, which were quite satisfactory. He conducted a thorough inspection of the vicinity, ensuring there were no suspicious surveillance devices, and thus felt reassured. In the Doloa continent, strength is revered above all. As long as one possesses a formidable fist, they can attain whatever they desire. This garden villa, perhaps one of the rarest treasures on Earth, holds little significance in the realm of Doloa continent. However, for a 6-year-old child to possess such a splendid garden villa within the hallowed halls of a prestigious academy is indeed an extraordinary feat. Upon entering the villa, Su Tian joyfully found his floor-to-ceiling windowed bed and immediately reclined upon it, murmuring, This bed is delightful, I adore it. Lying there, he could gaze upon the picturesque garden outside, where the melody of birds and the fragrance of flowers created an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Tian unleashed his second spirit, Qianren Xue. Golden soul light flickered as the ethereal figure of Qianren Xue manifested before him, materializing into a tangible form. Perched upon the soft bed, Qianren Xue blinked, surveying her surroundings. Observing the cozy environment, she remarked, Little one, you are quite impressive. To have secured such a garden villa within the Spirit Master Academy is truly remarkable. As she spoke, Qianren Xue playfully pinched Su Tian's cheek. She is the only woman in this world who can touch Su Tian's cheek without eliciting any feelings of aversion from him. With a playful smile, Su Tian spoke. This fortune is thanks to you, my dear Xiaoxue. My martial soul is you, which is why Dean Ma treats me with such courtesy. Is that so? Qianren Xue replied, her lips curving into a smile. You are truly humble, little one. It is undoubtedly your formidable martial soul talent that impressed Dean Ma, leading him to arrange this splendid garden villa for you. Well then, let us not dwell on that, Su Tian said. Having a place to stay is already quite sufficient. As he spoke, he reached out his small hand and gently pinched Qianren Xue's soft, lovely face. The sight of the two of them playfully tugging at each other was somewhat amusing. At that moment, Qianren Xue felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She understood that Su Tian had undoubtedly worked hard to obtain this villa. The reason he desired a separate living space was undoubtedly because of her. Qianren Xue realized that Su Tian wished to be alone with her, necessitating an independent space. What a wonderful little brother he is! Although Qianren Xue regarded Tian as her dear younger brother, she was acutely aware that their close bond made it difficult to remain unaffected by emotions. Occasionally, she would even find herself harboring the illusion that Tian was her boyfriend. Yet, upon seeing his youthful visage, she would quickly remind herself that he was merely 6 years old, not her boyfriend, but rather her little brother. Qianren Xue believed that Tian must occasionally entertain similar thoughts, perhaps harboring feelings for her as well. However, this little fellow was quite remarkable, adept at restraining his emotions and exhibiting a sense of rationality. Qianren Xue found this quite delightful. Indeed, Showdown, Tian began. Today I reported to the class that Huliana and Yin actually wished to look after me. A newcomer. So, I dealt with them. Wait, you physically confronted them? Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This is only the first day? Do you harbor any grievances against them? Tian replied, perhaps my aloof demeanor incited their frustration. It might also be that Huliana attempted to pinch my cheek, which I declined. Then Yin, in defense of Huliana, sought to reprimand me. Thus, a conflict ensued. Nevertheless, I managed to subdue them both. It seems that Huliana and Yin are among the most formidable students in the class, yet they are no match for me. Tian briefly recounted the events. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyful October. I humbly seek your support. Chapter 79. Qianren Xue and Tian as training partners. Huliana and Yin regarded Tian merely as a child, believing him to be easily manipulable. Ironically, this condescension led to a severe lesson for them at the hands of Tian. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue expressed her astonishment. Little one, I never expected you to be so fierce. On the very first day, you bested both Yin and Huliana. Your days ahead may not be easy. Additionally, Huliana has an older brother, Xiaoyu, who is quite powerful and likely studying in the intermediate soul master class. Truly, you are something else. Stirring up trouble on your first day. As she spoke, Qianren Xue playfully pinched Tian's cheek. Despite her words, she remained unfazed, dismissing any concern for Huliana, Yin, or Xiaoyu, exuding an air of calm assurance. Tian smirked and replied, Shall swear, with you by my side, I fear them not. Even if Xiaoyu were to arrive, I would stand undaunted. Do not forget, I am a level 39 soul master. Were it not for procedural requirements, I would already be in the intermediate soul master class. No matter how strong Xiaoyu may be, he is merely in his 30s in terms of levels. Without utilizing your soul skills, I could still teach those three a lesson based solely on my own capabilities. Seeing Tian's unwavering confidence, Qianren Xue pinched his face and cautioned, Little one, do not become overly arrogant or dismissive of your opponents. They are the young candidates of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, the most likely to ascend as this generation's elite. These three individuals are indeed formidable. You should exercise caution to avoid capsizing. Despite her faith in Tian's capabilities, Qianren Xue, drawing from her own experiences, felt compelled to offer several words of caution. She understood the principle that pride leads to downfall. Thus, as the elder sister, it was her duty to remind Tian to temper his arrogance. Upon hearing her words, Tian merely smirked and replied, I am well aware of what you say. However, I have already clashed with Huliana and Yin today. Their physical prowess is rather ordinary and pales in comparison to mine. When it comes to the battle of martial spirits, my soul skills will undoubtedly overwhelm them. Honestly, I cannot fathom where I might face defeat. Tian exuded confidence. With his aspirations not aimed at his peers but rather at the older generation, he believed that his powerful dual martial spirits granted him a considerable advantage. To compare himself with contemporaries or engage in rivalry with them would be an utter waste of his extraordinary martial talent. He sought to surpass the older generation. After a moment of reflection, Qianren Xue concluded that the young lad truly had no grounds for defeat. Even without employing his 5 formidable soul skills, his 3 soul skills would suffice to vanquish a multitude of opponents. Nodding in agreement, she said, Very well, little one, your reasoning is sound, and I shall silently cheer for you. Rest assured, with my support, my 5 soul skills are not mere decorations. Should I unleash my soul skills, you would possess combat prowess equivalent to that of a soul king of over level 50. Qianren Xue spoke with humility, for she herself was a soul king at level 59, while Tian was a soul sovereign at level 39. Their combined combat strength could easily surpass that of a soul emperor above level 60. Indeed, Tian smiled, saying, Xue, you truly are remarkable. As he spoke, he playfully ruffled Qianren Xue's hair. They shared a moment of affectionate interaction before Qianren Xue pressed on. Have you practiced the 9 stances of the angel today, little one? You need to complete it 9 times daily. Since today is your first day at school, it seems you haven't practiced yet, have you? Tian shook his head, replying, I have not practiced yet. The angelic 9 stances, a powerful technique for strengthening the body, is a legacy passed down from the Qian clan, home to the 1,000 paths. Daily practice yields immense benefits to one's physique. Today, Tian was able to effortlessly defeat Yan and Hulaina, among other students. Not only due to his innate physical prowess, but also largely owing to his training in the angelic 9 stances. Since we have yet to commence our training, let us begin now, Qianren Xue declared earnestly. Within the Spirit Hall, I am constrained and unable to move freely. Here in the Spirit Academy, we are undisturbed. Let us dedicate ourselves to our training together every day. Qianren Xue envisioned forming a duo with Tian, becoming each other's training partners, which she found quite appealing. Tian nodded in agreement, certainly. Training alone can often feel isolating. A partnership makes the endeavor far more enjoyable. As they trained together, their enthusiasm was palpable, with mutual encouragement accelerating their growth. Let us begin our practice, Qianren Xue exclaimed as she gracefully leaped to the ground. She was adorned in a stunning golden gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, radiating an aura of purity and brilliance. The sight of such beauty every day was indeed a delight for Tian, uplifting his spirits. He too sprang from the bed and approached Qianren Xue's side. The room was spacious, ample enough for 2 individuals to practice the 9 angel techniques without feeling cramped. Soon after, the 2 began to diligently train. Meanwhile, Zhou Xia arrived at the office of Dean Malifu and reported the situation. Upon hearing her words, the profound gaze of the silver-mirrored old eyes of Dean Malifu revealed a hint of astonishment. This little fellow is quite remarkable. On the very first day, he has already bested Yin and Hulaina, among other students. Moreover, he did so without unleashing his martial soul, adhering strictly to the Academy's regulations, relying solely on his physical prowess. For a mere 6-year-old, his physical strength surpasses that of children aged 12 or 13. Truly, he is a prodigy. Dean Malifu was taken aback. In his expectations, Tian, upon entering the Academy, might have faced bullying from the upperclassmen. In terms of physical capabilities, Tian would undoubtedly suffer. He anticipated that he would seek to regain his dignity by shining in the soul-fighting arena, delivering a thorough reprimand to those who had tormented him. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. Tian's physical strength was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 80. The burdened dean and teachers upon entering the class. Tian easily defeated Yan, Hulaina, and others, suffering no setbacks. Tian was indeed powerful, much to Malifu's astonishment. However, this was also quite logical. In Malifu's view, Tian possessed extraordinary talent in martial souls, and his second martial soul, Qianren Xue, had an exceptionally close connection to the Qian family. Tiandou would undoubtedly ensure Tian's protection for the sake of Qianren Xue. Hence, the likelihood of Tian facing an untimely demise was minimal. He was very likely to evolve into an immensely powerful soul master. Consequently, he would inevitably assume leadership of the Spirit Hall, guiding it toward greater prosperity. For such a formidable being to traverse life without any defeats was entirely reasonable. To be honest, upon hearing that Tian had taught Hulaina and Yin a lesson, a sense of satisfaction welled up within Malifu. This truly aligns with Malifu's invincible image of the future Pope. As the principal of the Martial Spirit Academy, Malifu is dedicated to nurturing young talents for the Martial Spirit Hall, and he harbors an ardent hope that an extraordinarily powerful soul master will emerge from within its ranks. At present, that formidable soul master has indeed come forth, and it is none other than Tian. Malifu wishes for Tian to continue on this path. Being still young, he must cultivate diligently and remain low-key for the time being. However, as the saying goes, silence is but a precursor to resounding triumph. Malifu firmly believes that when Tian eventually steps out of the Martial Spirit Academy, he will undoubtedly create a tremendous upheaval across the entire Doloa continent. The great sects and imperial powers will tremble in fear at his prowess. Malifu nodded, expressing, this young lad, Tian, demonstrates remarkable strength. His performance has been quite commendable. Teacher Zhou, he continued, regarding this young man, as long as he adheres to the Academy's regulations, I implore you not to intervene, but to continue observing and report at all times. Zhou Shuyan nodded in understanding, stating, I comprehend this fully. I shall refrain from interfering in the matters of the students. However, I do have a concern that I need to bring to your attention. At this juncture, Zhou Shua furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. What is it? Please, do not hesitate to speak, Malifaux encouraged. It pertains to Hu Laina. Zhou Shua replied with a serious expression. She has an older brother named Xiaoyu, who is currently studying at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Xiaoyu dotes on his sister, and if news of Su Changtian striking Laina were to reach him, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Su Changtian. Xiaoyu is cold-blooded and merciless. Laina is his Achilles heel. I fear that Su Changtian may suffer greatly as a consequence. Should we intervene in this matter? Perhaps I could restrict Xiaoyu's actions under the pretext that senior students ought not to bully their juniors? Zhou Shua articulated her concerns and proposed a solution. She was apprehensive that, in a fit of rage, Xiaoyu might physically assault Su Changtian. Moreover, Zhou Shua was well aware of Xiaoyu's temperament. Should he truly lose his composure, he would not hesitate to resort to violence, and even if he could not kill Su Changtian, he might very well break the hand that struck Hu Laina. This reflects the inner musings of Zhou Shua, although she refrained from voicing them aloud. The grave expression on her face had already conveyed to Malifaux the intricacies of the situation. Upon hearing her words, Malifaux furrowed his brow slightly, then contemplated the matter in his mind. After a moment of reflection, he smiled gently and remarked, "There is no need for concern. If Xiaoyu intends to act, it will pose no issue. His affection for his sister is palpable. He seeks to avenge Hu Laina, a testament to his valor, and we should not impede that. However, if we do not intervene, Su Changtian may find himself in peril. He is but 6 years old," Zhou Shua expressed her worries. "There is no need to fret over Su Changtian." Malifaux waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly. "Teacher Zhou, it seems you have overlooked the fact that Su Changtian has already attained a cultivation level of 39, not to mention the protection of Qianren Xue, who possesses the strength of a 59-level Soul King. Xiaoyu cannot best Su Changtian. Furthermore, even if he were to sustain injuries, it matters little. Do not forget Su Changtian's angelic holy light, which offers remarkable healing effects. In such a case, they might resolve their issues without the need for the school doctor. However, there are 2 matters of concern," Malifaux stated, confident in Su Changtian's capabilities, believing that, irrespective of age, he could manage any challenge. Yet, he harbored worries regarding 2 specific issues. "What are the 2 matters?" Zhou Shua inquired. "The first is to prevent students from the Advanced Soul Master class from seeking trouble and challenging Su Changtian. Currently, only students from the Intermediate Soul Master class, like Xiaoyu, are permitted to engage in this affair. All others are strictly prohibited. The second concern is that once Su Changtian participates in the Soul Duel competition, it will create a tremendous stir throughout the entire Wuhuan Academy, among teachers and students alike. At that point, Su Changtian's notoriety will soar, necessitating his protection. Although our Wuhuan Academy stands as the foremost institution of the Wuhuan Palace, it is not immune to the infiltration of spies from various sects and factions. And we must exercise caution. The entirety of the Wuhuan Academy must be secured, ensuring that no information regarding Su Changtian is leaked. He is here to learn, and we must not hinder his education. Instead, we should allow him the freedom to learn without secretive protection. Therefore, it is essential that we, as a collective, undertake the logistical preparations diligently. This is not solely the responsibility of you, Teacher Zhou. As the Dean, I will also lead some trusted individuals to ensure that the logistical arrangements are executed effectively." Malifaux, devoid of hesitation, promptly addressed the matter at hand. He articulated his 2 primary concerns with clarity, also sharing intricate details regarding Su Changtian's studies at the Martial Spirit Academy. In order to ensure Su Changtian's academic success, Dean Malifaux had discreetly exerted considerable effort. Merely today, the myriad of wrinkles on his forehead had multiplied significantly due to his relentless busyness. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was deeply moved. She had not anticipated that Dean Malifaux would be so devoted and diligent. If Su Changtian fails to become a talented individual capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the Spirit Hall, it would indeed be a grave disappointment to Director Malifaux. Zhou Shua nodded earnestly and assured, "Rest assured, Director Ma, I will remember and accomplish the 2 matters you mentioned." Zhou Shua repeatedly promised that she would fulfill her duties diligently. Malifaux responded, "I have faith in your abilities. However, there is one more thing to bear in mind. Teacher Zhou, do remember not to appear overly deliberate. In the presence of Su Changtian, maintain a natural demeanor, allowing everything to seem normal, so that the children do not sense any unusual feelings. Do you understand?" The director expressed a desire that those of them working behind the scenes would not disrupt the normal trajectory of the children's lives, ensuring that the children perceive everything as ordinary, devoid of any extraneous thoughts influencing their actions. Renxue replied, "Rest assured, Director Ma, I comprehend that." After their brief exchange, Renxue took her leave, while Malefic continued to dispatch personnel to enhance and perfect the confidentiality measures. The following day, Tian was in his room, practicing the angel's 9 stances with Qianren Xue. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching outside the villa. Glancing toward the entrance through the expansive window, he observed a well-proportioned figure, his homeroom teacher, Renxue. What could be her purpose? Tian pondered, bewildered. Sensing his contemplation, Qianren Xue remarked, "Is your homeroom teacher looking for you? I shall excuse myself then." As she spoke, she playfully pinched Tian's cheek. "All right," he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tian reciprocated by gently pinching Qianren Xue's exquisite face. The two engaged in this playful interaction, content in their shared amusement. Afterward, Tian summoned his second martial spirit, Qianren Xue, who entered his body in her martial spirit form. He then surveyed the surroundings carefully, ensuring there were no anomalies before sniffing himself. This was problematic. He had been in close proximity to Qianren Xue for the past few days, even sleeping in each other's embrace. Now, he was enveloped in her fragrance. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a slight headache. In a moment of quick thinking, he changed into an entirely new outfit. However, despite this, the lingering scent of Qianren Xue remained, elusive and persistent. He sighed, hoping that Renxue would not discern anything. Even if she did, it would be of no consequence. As long as I refuse to acknowledge it, no one can touch me. Tian silently resolved this in his heart. He then descended the stairs and made his way to the entrance. Renxue had been waiting there for a while, yet she displayed no signs of impatience. Upon seeing Tian approach, she straightforwardly addressed him. Tian, I have some textbooks here that contain fundamental theories regarding low-level soul masters. When you have the time, I encourage you to study them diligently. Although the weight of this theoretical score is not particularly significant, it will nonetheless influence your overall ranking in the graduation assessment. If you aspire to achieve first place, you must exert considerable effort in this area. Do you understand? As she spoke, Renxue retrieved 3 hefty volumes from her storage soul guide belt and handed them to Tian. Glancing at the 3 substantial tomes, Tian felt no apprehension whatsoever. The theoretical knowledge of a low-level soul master is significantly simpler than the mathematical and scientific principles from Tian's previous life. Furthermore, due to the innate characteristics of his martial soul, coupled with his cultivation of the 9 stances of the angel, as well as the advantage of his age, Tian possesses an exceptionally formidable memory, enabling him to essentially achieve photographic recall. In the eyes of Tian, the theoretical knowledge of these rudimentary soul masters is akin to the simple arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2, a matter of no concern. Rest assured, Teacher Zhou, I will devote myself to my studies, Tian responded with a nod. Subsequently, he placed the 3 substantial tomes into his storage soul guide ring. After completing his training in the 9th pose of the angel, he thought it would be a pleasant diversion to peruse these books. Moreover, with the assistance of Xue, any queries he might have could be directly addressed, which would prove quite convenient. Tian, I have heard that you are experiencing some discord with your classmates. Do you require the teacher's assistance to resolve it? Renxue inquired further. She intended to probe into Tian's situation, particularly regarding his interactions with Ulaina and Yin, to gauge whether he could manage the matter independently. Should Tian seek assistance, it would imply he found the situation rather challenging and beyond his capacity to resolve alone. Conversely, if he declined help, it would signify his profound confidence in his martial soul prowess, indicating he was entirely capable of handling matters without external intervention. This is the most ideal outcome in Renxue's heart. No need, Tian shook his head and replied, it's merely a trivial matter among classmates, and we can resolve it ourselves. Tian appeared remarkably nonchalant. This greatly pleased Renxue. In her perspective, this was the demeanor that a prodigious youth should exhibit. Very well, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek the teacher's help. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, she stated, indicating no desire to linger. It was merely because Renxue had sensed a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of a woman, emanating from Tian. Coupled with the exquisite beauty of the garden villa he resided in, she could vaguely speculate on certain matters. She had no intention of intruding upon a budding romance between Tian and a certain beauty. I have no matters for the time being, Su Chantian replied nonchalantly. Very well, Zhou Shia said, focus on your training. The teacher is departing. With their brief exchange concluded, Zhou Shia took her leave, while Su Chantian ascended the stairs. After Zhou Shia's departure, a thought crossed her mind. This Su Chantian is merely 6 years old, yet he has the company of a beauty? Who could this enchantress be? Most likely, it is Qianren Xue. After all, she embodies Su Chantian's martial soul. This indicated that during this time, Su Chantian had released his martial soul and engaged in communion with it, thereby acquiring the essence of Qianren Xue's martial soul. Having analyzed the situation, Zhou Shia came to a reasonable understanding. She found this entirely normal, considering that Qianren Xue was a paragon of the martial soul hall and the granddaughter of Tiandou. Her knowledge was vast. To a certain extent, Qianren Xue was more suited to be Su Chantian's mentor than herself. With Qianren Xue as a teacher, Zhou Shia felt assured. Simultaneously, she harbored a sense of envy, reflecting, at just 6 years of age, this Su Chantian possesses his own garden villa within the Martial Soul Academy. What a fortunate little fellow. Despite Zhou Shia enjoying a respectable reputation among the faculty and students of the Martial Soul Academy, the place she resided in paled in comparison to the opulence of Su Chantian's garden villa. It felt somewhat unjust that she lived in less luxury than a student. Nonetheless, she was able to comprehend the situation. After all, Su Chantian's martial soul talent was extraordinarily exceptional. It was highly probable that he would ascend to become the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall in the future. It was only logical for a future Pope to reside in greater splendor, and Zhou Shia was capable of understanding this. Subsequently, she cast aside her distractions and departed. Meanwhile, after ascending the stairs, Su Chantian once again released his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. A brilliant golden light shimmered, and the stunning beauty appeared beside Su Chantian. With her captivating eyes glimmering, Qianren Xue curiously inquired, "Little one, what did your homeroom teacher want with you?" "She gave me 3 books and instructed me to study the theory of low-level soul masters." Su Chantian answered truthfully and retrieved 3 large books from his storage soul guide ring. "Is that so? Let me have a look," Qianren Xue remarked. "Here you go." Subsequently, Qianren Xue accepted the 3 tomes and began to peruse them swiftly. A charming smile graced her lips as she confidently declared, "So it is these items. They are quite simple indeed. Little one, should you encounter anything perplexing, feel free to ask me. I possess the knowledge to assist you." "Very well," Su Chantian nodded, responding. "Then I shall not hesitate. Whenever I find something unclear, I shall consult you." "Indeed," Qianren Xue replied. The pair engaged in conversation for a while before resuming their practice of the angelic 9 techniques. Once their training concluded, Su Chantian commenced his study of the elementary soul master theory, with Qianren Xue steadfastly by his side, occasionally offering guidance. The collaboration of a man and woman made their efforts feel effortless. Su Chantian felt invigorated and fully absorbed in his learning. As time flowed on, evening approached. Qianren Xue embraced Su Chantian, both admiring the scenery outside. The sun had set, and the atmosphere had become pleasantly cool, with a gentle breeze that provided a soothing sensation. Nestled in Qianren Xue's arms, Su Chantian felt as though he were enveloped in a soft cloud, experiencing an indescribable sensation that he thoroughly enjoyed. At that moment, both Su Chantian and Qianren Xue noticed a group of figures approaching from a distance. Qianren Xue hugged Su Chantian and moved to a discreet corner of the room to avoid being seen by those below. "Little one, those individuals seem to be your classmates. Perhaps coming to trouble you? Do you require my assistance, or should I step aside?" she asked, affectionately pinching Su Chantian's cheek. "Xiaoxue, please enter my body for now. I can handle this matter," Su Chantian replied. "It is Yin and the others who have arrived, likely here to challenge me to a soul battle. Then I shall discreetly withdraw. Matters among children should be resolved by the children themselves," Qianren Xue said with a smile. "Indeed," came Su Chantian's response. Su Chantian spoke, and shortly thereafter, he absorbed Qianren Xue, who entered his body in her martial spirit form. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa, Yan, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and 5 other subordinates, 8 individuals in total, gathered. However, they refrained from storming indirectly. The villa was equipped with soul-guiding devices, and should any unfamiliar individuals attempt to force their way inside, it would immediately alert the patrolling teams from nearby academies, prompting them to rush over. In such a scenario, the 8 of them would be branded as troublemaking students and swiftly expelled. Even more gravely, this incident would need to be reported to Zhou Shia. With a composed expression, Xiaoyu spoke. Nana, that brat resides within this very place? The accommodations appear rather splendid. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, he dares to lay a hand on you. I shall seek to avenge this grievance, no matter the cost. As Xiaoyu spoke, a sinister glint flickered in his malevolent gaze, exuding an aura of impending violence. Beside him, Yin felt the oppressive force emanating from Xiaoyu, causing his dark red eyes to involuntarily narrow. It was rare for Yin to witness Xiaoyu's fury, yet he understood that when Xiaoyu was provoked to such a state, the situation was indeed dire. At merely 6 years of age, Qian found himself ensnared by the malevolent gaze of the wicked moon, a fate that undoubtedly promised dire consequences. Yin, with her arms gracefully crossed before her chest, assumed a posture reminiscent of an audience member eagerly anticipating a theatrical performance. This time, Yin not only intended to issue a challenge to Qian but also sought to teach him a lesson through Xiaoyu. Upon hearing her brother's words, Hulaina gently shook her head and replied, "Brother, though Qian is indeed detestable, this matter pertains to me and him alone. He is still very young, merely 6 years of age. If you intervene and punish him, it would not reflect well on us. Could we perhaps wait until he matures a bit before you address him?" Hulaina firmly opposed Xiaoyu's desire for revenge, believing that Qian's youth warranted compassion. She feared that if her brother, Xiaoyu, were to bully someone so much younger, it would bring undue shame and criticism. Unmoved, Xiaoyu asserted, "Those notions of face and reputation hold no value for me. What I know is that this scoundrel struck you, and I will retaliate without hesitation. Anyone who dares to harm my sister must face the consequences. Even if he were 18, I would not hesitate to confront him." Xiaoyu, being straightforward, felt it was his duty to protect his sister from being bullied. Otherwise, he believed he would not deserve the title of a man. Seeing her brother's obstinacy, Hulaina realized that no amount of persuasion would sway him. Thus, she acquiesced, nodding her head and saying, "Very well, brother. Do as you wish. I shall not stand in your way." Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, his piercing gaze fixed ahead, anticipating Qian's descent. Beside them, Yin seized the moment to stoke the flames, proclaiming, "This Qian is utterly outrageous. He shows no regard for the delicate. He even dares to strike Laina. I have been unable to sleep for 2 nights in my anger. This time, I shall issue a challenge to Qian, and on the battlefield, I will teach him a lesson and avenge Laina." Their group of 8 was determined to confront Qian with their physical prowess, while Yin would formally challenge him, intending to settle the score through their duel. Ultimately, they were resolved to teach Qian a harsh lesson and exact their revenge. As they engaged in conversation, Qian descended with a cold expression. From behind a door, he frowned and said, "Are you also clingy, like a persistent plaster? What do you want from me?" Yin tossed the challenge letter to Qian, stating, "Here is the challenge I retrieved from the arena. You did promise to face me in combat, did you not? Sign here, and the duel will commence in 3 days." Chapter 83. A blow to Yan's pride. As Yin spoke, he produced a challenge letter, demanding Qian's signature. Qian raised an eyebrow, surprised by Yan's formal approach. He had indeed gone to the Soul Master Academy's battle arena to obtain such a document. This also served as a reminder for Qian to strictly adhere to the Academy's regulations, which prohibited the use of soul powers for combat outside the designated arena. Within the confines of the Soul Master Academy, a venue was provided for duels, and thus, all students were required to comply with the established rules, engaging in formal duels at the appropriate location. Qian found this regulation quite agreeable, as it effectively safeguarded him. Given his formidable physical prowess, he surpassed all the other students present. However, should he unleash his soul powers, the sheer number of students could overwhelm him. If they were to employ a tactic of consecutive challenges, he would eventually find himself at a disadvantage, as one person's strength is ultimately finite, and soul energy can be depleted. Engaging in one-on-one duels at the battle arena would be exceedingly advantageous for Qian. After all, in a direct confrontation, he stood invincible among his peers. This fool, Yin, is oblivious to his own limitations, relying solely on his foolish imagination while grossly underestimating Qian's combat prowess. This will lead to the complete loss of his dignity in the soul arena of the Soul Master Academy. Sign your name quickly. What is the matter? Are you too afraid to sign and engage in a soul duel with me? Yin wore a mocking smile as he spoke. At this moment, he appeared exceedingly arrogant, emanating an insufferable air. The surrounding lackeys also displayed menacing expressions, taunting Qian. "Little brat, weren't you quite boastful? Why are you dazed now? Hurry up and sign." Or are you scared? If you're frightened, just kneel and apologize to us, and we shall spare you. Yes, haha. Our esteemed leader Xiaoyu is here today. Brace yourself for a beating. Quickly kneel and apologize. This way, the force of Xiaoyu's punishment will be somewhat lessened. You seem stunned, unsure of how to proceed. Huh? Let me tell you, Teacher Zhou is quite far away. Seeking assistance from him will be futile. The students, in unison, began to mock Su Changtian with derisive voices. This caused Su Changtian to raise an eyebrow, and a fierce aura of murderous intent erupted from his dark eyes. Xiaoyu had been silently observing Su Changtian, his own sinister gaze emanating a terrifying killing intent. Through his scrutiny, Xiaoyu discerned that Su Changtian was far from ordinary. Devoid of any trace of childishness characteristic of a mere 6-year-old, Xiaoyu sensed that he was confronting a formidable adversary, one that warranted utmost caution. He resolved to wait until Su Changtian completed his signature before taking action to discipline him. Meanwhile, Su Changtian had already made up his mind. Once he finished signing, he would unleash a thorough beating upon this group. Silence. Enough of your clamor. Su Changtian spoke coldly, exuding the aura of a wild beast. In that moment, both Yin and his surrounding subordinates trembled, sensing a wave of terrifying pressure. Having previously endured a beating, they instinctively felt fear upon witnessing Su Changtian's outburst. It was akin to being grasped by a ferocious beast. The next encounter with such a creature would inevitably instill a heightened sense of caution. Hulaina raised an eyebrow, her concern growing that Su Changtian might lose his reason and charge at them like a madwolf. This younger brother is truly remarkable. Initially, she had blamed Yin for adopting a condescending attitude towards him. All she had intended was to pinch the adorable face of the little brother. Hulaina pouted in frustration, her gaze towards Yin tinged with a hint of disdain. The fiery Yin continually lingered around, inadvertently attracting a multitude of troubles. In Hulaina's mind, her alluring beauty and charm made her an ideal elder sister, capable of forging a close relationship with Su Changtian. After all, Su Changtian was the child that her esteemed teacher Dong had brought back, and surely there would be a sense of familiarity, paving the way for friendship. Yet now, the situation had become so strained, it was truly vexing. However, unable to alter the course of events, Hulaina decided to let things unfold naturally. Should Su Changtian end up in tears from a beating later on, she envisioned herself stepping in to defend him. Perhaps, in that moment, they could dispel misunderstandings and deepen their bond. Finding merit in this notion, she briefly contemplated her strategy. Meanwhile, Su Changtian snatched the challenge letter and swiftly signed it. Once he completed his signature, he carelessly tossed the letter aside. This action left Yin momentarily stunned, his hand reaching out to grasp the letter frozen in midair. Soon, a surge of anger washed over Yan's face, his fiery red eyes erupting with flames. He was genuinely infuriated, never having anticipated that Su Changtian would discard the challenge letter rather than hand it to him. Is this meant to compel oneself to bend down and pick it up, thereby humiliating oneself? Upon this realization, Yan's anger intensified. However, Su Changtian harbored no intention of humiliating Yan. Rather, he was poised to strike. In the moment he cast aside the challenge, Su Changtian's ebony eyes turned frigid to the core. He resembled a ferocious wolf, springing into action with a sudden burst of energy, his body launching forward as his right hand formed a fist, striking with tremendous force. For his part, Yan, witnessing Su Changtian's aggressive advance, felt his previously furious gaze abruptly narrow. He observed Su Changtian's small fist rapidly enlarging as it descended towards his face. This startled Yan, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. How could this be possible? This scoundrel! Such a disregard for martial ethics! Yan roared in a frenzy, intending to retaliate, but it was already too late. Bang! A resounding noise echoed as Su Changtian's fist struck Yan's face, sending him reeling. Thud! In an instant, Yan's towering figure collapsed onto the ground, rendered immobile. At that moment, his mind was engulfed in chaos, slipping into a brief unconsciousness. Damn it! Xiaoyu was enraged. Just as Su Changtian was on the verge of victory, Xiaoyu had already reacted. His right hand extended, swiftly approaching Su Changtian, poised to seize him. Yet, Su Changtian seemed to have anticipated this. With his right leg suspended in midair, he executed a peculiar arc, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The sound resonated as Su Changtian's foot struck Xiaoyu's hand with tremendous force. In Chapter 84, slapping the Golden Generation's face, Su Changtian leveraged the momentum from his kick, twisting his body and charging towards the nearest junior disciple. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu felt a numbing sensation in his right hand, his expression darkening. This little rascal possesses some skill. A blood-red aura of murderous intent erupted from Xiaoyu's sinister eyes. He was furious. He never expected this brat to be so formidable. First humiliating Yin, and then defending against his attack with a well-placed kick. This clearly demonstrates the formidable physical strength of Su Cha Tian. Yin, Hu Laina, and the others have no reason to feel disgraced by their defeat. At this moment, Xiaoyu was entirely serious, his expression grave and solemn. He observed Su Cha Tian launching an assault on the other underlings, prompting him to join the fray as well. Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed as two student underlings were swiftly knocked to the ground by Su Cha Tian. He moved like a nimble specter, his steps unpredictable, and his form displayed an unparalleled agility. This is entirely due to Su Cha Tian's cultivation of the 9 movements of angels. This can elevate his physical prowess to its utmost limits, further enhanced by the nurturing bestowed by his martial soul talent. This granted Su Cha Tian a significant advantage in physical strength. The younger students, caught off guard, had yet to comprehend the situation when the battle commenced. By the time they sought to react and resist, Su Cha Tian had already taken action. Bang! 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 A series of sounds echoed as all the younger students on the field were swiftly incapacitated by Su Cha Tian. These students, being younger siblings, possess inherently weak martial soul talents. Furthermore, they have focused their efforts on cultivating their martial souls, resulting in a deficiency in physical training. Consequently, their cultivation levels are inherently inferior to that of Su Cha Tian. The strength of this physical body pales in comparison to that of Su Cha Tian. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable that he was swiftly brought to the ground upon their first encounter. Had they been able to unleash their martial spirits, Su Cha Tian might not have achieved victory with such ease. Yin and his 5 companions now lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. For Su Cha Tian had struck with considerable force this time, fueled by his anger. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu closely pursued Su Cha Tian, witnessing the latter effortlessly incapacitate his companions. Enraged, he shouted, "Do not flee," as he launched his right fist, shrouded in dark energy, forcefully towards Su Cha Tian. To confront a lesser number with such a disparity yet demand that I stand my ground? You truly lack strength. No, I shall not flee. Su Cha Tian's expression remained composed. At this moment, the only combatants left on the field were Hu Laina and Xiaoyu. Hu Laina poses little concern. The only matter of apprehension lies with Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu has already been studying in the intermediate soul master class, he possesses merely a level 34 cultivation. In stark contrast, Su Cha Tian stands as a formidable twin martial soul master at level 39. In a one-on-one confrontation, whether in terms of physical prowess or martial soul capabilities, Su Cha Tian surpasses Xiaoyu. Like a ferocious wolf, Su Cha Tian lunges forward, engaging Xiaoyu in a fierce struggle. Their combat is a relentless exchange of fist and feet, with ceaseless variations. As the battle progresses, Xiaoyu's expression grows increasingly grave. He realizes that Su Cha Tian's movements are exceedingly peculiar, and his limbs execute attacks in an almost inhuman arc, relentlessly targeting him. This forced the malevolent Yu to retreat repeatedly, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. At last, Su Cha Tian seized the opportunity. "Fall before me," he exclaimed sharply, unleashing a powerful right fist. Caught off guard, the malevolent Yu ultimately failed to defend himself. "Ah!" Yu cried out in anguish as Su Cha Tian's fist struck fiercely against his sharp visage. With a resounding thud, Yu collapsed to the ground, his mind enveloped in chaos. His sinister eyes filled with confusion. Observing the fallen Yu, Su Cha Tian remarked coolly, "Is that all you've got? You hoped to avenge your sister. But it seems you merely came to provide me with a chance to stretch my limbs." Yu was indeed formidable, a fact Su Cha Tian acknowledged. However, it was a pity that they existed in the same era. The brilliance of the evil moon is destined to be overshadowed by Su Cha Tian. "Brother, are you all right?" Hu Laina hurriedly rushed to her brother's side, anxiously assessing his injuries, her face etched with concern. Simultaneously, her alluring visage was suffused with fury. "Su Cha Tian, you have gone too far. Your assault was excessively brutal. He is my brother," Hu Laina exclaimed in indignation. Witnessing her brother's plight, she momentarily lost her composure. Rising abruptly, she charged towards Su Cha Tian, her fists clenched, ready to strike. Observing Hu Laina's aggressive advance, Su Cha Tian's expression turned icy. He raised his right hand and executed a judgment strike. A crisp sound echoed resoundingly. Hu Laina felt a searing pain radiating from her left cheek. Simultaneously, due to the force of inertia, her body tilted sideways and she fell to the ground. A sharp cry escaped her lips, and she appeared quite disheveled. Su Changtian's gaze remained indifferent. He harbored a deep disdain for this so-called golden generation. It seemed that if anyone dared to defy them, they would seek to create trouble for that individual. Were they to bother someone else, Su Changtian would not intervene or voice any objections. However, their inclination to target him simply because of his youth, expecting him to address them as older brother or older sister, struck him as profoundly disrespectful. Was it truly the case that being younger necessitated such subservience? Su Changtian felt that this attitude was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, could Hulaina, Yan, and Xiaoyu not take a moment to assess their own true capabilities? These individuals, entirely relying on their subjective assumptions, misjudged Su Changtian's combat prowess, which ultimately led to their catastrophic defeat. Had Yan, Hulaina, and the others taken the time to thoroughly investigate Su Changtian's capabilities, they would not have suffered such a dire loss. In reality, Yin had indeed attempted to probe into Su Changtian's fighting strength, starting with inquiries from the director of the teaching department. However, Su Changtian's academic records were classified, accessible only to Dean Malifu. Consequently, others lacked any entitlement to review them. Thus, Yan's investigation bore no fruit. This situation further illuminated the fact that the Martial Soul Academy held Su Changtian in high regard, safeguarding all related information with utmost diligence. Su Changtian surveyed the surroundings before calmly asserting, "We shall meet in the Soul Arena in 3 days. The challenge has been issued. I trust you shall not flee from the battlefield. Furthermore, I implore you, do not trouble me again. You cannot defeat me with mere physical strength. Rather, perhaps you should contemplate how to vanquish me through soul battles. My patience is finite. Should you dare to provoke me once more? Do not blame me for my lack of restraint." At this moment, Su Changtian's expression was one of stark indifference. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the 8 individuals on the ground with an air of invincibility. Subsequently, he expelled the intruders Xieyue, Yan, and 2 unknown subordinates from his garden. After discarding the challenge letter outside, he proceeded to close the garden gate. Clapping his hands, Su Changtian coldly remarked, "Do not return to cause disturbances, particularly in my garden villa. Without my consent, do not even think of entering. Should you choose to trespass, you will be violating the Academy's regulations. At that point, do not hold me accountable for my actions, nor for seeking intervention from the Academy's authorities." After delivering his chilling warning, Su Changtian ascended the stairs slowly. While outside the garden, the expressions of Xue, Yan, Hulaina, and the 5 subordinates turned exceedingly grim. The young subordinates continued to wail in anguish. Xiaoyu covered his face, slowly rising, and then spoke in a deep voice, "Silence. All of you, be silent." A terrifying aura emanated from Xiaoyu, enveloping the surroundings. The young men, all at once, fell silent, too intimidated to utter another pained groan. Subsequently, Xiaoyu approached Hulaina and, casting a glance at his sister's visage, expressed his concern with heartfelt tenderness. "Nana, are you all right? That scoundrel just struck you again. It truly infuriates me." As Xiaoyu spoke, a terrifying aura of dark soul energy surged around him, hinting at an impulse to unleash his martial spirit and obliterate Su Changtian on the spot. It had been several years since Hulaina had witnessed her brother Xiaoyu in such a state of fury. The last time he had exhibited such wrath was 5 years prior, when a student had dared to pursue Hulaina, uttering inappropriate remarks in a public setting. In a fit of rage, Xiaoyu's face contorted, and he dealt the student a severe beating. From that day forth, no student within the Martial Soul Academy dared to pursue Hulaina or speak foolishly in her presence. Now, witnessing Xiaoyu's anger, Hulaina could distinctly sense that his fury was even more intense and fearsome than it had been 5 years ago. This is primarily due to the fact that Su Changtian not only struck Hulaina but also landed a blow on the proud Xiaoyu himself. Such an affront was bound to ignite his ire. The flames of anger surged within him, causing his chest to rise and fall with fury. Although Hulaina was initially furious, witnessing her brother's greater wrath restored a semblance of reason within her. "Brother, please calm down," Hulaina implored as she embraced him. "Su Changtian is merely 6 years old, and he defeated us without even unleashing his martial spirit. If you were to release yours and win, it would bring us no honor, and we would be looked down upon. If the school holds us accountable, we may find ourselves unable to graduate. Brother, reflect and take a moment to collect yourself." Xiaoyu, a devoted brother, heeded his sister's words. Indeed, her wise counsel managed to temper his rage. "Very well, Nana. I shall not act impulsively, and I will refrain from using my martial spirit." Hearing this, Hulaina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Yin, with a scowl of indignation, picked up the challenge letter. That scoundrel is insufferable. He ambushed me without warning, showing a complete lack of martial ethics. Otherwise, how could we, a group of capable individuals, be bested by a mere child? It is utterly disgraceful. Just wait. I shall melt that little brat with my magma in the soul arena 3 days from now. This is infuriating. Yin was seething with anger. Yet he meticulously examined the challenge letter, confirming its validity. Xiaoyu, maintaining a stern demeanor, interjected, "Be silent, Yin. We lost, and that is the end of it." There is no need for excuses. Su Tian, though only 6, possesses unparalleled physical strength. Even I cannot match his might. He is indeed a formidable opponent. Despite his intense aura, Xiaoyu displayed a commendable sense of integrity by acknowledging Su Tian's superiority. The surrounding students, having listened to Xiaoyu, found his words to resonate with undeniable wisdom. While they may have initially attributed their defeat to luck, they had faced Su Tian thrice, each encounter ending with a resounding lesson imparted by him. This indicates that Su Tian possesses remarkable abilities. Currently, Xiaoyu acknowledges his own shortcomings, and his magnanimity has earned the admiration of his fellow students. They all respect Xiaoyu for his character and generosity. Yin smacked his lips and remarked, "Well, this little brat indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Given his prowess, could it be that his martial soul is connected to his physical form? Some unique martial souls seem to be directly linked to the body, enhancing its capabilities. For instance, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, which augments physical prowess from the arms to the legs and ultimately to the torso, significantly enhancing physical attributes. Is this a possibility?" Yin articulated his conjecture, albeit incompletely and inaccurately. After all, during the early stages of the Dolua continent, the understanding of innate martial souls was quite limited. It was only after a millennium that comprehensive records regarding innate martial souls emerged, becoming a fundamental knowledge point that every soul master was required to study. Perhaps, Xiaoyu responded, to possess such formidable physical strength at the tender age of 6, this little brat's martial soul may indeed be linked to his physique. It would be prudent for everyone to refrain from provoking him henceforth. In the academy, dueling is prohibited, and our physical strength cannot rival that of this child, which would only lead to needless suffering. Despite Xiaoyu's desire to defeat Su Tian, he understood that it would be exceedingly challenging to reprimand him without contravening the academy's rules. Presently, there was only one recourse, the challenge Yin was preparing to issue, to defeat Su Tian in the arena, as Xiaoyu's cultivation level had already reached 34, placing him in the intermediate soul master class. Issuing a challenge to Su Tian would likely result in ridicule. Moreover, Su Tian would have ample grounds to decline. Yin nodded and declared, "Let this little brat revel in his arrogance for a couple more days. In 3 days, I shall personally teach him a lesson in the arena. He has humiliated us today, and in 3 days, I will ensure he receives his due punishment before the entire school. For every blow he has dealt us, I will return it in kind. Xiaoyu, Nana, do not worry. I will help you exact your revenge. This burden falls squarely on my shoulders," Yin proclaimed, puffing out his chest with an air of confidence. Hulaina gave a faint nod, a flicker of anger crossing her features. For all of this trouble had been stirred up by that scoundrel Yin. Let him handle it himself. If he could defeat Su Tian, that would be splendid. If not, then he deserved the humiliation. At this moment, Hulaina had resolved to retreat and cultivate in solitude for the next few days, avoiding any encounters with Yin or anyone else. "Yin, do your best," Xiaoyu stated indifferently, exhibiting a certain coldness towards him. Yet, Yin felt that both Xiaoyu and Hulaina acknowledged him because he occupied a place in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not have bothered to respond. Thus, with renewed vigor, Yin declared, "Rest assured, I will take care of everything and ensure that this little brat behaves himself." The students around him began to regain their spirits, chiming in with enthusiasm. "Senior Yin is truly formidable. He will certainly teach that little brat a lesson. Indeed, Senior Yan's martial spirit, the Lord of Flames, is incredibly powerful. Victory is assured. I could hardly last a mere 15 seconds under the might of Yan's Lord of Flames. I have faith in Senior Yan. Burn him to ashes. Reduce that little brat to nothing. That seems rather extreme. To turn him to ashes, I would say making him bald would suffice." The students, like little brothers, whispered among themselves, instantly showering praise upon Yin. Simultaneously, they collectively envisioned the scenario of Su Tian's defeat. Xiaoyu frowned, disliking this atmosphere. He spoke, "Yin, you all may discuss strategies for now. I need to take Nana aside for a private matter. With that, Xiaoyu pulled Hulaina away, distancing himself from the unruly crowd. All right, brother Xiaoyu, Yin replied with a notably friendly smile. Xiaoyu is indeed Hulaina's elder brother. For Yin to win Hulaina's affection, he needed Xiaoyu's approval. Thus, Yin not only played the role of Hulaina's foremost admirer, but also positioned himself as Xiaoyu's devoted follower. Xiaoyu departed with Hulaina, while Yin, noticing this, left with the other students. As Xiaoyu and Hulaina strolled through the nearby academy park, they were not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Brother, is your face all right? Hulaina inquired with concern. That little rascal was quite rough. Your face seems a bit swollen. She expressed her worries. How about we see the school doctor? Hulaina suggested, advocating for a medical checkup. Xiaoyu shook his head and replied solemnly, this injury is minor. It will heal in a couple of days. Visiting a doctor would be quite embarrassing. He preferred to nurse his wounds in solitude. After hearing his words, Hulaina nodded in agreement, stating, all right then, brother, I shall heed your words. Xiaoyu continued, that young man poses a significant problem. I did not consider it thoroughly at first. Now that I reflect, I realize I was reckless. He has been under the tutelage of Teacher Dong for quite some time, and his martial spirit talent must be exceptional, which is why he has garnered Teacher Dong's favor. Moreover, Teacher Dong has undoubtedly imparted many valuable skills to him. Sigh, we should not oppose that boy. In the future, it would be wise to avoid provoking him and perhaps seek to turn enemies into friends. Through careful analysis, Xiaoyu sensed that Su Tian was no ordinary individual. After all, he was a child brought back by Bibi Dong, who had taken great care of him. Xiaoyu believed Su Tian possessed remarkable qualities and that it was unwise to confront him too harshly. Upon hearing this, Hulaina felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, she too was a favored disciple of Bibi Dong and was seen as the most promising candidate to become the next pope. It's all that Yan's fault for provoking that little brat. At his age, he should not be toying with the child, and he ended up getting a lesson instead. As for that little rascal, he is merely 6 years old. Although I do not wish to oppose him, his temper is quite foul. If he continues to wear that disdainful expression, I shall devise a way to teach him a lesson. Due to Su Tian's excessive arrogance, combined with Hulaina's youthful immaturity and somewhat childlike disposition, she found herself occasionally wishing to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded and remarked, this little brat is indeed insufferable. When we return, I shall devise a way to give him a stern lesson within the confines of the Academy's rules. Laina, do not rush. Do not allow this little nuisance to catch you off guard. All right, brother, Hulaina responded, her tone obedient and gentle in her brother's presence. Meanwhile, Su Tian had returned to his room and stood before the tall window, glancing outside. Noticing that Yin, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and the others had all departed, he muttered to himself, like a persistent adhesive, they continually seek to trouble me. It has become an addiction for them. In 3 days, I shall let you experience my might, and we shall see who dares to cross my path. Gradually, he withdrew his gaze and approached the bedside, beginning to summon his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. The golden light of his soul flickered as the breathtaking Qianren Xue appeared beside him, her visage gentle and enchanting. Upon seeing her, Su Tian felt his spirits lift considerably. Qianren Xue observed him, and, noting his lack of injuries, smiled and inquired, so, what of those individuals? Did they all retreat peacefully? I noticed Xiaoyu was present, appearing quite furious. Did you not engage in conflict? Seeing that Su Tian bore no wounds, Qianren Xue assumed that no confrontation had occurred. After all, there were 8 of them, and Xiaoyu's cultivation level was notably superior. If a clash had erupted, Su Tian would surely bear some marks of it. A bunch of weaklings, all driven away by me. Su Tian replied nonchalantly. Listening to his words, Qianren Xue was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite face displaying a look of astonishment. What, little one, you drove them off? Xiaoyu did not resort to bullying you? Her surprise was palpable, as she found it hard to believe. In her view, Xiaoyu would surely have intervened, especially since her sister Hulaina had been targeted. Had Xiaoyu's character changed during the years they had been apart, becoming more disciplined and no longer preying on the weak? In Qianren Xue's estimation, if Xiaoyu had made a move, Su Tian would undoubtedly have sustained some injuries. Thus, his unscathed condition indicated that Xiaoyu had indeed refrained from acting. Regrettably, Qianren Xue misjudged the situation, significantly underestimating Su Tian's combat prowess. Extending her small hand, Su Tian playfully tugged at Qianren Xue's exquisitely beautiful face, abundant in collagen. Ouch, You little rascal, you're quite unruly. Qianren Xue glared at Su Chantian, feeling a slight sting in her left cheek, now flushed from the pinch. In retaliation, she pinched him back. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, refusing to relent. Due to Qianren Xue's daily massages for Su Chantian, he was bound by their agreement not to use his martial soul-binding abilities, thus they exchanged pain for pain. Gripping his face, Su Chantian protested, pouting, "Do you truly perceive me as that weak? It's merely an evil moon. My subordinates have already been vanquished." He attempted to strike me, yet failed. Qianren Xue paused, immediately comprehending the reason behind Su Chantian's little outburst. It was clear she had underestimated him, causing his displeasure. A smile graced her face as she released his handsome visage, exclaiming, "Little one, I didn't realize you could get upset. All right, I concede that I underestimated you. You are indeed formidable, absolutely splendid." She praised him, believing that a child who wins a tussle certainly deserves accolades from an older sister to uplift their spirits. Indeed. Upon hearing her words, Su Chantian ceased tugging at Qianren Xue's face and, like a gentle breeze, began to softly caress her slightly reddened cheek. "Humph. That's more like it," he retorted with a smirk. "Little rascal, your current combat ability is so formidable that your physical strength can even surpass that of the evil moon. I truly did not anticipate this. You are exceptional." Qianren Xue flattered him once more, keenly attuned to his preferences. Su Chantian beamed, attributing his success primarily to his cultivation level, which had reached 39, surpassing that of the evil moon. Moreover, he had mastered the 9 moves of the angel, enhancing his bodily control and further developing his physique. This mastery allowed him to navigate battles with remarkable ease, securing a significant advantage. He shared the secret of his victory, though it was not something easily acquired by the average person. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Indeed, little one, your cultivation level has reached 39, surpassing many students newly entering the intermediate soul master class. Furthermore, the 9 moves of the angel from the Qian clan does indeed confer substantial benefits during cultivation. Your triumph over the evil moon and yin is entirely within reason." As she spoke, Qianren Xue extended her fair, delicate hand to gently caress the flushed cheek of Su Chantian, which she had just pinched. She continued, "By the way, little one, is it only Yin who has issued a challenge for the soul duel this time? Has Xiaoyu not sent you a challenge?" "No," Su Chantian shook his head. "They appear to be so confident, as if they believe that Yin alone can defeat me. What a foolish notion." At this, a sneer graced Su Chantian's face, reflecting his disdain. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue laughed. "So it is solely Yin? Then he is merely asking for a beating. Xiaoyu is rather cultured, refraining from bullying the weaker." With a cold chuckle, Su Chantian replied, "Even if Xiaoyu did challenge me, I would not be afraid." "Indeed," Qianren Xue nodded affirmatively. "Such trivial skirmishes are hardly worthy of note and will not affect you in the slightest. I am certain that after this soul duel, no student will dare to provoke you again." A smile appeared on Su Chantian's face as he remarked, "Let us hope so. I wish to establish my dominance." So they cease their incessant pestering. It truly is bothersome. Qianren Xue reached out her delicate hand to pat Su Chantian's head, saying, "Do not be troubled. This is the nature of the spirit hall. The competition here is fierce. Only by demonstrating your strength will others yield to you." "Yes, I understand," he replied. "All right then. Little Xue, let us continue our training and delve into the theoretical knowledge of low-level soul masters." "Very well, little one." Subsequently, Su Chantian and Qianren Xue began their warm and affectionate training in the 9 stances of angels. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Academy, news of Yan's challenge to Su Chantian for the soul duel swiftly spread. However, this was not a deliberate act of self-promotion by Yan. He had not sought to publicize the duel. He felt it dishonorable for a 13-year-old senior to bully a mere 6-year-old child, even if he were to win the duel. Nevertheless, many of their classmates had witnessed the day Yin was defeated by Su Chantian. The students have spread the news widely. Furthermore, the Soul Master Academy's arena will announce the schedule for soul battles and the corresponding opponents. Thus, many are aware of the impending duel between Yin and Su Chantian. Numerous students, akin to boiling oil, are eagerly discussing the matter. Have you heard? A 6-year-old freshman has dared to provoke Yin and is set to engage in a soul battle in 3 days. What? Only 6 years old. And he has the audacity to offend Yin? Isn't that courting disaster? Yin is formidable. It is said that he is the most likely candidate to secure second place among this year's graduates. Indeed, Yin wields the Flame Lord's spirit, which I have experienced firsthand. It is immensely powerful. What? It is rumored that this little brat actually managed to defeat Yin. Are you joking? A little child defeated Yin. And now they are set to duel? You must be jesting. I assure you, I speak the truth. That child possesses extraordinary physical strength and managed to give Yin a sound thrashing. Thus, a rivalry has formed between Yin and the young boy, leading them to agree upon a duel. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with others. This is the consensus. How intriguing. I am keen to witness the duel between this young boy and Yin to see who prevails. Surely, it will be Yin. I can already envision the Flame Lord incinerating the boy's rear. The students of the Soul Master Academy are fervently discussing this event. Many express astonishment at Su Changtian's physical prowess, finding it remarkable that a mere 6-year-old could possess such extraordinary strength, bordering on the monstrous. However, the majority of students favor Yin, believing his Flame Lord spirit to be exceedingly powerful and his higher soul power sufficient to reduce Su Changtian to ashes. Of course, there are those who consider this duel to be tedious, as Yin is expected to overwhelmingly dominate Su Changtian, rendering the entire encounter devoid of excitement. The vast majority of students are optimistic about Yan's victory. Given the significant age disparity in this soul battle, such a scenario has never occurred in the academy, piquing the interest of many who wish to witness it firsthand. Some upperclassmen have even taken it upon themselves to lead a group of younger students to observe the duel, intending to instill the lesson that defiance against seniors may lead to consequences, thereby reinforcing the hierarchy among the underclassmen. The Soul Master Academy is abuzz with excitement. Even students from the advanced Soul Master classes are eager to catch a glimpse of the event. Meanwhile, in the office of the Academy's principal, Malifu has been apprised by several teachers about the duel. This young lad, is he truly about to embark on his inaugural soul battle since enrollment? Su Changtian and Yin. The fiery Yin is indeed quite unruly, intent on intimidating the newcomers, delivering a harsh lesson. Well, Yin, you are in for a rough time now. However, this might prove beneficial. After experiencing this setback, your temperament should become more composed, and you will no longer act so recklessly, learning a valuable lesson. TSK, Su Changtian, you truly are remarkable. You have chosen the most notorious method to ensure that the entire school community recognizes you, Marafu murmured, sensing the intriguing duel of spirits unfolding among the students. Su Changtian is no ordinary individual. He is destined to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Thus, Marafu has resolved to personally observe this duel. I must witness how this young fellow performs. A glimmer of curiosity and anticipation shone in Marafu's gaze behind his spectacles. The reason Marafu takes such a keen interest in Su Changtian can be likened to knowing that a young Bill Gates is destined to become the world's wealthiest individual. Imagine, at 6 years old, Bill Gates attempting to sell a product to earn a little pocket money. You would undoubtedly be intrigued to discover how he earned his first fortune, regardless of his tender age. Such curiosity compels one to delve into the lives of great figures, to learn about their pasts, and to glean insights from their experiences. Meanwhile, Joshua has caught wind of this news. She mused to herself, I hadn't expected Yin to act so swiftly. The challenge has already been issued. In 3 days, the spirit duel will commence. This highly publicized event has drawn significant attention from students and teachers alike, creating quite a stir. However, should Yin suffer defeat, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. It seems this child harbors feelings for Nana. If Yin is humiliated, he will find it difficult to hold his head high in her presence afterward. This is excellent. I have always found the relationship between Yin and Hulina rather vexing. What is this nonsense about young love? With this unforgettable experience, it will be even harder for Yin to pursue Hulina in the future. In this manner, Yin will be entirely out of the game, redirecting his focus entirely towards his studies. Joshua contemplated and analyzed the situation carefully. She concluded that this spirit duel might indeed be quite advantageous. On one hand, this will enable Su Changtian to establish his reputation, ensuring that the older children no longer dare to bully this little fellow. Simultaneously, it will instill a sense of pressure upon them, compelling them to exert greater effort in their studies and cultivation. On the other hand, it effectively curtails Yan's budding romantic inclinations, directly severing the bond between him and Hulina. Although Hulina has always treated Yin with indifference, and their relationship has never ventured into romance, Joshua harbors considerable concern. In her view, children of this age should focus diligently on their studies and cultivation. How can they allow their thoughts to be consumed entirely by matters of love? Yin, possessing commendable martial soul talent as a flame lord, should he encounter setbacks, might find his resolve renewed, prompting him to cultivate with greater diligence. If he perseveres more rigorously than before, he is likely to achieve even greater growth in the future. When he stands atop the pinnacle of success, he may very well reflect on this experience and express gratitude towards Su Chantian for his intervention. Such thoughts occupied Zhou Shuya's mind. Meanwhile, Yin was engaged in conversation with his companions. The younger disciples have all begun to congratulate Yin, convinced of his inevitable victory. "Boss, this time in the soul duel, you are bound to triumph." One chuckled. "Hey, when the moment comes, you should teach that little brat a lesson. Spank him." "No. Spanking him lacks creativity. Boss, you ought to use your magma to scorch his behind." Laughter erupted. Indeed, setting him ablaze with fire would be far more entertaining. "Let's singe off all the hair of this immature little brat, leaving him bald. I believe that's the way. Only then will this young one learn his lesson and treat us with the utmost respect in the future." The young fellows engaged in playful banter, their faces adorned with exuberant smiles, exchanging numerous derogatory remarks about Su Chantian. Yin, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly interjected, "Enough, he is merely a child. There is no need to take it to heart. I shall represent all of you and ensure he receives a proper lesson." He added, "Let us refrain from further discussion. Should word get out that I am bullying a child, it would reflect poorly upon me." In Chapter 89, titled Encouragement from Qianren Xue, Yin exuded immense confidence in his abilities. At the tender age of 13, he had already attained a cultivation level of 28. Poised on the brink of breaking through to level 29. To Yin, Su Chantian was nothing more than a mere 6-year-old child who had just awakened his martial spirit. Such a little brat, capable of taking on 10 by himself. The surrounding students, his followers, listened intently to Yan's words, and one by one raised their thumbs in admiration, showering him with flattery. "Boss, you truly live up to your reputation. Not only are you immensely powerful, but you also possess a humble demeanor. Out of respect for you, we shall refrain from scolding that little brat." They chuckled. "With you in action, that little rascal will undoubtedly be reduced to a state of utter disarray. Boss, we have faith in you. Victory is surely within your grasp." The students, with eager expressions, fervently praised Yin while belittling Su Chantian. Yin basked in the flattery, his arms crossed and head held high. Subsequently, they strutted away with an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Su Chantian paid no heed to the external clamor and continued his diligent practice. Accompanying him, Qianren Xue observed the young lad drenched in sweat and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Little one, your martial spirit talent is extraordinary. Yet, you persist in your rigorous training without a hint of relaxation. At this rate, will you leave any opportunities for the other students at the Martial Spirit Academy?" Pausing his efforts, Su Chantian replied nonchalantly, "Excellence is achieved through diligence. While neglect leads to decline, success is born from contemplation, while recklessness leads to ruin. Thus, I must strive even harder." Su Chantian embodied a diligent spirit. In his previous life on Earth, due to a modest family background and average academic aptitude, he dedicated countless nights to studying in order to gain admission to a prestigious university. Unlike those so-called prodigies who required merely 5 hours of study each day, Su Chantian willingly invested 10, even 14 hours into his studies. Though the journey was arduous, the results were undeniably rewarding. In this lifetime, having traversed to the world of Dolua continent, Su Chantian possesses an extraordinary innate talent for martial souls. Naturally, he cannot afford to squander such a gift and must dedicate himself to relentless cultivation. Just as the hare in the fable of the tortoise and the hare became complacent for a moment, ultimately being surpassed by the tortoise, Su Chantian resolves not to waste a single moment. Upon hearing Su Chantian's words, Qianren Xue momentarily paused, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Excellence is achieved through diligence. While neglect leads to decay, success materializes through contemplation, yet destruction can arise from thoughtless spontaneity. Qianren Xue found herself softly repeating this profound adage. It struck her as an undeniable truth, rich in wisdom. "Little one, your level of education is truly commendable," she exclaimed. "You are absolutely correct. Academic mastery is attained through hard work, yet it can easily be squandered in frivolous pursuits. Achievements are born of careful consideration, but they can just as readily be obliterated by reckless abandon. Little one, your words resonate deeply with me. I shall remember them." A spark of brilliance illuminated Qianren Xue's enchanting gaze as she spoke. Qianren Xue meticulously noted this statement and resolved to draw upon it daily as motivation. Simultaneously, she perceived Su Chantian as a true prodigy, possessing both martial prowess and literary flair. His formidable combat skills were complemented by his eloquence, often uttering profound maxims. Qianren Xue found herself increasingly fond of this young lad, her admiration for him growing by the day. With a subtle smile, Su Chantian remarked, "Ah, little Xue, I am pleased that this phrase inspires you. Now, I must return to my cultivation. Please do not disturb me. Go ahead with your training. I shall join you." Qianren Xue responded. Immediately, Su Chantian closed his eyes in meditation, diligently engaging in his practice. Qianren Xue, not to be outdone, settled beside him, also entering a meditative state to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, striving to enhance her own soul power. Thus, the two of them, as dedicated training partners, committed themselves daily to both cultivation and study. When fatigue set in, they would embrace one another as pillows, falling into a deep, sweet slumber. Time flew swiftly. Like an arrow, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the day for Su Chantian's duel with Yin. Rising from their shared bed, he glanced at Qianren Xue, who slept peacefully, resembling a delicate, shy flower, truly a sight to behold. Unable to resist, he gently reached out to caress her lovely cheek. Moments later, Qianren Xue awoke. Upon seeing Su Chantian, she found him endearing and could not help but pinch his cheek. After their affectionate interaction, she inquired, "Little one, today is your duel. Are you ready?" Su Chantian waved his hand nonchalantly, his demeanor calm. "It's merely a formality. Once I summon my martial spirit, Yin will surely be taken aback." "Indeed," Qianren Xue agreed, giving his cheek another playful pinch. "Not just Yin. Even Xie, you would likely lose all fighting spirit upon witnessing your martial spirit." "Exactly," Su Chantian nodded. "I'll freshen up and have breakfast, then I'll be on my way." "Great." With that, Su Chantian and Qianren Xue swiftly attended to their morning routines and enjoyed a light breakfast to replenish their energy. When it was time for Su Chantian to depart, Qianren Xue gently stroked his head and planted a kiss on his forehead, encouraging him, "Little one, go for it. This is your first time revealing your martial spirit in public and your inaugural duel. While I am confident you will triumph, I still wish to cheer you on." After receiving a gentle kiss, Su Chantian's handsome visage flushed slightly. However, he made a concerted effort to suppress the flicker of shyness and excitement within him, responding solemnly, "Rest assured, it's merely a trifling matter." "That's good to hear." Subsequently, Qianren Xue transformed into her martial spirit form, merging seamlessly with Su Chantian's being. "Little Xue is quite delightful," he mused, brushing his slightly damp forehead with a hand, a blissful smile gracing his lips. He held a genuine fondness for Qianren Xue. Not only did she possess an exquisite figure, but her visage was also breathtakingly beautiful. What was even more remarkable was the air of nobility, divinity, and subtle elegance that surrounded her, which was undeniably enchanting. "Little Xue is now my martial spirit. Perhaps one day she will become my beloved," Su Chantian whispered to himself, yearning for the passage of time, eager to mature more swiftly. He then composed himself, shouldered his hands behind his back, and with an expression of indifference, exited his floral garden villa. Chapter 90. The illegitimate child of Din Ma. The butler Li Tianfa, responsible for managing the villa, approached with a broad smile, exuding an air of flattery. "Young one, how have you been faring during your stay? Are you satisfied?" "Quite well," Su Chantian replied succinctly, yet he remained reticent, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Tianfa, accustomed to this brevity, maintained his cheerful demeanor and continued, "Today marks the occasion for your soul battle. The clash between you and Yin has garnered much attention throughout the Martial Soul Academy. It is said that even Din Ma will attend to witness this event. Young one, you have piqued the interest of many high-ranking officials. Make sure to perform admirably. I plan to come and cheer for you." Li Tianfa incessantly sought to ingratiate himself with Su Chantian, seemingly transforming into the latter's ardent admirer. He recognized that Su Chantian possessed an illustrious future, prompting Li Tianfa to exploit his position to fervently assert his presence beside Su Chantian and endeavor to win his favor. Su Chantian nodded slightly, responding with a simple, "All right." Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Dean Malifu would personally arrive to witness the soul duel between himself and Yin. It appeared that Dean Malifu regarded this event with considerable importance. But perhaps he is merely concerned that I might be too forceful and inadvertently incapacitate Yin. Thus, he has come to oversee the proceedings to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Su Chantian mused briefly. "Come, young brother, follow me this way. As you have just enrolled, you may not be familiar with our academy's layout. I shall escort you to the Soul Duel Arena. Li Tianfan nodded eagerly, adopting a gesture of invitation as he guided Su Changtian towards the arena. Observing Li Tianfa's adeptness and sensitivity, Su Changtian felt no inclination to dismiss him. Therefore, he acquiesced, saying, "Let us proceed." Had he been accompanied by a less perceptive companion, Su Changtian would have likely sent them away. Upon arriving at the Soul Duel arena, it was already teeming with spectators. Approximately 80% of the students from the Martial Soul Academy had gathered to witness this duel. The rumors circulating suggested that Su Changtan was the offspring of teacher Zhou Shuya, endowed with remarkable martial soul talent. Although merely 6 years old, he was said to possess the capability to triumph over Yin. Additionally, there were whispers that Su Changtian was the child of the Pope Bibi Dong, and even speculations that he might be Dean Malifu's child. In summary, the tales had become quite extravagant, generating considerable buzz within the Martial Soul Academy, prompting many to come and witness the spectacle. Despite the multitude of rumors, the vast majority of Spirit Master students were inclined to favor Yin, believing him destined for victory in the duel. After all, pitting a 13-year-old against a 6-year-old, one could easily deduce the inevitable outcome. Dean Malifu arrived punctually at the arena, where he observed a crowd of students, the atmosphere electric, with not a single seat unoccupied. Some Spirit Master students were even willing to stand, having failed to secure a spot. "There are indeed quite a few people," Malifu remarked. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed a soul duel that garnered such fervor. Surrounding him, numerous Spirit Master students noticed Dean Malifu's arrival, erupting into a chorus of cheers. "Look, it's Dean Malifu. Hooray, Dean Malifu has truly come. Welcome, Dean Malifu." It appears that the rumors have been substantiated. Su Changtian is indeed the illegitimate son of Dean Ma. However, one must ponder why Su Changtian bears the surname Su, while Dean Ma is identified by his own surname. Perhaps it is customary for the child to inherit the mother's surname, hence Su Changtian's name. Ah, your reasoning is quite astute. But if Yin were to strike Su Changtian, would Dean Ma not immediately discipline Yin? I cannot say for certain. Dean Ma has always been just and has never interfered in the duels among students. So it seems unlikely that he would reprimand Yin. That makes sense. The surrounding students were like a boiling cauldron, bubbling with excitement. Marafu, upon hearing some unsavory whispers, furrowed his brow slightly. He had caught wind of rumors claiming that Su Changtian was his own illegitimate son. Raising an eyebrow, he mused, "If Su Changtian were indeed my child, with such remarkable talents, I would be awakened from dreams filled with joy." Su Changtian possesses dual martial souls, one of which belongs to the granddaughter of the esteemed Grand Priest, Qianren Xue. If only Su Changtian could be my son. Marafu would feel as though his ancestral grave were exuding smoke, a most joyous occurrence in life. Alas, Su Changtian is not his son. Observing the fervor around him, Marafu's brow furrowed once more, contemplating. Given the tremendous damage Su Changtian's soul techniques could inflict, the low-level duel arena might be utterly destroyed. Thus, with a swift motion, Marafu ascended to the low-level duel platform. His expression was grave as he declared, "Everyone, please move to the high-level duel area. The soul duel between Su Changtian and Yin will take place there." The resonance of Marafu's voice, imbued with his profound cultivation, reverberated like thunder, reaching the ears of all the students clearly. Upon hearing these words, the students fervently began to converse amongst themselves. Dean Ma, truly a person of integrity. Look at how packed this venue is. He has directly arranged for the soul duel to take place in the advanced soul arena. Let us hurry and secure our spots. Indeed, Dean Ma is a commendable leader who prioritizes the welfare of his students. Quickly, let us rush for the best seats. Yes, you are all right. We must act swiftly, or we shall find no seats available. Fear not. If there are no seats, I shall simply sit upon my girlfriend's lap. Oh goodness. I shall have to make my move and steal you away. The students engaged in fervent discussions, their faces radiating joy and happiness. Yet, they were all under a misapprehension. The reason Maraf directed everyone to the advanced soul contest area was solely out of fear that the formidable soul techniques of Su Changtian might wreak havoc on the lower-level soul arena. After all, repairing such damage is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also demands a considerable expenditure of gold soul coins. In this moment, Yin, Hulaina, and Xieyu walked side by side, accompanied by 12 students who acted as their protectors, clearing the way for them. With a proud expression, Yin spoke, "Nana, Xieyu, during this upcoming soul duel, I shall undoubtedly defeat that Su Changtian. Just watch. So many have come to witness the spectacle of Su Changtian's humiliation. When the time comes, I shall set his rear ablaze with molten lava. If you have any particular torments in mind for Su Cha Tian, do share, and I shall fulfill your desires. Chapter 91. Concerns from Xiaoyu Yan, brimming with confidence, contemplated the imminent soul duel, eager to discern if Hu Laina and Xiaoyu had any special arrangements in mind. If they did, he was prepared to execute them during the duel. Hu Laina shook her head and coldly replied, no. Though her response was merely a simple two-word dismissal, Yin felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He cherished the sound of Hu Laina's voice, were he to possess a mobile phone or a recording device. He would undoubtedly record her enchanting, alluring voice to play on a continuous loop. Hu Laina seemed to be a knot in Yan's heart, as he yearned for her deeply. If he could not attain Hu Laina, he would feel discontented and restless throughout the day. Conversely, when he received even a modicum of response from her, or when she acknowledged him, a wave of euphoria would wash over him, making any endeavor feel invigorating. Beside him, Xiaoyu calmly remarked, Yan, I hope that when you take the stage, you will give it your all and not be careless. This Su Cha Tian is surely formidable. Even Dinma has come to observe the soul duel, which signifies the weight of this affair. Moreover, Su Cha Tian possesses impressive close combat physical abilities. And even I am no match for him. Remember to maintain your distance. Exercise caution. It is imperative that you secure victory in this duel. Otherwise, you will gain notoriety within the Wuhuan Academy, bringing great embarrassment upon yourself. Your shame is secondary. Primarily, do not let it affect Nana and me. If you are defeated, do not dare to show your face to Nana and me, as it will impact us as well. Do you understand? Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly, sensing that Yin was rather ostentatious. Vaguely, his exceptionally keen instincts discerned an unsettling aspect. He feared that Yin was likely to falter in this soul duel. The concern was not merely that Yin would fail to teach Su Cha Tian a lesson, rather. Xiaoyu worried that Yan's personal affairs might adversely affect his sister Nana and himself, drawing criticism from others, which would be unfortunate. As Yan, the devoted admirer of Hu Laina and Xiaoyu, remained oblivious to any disrespect or impropriety in Xiaoyu's words, he patted his chest and proclaimed, rest assured, Xiaoyu and Nana, I will undoubtedly emerge victorious in this soul duel. If I lose, I will not affect you. I will find a crevice to hide away in. With an air of confidence, Yin reassured them. Xiaoyu replied indifferently, very well, I hope you do well. Their light conversation came to an end as they entered the prestigious soul arena. Yin announced, Xiaoyu, Nana, I shall head to the preparation area now. Await my good news. Hu Laina merely nodded, lacking any desire to see him off, as she was indifferent toward him. She perceived herself as above him. Thus she did not feign graciousness or kindness. Xiaoyu also spoke coldly, go ahead. Regarding Yin, Xiaoyu harbored no fondness for him and displayed a demeanor of indifference. However, Yin paid no heed to this, swiftly departing the area to head towards the preparation zone. Xiaoyu and Hu Laina, accompanied by their younger disciples, sought out a suitable vantage point to observe the battle and settle down. Hu Laina pouted and remarked, brother, Yin is truly a tiresome chatterer. It's quite bothersome. Xiaoyu replied, there is nothing to be done. That is simply his nature, and he cannot be changed. A sigh escaped Hu Laina's lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Tianfa led Su Changtian to the spirit arena. Little brother, we have arrived. This is the spirit arena. Li Tianfa nodded and bowed, his face adorned with a friendly demeanor. Su Cha Tian gave a faint nod in response. Upon entering the arena, they observed students fervently rushing towards the advanced spirit area, all vying for the best positions. The sheer volume of attendees took Su Changtian by surprise. However, Li Tianfa quickly discerned the situation through his observations. Little brother, this duel will take place in the advanced spirit area. Let us proceed. This was specifically arranged by Director Ma. Come, I shall lead you. As he spoke, Li Tianfa gestured invitingly, paving the way ahead. All right, Su Changtian nodded, following closely behind Li Tianfa. He felt a tinge of surprise, pondering. I never imagined that Director Malifu would designate the duel to occur in the advanced spirit area. Is he concerned that my spirit abilities might devastate the lower tier arena? How intriguing. This indirectly informs me that I may unleash my spirit abilities without reservation. Yin, allow me to introduce you to a taste of my spirit abilities. With purposeful strides, Su Changtian entered the advanced spirit area. Numerous students surrounded him, acknowledging his handsome appearance with friendly greetings. Particularly, several female students were exceedingly enthusiastic. Little brother, are you here to watch the duel? Would you like to come sit beside your sister? Yes, sister would love to have you join her to watch the battle. Little brother, you're so young. Wouldn't you get lost? Come, let your sister hold you while we watch the duel. Hee hee, good little brother, come with your sister. There are candies. Several attractive female spirit master students warmly invited Su Chantian to join them in viewing the duel. Upon hearing their words, the corners of Su Chantian's mouth twitched. He was there to participate in the duel, not merely to observe. No, thank you. Su Chantian coldly rejected the proposition. Meanwhile, a group of male classmates nearby took notice of this scene. They whispered amongst themselves, their voices dripping with mockery and derision. They were nothing but a pack of rascals, not sparing even the innocence of children. Why was I not invited to join in the viewing of the soul duel? Indeed, he is merely a child. And though he may appear presentable now, who knows how he will fare in the future? Yes, what is there to be proud of, this little brat? I find his presence utterly irksome. I would relish the chance to give him a thrashing. Alas, that is my crush, the lovely Zhang Susu. How could she invite this little boy to witness the soul duel alongside her? It infuriates me. This child is still in the throes of adolescence. His body not fully developed. What merit does he possess? He would be far better off joining me for the soul duel instead. Chapter 92. It's actually him. The male students, upon witnessing the adoration showered upon Su Chantian by numerous girls, could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy. They harbored animosity towards him, instinctively uttering disparaging remarks. Alas, some individuals are simply exceptional, provoking the envy and ire of others. In response, Su Chantian paid them no heed and followed Li Tianfa away from their line of sight. He resolved to demonstrate his prowess through the strength of his fists. Soon, Li Tianfa led Su Chantian to the preparation area. There, Su Chantian encountered Yin, who also noticed him. The preparation zone was exclusively accessible to combat spirit contestants and a few staff members, rendering it sparsely populated. Yin regarded Su Chantian with palpable hostility and remarked coolly, "Little brat, you didn't flee at the last moment. Your courage is commendable. I had assumed you wouldn't show up today. To my surprise, you honored your commitment. Splendid." Yin derided Su Chantian while flexing his fists, poised for a confrontation. Besides Su Chantian, Li Tianfa furrowed his brow and interjected, "Who are you calling a little brat?" "It's you. Yin, speak more respectfully. Did you neglect to brush your teeth this morning? Your breath is foul." He then urged Su Chantian, "Make sure to give that plump fellow a sound thrashing. He deserves it." Li Tianfa berated Yin and then bowed slightly to Su Chantian, imploring him to teach Yin a lesson. Truth be told, Li Tianfa possessed a keen eye for talent. He recognized that Su Chantian was destined for greatness and thus began investing in him early on, publicly supporting him to forge a favorable impression and cultivate goodwill. As for Yin, it was clear he was no match for Su Chantian. Offending him was a trivial matter. Li Tianfa had privately inquired about Su Chantian and discovered that all information regarding him was highly classified. This child appears to have materialized out of thin air, yet he enjoys an extraordinarily privileged status. Among all the students in the school, only Su Chantian resides in a luxurious garden villa. Moreover, Su Chantian possesses an exceptionally distinctive demeanor. He participates in the soul duel with unwavering composure. This clearly demonstrates Su Chantian's uniqueness. Although he is merely 6 years old, he is destined for victory. These insights were derived by Li Tianfa based on factual analysis. Thus, Li Tianfa now mindlessly supports Su Chantian, hoping to become a faithful companion at Su Chantian's side, thereby ascending the ranks and ultimately seizing control for himself. Su Chantian, somewhat taken aback by Li Tianfa's actions, reflected on the external voices that were all unfavorable towards him and entirely supportive of Yin. Yet, here was Li Tianfa, staunchly defending him. Deep within, Su Chantian felt a stir of appreciation, silently contemplating. Li Tianfa, this individual possesses a certain cleverness. Matters I find inconvenient to handle in the future could be entrusted to him. Resolving to grant Li Tianfa an opportunity, Su Chantian made up his mind. Meanwhile, Yin, upon hearing Li Tianfa's words, was instantly consumed by rage, his expression contorting in anger. The surrounding staff, noticing the brewing conflict, hurried over to assess the situation. Yin furiously demanded, "What is your name, and what position do you hold at the Soul Master Academy? Do you wish for death? If so, I shall oblige." With fists clenched, he appeared poised to strike. "I am Li Tianfa." Unwavering and unyielding, Li Tianfa declared boldly, exuding an air of confidence. "Very well, I shall remember you. Be prepared." Yin replied with a cold snort, his dark red eyes brimming with malice. "Awaiting is no trouble. I fear you not." Li Tianfa retorted defiantly. The nearby staff exchanged glances, quickly grasping the situation. They also realized that this striking young boy was none other than the true Su Changtian. Indeed, the boy was quite handsome and rather charming, though his eyes possessed a certain chill that unsettled some. Several female staff members found themselves quite taken with Su Changtian. One staff member stepped forward, stating, "This is the preparation area. I ask that you both remain calm. Furthermore, unauthorized personnel are not permitted in this zone. Please leave." Another staff member requested Li Tianfa's departure. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Li Tianfa replied. As he bowed slightly to Su Changtian, he added, "Little brother, I shall await your good news outside, and will return shortly. Go ahead." Su Changtian responded nonchalantly. Li Tianfa then withdrew. Finding a spot, Su Changtian sat down, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, awaiting the commencement of the soul battle. Meanwhile, Yin, with a disdainful snort, sat at a distance, glaring at Su Changtian. "This time, I must bring you down. You little brat. I shall make you understand that the dignity of a senior is not to be trifled with." Qian displayed a visage of mild discontent as time swiftly passed. Soon, the moment for the soul duel between the two contenders arrived. Upon the dueling stage stood a remarkably beautiful female host, her exquisite butterfly wings fluttering gently as she gracefully soared above the arena. Clutching a microphone, the host began her address. "Today, the soul duel between Yin and Qian officially commences. Let us welcome our esteemed soul masters to the stage." Her voice, soft yet resounding, was delivered with impeccable clarity, captivating the audience, who reveled in her melodious tones, their faces alight with delight. As the hostess' announcement echoed throughout the venue, Yin and Qian ascended the platform. Yin, brimming with confidence, held his head high and waved enthusiastically at the surrounding spectators. Simultaneously, he searched for Lian's gaze. The host gently introduced the competitors. "To my left, we have Yin, a level 28 battle soul master, wielding the formidable flame lord as his martial spirit, endowed with exceptionally fearsome fire attribute soul skills. And to my right, we have Qian, a mere 6 years of age, yet possessing astonishing combat prowess. His martial spirit and cultivation level remain undisclosed, but you may scrutinize them closely shortly." This duel promised to be exhilarating, with the audience packed to capacity, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. As the host concluded her introduction, thunderous applause erupted from the student spectators, their enthusiasm palpable as they cheered fervently. Many among them paused, taken aback by Qian's countenance. It was him. How could it be? Chapter 93. The underrated youngster. The multitude in attendance found themselves momentarily stunned. They had recognized Qian's face, having presumed that this striking young boy was merely there to observe the duel. Yet, to their astonishment, he was there to compete. What? How could this be? That little brat was actually going to duel against Yin. Goodness, I thought he was just a spectator. I never imagined he would participate. This audacious child, daring to challenge Yin, is courting disaster. How amusing. I had been irked by this little brat, who had overshadowed me before the goddess. Yin, please teach him a lesson. This child must lose. My sentiments align. Yin, give it your all. A multitude of male spirit master students engaged in fervent discussions, expressing their admiration for Su Changtian's striking handsomeness. They speculated that as he matured, he would undoubtedly become exceedingly attractive, capturing the hearts of many female spirit masters. Consequently, numerous male classmates harbored resentment towards Su Changtian, hoping that Yin would deliver a harsh lesson, thereby embarrassing him. In stark contrast to these male spirit masters, the female spirit masters who had previously encountered Su Changtian erupted in excited exclamations. "Oh, it's that little brother. I even invited him to watch the soul combat with me. I had no idea he was Su Changtian, the one who was set to compete against Yin. How handsome he is. I even asked him to sit on my lap to watch the soul combat. I wondered why he declined. It turns out he was preparing for the competition. Little one, give it your all. You must win. This child is simply too charming. If that wretched Yin dares to harm Su Changtian, I will not let it slide. Yin has gone too far, provoking a mere 6-year-old, bullying a child and taking advantage of his strength. He is nothing short of a beast. It is utterly disgraceful that Yin, having been defeated by a 6-year-old, now seeks to redeem himself through the soul competition. What a useless individual." The female soul master students, captivated by Su Changtian's strikingly handsome appearance, began to rally against Yin. They deemed Yin's actions excessive, perceiving him as a bully who preyed upon Su Changtian. Consequently, a chorus of support for Su Changtian arose, accompanied by numerous condemnations directed at Yin. Maraf observed all of this keenly, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Chantian, revealing an unmistakable satisfaction. He mused to himself, after a few days apart, that this young lad seemed to have grown even more formidable. Such charisma, truly unparalleled. The next pope should embody this very essence. Maraf's eyes sparkled with admiration. Beside him stood two senior teachers, who recognized the profound regard Maraf held for this child. However, they struggled to comprehend the spectacle of a 6-year-old child engaging in a soul battle against a 13-year-old. Even if Su Chantian possessed a remarkable martial soul, he had only just awakened it. As a newcomer, you would need to strive for approximately 6 years to truly shine. It was astonishing that at merely 6 years of age, he could create such a significant stir. The two senior teachers sensed that Su Changtian's brilliance was strikingly apparent, which might invite trouble upon himself. All information regarding Su Changtian remains classified. Consequently, Malifaux has not disclosed anything to others, and the general understanding of Su Changtian is rather limited. It is only known that he is formidable and highly regarded by both His Holiness the Pope and His Excellency the Grand Offering. For further details, one can only rely on their own observations. Malifaux noticed the concern etched on the faces of the two senior teachers, recognizing their anxiety for Su Chantian and their fear that this young man might encounter unforeseen mishaps, complicating matters with both the Pope and the Grand Offering. However, Malifaux spoke with composure. I am aware of your concerns. Rest assured, as the Dean, I will take responsibility for this matter. Su Changtian will be fine. Instead of worrying about him, it would be wiser to pay more attention to Yin. Prepare a psychologist. After this soul duel concludes, let the Academy's psychologist assist Yin in addressing his depression. Upon hearing Malifaux's words, the two senior teachers were left utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Dean Malifaux held such high hopes for Su Changtian, believing him capable of triumphing in this soul duel. Moreover, Dean Malifaux even proposed arranging a psychologist for Yin. Is Yin truly that incompetent? Even if he were to lose, it shouldn't be in such a disreputable manner. Is it truly necessary to arrange for a psychologist to provide him with emotional support? However, seeing the jubilant demeanor of Dean Ma, the two senior teachers refrained from dampening his spirits. They nodded in agreement and assured him, rest assured, Dean Ma, we will arrange it immediately. Leave the matter of the psychologist to us. I have great faith in Su Chantian. Meanwhile, on the other side, teacher Zhou Shue was surrounded by several students, including both beautiful young ladies and mischievous young men. The students are engaged in a discussion about the soul duel between Su Chantian and Yin. The female classmates, standing up for Su Chantian, spoke out. Su Chantian is merely 6 years old. This new student is so handsome and adorable. Yin has gone too far. It was one thing to bully classmates before, but now even a 6-year-old newcomer is not spared. This is utterly outrageous and beyond reason. Even if Yin were to defeat Su Chantian, what glory would there be in that? Though these female classmates expressed their support for Su Chantian, their words betray a lack of faith in him. They believe that Su Chantian will ultimately be defeated by Yin and subjected to bullying. Meanwhile, the male classmates, who maintain a closer rapport with Yin, retort that it is the younger brother who shows a lack of respect towards his seniors. They point out that when a senior speaks to him, he pays no heed. Even when Senior Nana wished to pinch his cheek, Su Chantian refused her. Such disrespect towards seniors and juniors alike warrants a lesson from Yin. Who could have anticipated that Su Chantian would not only refuse to learn, but would retaliate against Yin and Nana? Is this not a reckless act? In any case, Su Chantian deserves to be reprimanded. Yin, do your best to teach Su Chantian a lesson and avenge me. The male students shouted exuberantly, all expressing their unwavering confidence in Yin, believing he would undoubtedly triumph in the soul duel. Furthermore, they anticipated that Yin would deliver a thorough lesson to Su Chantian, which would be immensely gratifying. Upon hearing this, the female students were incensed, yearning to confront these arrogant male peers. One student inquired of Zhou Shue, Teacher Zhou, who do you believe will emerge victorious, Su Chantian or Yin? Chapter 94. The arrogant Yin. A student sought Zhou Shue's insight on the ultimate outcome of this soul duel. Many students around cast curious glances in her direction. Indeed, Teacher Zhou, whom do you think will prevail? Which student do you favor? Do you believe Su Chantian has a significant chance of winning? Please share your perspective with us. The students began to inquire about Teacher Zhou Shue, eager to hear her perspective. As the chatter grew louder and more animated, Teacher Zhou Shue decided to respond. All right, pay close attention to this soul duel. I believe that this young fellow, Su Chantian, is quite remarkable. He has the potential to emerge victorious in this soul duel. Contrary to the students' initial skepticism, teacher Zhou Shue firmly believed in Su Changtian's ability to triumph in the confrontation. Such remarks astonished the surrounding students. One male classmate could not help but retort, "Teacher Zhou, this is impossible. Su Changtian is merely 6 years old. How could he possibly contend with Yin? Is it solely because of his fists? Indeed, even if Su Changtian possesses formidable physical strength, how could he approach Yan's flames? I doubt it. Yan's flames are exceptionally powerful, embodying a terrifying fire attribute. No matter how strong a person's physical prowess may be, it cannot rival the might of fire." This male student meticulously conducted an analysis, and the surrounding classmates found his insights quite compelling, expressing considerable optimism towards Yan. The atmosphere was enchanting, as everyone was immersed in the exhilarating battle of soul combat. Even the audience, comprised of students, were deeply engaged, meticulously analyzing each other's martial spirits, ages, and ranks. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shue expressed her satisfaction and remarked, "You make a valid point. However, in this world, there are individuals who are inherently extraordinary. No matter how hard ordinary people strive, they may never catch up. This is an unavoidable reality. I hope that after witnessing this soul duel, you do not feel disheartened. Your analysis is commendable, and once you observe the duel, the specifics will become clear. Let us await the outcome." Zhou Shue's words left the students momentarily speechless, as she had highly praised Su Chantian, considering him an extraordinary individual. At that moment, the soul duel commenced. The graceful female host, with her gentle voice, declared, "Take your positions. The soul duel begins now." With her command, the soul duel officially commenced, and all eyes in the audience were captivated, fixated on the arena. Here, Su Chantian is finally about to reveal his martial soul. "Brother, what do you think his martial soul might be?" Hulaina inquired curiously. Seated beside her, Xiaoyu interjected, "I suspect it is a martial soul related to the body, one that can enhance physical strength. I'm not entirely certain, but it is likely extraordinary. Its quality may even surpass that of the three of us, myself, you, and Yan. We shall see." Upon hearing this, Hulaina was taken aback. "Is it truly more powerful than our martial souls? How can that be possible?" She was profoundly astonished, struggling to believe her own ears. She had not anticipated her brother's high regard for Su Changtian. "There is nothing impossible," Xiaoyu asserted confidently. "We will find out soon enough." Meanwhile, as the siblings conversed, on the soul arena, Yan had already begun to unleash his martial soul. "Martial soul, Lord of Flames." Yan roared, and a brilliant crimson soul light erupted around him. Terrifying flames began to manifest in intricate patterns across his body. His eyes ignited with fierce fire, and a formidable figure of the Lord of Flames emerged, towering and majestic, roaring with power. An endless sea of flames enveloped Yan's form. The Lord of Flames evokes an impression of possessing the power to annihilate the very heavens and the earth. This martial soul embodies the utmost essence of both fire and earth attributes, exuding an aura of formidable power. As the martial soul manifests, two resplendent spirit rings of a deep yellow hue materialize around Yan, pulsating with a terrifying soul light that is truly extraordinary. Simultaneously, the temperature in the vicinity escalates dramatically. Many Soul Master students in the audience begin to feel the oppressive heat, drenched in perspiration. Some students instinctively start to shed their garments, while a few female students, unable to resist the urge, contemplate removing their clothing. Fortunately, they retain enough composure to realize the impropriety of such actions, knowing they would face expulsion for any indecorum. Following the emergence of the Flame Lord, the surrounding Soul Master students erupt in enthusiastic cheers and applause. "Bravo! Yin, give it your all. Nice, Yin. Teach that little brat a lesson. Yin, you must triumph and turn that brat's backside to charcoal. Yin, you're incredible. The Flame Lord is magnificent." The students erupted in cheers, expressing great optimism regarding Yin's combat prowess. Malefic cast a glance at Yin, nodded, and remarked, "This child possesses a commendable martial spirit. Alas, he has encountered Su Chantian. What a pity." Malefic muttered softly to himself. The two senior teachers beside him exchanged glances, sensing that the dean's expectations for Su Changtian's abilities might be rather inflated. On the soul duel platform, Yin gazed at Su Changtian with a playful smile adorning his face. "Little brother, it is not too late for you to concede. Behold, this is my martial spirit. In terms of physical strength, I may not match you, but can you triumph over my martial spirit?" Surrender now and apologize before all the teachers and students, and I may grant you mercy. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes with this fearsome magma." Yin taunted, exuding arrogance. Su Tian regarded Yan's boastful demeanor with a slight frown. "Fool," he replied coolly. In that moment, a radiant golden soul light began to shimmer around him. Second martial spirit, Qianren Xue. Without hesitation, he unleashed his formidable second martial spirit. A terrifying golden glow flickered, more intense than the fiery red light enveloping Yin. This golden aura emanated a sense of divinity and authority, stirring the hearts of many Soul Master students in the audience, who felt an inexplicable urge to revere him. The dazzling golden soul light surrounding Su Tian was captivating. Opposite him, Yan's smile faded, his expression turning utterly grave. What kind of martial spirit is this? Why is it so holy and radiant that I feel compelled to worship it? Moreover, the aura emanating from him is peculiar, seemingly more powerful and oppressive than my own. Yan's crimson eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of danger. In the audience, a smile crept onto Malifu's lips as he murmured, "The show is about to begin." The two senior teachers beside him jolted, their eyes fixated on Su Tian, sensing a turning point. It appeared that Yin might face an unexpected outcome. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhou Shuyu's gaze remained intently on Su Tian. Yes, it is indeed this golden soul light. The second martial spirit, Qianren Xue. This martial spirit is about to be unveiled to the world. Zhou Shuyu felt a surge of exhilaration. As the mentor of Su Tian, she brimmed with pride. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyu and Hu Liina were engaged in a conversation. Hu Liina, displaying a hint of discomfort, spoke up. "Brother, something feels amiss. Su Tian's martial soul appears remarkably formidable." "No, that's not quite right. It's not merely his martial soul that impresses, but rather the astonishing level of his soul power." Hu Liina's gaze sharpened as she sensed an anomaly. An instinctive warning told her that Yin was about to face dire consequences. Xiaoyu's sinister eyes gleamed as he solemnly remarked, "Nana, I too have sensed it. Su Tian indeed possesses extraordinary attributes. His martial soul and soul power level may surpass our previous assessments. This time, it seems Yin is in grave peril." Through careful observation, Xiaoyu noted Su Tian's remarkable composure. Even when confronted by Yin, who bore 2 yellow soul rings, Su Tian exhibited neither fear nor anxiety. In fact, Xiaoyu discerned a trace of disdain within Su Tian's gaze. Both Xiaoyu and Su Tian were inherently aloof individuals, indifferent to the world around them. Their formidable strengths fostered a sense of superiority, rendering any who dared to boast before them mere jesters. Despite their exterior coldness, Xiaoyu harbored a flicker of warmth within, reserved solely for his sister, Hu Liina. In contrast, Su Tian's warmth was bestowed upon Qianren Xue. There existed subtle parallels between the two, leading Xiaoyu to believe he understood Su Tian, confident that the outcome of this soul battle was decidedly in his favor. On the arena, numerous Soul Master students perceived the shift in Su Tian's aura, prompting a wave of astonishment among them. They had not anticipated this seemingly certain soul battle would witness such a dramatic reversal. On Su Tian's side, his golden soul light surged to its zenith. Suddenly, a breathtaking figure materialized above him, none other than Qianren Xue. Clad in golden armor, she possessed an exquisite form and an enchanting visage. Her flowing golden hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders, and her resplendent golden eyes seemed to disregard all, resembling an angel descended upon the mortal realm. Hovering above Qianren Xue was a divine 6-winged angel martial soul, radiating a shower of golden light that evoked reverence. Boom! Beneath Su Tian's feet, 3 black soul rings, black, slowly ascended, beginning to rhythmically encircle him. Above his head, 5 soul rings emerged around Qianren Xue's ethereal form, their colors alternating between yellow, purple, and black. 8 soul rings, radiating a resplendent glow, instantly illuminated the entire realm of advanced soul battles. The spectators were rendered utterly speechless, their mouths agape as if they could fit 2.5 basketballs inside. Astonishment surged through the crowd. "Wow, I can't believe my eyes. How is this possible? Look. Su Tian possesses 8 soul rings. This is utterly insane, terrifying even. Is that 2 martial souls overlapping? What on earth is happening? This is beyond comprehension. Su Tian is extraordinary, a prodigy from our Martial Soul Academy. This is truly horrifying. Yin is in deep trouble now. Oh no, Senior Yin is doomed. Wow, this young man is incredibly strong. I want to be his girlfriend. Don't compete with me. I want to be his wife." A wave of stunned cheers erupted from the crowd. All the Soul Master students, as well as the teachers, marveled at Su Changtian's martial soul and soul ring configuration. Utterly astounded, many Soul Master students began to sympathize with Yan, believing he would not only be defeated but would suffer an embarrassing loss. Meanwhile, numerous female Soul Master students let out frenzied screams, wishing to bear Su Changtian's children and become his wives or girlfriends. The atmosphere surged with excitement, akin to a boiling cauldron, as the fervor of the crowd reached a fever pitch. In the audience, Hulaina was left in a state of shock. Rising to her feet, her face a mask of disbelief. "Ah, brother, did you see that? 8 soul rings. How can he possibly fight? He is merely 6 years old and already possesses 8 soul rings." Hulaina's resolve crumbled. She had stood in awe, but now her strength waned, and she stumbled back into her seat. Xiaoyu's sinister gaze trembled violently. He had anticipated Su Changtian's strength and suspected he might possess formidable hidden talents. However, Xiaoyu realized that he had gravely underestimated Su Changtian. The true prowess of Su Changtian exceeds even the most harrowing of imaginations. At merely 6 years of age, he possesses 8 soul rings. It is likely that he will attain the rank of title Doluo long before reaching adulthood. No wonder he could vanquish us solely with his raw physical strength. Xiaoyu's form trembled, his pupils wide with astonishment. He could scarcely fathom that Su Changtian's martial soul aptitude was so extraordinarily exceptional. Xiaoyu's resolve, much like that of his sister Hulaina, began to fracture, leaving him in profound distress. Beside Dean Malifu, 2 senior instructors were utterly astounded by Su Changtian's 8 soul rings and the 2 martial souls adorning his head. They had never anticipated that Su Changtian's martial soul would manifest in such a manner. Who could possibly imagine such a scenario? The clash between the 8th ring and the 2nd ring is truly astonishing. No wonder Dean Malifu exudes such confidence in believing that Su Changtian is destined for victory. Chapter 96. He wants to kill me. Yin is frantic. Chapter 96. He wants to kill me. Yin is frantic. The 2 esteemed instructors gazed upon Su Changtian as though he were a creature of the supernatural. Simultaneously, they discerned that the formidable spirit manifesting above his head was none other than the 6-winged angel spirit. The 6-winged angel martial soul is exceedingly rare, passed down solely through the Qian bloodline. Yet, the identity of that stunning woman's martial soul eludes the understanding of the 2 senior instructors. A 6-winged angel? Could it be that Su Changtian is the grandson of Qianren Xue? But wait, why does Su Changtian bear the surname Su rather than Qian? The 2 senior instructors were perplexed, gazing in bewilderment at the unfolding events. A glance at Dean Malifu revealed that everything seemed to be under his meticulous control. They realized that Dean Malifu must have been privy to many hidden truths from the very beginning. Beside teacher Zhou Xuan, the male classmates wore expressions of utter dismay. They had not anticipated that Su Changtian would possess such formidable strength. Now, how could Yin dare to confront Su Changtian? It would be a miracle if Yin could avoid being scorched in return. Their faces were contorted with discomfort, resembling the grimace of one who has tasted something repugnant. Meanwhile, the female classmates, witnessing Su Changtian's prowess, were entirely convinced of his ability to turn the tables on Yin. The female classmates are exceedingly delighted, yet their expressions have transformed into ones of anger. Oh, this Yin, who relishes in reprimanding children, is now to be schooled by them. How amusing. I am fortunate to have come to witness this duel of spirits, otherwise, I would have missed a splendid spectacle. It is truly entertaining to see Su Changtian perform so remarkably, delivering a sound thrashing to Yin. I have long found Yin rather intolerable, and he certainly deserves this beating. The female spirit masters engaged in enthusiastic conversation, while the male spirit master students nearby grew increasingly uneasy upon hearing their words. On the fighting arena, Yin stood in a daze, frozen in place as he gazed at Su Changtian before him. What on earth is happening with this Su Changtian and his spirit? How am I supposed to fight against this? Good heavens, how could such a thing occur to me? Yin felt tears welling up. He noticed the dazzling brilliance emanating from Su Changtian's spirit, particularly the 8 spirit rings, 6 more than his own 2. How could he possibly compete? Yin's expression darkened to an extreme. He now deeply regretted his earlier actions. Had he known this would happen, he would never have provoked Su Changtian. Even if Su Changtian had beaten him, he would have smiled and acknowledged the defeat. Yet now, they had escalated matters to the fighting arena, and there was no turning back. Yin wished for death. If only he could have a second chance. He would certainly choose to back down and avoid any confrontation with Su Changtian. Alas, no such remedy for regret exists in this world. No matter the cost he might pay, He could not procure a means to turn back time. Meanwhile, Su Changtian's demeanor remained indifferent, a slight smile gracing his lips. First spirit skill, spirit fusion. Su Changtian unleashed his first spirit skill. The initial spirit ring pulsated with energy, expanding and shimmering. Subsequently, the exquisite Qianren Xue enveloped Su Changtian, merging seamlessly with him. In an instant, Su Changtian's stature grew, transforming him into a striking figure standing at 6 feet tall. His physique was remarkably imposing. Golden hair cascading over his shoulders, and his golden eyes sparkled with a fierce light. His garments shattered like snowflakes, scattering in the air, adorned in a magnificent golden armor. He looked extraordinarily handsome. 8 spirit rings continued to orbit around him, 5 encircling his body from the inside and 3 from the outside. The surrounding female spirit masters, captivated by Su Changtian's striking appearance, erupted in ecstatic screams. It was undeniable that they were enamored with his looks, cheering and rallying for him with fervor. Conversely, Yin felt his body weaken, devoid of any fighting spirit. First spirit skill, angelic holy explosion. Su Changtian began to unleash his first soul skill. The initial black soul ring pulsated violently, expanding and shimmering with brilliance. He raised his hands high, and a magnificent, divine angelic sword materialized within his grasp. Simultaneously, above Su Changtian's head, the 6-winged angelic spirit also manifested a colossal angelic sword. Together, Su Changtian and the 6-winged angel held their angelic swords aloft. As a resplendent golden radiance began to coalesce at the tips of their blades, the golden radiance continually converged, gradually taking on substance and coalescing into a magnificent sphere of light. The colossal sphere of light continues to compress, seemingly harboring an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. Yin was taken aback upon witnessing the immense orb of light, his expression shifting to one of profound unease. In the spectator-s area, Dean Malifaux immediately retracted his smile, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grave. Is Su Changtian truly serious? If this soul skill strikes, will Yin not perish on the spot, leaving no remnants of his existence? Dean Malifaux was astonished, a hint of panic creeping into his composure. Although Yin had provoked Su Changtian and was deserving of the consequences, Yin possessed a commendable martial spirit attribute, being one of the more gifted students at the Martial Spirit Academy. Should Yin perish, it would be an immense loss for the Academy and the entire Martial Spirit Hall. Foolish child, why do you not concede? Is your life not worth saving? Malifaux felt a surge of anxiety for Yin. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should intervene and rescue Yin from this predicament. If he did not act, what would become of Yin if he were to meet his demise here? Not far away, teacher Zhou Xia shared the same concerns. Su Changtian had indeed unleashed a formidable soul skill. This is disastrous. Yin is in grave danger. How could Yin be so foolish, not surrendering in the face of peril? Risking his very life? Teacher Zhou felt a sense of urgency. However, as a teacher, she could not interfere in the soul duel. She lacked the authority to do so. Stealing a glance at Dean Malifaux, she found him intently focused on the duel, which gave her a slight sense of relief. As the dean, it was reasonable for Malifaux to intervene in this soul contest. Meanwhile, on the duel stage, Yin felt his very soul tremble. Good heavens! He intends to kill me. Panic-stricken, Yin glanced down at the duel arena, desperately seeking an escape route. In the face of Su Changtian's angelic holy explosion, Yin was gripped by terror, his heart racing. Spotting a suitable escape route beneath the duel stage, he exclaimed inwardly, "What is this duel about? I, a mere 2nd ring, cannot contend with an 8th ring. Survival takes precedence." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yin promptly turned and sprinted towards the exit below the duel stage. His speed was remarkable, expending every ounce of strength as his legs propelled him forward, nearly colliding with his own backside in the process. Surrounding students, unable to grasp the unfolding situation, remained oblivious to Yin's desperate bid for survival. The Soul Master students believed that Yin was about to evade the oncoming attack and launch a counteroffensive. They began to fervently discuss amongst themselves. Did you see that? Senior Yin truly is formidable. In the face of the 8-ringed Su Changtian, he displayed no fear, neither begging for mercy nor conceding defeat, but instead, he initiated a counterstrike. I saw it. Yin must have devised a special strategy and is now counterattacking. Haha. The moment of the hunt has arrived. Yin is indeed impressive for refusing to surrender. If it were me, I would have conceded immediately. TSK, 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 Yin. You truly are my idol. Yes, indeed. With the power of flames, shatter this little brat. Yin is exceptionally astute. Just like me. He has discerned that the 8 soul rings of this little child are entirely illusory, mere tricks to deceive the eye. How could a 6-year-old possess 8 soul rings? Surely, this is a fade created by a special soul technique, designed only to instill fear. Anyone deceived by such illusions would be a fool. Yin is indeed clever. Living up to the man who once achieved 5 consecutive victories in the low-level soul fighting arena, he sees the flaw and intends to use flames to obliterate the mirage. TSK. Everything has become quite intriguing. Many Soul Master students watch the events unfolding on the soul fighting stage with great interest. They believe that the peculiar phenomenon surrounding Su Qian and his 8 soul rings were merely illusions conjured by a special soul technique, intended to bewilder the onlookers. This group of individuals harbors faith in Yin. They do not perceive him as fleeing. Instead, they believe that Yin is preparing to launch an assault. Poised to shatter this illusion with his formidable fire abilities, the students of the Soul Master Academy eagerly anticipated the appearance of a dramatic twist. Some of them even wore smiles, their faces alight with excitement. However, in that very moment, the scene unfolding on the soul fighting platform extinguished all expressions of joy. Yin, his legs moving with the swiftness of a whirlwind, dashed down from the platform in a flash. I concede. I shall no longer engage in battle. I have lost. Yin shouted desperately, sprinting towards the audience area, a comparatively safe haven, where he came to a halt. Meanwhile, on the advanced soul fighting platform, Su Qiantian's soul skill was unleashed with sudden ferocity. A colossal sphere of light surged towards the spot where Yin had just stood. Then, with a resounding boom, a blinding white light erupted from the platform, creating a towering mushroom cloud that loomed over the arena. Dust and smoke billowed forth, accompanied by an intense wave of heat that swept through the vicinity. What is happening? Oh no. Many students shielded their eyes, fearing they might be blinded. Numerous female soul masters, while closing their eyes, clutched their skirts, anxious not only about the potential loss of sight, but also about their modesty. Yin, who had already fled to safety, squinted at the devastating explosion on the platform, his expression turning grave, his heart skipping a beat. Goodness, Su Qian is serious. That soul skill could easily obliterate 10 of me. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his swift escape, realizing he could have been vaporized on the spot, leaving behind no trace whatsoever. As he gulped down his anxiety, he began to inhale deeply, savoring the fresh air, celebrating his narrow escape from death. Yin had never anticipated that Su Qiantian's soul skill would possess such terrifying power. He shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had he not fled, had he attempted to counterattack with his own soul skill, or if he had merely been slower. The chilling realization struck him. He would have surely perished there. Filled with dread, his gaze towards Su Qian was now rife with fear. A madman. How did I provoke a lunatic? He lamented. Curse it, Su Qian, you might as well be my father. From now on, I shall avoid you at all costs. Yuan's terror towards Su Qian had reached its zenith. Even in the presence of Pope Bibi Dong, Yuan would not have felt such dread. On the soul arena, the billowing smoke began to dissipate, revealing Su Qiantian's figure. At this moment, having fused with the martial soul Qianren Xue, Su Qian now stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. Clad in golden armor, he possessed a remarkably statuesque physique, and strands of golden hair radiated a luminous glow, enveloped in an aura of sanctity. In the audience, all the Soul Master students gazed at Su Qian in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit 2.5 basketballs inside. The female Soul Master students were the first to erupt into thunderous applause and cheers. Wow! So handsome! Incredible, Su Qian! Truly magnificent, the eternal deity. This soul skill is astounding. Su Qian, you are my idol. Amazing, oh my. This young man looks so dashing now. I want to be his wife. No, after the battle, I must befriend him. I want to invite him to dinner every day. If only I could win his heart, I would be the ultimate victor in life. So cool, absolutely stunning. The female Soul Master students continued to cheer enthusiastically. The Dolua continent is a realm that venerates martial strength, where power reigns supreme. Female soul masters here are drawn to formidable and exceptional soul masters. They typically assess individuals based on their martial soul talent and combat prowess before considering their appearance. After evaluating martial talent and battle capability, they would then glance at one's looks. At this moment, Su Qian exuded an aura that was not only handsomely striking, but also showcased extraordinary martial soul talent. What is even rarer is that when he unleashed his soul skills, not only was the damage exceptional, but the process of releasing these skills was also incredibly graceful. Su Tian had become the epitome of the perfect man in the hearts of these female soul master students. These female spirit masters are utterly enamored with Su Tian. If one were to envision a breathtakingly beautiful woman in place of Su Tian, the scene upon the soul duel platform would be filled with frenzied screams from the male spirit master students, following the exuberant cries of the female spirit masters. The male spectators soon responded, each erupting in a chorus of admiration. Incredible! Su Tian is truly remarkable. I am in awe. It must be said that not only is he handsome, but his soul techniques are equally impressive. Su Tian is destined to become the most formidable presence in the future Spirit Master Academy. Absolutely astounding. Su Tian will be my idol from now on. This young prodigy possesses immense strength. It would be wise for everyone to refrain from provoking him. I'm fortunate not to have crossed paths with Su Tian, or I would surely be doomed. How impressive. The male Spirit Master students were equally stirred, showering Su Tian with unreserved praise. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone's spirits soaring high. Initially, all the Spirit Master students believed that this duel was destined for Yan's victory, anticipating that he would easily teach this 6-year-old child a lesson. However, to everyone's astonishment, the duel unfolded with an unexpected twist. Su Tian has bestowed upon everyone an immense surprise. Visually, his angelic holy explosion soul technique has delivered an unprecedented impact on the senses. The students of the Soul Master Academy felt an immense satisfaction in their visual experience, each one convinced that their efforts were well worth it. Those who deemed the soul duel tedious, or who could not muster the enthusiasm to attend, would soon find themselves shedding tears of regret. The atmosphere was electric, as Su Tian's formidable prowess garnered universal acclaim. Numerous students began to search for Yan's figure, only to find him sulking in the safety zone, his face flushed and contorted in a most unflattering expression. Many could not resist mocking Yan, exclaiming how utterly embarrassing his situation was. If I were in Yan's shoes, I would seek refuge in the deepest crevice of the earth, utterly bereft of the courage to face anyone. The audacity to challenge a mere 6-year-old, only to be soundly defeated, painted Yan as a fool in the eyes of many. This amusing spectacle would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of the Academy's history, recounted to future generations of students. Su Tian had risen to fame, while Yan found himself infamous, one basking in honor, the other in disgrace. I felt a pang of shame and embarrassment for Yan. Were I in his position, I would wish to vanish from the Academy altogether. A wave of ridicule washed over him, as many students began to look down upon him, belittling his stature. Those who once supported Yan now were expressions of despair, as if they had just lost a beloved partner, their spirits utterly crushed. Nevertheless, a number of former supporters of Yan swiftly shifted their allegiance, becoming ardent admirers of Su Tian. At this moment, Xiaoyu and Hulaina exchanged astonished glances, their emotions a tangled web. Hulaina, witnessing Su Tian basking in the limelight, felt an acute pang of discomfort when reflecting on her strained relationship with him. If only Su Tian were not so exceptional. If only he had fallen to Yan, how much easier her heart would be. Yet, with an invincible stance, Su Tian had triumphed over Yan, leaving no room for critique. In an instant, he became a source of torment for Hulaina, rendering her deeply unsettled. Xiaoyu sighed and said, "Nana, do not lose heart. With diligent practice, we too can achieve the rank of title de law. Ultimately, every soul master aspires to reach that pinnacle. Though our journey may be slower, the destination remains the same. In a fair contest of equal cultivation, we may one day surpass Su Tian. Do not despair. Nana, find your strength once more." Xiaoyu observed his younger sister's distress and, in a rare display of empathy, began to soothe Hulaina's troubled emotions. While he spoke words of comfort to her, a tremor of unease coursed through his heart. It was as if he were uttering these reassurances for his own sake, attempting to calm the tumult within himself. Nevertheless, this did little to alleviate his own suffering. He remained profoundly troubled. Su Tian had become an emotional knot for Hulaina. Yet how could Su Tian not also be a source of turmoil for Xiaoyu? It is akin to being 18 years old this year, having just completed your college entrance examination, only to discover that your scores barely qualify you for a junior college. Meanwhile, your peers of the same age have long since dropped out of school and are reaping the rewards of short-term video trends, amassing fortunes in the millions and driving luxury cars like Lamborghinis, vehicles that your father has toiled his entire life to afford but can never attain. At this moment, can your resolve remain unshattered? The siblings, Xiaoyu and Hulaina, observed Su Changtian's exceptional prowess. At merely 6 years of age, he astonishingly possessed 8 soul rings and wielded devastating soul abilities. Naturally, their spirits were deeply afflicted and filled with dismay. After all, Xiaoyu and Hulaina had long been the paragons of the Spirit Soul Academy, consistently excelling as top students. Particularly Hulaina, who enjoyed the favor and attention of Bibi Dong, was poised to potentially become the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, destined to inherit the position of Pope. When a genius faces adversity, they are often more susceptible to despair than those of ordinary talent. Imagine being the top student in your class, burdened with expectations that you will achieve great wealth and elevate your family status. Hence, you disdain those who struggle academically. Yet, a student you once looked down upon, one who not only performed poorly academically but also lacked notable appearance and background, has amassed a fortune that you could never hope to attain in a lifetime. How could your heart not shatter? In truth, it was not only Hulaina and Xiaoyu who felt this despair. Many students who considered themselves to possess decent spirit talents, though they maintained a facade of normalcy, were suffering profoundly within. After Su Changtian showcased his extraordinary spirit talent, the confidence of numerous promising students within the academy took a substantial blow. It seems the academy may need to enlist skilled psychologists to assist the students in regaining their mental fortitude and self-assurance. Teacher Zhou Shia cast a glance at Yin, noticing his distressed, embarrassed demeanor, and let out a heartfelt sigh. This child, Yin, had previously been overly proud. After such a significant setback, it appeared he would struggle to recover from his sorrow in the near term. I must arrange for a psychologist to help him process his emotions, she thought to herself, already beginning to consider which psychologist would be most suitable. Meanwhile, in the audience, at the position occupied by Dean Malifu, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. This lad, Yin, still possesses some sense. I nearly intervened. Thankfully, he descended from the battle arena just in time. Otherwise, his life might have been in jeopardy. Dean Malifu felt a mix of relief and lingering apprehension as he glanced at the damaged arena, his lips twitching involuntarily. Su Changtian's destructive power remains astonishing. When he finally makes a move, it is nothing short of remarkable. After this incident, it is unlikely that anyone will trouble Su Changtian again. Marafa mused to himself, attempting to adopt Su Changtian's perspective, only to discover that such a life was exceedingly delightful. However, the severely damaged Duhan platform caused him considerable distress. Never mind. I shall merely provide the funds. These golden soul coins can be reimbursed by the academy. The ones who should truly worry are those architects, Marafa thought, maintaining a rather positive mindset. He then cast a glance at Yin. At this moment, Yan's expression was one of utter despondency. Though merely 13, an age typically brimming with vigor, his countenance now bore the weight of apparent decades. Per Yin, a stepping stone for Su Changtian's ascent to power, Marafa couldn't help but shake his head. He understood that Yin was merely a stepping stone on Su Changtian's path to success. Yet, alas, this world operates in such a manner. There are always individuals who excel to an extraordinary degree. We must learn to embrace our own mediocrity, reconcile with ourselves, and avoid the mental exhaustion of self-doubt. Remember to consult the finest psychologists for Yan's psychological issues. We must not allow this child's mindset to falter. Marafa instructed the 2 senior teachers beside him. Rest assured, Dean Ma, we will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. The 2 senior teachers replied respectfully, assuring him they would take care of it. Marafa nodded, his gaze sweeping across the area, landing on the somber faces of the siblings, Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Not far away, it appeared as though another storm were descending upon them, rendering their expressions dark and foreboding. These 2 children also require the attention of a psychologist. Marafa, with a look of helplessness, reiterated to the 2 senior teachers, did you notice? Xiaoyu and Hulaina are also in distress. Please arrange for a psychologist to attend to them as well. Marafa was particularly concerned for his prodigies, especially those earmarked for significant development. For these children would grow to become the pillars of the Spirit Hall. Though they may not ascend to the next papacy, they could certainly become elders and stewards. Upholding the Spirit Hall, one senior teacher, with a weary expression, remarked, Dean Ma, many children appear to be struggling, having suffered significant setbacks. It seems the academy must assign additional teachers to the psychological counseling office. Another senior teacher concurred, indeed. I suggest we allow each class's teachers to temporarily slow their teaching pace during this period, dedicating more time to guide and support the children's mental health. Otherwise, some children may suffer a blow to their self-esteem, leading to a state of despondency that could hinder their progress and cultivation. Two senior teachers began to propose suggestions, hoping that Malefu would consider them. Upon hearing their words, Malefu surveyed the room and indeed noticed a small group of students who appeared utterly despondent, slumped in their seats with an air of hopelessness. It was evident that Su Changtian's recent rise to prominence had dealt a significant blow to many students, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Malefu nodded solemnly and declared, "I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. The psychological well-being of our children is of paramount importance. Only when their minds are healthy can they find the motivation to continue their studies and cultivation. Moreover, there is a matter of great significance that requires your utmost attention." At this point, Malefu's expression turned exceedingly vigilant, and he lowered his voice. What important matter? The two senior teachers' expressions grew serious and alert. Malefu stated gravely, "Given Su Changtian's display of unparalleled prowess, I fear he may attract unwanted attention. Though we are within the confines of the Spirit Martial Academy, it is not an entirely secure haven. We must ensure his safety at all costs." Malefu placed immense emphasis on Su Changtian's security. "Understood. Rest assured, Dean Ma." The two senior teachers replied respectfully, assuring him that they would attend to the matter diligently. Only upon hearing their response did Malefu feel a measure of relief. However, he reiterated, "While we ensure his protection, we must not disrupt Su Changtian's normal life. He must not sense anything amiss. We cannot allow him to feel constrained or surveilled in any manner. Do you understand?" Malefu's intent was clear, to safeguard Su Changtian discreetly, without leaving any traces or affecting his daily life. "Have no worries. We are veterans within the academy and will handle this matter with utmost competence. Dean Ma, we guarantee to manage it flawlessly." The two senior teachers assured him once more, exuding confidence. Malefu felt reassured upon hearing their words. Meanwhile, on the fighting spirit platform, the beautiful host fluttered her butterfly wings as she gracefully approached from a distance. Moments ago, she had hastily retreated after witnessing Su Changtian's terrifying soul technique. Had she lingered on the platform for even a moment longer, she might have faced dire consequences. With trepidation, she glanced at the severely damaged arena and then regarded Su Changtian with a mixture of awe and fear, contemplating, "This young man has become quite handsome, but the devastation wrought by his soul techniques is utterly terrifying." Then, the beautiful host, suppressing her complex emotions with great effort, announced the result in a gentle yet resolute tone. "In this battle, Su Changtian emerges victorious. Let us congratulate Su Changtian." Chapter 100. A terrifyingly impressive physique. Su Changtian, though merely 6 years of age, has showcased an exceptionally formidable martial soul talent. This soul duel was intensely fierce, with just his first soul skill. He obliterated the entire soul duel platform, presenting us with an unprecedented visual feast. He undoubtedly merits the title of genius. Let us extend a fervent round of applause in celebration of Su Changtian. The beautiful host, with utmost professionalism, delivered the victory announcement for Su Changtian in a manner that stirred the audience's blood, igniting their fervor. Under her rhythmic lead, the spectators erupted into a thunderous applause, enthusiastically congratulating Su Changtian on his triumph. In today's soul duel, Su Changtian thoroughly dominated Qian, leaving him utterly defenseless, causing him to flee the duel platform in disgrace. Moreover, the angelic sacred explosion soul skill was so terrifying that it ignited the atmosphere, leaving everyone with an unprecedented sense of visual satisfaction and joy. As Su Changtian observed the audience's enthusiastic applause and cheers, his gaze remained cold and unyielding, unaffected by external praise or disdain. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Changtian began to retract his martial soul, transitioning back to his original state. The golden light flickered, and the divine aura began to dissipate, revealing his inherent indifference. His tall figure gradually diminished, and his golden eyes turned pitch black. Soon, Su Changtian reverted to his original self, including the quiet retraction of his martial soul, Qianren Xue. At this moment, the students who had been applauding Su Changtian erupted like a pot of boiling oil, exploding with excitement. Their emotions reignited, especially among the female students, who were particularly stirred. "Oh my, what am I witnessing? Ah, such an impressive physique. Despite being only 6 years old, Su Changtian's body has developed so well. Woe is me, I feel so inferior." Many male classmates could not help but lower their heads in embarrassment, overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy in comparison to Su Changtian. Meanwhile, the female soul master students erupted into frenzied screams. Wow, wow, wow. Su Changtian, the eternal deity. Little brother, he's only 6. Is this the physique of a 6-year-old? I can't believe it. I wish to be his wife. Oh, how blissful that would be. Wow, how frightening. The female spirit master students erupted in a chorus of fervent screams. Some of the young women even turned their heads in astonishment. Although only 6 years old, Su Qian possessed an impressive physique and appearance, causing his female classmates to swoon. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Su Qian's expression darkened. Damn it, he muttered inwardly. Swiftly, he retrieved a set of clothing from his storage soul guide ring and donned it with haste. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he descended from the battle platform and made his way to the preparation area. Meanwhile, the host stood frozen in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At her age, she was well aware of Su Qian's remarkable physique, which surpassed that of many adults. Dean Malifa glanced over, reflecting. Su Qian is quite popular among the girls at the Spirit Academy. Youth is wasted on the unromantic. I can only hope he remains rational and does not succumb to the allure of frivolity. In the audience, Hualaina, who had previously been silent and in a foul mood, now found herself dumbfounded. Soon, her alluring face flushed with color. How infuriating. Beside her, Xiaoyu sensed the shift and murmured softly. He glanced at Hualaina, then at the departing Su Qian, lost in thought. Not far away, Yin felt a wave of despondency wash over her, the feeling of inferiority permeating every inch of her being. My martial soul talent pales in comparison to Su Qian's. Even my physique falls short, she lamented. Why is Su Qian so perfect? Where does he even have a flaw? Yin howled in despair, her mental state unraveling. In this contest of martial spirit, Su Qian undeniably made a name for himself. However, he did not anticipate that a significant blunder would occur at the conclusion. Nevertheless, Su Qian chose not to dwell on the incident, for he was well aware of his own impressive physique. His form was such that it could evoke feelings of inadequacy in men and instill fear in women. It was nothing short of perfection, beyond reproach. Thus, he maintained his confidence. In fact, he considered this oversight a lesson learned, realizing that he had allowed too many to benefit visually from the situation, and vowed to be more vigilant in the future. Upon arriving at the preparation area, a sanctuary reserved exclusively for martial spirit practitioners, he found it devoid of idle onlookers, populated instead by a few diligent staff members. As Su Qian approached, he was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic personnel. Little brother, you are truly remarkable. May I befriend you? Are you planning to have lunch soon? I could accompany you. Big brother can join you as well. I know a delightful place to eat. The staff members, both male and female, began to encircle Su Qian, fervently attempting to curry favor with him. Recognizing his remarkable prowess, they sought to attach themselves to this promising individual. However, Su Qian furrowed his brow and, with an irate tone, declared, "You are too noisy. Do not bother me." His icy demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation among the staff. Nevertheless, perceiving him as merely a 6-year-old, with an endearing and somewhat fierce appearance, they did not take his words to heart. All right, little brother, we shall not disturb you. If you reconsider, feel free to seek out your sister. The doors of her home are always open for you. The staff greeted him with smiles before stepping aside. However, Su Qian's handsome face turned serious. It seemed that he needed to lay low for a while. A wave of headache washed over him. At this moment, Su Qian's popularity soared. Were he on Earth, with his current level of acclaim, he could effortlessly register for a short video and host a live stream, instantly becoming a millionaire. Sadly, in the Dolua world, short videos and live streaming did not exist. Otherwise, Su Qian could have reaped the benefits and acquired a substantial amount of cultivation resources. At this juncture, Li Tian came looking for Su Qian. Su Qian, little buddy, you are amazing, Li Tian exclaimed, giving Su Qian a thumbs up and showering him with compliments. Chapter 101. Su Qian earns respect. Li Tian had just witnessed Su Qian's performance on the soul fighting platform. The sight of Su Qian releasing 8 soul rings was utterly stunning. Not only that, but the damage from his soul skills was remarkably fearsome. It was Li Tian's first time seeing someone capable of inflicting such severe damage to a high-level soul fighting platform. Furthermore, he recalled that Su Qian's martial spirit comprised 2 exquisite women, a thought that alone stirred one's heart. Li Tian held immense respect for Su Qian, sensing that his future was boundless. If he could align himself with Su Qian, his life would be secure, potentially saving him decades of hardship. Su Qian replied nonchalantly, "All right. Enough with the flattery. My ears are about to develop calluses. He felt somewhat annoyed by the excessive praise. Upon hearing this, Qian quickly tempered his enthusiasm. Little brother, do you have any tasks for me? I can handle them for you. It's too noisy here. Is there a way to discreetly get me out of the soul fighting arena? Su Chantian had already triumphed in the soul fighting competition and wished to leave without lingering. Outside, the cacophony of excited soul master students felt like an explosive oil pan. They viewed Su Chantian as if he were a superstar. Should he venture out? He would undoubtedly be surrounded by fervent students, making escape exceedingly difficult and time-consuming. As he pondered this, another wave of headache struck him. Just then, a kind yet authoritative voice resonated. What's the rush, little one? Don't you wish to meet me? With that voice, Su Chantian, Qian, and the surrounding soul master attendants turned to look. Dean Ma, Honorable Dean, we pay our respects. The spirit masters and attendants, including Li Tianfa, immediately greeted Dean Ma respectfully. Su Chantian also politely addressed him. Dean Malifu approached, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. He spoke, Young one, you performed remarkably just now. That first soul skill of yours is indeed formidable. You nearly felled Yin, did you know? Should you have succeeded in that, you would have faced the Academy's punishment. Be cautious next time, my dear child. Dean Malifu offered this gentle admonition to Su Chantian, noting that the young lad acted rather capriciously, seemingly disregarding the lives of others, which was rather concerning. However, his tone was not one of reproach, but rather one infused with warmth, akin to a grandfather addressing his cherished grandson. Su Chantian replied nonchalantly. All right, I understand. He was disinclined to argue. Yes, Dean Malifu nodded, continuing, I have no further instructions for you. Now, focus on your training. In a month, the graduating class will undergo their final assessments. Strive to secure the top position. Dean Malifu harbored great expectations for Su Chantian. Okay, Su Chantian responded with indifference. Well, our conversation has concluded. Allow me to escort you back, Dean Malifu offered. If someone else were to take you back, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly congested. With me accompanying you, no student would dare to act irrationally. Li Tianfa, standing nearby, felt a pang of disappointment. This was an opportune moment to win favor with Su Chantian, yet it was thwarted by Dean Malifu's intervention, leaving him feeling dejected. Su Chantian considered Li Tianfa's competence, acknowledging his limitations, yet felt secure in following Dean Malifu. Thus, he acquiesced, saying, Very well. Come along, young one. Dean Malifu extended his large hand, intending to take Su Chantian's small hand. However, Su Chantian directly ignored the outstretched hand of the dean. Upon realizing this, Dean Malifu promptly withdrew his hand from midair and shook his head in resignation. This little fellow always presents himself with an air of aloofness, as if to ward off any intruders. Despite possessing remarkable strength and an endearing appearance, he simply does not relish being touched. Even the affection of elders can be met with his refusal, which is truly remarkable. Nearby, Li Tianfa and the spirit masters in attendance observed the scene with peculiar expressions. They were genuinely taken aback that Su Chantian would disregard the esteemed Principal Malifu. What a remarkably individualistic child he proved to be. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief, realizing that it was not only they who were unable to approach Su Chantian, but even Principal Malifu himself could not touch him. Let us go, Su Chantian remarked coolly, casting a glance at Malifu. Very well, Malifu replied with a wry smile. He then led Su Chantian out of the combat preparation area. As they emerged, the arena erupted with fervent cheers. Throughout the ordeal, Su Chantian maintained a stoic demeanor, offering no response whatsoever. Had it been a superstar, they would have been wildly waving and greeting the audience by now. Yet, despite Su Chantian's icy countenance, the crowd remained exuberant. They understood that his nature was akin to that of an iceberg, perpetually serious and taciturn. The onlookers had begun to acclimatize to and accept his demeanor, no longer perceiving him as impolite. Through this battle, Su Chantian demonstrated his prowess, earning the respect of all. In the martial-centric Dolua continent, strength begets respect. As Malifu escorted Su Chantian away, no student dared to approach presumptuously. The eager female spirit masters could only watch from a distance, hesitant to draw near. Meanwhile, discussions thrived among the spectators. I knew it. Su Chantian must be Principal Malifu's illegitimate son. See, it's been confirmed. Indeed, that makes sense. That is nonsense. Look at Su Chantian's handsome visage. Now compare it to Principal Malifu's face. Are they truly related? It seems they might be. The principal is not particularly blessed in looks, while Su Tian is quite striking. And, are you foolish? Su Tian's martial spirit is entirely different from Principal Malefu's. Oh really? Have you ever seen Principal Malefu's martial spirit? I haven't. But my intuition tells me that Su Tian's martial spirit is worlds apart from that of Principal Malefu. The students of the Soul Master Academy were engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Yin sat in a corner, dejectedly watching Su Tian depart. His mood plummeting to the depths of despair. With a sigh, he sought a less populated path and began contemplating his own exit from the Soul Arena. In Chapter 102, the forbidden zone of Su Changtian's life, Xiaoyu and Hu Liena, the brother-sister duo, also noticed Su Changtian's departure. Their expressions were far from pleasant, and both appeared somewhat despondent. They sat quietly in the audience, their silence starkly contrasting with the lively crowd surrounding them. As for Su Changtian, under the guidance of Dean Malefu, he soon exited the Soul Arena. Malefu, ever kind-hearted, escorted him back to his residence. Upon arriving at Su Changtian's garden villa, Malefu inquired, "How is it, young one? Have you been comfortable these past few days?" Su Changtian nodded and replied, "It's not bad. However, I occasionally find it quite noisy when students come by. Would it be possible to designate a restricted area where no one may approach without my permission? I prefer a tranquil abode, free from disturbances." It was rare for Su Changtian to express himself so openly, yet he was making a request to Dean Malefu. He desired the academy to allocate a larger territory and establish it as a forbidden zone, to prevent students from incessantly calling out or searching for him beneath his residence. Isn't this merely a waste of one's time and an emotional drain? Su Changtian found this displeasing. Upon hearing these words, Malefu pondered carefully. He recalled Su Changtian's recent soul duel, which had indeed elevated his reputation. In the time to come, it was certain that several soul masters would seek out Su Changtian, particularly numerous female classmates who might approach him directly. The thought of this filled Malefu with a sense of headache. However, if he were to designate a zone of solitude for Su Changtian, it would effectively prevent these classmates from succeeding in their pursuits, isolating them outside this designated area. Furthermore, this measure would serve to protect Su Changtian, distancing him from those who harbored ill intentions. More importantly, this was a request from Su Changtian himself. Thus, Malefu readily acquiesced. He responded, "No problem, young one. I will notify the relevant staff to address this matter. During this period, focus solely on your training without concern for any disturbances." Pleased with Malefu's willingness to assist him, Su Changtian found himself increasingly fond of the Martial Soul Academy. Here, in comparison to the Soul Master City, the comfort is significantly greater. Within the confines of Soul Master City, one must contend with the Pope, the Grand Offering, and numerous other offerings and elders, which burdens Su Changtian daily. However, within the Soul Master Academy, in his own designated living quarters, Su Changtian is free to pursue any endeavor he wishes, which is truly delightful. More importantly, he need not fear surveillance. "All right," Su Changtian nodded and said, "By the way, little one, I see your romantic prospects are quite promising." Maraf ventured tentatively, "So, is there a girl you fancy within the academy? Do you think I do?" Su Changtian retorted, "It seems there are none." Maraf chuckled awkwardly, feeling relieved. His greatest concern was that the outstanding Su Changtian might become engrossed in matters of love, a perilous distraction for any soul master. "Well, I shall not disturb you any further. I take my leave." Maraf bid farewell. Su Changtian nodded, watching Maraf depart. Once Maraf left, Su Changtian stretched lazily and returned to his room. Upon entering the cozy chamber, he eagerly summoned his martial soul, Qianren Xue. With a flash of golden light, the exquisite Qianren Xue appeared upon the bed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she scrutinized Su Changtian. Subsequently, Qianren Xue extended her delicate hand and pinched Su Changtian's plump cheek. "Ouch, what are you doing?" Su Changtian questioned, perplexed as he touched his face. "I'm not doing anything, just wanted to pinch you." Qianren Xue replied with a charming smile. "Little one, you are quite audacious. You directly unleashed your first soul skill on the soul fighting stage without even warning Yin. If you had accidentally harmed him, the academy would surely punish you." As Su Changtian employed the angel's sacred explosion soul skill, Qianren Xue, being his martial soul, had witnessed everything firsthand. Although she was unable to stop Su Changtian, she feared he might truly harm Yin. Fortunately, Yin managed to escape, or else Su Changtian would have found himself in serious trouble. What kind of punishment? Su Changtian scoffed. After pondering, Qianren Xue concluded that even if Su Changtian had killed Yin, he would not have to pay with his life. After all, Su Chantian was far too exceptional, and as his martial soul, she knew that Tiandou would certainly intervene to protect him. Thus, the most significant punishment for Su Chantian would likely be expulsion from the academy, barring him from studying at the Soul Master Academy. So that means you would be expelled. Qianren Xue shot a glare at Su Chantian, stating, "Humph." Su Chantian scoffed. "If I were to be expelled, there are always other places that would welcome me. You truly are quite arrogant." Qianren Xue could no longer contain herself and playfully pinched Su Chantian's cheeks a few more times. The slight pain prompted Su Chantian to consider retaliating. With a feigned indignation, she exclaimed, "Come now, Xiaoxue, do give my shoulders a good knead and massage. I participated in the soul duel today, and my body is quite weary. Henceforth, this daily massage ritual commences. Otherwise, I shall resort to my martial spirit's binding and return the favor by pinching your face just as you have done to mine." As she spoke, Su Changtian's fingers began to dance, sending a delightful shiver down Qianren Xue's spine. "Really? Humph. Little brother, once I finish this massage, you shall have a taste of your own medicine." Qianren Xue retorted playfully, then moved behind Su Chantian to knead his shoulders and loosen his muscles. Su Chantian wore an expression of pure enjoyment, finding himself utterly addicted to Qianren Xue's massages. She brought such joy to his life, and he cherished it immensely. As the days flowed by, a month swiftly passed. Today marked the day of Su Changtian's graduation assessment. The graduation assessment will span a duration of 2 weeks. During the initial 14 days, students will engage daily in various soul battles. The number of victories in these encounters will determine their scores and rankings. The more victories one achieves, the higher the score and ranking. The soul battles are primarily categorized into individual one-on-one duels and team-based 3-on-3 contests. Each student is required to participate in 20 individual duels, matched randomly against opponents of equal strength. In the individual soul duels, each victory yields 1 point. Should a student secure 20 victories, they will earn the maximum score of 20 points. For the 3-on-3 contests, students will form temporary teams of 3, assembling a soul master squad. Once the trio is formed, they will compete in 5 soul battles, with each victory awarding 4 points. If they triumph in all 5 encounters, they will accumulate a total of 20 points. Lastly, theoretical scores will also be considered. The assessment of martial spirit theory consists of 60 questions, each valued at 1 point. A perfect score of 60 can be achieved by answering all questions correctly. However, these 60 questions are remarkably simple, comprising fundamental knowledge, based on previous year's performance. Students at the academy typically score close to 60. Historically, the least successful students have managed to attain a score of 58. Mastery of martial spirit theory is essential for every student. Essentially, if one wishes to cultivate their martial spirit and integrate soul rings, a thorough understanding of this foundational theory is imperative. Only by establishing a solid foundation can one seamlessly merge soul rings, elevate their martial spirit rank, and acquire formidable combat prowess. The students admitted to the Martial Spirit Academy are all elite individuals, thus, they face no challenges in this regard. The students of the Academy are destined to become the pillars of the Martial Spirit Hall in the future. The soul battles serve as a means to identify the most exceptional talents, preparing them to shoulder significant responsibilities within the Martial Spirit Hall. The assessment includes one-on-one duels, 3-on-3 contests, along with the martial spirit theory score, culminating in a total of 100 points. Today marks the day of the graduation assessment at the Martial Spirit Academy. Su Chantian rose early in the morning, and so did Qianren Xue. As their gazes met, they instinctively yawned in unison and stretched together. During this period, Qianren Xue and Su Chantian have developed a close bond, becoming increasingly intimate and understanding of one another. As she rose from bed, Qianren Xue greeted him with a cheerful "Good morning, little one." She added playfully, "By the way, you rolled onto my stomach while sleeping last night, causing me to wake up twice." Her feigned annoyance was rather endearing. "Is that so? Let me give you a little massage," Su Chantian replied gently, extending his small hand to tenderly rub her belly. Qianren Xue's cheeks flushed with warmth as she responded, "All right, considering your earnestness, I shall let this matter rest." Su Chantian smiled, increasingly attuned to Qianren Xue's character and learning how to navigate her moods. He recognized that at times her stubbornness resembled that of a bull. In such moments, it was unwise to match her obstinacy and better to yield slightly. Conversely, there were occasions when a firmer stance and tone were necessary to assert his position. In essence, Su Chantian had mastered the art of engaging with Qianren Xue. Subsequently, the two proceeded to wash up and share breakfast. Little one, today you will be participating in your graduation assessment. Give it your all. Qianren Xue encouraged him, affectionately ruffling his hair. It's merely a formality. I am confident that no one wishes to engage in a complete soul duel with me. If they refuse to concede or surrender, I shall respect them as true warriors. Su Chantian shrugged nonchalantly, exuding calmness. That's reassuring. Qianren Xue smiled, feeling a profound trust in Su Chantian. It is akin to a deity inadvertently wandering into a novice village, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Thus, Qianren Xue harbors no concern regarding Su Chantian's assessment, even with the theoretical examination of martial souls, which requires a score of 60. Having perused the original text, and with the assistance of Qianren Xue, he has completely grasped the fundamental theories of martial souls necessary for a low-ranking soul master within the span of a month. All of this is quite straightforward. Su Chantian is confident in securing a score of 60 in the theory of martial souls, coupled with the points earned from the soul battles. Su Chantian believes he can achieve a perfect score of 100, thereby ranking first among the graduating class of low-level soul masters at the Martial Soul Academy. With this top score, he will advance to the intermediate soul master class for further studies. Moreover, during this period of diligent training, Su Chantian has managed to elevate his cultivation level from 39 to 40 in just a little over a month. Once he acquires a suitable fourth soul ring, he will ascend to a battle soul master of over level 40. However, due to the graduation assessment and the fact that Qianren Xue has yet to reach level 60, Su Chantian has temporarily postponed the fusion of his fourth soul ring. Once the graduation assessment concludes and Qianren Xue's cultivation level rises from 59 to 60, Su Chantian will be able to communicate with the Martial Soul Hall headquarters through Dean Malifu, requesting the esteemed Elder Tiandou to accompany them in hunting for appropriate soul rings. At that time, Su Chantian will procure his fourth soul ring, while Qianren Xue will obtain her sixth, thus enhancing their powers significantly. Su Chantian's pace of cultivation is remarkably swift. He can ascend one level in a month. With the enhancements gained from the fusion of soul rings, it is entirely feasible for him to elevate one rank and title within a year. Given 6 years, he may very well reach the pinnacle of level 90, achieving the status of a title Dolua. Nevertheless, Su Chantian is not in a rush to reach level 90 immediately. He intends to proceed with caution and solidify his foundation. Little Xue, I shall now store you away, Su Chantian declared. All right, Qianren Xue nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Chantian absorbed his second martial soul, Qianren Xue, into his body and set forth on his way to the soul battle arena. According to the arrangements for the graduation assessment of low-level soul masters at the Martial Soul Academy, Su Chantian is required to participate in 3 individual soul battles and 1 3-on-3 soul battle today. However, he does not have any teammates. He has previously submitted a request to Malifu, allowing him to compete in the 3-on-3 battle solo, facing 3 opponents alone. Given Su Chantian's formidable strength, such a challenge is well within his capabilities, prompting Malifu to grant this exception for the assessment. For Su Chantian, this situation was indeed disadvantageous, while for the other students, it proved to be advantageous. Thus, every Soul Master student unanimously concurred. The entire Soul Master Academy was once again abuzz with excitement, all marveling at Su Chantian's remarkable prowess. Many students felt it a privilege to share their academic journey with him. Some regarded attending classes alongside Su Chantian as a stroke of luck and an honor. Conversely, others believed that being in his presence was quite the misfortune. The mere arrival of Su Chantian overshadowed their own glory from this point on. If Su Chantian claimed second place, no one would dare assert themselves as the first. He had established an unassailable dominion over his peers, suppressing an entire generation of students at the academy. Prior to Su Chantian's arrival, the 3 most formidable figures recognized within the academy were Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hu Laina. They represented the elite youth of the Spirit Hall, having each earned the prestigious Purple Record Medal and were quite renowned within the institution. However, with Su Chantian's emergence, this golden generation appeared significantly diminished, akin to the flicker of fireflies compared to the brilliance of the full moon. One Soul Master student even lamented, "To shake a mountain is easy, but to shake Su Chantian is a daunting task." At that moment, Su Chantian had entered the soul arena of the academy. Owing to his presence, this year's soul battling assessments were all conducted in the advanced combat area. Even some older Soul Master students made a special trip to witness Su Tian in action, eager to observe his performance in the Soul Battle assessments. The atmosphere was electric, bustling with spectators. As Su Tian approached, several beautiful female Soul Masters converged around him. Junior Tian, you've arrived. Junior Tian, I believe you will surely secure first place. Junior Tian, you are simply incredible. Go for it. Junior Tian, how about teaming up with me to participate in the Soul Battle? Junior, after the assessment, would you like to join us for lunch? The senior sisters were exceedingly enthusiastic, their eyes sparkling with warmth as they warmly invited Su Tian. However, these Soul Master seniors were quite principled. They refrained from causing any disturbances or deliberately reaching out to caress Su Tian's face or tousle his hair, for they understood that he disdained such intimate gestures. Should anyone dare to overstep, Su Tian would promptly retaliate, teaching the offender a lesson. With an expression of indifference, Su Tian stated, I am not interested. Let us all focus on the assessment. Subsequently, he swiftly departed, seeking a secluded corner in the audience area to sit. He awaited the instructor on the soul fighting platform to call his name, at which point he would rise from the audience to engage in his one-on-one soul combat assessment. Although Su Tian was situated in a remote corner, he radiated like a beacon of light. Wherever he was, it could hardly be considered remote or secluded. In this moment, numerous senior Soul Masters were drawn to gather around Su Tian, occasionally engaging him in conversation. Junior, do you have a crush on anyone? What type of girl do you find appealing, Tian? What is your impression of me, a senior? Are you interested in dating a senior? The senior Soul Masters chattered incessantly, causing Su Tian's mouth to twitch in silent exasperation. Their enthusiasm was truly overwhelming. However, he harbored no fondness for it. Su Tian silently vowed to maintain his aloof demeanor. Only when truly provoked would he coldly declare, I dislike all of it. Meanwhile, a throng of seniors surrounded Su Tian. This has left many Soul Master students envious. Look over there. Besides Su Tian, a multitude of beautiful female Soul Master students gather. I can hardly contain my envy. If I were Su Tian, I would win them all over, changing girlfriends daily. Indeed, only children make choices. I desire them all. Oh, how I lament. That is my beloved Xiaya. Yet she stands beside Su Tian now, and jealousy consumes me. Alas, the goddess I adore does not return my affections, favoring only Su Tian. The students of the Soul Master Academy, each wearing a furrowed brow, cast a curious glance towards Su Tian. The students of the Soul Master Academy all aspired to become like Su Tian, yearning for a life as ethereal as his. Yin sat in a corner, his expression far from pleasant. Clad in a hooded garment, he concealed his fiery red hair beneath its ample hood. Moreover, he wore a mask to shield his visage from the world. Since the fateful soul duel with Su Tian, Yin had gained notoriety within the academy. Wherever he went, he faced scorn and ridicule. Consequently, he adopted a low profile, donning oversized clothing to obscure his form and features, in a desperate bid to avoid recognition and mockery. He felt akin to a rat in the sewers, shunning the brilliance of the sun. At present, Yin found himself seated beside Hulaina. But this was an exception for the day, as Hulaina had allowed him to sit there due to the special occasion. Otherwise, she had been avoiding him and had strictly ordered him not to appear in her vicinity. Today, Hulaina, Yin, and another student named Li Ran were set to participate in a 3-on-3 soul duel. The trio formed a team of Soul Masters. With a grim countenance, Yin spoke, Laina. Our opponents in the 3-on-3 duel are none other than Su Tian. Moreover, I have a 1-on-1 duel against him as well. Alas, what a twist of fate. On the very first day, we must confront each other on the soul duel stage. This is truly vexing. Yin sighed repeatedly, his face clouded with worry. Aging him beyond his years, devoid of the youthful exuberance he once possessed. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression also darkened. Tomorrow, she too had a 1-on-1 duel against Su Tian. In a 1-on-1, we cannot hope to defeat him. But let us not forget, in the 3-on-3 duel, Su Tian stands alone. 3 against 1. Surely we can triumph over him. Hulaina said, her demeanor resolute. She endeavored to uplift the spirits of her team, urging them to rally together and strive to vanquish Su Tian. Sister Laina, this seems insurmountable. Su Tian possesses 8 soul rings, and the damage of his soul techniques is truly terrifying. I think we should concede this match. Let us forfeit these 4 points. As long as we secure victories in the remaining soul duels, we can still achieve a commendable score for graduation. Li Ran, seated beside them, shook his head and spoke with resignation, devoid of any fighting spirit, directly advising Hu Laiina to abandon the 3-on-3 duel against Su Tian. Chapter 105. Taking a day off today. Due to certain matters, I shall take a day off. I will compensate for it later. Chapter 106. The duel between Su Tian and Qianren Li Ran's words elicited a flicker of displeasure on Hu Laiina's countenance. In her perspective, Li Ran was merely an ear duel. Had it not been for the absence of a participant in the 3-on-3 Soul Master duel assessment, she would never have permitted Li Ran to join her team. Yet now, he audaciously defied her arrangements, displaying a complete lack of resolve. Without even engaging in combat, he was ready to concede. This greatly displeased Hu Laiina. With a slight pout, she spoke, Su Tian is indeed formidable, but he stands alone. We are 3. Why not give it a try? To yield without a fight is utterly disgraceful. At the very least, we must compel Su Tian to reveal his second or even third soul skill. So far, he has only demonstrated his first soul skill. We have yet to witness his other abilities. It is not shameful to be defeated by Su Tian. The true embarrassment lies in surrendering without even engaging in battle. Hu Laiina's words pierced the hearts of Li Ran and Yin like sharp blades. Li Ran, the subordinate of both Yin and Hu Laiina, truly lacked the courage to confront Su Tian. Moreover, Hu Laiina's fierce rhetoric struck at his sense of pride. Yin's expression was equally grim, after all. He was the first to face Su Tian in a battle and suffered a crushing defeat. When confronted with Su Tian's first soul skill, Yin had scarcely the time to concede before he fled the arena, desperately seeking a safe haven. Whenever he recalled that moment, he wished he could disappear into the earth itself. Yet, Yin stood with Hu Laiina, and thus he promptly supported her perspective, turning to criticize Li Ran, declaring, Nana is right, Li Ran, you lack courage. While Su Tian is indeed powerful, he is but one individual. I believe that the 3 of us can at least pose some trouble for him. Even if we can force him to use his third soul skill, we would consider that a victory. As he spoke, Yin gazed tenderly at Hu Laiina, affirming, Nana, I stand with you. I am confident we shall prevail. Hu Laiina responded with a cold nod. She had always maintained a distant demeanor toward Yin, for if she ever showed him even a modicum of warmth, allowing him a taste of success, he would undoubtedly take advantage, seeking to ingratiate himself and draw closer to her. This caused Hu Laiina considerable discomfort. Upon hearing this, Li Ran, with a sense of trepidation, replied, Rest assured, during the upcoming 3-on-3 soul battle assessment, I shall exert my utmost effort. That is reassuring. Yin responded. After their brief exchange, an uncanny silence enveloped the trio. They refrained from further conversation, directing their gazes toward the soul battle arena. At that moment, a soul master was engaged in a 1-on-1 soul duel on the arena, yet the spectacle appeared rather lackluster. The onlookers casually observed, passing the time as they awaited their turn. As time slipped away, the elder overseeing the assessment on the elevated platform began to announce. The next 1-on-1 soul duel assessment features Su Tian against Qianren. Su Tian's inaugural 1-on-1 duel was about to commence. At the elder's proclamation, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Wow, it's Su Tian. Everyone, come witness his soul battle. Isn't Su Tian the prodigious young man with 8 rings? We can finally see him in action. After previously missing the chance to witness his duel with Yin, today they would finally behold Su Tian's prowess. Ah, how exhilarating. I cannot wait to see Su Tian's martial soul. I am equally eager. I have heard that when Su Tian's martial soul is unleashed, it is breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. The air was filled with fervent discussions. Many Soul Master students fixated their attention on Su Tian, who was flanked by a group of stunning female Soul Masters, all brimming with enthusiasm. They rallied behind him, cheering and encouraging him with fervor. Tian, you must give it your all. Tian, we believe in your strength. Go for it. Wow, we are about to see our junior in action. It will undoubtedly be spectacular. Tian, win this duel, and your senior will treat you to a delicious lunch. Go. Tian. The beautiful female Soul Masters fervently cheered for Su Tian. However, upon hearing their encouragement, a multitude of dark lines appeared on Su Tian's forehead. You need not cheer for me. Rather, direct your support toward Qianren, he said calmly, rising to approach the arena. The surrounding beautiful Soul Masters, upon reflection, found his words reasonable. Indeed, why should they cheer for Su Tian, who was certain to emerge victorious? They ought to rally behind Qianren. Yet, who was Qianren? A mere stranger? Why should they extend their support to him? Thus, The enchanting soul masters rallied behind Su Chantian, completely disregarding Qinzheng. Such is the nature of the world. Without power, influence, or strength, one is often met with disdain. At this moment, Qinzheng wore a grim expression. Prior to the assessment, he had scrutinized the list of participants and the schedule. Upon discovering that his opponent in the one-on-one soul battle was Su Chantian, he had been plagued by restless nights for 3 consecutive days. He endeavored to adjust his state of mind, making some progress. However, now, facing Su Chantian, he felt an overwhelming weight of pressure descend upon him once more. The burdens of the past returned, tightly constricting him. With heavy steps, Qinzheng ascended the soul battle platform. Both Su Chantian and Qinzheng stood upon the stage, their gazes locking for a brief moment. Subsequently, Qinzheng's visage became bitter as he lowered his head. The beautiful female soul masters continued to cheer for Su Chantian, with Neria's soul offering support to Qinzheng. At this juncture, he contemplated surrender. Alas, having stepped onto the soul battle platform, he could only relinquish his intent after the assessment instructor declared the commencement of the soul battle. "Are you prepared?" the elder examiner inquired. "Yes," Su Chantian replied nonchalantly. "Yes." Qinzheng's voice was faint, clearly intimidated. "The soul battle assessment begins now. Release your martial spirits," the elder examiner proclaimed loudly, thus marking the initiation of the soul battle assessment. Simultaneously, he retreated to the side, his gaze keenly fixed upon Su Chantian with evident intrigue. Upon the arrival of Su Chantian, an immense commotion ensued, as he became the focal point of attention for the entire assembly. Chapter 106. Extracting Su Chantian's Soul Technique. The elder conducting the assessment had previously heard of Su Chantian's reputation, yet he had never witnessed the manifestation of Su's martial soul. An overwhelming curiosity enveloped him regarding all things Su Chantian. Unfortunately, Su Chantian refrained from revealing his martial soul. This was primarily due to Qinzheng, who, standing opposite Su, immediately lowered his voice and declared, "I concede." Having experienced the might of Su Chantian's martial soul, Qian was acutely aware of its formidable strength, particularly the oppressive aura emanating from the 8 soul rings. He understood that remaining on the fighting stage for even a moment longer would only serve to amplify his humiliation. He had no desire to become a laughingstock, like Yin, who had foolishly sought fame within the Martial Soul Academy. By conceding decisively, he would avoid drawing excessive attention to himself, allowing him the opportunity to cultivate in peace and aspire to surpass Su Chantian one day. Even if he could not exceed Su, he vowed to exert himself to the utmost, striving for the pinnacle of his abilities. The elder's expression momentarily faltered at Qinzheng's declaration of surrender. In all previous assessments, there had been no instance of a participant voluntarily conceding. In past evaluations, even weaker students would typically choose to engage in battle, fighting valiantly against their stronger counterparts. Yet here was Qinzheng, conceding to Su Chantian with such astonishing swiftness. This was an unexpected turn of events for the elder examiner. He paused momentarily, then regained his composure and announced, "Su Chantian has emerged victorious in this duel assessment." With the results declared, Su Chantian calmly made his way to a secluded corner of the audience area. In contrast, Qinzheng retreated in dismay. The elder examiner cast a glance at both Su Chantian and Qinzheng, silently pondering. This Su Chantian must indeed be as formidable as the rumors suggest. Otherwise, Qinzheng would not have chosen to concede. While lost in thought, the elder examined the information at hand. He noted that Qinzheng's martial soul was a ferocious giant tiger, possessing immense offensive power. Yet, Qinzheng opted for surrender, indicating that Su Chantian's strength was extraordinarily beyond comprehension. This child is truly terrifying. I wonder if today's assessment will allow me to witness this child's martial soul firsthand. If I am fortunate enough to witness it, that would be truly lucky. The elder examiner, like many Soul Master students, harbored a longing to glimpse Su Chantian's martial soul. Meanwhile, the audience erupted with enthusiastic applause. "Wow, Brother Chantian is incredible. Indeed, he is remarkable, winning the match so swiftly. This is probably the fastest duel assessment of the day." Absolutely, as soon as the assessment began, Su Chantian claimed victory. "How impressive. I wish I could date Brother Chantian. I want to have his children." "Me too, I feel the same way." The enchanting female soul masters fervently cheered for Su Chantian, striving to capture his attention. Little did they know, Su Chantian was already taken, devoted to Qianren Xue, and thus held no interest in other women. "Oh wait, hold on, Junior Chantian. You seem to have taken a wrong turn. Just a moment ago, Your designated spot was right here. Is Junior Tian truly directionally challenged? How could he possibly stray from his intended position? The female soul masters were utterly stunned. Their positions, previously quite close to Su Tian, allowed them to see him at any moment and engage in conversation. However, at this moment, Su Tian had moved towards another location. Initially, the female spirit masters were filled with urgency. Some of the more perceptive among them hurriedly rushed towards Su Tian's position, gathering closely around him. Observing this, Su Tian's lips twitched in irritation. These individuals were indeed fervent. He mused inwardly, astonished by their enthusiasm, which clung to him like an adhesive plaster. However, Su Tian maintained his silence, adopting a cold demeanor and disregarding them, leaving them to linger as if they were garments hung out to dry. In the distance, Yin witnessed the entire scene unfold. Watching Su Tian bask in the adoration of the female students from the academy stirred a wave of envy and resentment within him. How infuriating. Why is this fellow so favored? These female spirit masters must be foolish, pressing their warm faces against his cold indifference, continually drawing closer. Why couldn't they shower their affections upon me? I would certainly fulfill their every request. Yin raged internally. Qian, observing Su Tian's effortless victory in the spirit duel, wore a grim expression. He was far too powerful. Defeating him would be incredibly challenging. Tomorrow's duel, she feared, would result in a humiliating loss. Her thoughts spiraled as she contemplated whether to concede outright in the duel or to first extract Su Tian's spirit abilities before surrendering. She was acutely aware that she would inevitably be defeated, yet she hoped to do so with a semblance of grace. At that moment, Qian's gaze fell upon Li Ran and Yin, prompting her to speak. Li Ran, Yin, you both have a one-on-one spirit duel assessment today against Su Tian. I hope you can coax out his second and third spirit abilities. Thus far, we have only witnessed his first spirit ability and remain unaware of his others. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. You must extract Su Tian's spirit abilities, understood? Qian's curiosity regarding Su Tian's other abilities led her to assign this task to Yin and Li Ran. Upon hearing her words, both of them trembled slightly, their expressions transforming into one of profound dismay. They had not anticipated that Qian would be so ruthless as to send them to pry into Su Tian's other spirit abilities. What if their lives were at stake? Yin, being Qian's devoted follower, immediately acquiesced, declaring, "Rest assured, Nana, leave it to me. I will surely coax out Su Tian's third spirit ability. By then, we will know what it is. When the 3-on-3 duel arrives, we will undoubtedly triumph over Su Tian." As he spoke, Yin's gaze fell upon Li Ran, who sensed something amiss and felt an urge to flee. However, Yin continued, "Li Ran, the third soul skill of Su Tian has already been entrusted to me. Your task, your mission, is to provoke his second soul skill and ascertain what it is." Listening to Yan's words, Li Ran felt a pang of distress, thinking to himself, "If you have feelings for Liina, go and win her over yourself. Don't involve me in this, for heaven's sake." Yet, Li Ran only dared to voice his discontent internally. Unlike the formidable Su Tian, he was unwilling to offend Yin. Thus, with a bitter expression, he replied, "Rest assured. I shall make every effort to extract Su Tian's second soul skill." "Excellent." Yin patted Li Ran on the shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Liina, too, wore a look of contentment. Although she held no affection for Yin, one could not deny his effectiveness. He would do anything she asked of him. Even a pet dog would not be as obedient. The elder on the battle platform continued to oversee the assessments, calling forth the next 2 students for their soul battles. After each candidate underwent a duel, they were granted a period of respite to recuperate their soul energy before the subsequent contest. Given the considerable number of students being assessed, the process was quite time-consuming. On this inaugural day, Su Tian was only able to complete 3 one-on-one soul combat assessments and 1 3-on-3 soul combat evaluation. The examination schedule, including the list of participants, timings, and opponents, was all publicly announced. Su Tian had thoroughly familiarized himself with the situation. For the next 15 consecutive days, he was to attend the soul duel arena without fail. In order to successfully complete this assessment, he could not afford to stray anywhere during this period. While awaiting his turn to participate in the soul duel evaluation, he found himself confined to the audience seats, where he both conserved his energy and keenly observed the duels between his classmates, delving into their soul skills and hidden tactics. Su Tian, Endowed with formidable strength and a unique martial soul, the Qianren Xue granted him the ability to dominate any challenge. Thus, unlike many students who remain perpetually tense, taking notes on the martial souls, soul skills, and strategies of the combatants, he remained at ease, reclining comfortably in his seat, quietly watching the duels unfold on the arena. As time passed, a few hours slipped by, and soon, Su Chantian was once again summoned to the stage. The elder overseeing the assessment called out, "One-on-one duel assessment. Su Chantian versus Li Ran. Please have the assessed student take the stage within the stipulated time." At last, it was his turn. Su Chantian, having grown somewhat impatient from the wait, rose boldly from his seat and strode towards the duel platform. The beautiful soul masters nearby watched him depart, cheering him on with fervor. This hastened Su Changtian's departure even further. The female spirit masters chirped incessantly like little sparrows, eager to capture his attention. Many invited him to dine together for lunch or dinner, and even to enjoy the enchanting night in the small woods. Su Changtian felt somewhat overwhelmed by the incessant attention. Meanwhile, beside Hulaina and Yin, Li Ran's name was called by the assessment teacher, and his expression momentarily stiffened. "What? It's my turn so soon?" Li Ran's enthusiasm waned. Yin encouraged him, saying, "Li Ran, do your best. You must force Su Chantian to reveal his second soul skill. Do you understand?" Li Ran nodded, his face etched with bitterness as he replied, "I understand." Subsequently, he walked onto the battle platform with a sense of dejection. However, his expression betrayed a complete lack of fighting spirit. The assessment teacher appeared somewhat surprised, pondering, Li Ran's martial spirit is the Gale Python, a commendable beast martial spirit. With his cultivation level already at 29, on the verge of reaching 30. This talent is indeed impressive. Yet, he shows no fighting spirit against Su Chantian. Does he not wish to put up a struggle and make Su Chantian face some hardship? The teacher was bewildered, questioning whether Li Ran possessed any fighting spirit at all, doubting if he was truly a student of the Martial Spirit Academy. Students from the academy were known for their boldness and competitive spirit. Historically, even those with lower cultivation levels would exert every ounce of effort in assessments against stronger opponents, preferring to be shattered than to yield. However, with Qin Zheng before and now Li Ran, both exhibited a glaring lack of fighting spirit and masculinity. The assessment teacher felt thoroughly disheartened. Yet it also underscored Su Chantian's remarkable prowess as he loomed in the student's eyes like an insurmountable mountain. "The assessment begins," announced the teacher. Li Ran glanced at Su Chantian, feeling that if he unleashed his soul skill to compel Su Chantian to use his second soul skill, it was a highly precarious approach. It could even lead to a severe beating. If he were to incur serious injuries or significant soul power depletion from Su Changtian's onslaught, it would adversely affect his subsequent assessment. Thus, Li Ran dismissed this strategy. Su Changtian did not activate his martial spirit but calmly observed Li Ran, waiting for him to concede. If Li Ran did not surrender, only then would Su Changtian take action. Li Ran felt immense pressure as he looked at Su Changtian. Finally, he spoke, "Su Changtian, I am your fan." Upon hearing this, Su Changtian was momentarily taken aback. In the audience of the battle platform, Hulaina and Yin were equally stunned. Hulaina furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is this Li Ran up to?" Yin raised his brows in anger and spoke, "I have no idea what this scoundrel is up to. Didn't he promise me that he would force out Su Changtian's second soul skill? What on earth is happening? Oh, I see now. Li Ran intends to employ a cunning scheme, waiting for Su Changtian to lower his guard before delivering a sudden strike. Yes, it must be so. I never expected Li Ran to possess such wisdom. I can only hope for the best," Hulaina remarked helplessly. Meanwhile, on the soul fighting platform, Li Ran continued, "Su Changtian, I wish to witness your second soul skill. May I have a glimpse? If I see it, I shall immediately concede and step down. I am well aware that I am not your match. Yet, this is my sole desire." Li Ran anxiously expressed his thoughts, driven purely by a yearning to comprehend Su Changtian's second soul skill. Furthermore, he wished to gain this knowledge without resorting to combat. Su Changtian furrowed his brow. In truth, aside from his 3 soul skills, he also had access to the 5 soul skills of Qianren Xue, granting him a total of 8 soul skills. However, the soul skill he utilized most frequently was his own soul ring skill. At that moment, Su Changtian began to analyze the situation. If I were to resolve Li Ran using my first soul skill, I would first need to undergo martial soul fusion to unleash the angelic holy explosion skill. This would result in the loss of an outfit and expose my body once more on the soul fighting platform. Thus, I shall not employ the first soul skill. Should I use the second soul skill, which lacks lethality and is known as the angelic holy light, Li Ran might willingly concede after witnessing it, thus sparing me some trouble. However, if I were to unleash the third soul skill or any of the 5 skills from Renxue, it would inevitably inflict severe injury upon Li Ran or devastate the soul fighting platform, leading to potential complications. Very well. I shall grant him the opportunity to behold my second soul skill, the angelic holy light, Su Cha Tian resolved internally. He could easily defeat Li Ran with a casual effort. Yet such an act would result in Li Ran's demise. If Li Ran were an enemy, Su Cha Tian would not have hesitated. Yet, he was a classmate and a future loyal subordinate of the Martial Soul Palace. Moreover, having spoken with Dean Malifu, Su Cha Tian felt constrained. For he could not cripple a fellow student or take a life. It is vexing. The moment I strike, I am bound to inflict serious injury. Aiming to merely wound him lightly has become an arduous task. Su Cha Tian felt a headache and a sense of helplessness. Thus, he acquiesced, saying, "All right. I shall allow you a glimpse." Upon hearing this, Li Ran was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face. "Wonderful. Thank you so much. Su Cha Tian. You truly cherish your fans. With an idol like you, I feel it is all worthwhile." Li Ran hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Su Cha Tian. Li Ran, having long been in the company of Hu Liena and Yan, has acquired a repertoire of flattery and ingratiating phrases. Consequently, when he speaks, his words flow effortlessly, as if carried by a gentle stream. He never anticipated that Su Cha Tian would be so amenable. Relieved that he need not engage in a life-or-death struggle with Su Cha Tian, Li Ran felt a surge of happiness. In truth, Su Cha Tian was not merely easy to converse with. Rather, he was concerned that if he exerted too much force, he might inadvertently harm Li Ran or leave him incapacitated. Thus, he resorted to this gentle approach to secure victory in the soul duel examination. After all, it was merely a small test. There was no need for it to end in tragedy. In the audience, Hu Liena and Yin were utterly taken aback by Li Ran's words. They had not expected that Li Ran would extract Su Changtian's second soul skill through such a method. This was not what Hu Liena desired. Her primary intention was to observe Su Cha Tian in action, to ascertain the extent of his strength, thereby providing herself with a reference to deduce whether she possessed the capability to confront him. Even if she were aware of her impending defeat, Hu Liena would still choose to engage, for her pride would not allow otherwise. "What a disgrace," she remarked coldly. Beside her, Yin chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Nana, this Li Ran is indeed a source of embarrassment. However, he does serve a purpose. He might extract Su Changtian's second soul skill." "Indeed." Hu Liena replied with an indifferent nod, before adding, "Yin, you must exhibit some masculine courage and not be as feeble as he is. When the time comes, you must showcase your soul skills to demonstrate just how formidable you truly are. Do you understand?" Since Li Ran was unreliable, it was up to Yin to draw out more of Su Changtian's capabilities. "Understood." Yin nodded. At present, Yin had advanced to the 31st level and possessed 3 soul skills. He believed he would not suffer a humiliating defeat. At the very least, he ought to withstand 3 rounds against Su Changtian. "Yin, your tone lacks conviction," Hu Liena chided. "Nana, I assure you I will make Su Changtian aware of my prowess," Yin declared, his voice rising in determination. Still not sufficiently resolute. "I believe you can perform even better. Nana, this time I will exert all my strength to ensure Su Cha Tian recognizes my might, that he understands I, Yin, am not to be trifled with." His expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. "Excellent," Hu Liena emphatically replied, refocusing her gaze on Su Cha Tian on the battle platform, eager to witness the release of his second soul skill. Meanwhile, the surrounding female soul masters began to cheer. "Wow, Junior Cha Tian is so wonderful." "Indeed. He is so considerate of his fans. It is an honor to be among his admirers. Junior Cha Tian is so generous with his soul skills. I am utterly moved. I adore him." The female soul masters exchanged fervent conversations, their excitement palpable as cheers erupted continuously. On the battle platform, the elder examiner frowned slightly, sensing that the assessment scene had transformed into a fan gathering. Much like on Earth, the phenomenon of fandom existed in the Dolua continent, where powerful soul masters often attracted a multitude of followers. Take, for instance, the Hao Tiandou Tang Hao, whose admirers included Yu Xiaojing. It is only natural for the weak to revere the strong. Second soul skill? Very well. I am also curious to see what exceptional qualities this young fellow's second soul skill possesses. The elder, with a discerning gaze, scrutinized Su Tian, eager to unveil the depths of his being. Meanwhile, Su Tian wasted no time. He promptly unleashed his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. A resplendent golden aura shimmered around him, transforming his demeanor into one of divine majesty. His once dark eyes transformed into gems of radiant gold, while his ebony hair glistened with a lustrous golden sheen. Above him floated the exquisite Qianren Xue, crowned by the presence of a celestial six-winged angel. Surrounding Su Tian were three ominous black soul rings, pulsating rhythmically and exuding a fearsome dark light. In contrast, Qianren Xue's exquisite form was adorned with 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. In total, there are 8 spirit rings. This marks the second occasion on which Su Tian unveils his martial soul in public. As his martial soul manifests, it instantaneously ignites the emotions of all the soul masters present. Hovering above Su Tian's head, Qianren Xue surveys her surroundings, realizing she has indeed appeared on the soul fighting stage. Has Su Tian encountered a formidable opponent? Is it truly necessary for me to be summoned? A trace of astonishment flickers across Qianren Xue's expression. She had anticipated that the students would readily concede defeat. To her surprise, someone has managed to compel Su Tian to unleash his powers, which is quite intriguing. At this moment, Qianren Xue's gaze scrutinizes the individual before her, Li Ran. She seeks to discern what makes this Li Ran so extraordinary that he could evoke the release of Su Tian's martial soul. Moreover, through her observations, she notes that upon witnessing her martial soul, Li Ran displays astonishment but not fear. It is evident that this Li Ran does not fear the 8th ring. This is indeed intriguing. The 8th Soul Master, terrifying in its essence, left Li Ran astounded. Simultaneously, he felt immensely grateful for his perceptiveness, having chosen a peaceful approach to outmaneuver Su Tian's second soul skill. Casting a glance at Li Ran, Su Tian wasted no time and immediately commenced the activation of his second soul skill, Angel's Sacred Light. Su Tian proclaimed with a commanding tone, as the second black soul ring on his body surged with vigor, expanding and shimmering. The dark soul ring emanated a pulsating glow. The auras of Su Tian, Qianren Xue, and the 6-winged angel began to radiate a remarkably divine and gentle presence. In the next moment, a cascade of brilliance enveloped both the assessing elder and Li Ran, as the angel's sacred light descended upon them, wrapping them in a soft, golden veil. Both the elder and Li Ran felt their energies surge dramatically, experiencing an unparalleled enhancement of their overall attributes. Moreover, any injuries they bore began to heal rapidly, particularly for Li Ran. He distinctly sensed a tingling sensation in his right hand. Subsequently, he glanced at his right arm. During this period, while training with Yan, Li Ran was scorched by Yan's searing magma, leaving a burn mark on his right arm. The burn mark, which has been subtly aching in recent days, appears to require a duration of 2 months for complete recovery, and it is likely to leave a permanent scar. However, Li Ran is now witnessing the emergence of fresh tissue at the site of the burn scar on his right arm. The scar itself is beginning to fade, with all the scabs naturally detaching and falling to the ground. Soon, Li Ran observes that his arm looks remarkably pristine, devoid of any trace of scarring. Gently lifting his left index finger, he touches the area where the scar once resided and discovers that there is no pain whatsoever. With a sharp intake of breath, Li Ran is taken aback by the astonishing effect of Su Tian's second soul skill, Angelic Holy Light. It is nothing short of extraordinary. Not only does it enhance all aspects of my attributes, but it also possesses remarkable healing properties. To think that my wound could be wholly healed under the purview of the Angelic Holy Light is simply magnificent. In that moment, Li Ran reverently elevates Su Tian to the status of a deity. His fellow soul master students, witnessing Su Tian's second soul skill for the first time, are equally enraptured. Wow, did you see that? Su Tian's second soul skill appears so majestic and divine, it makes me want to worship. Indeed, I feel an overwhelming desire to submit to it. This aura is incredibly soothing. I never liked Su Tian before, but now he feels strangely endearing. How peculiar. This second soul skill, Angelic Holy Light, is truly formidable. Look at Su Tian's martial spirit. It is breathtakingly beautiful, the most stunning woman I have ever seen. Absolutely. I have never encountered such exquisite beauty. What kind of person could possibly be in a relationship with such a stunning woman? The male classmates engaged in fervent discussions, while the enthusiasm among the female soul master students soared even higher. Wow, Su Tian, eternally divine. I adore Su Tian's angelic holy light. I yearn to bask in its radiance. Truly, Su Tian is remarkable. He is my idol. Long Dian, my dear junior, you are incredible. I wish to be in a relationship with you. The female soul masters were filled with fervor, continuously cheering for Su Tian, their voices echoing with shouts of excitement. Is this Su Tian's second soul skill? An auxiliary enhancement type soul skill. It is not a damaging skill, but rather one more suited for team combat. However, Su Tian had no teammates and could only strengthen himself, rendering this skill somewhat ineffective for him at this moment. Excellent. There is no need to withstand Su Tian's second soul skill. The only concern lies with his third one. Hu Liena murmured with satisfaction. Beside her, Yin nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, this soul skill possesses no lethal force. For Su Tian, it is equivalent to lacking one soul skill. Nana, wait for me to take the stage and draw out his third soul skill. Certainly, Hu Liena replied. On the soul fighting platform, the elder overseeing the assessment was quite entertained and had come to understand why these students would immediately concede to Su Tian, abandoning the assessment. Su Tian's 8 soul rings were resplendent, exuding an aura of great strength. Even he lacked the confidence to overcome Su Tian. The only truly effective soul rings Su Tian possessed seemed to be the 3, while the other 5 appeared to be of no use for the time being. The elder mused silently. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue above Su Tian's head was somewhat perplexed. Huh? Why did he unleash his second soul skill, Angelic Holy Light? This skill bears no destructive power. What does this little fellow intend to do? Qianren Xue's curiosity was piqued as she sought to understand Su Tian's intentions. At that moment, Li Ran clasped his hands in gratitude towards Su Tian, exclaiming, Su Tian, you truly are my idol. Thank you for fulfilling my request. Witnessing your second soul skill leaves me with no regrets. This life has been worthwhile. Moreover, thanks to your second soul skill, my right hand's burns have been healed. Even the scars have vanished, leaving no trace behind. Thank you. Li Ran sincerely expressed his gratitude towards Su Tian and conveyed his admiration. He finally comprehended why a saying circulated in the Martial Soul Academy. Indeed, shaking mountains is easy, but shaking Su Tian is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Li Ran dared not offend Su Tian. Even if he could not befriend him, he certainly did not wish to become his enemy. After expressing his thanks, he turned to the elder overseeing the assessment and politely stated, Teacher, hello. I concede. I am no match for Su Tian. After performing a series of courteous gestures, Li Ran gracefully descended the stage and proceeded toward the position occupied by Hu Liena and Yin. True to his word, upon witnessing Su Tian's second soul skill, he promptly conceded defeat and exited the stage without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 110, Fated Rivals, Yin takes the stage. Upon seeing Li Ran concede, Qianren Xue, with the ethereal presence of her soul skill hovering above her, was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, she began to comprehend the situation. The young lad's admirers? Had they truly witnessed him surrender immediately after showcasing his second soul skill? It appeared that the young fellow possessed quite the charm. Qianren Xue mused inwardly. Casting a glance at Su Tian, her perception of him significantly improved, finding his presence increasingly agreeable. Concurrently, she observed the audience in the stands of the battle arena, where the female soul masters were fervently animated. Some even boasted audaciously about wanting to bear Su Tian's children. This caused a twitch at the corner of Qianren Xue's mouth. How exceedingly popular he is. Indeed, even before he has fully matured, he is already favored by many girls. One can only imagine how much more admiration he will attract as he grows older. Surely, he will be inundated with confessions of affection from countless admirers each day. Qianren Xue mused internally, feeling a surge of emotions. At the same time, for reasons she could not quite comprehend, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. During this time spent together, Qianren Xue began to regard Su Tian as her own, reluctant to share him with others. After a moment of dazed silence, the elder in charge of the assessment promptly announced, in this one-on-one soul duel examination, Su Tian emerges victorious. Let us extend our applause to Su Tian. With the elder's proclamation, the arena erupted into a thunderous applause, celebrating Su Tian's triumph. Glancing at his martial spirit, Qianren Xue, and exchanging a knowing look with her, he retracted her into himself. The martial spirit quietly returned to his being, the sacred aura dissipating, replaced by a chilling presence enveloping Su Tian. Many male soul master students, upon witnessing the disappearance of Qianren Xue and the six-winged angel, were expressions of anguish. They felt as though a part of their souls had been drawn away. The breathtaking beauty was gone. Oh, how I wish to behold her once more. She is simply too exquisite, lamented one. I wish I could implore Su Tian to unleash his martial spirit daily. Indeed, I previously held no fondness for Su Tian, yet I find myself enamored with him now. I wish to become one of his admirers. Is that truly admiration for Su Tian? It seems to me you are simply fixated on that stunning woman. Haha. Are you really a paragon of virtue, not captivated? Forgive me. I strive to be virtuous, yet I too am captivated. Su Tian, I have never asked anything of anyone. But I beseech you to lend me your martial spirit for a few days. The enthusiasm among the surrounding male soul masters surged. They all yearned for another glimpse of Qianren Xue. Some who previously disdained Su Tian now found him exceedingly agreeable, thanks to Qianren Xue. He had become the sole individual within the Soul Martial Academy who attracted admiration from both factions. With a face devoid of emotion, Su Tian calmly descended from the duel platform. However, he did not return to his previous position but instead chose a vacant seat where no one was sitting. The female soul masters, seasoned in their pursuits, erupted into excited shrieks and swiftly took action. Come, let us hurry over. Junior Chang'e is seated here. Yes, come quickly. I want to sit beside Junior Chang'e. We must be swift. We cannot let Junior Chang'e slip away. The female soul masters engaged in animated discussions, eagerly rushing towards the scene. Such enthusiasm, Su Tian mused inwardly. He settled into an unoccupied corner, only to find it swiftly claimed by a throng of female soul masters. The previously deserted nook was now bustling with activity. Even some male soul students joined in to secure their spots. Faced with this, Su Tian could only cast a weary glance at the spirit battle platform. From his secluded vantage point, Dean Malifu observed the unfolding scene. This young lad, despite his aloof demeanor, possessed a remarkable charm that garnered the admiration of many through his formidable skills. With a fundamentally good nature, he had attracted numerous followers. Should he ascend to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future, he would undoubtedly be cherished by the populace. After all, who would favor the weak over the strong? Such a trajectory is indeed promising. Witnessing the growth of a future pope is a delightful prospect. Dean Malifu murmured to himself. His spirits lifted. Seated in his place, Su Tian awaited the forthcoming one-on-one spirit battle assessment, followed by a 3-on-3 challenge. Completing these two evaluations would mark the conclusion of the day's trials. As time passed, the elder in charge of the assessments called out once more. Next up in the one-on-one spirit battle, Su Tian versus Yin. At the announcement, Su Tian rose from his seat and made his way to the battle platform. Yin? Little did I expect that today we would face each other in another spirited duel. I wonder if you will concede this time. Or if you will engage me with all your might, he pondered. The last time they battled, he had triumphed over Yin, leaving him humiliated. Since then, Yin had refrained from confronting Su Tian, allowing the latter to release his previous grievances and harbor no ill will. Meanwhile, upon hearing his name called, Yin's expression stiffened momentarily. He had not anticipated that his turn would come so swiftly, and to be honest, he felt unprepared. Swallowing hard, Yin quickly steeled himself. He turned to Hulaina and declared, "Rest assured, Nana, I will surely coax Su Tian as third soul skill out of him." With that, he patted his chest confidently, exuding an air of assuredness. "Let us go." Hulaina spoke with an air of indifference. All right. Yin immediately stepped forward onto the battle platform. Although Hulaina's tone was somewhat aloof, even tinged with impatience, Yin believed that she harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she engage in conversation? If he held no significance in her heart, she would surely not bother to feign interest or speak to him at all. In the audience, as Yin ascended the stage, a chorus of cheers erupted. What an ironic twist of fate, for Su Tian and Yin were once again destined to clash. How amusing. Indeed, during their last encounter, when Su Tian unleashed his first soul skill, Yin had leapt off the platform, leaving the audience in stitches. Yes, I laughed until I nearly cried. I never imagined this spectacle would repeat itself. How delightful. I missed the last showdown between Su Tian and Yin, so I made sure to be here today. I do not wish to miss this moment. I am eager to witness how Yin will escape this time. It is bound to be entertaining. Go, Yin. Run for your life, or you shall surely meet your demise. Chapter 112. Request for leave. I must once again request a day off. I will make up for it later. Life requires my attention for a moment. To my dear readers, much love to you all. Chapter 111. Yin the sycophant. The spectators in the audience held little hope for Yin. Laughter and derision echoed as they mocked him. This disdain stemmed from Yin's previous, rather ostentatious, duel with Su Tian, during which, upon witnessing Su Tian's first soul skill, Yin had fled to the audience stands. Henceforth, Both Su Tian and Yin became infamous for their respective reputations, while Su Tian gained admiration and acclaim within the Martial Spirit Academy. Yin became the subject of ridicule and disdain. Now, as Yin and Su Tian crossed paths once more on the battle stage, it seemed Yin had truly fallen from grace. The audience was eager to see whether Yin would once again flee in disgrace or muster the courage to stand his ground, fighting valiantly until the end. With a cold gaze, Hulayina observed the battle arena, her attention fixed solely on Su Tian, neglecting even a glance at Yin, the sycophant beside her. For in her heart, her curiosity was entirely directed towards Su Tian. She yearned to witness his third soul skill. As for Yin, she considered him merely a tool of some utility, lacking any further worth. At this moment, Li Ran, seated beside Hulayina, murmured, "Senior Sister Laina. Su Tian is truly formidable. His second soul skill, angelic holy light, is far more complex than it appears. My right hand, once injured, was scalded by Yan's magma. However, Su Tian's second soul skill has remarkably healed my wound, leaving no trace of a scar. Thus, even if he were to sustain injuries, he could swiftly restore himself through the activation of this second soul skill." Li Ran began to extol the formidable prowess of Su Tian's second soul skill, his eyes brimming with reverence. "What? Su Tian has healed your wound?" A flicker of astonishment passed through Hulayina's beautiful eyes. Just moments ago on the battle platform, Hulayina had only witnessed the descent of the angelic holy light, unaware that this divine illumination possessed such extraordinary efficacy. This revelation took Hulayina completely by surprise. If this were indeed the case, then Su Tian would be exceptionally formidable. This signifies that Su Tian will become an immortal entity, even if he sustains injuries. As long as he employs a soul skill, he can instantly restore himself to his peak condition. How can one contend with such an adversary? Moreover, this is under the condition that Su Tian is without allies. Should he have companions by his side, the situation would become even more formidable. The holy light of the angel can enhance attributes across the board and possesses healing capabilities. If Su Tian were to have teammates, it would be akin to a terrifyingly powerful army, leaving devastation in their wake. Impressive, Hulayina's eyes narrowed, involuntarily uttering a single word. "Indeed, it is formidable." Li Ran nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Su Tian and Yin had both ascended to the soul arena. Yin gazed at Su Tian and spoke. "Last time, I conceded. But that does not signify that I truly feared you. Come, in this duel, I shall unleash my full potential. Allow me to witness the nature of your third soul skill. Now, I stand as a soul master of level 31. Su Tian, I am aware of your strength and that you are likely to triumph over me. My defeat matters not, however, I implore you. Utilize your third soul skill to vanquish me, if you would be so kind." Yin addressed Su Tian from a distance, beseeching him to unleash his third soul skill. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's lips twitched slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated Yin to possess such a peculiar request. "If you wish for me to use my third soul skill, you must plead for it. Otherwise, I shall continue to employ my first soul skill against you." Su Tian replied with an air of indifference, his dark eyes reflecting a frigid demeanor. Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Su Tian to deviate from the norm, refusing his request and instead demanding that he plead. To beg Su Tian would be thoroughly humiliating. Yin turned a glance at Hulayina, only to find her gaze icy to the core. This extinguished the flames within Yan's heart. He recoiled slightly, filled with trepidation. Yet a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he silently vowed to fulfill Nana's entrusted task. Subsequently, Yin addressed Su Tian, imploring, "Su Tian, I beseech you. Allow me, as well as everyone present, to witness the true strength of your third soul skill." Yin had relented. However, he was no fool. His words alluded to the audience gathered around them. Su Tian cast a glance at Yin and replied nonchalantly, "Yin, you truly possess a remarkable spirit. To ensure Hulayina witnesses my third soul skill, you even invoke the presence of all the spectators. Very well, your enthusiasm is commendable, and I shall grant your request." This Yin is nothing more than a sycophant. Su Tian discerned his scheme at a glance and, without a trace of mercy, exposed it directly. This moment rendered Yin somewhat embarrassed, his expression turning slightly grim. Foolish creature. Huilina in the audience couldn't help but mutter a low curse, feeling Yin was utterly foolish. Meanwhile, the surrounding soul masters erupted into laughter, mocking him. "Haha, who would have thought even Su Tian could see that Yin is merely a sycophant? Indeed, this Yin." In his desperation to make Huilina notice Su Tian's third soul skill, dragged us into this. Ahaha. I find it hard to comprehend how such behavior could possibly win Huilina's affection. Have you seen Huilina? She's simply breathtaking. Honestly, I too wish to pursue Huilina. Yes, I've seen her, and with each glance, she becomes more enchanting. I am utterly captivated. I truly wonder what kind of man could be worthy of a romance with Huilina. Hiki, I still believe the woman of Su Changtian's martial soul is the most beautiful, even surpassing Huilina. I share your sentiment. Heh. This time we can catch a glimpse of that stunning lady. The students of the Soul Master Academy engaged in a fervent discussion, reminiscent of a boiling pot of oil. Their emotions ran high. On one hand, they criticized Yin for being overly submissive, while on the other, many male soul masters expressed their delight at the opportunity to witness Su Changtian's martial spirit, the thousand rin snow. The breathtaking beauty of Qianren Xue evokes a sense of first love, reminiscent of a pure, luminous moonlight, captivating many hearts. The assessment elder cast a calm glance at Su Changtian and Yin before declaring, "Very well, the soul battle assessment commences." With the elder's words, Yin began to unleash his martial soul, the Flame Lord. A terrifying crimson soul light surged forth from his being and above him. An embodiment of ultimate destruction materialized in the form of the Flame Lord. Chapter 112. The reluctance of Huilina. The emergence of the Flame Lord caused an abrupt rise in the surrounding temperature. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings began to materialize on Yan's form, distinguished by hues of yellow, and purple. Once he fully unleashed his martial soul, Yan let out a low growl. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. As he activated his second soul skill, the second yellow soul ring radiated with brilliance, expanding and pulsating with energy. Waves of soul light surged forth, transforming Yan's originally crimson skin into a hue reminiscent of rock, imparting a texture akin to stone. Moreover, this rocky exterior began to glow a fierce red, endowing Yin with an appearance that exuded formidable defensive prowess. His fists assumed the form of granite, and as he flexed his muscles, Yin felt an impulse to launch himself forward and deliver a powerful blow to Su Changtian's head with his fist, the size of a sandbag. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, aware that any reckless action would surely lead to his demise. "Come on, Su Changtian, let us witness your third soul skill." Yin bellowed, his gaze fixed on Su Changtian, eager to behold his third soul skill. "Very well, since you have implored me, I shall grant you a glimpse," Su Changtian replied calmly. He then commenced the release of his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. A divine aura surged around him, and in an instant, Su Changtian's dark eyes transformed into golden orbs, his black hair shifting to shimmering gold. He began to levitate off the ground, suspended in midair. Amidst the torrent of golden soul light, Su Changtian's presence became profoundly sacred, invoking an irresistible urge to worship him fervently. The exquisite Qianren Xue floated gracefully above his head, while above it hovered a majestic 6-winged angel. 3 soul rings, all black, encircled Su Changtian, while Qianren Xue was adorned with 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. At that moment, Su Changtian appeared not only immensely divine but also radiated an air of authority. Upon witnessing Su Changtian's martial soul, Yin felt his mouth grow parched, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the spectators below the soul arena, who were already preparing for a potential retreat. Yin understood that while his second soul skill could enhance his defensive capabilities, it would still prove insufficient to withstand the overwhelming power of Su Changtian's soul skills. Meanwhile, the audience of Soul Master students erupted in excitement, particularly the male Soul Masters, who cheered fervently. "Wow, Su Changtian's martial soul is simply breathtaking. I adore it. I too am enamored. If only it could become a reality. Indeed. I am also quite fond of this martial soul. How I wish to possess it. Tears streamed down my face. I am utterly enamored by this martial soul. It is breathtakingly beautiful, and I find myself in love." The male spirit masters rejoiced exuberantly. The girls were enamored with Su Changtian, while the boys favored Qianren Xue. In an instant, Su Changtian became the center of attention. Huilina, observing Qianren Xue's popularity, could not suppress a twinge of jealousy, feeling that her own brilliance was overshadowed, and she let out a cold snort. The elder assessing the candidates also cast a glance at Qianren Xue, captivated by her grace and beauty. How curious. This martial spirit seems so familiar. The elder felt a flicker of recognition, yet was unable to recall the source. "Come, let me witness your third soul skill," he beckoned. Of course, Su Changtian replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, he began to unleash his third soul skill. Third soul skill, Angel Dragon Legion. Su Chantian exclaimed, as the third black soul ring on his body pulsated violently, expanding and shimmering. A surge of golden soul light began to swell, illuminating the entire soul arena. All eyes were drawn to Su Chantian, eager to behold his third soul skill, while Yin found himself overshadowed, unnoticed by the crowd. The third soul skill is imminent. I must prepare for my escape. I hope Su Chantian does not strike too hard, leaving me no time to flee or concede, Yin thought to himself. Silently pleading for fortune, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Chantian's form, fully alert. Hulaina observed Su Chantian, thinking to herself, Su Chantian is truly formidable. The might of this third soul skill seems immensely powerful. To shake him will be exceedingly difficult. Alas, I might as well concede tomorrow's duel to avoid embarrassment. Already, without witnessing the full extent of Su Changtian's third soul skill, she felt disheartened and contemplated withdrawing from the upcoming one-on-one competition with him. She even considered stepping back from the impending 3-on-3 battle assessment. The elder assessing the candidates, watching the surging soul light around Su Changtian, felt his eyes widen in astonishment. Incredible! This child is simply extraordinary, he mused, overwhelmed by the spectacle. At that moment, Su Changtian raised his hands high. A colossal angelic holy sword materialized in his small hands. Not only that, but Qianren Xue, wielding the six-winged angel martial spirit, also gripped a massive angelic holy sword. Gazing forward with indifference, Qianren Xue glanced at Yin, thinking, it's him again. It seems this Yin is in for a rough time. As the holy sword was raised, the surrounding golden soul light began to coalesce into gigantic golden dragons, upon which a guard clad in golden armor perched majestically. The golden-armored guardians, mounted upon magnificent golden dragons, wielded an array of formidable weapons including long spears, colossal swords, massive blades, bows, arrows, and shields. They circled around Su Changtian, swiftly enveloping the entire prestigious soul battle arena. The Golden Dragon Knights numbered over 50, appearing densely packed, resembling an immensely formidable army. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yin, startling him. He sensed that a mere attack from these knights, mounted on golden dragons, could spell his immediate demise. Furthermore, the range of Su Changtian's soul skill was alarmingly expansive, encompassing the entirety of the high-level soul fighting arena. This implied that Yin would be subjected to a comprehensive and unrelenting assault from the angelic dragon horde. His expression instantly darkened to the utmost degree. How could one possibly contend with such a terrifying soul skill? Yin was utterly devoid of any combat spirit, gripped by fear. In the audience, Hulaina observed the angelic dragon horde's soul skill, her beautiful eyes trembling violently, filled with reluctance and sorrow. Hulaina had begun to feel intimidated. Faced with Su Changtian's angelic dragon horde soul skill, she believed that even if she had 10 versions of herself, they would hardly withstand this army of knights. Su Changtian was undeniably too powerful. The shadow cast over Hulaina's heart grew ever larger. Alas, for the one-on-one soul fighting duel tomorrow, I concede defeat. For the upcoming 3-on-3 soul fighting assessment, I shall also concede defeat. Hulaina sighed, having resolved her decision. In the forthcoming evaluations, these would be the only 2 occasions where she would encounter Su Changtian. Aware that she was no match for him, she chose to surrender immediately upon facing him. While conceding may seem disgraceful, being vanquished outright would be even more humiliating. Nearby, Li Ran watched Su Changtian's third soul skill, his expression turning grim. Completely devoid of fighting spirit, such an entity was beyond the reach of their cultivation level. Although Su Changtian was younger than them, he ought to be studying in a higher-level soul master class. Li Ran could not help but voice his thoughts. He believed Su Changtian was extraordinarily powerful, as if he had emerged from a higher-level soul master class, wreaking havoc among the lower-grade classes. Thus, the esteemed master has entered the realm of novices, mercilessly dominating the weak. One must ponder which fledgling soul master could possibly triumph over the formidable Su Changtian. The surrounding audience of soul masters, particularly the female spectators, erupted in exclamations. Wow, how strikingly handsome! Su Changtian is simply breathtaking, beyond our wildest expectations. He is utterly captivating. Oh my, Su Changtian remains as dashing as ever. His third soul skill is incredibly powerful. If his third skill is this formidable, he must be exceptionally strong as well. Incredible, Su Changtian. What an impressive senior. I yearn to be in a romantic relationship with him. I am in tears. I would willingly be the beloved of Su Changtian. If I could become his wife, I would gladly reside in a luxurious mansion every day. The female spirit master screamed, displaying a charming infatuation. On the soul fighting platform, Su Tian refrained from launching an attack, instead observing Yin with a cold gaze. Should he unleash the full force of his soul skill, Yin would undoubtedly perish on the spot, and the advanced soul fighting arena would sustain considerable damage. The death of Yin would be inconsequential, a mere trifle. However, if the advanced arena were to be damaged, it would impede the progress of the graduation assessments. Consequently, Su Tian opted for restraint, patiently awaiting Yan's concession. The elder overseeing the assessments cast a glance at Su Tian's third soul skill, his heart filled with astonishment. Such an awe-inspiring soul skill, in the presence of Su Tian. Even I, the assessor, would likely stand no chance in battle. An entity as formidable as this, participating in the graduation assessments for lower-tier spirit masters, would surely remain undefeated. It seems that he is merely here to fulfill a formality, the elder mused, harboring profound admiration for Su Tian's prowess. Simultaneously, he comprehended that Su Tian's participation in the graduation assessment was nothing more than a mere formality. On this side, Yin watched the angelic dragon flock patrolling overhead. His expression darkened to an extreme as he reluctantly conceded, Su Tian, you are too formidable. I admit defeat. I cannot compete. Upon uttering these words, Yin hastily retracted his martial soul, causing the granite-like skin on his body to vanish swiftly. Hearing this, the elder overseeing the assessment promptly declared, in this one-on-one soul duel, Su Tian emerges victorious. Let us extend our applause to Su Tian. After the elder announced the outcome, Su Tian sheathed his martial soul and descended the duel platform with an air of indifference, while Yin left in disgrace. Su Tian then chose a secluded corner, only to be quickly encircled by a group of soul masters. The soul masters, comprised of both men and women, all exhibited an exuberant demeanor. Su Tian found himself compelled to endure the cacophony surrounding him. Only one last battle remained for the day, a 3-on-3 soul fighting assessment. Once this assessment concluded, he would finally be able to return home. Su Tian thought to himself, patiently awaiting the moment. Meanwhile, Yin had returned, dejected, to the side of Hulaina. This time, Hulaina did not blame Yin. Yet, Yin took the initiative to take credit, saying, Nana, I have extracted the third soul skill of Su Tian. His third soul skill is exceedingly powerful. One person is equivalent to an entire army. It is simply insurmountable. Listening to Yin's words, Li Ran nodded in agreement, feeling he was quite right. However, Hulaina maintained a stoic expression and remarked, a loss is a loss. There is nothing more to discuss. From now on, focus on your training and strive to catch up with him. All right, Nana, you are absolutely right. I will dedicate myself to training diligently, Yin replied with a smile. Eager to please, Hulaina responded curtly, then fell into silence, ceasing to speak. Subsequently, the trio Hulaina, Yin, and Li Ran wore expressions of melancholy as they began to await the commencement of the assessment duel. Time flowed by incessantly. Akin to the early sun evaporating the morning mist, both hurried and imperceptible. Soon, the soul duel assessment between Su Tian and the trio of Hulaina, Yin, and Li Ran began. Now, we commence the 3-on-3 soul duel assessment. In this match, Su Tian will face the team composed of Hulaina, Yin, and Li Ran. The elder overseeing the assessment proclaimed loudly from the duel arena, students scheduled for the assessment, please ascend to the soul platform. Upon hearing this, Su Tian mused to himself. Finally, it is my turn. The final soul duel begins. 1 against 3? Hulaina, Yin, Li Ran, will you concede, or will you fight to the bitter end? I am indeed curious. As Su Tian contemplated this, he ascended the high soul platform, while Hulaina, Yin, and Li Ran approached the elevated arena with solemn expressions. Both sides took their positions on the grand duel platform. The elder glanced at both groups of students, feeling somewhat surprised. Su Tian truly stands as a one-man team. I had presumed there was an error in the roster. However, after witnessing his performance in one-on-one soul duels today, I understand there was no mistake. Su Tian, let me see how you intend to overcome 3 opponents. The elder was eager to witness Su Tian's prowess, anticipating a display of invincibility. Meanwhile, in the audience, many female soul masters began to cheer. Wow, did you see that? Su Tian is actually battling against 3 opponents alone. That is impressive. How intriguing. I wonder if Su Tian will triumph or if Hulaina and Yin will emerge victorious. Is that even a question? Su Tian will undoubtedly win. 1 against 3 is unprecedented. Incredible! I have never encountered such an extraordinary student. Su Tian is truly a deity in my eyes, remarkably powerful and strikingly handsome, capable of accomplishing feats such as taking on 3 opponents simultaneously. The female spirit masters erupted into cheers, captivated by Su Changtian's remarkable charm as he engaged in a one-on-one soul duel. On the elevated soul arena, the assessing elder inquired, "Are you all prepared?" "We are ready," Yin replied. "Very well," Su Changtian responded with a calm nod. Subsequently, the elder proclaimed, "Let the soul duel commence." As the elder announced the beginning, Su Changtian refrained from unleashing his martial spirit. Neither did Yin, Hulaina, nor Li Ran. In a bid to speak on behalf of Hulaina, Yin declared, "Teacher, we concede." The words concede felt harsh on Hulaina's tongue, rendering her unable to utter them, thus she entrusted Yin to declare their surrender. As Yin had already embarrassed herself enough, Yan's face flushed a deep crimson, exuding an aura of shame. The elder blinked in surprise. He certainly did not anticipate that the trio consisting of Hulaina, Yin, and Li Ran would forego the battle entirely. The surrounding female spirit masters gasped and cheered. Their excitement ignited. In the history of the graduation assessments trio soul duel, no spirit master team had ever conceded. Therefore, the actions of Hulaina, Li Ran, and Yin would be etched into history. The elder glanced at both sides and asked, "Are you certain you wish to concede?" "Absolutely," Yin affirmed decisively. "Very well. The outcome of this trio soul duel assessment is a victory for Su Changtian," the elder announced promptly. You're not going to fight me?" "Well, that saves a great deal of time," Su Changtian mused inwardly, his expression indifferent as he turned to leave, heading towards the exit of the advanced soul arena, intending to return to his residence. Meanwhile, Yin, Hulaina, and Li Ran trudged back to their positions, their spirits dampened. Around them, the female spirit masters began to rally in support of Su Changtian. Su Changtian is astonishing. He achieved victory without combat. Indeed, junior brother Su, you are phenomenal. Securing another win. "Hey, junior brother, where are you going?" "Wait for me." "Yes, Changtian, where are you off to?" "Changtian, would you join me for dinner?" "Changtian, you are so handsome. Could I have your autograph?" A throng of enthusiastic female spirit masters fervently pursued Su Changtian. Sensing a headache brewing, he hastily quickened his pace, escaping the lively scene and sprinting towards his abode. At Su Changtian's residence, an expansive garden area had already been designated. This realm is strictly off limits to all, not just students, but even the faculty of the academy. Only with the express permission of Su Changtian may one approach. To do otherwise would be to contravene the academy's regulations, incurring its penalties. Once he reaches his residence, Su Changtian will be safe. The elder overseeing the assessment on the advanced Duhun platform observed Su Changtian's hasty retreat, a smile creeping upon his face. How amusing, he mused. Genuinely fond of this young lad. A genius, regardless of origin, is always held in high esteem. Meanwhile, Su Changtian swiftly made his way back to his quarters. Upon arrival, he found the surroundings to be notably tranquil, devoid of any female spirit masters seeking to disturb him. The assessment had concluded. The time ahead was entirely his and Xiaoshue's. Su Changtian thought to himself. Entering his room, he released Qianren Xue. Now freed from constraints, she perched alluringly upon the bed. "Little one, your Duhun duel assessment has finally come to an end. I was nearly suffocated with boredom," she remarked. "At last, you are back." Listening to her words, Su Changtian replied, "The graduation assessment was a tremendous waste of time. It was only now that I could return home." Qianren Xue nodded in agreement, expressing her sentiments. Indeed, it was a waste of time. As she spoke, she playfully pinched Su Changtian's cheek, inquiring, "So, how did your assessment fare? I presume you emerged victorious in all encounters?" "Naturally," Su Changtian affirmed, "they were far too weak. Upon witnessing my spirit abilities, they all conceded without me needing to strike a blow." Qianren Xue chuckled. "Little one, your spirit rings are simply dazzling. Those students, with at most 3 rings, naturally had no choice but to concede against your 8. "Indeed," Su Changtian nodded. Qianren Xue then donned a peculiar expression and remarked, "Little one, it seems you are quite popular at the Wuhuan Academy. Today in the Duhun arena, I overheard numerous female classmates expressing their desire to court you, inviting you to dine with them. I even heard someone mention wanting to bear your children. So, little one, have you set your sights on any particular girl?" With a playful smile, Qianren Xue gazed at Su Changtian. His face darkened slightly as he reached out to pinch her exquisite cheek. "No, I have no interest in them. They are all too loud and bothersome," he replied, shaking his head dismissively. Oh, then what kind of girl would capture your attention? Little one, do tell me. Qianren Xue inquired with an air of keen interest. Tian furrowed his brows, reluctant to respond to her query. However, he recognized the determined glint in her eyes, indicating that he had no choice but to oblige. Thus, Tian replied, I am still quite young and have yet to contemplate such matters. If I must speak, then it should at least be regarding someone like you. Little Xue. Upon hearing Tian's words, Qianren Xue was momentarily taken aback. Someone like me? She murmured softly. Indeed, what of it? Tian replied earnestly. Nothing much. Qianren Xue responded with a smile, gently pinching the handsome contours of Tian's face. She was surprised that this young lad had provided such a remarkably astute answer, leaving her momentarily at a loss for any reason to refute his response or reprimand him. Such a charming little rascal, she teased. You wouldn't be deliberately flattering me, would you? With a playful glint in her beautiful eyes, Qianren Xue's hand lingered on Tian's face, caressing it gently. However, it seemed that had he answered incorrectly, she would have pinched his cheek painfully. Tian shrugged and replied, Do I appear to be one who indulges in flattery? I speak only the truth. Is that so? Qianren Xue mused, her cheeks flushing slightly. Tell me, little one, could it be that you have developed feelings for your elder sister? She scrutinized Tian's expression closely. Surprised by her question, Tian paused for a moment. Yet, he considered it a topic not difficult to address. He shrugged once more and answered candidly. Given that we share meals, drinks, and even sleep together daily, it would be hard not to have feelings. Moreover, you are my martial spirit. You would never harm me. I can trust you implicitly. Qianren Xue did not expect such a forthright response from Tian, who chose not to evade the question. Little one. You possess quite a sense of responsibility, she acknowledged. However, you are still too young. Let us revisit this conversation when you have matured a bit more. Qianren Xue then spoke, revealing a hint of affection for Tian. Seeing him pursued by other girls stirred a pang of jealousy within her. However, Tian was still quite young, not yet at the age for romance. Moreover, Qianren Xue had no intentions of dating at present, thus she chose to evade the topic, deciding to leave everything to the passage of time. I feel the same way. When the time comes, I shall marry a wife, and my martial spirit will be little Xue. In such a case, I will have 2 wives, Tian jested. What? You dare? Qianren Xue exclaimed, playfully pinching Tian's cheek. One is already quite enough. How greedy you are to wish for 2 wives. She feigned anger. Tian smiled gently and replied, Haha. I was merely joking. Little Xue, are you truly upset? You look rather charming when you're angry. He softly caressed Qianren Xue's warm cheek, finding himself increasingly fond of her. Nonsense. How could I possibly be angry with a little brat like you? Qianren Xue retorted, her face slightly flushed. Despite her words, she could not deny the jealousy she felt. Haha. Tian laughed heartily, boldly wrapping his arms around Qianren Xue's slender waist. What are you doing? Stop. As time passed. The following day, after enjoying breakfast together, Tian and Qianren Xue made their way to the prestigious Seoul arena for their assessment. Upon arrival, they were once again surrounded by numerous male and female soul masters, all showering flattering words upon Tian. He felt quite helpless, enduring the company of these chattering soul masters with a forced smile. Before long, the elder in charge of the assessment bellowed, Next, we have a one-on-one soul battle, featuring Tian against Hulaina. Candidates, please take the stage. With this announcement, Tian and Hulaina stepped onto the battle platform. Tian appeared calm and collected, as if engaged in a mundane task, while Hulaina wore a grim expression, as if she had tasted something bitter, gazing at the lively audience. A flicker of determination crossed Hulaina's beautiful eyes as she resolved to concede. And indeed, she did. The elder overseeing the assessment proclaimed, The soul duel begins. Both parties may now unleash their soul weapons. Immediately following, Hulaina interjected, echoing the elder's words, and declared, In this soul duel assessment, I concede. The elder, taken aback, inquired once more, Hulaina, are you certain you wish to concede? Hulaina is exceptionally formidable, currently ranking second among all the assessed students, a testament to her remarkable prowess. The examiner was taken aback when Hulaina unexpectedly opted to forfeit instead of engaging in the soul duel. This, however, serves to underscore the immense strength of Tian. I concede, Hulaina stated, her expression devoid of emotion. To refuse would entail suffering blows, a fate she sought to avoid. Very well, acknowledged the examiner, who then proceeded to announce the outcome. Su Chantian emerges victorious in this soul duel assessment. Let us extend our congratulations to him. Subsequently, Su Chantian departed the duel platform with an impassive demeanor, while Hulaina, her expression tinged with discontent, also left the stage. Returning to her designated position. After the conclusion of the soul duel assessment, Hulaina would no longer be required to engage in soul duels with Su Chantian. For her, this was indeed delightful news. However, the audience erupted in astonishment. My goodness, Hulaina has actually conceded. Su Chantian is truly formidable. If Hulaina does not surrender, does she intend to endure a beating? Is she not aware of her own folly? Indeed, Su Chantian's prowess is overwhelmingly powerful. He is beyond the reach of our cultivation levels. Thus, I find Hulaina's admission of defeat entirely reasonable. Su Chantian is simply too strong. I wish to become his wife. Haha, countless female spirit masters within the Martial Soul Academy aspire to be Su Chantian's spouse. Unfortunately, Su Chantian is still quite young. And given his extraordinary strength, he likely overlooks all others. Alas, some individuals are simply born to be destined for greatness, like the Pope. The audience of soul masters engaged in animated discussions, expressing their thoughts freely. Su Chantian, however, remained aloof in his seat, observing with indifference. Upon returning to her position, Hulaina was met with a comforting smile from Yin, who said, "Nana, do not be disheartened. Losing to Su Chantian is nothing to be ashamed of. Aside from him, you are already an incredibly formidable presence, the strongest among us all." Yin continued to reassure Hulaina. Was Hulaina's unenthusiastic reply. Yet, deep within her heart, she silently vowed to enhance her strength and surpass Su Chantian in the future. As time flowed on, the day's soul duel competition came to a close, with Su Chantian emerging victorious in every match. Hulaina, too, triumphed in all but one battle against Su Chantian. Days turned into weeks, and before long, a fortnight had passed. On the 15th day, Su Chantian completed his theoretical examination of martial souls. The following day marked the moment for the announcement of results at the Martial Soul Academy. All graduates gathered in a spacious conference room within the academy. Once all the students were seated, Principal Malifa took to the stage, delivering some courteous formalities before proceeding to unveil the highly anticipated top 10 results. Beginning with the 10th place and advancing to the first. Within the audience, all the soul masters speculated eagerly about who would claim the top spot this year. Who do you think will be the first in this graduation assessment? One asked. I believe it will be Su Chantian. Another replied. Not necessarily. After all, Su Chantian has only recently enrolled, and his theoretical knowledge might not be up to par. That's a valid point. If he performs poorly in the theoretical exam, even if he wins every one-on-one duel and every 3-on-3 match, he cannot secure the first place. So, are you suggesting that Hulaina will take the top honor? That's a possibility. But what if Su Chantian scores full marks in the theoretical assessment? Then he would undoubtedly be first. That makes sense. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the crowd engaged in lively discussions. Meanwhile, Su Chantian sat calmly in the corner, exuding an air of tranquility. In this instance, during the soul duel assessment, Su Chantian emerged victorious with an impeccable record. He also possessed unwavering confidence in the theoretical evaluation of his martial spirit, firmly believing that he would achieve a perfect score. Thus, summing it all up, Su Chantian was certain that he would secure the top position. At this moment, a multitude of beautiful female soul masters were seated beside him, each radiant and melodious, eager to engage in conversation with Su Chantian. However, he chose to disregard them. He realized that even when seated in a secluded corner, that corner would transform into a lively gathering, no longer a mere refuge of solitude. Su Chantian had grown accustomed to this. The external commotion contrasted sharply with the tranquility of his inner world. Meanwhile, Hulaina, Li Ran, and Yin were gathered together. Yin remarked, Nana, this time, the two of us will undoubtedly rank among the top 3. I suspect that Su Chantian may claim the first position, with you as the second, and I will settle for third. Of course, if Su Chantian performs poorly in the theoretical assessment, you would take the first place. Hulaina shrugged, appearing somewhat disillusioned. Whatever. As long as I graduate, that is sufficient. I no longer pursue rankings, she said nonchalantly. Since Su Chantian's arrival, Hulaina had realized that her efforts to compete were futile. With Su Chantian asserting himself as second, no one dared to claim the title of first. Hence, Hulaina chose to focus solely on fulfilling her own responsibilities. Yin nodded in agreement. Yes, Nana, You are right. Maintaining an optimistic outlook is quite beneficial. All right, Yin. Be quiet. You are too noisy, Hulaina interjected. I wish to enjoy some peace. Peace? Who is peace? Yin muttered, perplexed. Silence. Hulaina shot him a glare, treating him as if he were foolish. Consequently, Yin obediently fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Hulaina settled in, awaiting the announcement of the results by Marafu. Third place, Yin, declared Dean Marafu. Despite Yin's recent antics and diminished reputation, his prowess was undeniable, ranking him as one of the top students. Second only to Su Changtian and Hulaina. Hearing his name called by Dean Marafu, Yin stood up, waved to the crowd, and beamed with a smile. Second place. Dean Marafu began to announce the runner-up. All eyes were fixated on him, as the audience was eager to discover whether the second place would go to Hulaina or Su Changtian. Would it indeed be Su Changtian? Or could it be Hulaina? The anticipation was palpable. I suspect it ought to be Hulaina, as Su Changtian is exceedingly formidable, and his claim to the first position is well-deserved. No, I rather believe it would be more fitting for Su Changtian to secure the second place. His prowess in the soul duel is formidable, yet it does not necessarily imply the superiority of his martial soul theories. You are underestimating Su Changtian. Regardless, I firmly believe in Su Changtian. He is destined to be the best. A heated debate ensued among the soul masters. Some asserted that Su Changtian deserved the second place, while others contended that it should rightfully go to Hulaina. The atmosphere was lively, filled with a cacophony of differing opinions. Second place, Su Changtian, declared Dean Marafu with a smile, directing his gaze towards Su Changtian. Second place? Su Changtian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that my martial soul theories contained errors? He contemplated, reflecting on his answers, and felt confident that he had made no mistakes. Could there be an underlying agenda? This thought crossed his mind, suggesting he might have been misled. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. Wait, my support comes from the entire martial soul hall, from the esteemed Tiandou, and from Pope Bibi Dong. How could anyone dare to orchestrate such a scheme behind my back? He reasoned, dispelling the idea. His gaze shifted to Dean Marafu, scrutinizing his expression intently. A moment later, Su Changtian discerned the peculiarities in the situation. I understand now. Dean Marafu is orchestrating a dramatic reveal, creating suspense. Surely, there will be a twist, he surmised, having seen through Marafu's intentions. With poise, Su Changtian resumed his seat, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he awaited the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the soul masters surrounding him erupted in disbelief. How is this possible? Brother Changtian only secured second place? That can't be right. Su Changtian should be the first. How could he possibly be in second? Yes, I too believe Su Changtian is the rightful first place. Could there have been an error? Dean Marafu has announced the results. It must be accurate. What is going on? I see now. It must be that Su Changtian's martial soul theory score was a few points lower, hence his second place ranking. That makes sense. So, does that mean Hulaina has claimed the top spot in this graduation assessment? The student audience engaged in fervent discussions, expressing their astonishment at Su Changtian's unexpected second-place finish, even raising questions about it. However, there were also those who deemed his achievement as entirely reasonable. After all, Su Changtian had only recently joined the Spirit Soul Academy. What significance did his fighting prowess hold? If one could not grasp the theory of spirit souls, then a second-place finish was commendable in itself. Nevertheless, Su Changtian paid no heed to their chatter. Let them argue. He awaited the moment of reversal. Meanwhile, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback by the announcement from Dean Marafu, her heart tightening. What? Second place is Su Changtian? Does that mean I have secured first place? Such thoughts surged in her mind. Hulaina had long prepared herself for a second-place finish, believing it to be a commendable outcome. Yet, it seemed she had indeed claimed the top position. Though her expression remained impassive, her heart raced with excitement at the prospect of surpassing Su Changtian and achieving first place. This is indeed a joyous occasion, one worthy of celebration. Beside her, Yin erupted into laughter. Ha! Nana, you have secured the first place. Su Changtian is in second, which undoubtedly makes you the champion. How remarkable! Nana, you are the first. Ha! Yin began to celebrate, extending his heartfelt congratulations to Hulaina. His face radiated an unparalleled joy, more exuberant than if he himself had claimed the top honor. Meanwhile, Li Ran stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the revelation that Su Changtian had achieved second place. Indeed, In this graduation assessment, aside from the soul duel evaluation, there exists another significant component, namely the soul theory examination. Generally speaking, most students achieve full marks in the soul theory. However, it is quite customary for Xue Tian, having recently joined the academy, to fall short of a perfect score. Consequently, due to his deductions in the soul theory examination, Xue Tian secured the second position. This is quite understandable. Xue Tian, despite his formidable prowess, still fell short in the theoretical assessment of his martial soul. Li Ran mused inwardly. Subsequently, he began to congratulate Hu Liena, expressing, "Sister Liena, you are truly remarkable. Congratulations on securing first place. Well done." As Li Ran offered his heartfelt congratulations, Hu Liena, upon hearing his and Yan's voices, felt her spirits lift. She responded, "First place? Have I truly achieved first place? I never anticipated this. This is indeed quite wonderful." A smile graced Hu Liena's face as she spoke. Meanwhile, at a distance, teacher Zhou Shuya was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the announcement of the results by Dean Malifaux. As the homeroom teacher of this graduating class, Zhou Shuya was already privy to the assessment outcomes. In this assessment, Xue Tian secured the first position, Hu Liena came in second, and Yin placed third. However, Dean Malifaux remarked that the second position belonged to Xue Tian. Could there be a misunderstanding? No, the Soul Spirit Academy would not err in this matter. Furthermore, Dean Malifaux, who holds great confidence in Xue Tian, would certainly not make a mistake. This only serves to illuminate a singular issue. All of this has been orchestrated intentionally by Dean Malifaux. Could it be that Dean Ma is merely jesting? Such thoughts crossed the mind of teacher Zhou Shuya. A glimmer of keen insight flashed in her beautiful eyes. The more she pondered, the more she felt the likelihood of such a scenario. Indeed, just when everyone believed that Xue Tian had secured second place and Hu Liena was in first, the truth began to unfold. The Dean of Malifaux unexpectedly launched a counterattack. "Xue Tian, are you feeling anxious?" The Dean of Malifaux remarked with a faint smile. His words elicited a murmur of astonishment throughout the audience. Goodness, I had thought Xue Tian secured second place. To everyone's surprise, the Dean of Malifaux was merely jesting. Haha. Indeed, Dean, you have quite the sense of humor. It seems the final results have not yet been revealed. He audaciously announced the outcome midway, turning to inquire whether Xue Tian was nervous. This was truly amusing. Amusing? Not in the slightest. My heart could scarcely bear it, as I had believed that Xue Tian had only achieved second place. What does it mean to have merely secured second place? That is a height I shall never reach in my lifetime. Very well. The students engaged in fervent discussions, their spirits soaring high. Meanwhile, countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon Xue Tian, eagerly anticipating his words. Hu Liena's expression, however, soured instantly. Her once elated heart plummeted to the depths of despair. She had believed she secured the first place and had begun to revel in her triumph. Yet, Dean Malifaux unexpectedly turned the tables, not announcing the second place, but inquiring whether Xue Tian was feeling nervous. Her earlier joy now felt utterly misplaced. Beside her, Yin continued to smile, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Hu Liena shot him a glare, her voice icy. "You fool, stop grinning like an idiot. The results have yet to be announced. It is utterly embarrassing for you to congratulate me on being first." Her tone was frigid, showing no consideration for Yan's feelings. Taken aback, Yan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "What? How is that possible? Nana, how could you not be first?" His face was a canvas of confusion. "You idiot." Hu Liena glared at him once more. Nearby, Li Ran offered a wry smile, explaining, "Yin, the dean is just joking. He hasn't announced the results yet. He was merely checking if Xue Tian was nervous. The first and second places remain unannounced. So let us wait and not celebrate too soon." Upon hearing Li Ran's clarification, Yin began to comprehend the situation. "Oh, I see," he nodded. Nevertheless, he added, "Nana, do not be disheartened. Even if you come in second, that is still remarkable. In my eyes, you are the true champion." Hu Liena let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Be quiet. You are being too noisy. Just keep it down." "All right," Yin nodded in compliance. In the distance, Zhou Shuya mused to herself. Indeed, Xue Tian is not the second. This Dean Malifaux is quite the trickster, playing such pranks. As for Xue Tian, upon hearing Dean Malifaux's words, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The dean seemed to revel in the drama, delaying the announcement of the results and prolonging the meeting with suspense. Xue Tian was at a loss for words. Yet, all eyes were now on him. and Dean Malifaux awaited his response. Thus, he had no choice but to reply. He stated calmly, "I am not nervous." Although his tone was unremarkable, Su Changtian's words resonated with an innate power, spreading throughout the venue. Every student present could hear him clearly. This remarkable method of communication instantly garnered enthusiastic applause from many students. My goodness, Su Changtian's technique of conveying messages is truly impressive. It will take me quite some time to master such a skill. Indeed, his tone may have been understated, yet it was audible to all. What a master. Su Changtian is undeniably powerful. Whether ranked first or second, in my eyes, he is the epitome of excellence. Even if he faltered in the theoretical examination of martial souls, he will undoubtedly reclaim his position at the top in due time. Absolutely, considering Su Changtian's youth, had he been of the same age as Hu Laiina, he would likely have outpaced her by several leagues. Su Changtian's seemingly modest response, however, stirred up a whirlwind of excitement, prompting numerous discussions among the Soul Master students. Dean Malifaux could sense Su Changtian's considerable fame. As the dean, it is essential to create a vibrant atmosphere to earn the students' affection. Thus, Malifaux remained unhurried in announcing the results and instead inquired, "Well, Su Changtian claims he is not nervous. It appears he is quite popular. Yet, this young fellow remains rather reticent. Are there any fans of Su Changtian among us?" Before the awards ceremony, he proposed randomly selecting 3 students who admired Su Changtian to pose 3 questions to him. "Su Changtian, you must respond. Do you understand?" Malifaux, in a spur-of-the-moment decision, initiated a questioning segment to invigorate the audience. Simultaneously, this approach would serve to enhance Su Changtian's popularity. In Malifaux's view, Su Changtian is destined to become the future pope. This future pope, usually taciturn and unsmiling, possesses a demeanor as frigid as an iceberg. This simply will not do. It is imperative to prevent his followers from feeling disheartened. One must enhance the bonds that unite them. In response, the students unanimously raised their hands in agreement, each brimming with joy. "How wonderful! Aha! This is indeed splendid. I am a devotee of Su Changtian. Allow me to pose a question to him. I, too, am an admirer of Su Changtian and wish to engage in dialogue with him. Long live Dean Ma. I wholeheartedly support this segment. I wish to inquire." The students, each brimming with enthusiasm, began to raise their hands and cheer. Notably, many beautiful female students were eager to pose questions to Su Changtian. In their daily interactions, they had been met with Su Changtian's indifference. Yet now, these lovely students found themselves presented with the opportunity to engage with him directly. And Su Changtian was obliged to respond to them. Contemplating this brings immense pleasure, in stark contrast to the enthusiasm of others. Su Changtian, however, wore a demeanor of indifference. Indeed, Dean Ma is quite adept at orchestrating events. I feel as though I am being roasted upon the flames. Su Changtian's expression was one of helplessness. He had not anticipated that Dean Malifaux would introduce such a segment. Had he known, he would have chosen to languish in bed alongside Qianren Xue, rather than attend this graduation meeting. Now, unable to refuse, he had no choice but to obligingly acquiesce. Meanwhile, Dean Malifaux had begun selecting students to take the stage. "All right. You there. Yes, you. And you, come up as well. Yes, you 3. Dean Malifaux swiftly completed his selection, inviting 3 students to the forefront. Among them were 2 female classmates and 1 male classmate. Both of the female students were quite beautiful, yet one stood out above the rest, captivating all with her remarkable allure. Su Changtian recognized her immediately. It was none other than Hu Laiina. At that moment, Hu Laiina appeared utterly bewildered, as she had not anticipated being called upon by Dean Malifaux. She hadn't raised her hand, and the unexpected arrangement left her in a state of surprise. However, feeling unable to decline, she ascended the stage. Upon seeing Hu Laiina take the stage, Su Changtian's lips twitched slightly. "Hu Laiina? This woman harbors animosity towards me. It seems as though she wishes to obliterate me at the mere sight." Su Changtian mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed by Hu Laiina, for he was supremely exceptional, consistently surpassing her at every turn. Hu Laiina had long aspired to be the best, and having faced setbacks, it was only natural that resentment brewed within her towards Su Changtian. "Now, Su Qian, please proceed with your question. What would you like to inquire of Su Changtian?" Dean Malifaux spoke gently, exuding warmth and approachability. Su Qian, tall and striking in appearance, is the epitome of admiration for many male students, akin to a cherished moonlight. However, in comparison to Hu Laiina, she pales somewhat, yet remains quite remarkable in her own right. Su Qian was the first to pose a question. Grasping the soul-guided microphone from Dean Malifu, she boldly inquired. Her question was nothing short of explosive. Sucha Tian, my inquiry is rather straightforward. I represent all the female students of our Soul Master Academy, and I wish to ask you, what type of girl do you favor? The impact of Su Qian's question was akin to a detonated bomb, igniting the atmosphere. Well posed, my sister, exclaimed one voice. Indeed, that is the question. I am most curious about what kind of girl Junior Chantian prefers. I could transform into that kind of girl. Another chimed in, I too would love to date Junior Chantian. Excellent question. Thank you, my dear sister, for bringing this up. Another voice echoed, wow, she actually asked that. Don't worry. Su Chantian better not have someone he likes, or I fear that person might be the one I fancy, leading to my heartbreak. Someone mused, surely. Su Chantian does not prefer women. The crowd's emotions were fervent. What a splendid question. Malifa thought to himself, feeling quite pleased with the inquiry. He glanced at Su Chantian, eager to see his response. Recently, Su Chantian had garnered numerous admirers, including many female soul masters. There have been whispers of early romances within the academy, and Malifu was keen to discern whether Su Chantian's heart had indeed swayed toward a particular woman. Besides Su Qian, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a sensitive question to be posed right off the bat. Nevertheless, she felt that the inquiry was quite apparent. In truth, Hulaina was also curious about who Su Chantian might favor. What type of girl could captivate someone as formidable as he? She mused to herself. I don't believe I'm lacking. I have many admirers surrounding me. Might Su Chantian have an interest in me? In her heart, Hulaina mused, subconsciously puffing out her remarkably proud bosom. She was a soul master specializing in allure. Any male soul master would gradually become infatuated with Hulaina, inevitably developing feelings for her. Hulaina possessed an unwavering confidence in her appearance and figure. Within the entire Soul Master Academy, she was the most sought-after young woman. Even the exceptional Yan, in her presence, behaved like a loyal admirer. Hulaina thought to herself that if Su Chantian were to take a liking to her, she might consider engaging in a romantic relationship, thereby placing him beneath her heel. Thus, her gaze fell upon Su Chantian, eager to hear his response. In truth, aside from Hulaina, many students in the vicinity were also fixated on Su Chantian, awaiting his answer. They were all curious about whom Su Chantian favored. If it were one of them, it would bring greater joy than winning the lottery. Conversely, if he did not favor them, they could strive to transform into the kind of person he would admire. In the audience, Yin fervently prayed, I hope Su Chantian does not like Hulaina, otherwise, my goddess may become his girlfriend, or worse, his wife. Please, I have never liked someone so deeply in my life, and I truly do not want to lose. He pleaded silently, convinced that his sincerity and effort would surely touch Hulaina's heart, leading her to be with him. He recalled that Nana had mentioned she was still studying and thus did not wish to date. Therefore, he resolved to wait until she graduated. Yin considered himself a pure-hearted warrior, believing that his genuine feelings could win over Hulaina. Alas, despite dedicating a lifetime of heartfelt devotion, he remained unable to capture her affection. In the original narrative, Hulaina and Yin spent over a decade together, yet she harbored no romantic feelings for him. However, after accompanying Tang San to the city of slaughter, she immediately became enamored with him. Not only that, but for Tang San, Hulaina even went so far as to eliminate several members of the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, she was willing to sacrifice herself for Tang San. Yin was merely a devoted admirer of Hulaina, while she, in the end, became a devoted admirer of Tang San. At this moment, Su Chantian paid no heed to any of it. The corners of his mouth twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that this young lady would broach such a topic. This is akin to shackling oneself in flames, truly excessive. Nevertheless, Su Chantian had no choice but to respond directly, with an impassive expression. He spoke, the girl I admire must possess the six-winged angel spirit. I have no affection for any other. Upon hearing Su Chantian's words, everyone present was rendered speechless. They had contemplated numerous potential answers, yet none anticipated that Su Chantian would voice such a response. It is worth noting that the six-winged angel spirit is possessed only by the former Pope Qian Sunji and the current High Priest Tiandou. No one else is endowed with such a spirit. All the girls present, including Hulaina, were spirits that were not the six-winged angel. Furthermore, their spirits could not transform into that of the six-winged angel. Thus, Su Chantian's answer effectively closed the door on every girl in attendance, conveying to them, I do not favor you, and you cannot metamorphose into my ideal. Do not disturb me. The soul masters in attendance began fervently discussing among themselves. Particularly, the male soul masters exhaled in relief. Haha, the goddess I admire does not possess the six-winged angel spirit. I can rest easy. Indeed, my girlfriend's spirit is not the six-winged angel, so I need not worry about her being taken by Su Changtian. Thus, it became clear that none of the girls present could meet Su Changtian's exalted standards. Indeed, this is splendid. I was initially fearful that Su Changtian had a preference for a certain type of girl, prompting many to strive to become that type. It seems my worries were unfounded. Su Changtian, the eternal deity, this response is simply delightful. His emotional intelligence is remarkable. What a splendid answer. Many male soul masters erupted in cheers, feeling as though they had been liberated from a significant romantic rival. Yin let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thank goodness Su Changtian does not admire Hulaina. Otherwise, my Hulaina would have been snatched away. How wonderful. Hulaina remains mine. His spirits lifted. Yan's gaze towards Su Changtian became notably friendlier. Beside Yin, Li Ran discreetly glanced at a girl with twin ponytails not far away. Reflecting, I am fortunate that Su Changtian does not fancy girls with twin ponytails. Otherwise, my Tsue Hong would have become his girlfriend. What a stroke of luck. Like Yin. Li Ran also breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Malifu's expression had darkened considerably. Su Changtian's ideal girl possesses the six-winged angel spirit. Why do I feel as if he is referring to Qianren Xue? In the present day, only Qianren Xue possesses the six-winged angel martial soul. Su Changtian. Do you have an affection for your martial soul, Qianren Xue? Hiss. Dean Malifu inhaled sharply, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated uncovering such a monumental secret today. However, upon reflection, Malifu found solace. After all, Qianren Xue is exceedingly beautiful, and the quality of a six-winged angel martial soul is unparalleled. Qianren Xue is truly exceptional, and moreover, she is Su Changtian's martial soul, establishing a deeper bond between them. Thus, it is quite natural for Su Changtian to harbor feelings for her. Nevertheless, given Su Changtian's tender age, it is unlikely that he would engage in any inappropriate actions. Therefore, I can rest assured, Malifu mused inwardly, casting a glance at Su Changtian. The image of Qianren Xue floated through his mind. Setting aside the matter of age, to be frank, Malifu felt that Su Changtian and Qianren Xue are indeed a perfect match, handsome and beautiful, a celestial pairing. Chapter 120, Su Changtian's Fury. Hulaina's inquiry. Malifu perceived that Qianren Xue and Su Changtian are a couple, perfectly suited for one another. However, Su Changtian's age ought to be a bit more advanced. Once Su Changtian matures a few years, all will be well, Malifu thought to himself. Among the onlookers, many female soul masters displayed expressions of disappointment. Alas, my martial soul is the white tiger, not the six-winged angel, which is the type Su Changtian admires. How can anyone fulfill such a desire? How unfortunate. My martial soul is not the six-winged angel. Su Changtian does not fancy me. I weep. Why does Su Changtian not like me? I aspire to become the type he admires, yet my white fox martial soul cannot transform into a six-winged angel. I cannot accept this reality. Why can't Su Changtian be attracted to girls with a spear martial soul? Indeed, I am heartbroken today. Can I rename my martial soul to six-winged angel? That is the name Su Changtian favors. Su Changtian, sob sob, six-winged angel sob sob. Many young women are engulfed in sorrow, feeling the sting of unrequited love. Su Changtian's criteria for choosing a partner hinge upon the girl's martial soul, specifically that of the six-winged angel. However, one's martial soul is an immutable aspect that awakens at the tender age of 6. Consequently, these young women find themselves unable to transform their martial souls into that of the six-winged angel, thus rendering them unworthy in the eyes of Su Changtian. A collective sense of heartbreak permeates the atmosphere, leaving everyone in profound melancholy. Hulaina momentarily stood still, a flicker of disappointment crossing her beautiful eyes. Although she harbored little affection for Su Changtian, his exceptional qualities were undeniable. Hulaina, confident in her own appearance and figure, still clung to a glimmer of hope that such an extraordinary man might take notice of her. Yet, the painful truth remained. Su Changtian did not reciprocate her feelings. This stirred a subtle discomfort within Hulaina, yet the feeling was fleeting and did not linger for long. After all, she bore no affection for Su Changtian. His response ignited the emotions of everyone present. Once he finished, Malifu seized the moment to comment. Everyone is already aware of Su Changtian's answer. Now, Let us proceed to the second question. Come forth, male student Zhang Datong. You may pose this question. As he spoke, Su Chouyuan handed over the microphone to the only male student, Zhang Datong. With the microphone in hand, Zhang Datong was overwhelmed with excitement. His gaze fell upon Su Changtian as he began to inquire. Su Changtian, what is the name of your martial spirit? It is so extraordinarily beautiful. The most stunning martial spirit I have ever seen. Many male students admire your martial spirit, including myself. I am a fervent admirer of your exquisite martial spirit. Zhang Datong's expression was one of fervor as he questioned Su Changtian. Upon hearing this, Dean Malifu's countenance shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. This, Su Changtian's martial spirit, named Qianren Xue, is a living being. Qianren Xue is the granddaughter of Tiandou, yet for reasons unknown, she has become Su Changtian's martial spirit. Nevertheless, it is true that Qianren Xue is indeed beautiful. I never anticipated that a student within the academy would develop an infatuation for Su Changtian's martial spirit, Qianren Xue. How extraordinary! Dean Malifu mused internally, visibly astonished. He felt a twinge of concern that this might offend Qianren Xue's dignity, as well as that of Tiandou. Truthfully, he now regretted inviting this male student to pose a question. Su Changtian raised an eyebrow. When it came to the sensitive topic of Qianren Xue, he had no intention of responding. He coldly declared, "You are not worthy to know. When you possess the capability to defeat me, I shall inform you. Until then, do not trouble me again, or I shall not hesitate to be impolite." Su Changtian's voice was icy, emanating an aura of terrifying intensity. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and you shall perish. Clearly, Qianren Xue was Su Changtian's reverse scale. These individuals surprisingly hold a fondness for Qianren Xue, even going so far as to call themselves her fans. Yet, his own wife has caught the attention of others. How could Su Changtian not be infuriated? He faced a rebuke from Su Changtian. Zhang Datong shuddered, his complexion darkening significantly. He truly had not anticipated such an overwhelming reaction from Su Changtian. Had he foreseen this, he would have refrained from posing the question. Offending Su Changtian could jeopardize his relationship with the martial spirit he admired. Hence, Zhang Datong hastily apologized. "I am sorry, Su Changtian. My previous inquiry was thoughtless. In truth, I am also an admirer of yours. Since you find it inconvenient to disclose, let us drop the matter." As he spoke, he promptly handed his microphone to Dean Malifu, refraining from further discussion with Su Changtian. Meanwhile, many male soul master students around them wore discontented expressions, their frustration palpable. They sighed repeatedly, lamenting the fact that Su Changtian was unwilling to share his exquisite martial spirit. How disappointing! The thought of showcasing such a beautiful martial spirit seemed akin to inviting envy upon themselves. Indeed, if it were one of them, would they willingly reveal their martial spirit? I certainly would not. My martial spirit is mine to cherish, without burdening others. Thus, it is understandable, in this light, not to fault Su Changtian. Indeed, it is quite justifiable. The male spirit masters engaged in conversation, and although they were ardent admirers of Qianren Xue, they could not compel Su Changtian to alter his resolve. Upon witnessing Su Changtian's profound reaction, Marafu felt a twinge of regret, silently noting that this topic was sensitive and vowing to prevent those around him from broaching it in the future. Subsequently, Dean Marafa handed the microphone to Hulaina, stating, "Hulaina, you will pose the third and final question. Let us anticipate the nature of her inquiry." Following Dean Marafa's remarks, the assembled spirit master students erupted in a chorus of applause, their curiosity piqued regarding the question Hulaina would present. The third question held significant weight. Once it was posed, there would be no further inquiries directed at Su Changtian. Moreover, a palpable tension existed between Hulaina and Su Changtian, further complicating the atmosphere. This has undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of many regarding the inquiries Hulaina might pose. In Chapter 121, we see the striking contrast in levels. Qianren Xue stands at level 60, while Su Changtian is merely at level 40. From the audience, Yan's fiery red gaze is fixed intently on Hulaina. On one hand, Yan admires Hulaina's exquisite beauty. On the other, he is eager to discern the nature of her forthcoming questions. He fervently hopes that her inquiries will not delve into matters of romantic entanglements. With Su Changtian's remarkable prowess, one cannot help but wonder if Hulaina harbors any affection for him. Alas, Yan silently prays that she does not. Before the watchful eyes of the assembly, Hulaina grasps the microphone, her crimson lips parting as she inquires, "Su Changtian, what was your innate soul power level when you awakened your martial soul?" Although Su Tian is still quite young, he has already surpassed many by possessing 3 soul rings, stepping into the realm of a soul master at over level 30 before his peers. Thus, Hulaina is genuinely curious about the extent of Su Tian's innate soul power, believing it must be impressively high. Her question echoes the sentiments of many soul master students present. All of them are older than Su Tian, yet their soul power levels fall short compared to his. This implies that Su Tian's innate soul power level must be remarkably high. Could it be at level 10? Quite unlikely. Perhaps it surpasses the innate level 10. If that is indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Everyone present is filled with curiosity, eagerly straining to hear. Their gazes fixed upon Su Tian, awaiting his response. On the other hand, Yin lets out a sigh of relief, silently reflecting. Thankfully, Nana's inquiry does not delve into personal matters between men and women. Otherwise, I would surely be overwhelmed with tears. It seems that Nana truly does not harbor feelings for Su Tian. How wonderful. Yin, originally blessed with commendable martial soul talent as the Flame Lord, could potentially attain the position of Fire God if he were to acquire the opportunities that Ma Hongjun received in the original narrative. Alas, the burden of Yan's heart lies with Hulaina. Whenever her name is mentioned, he becomes utterly befuddled, frequently committing foolish acts and uttering nonsensical words. This ultimately results in Yan leading a life of mediocrity, unable to rise to greatness nor settle for lesser achievements. Of course, if Hulaina were willing to offer herself to save Yan, then he would undoubtedly strive with fervor to enhance his cultivation. Alas, it is regrettable that Hulaina would never sacrifice her own body for Yan's growth. The eyes of the crowd remained fixed intently on Su Tian, awaiting his response. This inquiry could indeed be addressed by Su Tian. He replied nonchalantly, I possess an innate spirit power of level 30. Thus I am able to directly merge 3 soul rings. Upon hearing Su Tian's response, the audience erupted in astonishment. Goodness! I have only heard of innate spirit power reaching level 10. I have never encountered anyone with innate spirit power at level 30. Su Tian's martial spirit talent is simply astounding. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. I, with my innate spirit power of level 7, have been rather pleased with myself. Yet Su Tian possesses an innate spirit power of level 30, which is utterly terrifying. It is no wonder that at such a tender age, he is capable of merging 3 soul rings. However, no one has yet answered why Su Tian is able to fuse soul rings of the 10,000-year caliber. The opportunity for inquiries has vanished, and even if it were available, Su Tian would likely remain reticent. How lamentable! The students of the Soul Master Academy erupted into fervent discussions, astonished by the terrifying innate soul power level of Su Tian. Each one was taken aback, especially Hulaina, whose beautiful eyes momentarily widened in shock. To possess a full innate soul power of level 30 is indeed formidable. It seems that through sheer determination, I shall find it impossible to catch up with him. Sighing, Hulaina inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the revelation. At that moment, she realized that surpassing Su Tian in her lifetime was an unattainable aspiration. Consequently, Hulaina resolved to adjust her mindset and reconsider her rivals, deciding no longer to regard Su Tian as a competitor in her cultivation journey, relinquishing the pursuit of surpassing this seemingly insurmountable figure. After concluding her thoughts, the entire assembly of students remained in a state of astonishment. Dean Malifaux, observing their excitement, understood that the intended impact had been successfully achieved. He then instructed 3 students to step down from the platform. Subsequently, Dean Malifaux announced, the questioning segment has now concluded. It is time to reveal the results of this graduation assessment. The second place goes to none other than Hulaina. With this proclamation, the hall erupted into cheers. Everyone recognized Su Tian's exceptional martial soul talent, boasting an innate soul power of level 30. Such a presence, attaining first place, is truly well-deserved. Meanwhile, Hulaina securing the second position is commendable in itself, having garnered the applause of the entire audience. The victor, however, is Su Tian. Let us extend our applause to these exemplary students, proclaimed Dean Malifaux with fervor. The crowd erupted with excitement, cheering and celebrating. Su Tian captured the attention, respect, and admiration of all. Yet, he remained quietly seated, unaffected by joy or sorrow. Time passed. The graduation meeting, having lasted for the better part of the day, finally drew to a close. Su Tian returned to his residence to share his joy with Qianren Xue. In the subsequent period, Su Tian transitioned to the Intermediate Soul Master class, where he shared the classroom with Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan. However, Su Tian had always preferred solitude in his endeavors, remaining without close companions. Nevertheless, he commanded great respect from his peers, who did not regard him as merely a child to be underestimated. At this point, the entire faculty and student body had come to recognize Su Tian, acknowledging the formidable presence he embodied. As time flowed onward, a month swiftly elapsed. Qianren Xue's soul power had ascended to the impressive level of 60. Now, with the acquisition of a single soul ring, she would ascend to the status of a soul emperor, surpassing the 60th level. Meanwhile, Su Tian had already attained the 40th level. With the addition of a soul ring, he would elevate to the rank of a soul master, exceeding the 40th threshold. During this period, Su Tian has been patiently awaiting Qianren Xue's ascension in her cultivation level, while diligently solidifying his own. Presently, Su Tian's foundational training is remarkably robust. Within the confines of the villa, he and Qianren Xue sit closely together. Su Tian speaks, "Little Xue, you have reached the 60th level in your cultivation. We can now venture forth to hunt for soul rings. I shall seek out Dean Malifaux to discuss this matter, requesting the Spirit Hall to make arrangements for us to acquire soul rings and advance our cultivation." Chapter 122, Respected. Notification from Malifaux. Su Tian has awaited this moment for a long time. This time, Su Tian can hunt soul beasts alongside Qianren Xue, and together they shall transcend their cultivation. This is simply delightful. Qianren Xue, resembling an elder sister, playfully pinched Su Tian's cheeks, revealing a charming smile as she said, "Indeed. Little one, we can venture forth to hunt for soul rings. To be honest, I have somewhat delayed you. A month ago, you had already reached level 40. It truly is a pity that we are only now embarking on this quest for soul rings." As she spoke, her face radiated affection as she gently ruffled Su Tian's hair. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. It gives me the perfect opportunity to solidify my cultivation and strengthen my foundation." Qianren Xue understood that her little brother cared deeply for her and did not mind the delay. Thus, she graced him with a smile as lovely as a blooming flower and said, "All right, I understand." The bond between Qianren Xue and Su Tian deepened, their understanding of one another growing ever stronger. Suddenly, Qianren Xue found herself wishing for Su Tian to mature swiftly. "Now, little Xue, I shall store you away. I am going to seek out Dean Malifaux," Su Tian announced. "Okay." Qianren Xue nodded eagerly. Before being transformed into a martial spirit, she gently kissed Su Tian's cheek. A warm sensation enveloped Su Tian's heart as he integrated Qianren Xue, his second martial spirit, into his being. The feeling of being in love with a martial spirit was rather pleasant. However, given Su Tian's tender age, it hardly constituted a romantic relationship. It was merely a wholesome bond between an elder sister and her younger brother. Like Qianren Xue, Su Tian also yearned to grow up quickly, both in age and cultivation. Subsequently, Su Tian set off for Dean Malifaux's office. Along the way, he sought out Li Tianfa, who managed the garden area, and said, "Li Tianfa, please arrange for some personnel to clean the villa and tend to the garden." Su Tian only permitted Li Tianfa to send people for cleaning and garden maintenance when he was away from home. While he was present, he did not allow anyone to come in. Li Tianfa immediately accepted the task, patting his chest and assuring, "Rest assured, young Master Su, I will take care of these matters." Previously, Li Tianfa would refer to Su Tian as little brother. However, since Su Tian showcased his talents during the graduation assessment and secured the top position, his reputation had soared. Li Tianfa exhibited a profound transformation in his attitude towards Su Tian, treating him with utmost reverence and addressing him as young Master Su. Although Li Tianfa possessed a somewhat superficial nature, he recognized the significance of loyalty to his own power. Consequently, Su Tian felt a sense of satisfaction with this display, harboring no disdain for him due to his influence. As Su Tian traversed the path, numerous individuals greeted him. However, he maintained a stoic demeanor, choosing to disregard their salutations as he made his way to the dean's office. Despite his youth, Su Tian was now a student in the intermediate soul master class, regarded as a senior by many. Thus, the respect he garnered was substantial, and students no longer sought to crowd around him, treating him as one would a small pet. This newfound respect pleased Su Tian immensely. With purposeful strides, he swiftly arrived at the dean's office. Upon entering the administrative building, a designated teacher guided him to the office of Dean Malifaux. Upon Su Tian's arrival, Dean Malifaux promptly set aside his current tasks. donning a warm smile as he approached Su Tian. Su Tian? What brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss? Dean Malifaux inquired, exuding a friendly demeanor, devoid of any pretentiousness. He ushered Su Tian into the office, thoughtfully retrieving a large chair and gesturing for him to take a seat. Given Su Tian's impressive background, such treatment was to be expected, and he naturally accepted the invitation without hesitation. Such an approach would instill in Malifaux a sense of worth regarding his efforts. Conversely, should Su Tian refrain from sitting, it would evoke a sense of trepidation in Malifaux. The guiding teacher, taken aback momentarily, departed with a sense of astonishment. The dialogue between Dean Ma and Su Tian was beyond his purview. Su Tian declared, "I have now transcended to level 40 in my cultivation. My second martial soul, Xiaoxue, has attained level 60. Dean Ma, you may proceed to make the necessary arrangements. I intend to venture forth with Xiaoxue to procure soul rings." With a direct and forthright manner, Su Tian articulated the purpose of his visit without any subterfuge. Upon hearing this, Malifaux immediately grasped the situation. He nodded and replied, "No problem. I will arrange for the elders from the Spirit Hall to come and escort you back." Following this, Malifaux beamed with a smile and remarked, "Your cultivation progress is quite rapid. You've reached level 40 in no time. Achieving level 40 means you meet the graduation criteria for the Intermediate Soul Master class. Upon completing this year's Intermediate Soul Master graduation assessment, you may proceed to the Advanced Soul Master class for further studies. Su Tian, you truly are impressive." As he spoke, Malifaux gave a thumbs up, generously bestowing praise. Su Tian nodded and replied, "It's going well." He too was somewhat astonished by his own pace of cultivation. He felt that reaching level 90 and attaining the title of Dola by the age of 15 should not pose a challenge. Even attaining level 90 and becoming a Soul Doloa seemed feasible. In time, as his cultivation level increased, he planned to undertake the assessments of the Angel God, Sea God, or Shura God, and subsequently integrate 6 soul bones. Thus, the pace at which his cultivation level surged was remarkably swift. However, transcending to the rank of a title Doloa above level 90 was not the ultimate aspiration of Su Tian. His foremost desire was to attain divinity. Malifaux, aware of Su Tian's reticence, refrained from further conversation and continued, "Very well, Su Tian. I will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Do you have any other concerns?" "No, there is nothing else. I shall take my leave," Su Tian replied indifferently. "Very well, allow me to escort you downstairs," Malifaux offered. Su Tian acknowledged with a slight nod. Maraf wished to escort Su Tian downstairs, and he did not refuse. Should he have declined, it might have instilled a sense of unease in Maraf. Engaging in actions to please Su Tian, which he accepted, would undoubtedly provide Maraf with a sense of relief, alleviating any concerns of inadequacy in his hospitality. Chapter 123, The Return of Su Tian shocks the esteemed Tiandou. Thus, Dean Maraf accompanied Su Tian to the ground floor. Under the astonished gazes of faculty and students, Su Tian returned to the villa. Upon entering, he released Qianren Xue and elucidated the circumstances to her. "I have not seen grandfather in ages. I miss him dearly," Qianren Xue expressed, her mind conjuring the gentle visage of Tiandou, who had always been exceedingly kind to her. "You will see him soon," Su Tian assured her. "Indeed," she replied, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation before commencing their cultivation to solidify their respective powers. Time swiftly passed, and the dawn of the following day arrived. Guimei and Jiuguan received notice and promptly came to escort Su Tian. After a brief exchange with Dean Maraf, they took him away. On their descent, Jiuguan wore a flattering smile and remarked, "Little one, you have swiftly reached level 40 in your cultivation. Once you reach level 52, you will be on par with my own progress. At that time, you must take good care of me in the Spirit Hall." With a face full of flattery, Jiuguan endeavored to establish a rapport with Su Tian, hoping for his future benevolence. He discerned that if Su Tian did not meet an untimely fate, he would undoubtedly become the next pope of the Spirit Hall. Originally, the position was destined for Hulaina. However, Su Tian's emergence had directly usurped that opportunity. Overcoming Su Tian would prove to be an exceedingly arduous task for Hulaina. Guimei cast a glance at Jiuguan and also donned a smile of flattery, saying, "Young Su Tian, both old Jiue and I have watched you grow. Do not forget us in the future. Hehe, do take care of us old folks, will you? We shall also look after you in return." Like Jiuguan, Guimei sought to forge a favorable relationship with Su Chantian, ensuring a secure future for themselves. The words spoken by these two insignificant individuals had caused Su Chantian's ears to feel as though they might develop calluses. All right, I understand. Su Chantian replied with a hint of indifference. Haha, young one, you possess loyalty and affection. I did not misjudge you. Jiyuan exclaimed with great mirth, clearly in high spirits. Indeed, young lad, your deep sense of loyalty is commendable. Guimei praised without reservation. However, Su Chantian maintained an expression of aloofness in response. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a luxurious carriage awaited them. Under the watchful gaze of the academy guards, Su Chantian, Guimei, and Jiyuan boarded the opulent carriage, setting off towards the Soul Master City. As time passed, after a brief journey, Su Chantian returned to the long-missed sacred Soul Master City. Arriving at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, within the Pope's chamber, Pope Bibi Dong, the Grand Priest Tiandou, and the second priest Golden Crocodile de Law awaited Su Chantian's arrival. Upon entering, Su Chantian politely greeted everyone present. Tiandou's profound golden eyes fell upon Su Chantian, meticulously sensing the aura that enveloped him, and then a fierce light ignited within those golden orbs. Excellent. Su Chantian, your level 40 cultivation is remarkably solid, and your vitality is remarkably stable. Very good. Tiandou expressed with a satisfied smile, offering his commendation. At this age, having cultivated to level 40, he has surpassed over 99 of soul masters across the continent. Of course, Su Chantian's achievement of level 40 is primarily due to his innate soul power of level 30. Additionally, he has directly assimilated 3 spirit rings of 10,000 years, which elevated his cultivation by a remarkable 9 levels. Through his own diligent efforts, Su Chantian has only advanced by a single level. However, these accomplishments are also attributed to his fortuitous encounters, which form an integral part of his strength. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Chantian accepted Tiandou's words. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Chantian, increasingly pleased with the young lad. He is exceptionally talented, and Bibi Dong holds a great fondness for him. Unfortunately, Su Chantian's martial spirit, Qianren Xue, does not elicit the same fondness from her. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Bibi Dong spoke. Su Chantian, I am aware of your performance at the Martial Spirit Academy. You have excelled, achieving first place in the Junior Soul Master Graduation Assessment within just over a month of enrollment, earning the recognition of both faculty and students. You are commendable. However, there is still much work ahead. Bibi Dong expressed some courteous remarks, neither too warm nor too cold. Su Chantian nodded in response. The second elder, Golden Crocodile de Law, listened to the words of the Pope and the Grand Elder, his heart filled with astonishment. He had just learned of Su Chantian's impending return today. Tiandou had explicitly requested Golden Crocodile de Law to come and meet Su Chantian. Hearing of Su Chantian's achievements and witnessing his striking appearance, he felt an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Deep within his profound, beastly gaze, a potent battle intent surged forth. Golden Crocodile de Law mused, the Grand Elder's arrangement carries significant meaning. He discerned that the Grand Elder wished for him to support Su Chantian and align himself with him in the future. Golden Crocodile de Law was far from foolish. He understood the implications of Tiandou's arrangements. Having devoted his life to the Qian family, he recognized that Tiandou had high hopes for Su Chantian, nurturing him as a successor. Consequently, he resolved to stand united with Su Chantian in the future, lending him his support. Not only he, but all other elders must also rally behind Su Chantian. Understanding these principles, Golden Crocodile de Law softened his gaze towards Su Chantian. After a brief exchange among the group, Tiandou addressed Su Chantian. Come with me to the Hall of Elders. Today, we shall take a moment to rest, and tomorrow I shall personally guide you to acquire suitable spirit rings. Understood, Su Chantian replied. Su Chantian nodded in acknowledgement. Bibi Dong remained silent. Yet she had quietly prepared some winter clothing, intending for Jiyuan to deliver it to Su Chantian. Bibi Dong believed that she should not impose her will upon Su Chantian, but rather subtly show her care, leaving a positive impression in his heart. Subsequently, everyone dispersed. Su Chantian followed Tiandou into the offering hall. Before the statue of the angel, Tiandou bowed reverently. Then, with fervent eyes, he spoke, Young one, you should comprehend my intentions, do you not? What do you mean? Su Chantian feigned ignorance. I wish to meet my granddaughter, Xiaoxue. Tiandou arched an eyebrow and spoke candidly. Oh, I see. Su Chantian nodded, feigning enlightenment. You rascal, still pretending to be oblivious. Tiandou could not help but ruffle Su Changtian's hair, a look of helplessness on his face. Su Changtian found this gesture somewhat distasteful and shot a glare at Tiandou. Ah, the little one has quite the temper, Tiandou remarked with a hint of admiration. As Su Changtian delayed in releasing Qianren Xue, Tiandou had no choice but to apologize. All right, young one, I was in the wrong. I shall refrain from touching your head. Now, please release your second martial soul. Hearing Tiandou's apology, Su Changtian nodded and replied, all right. He then summoned his second martial soul, Qianren Xue. A dazzling golden light shimmered forth, revealing the exquisite and divine beauty of Qianren Xue on Su Changtian's left hand. Upon her emergence, Qianren Xue recognized her familiar surroundings. They were indeed within the offering hall. Grandfather. Her beautiful eyes settled upon the kind visage of Tiandou. Simultaneously, Qianren Xue was surprised that Su Changtian had returned to the martial spirit hall so swiftly and had arrived at the offering hall. Xiaoxue, Tiandou exclaimed with great excitement, having missed her dearly during their time apart. How have you been? Are you faring well studying alongside Su Changtian at the Martial Spirit Academy? Tiandou inquired with concern. Very well, Qianren Xue reassured him. The little one and I have been diligently studying at the academy. Though it can be somewhat monotonous, life is quite pleasant. I have now cultivated to level 60, and Su Changtian has already reached level 40. We are ready to hunt for spirit ranks. Listening to Qianren Xue's report, Tiandou felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nodded repeatedly, saying, good, very good. As long as you are well, Xiaoxue, tomorrow I shall escort you to the Tiandou forest, where we shall hunt for suitable soul beasts. Very well, grandfather. A smile grazed Qianren Xue's face, reflecting her delight. Little Xue, has Su Changtian been troubling you during this time? Inquired Tiandou, casting a sharp glance at Su Changtian. Qianren Xue is the martial spirit of Su Changtian, who possesses the ability to control and suppress his own martial spirit. Thus, Tiandou harbored concerns about Qianren Xue being bullied by Su Changtian. Qianren Xue glanced at Su Changtian, shook her head, and replied with a smile, does this little rascal still wish to bully me? It is quite sufficient that I do not bully him. Not long ago, Su Changtian and Qianren Xue often found themselves in conflict. However, they eventually reached an agreement. Qianren Xue would massage Su Changtian's shoulders for half an hour each day, during which time Su Changtian was forbidden from employing his martial spirit suppression. Consequently, Qianren Xue was free to assert her dominance over him. Moreover, their relationship had blossomed. And through continual interaction, Su Changtian had grown inseparable from Qianren Xue, while her life felt empty without his company. Tiandou, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him, nodding repeatedly as he said, good, that is wonderful. After a few chuckles, he continued, all right, little Xue, Su Changtian, you may return to rest. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the Tiandou forest. Ensure you rest well today. We will merge soul rings tomorrow. Having conveyed his thoughts, Tiandou allowed Su Changtian and Qianren Xue to depart, demonstrating a commendable sense of propriety. Both Su Changtian and Qianren Xue felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. Goodbye, grandfather. Please take care of yourself, Qianren Xue said, her lovely smile illuminating her face. Do not worry, little Xue, grandfather will take good care of himself, Tiandou replied, his expression warm and kindly. The conversation came to a close, and Su Changtian withdrew Qianren Xue, his second martial spirit, into himself. I shall take my leave now, Su Changtian said softly, offering a brief farewell. Go on, little one, Tiandou waved him off. Subsequently, Su Changtian departed. Given the considerable age difference between him and Tiandou, they often found it challenging to maintain a conversation without a specific topic of interest. Soon after, Su Changtian, accompanied by Qianren Xue, left the worship hall and returned to his residence within the Martial Soul Palace. Meanwhile, Tiandou gazed at Su Changtian's retreating figure, his golden eyes glinting with a fierce light. Ah, Su Changtian, though still youthful, possesses quite the temper. Moreover, there appears to be a story between him and Xiaoxue. However, Su Changtian is still quite young. If Su Changtian were to mature a bit more, I fear that Xiaoxue's heart would be captured by him. Yet, is it not true that Su Changtian's heart is also ensnared by Xiaoxue? Tiandou, having lived for over a century, is an astute individual. He quickly discerned the subtle hints of a connection, a tale woven between Su Changtian and Qianren Xue. To this, Tiandou does not object. After all, Qianren Xue is Su Changtian's second martial spirit. With Su Changtian's formidable martial spirit talent, coupled with Qianren Xue's influence, it is highly probable that he may ascend to the position of Pope within the Spirit Hall in the future. Should Su Changtian and Qianren Xue forge a bond, it would mean that he could be integrated into the Qian family. At that juncture, one could find a reason for Su Changtian to adopt the surname Qian, henceforth to be known as Qian Changtian. In this manner, the Qian lineage could continue to flourish, even if Su Changtian chooses not to change his surname to Qian. Any offspring born to Xiaoxue would inevitably bear the surname Qian, thus ensuring the legacy. It must be said, Tiandou is indeed a cunning strategist, a true old fox. However, these musings are merely Tiandou's plans, a product of his own desires. Whether Su Changtian will cooperate remains uncertain. On another note, upon returning to his dormitory, Su Changtian released Qianren Xue, granting her freedom. Xiaoxue, you haven't given me a massage today. After the long carriage ride, I am feeling quite sore in my shoulders. Come on, help me with a shoulder rub. Su Changtian beamed, reclining into Qianren Xue's embrace. A faint blush tinged Qianren Xue's cheeks as she remarked, You, Su Changtian. I suspect you are doing this on purpose. I just told my grandfather that I usually bully you, and now that we're back, you start bullying me, right? Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she playfully pinched Su Changtian's shoulder. Ouch, that hurts. Su Changtian exclaimed, casting a mock complaint at Qianren Xue. I didn't bully you. It was you who bullied me. Look, Xue, now you are the one bullying me. All right, I truly do have aches in my back. Please give me a massage. Su Changtian offered Qianren Xue a way out, not wanting to appear overly forceful. Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue nodded in satisfaction, saying, Humph, little brother, you are quite perceptive. Giving you a massage is already a considerable favor. You should cherish this kind of life, understand? As she spoke, Qianren Xue's delicate hands had already found their way to Su Changtian's neck, beginning to massage him. Su Changtian remarked, Xiaoxue, I understand. I truly cherish this way of life. As he spoke, a look of utter contentment graced his features. Qianren Xue also devoted herself to giving Su Changtian a thorough massage. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The following morning, after Su Changtian and Qianren Xue enjoyed their breakfast, they set off in search of Tiandou. This time, the journey to the Starry Forest was undertaken solely by Su Changtian, Tiandou, and Zhu. This time, Pope Bibi Dong did not venture into the Tiandou Great Forest. The primary reason being that Qianren Xue was also set to merge with her spirit ring. Concerned that her emotions might betray her upon witnessing Qianren Xue's integration, Bibi Dong decided to remain at the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Zhu was tasked with the role of the charioteer, driving the carriage. Furthermore, Zhu served as Bibi Dong's eyes, diligently monitoring Su Changtian and Tiandou. He would report all occurrences within the Tiandou Great Forest to Bibi Dong. As for Tiandou, he was the combat force responsible for hunting spirit beasts. Come, little one, hop onto the carriage. We are about to set off, Tiandou said with a benevolent smile. Come here. Zhu also said amiably to Su Changtian. I'm coming. Su Changtian stepped forward and leaped onto the carriage, closely followed by Tiandou. Once Zhu noticed that the two esteemed individuals were seated, he promptly began to drive the carriage, departing from the spirit city towards the Tiandou Great Forest. Inside the carriage, both Su Changtian and Tiandou remained silent, each lost in contemplation. Time passed, and several hours elapsed. The carriage finally arrived at the outskirts of the Starry Forest. Here, the vehicle could no longer proceed, so it was temporarily left at the periphery. Consequently, Tiandou, Zhu, and Su Changtian embarked on foot into the depths of the forest. In this verdant expanse, where the wild grasses exude a fragrant aroma and a gentle breeze whispers coolness, the air invigorates one's spirit, fostering a sense of relaxation. Tiandou spoke, Young one, the soul ring you acquired last time possesses an age of 25,000 years. Therefore, you must now integrate a soul ring with an age of approximately 30,000 years. Do you comprehend? Su Changtian nodded and replied, Yes, I understand, and I shall exert my utmost effort. For an ordinary soul master, the upper limit for the age of the fourth soul ring is 5,000 years. Should this threshold be surpassed, the integration process could fail, resulting in catastrophic consequences. However, Su Changtian is exceptional. His second martial soul, Qianren Xue, has already attained the 60th level and boasts 5 soul rings. Due to the nature of his martial soul, combined with Su Changtian's extraordinary physical constitution, His capacity for soul ring integration surpasses that of an ordinary soul master. According to Tiandou's calculations, Xue Changtian's integration of a 30,000-year-old soul ring for his fourth soul ring would pose no issue whatsoever. Nevertheless, there exists a concern. Finding a suitable luminous attribute soul beast of 30,000 years is no simple task. The endeavor of locating such a creature within the vastness of the Tiandou forest is fraught with challenges akin to scaling the heavens. The Tiandou forest is overwhelmingly expansive, and luminous attribute soul beasts of such age are exceedingly rare. This endeavor is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, proving to be quite arduous. Consequently, it is likely to demand a considerable amount of time. In addition to Xue Changtian's martial soul, even the martial soul that Qianren Xue needs to obtain has been meticulously contemplated by Tiandou. Typically, a soul master at level 60 has an upper limit of 20,000 years for the sixth soul ring they can acquire. However, Tiandou intends for the sixth soul ring that Qianren Xue will assimilate to possess a cultivation age of 30,000 years. This is primarily due to the influence of Xue Changtian. With Xue Changtian's formidable essence as his martial soul, Qianren Xue naturally attains considerable strength, and consequently, the limit of the sixth soul ring fusion is bound to elevate. In recent days, Tiandou has been perusing various historical texts alongside his own cultivation experiences, leading him to certain conclusions. Yes, just put in the effort, and there is no need to worry about any physical breakdowns. I will resolve all these matters. Tiandou stated. Understood. Xue Changtian replied with a nod. Subsequently, Tiandou positioned himself to the left, with Xue Changtian at the center and Zhu Yueguan to the far right. The trio commenced their actions. Tiandou unleashed his formidable spiritual power, enveloping the vast expanse of the starry forest in search of suitable soul beasts. His psychic reach was extensive, spanning a distance of thousands of miles. Should any suspicious soul beast appear, Tiandou would strike without hesitation. While reading the original text, Xue Changtian harbored a certain disdain for Tiandou. However, after traversing into this world, he discovered that Tiandou was, in fact, quite a commendable individual. With him around, many complications could be avoided. Tiandou diligently searched. Yet he found no satisfactory soul beasts, which furrowed his brow in frustration. As time swiftly passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and still, Tiandou had not located a suitable soul beast. Irritation brewed within him, and his expression turned stern. Nevertheless, he refrained from displaying his anger, instead mustering a benevolent demeanor as he spoke. Today yielded no results. Let us take a break for the night and resume our search for soul beasts tomorrow. Zhu Yueguan, please set up the campsite. With that, Tiandou directed Zhu Yueguan to commence his tasks, while Xue Changtian rested idly beside him, exempt from any duties. As you command, Your Excellency, Zhu Yueguan responded, embodying a spirit of unwavering diligence without a hint of complaint. He then began to gather equipment from his soul guide ring to establish the campsite. As time passed, Zhu Yueguan swiftly completed the campsite preparations. The trio Tiandou, Xue Changtian, and Zhu Yueguan settled into the campsite for some much-needed rest. By midnight, each took refuge in their respective tents, allowing the campsite to remain unguarded. This is due to the formidable strength of Tiandou and Zhu Yueguan. Even in slumber, they emanate a subtle aura of soul power, perpetually instilling a sense of dread in the passing soul beasts, preventing them from approaching with impudence. In Chapter 126, titled Zhu Yueguan discusses aspirations, Tiandou slays the golden crocodile. The presence of Tiandou and Zhu Yueguan renders Xue Changtian hesitant to unleash his second martial soul, the Qianren Xue, fearing the consequences of resting alongside her within the confines of the tent. Otherwise, should Tiandou detect any anomalies, he would invariably insist that Xue Changtian release Qianren Xue daily thereafter. In this manner, it was rather unkind to oneself. Thus, Xue Changtian resolved to endure for the time being. Once he had successfully acquired the soul bone, he could then privately spend time with Qianren Xue. Not far off, the sound of insects could be heard. However, throughout the night, an atmosphere of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Xue Changtian closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. As time passed, the dawn of a new day arrived swiftly. On the following day, both Zhu Yueguan and Xue Changtian remained within the camp. Meanwhile, Tiandou set off alone, leaving the camp in pursuit of soul beasts. Tiandou believed that acting alone would afford him greater speed. Furthermore, should he encounter a soul beast of 30,000 years, he was confident in his ability to inflict severe injury while barely clinging to life, capture the beast. At this moment, Tiandou summoned his formidable spiritual power to commence his search for soul beasts. Within the camp, Su Chantian and Zhu Guan engaged in conversation. Little one, do you have any aspirations for your future? Zhu Guan inquired. Su Chantian fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. As for his life aspirations, he simply wished to grow stronger and live a fulfilling life with Qianren Xue that was sufficient for him. As for wealth, Su Chantian held no particular interest. After all, in the Doloa continent, strength was paramount, and with formidable power, one would lack for nothing. In addition, there was one individual who required special attention. The individual in question is Tang San. Su Chantian believes that after a few years of diligent cultivation, he will reach a level of mastery sufficient to consider a journey to Notting City in search of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Su Chantian intends to incapacitate Tang San, subsequently transforming Xiao Wu into a soul ring and soul bone to enhance his own power. Should Tang San be allowed to grow unchecked, he would inevitably reach a terrifying level of strength, capable of obliterating the entire Spirit Hall. Su Chantian has no desire for the Spirit Hall's demise, as it would bring him no advantage. Seeing Su Changtian's silence, Jiuguan chuckled and remarked, "Little fellow, I believe your ambition is to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. No, it should be to become the strongest being on the entire continent. You will lead the Spirit Hall to trample other forces and unify the Doloa continent. Then, you shall become the supreme ruler of Doloa." Jiuguan's face radiated excitement as he spoke. However, Su Changtian, observing Jiuguan's enthusiasm, felt that the notion of making the Spirit Hall the most powerful force on the continent was merely Jiuguan's aspiration. Su Changtian considered Jiuguan's vision to be rather limited and simplistic. If one could ascend to divinity, why would they concern themselves with such a trifling realm as Doloa? Furthermore, even among deities, there are distinctions in power. If Su Chantian were to become a god, he would not only aspire to be the mightiest entity in the divine realm, but would also seek opportunities to conquer other planes. Of course, if war could be avoided, Su Chantian believed it best to do so. At times, he yearned for a tranquil life alongside Qianren Xue, perhaps raising a few divine sons and daughters. With a cold expression, Su Chantian stated, "Elder Zhu, this is your ambition, not mine." Jiuguan paused, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized that Su Chantian spoke the truth. This indeed was his own aspiration. Su Chantian, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, continued, "Enough of ambitions. I am still young. Let us speak of this later." He was disinclined to delve further into such discussions. Recognizing the shift in conversation, Jiuguan conceded, "Very well, little fellow, we shall revisit this in a few years. I admit, I have been hasty." Subsequently, Su Chantian announced, "I must now attend to my training. I have yet to cultivate today. If the high priest returns and sees that I have not practiced, he will surely chastise me. Go on, little one, pursue your training. I shall not disturb you." Jiuguan nodded in agreement. Thus, Su Chantian turned his focus to cultivating the 9 stances of the angel, ceasing further idle chatter with Jiuguan. As time passed, it soon became evident that a significant portion of the day had elapsed. Meanwhile, Tiandou had finally made progress in his endeavors. The radiant golden crocodile. Indeed, this species of soul beast is quite exceptional. With a cultivation age of approximately 31,000 years, although the cultivation period exceeded expectations by approximately a millennium, it is reasonable to assume that Su Changtian should be able to merge with it. Tiandou mused to himself, feeling quite pleased upon discovering this soul beast. After a prolonged period of effort, he finally reaped the rewards. However, the cultivation level of the radiant golden crocodile was even higher than Tiandou had anticipated, which both surprised and delighted him. Nonetheless, Tiandou believed that Su Changtian's fusion would pose no issues. "It is you," he murmured softly. With that, he swiftly moved towards the location of the radiant golden crocodile, which lay lazily basking in the sun on the bank of a turbulent river. Tiandou's formidable presence descended silently beside it. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura of cultivation emanated from Tiandou, as a remarkably divine 6-winged angel materialized above him. At that moment, golden light radiated from his form, exuding an air of immense authority, and the sacred essence that enveloped him inspired a desire for reverence and worship. 9 formidable soul rings, black and red, floated around Tiandou, pulsating gently and releasing a dazzling array of soul light. Grasping an angelic holy sword, he thrust it forcefully towards the tail of the radiant golden crocodile. The radiant golden crocodile sensed the surrounding space twisting wildly, feeling an overwhelming and terrifying pressure approaching it. It could not help but be taken aback. The cultivation of the radiant golden crocodile has reached an astonishing 31,000 years. Within the starry forest, it has few rivals. Yet now, a menacing pressure threatening its very existence has emerged. The radiant golden crocodile, filled with trepidation, instinctively seeks refuge within the river. How careless I have been. The radiant golden crocodile pondered silently, his sole desire being to depart, devoid of any inclination for battle. After all, Tiandou was undeniably formidable, possessing the cultivation of a level 99 ultimate duel, along with an exceptionally high-quality soul ring configuration. Such an existence, even when confronted by soul beasts of 100,000 years, possesses formidable combat prowess. Indeed, these 100,000-year soul beasts, when faced with Tiandou, can only flee in disarray. Chapter 127, A Grateful Repayment to Tiandou. 100,000-year soul beasts cannot prevail against Tiandou. The luminous golden crocodile, merely 31,000 years old, stood no chance against Tiandou. As this radiant creature was on the verge of fleeing into the rushing river, Tiandou, wielding the angelic holy sword, descended as if divinely ordained. With a single stroke, the colossal blade plunged into the tail of the luminous golden crocodile, piercing deep into the earth. Ah, the pain! My tail! The luminous golden crocodile emitted a piercing shriek. However, after being subdued by the angelic holy sword, it found itself utterly incapable of breaking free. In a moment of terror, its beastly eyes cast a glance at Tiandou. Upon this sight, the radiant golden crocodile was utterly disheartened, devoid of any desire to flee. Alas, it seemed fate had turned against me. 9 soul rings adorned it, 8 of which were of 10,000 years, and 1 100,000 years. What a dire predicament! The radiant golden crocodile wore a visage of despair, fully aware that escape was beyond its grasp and annihilation was inevitable. Yet it had exhibited remarkable agility. Tiandou clenched his mighty fist and struck with tremendous force towards the head of the radiant golden crocodile. With a mighty fist, he swiftly rendered the radiant golden crocodile disoriented, on the brink of losing consciousness. Once it was incapacitated, Tiandou felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he retracted his 6-winged angel martial spirit, returning to a more composed state, though still exuding an aura of immense authority. Soon after, Tiandou lifted the radiant golden crocodile with ease. With the creature in his grasp, he vanished in a flash, making his way towards the encampment. The confinement of the soul beast was but a temporary measure. These soul beasts possess an immense sense of dignity. Given sufficient time, they will choose to defend their honor, ultimately resorting to various peculiar methods to bring about their own demise. To fuse with the soul ring, it is essential for Su Changtian himself to eliminate this radiant golden crocodile. Tiandou, deeply concerned for Su Changtian, bore the weight of the formidable beast upon his shoulders, hastily making his way back to the camp. Before long, Tiandou arrived at the encampment, where he observed Su Changtian diligently practicing, a sight that filled him with satisfaction. Indeed, this child possesses remarkable martial spirit talent and demonstrates extraordinary diligence in his training. Impressive, Tiandou thought to himself, harboring high hopes for Su Changtian. He favored children who, despite their exceptional martial gifts, committed themselves to rigorous practice. Su Changtian epitomized the ideal child in Tiandou's eyes. Jiuek noticed Tiandou's arrival and cast a glance in his direction, her eyes momentarily narrowing in surprise. Indeed, the esteemed grand offering has brought back a radiant golden crocodile of exceptional quality. Jiuek was astonished by this revelation. In stark contrast, Tiandou casually discarded the radiant golden crocodile to the ground as though it were refuse. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of soul power emanated from him, forcefully suppressing the creature beneath its weight. Su Changtian, come here, young one, cease your training. Quickly slay this radiant golden crocodile, Tiandou called out, his voice resonating in Su Changtian's ears despite the distance. Upon hearing this, Su Changtian opened his eyes, their dark depths sparkling with determination. He turned to face the source of the voice and beheld the enormous radiant golden crocodile beside Tiandou, a revelation that momentarily astonished him. This creature, with an age of approximately 31,000 years, harbored terrifying offensive capabilities. Young one, slay it, and you shall acquire a powerful offensive soul skill. Do not hesitate. You may worry about its age, but with me by your side, feel free to challenge your limits. You can merge with it. Tiandou spoke kindly and patiently. providing an introduction to the radiant golden crocodile. Su Tian nodded in affirmation, declaring, "No problem. I have no reservations. I will approach and vanquish it." Then fuse with its essence. As he spoke, he stepped forward, while Jiuyue and Qianren graciously made way. Jiuyue remarked, "Young one, this soul beast was meticulously hunted down by the grand offering. This alone illustrates how much he values you. In the future, you must remember the grace of the great benefactor and serve him with utmost filial piety." The words of Jiuyue left Tiandou feeling immensely satisfied. Su Tian nodded, affirming, "I understand." "That is good," Jiuyue responded, nodding in agreement. Tiandou remained silent, instead casting an encouraging glance towards Su Tian. Subsequently, Su Tian began to unleash his martial soul, the six-winged angel. Waves of soul light surged forth, and the aura surrounding Su Tian transformed into something divine and extraordinary. Soon after, the enchanting Qianren Xue floated above his head. Above Qianren Xue, a majestic six-winged angel martial soul took form. The three black soul rings on Su Tian began to pulsate, emanating a terrifying soul light. Meanwhile, 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black encircled Qianren Xue. In this moment, Su Tian's aura surged to its zenith. It had been a long time since Jiuyue had witnessed Su Tian unleash his martial spirit. After observing, Jiuyue's eyes widened in astonishment, silently acknowledging the immense pressure emanating from the young lad. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, hovering above Su Tian, surveyed the surroundings and mused to herself, "We have indeed arrived at the Tiandou forest. My grandfather has successfully hunted a formidable soul beast and is preparing to assist my little brother in merging with it. It seems the next soul beast shall be mine." At that moment, Tiandou greeted Qianren Xue, saying, "Little Xue, Su Tian is currently merging with the soul ring of the radiant golden crocodile. Once he completes the process, your grandfather will venture forth to procure your 6th soul ring. Take care of yourself." His face radiated kindness, clearly cherishing Qianren Xue. "Understood, Grandpa." Qianren Xue nodded in acknowledgement. "Good," Tiandou replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Su Tian commenced the release of his formidable third soul skill, Angelic Dragon Swarm. With a powerful shout, the third soul ring upon his body pulsated, expanding and shimmering. Concurrently, a colossal angelic holy sword materialized in the hands of Su Tian, Qianren Xue, and the six-winged angel, all raised high, pointing toward the heavens. To vanquish the radiant golden crocodile, Su Tian knew he must deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 128. Su Tian conquers the radiant golden crocodile's soul ring. The luminous golden crocodile has cultivated for an impressive 31,000 years, rendering it a formidable adversary. Thus, Su Tian resorted to his most potent soul technique. With a powerful incantation, he invoked his third soul skill, Angelic Dragon Horde. As Su Tian's voice resonated, he elevated the angelic holy sword, beginning to harness an exceptionally resplendent golden aura of soul energy. The golden radiance spread forth, swirling around Su Tian. All the golden light coalesced into a golden substance, ultimately taking the form of magnificent golden dragons. Upon each of these resplendent creatures sat a valiant dragon rider, wielding an array of exceptionally sharp weapons, including lances, long swords, sabers, bows, and shields. Under the guidance of Su Tian, these dragon riders launched a simultaneous assault on the despondent, despair-laden luminous crocodile, which lay prostrate on the ground, overwhelmed by the immense pressure of 1,000 powerful soul energies. The luminous golden crocodile found itself utterly incapacitated, forced to witness countless dragon knights charging towards it with fierce intent. With a sudden thrust, a dragon knight wielding a massive lance pierced through the crocodile's form. In that moment, the knight collided with the golden dragon, resulting in a thunderous crash that echoed through the air. The luminous golden crocodile suffered a grievous injury, its vitality waning alarmingly. Again, a sword was thrust deep into its flesh, sending a spray of crimson into the atmosphere. The knight, sword in hand, joined forces with the golden dragon, striking fiercely against the crocodile's body. A pained cry escaped the luminous golden crocodile as its breath grew faint. In quick succession, an array of weapons, long knives, mighty hammers, and arrows descended upon it in a relentless assault. Upon the radiant golden alligator's body, a sudden eruption of blood flowers burst forth, leaving no piece of flesh unscathed. Furthermore, numerous dragon knights relentlessly guided the golden dragon to crash into the form of this luminous golden alligator. This resulted in the luminous golden crocodile's body being incessantly ravaged by crimson fragments. Ultimately, Su Tian executed his comprehensive skill set. The radiant golden crocodile lay utterly lifeless, its form reduced to mere fragments, each piece scattered around. The once massive creature, akin to a small mountain, had vanished without a trace. What remained on the ground was a dense, dark soul light, emanating a formidable aura. Qianren Xue gazed at Su Tian's strike, astonished, for previously, when Su Tian had employed this soul technique, he had never directed it towards another being, merely unleashing it for display. This marked Su Tian's inaugural utilization of this soul skill. He launched an assault that utterly shattered the luminous golden alligator, which possessed an astonishing cultivation age of 31,000 years. This clearly illustrates the terrifying nature of Su Tian's soul skill. It is important to note that Su Tian's cultivation level is merely level 40. The aforementioned soul skill is his third. For an ordinary individual, employing their third soul skill to combat a 1,000-year-old soul beast proves exceedingly challenging. The prospect of utilizing their third soul skill to vanquish the formidable bright golden crocodile, known for its exceptional defense and offensive capabilities, is utterly implausible. In fact, even persuading these soul masters to breach the impenetrable hide of the bright golden crocodile with their third soul skills is a daunting task. Yet, with a mere application of his third soul skill, Su Tian succeeded in slaying the bright golden crocodile. Without comparison, one cannot perceive the extent of the disparity. In contrast to other soul masters, Su Tian stands as an unparalleled force. However, upon further reflection, Qianren Xue felt a sense of clarity. After all, Su Tian's third soul skill is derived from a soul beast of an astonishing 25,000 years of age, endowing it with formidable destructive power. This is indeed a perfectly normal occurrence. Zhu Yueguan gazed in astonishment. He spoke, "Young one, you are, as always, remarkably powerful. This third soul skill, when unleashed, reveals itself in such a terrifying manner. I find myself rather eager to see what you will become when you eventually cultivate to the level of a title de law." A glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhu Yueguan's eyes as he contemplated the growth of the young Su Tian. Beside him, Tiandou nodded affirmatively and remarked, "Indeed, Su Tian, your original third soul skill is quite formidable. Now, you should immediately merge this fourth soul ring. By doing so, you are certain to acquire an impressive fourth soul skill. Haha, young one, at this rate of cultivation, you will likely reach level 50 within a year. At 6 years old, a soul master. At 7, a soul king. At 8, a soul emperor. At 9, a soul sage. At 10, a soul de law. And at 11, a title de law. Haha, young one, give it your all." As Tiandou spoke, he burst into hearty laughter, his face radiating warmth and confidence in Su Tian. Su Tian smiled slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I will strive diligently." Subsequently, Su Tian, undistracted, approached the area marked by the 31,000-year black soul ring. He then swiftly infused it with a surge of soul power essence. The ebony soul ring was promptly activated by Su Tian, who drew upon its power to merge it with himself, witnessed by Tiandou and another. He sat cross-legged on the ground in Jiue Pass, where the fourth black soul ring began to coalesce around him. Its essence appeared remarkably rich. Su Tian's aura surged dramatically, intensifying beyond its previous limits. Golden and black soul lights intertwined, continuously swirling around him. His expression was resolute, though his eyes were closed. His consciousness had transcended into another realm. In this ethereal space, Su Tian wielded the angelic holy sword, battling an exceedingly formidable radiant golden crocodile. The luminous golden crocodile retreated step by step, while Su Tian's aura continued to ascend. This signifies that Su Tian is in the process of conquering the 31,000, your black soul ring from the radiant golden crocodile. His breathing is steady, and his expression resolute. Excellent, splendid, truly worthy of being the vessel for my granddaughter's martial soul. Su Tian's fusion is progressing remarkably well, and success is imminent. Tiandou nodded affirmatively, his eyes brimming with admiration. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yueguan was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Su Tian with rapt attention, he mused inwardly, "This esteemed high priest indeed holds great expectations for Su Tian. TSK, TSK, TSK. It is evident that Su Tian shall undoubtedly ascend to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Given the strong bond between Su Tian and myself, haha. My days of fortune are surely on the horizon." Zhu Yueguan felt a surge of delight within. He envisioned that once Su Tian inherits the papal throne, he would undoubtedly elevate him and bestow generous rewards, filling him with uncontainable joy. Chapter 129. This is the true amplification soul skill, angel enhancement. Zhu Yueguan, who places great importance on power, willingly aligned himself as a subordinate to Bibi Dong, dutifully carrying out her commands. However, he discerned that while Bibi Dong valued him, there were boundaries in her regard for him. Therefore, should Zhu Yueguan wish for a more prosperous future, it was imperative that he align himself with Su Tian. Meanwhile, Su Tian was fully immersed in the fusion of the 31,000 year soul ring from the radiant golden crocodile. Time swiftly elapsed. Before long, half an hour had passed. And at that moment, Su Tian successfully completed the fusion. The fourth black soul ring on his body began to pulsate gently, emanating a dazzling black soul light. This signifies that Su Tian has successfully fused and can now wield his fourth soul skill. At this moment, Su Tian's aura has reached its zenith, radiating immense power. Upon closer observation, Zhu Yueguan felt that Su Tian appeared not as a soul master of over level 40, but rather as one of over level 50, truly remarkable. The depths of Su Tian's golden eyes sparkled with resplendent brilliance as he gently exhaled a breath of stale air. With the spirit uplifted, Su Tian joyfully announced, "I have successfully fused this soul ring. This time, I have acquired a fourth soul skill titled Angel Enhancement. Furthermore, my cultivation level has risen by 3 levels, bringing me to level 43. Su Tian promptly articulated his physical state. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yueguan took a deep breath and remarked, "Wow, an immediate elevation of 3 levels is truly impressive." Typically, a formidable soul master, upon attaining a fourth soul ring, can only increase by 1 level to reach 41. I did not anticipate such an exceptional amplification effect from you, Su Tian. Zhu Yueguan's face was filled with admiration as he lavished praise upon him. Even Tiandou nodded repeatedly, stating, "Young one, your cultivation level has now ascended to 43. Once Xiaoxue fuses her 6th soul ring later, your level may further increase. Based on my estimations, your cultivation may rise from 43 to 45. This means that through your own efforts, you need only elevate 5 more levels to reach 50. At that point, acquiring a suitable soul ring will elevate you to a soul king of over level 50. I hope you can achieve this in a year and a half. Do you understand?" Tiandou spoke earnestly, harboring great expectations for Su Tian. Su Tian nodded and replied, "I will do my utmost." "Excellent." Tiandou responded with a satisfied smile. "Now, young one, unleash your fourth soul skill so we may witness the effects of your enhancement." Su Tian spoke. "My fourth soul skill is called Angel Enhancement. Upon activation, I can amplify all my attributes, as well as the attributes of my soul skills, inflicting 5-fold damage. Additionally, I can bestow this enhancement upon a designated target." Listening to Su Tian, Tiandou understood that his fourth soul skill leaned towards support, primarily aimed at bolstering himself or his allies. However, the magnitude of this enhancement was utterly terrifying. 5-fold enhancement? That is simply astonishing. Tiandou inhaled sharply, astonished as he spoke. "Indeed, it is a 5-fold increase," Su Tian affirmed with a nod. "Now, my young friend, first unleash your fourth soul skill, and then proceed to activate your third soul skill. Let us observe the manifestation of your enhancement effect in its entirety," Tiandou declared, his gaze fervent. "I too am immensely curious. Let us witness it," Zhu Yueguan interjected, her eyes brimming with inquisitiveness. Without hesitation, Su Tian nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem." Subsequently, he commenced the activation of his fourth soul skill. "Fourth soul skill, Angelic Enhancement," Su Tian called out. In an instant, the fourth black soul ring around him began to pulsate violently, expanding and shimmering. Accompanying the effects of the fourth soul skill, a rich, golden radiance enveloped Su Tian's form. The golden radiance began to coalesce at the center of Su Tian's forehead, forming a rune depicting a 6-winged angel wielding a divine sword. When this rune solidified into a tangible form, Su Tian's aura surged to an unprecedented level, reaching an extraordinarily terrifying intensity. Tiandou, upon sensing this, found his golden eyes narrowing in astonishment. How could such an aura emanate from someone of merely level 43 in the Soul Master realm? This was clearly the presence of a Soul Emperor, surpassing level 60. Tiandou was astounded, realizing that Su Tian could effortlessly challenge a Soul Emperor of over 60 levels. All of this was made possible by the soul ring bestowed by the radiant golden crocodile, a soul beast renowned for its unparalleled defensive prowess and ferocious offensive capabilities. In every aspect, the radiant golden crocodile excelled, despite possessing merely 31,000 years of cultivation. Even soul beasts with over 50,000 years of experience would hesitate to provoke such a formidable creature, were it not for Tiandou's overwhelming strength. Boasting a limit of level 99 and a terrifying configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings, capturing the radiant golden crocodile would have been exceedingly difficult. Thus, the soul skill granted by the radiant golden crocodile was incredibly potent, reaching a level of sheer horror. Su Changtian's ability to assimilate this soul ring was not only due to sheer luck but also a testament to Tiandou's dedication and formidable strength. Beside them, Zhu Yueguan was equally astonished. This soul skill of Su Changtian's is truly terrifying. I once thought that support-enhancing soul skills were weak, but it seems my understanding was superficial. The reason those support skills appear feeble is due to their mediocre wielders. Su Changtian's angelic enhancement skill is the epitome of a true amplification ability. Zhu Yueguan mused, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if he could fit 2.5 eggs inside. Simultaneously, he hoped that one day Su Changtian would use his angelic enhancement skill to bolster him. Then, Zhu Yueguan envisioned himself confronting Gue Mei, ready to deliver a resounding thrashing. In Chapter 130, titled Hunting the Radiant Golden Mosquito, Xia Xue's sixth soul ring, Zhu Yueguan believed that with the aid of Su Changtian's angelic enhancement skill, he could easily overpower Gue Mei. Furthermore, he felt that with such angelic support, he could engage the offerings of the Spirit Hall in a battle lasting several hundred rounds. When an expert makes a move, the outcome is immediately discernible. Zhu Yueguan, a soul master of the esteemed title of Dolaw, possesses a discerning eye, and she swiftly recognizes the formidable prowess of Su Changtian's soul skill. At this moment, under the enhancement of the angel's augmentation ability, Su Changtian's aura surged to its zenith. He then commenced the release of his third soul skill, Angel Dragon Legion, with a commanding shout. The third and fourth 10,000-year soul rings on his body began to pulsate with fervent energy. Simultaneously, the emblem on Su Changtian's forehead began to radiate brilliance. Su Changtian, Qianren Xue, and the six-winged angel all wielded the holy angel sword. Waves of golden light surged forth, and in response to the summoning of the holy angel sword, countless golden soul lights coalesced into tangible forms, ultimately transforming into immense golden dragons, each ridden by a formidable knight wielding an array of powerful weaponry. The dragon horde this time is significantly enhanced, its scale more formidable than before. Moreover, each golden dragon and every dragon knight is more robust and towering than their predecessors. The golden dragons resemble colossal flying mountains, while their presence evokes that of magnificent golden giants. The weapons they wield seem capable of rending the very heavens. Exuding an unparalleled majesty, the entire expanse of space begins to warp and distort. The oppressive aura emanating from the Angel Dragon's group's spirit ability was utterly terrifying. Even Zhu Yueguan felt an overwhelming pressure, causing her delicate eyes to widen dramatically. The enhancement bestowed upon the little one's angelic spirit ability was indeed extraordinary. The once ordinary-sized dragons and dragon knights had transformed into monstrous beings, an alarming sight to behold. Should this spirit ability be unleashed, even a soul emperor of over 60 levels would find it difficult to withstand its might, Zhu Yueguan remarked. Her assessment of Su Changtian's spirit ability was notably high. Filled with optimism, Tiandou nodded in satisfaction, his expression brimming with excitement. Excellent. Truly excellent. This fourth spirit ability is remarkable. The magnitude of the angelic enhancement is astonishing. With this ability, once the little one reaches level 90, the first 3 spirit abilities will continue to be formidable. This is far superior to merely acquiring an attack-oriented fourth spirit ability. Su Changtian's spirit ability was indeed exceptional, and it was evident how fortunate he was. Tiandou expressed his contentment openly, lavishly praising Su Changtian and acknowledging the brilliance of his fourth spirit ability. Indeed, a tinge of envy surfaced in Tiandou as he recognized that Su Changtian's fourth spirit ability surpassed his own. However, once a spirit ability is acquired, it remains immutable. This matter is as certain as iron nails. While one may harbor envy, Tiandou has never contemplated defying fate. Meanwhile, Su Changtian spoke, stating, "That should suffice. I shall now put away this soul technique." "Yes. Do so, little one." Tiandou nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Su Tian stored away the soul technique. The colossal angelic dragons, resembling monstrous beings, the dragon knights, and the immense weapons all transformed back into golden radiance, ultimately vanishing from sight. Su Tian demonstrated a commendable sense of humanity. He chose to retract his soul abilities rather than unleash them. Had he opted to release them, the Tiandou forest would have faced considerable devastation, with trees and soul beasts within a 100-mile radius suffering dire consequences. Without any enmity or grievance, he refrained from harming the vulnerable creatures. Once he withdrew his soul abilities, everything returned to normalcy. It was still early, and he said to the little one, "You should consolidate your cultivation. I will venture to capture a suitable soul beast for Renxue to assimilate." Tiandou proclaimed. He was a man of action, always committed to tangible deeds, never one to indulge in empty rhetoric or grandiose promises. All right, Su Tian nodded in agreement. He then proceeded to cultivate and solidify his own powers, while Tiandou hurriedly departed. Upon leaving, Tiandou immediately unleashed his formidable mental energy, enveloping the vast expanse of the Tiandou forest as he swiftly searched for an appropriate light-type soul beast. He aimed to find a soul beast with an age of approximately 30,000 years, comparable to Su Tian, sharing the same power attributes. The six-winged angel martial spirit possessed formidable attack power, rivaling that of the Haotian hammer. Furthermore, the six-winged angel martial spirit granted its bearer the ability to soar, making them a natural sovereign of the skies. In Tiandou's eyes, his six-winged angel martial spirit was the most powerful existence in the world. After an extensive search, he was unable to locate a suitable soul beast that day. Time passed swiftly, and 2.5 days went by. In recent days, Su Tian, Tiandou, and Jiuguan have been ensnared in a monotonous routine. Su Tian has devoted himself to his cultivation. Tiandou has been on a quest for soul beasts, and Jiuguan has been lost in thought. This morning, Tiandou set out once more to continue his search for a suitable soul beast. Fortune favors the diligent. At long last, Tiandou's spiritual energy has detected a remarkable soul beast of the light attribute. The radiant golden mosquito? How extraordinary! This soul beast is exceedingly rare. Little Snow is indeed fortunate. Tiandou rejoiced as his spiritual energy enveloped the radiant golden mosquito. The resplendent golden mosquito was remarkably large, reminiscent of a small hill. Despite its immense size, its form was slender and sharp, entirely enveloped in a golden hue, as if molded from pure gold. The most striking feature was its colossal mouthpart, exceedingly sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through all that exists. Furthermore, the wings of this golden mosquito appeared as delicate as those of a cicada, truly exceptional. Splendid. This soul beast is magnificent. Approximately 30,000 years of cultivation. Tiandou was immensely pleased. In an instant, Tiandou's figure flickered, and he unleashed his martial soul. The six-winged angel. Grasping the angelic holy sword and drawing upon his formidable spiritual power, he swiftly incapacitated the golden mosquito, buzzing and struggling. The golden mosquito emitted faint sounds as its vitality waned. I may have been a bit too forceful. I must hasten back to find Renxue, Tiandou murmured. Chapter 131. Qianren Xue's new soul skill. Angelic roar holding the golden mosquito. Tiandou's figure flickered once more as he swiftly made his way towards the camp. Soon, he returned to the location of the camp and cast the golden mosquito onto the ground. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Tian and Guan approached. Your Excellency, this soul beast appears to possess exceptional quality. Is this the sixth soul ring prepared for the young lady? Guan inquired, fully aware of his words' intent to elevate Tiandou's prowess. Indeed, Tiandou replied with a smile, affirming, this is for Renxue. Come, little one. Release Renxue and allow her to assimilate it. As he spoke, he cast an encouraging glance at Su Tian, eagerly anticipating what kind of soul skill his granddaughter, Qianren Xue, would acquire. Understood, Su Tian nodded, preparing to release Qianren Xue. As divine rays of light shimmered, Qianren Xue floated above Su Tian's head. Grandfather, she called out. Renxue. Tiandou responded with a gentle smile. Look, this is the soul beast I hunted for you. Wow, grandfather, I see it. Qianren Xue exclaimed, nodding. This soul beast looks incredibly powerful. Indeed, it is a golden mosquito with 30,000 years of cultivation, Tiandou explained, by merging with it. You can attain a formidable sixth soul skill. Su Tian, please assist Renxue in assimilating this soul ring. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Su Tian. Of course. I understand, Su Tian replied with a nod. All right then, grandfather. Qianren Xue revealed a captivating smile, reminiscent of the radiant blossoms of spring. Subsequently, Su Chantian approached the nearly lifeless radiant golden mosquito before him. It was immobilized under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Tiandou, rendered incapable of movement. The fifth soul skill, Divine Sword. Su Chantian and Qianren Xue synchronized their thoughts, commencing the release of their formidable fifth soul skill. Instantly, the fifth black soul ring on Qianren Xue's delicate form pulsated vigorously, emanating a dazzling soul light. In her grasp, a colossal angelic holy sword materialized, appearing remarkably sharp. Moreover, an emblem of a holy sword emerged at her brow, glowing resplendently. With the divine sword in hand, Qianren Xue's expression remained icy as she struck down fiercely upon the radiant golden mosquito. Splatter! Golden blood erupted forth. The radiant golden mosquito was cleaved in two, marking the end of its existence. A ring of black soul rings floated into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Xiaoxiwei, attempt to unleash your soul power and merge with this soul ring, urged Tiandou from the side. I understand, responded Qianren Xue, as she sheathed her angelic holy sword. Meanwhile, Su Chantian moved closer to the circle of black soul rings in unison. The radiant golden mosquito was vanquished by Qianren Xue, which is why only she can merge with it. The martial soul of Qianren Xue possesses the wisdom of her true form, enabling it to think and move with grace. However, in its current manifestation as a martial soul, it appears somewhat ethereal. Nevertheless, Qianren Xue remains capable of action and can unleash her soul power. With a slight bend, she decisively infused a surge of soul power essence into the black soul ring. As the soul power flowed in, the luminous golden mosquito soul ring immediately established a connection with Qianren Xue. Under her guidance, the soul ring began to merge with her essence. The sixth black soul ring began to coalesce and take shape. Excellent. Remarkably well. A smile spread across Tiandou's face as he watched the scene, feeling reassured. At this moment, Su Chantian sat cross-legged on the ground, synchronously absorbing the power emanating from the luminous golden mosquito soul ring alongside Qianren Xue. Strangely, although it was Qianren Xue merging with the soul ring, Su Chantian felt a surge of power flowing into his body. Thus, he was compelled to engage, starting to digest and absorb this energy. However, this was fortuitous, for by assimilating this energy, Su Chantian could become even more formidable. Astonishing indeed. Both Su Chantian and Qianren Xue were destined to ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters, astonishing all. Jiue Guan, filled with concern, quietly reflected on the breathtaking scene before him, grateful to witness such a moment. Under the watchful eyes of Jiue Guan and Tiandou, Qianren Xue spent half an hour flawlessly merging the sixth soul ring. At that moment, the rich black soul ring began to pulse gently, releasing a powerful aura of soul light. It seemed that little Xue had succeeded in her fusion. Tiandou rejoiced. Little Xue, how are you? Has the soul ring successfully merged? He inquired with concern. Qianren Xue nodded lightly, exclaiming, Yes, grandfather, I have successfully fused with the sixth soul ring. Moreover, my cultivation level has reached level 62. I sense that this little fellow, Su Chantian, has also gained something. It seems he has leveled up. As she spoke, Qianren Xue glanced at Su Chantian beneath her. Really, this little fellow has also improved his cultivation level? Tiandou remarked, somewhat surprised as he glanced at Su Chantian. Su Chantian nodded and said, Indeed, little Xue's fusion of the sixth soul ring has brought me a stroke of fortune, raising my cultivation level by 2. I am now at level 45. Upon hearing Su Chantian's words, Tiandou, Qianren Xue, and Jiue Guan were all left dumbfounded. Level 45? So swiftly. Ha! Splendid, marvelous. Truly delightful. Tiandou erupted into laughter, his already buoyant spirits soaring even higher. Qianren Xue was equally elated, for the ascension of Su Chantian meant that she too would grow stronger. A prodigy indeed, to reach level 45 at such a tender age. It is likely that within a year, he shall ascend to level 50. A mere 7-year-old soul king at level 50, astounding, truly the foremost individual across the continent. Even the legendary Tang Hao pales in comparison, being less than half as remarkable as this Su Chantian. Ji was secretly astonished, unable to contain her surprise. Moreover, she found herself drawing comparisons between Su Chantian and Tang Hao. Upon reflection, Juyu realized that Tang Hao was indeed inferior, lacking even 1/5 of Su Chantian's brilliance. In this passage, Tiandou inquired, Xiaoxiwei, what is the sixth soul skill you have acquired? His curiosity was piqued to learn what the radiant golden mosquito soul ring had bestowed upon Qianren Xue. Qianren Xue responded, "My sixth soul skill is named Angel's Roar." Angel's Roar? Tiandou murmured, intrigued. What is its primary function? His interest was evident, for this soul skill sounded formidable. Jiuguan also cast a curious glance, while Su Changtian, being Qianren Xue's master, immediately grasped the essence of this skill. Qianren Xue elaborated, upon unleashing Angel's Roar, I can intimidate my foes and control all soul masters with a lesser cultivation level than mine for 3 seconds. Subsequently, my attributes, including attack power, speed, and soul skill damage, will surge dramatically, enabling me to unleash terrifying assaults and inflict greater harm upon my adversaries. She swiftly articulated the effects of her soul skill. Control and enhancement of oneself. Very well, Xiaoxue, this soul skill is indeed impressive, Tiandou remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although Qianren Xue's skill appeared conventional at first glance, it was, in fact, exceptionally powerful, surpassing over 95% of soul skills across the continent. Indeed, grandfather. Qianren Xue nodded, a smile illuminating her features. At present, both Qianren Xue and Su Changtian had attained significant cultivation levels. Given a few years of growth, they were destined to reach a truly formidable realm of power. After a brief exchange, they began to rest within their camp. The following day, Tiandou, Jiuguan, and Su Changtian returned to the spirit hall. Pope Bibi Dong listened attentively as Jiuguan reported on the events of Su Changtian's recent journey in the Tiandou forest. She had already acquired knowledge regarding the cultivation levels and soul skills of both Su Changtian and Qianren Xue. Su Changtian is quite exceptional, yet alas, his martial soul. Bibi Dong sighed several times in solitude within the Pope's chamber. After a day of rest in Spirit City, Su Changtian, under the guidance of Jiuguan and Guimei, returned to the Spirit Academy to continue his studies. On this occasion, Bibi Dong prepared a considerable amount of clothing for Su Changtian. This was due to the fact that Su Changtian was at the age of rapid growth, rendering many garments unwearable in a short span of time. Bibi Dong, much like a devoted mother, continuously provided him with the necessary attire for his development. Thus, within the confines of the Spirit Soul Academy, Su Changtian commenced his studies and training, leading a life of monotonous routine. It was only upon reaching an appropriate level of cultivation that Su Changtian would depart from the academy, returning to Spirit City, where, under the guidance of Tiandou, he would embark on a quest to procure suitable soul rings. Such a monotonous and repetitive existence has swiftly passed 6 years. Now, Su Changtian is 12 years old. Over these 6 years, Su Changtian has cultivated his abilities to a terrifying level. Despite his youth, he has already attained the formidable rank of 75 as a soul emperor. The reasons for his rapid progression can be attributed to 4 primary factors. Firstly, Su Changtian possesses an extraordinary martial soul, endowed with dual martial spirits of exceptional quality, which significantly accelerates his cultivation speed. Secondly, he demonstrates remarkable perseverance and diligence, engaging in rigorous training daily without any hint of negligence. Thirdly, the soul rings he has integrated are exceedingly powerful, each spanning several millennia, thereby augmenting his profound soul power. Lastly, as Qianren Xue grows stronger and hunts for soul rings, Su Changtian benefits from the ensuing gains. It is precisely due to these 4 reasons that Su Changtian's cultivation level has skyrocketed, achieving the impressive rank of 75 at such a tender age. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue has reached a staggering level of 90. With the acquisition of a suitable soul ring, she will ascend to the esteemed title of a 9-ring duel. The 9th spirit ring must be of the rare 10,000-year caliber, which is exceedingly difficult to procure. Thus, although Qianren Xue reached the esteemed rank of 90 a month ago, she is yet to merge with the spirit ring. Over the span of 6 years, Qianren Xue devoted herself to training alongside Su Changtian, neglecting the affairs of Heavendou City. She fully harnessed her innate cultivation talents. And with Su Changtian's own ascension and strength, she reaped significant benefits. Moreover, Qianren Xue integrated the soul bone of the 6-winged angel, further enhancing her prowess. Consequently, after 6 years of relentless effort, she reached the pinnacle of level 90, mere moments away from acquiring the final soul ring to become a title Dolua. Meanwhile, Su Changtian emerged as a legend within the Martial Soul Academy, earning the profound respect and admiration of both faculty and students alike. Even the illustrious Golden Generation Xiaoyu, Hu Laina, and Yin held him in such high regard that they dared not engage in disputes with him. Su Tian had completed his studies at the Martial Soul Academy long ago. At this moment, within the papal hall, Bibi Dong, Tiandou, Zhu Yueguan, Gue Mei, and Su Tian convened for a meeting. The overwhelming aura of Su Tian's formidable cultivation level exuded an intense sense of pressure. In recent years, both Jiuguan and Gue Mei have attained the formidable cultivation level of 93. The cultivation of the two formidable guardians, Heng and Ha, has remained almost unchanged. In contrast, Su Tian's prowess has been surging continuously. Observing Su Tian, the two, Jiu and Gue, felt a surge of emotions. Su Tian then expressed his desire. I wish to venture out for some practical experience, and I request the esteemed elders Gue and Jiu to accompany me. During this journey, I will seek suitable spirit beasts to assist Renxue in acquiring her 9th spirit ring. Su Tian articulated his intention to embark on this journey of exploration. To this, Tiandou had no objections. He nodded and remarked, with elders Gue and Jiu joining forces, you can unleash the formidable 2-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Moreover, your current cultivation level is commendable, Su Tian. Together, you possess the capacity for self-protection, and thus, I believe you will be safe. I support your expedition. Su Tian has matured significantly, his cultivation level elevated, granting him the ability to safeguard himself. Tiandou deemed it perfectly acceptable for him to venture out and gain experience. After all, remaining confined within the confines of the Martial Soul Academy is detrimental to one's growth. To thrive, one must not merely exist like a fragile vase, but must explore the vast world, encounter challenges, and even face adversities to foster rapid development. Moreover, with the presence of the Tiandou elders Gue and Jiu, Su Tian's safety is assured. Consequently, Tiandou agreed to the expedition. As for the Pope, Bibi Dong, she held no objections either, having been in similar circumstances herself. She also believed that Su Tian's exposure to the outside world would greatly benefit his growth and understanding of the broader universe. Over the span of these 6 years, Bibi Dong has become considerably more open-minded, no longer harboring the same disdain for Qianren Xue as she once did. However, her feelings towards Qianren Xue remain notably indifferent, akin to those one might hold for a complete stranger. In Chapter 133, titled Journey to Holy Soul Village, in search of blue silver bones, Bibi Dong acknowledges the matter of Su Tian's desire to venture out for training with a nod of agreement. She expresses, it brings me great comfort to see you take the initiative to propose the idea of external training. Without experiencing the storms of life, one cannot behold the beauty of a rainbow. Embarking on this journey for practice is indeed a positive endeavor. Please exercise caution along the way. As she speaks, Bibi Dong's imposing gaze shifts between Zhu Yueguan and Ghost Doluo, exuding authority. She instructs, Yueguan, Gue Mei, it is imperative that you ensure Su Tian's safety during this expedition, otherwise, I shall demand your heads. Upon hearing her words, both Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei tremble slightly, their faces displaying utmost respect as they promptly assure her, rest assured, Your Holiness. We shall steadfastly protect His Highness, the Holy Sun. Their reverence is unmistakable. During this period, Su Tian's strength surged dramatically, earning the recognition of all the faculty and students at the Soul Master Academy. The elders and worshippers within the Spirit Hall also acknowledged his prowess. Consequently, Su Tian was conferred the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall and designated as the first heir to the Pope. He is the prospective candidate for the future Pope of the Spirit Hall. In the original narrative, this position belonged to Hu Laina. However, with Su Tian's arrival in this life, his brilliance overshadowed Hu Laina's flickering light. Su Tian surpassed Hu Laina in excellence, naturally rendering him more deserving of this inheritance. As time flowed by, the meeting concluded swiftly, approving Su Tian's proposal for external training. At this moment, Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei accompanied Su Tian to the Holy Sun Hall within the Spirit Hall. In the Grand Hall, Su Tian occupied the central seat, while Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei took their places beside him. Zhu Yueguan inquired, Your Highness, where shall we embark on our journey for training first? Gue Mei, equally curious, asked, Should we head to Heaven Do City, venture into the Star Do Forest, or travel to the Star Luo Empire? Both were perplexed. Su Tian, however, maintained a cold and indifferent demeanor as he replied, Let it be as fate wills. Let it be as fate wills? Zhu and Gue were puzzled by the meaning behind Su Tian's words. It implied that there was no fixed destination, everything would unfold naturally. allowing them to go wherever their hearts guided them. Su Chantian calmly elucidated this notion. At this moment, the two elders, Gue and Zhu, comprehended the meaning behind Su Chantian's words, which implied aimlessly venturing out for experience. In truth, Su Chantian had already formulated a plan for his first destination. He intended to journey to the Sacred Soul Village, located within the territory of the Balik Kingdom in the Tiandou Empire. 100 miles beyond the Sacred Soul Village lies a mysterious cave. This enigmatic cave is concealed within a waterfall. Within this context lies the Blue-Silver Emperor, cultivated by Tang Hao. Furthermore, Tang Hao has stored a bone from the right leg of a 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor in this very location. Su Chantian intends to retrieve this ancient bone to seize Tang Hao's fortune. His subsequent objective is to eliminate Tang Hao, even if he cannot achieve this. He aims to severely injure him, thereby crippling Tang San's martial soul talent and abducting Xiao Wu. The abduction of Xiao Wu serves the purpose of compelling the emergence of Deming and Erming. Thus, the 100,000 your soul ring belonging to Qianren Xue has found its rightful place. As for the surplus 100,000 your soul bone, it shall be entrusted to me for assimilation. With Qianren Xue merging with the 100,000 your soul ring and I with the soul bone, both of our cultivation levels will witness a significant enhancement. In due course, Su Chantian shall swiftly ascend to the esteemed rank of level 90. All of this is intricately woven into Su Chantian's grand design. In the past, his strength was insufficient, prompting him to diligently cultivate his skills. Now that he has attained the requisite power, Su Chantian naturally intends to claim all that rightfully belongs to him through his own prowess. The reason he has chosen to accompany only Gueme and Jiyue, rather than seeking additional assistance, is deliberate. This is due to Su Chantian's inherent strength. Although he possesses only a level 75 cultivation, the combat prowess he exhibits compels even the likes of Gue and Zhu to retreat in considerable caution. Moreover, should he receive additional assistance, these offerings, the elders, may incessantly follow their own commands. Upon encountering treasures such as soul bones, their eyes gleamed with fervor as they vied for possession. After all, within the spirit hall, many elders and offerings have yet to integrate the soul bones of 10,000 years. When a crowd gathers, the likelihood of chaos increases. This presents quite a challenge. Gue and Zhu have followed the previous Pope, Qian, and now they are devotedly accompanying the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, Su Chantian is destined to become the next Pope. Naturally, Gue and Zhu are unwaveringly loyal to Su Chantian, harboring no doubts whatsoever. In fact, should Su Chantian provide a compelling reason and instruct the two elders to engage in the most humiliating tasks, they would comply without hesitation, executing the orders promptly and without delay. Very well, Your Highness the Saint's Son, we comprehend your intentions. Rest assured, Your Highness. Gue Dolaw and Zhu Dolaw affirmed their understanding, choosing not to pursue further inquiries regarding the training location. In truth, their questions were primarily aimed at reporting their whereabouts back to Bibi Dong. However, it appears that the Saint's Son has his own agenda, and reporting the situation to Bibi Dong may not be entirely practical. By the way, Your Highness, when shall we depart? Zhu Yueguan inquired. At the break of dawn tomorrow, Su Chantian replied indifferently. Understood, Your Highness. Zhu Yueguan nodded in response. After a brief exchange, the conversation came to a close, and Zhu Yueguan and Gue departed. Su Chantian then returned to his chamber, summoning Qianren Xue. In her presence, the cold demeanor that had previously adorned Su Chantian's face softened considerably, revealing a more gentle disposition. In these 6 years, Su Chantian has undergone a remarkable transformation, both in appearance and in spirit. Now, every gesture he makes radiates an extraordinary masculine charm that deeply captivates Qianren Xue. As she gazes at Su Chantian, a delicate blush graces her beautiful cheeks, revealing her slight shyness. She never anticipated that the mischievous little brother she once knew could mature into such a handsome and alluring figure. To be honest, her heart flutters frequently. With a gentle tone, Su Chantian said, Xiao Xue, we shall depart for our training tomorrow. Are you prepared? As he spoke, he reached out and playfully pinched Qianren Xue's soft cheek. Blushing, she replied, I am ready. By the way, little one, are you truly going to the place you dreamed of for your training? That waterfall and the mysterious cave, can you really find a soul bone that is 100,000 years old? After all, it is merely a dream. Is it too extravagant to pursue? Su Chantian had only confided in Qianren Xue about his destination, Saint Soul Village. However, he concocted a tale, claiming he had dreamt of a waterfall 100 miles from St. Soul village, within which lay a secret cave. It was said that there, one could discover a soul bone of extraordinary age. This left Qianren Xue feeling incredulous and somewhat doubtful. In chapter 134, she promised Qianren Xue that they would stir up the Tiandou royal family. For the sake of a dream, they were to go to great lengths to journey to the Holy Soul Village in the Baloch Kingdom of the Tiandou Empire. The Sacred Soul Village is quite remote, requiring a considerable amount of time to travel from the Spirit Hall. Qianren Xue felt it was somewhat unworthy. Su Tian smiled gently and remarked, Xiao Xue, I have faith in my intuition. What, do you doubt my instincts? Upon hearing this, Qianren Xue paused for a moment before shaking her head. No, little one. I have faith in your intuition and judgment. Since you wish to go, I shall accompany you. After all, our purpose for this journey is primarily for training. Wherever we go, it counts as experience. The more we traverse the outside world, the broader our horizons will become. Moreover, I have not ventured far for 6 years. These 6 years have been filled with relentless training, day and night, to the point of tedium. During these 6 years, Qianren Xue had diligently trained alongside Su Tian, rarely indulging in leisure. Thus, she was quite pleased about this opportunity for training. Isn't it wonderful, Xiao Xue? While saying this, Su Tian reached out and gently caressed Qianren Xue's soft visage. In these 6 years, your cultivation level has reached level 90. You are merely 1/100,000 year spirit ring away from achieving the status of a title de law. Without my guidance, you would still be entangled in the political machinations of those crafty officials in Heaven-Do City, wasting your time. When you return to Heaven-Do City as a title Dolua, let us see who dares to challenge you. If anyone attempts to play tricks on you, you need only act decisively. There is no reason to hesitate. Su Tian continued, convinced that his efforts in guiding Qianren Xue had spared her from remaining at a mere 60th level Spirit Emperor. Once she reaches the title Dolua realm, she will be a figure of great esteem wherever she goes. Notable leaders such as Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Yu Yuenjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect will regard Qianren Xue with respect upon encountering her. Qianren Xue nodded, affirming, You are right, little one. I know you have my best interests at heart. These 6 years have indeed been fulfilling. I must express my gratitude to you. While saying this, she playfully patted Su Changtian's handsome face. She then continued, During these 6 years, I have distanced myself from the Heaven-Do royal family. Elders Shi Miao and Ci Shui remain in Heaven-Do City, strategizing. The mysterious disappearance of Xue Qinghe has sent shockwaves through the royal court. Now, Xue Bing, the only prince of the Heaven-Do royal family, has been officially proclaimed as the crown prince. On this occasion of our expedition, I wish to visit Heaven-Do City. My dear, you have no objections, I presume? As Qianren Xue spoke, her exquisite visage bore a solemn expression, gazing intently at Su Tian, awaiting his response. Qianren Xue and Su Tian were inextricably linked. Should Su Tian express reluctance to journey to Heaven-Do City, Qianren Xue would have no recourse. Conversely, if Su Tian were inclined to go, Qianren Xue would readily accompany him. Upon hearing her words, Su Tian cast a sidelong glance at Qianren Xue. He understood that Heaven-Do City was a thorn lodged deep within her heart. It was imperative to extract this thorn, otherwise, Qianren Xue would perpetually dwell on the matters of Heaven-Do City, squandering precious time. Su Changtian could empathize with her plight, for in the years past, Qianren Xue had tirelessly cultivated her influence within the Heaven-Do royal family, investing considerable time and effort. This endeavor was abruptly curtailed when Su Tian awakened his martial soul. Despite her diligent training over the years and moments of respite, Qianren Xue still found herself preoccupied with thoughts of the individuals and affairs pertaining to the Heaven-Do royal family, yearning to reclaim the Heaven-Do Empire. Su Tian nodded and spoke, Little Xue, once you have integrated the 9th spirit ring, we shall return to Heaven-Do City. At that time, we shall turn the entire Heaven-Do Empire upside down. Su Changtian, too, had his own reasons for visiting Heaven-Do City, primarily 2 matters of significance. The first involved the ice and fire yin-yang hidden within the sunset forest outside Heaven-Do City, currently under the dominion of the poison de Gobo. Surrounding this peculiar spring is a profusion of enchanting herbs and ethereal flowers, the consumption of which can significantly enhance one's combat prowess and elevate the evolution of one's martial soul. The second matter pertains to the Tiandou royal family's Hanhai Qian Kuan shield, also known as the Heart of the Sea God. This is related to the acceptance of the 9 trials of the sea god and the path to divinity. Currently, Su Cha Tian has 3 potential paths to ascend to godhood. The first path is to inherit the position of the angel god. The second is to inherit the title of the sea god. The third is to assume the role of the Azura god. In addition, Su Changtian has the option to create a divine title of his own. However, crafting a new divine position is exceedingly challenging. It is akin to the sea god, who established his own divinity due to the belief power bestowed upon him by all the sea spirit masters and sea soul beasts across the vast ocean. Should Su Changtian manage to garner the belief power of the entire Doloa continent, he too could attain godhood, yet this remains a formidable task. Presently, Su Changtian is only at level 75, and he does not feel any urgency. He understands that the journey to divinity will commence only upon breaking through to the titled Dolor realm. Listening to Su Changtian's words, Qianren Xue revealed a faint smile and nodded, saying, "Very well. At that time, we shall turn Heavendou City upside down." Su Changtian then turned to Qianren Xue and said, "Little Xue, could you please refrain from calling me little fellow any longer? After 6 years, I have grown quite tall." "Thank you very much. If you must call me something, please refer to me as big fellow instead." In the span of 6 years, Su Changtian has grown to a height of 1.85 meters. In the world of Doloa continent, a stature exceeding 2 meters is quite common. In the original work, characters like Xiao Wu and Tang San have indeed reached heights of over 2 meters. Furthermore, Su Changtian possesses a tall and well-proportioned physique, appearing slender in attire yet robust and muscular when bare. Particularly, when he is shirtless, the lines of his physique are simply exquisite, exuding striking handsomeness. Remarkably, Su Changtian's skin is in splendid condition, surpassing that of many female soul masters, yet he does not appear effeminate in the slightest. A graceful young man, as beautiful as jade. However, possessing such striking looks is hardly noteworthy in the realm of soul masters. What holds greater significance is Su Changtian's formidable strength, which is truly terrifying. A saying circulates within the spirit hall, proclaiming that should Su Changtian fully mature, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful pope in history, destined to lead the spirit hall to dominate the world. Qianren Xue gazed at Su Changtian, acknowledging that this young lad has indeed matured into a towering figure, nearly surpassing her own height. Yet, she has grown accustomed to referring to Su Changtian as young one. It has become a habit she cannot break. Therefore, privately, I shall still call you young one. In public, I will address you as Changtian. How does that sound? Qianren Xue displayed a charming smile as she spoke. That works. Su Changtian nodded in agreement. Haha, young one, you are truly obedient. Qianren Xue laughed. At present, the bond between Su Changtian and Qianren Xue is exceptionally strong, resembling that of family yet tinged with a romantic essence. Moreover, at night, they embrace each other in slumber, harboring profound trust in one another. The hour is still early. Thus, Su Changtian and Qianren Xue engage in cultivation together, solidifying their martial prowess. Time swiftly passes, and soon, a day has elapsed. The following day, Qianren Xue and Su Changtian rose together, partook in breakfast, and attended to their grooming. Subsequently, Su Changtian absorbed Qianren Xue into his own being. Meanwhile, the elders Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei had already prepared a luxurious carriage well in advance. Su Changtian, Gue Mei, and Zhu Yueguan boarded the opulent carriage, with Zhu Yueguan assuming the role of the driver. Gue Mei and Zhu Yueguan would take turns along the journey. As the luxurious carriage departed from Spirit City, the trio commenced their journey. However, Su Changtian did not specify a destination, instead instructing Zhu Yueguan to head southward. He would provide guidance on the direction as needed. Zhu Yueguan reflected inwardly, acknowledging, Su Changtian truly embodies a carefree spirit, embarking on his adventures without a specific aim, though filled with emotions. Zhu Yueguan followed the route indicated by Su Changtian without a hint of complaint. Upon leaving the boundaries of Wuhuan City, Su Changtian sensed the call of Qianren Xue. She wished to breathe freely outside, not confined within the Wuhuan space. Thus, without hesitation, he released Qianren Xue. A divine aura shimmered under the golden light, and Qianren Xue materialized within the opulent carriage, adorned in golden armor, seated beside Su Changtian. A delightful fragrance enveloped the air, drawing the attention of both Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei. Particularly Gue Mei, who was seated within the carriage, was astonished to witness Qianren Xue manifesting in a tangible form rather than an ethereal state. However, upon reflection, he recalled that Su Changtian had attained the formidable level of 75, while Qianren Xue had reached 90. Her ability to appear in such a solid state in this realm was indeed a natural occurrence. Clearing his throat, Guei spoke, "Your Highness and Miss, I shall refrain from intruding upon your moment. I will assist old Juhua in managing the carriage outside." "Very well," Su Tian replied with a calm nod. Subsequently, Guei exited the carriage and mounted one of the horses. He exchanged knowing glances with old Juhua, both sharing a knowing smile. Being adults, they understood that there might be a tale unfolding between Su Tian and Qianren Xue, and they felt a profound envy for the couple, believing that their love would surely flourish. Inside the carriage, Qianren Xue conjured a soundproof barrier, enveloping herself and Su Tian in a cocoon of privacy. Their dialogue remained concealed from prying ears. Of course, with the prowess of Guei and Jiuguan, breaching this barrier would be a trivial task. However, should they attempt to eavesdrop, Qianren Xue would undoubtedly sense their intrusion. At that point, both she and Su Tian would certainly seek to address the matter. Yet, Guei and Jiuguan were not foolish enough to jeopardize their standing with the couple by taking such a reckless risk. For the two individuals, Guei and Jiuguan, there was hardly any benefit to be found. Qianren Xue gazed at the scenery outside and remarked, "Staying in the Soul Realm every day is quite suffocating. It is far more pleasant to step outside and breathe the fresh air." As she spoke, a smile blossomed on her face. She was seated closely beside Su Tian, their proximity palpable. The delightful fragrance emanating from Qianren Xue captivated Su Tian's heart. Unable to contain himself, he gently wrapped his arm around her and murmured, "To behold such beauty amidst glorious scenery is indeed a rare fortune in this world." However, as Guei and Jiuguan were at the helm of the carriage, their presence rendered the moment somewhat restrained. Consequently, Qianren Xue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Nevertheless, she found herself relishing the moment, making no attempt to resist, and instead playfully quipped, "Little fellow, when did you become so eloquent?" "Eloquent?" Su Tian shook his head, insisting it was merely a heartfelt expression. "There is a modicum of truth in that," Qianren Xue replied, her face still tinged with crimson. Soon, the two of them engaged in delightful conversation while admiring the scenery from within the carriage, thoroughly enjoying their time together. As time flowed by, 10 days had swiftly elapsed. At last, Su Tian arrived at the outskirts of Showdown village. However, he chose not to enter the village, as there was simply no necessity to do so. It is not fear of Tang Hao that troubles him. Currently, Tang Hao is accompanying Tang San to the Shrek Academy, rendering him no cause for concern. Rather, Su Tian feels that entering the village would be a futile endeavor, as there is nothing of value to be found here. He extends his spiritual energy, commencing a search for the nearby waterfalls. Before long, Su Tian discovers a magnificent waterfall located approximately 135 miles to the west. This is the only grand waterfall within a 200-mile radius. The bone of the blue-silver emperor's right leg, which has lain for 100,000 years, must be there. And Ayin must surely be there as well. Su Tian mused inwardly, a fierce glint flashing across his deep, dark eyes. To that direction, Su Tian pointed towards the west, conveying information to Jiuguan and Guei. "Understood, Your Highness." "No problem." Jiuguan and Guei, loyal and devoted, promptly set off towards the west. Time passed swiftly. Their party soon arrived at the location of the grand waterfall. "We have arrived. Stop the carriage," Su Tian instructed. Jiuguan brought the carriage to a halt, gazing at the magnificent waterfall before him, pondering, "What brings us here? Could it be that His Highness has whimsically decided to frolic here with Qianren Xue? If that is the case, I must discreetly retreat with Guei." In contrast, Guei was not as preoccupied with such thoughts. He was simply puzzled as to why Su Tian had chosen to stop here. The scenery here is quite delightful, however. There are no wild beasts or notable figures to speak of. One must question the nature of any true adventure. Could it be that the Holy Sun and Qianren Xue are merely indulging in a leisurely outing? Such a thought crossed Guei's mind, accompanied by a series of peculiar expressions flitting across her face. Within chapter 136, titled Finding Ayin, Pleasing Jiuguan, Guei observed the pleasing surroundings, mistakenly believing that Su Tian had brought Qianren Xue out for an excursion. Indeed, there is a magnificent waterfall. "Longtian, is this the place you mentioned?" Qianren Xue remarked, gazing at the crystalline cascade, her admiration evident. "The scenery is truly splendid. The fragrant grass and fresh air create an oasis of natural oxygen." Qianren Xue and Su Tian inhaled deeply, relishing the invigorating atmosphere. Su Tian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Precisely. This is the location my dream guided me to. Have you noticed the waterfall? Within it lies a hidden world, concealing treasures of great significance. To prevent Gue Mei and Zhu Yueguan from indulging in fanciful speculation, Su Chantian revealed his premeditated rationale, leading them to mistakenly assume that his presence here was indeed a consequence of dreamlike guidance. Holy Son, are you suggesting that your arrival here was prompted by a dream? That within this waterfall lies an extraordinary hidden realm, harboring treasures? Zhu Yueguan exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. Initially, he had believed that Su Chantian and Qianren Xue lingered here merely to appreciate the beauty of the landscape and enjoy a moment of bliss. Little did he realize that Su Chantian's purpose was to seek out hidden treasures. Yet, one must wonder what treasures might lie within. Zhu Yueguan's curiosity was piqued, while Gue Mei cast a skeptical glance, inquiring, Holy Son, are you certain you are not jesting? Having spent your life within the confines of Wuhuan City and the Wuhuan Academy, how could you possibly be aware of such matters? Gue Mei harbored doubts, after all. Su Chantian had grown up either in Wuhuan City or within the academy. How could he know of treasures hidden here, all on account of a single dream? This is rather absurd. Yet, Su Chantian remained resolute, asserting with unwavering conviction, I trust in my dreams, I trust in my intuition. There is no need for further words. Simply observe. As he spoke, he took a decisive step forward and declared, Xiao Xue, the two elders, stay close to me. Coming, Chantian. Qianren Xue nodded, placing her faith in Su Chantian as she followed closely beside him. Gue Mei and Zhu Yueguan, lingering behind, gazed enviously at Qianren Xue's exquisite figure. Feeling a twinge of admiration for Su Chantian, they exchanged glances, as if silently communicating, they are quite the perfect match. Here comes the Holy Sun. Here comes the Holy Sun. Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei flanked Su Chantian and Qianren Xue, diligently safeguarding them as if they were unparalleled treasures, ensuring that not a single misstep would occur, for any lapse could result in severe repercussions from the esteemed grand offering and His Holiness the Pope. Life is fleeting, and they cherished it immensely. Let us go. Su Chantian led the way, leaping gracefully into the mighty waterfall. Indeed, this place reveals hidden wonders. As Su Chantian gracefully alights upon the ground, Qianren Xue, Zhu Yueguan, and Gue Mei follow closely behind, gazing upon the magnificent waterfall, which conceals a cavern of breathtaking beauty. All three are taken aback. Chantian, you were absolutely right. There truly is a world of marvels here. Qianren Xue exclaims, astonished. She had never anticipated that Su Chantian's dream would hold such truth. Prior to their journey, her heart was steeped in skepticism. Yet, it appears that this young lad has never erred. Every word and action of his has proven to be accurate. After all, as a transmigrator, Su Chantian possesses knowledge of myriad matters. How could he be mistaken? Zhu Yueguan, equally astonished, interjects, Your Highness, the Holy Son, I must apologize for my earlier doubts. The layout here certainly suggests that a soul master once resided within. Perhaps there truly are treasures to be found. With fervent eyes, Zhu Yueguan begins to search for valuables. Simultaneously, he muses that even if he does not earn merit on this expedition, he has certainly toiled hard. If treasures are indeed present, might Su Chantian, in his generosity, grant him a share? Contemplating this, Zhu Yueguan's spirits are lifted. Meanwhile, Gue Mei notices a hidden chamber deeper within and exclaims, Your Highness, Miss, old Jiuhua, look over there. There is a secret chamber. The treasures must lie within. As Gue Mei speaks, he gestures forward. Zhu Yueguan and Qianren Xue glance over and indeed spot a concealed cave, revealing yet another marvel within. Let us proceed. We must investigate. Su Chantian declares, leading the way. However, Zhu Yueguan, filled with concern, replies, Your Highness, please proceed with caution. Allow me to scout ahead. If there is danger and you were to be harmed, it would be quite unfortunate. With this, Zhu Yueguan swiftly positions himself ahead of Su Chantian. He is eager to demonstrate his loyalty, hoping to endear himself to the Holy Son. Moreover, should treasures be uncovered, perhaps Su Chantian, in a generous mood, would bestow a reward upon him. This line of thought fills Zhu Yueguan with delight. In truth, it is all merely his own fanciful thinking. For the so-called treasure amounts to nothing more than a right leg bone of a blue-silver emperor, dating back a staggering 100,000 years. This is Su Chantian, who must assimilate on his own. How could he possibly share this with Zhu Yueguan? As for Qianren Xue, she integrates the 6 soul bones of the angel god, rendering the blue-silver grass right leg bone unnecessary. With Zhu Yueguan leading the way, the group stepped into the secret chamber. The chamber has become significantly narrower, with numerous small holes dotting the surrounding stone walls. Through these openings, several beams of sunlight penetrate the darkness, in the spots where the sunlight converges. A solitary blue-silver grass thrives. The blue-silver grass appears to have a pleasing appearance. Upon sighting the grass, Qianren Xue furrowed her brow, for she harbored a deep-seated aversion towards it. This disdain stemmed from the connection she believed existed between the death of her father, Qian Xuanji, and the 100,000-year old blue-silver emperor. To her dismay, a specimen of blue-silver grass had sprouted here. Where are the treasures? Zhu Yueguan blinked, failing to uncover any treasures. Her disappointment palpable. I shall eradicate this blue-silver grass, the specter declared, advancing with the intent to destroy it. However, Su Changtian promptly intervened, stating, there is no need to kill it. Keeping it will prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 137, the 100,000-year soul bone causes astonishment. Su Changtian resolved to retain the blue-silver grass, for it was the precursor of the 100,000-year old blue-silver emperor, Ain. Should Ain be cultivated at the eye of ice and fire, it would flourish rapidly. If Ain were to grow back to its 100,000-year status, he could hunt it once more to obtain a soul ring and a soul bone, subsequently replanting the blue-silver grass. This cycle could yield an inexhaustible resource, greatly benefiting future generations. Moreover, controlling this grass could potentially serve as leverage against Tang Hao, deterring him from opposing the Spirit Hall. Preserving the blue-silver emperor Ain would yield far greater advantages than its destruction. Thus, this grass must not be harmed. What? Your Highness, why is that? The specter inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. Su Changtian replied simply, there is no reason, it is simply for the best to keep it. Zhu Yueguan added, since the young master has spoken, it must be so. Old ghost, do not be obstinate. Very well, I shall heed the young master. The specter nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue asked Changtian, where are the treasures here? I see nothing. She too was filled with perplexity. This blue-silver grass is merely a worthless soul beast, certainly not a treasure. Thus expressing a look of confusion, Qianren Xue listened intently. However, Su Changtian interjected, stating, this blue-silver grass possesses an alternative utility. As for the treasure, it lies right here. With that, he approached the blue-silver grass and began to excavate the earth using his soul power. Beside him, Zhu Yueguan, Guime, and Qianren Xue observed with keen interest. They could intuitively surmise that the treasure was concealed beneath the ground. Their curious gazes converged upon the burgeoning pit. Soon, Su Changtian completed his excavation, uncovering a meticulously crafted brown long box, precisely as depicted in the original narrative. Indeed, Tang Hao had buried the treasure here. Within the box resided the right leg bone of the 100,000-year old blue-silver emperor. A sharp glint flashed through Su Changtian's deep golden eyes, and his spirits soared. Initially, he had approached the quest for this ancient soul bone with a mere sense of trial, lacking absolute certainty. After all, the original tale is one thing, while reality is another. Discrepancies between them are to be expected. Furthermore, should Tang Hao have suddenly altered his course and taken the 100,000-year old soul bone, Su Changtian would have found himself at a loss. Hence, he had initially fabricated the story that all these events were mere figments of a dream. Dreams are ethereal and elusive, rendering it impossible for Qianren Xue, Zhu Yueguan, and Guime to verify the truth. If he were to indeed procure the 100,000-year old soul bone, it would validate Su Changtian's dream, garnering him greater respect and allowing him to employ this ruse on future occasions. Conversely, if he failed to find the ancient soul bone, they would merely share a laugh and no further inquiries would arise. All of this lies within the grasp of Su Changtian. Indeed, there exists a treasure. This exquisite box. Does it contain something of great value? Qianren Xue's gaze was firmly fixed on the delicate treasure chest in Su Changtian's hands. Simultaneously, her spirits soared. Su Changtian was on her side, and his discovery of the treasure felt akin to her own finding, filling her with immense joy. Your Highness, the Saint's son, please open the box and reveal its contents. Zhu Yueguan urged eagerly, his eyes ablaze with curiosity about the treasures within. He speculated that this treasure might be a formidable soul-guiding device. After all, such an exquisite box could only hold something extraordinary. Hidden away in this secretive location, it must indeed be of great significance. How remarkable, indeed, that the Saint's son could stumble upon such fortune even in a dream. Truly impressive. Gui Mei offered lavish praise to Su Chantian without reserve. Over the years, the mischievous spirits accompanying Jiue Guan have somewhat gone astray, having learned to utter flattering remarks. Indeed, Su Chantian nodded in acknowledgement, responding in a perfunctory manner. Subsequently, he began to delicately open the exquisite treasure box. As the box creaked open, a brilliant azure-green radiance burst forth, illuminating the cavernous chamber with its ethereal glow. A powerful vitality surged forth, enveloping everyone in a palpable sense of rejuvenation. Nearby, the blue-silver grass began to sway gently, seemingly reveling in the warmth. Calm. Su Chantian brought his fingers together, channeling a stream of soul energy into the ornate box. Using his formidable power to subdue the radiant aura, compelling its brilliance to withdraw. He then fully opened the treasure box, revealing, indeed, a 100,000-year-old blue-silver royal leg bone. Su Chantian's heart soared with joy, and his gaze sparkled with excitement. Within this exquisite box lies a crystal-clear leg soul bone, radiating a captivating blue-green hue, infused with an overwhelming vitality. Gazing upon this soul bone, Su Chantian envisions an exceptionally resilient blue-silver emperor, wielding its robust vines, exuding a vibrant life force, and commanding all blue-silver grasses in its domain with undeniable strength. It is no wonder that this is the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. The life energy emanating from it is indeed extraordinary. It is little surprise that, in the original tale, Tang San, upon integrating this essence, was able to survive numerous life-threatening injuries. Furthermore, he even aided Tang Hao in reattaching his severed arm and thigh. The right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor is truly remarkable. It is a pity that Qian Xuanji did not acquire this soul bone. Had he done so, he might have evaded his untimely demise. Su Chantian marvels at this 100,000-year-old soul bone, harboring great expectations for its potential. With it, he would no longer fear injury. However, a conflicting thought lingers in Su Chantian's mind. His second soul skill, named Angelic Holy Light, allows him to recover rapidly from injuries under its divine aura. He already possesses healing capabilities. Should he merge with this blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, it may create a discordant effect. For a fleeting moment, Su Chantian hesitates, contemplating the integration of other soul bones that could enhance his combat prowess instead. Nonetheless, he refrains from rushing to a decision and intends to discuss the matter with Qianren Xue to glean her insights. A 100,000-year soul bone. This must be the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. Qianren Xue's beautiful visage is adorned with astonishment. She never anticipated that within this exquisite treasure box lay a soul bone of such age. Furthermore, it hails from the soul beast, the blue-silver emperor. This reminded Qianren Xue of an event from many years ago that had befallen her father. In the past, her father, Qian Sundis, had set his sights on a 100,000-year soul beast known as the blue-silver emperor. However, this blue-silver emperor had already formed a bond with the talented Tang Hao of the Haotian sect, and the two had become inseparable companions. In pursuit of this 100,000-year soul beast, Qian Sundis dispatched numerous skilled warriors to embark on a mission to slay it. Yet, alas, Tang Hao proved to be exceedingly formidable, and the blue-silver emperor willingly offered itself in sacrifice to him. This enabled Tang Hao, through sheer determination, to alter the tide of battle, leaving his father, Qian Xuanji, gravely injured. Upon his return, it appeared that Qian Xuanji succumbed to his injuries in a tragic demise. Although Tang Hao's memories of his father are scant, he is undeniably the perpetrator of his father's death. Consequently, upon witnessing the blue-silver emperor's soul bone, Qianren Xue was engulfed by a profound fury. The blue-silver emperor's soul bone? Is it truly the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor? Zhu Yueguan could not help but exclaim, his face a mask of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the exquisite treasure within the ornate box was not a formidable soul engineer device, but rather a soul bone of 100,000 years in age. Moreover, this remarkable soul bone was derived from the blue-silver emperor. This also stirred a sense of concern within Jiue, evoking memories of yesteryears. Back then, Jiue had followed Qian Sunji, accompanying him in the hunt for the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. However, the outcome was unexpected. The blue-silver emperor, Ain, sacrificed herself for Tang Hao, aiding him in turning the tide of battle. Now, to his astonishment, They had encountered the right leg bone of this 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Could it be that Tang Hao had not fused with this right leg bone, instead concealing it in this hidden locale? Gui Mei could not help but voice his conjecture, expressing his surprise at why Tang Hao had not integrated this ancient soul bone. Was it possible that Tang Hao intended to preserve this soul bone, cherishing it daily as a reminder of his beloved wife? If that were the case, Tang Hao truly was a sentimental man. Indeed, this must be Tang Hao's 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul bone. I speculate that perhaps Tang Hao already possessed a right leg bone, rendering him unable to merge the soul bone, thus opting to store it here instead. Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes glimmered as she shared her thoughts. The allure of a 100,000-year-old soul bone is immensely potent for everyone, particularly for Tang Hao, who was being pursued. Its temptation was magnified. If he could successfully fuse with this soul bone, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket, aiding in his escape. Yet, the fact remained, Tang Hao had not fused with it. There can only be one conclusion. Tang Hao has already fused with the bone of his right leg, rendering him incapable of assimilating any additional soul bones. Qian, having perused the original text, is aware of the truth of the matter and recognizes that Qianren Xue's conjecture is indeed accurate. My dear lady, you are remarkably astute. I believe your hypothesis encapsulates the essence of the truth, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. It appears that Tang Hao, unable to merge with any more soul bones, has concealed one here, which we have ultimately unearthed. How amusing it would be if Tang Hao were to learn of this. It would surely infuriate him. Zhiyuguan chuckled heartily, taking the opportunity to flatter Qianren Xue. After all, he had suffered considerable setbacks at the hands of Tang Hao, only to see the blue-silver emperor escape in the end. This has always been a thorn in Zhiyue's heart. Every time it crosses her mind, it pricks her anew, reminding her of the most humiliating chapter of her career. Thus, discovering the long-buried right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, originally hidden by Tang Hao, felt like a significant redemption. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhiyue couldn't help but burst into laughter, her spirits soaring. In the midst of her mirth, her gaze inevitably fell upon Tiandou. Your Highness, the Saint's son, who would have imagined that you would lead us to unearth Tang Hao's soul bone? This is indeed a momentous occasion. If His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering were to learn of this, they would be utterly delighted, Zhiyue exclaimed, her face adorned with a beaming smile. As she spoke, visions of Tiandou and Bibi Dong's ecstatic expressions upon hearing this news flashed through her mind. Truly, the Saint's son has achieved the unimaginable, uncovering the soul bone buried by Tang Hao. For our spirit hall, this victory comes without the cost of a single soldier, akin to claiming a resounding triumph. Gui Mei's spirits were equally elevated, her smile radiant. Together with Zhiyue, she had participated in the ill-fated plan to hunt the blue-silver emperor, Qian, and had suffered considerable setbacks at that time. Now, having located this 100,000-year-old right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, they had managed to turn the tide. For the specters, this was an unprecedented windfall, resulting in their elation. Surely, it was the manifestation of the previous Pope's spirit. The Pope, through a dream, had guided the Holy Son to this place, where he discovered the soul bone of 100,000 years. It appears that our esteemed Pope holds the Holy Son in high regard and treats him exceptionally well. Upon this realization, Zhiyuguan felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks and spoke fervently. He believed this was the spirit of the former Pope, Qian, who had bestowed a dream upon Tiandou, enabling him to successfully locate the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, thereby fulfilling a significant ambition from his past life. Indeed, this was the manifestation of the former Pope. Just as old Jihua had stated, the former Pope had sent a dream to the Holy Son. The Holy Son is truly a chosen one, destined to seamlessly inherit the papal throne and lead our spirit hall to greatness, unifying the entire continent for centuries to come. Gui Mei's face radiated excitement as he spoke. He felt an overwhelming urge to dance in jubilation. Presently, the strength of the spirit hall was formidable, having compelled the Haotian sect to seal its gates. Moreover, a talent like Tiandou had emerged. The spirit hall was flourishing, and both Zhiyuguan and Gui Mei seemed to glimpse the hope of unifying the continent. The discovery of this 100,000-year soul bone appeared to be a pivotal moment, the wheels of fate seemingly beginning to turn. In the future, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly face annihilation, and Tang Hao would certainly be captured, brought to the spirit city, and made to kneel before the grave of Qian for a blood sacrifice. Contemplating these scenarios, how could Guanmei and Zhiyuguan not be filled with joy, listening to their conversation? Qianren Xue was momentarily taken aback. Had her father truly manifested? Was this a dream he sent to the young man? As she pondered this, she stole a glance at Su Chantian and found herself increasingly fond of him. If it were indeed her father, Qian Sunji, who had sent the dream, it would imply his acknowledgement of Su Chantian's capabilities and his support for their compatibility. Otherwise, why would her father not send a dream to Bibi Dong, or to Tiandou, or even to herself, but instead to Su Chantian? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qianren Xue couldn't help but look at Su Chantian again, her heart brimming with affection. Surely, her father must see great potential in Su Chantian, leading him to manifest and send a dream. It seemed she would have to treat Chantian with even more kindness from now on. This young man truly was quite remarkable, Qianren Xue mused inwardly, her fondness for Su Chantian growing ever stronger. Just imagine your deceased father sending a dream to your boyfriend, helping him resolve past regrets. You would undoubtedly grow fonder of your boyfriend because of it. As Su Chantian listened to the conversation between Guanmei and Zhu Yueguan, he was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the mention of Qian Xuanji's dream. Ah, indeed. Zhu Yueguan and Guanmei, your imagination is truly remarkable. With this discovery of the 100,000-year-old soul bone, my position as the Holy Son is assured. Moreover, Xiao Shui'er will grow even closer to me. A glimmer of joy flickered in Su Chantian's dark eyes. He silently commended Guanmei and Zhu Yueguan for their ingenuity. Perhaps, I am somewhat familiar with the events of your. To unearth the soul bone now is indeed a stroke of fortune. Su Chantian spoke, offering a few courteous remarks. Guanmei inquired, Your Highness the Holy Son, how do you intend to handle this soul bone? Will you return to the Wuhuan Hall to share this joy with His Holiness the Pope in the grand offering? Guanmei's suggestion was for Su Chantian to take the 100,000-year-old soul bone back to the Wuhuan Hall, where Qian Xuanji would surely be elated. I think that sounds feasible. What do you think, Your Highness the Holy Son? Zhu Yueguan expressed his thoughts, his gaze fixed on Su Chantian, eager to hear his response. Given that there was only one soul bone, Zhu Yueguan abandoned his earlier notion of sharing the treasure with Su Chantian. This 10,000-year-old soul bone, though exceedingly precious, is not destined for my use or fusion. Qianren Xue's gaze also fell upon Su Chantian, as she was curious to hear how he would proceed. However, a sense of urgency stirred within her, as she wished for Su Chantian to refrain from merging with this soul bone. The reason being that its original owner was none other than Qianren Xue's adversary. Should Su Chantian assimilate this soul bone, it would be akin to carrying a nemesis by his side each day. The mere thought of it is exceedingly infuriating. Nevertheless, this is, after all, a soul bone of the 100,000-year caliber, immensely precious. Should Su Chantian integrate it, his power would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Thus, Qianren felt unqualified to impede Su Chantian's fusion with this soul bone. As everyone's gaze settled upon him, Su Chantian began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. Indeed, as the Phantom and Zhu Yueguan had articulated, bringing this soul bone back to the headquarters of the Wuhuan Temple would undoubtedly delight the Grand Priest Tiandou immensely. Furthermore, when the time came for him to reclaim the soul bone, a mere request would suffice for Tiandou to return it to him. Additionally, Su Chantian found himself somewhat conflicted, lacking an intense desire to merge with this soul bone. After all, he already possessed formidable healing abilities, albeit slightly inferior to those of this 100,000-year soul bone. Yet, they were certainly adequate for his needs. Moreover, as long as his strength remained formidable, he could effortlessly overcome any adversities, rendering wounds a non-issue. If he were to remain uninjured, this 100,000-year soul bone would become akin to a useless relic, incapable of serving any purpose. Casting a glance at Qianren Xue, Su Chantian spoke, Xiao Xue, what are your thoughts? I would like to hear your opinion. His words momentarily stunned both Phantom and Zhu Yueguan, who exchanged glances. Truly, the Holy Son dotes on the young lady. They mused, the two are increasingly resembling a pair. Surely, they would one day partake in the joyous celebration of their union. As Qianren Xue observed the 100,000-year soul bone, her gaze shifted to Su Chantian. After a moment of contemplation, she articulated her thoughts. Chantian, let us refrain from fusing with this soul bone for now. Once our trials conclude, we shall return and allow grandfather to examine it, letting him decide. This is merely a matter of early versus late fusion. We need not rush. Her voice was gentle as she conveyed her thoughts. She wished for Tiandou to glimpse the appearance of this 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, and to consider whether or not to integrate it, seeking her grandfather's perspective on the matter. Su Tian nodded in agreement. Very well, Xiao Xue. I shall heed your counsel. Su Tian responded gently. Regarding the soul bone, he did not possess a strong desire to merge with it, since Qianren Xue had voiced her opinion. Su Tian chose to respect her wishes. Warmth enveloped Qianren Xue's heart as she cast a loving glance at Su Tian. At that moment, her affection for him blossomed. Then I shall take this soul bone back to the spirit hall. I will store it away for now, Su Tian added, delicately closing the exquisite treasure box before placing it into his storage soul guide ring. Observing this, Qianren Xue felt quite pleased with Su Tian's demeanor. Yes, Tian, you are truly obedient, haha, she exclaimed, laughing and praising him for being good. Gui Mei and Zhu Yu exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. Yet they felt as if they had been unwittingly fed dog food. Tian, what use is this blue-silver grass? I suspect it is related to the blue-silver emperor that escaped back then. Perhaps we should eliminate it. Qianren Xue inquired about Su Tian's thoughts, harboring a desire to eradicate the vibrant blue-silver grass. After all, the death of her father was intertwined with it, and her hatred for the blue-silver grass was profound. She wished to annihilate it upon sight. Absolutely not. Why? Confusion filled Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes as she sought to understand Su Tian's reasoning. In her perspective, he must have had his own justification for such a decision. It was solely because, within the dream, a mysterious spring was mentioned. By transplanting this blue-silver grass to that enigmatic spring, it could flourish rapidly. In a matter of years, it would undoubtedly grow into a soul beast of 100,000 years. By hunting it, one could obtain a 100,000 year soul ring and a 100,000 year soul bone. The dream hinted at the potential to continuously cultivate blue-silver emperors of 100,000 years using the spring's power. In due course, repeated slaying would yield a steady supply of 100,000 your soul rings and soul bones, significantly enriching the foundation of the spirit hall. Su Tian skillfully articulated a reasonable excuse for why they could not slay the blue-silver emperor, leveraging the dream as an excellent rationale. After hearing Su Tian's explanation, Qianren Xue's gaze faltered. Did my father tell you this during his dream? Qianren Xue immediately thought of her father, Qian Xuanji, and speculated that it was her father who had sent a dream to Su Tian, imparting this information. If that were indeed the case, then the blue-silver grass soul beast must be eliminated. I cannot ascertain whether your father truly sent a dream. However, it was indeed mentioned within the dream. Su Tian replied, shaking his head with a solemn expression. He merely sought to provide an explanation, without any intention of deceiving Qianren Xue through his words. The dreams of Qian Sun are merely a product of the preconceived notions held by Qianren Xue, Zhu Yuguan, Gui Mei, and others, crafted from their own imaginations. Su Tian has never explicitly acknowledged this. Naturally, Su Tian has also not refuted it. He has merely provided ambiguous responses. In this way, it cannot be considered that Su Tian has lied. Oh, within that dream, was there any mention of the location of this spring? Qianren Xue, with a face full of curiosity, inquired, eager to discover the whereabouts of this spring. Gui Mei and Zhu Yueguan both cast inquisitive glances in her direction. Indeed, Your Highness. The saint, where exactly is this spring? Is it far from here? Zhu Yueguan asked with keen interest. If we could truly locate this spring, it would allow us to cultivate more blue-silver grass. In this manner, in the future, everyone would be able to slay the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, thus acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. Jai Weiguan found himself dreaming of obtaining a 100,000-year soul bone. It was his aspiration. As for the 100,000-year soul ring, that was an unattainable dream, for Jai Weiguan had already reached his limit with soul rings and could no longer fuse anymore. At most, he could only merge soul bones. Your Highness, where is the spring? When shall we go to see it? Gui Mei inquired, her face full of curiosity. Like Jai Weiguan, she too wished to discover the location of this mysterious spring. If possible, she hoped to cultivate a formidable batch of blue-silver emperors, then eliminate them one by one. In doing so, she could acquire 6 100,000-year blue-silver emperor soul bones, thereby completing an entire soul bone set. The thought of this filled Gui Mei with immense excitement. Somewhere within the sunset forest, Su Tian responded nonchalantly. The mysterious spring he referred to undoubtedly indicated the ice and fire yin-yang eyes within the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest? That is located outside of Tiandou City. Qianren Xue exclaimed. She happened to be planning a return trip to Tiandou City. Coincidentally, she could venture into the Sunset Forest to search for the mysterious spring that Su Chantian spoke of. This is quite fortuitous, and it aligns perfectly with our route. The Sunset Forest outside Tiandou City? It is a considerable distance from us. So, Your Highness, when shall we venture there? Zhu Guan inquired. His anticipation palpable as he yearned to explore the mysterious spring in the Sunset Forest. Let us wait for a while, Su Chantian responded, a sharp glint flashing in his deep golden eyes. There is an exceedingly important matter we must attend to first. Your Highness, what is this matter? Zhu Guan's gaze intensified with fervor. He had initially believed that Su Chantian's journey was akin to a headless fly, aimlessly wandering wherever fate led him. However, he soon realized how gravely mistaken he was. Su Chantian approached this with meticulous preparation. His actions were deliberate and strategic, rather than haphazard experimentation. The first destination lies beyond the village of Saint Soul, where Tang Hao concealed the treasure of the 100,000-year soul bones for 10 millennia. The forthcoming trial promises to yield immense benefits, and Zhu Guan eagerly anticipates what Su Chantian is about to reveal. Your Highness, does this pertain to the next trial? Gu Mei could not help but inquire, his gaze intensifying with fervor. Having spent considerable time together, he and Zhu Guan had developed similar habits and thought processes, allowing them to arrive at the same conclusion simultaneously. Chantian, what is it? Qianren Xue also cast a curious glance, eager to learn about this significant matter. Given Su Chantian's insistence on its importance, it must indeed be of great consequence. During this journey, I have experienced numerous dreams. Within these visions, I discovered the whereabouts of another 100,000-year soul beast. Should we succeed in capturing this beast, we could lure out the other two colossal 100,000-year soul beasts residing in the Tiandou forest. Our objective for this expedition is to seize this 100,000-year soul beast. Additionally, I have located Tang Hao and am aware of his son's whereabouts. If possible, we must ensure the immediate demise of both Tang Hao and his son, eradicating any future threats. Su Chantian's voice resonated with unwavering determination as he disclosed this crucial information. The 100,000-year soul beast he referred to as none other than the soft-bone rabbit, Xiaowu. Once Xiaowu is captured, the formidable Deming and Air Ming within the Tiandou forest will be easily subdued. Furthermore, Tang San, the protagonist of the original narrative, ultimately ascended to divinity and obliterated the spirit hall. By eliminating Tang San and his father, Tang Hao, we can thwart the potential destruction of the spirit hall and eliminate a formidable adversary. This is indeed a significant matter that should not be underestimated. Listening to Su Chantian's words, both Qianren Xue and Zhu Guan, along with the enigmatic Gu Mei, were taken aback, their minds buzzing, their expressions revealing a profound incredulity. Hiss. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, are you suggesting that you possess knowledge of the whereabouts of another soul beast aged 10,000 years, and that through this creature, you can locate two additional soul beasts of the same age? Furthermore, you are aware of Tang Hao's and his son's whereabouts? Zhu Guan could not help but inhale sharply, his face a portrait of astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that Su Chantian would be privy to such momentous information. A soul beast of 10,000 years. And 3 of them at that. Should they succeed in hunting these 3 10,000-year soul beasts, the foundation of the spirit hall would grow immensely more formidable. Moreover, Su Chantian also possessed knowledge of Tang Hao and his son's locations. Tang Hao is an enemy of the spirit hall. The spirit hall has pursued Tang Hao for many years without any trace of him. Chapter 141. The proactive Zhu Guan, a menacing presence. Now, Su Chantian is aware of Tang Hao's whereabouts. This implies that the spirit hall can eliminate Tang Hao, this calamity, avenging the former Pope Qian Sunji. Furthermore, they will also eradicate the roots of the problem by directly slaying Tang Hao's son. This is indeed a matter of great significance. The existence of a 100,000 your soul beast, Tang Hao, left Qianren Xue murmuring in disbelief, her mind buzzing. She could scarcely fathom that Su Chantian possessed such extensive secret knowledge. If the revelations of this dream are indeed authentic, then Qianren Xue's 100,000 your soul ring is within reach. Not only that, but Su Chantian may also have the opportunity to fuse a 100,000 your soul ring with his primary martial soul, the 9 Dragons Coffin. As for Tang Hao, he is the one who murdered her father. He must be eliminated. Naturally, Tang Hao's son cannot be spared either. Qianren Xue's gaze burned intensely as she looked at Su Tian. Tian, where is Tang Hao? Where can I find that 100,000, your soul beast? You have a plan, don't you? Qianren Xue fixed her gaze on Su Tian, pressing him with inquiries. She felt increasingly perplexed by him. Previously, she had only perceived Su Tian as formidable. But now, he seemed to her as overwhelmingly powerful as a cosmic explosion. Yes, I have devised a plan. Little Xue, along with the two elders. You need only follow my lead. Su Tian nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. Currently, his cultivation level was limited to a mere 75th level soul saint. He would require the strength of Qianren Xue, Jiuguan, and Gue Mei to successfully abduct Xiao Wu and eliminate both Tang Hao and Tang San. Your Highness the Saint's son. You are truly extraordinary. It seems that although the former Pope has passed on, his spirit persists, still watching over our spirit hall. Your knowledge of these matters must surely be a dream sent by the former Pope. Truly, the heavens are benevolent. Gue Mei expressed his admiration, subtly flattering the former Pope. Qian Xuanji, thereby enhancing Su Tian's stature and making his rationale more plausible. Su Tian felt quite pleased with Gue Mei's imaginative remarks. This ghost Olua has never failed to impress me, he thought, casting a satisfied glance at Gue Mei. Had it not been for Gue Mei and the others mentioning dreams and divine manifestations, Su Tian would have struggled to find an appropriate justification. Now, he could attribute any occurrence to the realm of dreams and divine manifestations. Moreover, since it was Qian Xuanji, Qianren Xue's father, who had sent him the dream, it enhanced Qianren Xue's fondness for Su Tian. She believed that her father endorsing Su Tian through a dream signified recognition of his abilities and foreshadowed his future as her husband. Truly divine. Old Gue was right. The Pope, Qianren Xue, has indeed manifested in a dream. In the future, we shall all strive to become stronger under the leadership of His Highness, the Sun. As a result, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly flourish even more. Zhu Yueguan's face flushed slightly, revealing an expression of excitement. As an elder of the Spirit, Zhu Yueguan naturally wished to witness the Spirit Hall thrive and become the most formidable force on the entire continent. Simultaneously, he felt that following Su Tian was a monumental event in his life. Tian, you truly are the chosen one, he exclaimed. Now, we shall heed your plans and arrangements. Qianren Xue's voice was soft and melodious, and her fondness for Su Tian had deepened significantly. Very well. Our first step is to transplant this blue silver grass. Let us relocate it to a place where Tang Hao cannot find it. Su Tian began to direct the others, pleased with their cooperation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yueguan immediately suggested, I believe we should keep this blue silver grass close to us. When Tang Hao sees this familiar plant, he will surely deduce that his secret lair has been breached. This will drive him into a frenzy, prompting him to launch a fierce attack against us. At that moment, we can seize the opportunity to counterattack and eliminate Tang Hao. Zhu Yueguan's gaze grew fervent, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I am not afraid of Tang Hao confronting us. What truly concerns me is the possibility of that rascal escaping. This time, he vowed to slay Tang Hao during the month of Chrysanthemum, ensuring that he would not escape. Long ago, Tang Hao had severely wounded Qian Xuanji and managed to flee. This has always been a painful scar in the heart of Jiyue. He yearns for vengeance. Indeed, old Juhua speaks wisely. We shall carry this blue-silver grass as he suggested, provoking Tang Hao and ultimately bringing about his demise. Gue Mei nodded repeatedly, a sinister smile gracing his features. His thirst for blood was intense. He longed to eliminate Tang Hao and redeem himself. I find this plan feasible. The words of the two elders hold great wisdom. And I am in agreement. What are your thoughts, Tian? After Qianren Xue expressed her stance, her exquisite gaze fell upon Su Tian, awaiting his decision. Despite being the youngest among them, Su Tian wielded the most influence. Whether it was Qianren Xue, Jiyue, or Gue Mei, they all heeded his words. Su Tian spoke. Very well, we shall adhere to Elder Juhua's counsel and carry the blue-silver grass. However, during this time, Elder Juhua must closely monitor it to ensure it remains unharmed. Is that acceptable? Since this suggestion originated from Jiyue, let him bear the responsibility. This is but a trivial matter. Thus, Zhu Yueguan readily acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall take responsibility for this blue-silver grass. As he spoke, Zhu Yueguan had already arrived at the location of the blue-silver grass. He had a penchant for cultivating plants and was quite familiar with blue-silver grass, knowing precisely how to transplant it. All right, Su Tian responded with a calm nod. With Su Tian's approval, Zhu Yueguan immediately set to work, excavating the blue-silver grass. He then retrieved a pot from his storage soul guidance belt and carefully transferred the blue-silver grass into it, using his soul power to levitate it effortlessly. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged. Zhu Yueguan walked ahead, while a blue-silver grass floated gracefully in midair, closely following. All done, Your Highness. The matter of the blue-silver grass has been resolved. Without further delay, let us proceed to eliminate Tang Hao and hunt the 10,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 142. Qianren Xue arrives at Showdown City. The sight of Zhu Yueguan carrying the blue-silver grass seemed somewhat amusing. However, it was indeed the most prudent course of action. Gazing at the plant, Qian mused to himself, when Tang Hao sees this blue-silver grass, he is bound to be infuriated. In a fit of rage, Tang Hao would likely unleash a mindless assault. At that moment, with the combined might of Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei's martial soul fusion technique, the two instruments Stillness Domain, alongside Xiao Shui, would launch a counteroffensive. In this manner, we would surely be able to vanquish Tang Hao. Even if he managed to escape by some stroke of luck, it would matter little. Slaying Tang San and obliterating the Shirlai College would suffice. After analyzing his plan, Qian felt confident that there were no flaws, and he relaxed. His gaze then fell upon Zhu Yueguan. No issues there. Thus, without further ado, let us venture outside the secret cavern and commence our journey. Tian nodded and spoke. Like Tiandou, Tian was a man of action. Once they set their sights on a particular matter, they would spring into action without hesitation. Excellent, Your Highness. Zhu Yueguan immediately broke into a smile. He continued, expressing his concerns. I fear there may be traps. I shall proceed with old Gue to scout the cave's exit and ascertain any potential dangers. Then, Your Highness and Xiao Shui may follow behind. Zhu Yueguan was notably meticulous, harboring numerous apprehensions. He worried that exiting the cave might trigger certain mechanisms that could lead to injuries. Hence, he resolved to take the lead, risking his own safety. One must commend the loyalty of Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei. However, their actions were somewhat superfluous, akin to a futile gesture. After all, Tang Hao possessed no understanding of mechanisms or traps. If this cave were indeed Tang San's treasure trove, Tian would have harbored genuine concerns. Tang San, hailing from the Tang sect, was well-versed in various lethal contraptions, poisons, and hidden weapons, warranting caution. In contrast, Tang Hao, as an innocent inhabitant of the Dolua continent, lacked the knowledge of the treachery inherent to the Tang sect. Thus, he would not set any traps. Nevertheless, Tian chose not to voice his thoughts, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts, Yueguan. His tone remained characteristically calm. Zhu Yueguan, however, was unconcerned. He simply wished to demonstrate his loyalty. Subsequently, Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei ventured forth to scout the path ahead. Tian quietly stored the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone in his soul guide ring. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, walking alongside him, could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, Little one, did my father truly send you a dream? This journey has been initiated. We must locate the 100,000-year spirit beast in Tang Hao. Do you possess any confidence in this endeavor? Qianren Xue felt an inexplicable unease and could not help but inquire once more, eager to grasp further details. Her exquisite gaze fell upon Tian, observing the young lad. I am uncertain if he is indeed your father. However, these elements were certainly mentioned in my dreams. The experience felt profoundly vivid, devoid of any falsehood. Rest assured, little Xue, even if we fail to find Tang Hao, the 100,000-year spirit beast is of little consequence. We shall treat this as an opportunity for relaxation. It is essential to relish the journey rather than fixate on the outcome. Tian spoke to Qianren Xue in a gentle tone. Qianren Xue could distinctly perceive the difference in Tian's demeanor towards her compared to others, which warmed her heart. Yes, little one, I understand. Let us proceed to explore. She nodded affirmatively. Tian then extended his hand to caress the delicate contour of Qianren Xue's flawless cheek. To this, she neither resisted nor recoiled, her cheeks flushing slightly. Qianren Xue glanced ahead and noticed that Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei had not detected them, allowing her to relax. Seizing the moment, Tian gently stroked Qianren Xue's cheek once more. This left Qianren Xue blushing profusely, prompting her to discreetly signal Tian, indicating that their behavior was improper given the presence of others. Tian, amused by Qianren Xue's flushed visage, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Subsequently, he moderated his actions, refraining from any further inappropriate conduct. Together, Su Tian and Qianren Xue emerged from the cave, soaring forth from the waterfall. Upon reaching the outside world, they were greeted by the radiant sunshine and the fragrant wild grasses, uplifting the spirits of their party. Jiuguan and Gue Mei had already harnessed the carriage, awaiting their companions. "Your Highness, Miss, please board the carriage. We are ready to depart." The voices of Jiuguan and Gue Mei were laced with utmost respect. "Very well." Su Tian and Qianren Xue nodded in acknowledgement and boarded the carriage. Jiuguan and Gue Mei took turns driving as they set off on their journey. Su Tian guided the route towards Showdown City, equipped with a map that detailed the pathways between the major cities and principalities within the Tiandou Empire. As the holy son of the Spirit Hall, acquiring such a map was a trivial matter. Thus, the quartet commenced their journey. Along the way, Qianren Xue created a sound barrier, shielding her conversation with Su Tian from external ears. Moments of playful banter were interspersed with tender exchanges, reflecting the warmth of their relationship and the joy of their companionship. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, the better part of the day had passed. By the time Su Tian, Qianren Xue, Jiuguan, and Gue Mei arrived at Showdown City, evening had already enveloped the sky. The Shilek Academy was situated in a secluded village just outside Showdown City, necessitating additional time to reach it. Therefore, the four companions contemplated finding a place to rest within Showdown City. Two options stood out. One was the headquarters of the Spirit Hall in Showdown City. Given Su Changtian's status as the Holy Son and Qianren Xue's lineage as the granddaughter of the esteemed Tiandou, along with Jiuguan and Gue Mei being elders of the Spirit Hall, their esteemed identities promised a warm reception from the various stewards at the Spirit Hall's headquarters. The second option was to seek accommodation at an inn, specifically the Rose Hotel. As a traveler from another realm, Su Tian had yet to visit the Rose Hotel and felt an enticing curiosity to explore its offerings. The Rose Hotel is the iconic location where Tang San and Dai Mubai first encountered each other in the original narrative. Chapter 143, titled Serendipitous Meeting at the Rose Hotel with Dai Mubai, suggests that visiting the Rose Hotel would render the journey worthwhile, ensuring that the opportunity for this adventure is not squandered. Thus, after some contemplation, Su Tian resolved to spend a night at the Rose Hotel. Moreover, the hotel appeared to offer commendable service, featuring luxurious rooms tailored for couples. Coincidentally, he and Qianren Xue could indulge in this delightful experience together. "We shall forego a visit to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. If we proceed there, we shall undoubtedly be met by a throng eager to greet us, which would be rather cumbersome. Instead, let us find a hotel for a swift overnight stay," Su Tian remarked with a calm demeanor. This is the reason Su Tian provided. However, Jiuguan, Gue Mei, and Qianren Xue believe that Su Tian simply prefers solitude, thus choosing not to attend, which they find understandable. "All right, Tian, we shall follow your lead. Let us seek out a hotel." Qianren Xue nodded in agreement. She holds a strong affection for Su Tian and would not refuse any of his requests. The bond of trust between them is unwavering. Although Jiuguan and Gue Mei are elders of the Martial Soul Hall, their status is still inferior to that of Su Tian and Qianren Xue. Consequently, they completely defer to the wishes of Su Tian and Qianren Xue, lacking any independent thoughts of their own. Thus, Su Tian approached a passerby to inquire about any renowned hotels in the vicinity. A mere passerby recounted various hotels, including the Shanghai Jian Hotel, the Yun Piao Piao Hotel, and the Rose Hotel. Su Tian listened attentively. In the end, he opted for the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, Jiuguan, and Gue Mei remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. In fact, Qianren Xue's thoughts wandered. The Rose Hotel? What an ambiguous name for an establishment. Indeed, this young fellow must harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, why would he choose such an innuendo-laden name? Lately, he has been increasingly bold in his advances. I hope he can exercise restraint tonight and refrain from any improper actions. As Qianren Xue pondered these thoughts, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she stole a glance at Su Tian. His expression was solemn, betraying no unusual emotions. In truth, Su Tian had always been this way, never allowing his inner thoughts to surface upon his countenance. Qianren Xue could not discern his feelings through any subtle expressions. Subsequently, the four of them, Su Tian, Qianren Xue, Jiuguan, and Gue Mei, set off towards the Rose Hotel. Time passed swiftly, and they soon arrived at their destination, the Rose Hotel. The decor here is quite exquisite, imparting an air of ambiguity. Numerous couples continuously enter the hotel, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiuguan and Gue Mei approach the front desk to check in, while Su Tian and Qianren Xue observe quietly from the side. Su Chantian, keenly aware of his surroundings, ponders whether he might chance upon Dai Mubai and subsequently deliver a thorough beating. However, disappointment settles in as he fails to catch sight of Dai Mubai, even after Jiyuguan and Gue may complete their check-in process. Thus, Su Cha-Tian and Qianren Xue return to their designated room, while Gue Mei and Jiyuguan head to theirs. Once inside their room, they begin to rest. In Jiyuguan's quarters, he whispers conspiratorially to Gue Mei, "Hee. I have reserved a splendid luxury bed adorned with romantic embellishments for the Holy Son and the young lady. Old Gue, do you think I have acted rightly? Will the Holy Son and the young lady express their gratitude towards me?" As he speaks, a mischievous smile graces Jiyuguan's lips. Observing the wicked grin on Jiyuguan's face, Gue Mei's lips twitch involuntarily. Memories of Su Cha-Tian and Qianren Xue's interactions flood Gue Mei's mind. Haha, I believe it is quite possible. The Holy Son and the young lady will undoubtedly thank you in secret. Gue Mei chuckles aloud, sensing a connection between Su Cha-Tian and Qianren Xue. After all, both are exceptionally talented, embodying a perfect match in both appearance and spirit. Their frequent companionship hints at a deep bond. In terms of looks and martial spirit aptitude, they're indeed a match made in heaven. Years ago, when Su Cha-Tian was younger and appeared more innocent, Jiyuguan and Gue Mei perceived their relationship as one akin to that of siblings. Now, however, Su Cha-Tian has matured significantly, growing taller and exuding a newfound maturity. At this moment, in the Jiyue Pass, Gue Mei believed that Su Cha-Tian and Qianren Xue could blossom into a romantic couple. In truth, it was not only Gue Mei who harbored such thoughts. Many elders and worshippers within the spirit hall shared the same sentiment in private. Meanwhile, in another hotel room, Su Chantian had reclined upon a heart-shaped red bed, casting a smile towards Qianren Xue. Haha, this old chrysanthemum possesses quite the taste, he mused. Amused by the choice of such a room, Qianren Xue, however, blushed profusely, rendered speechless by Su Chantian's presence. Humph, those two, old chrysanthemum and old Gue, are truly excessive. How dare they book such a room? She fumed, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. In her view, their affairs should remain unperturbed by external meddling. If they desired such a room, they could have arranged it themselves. With a gentle smile, Su Chantian invited, "Xue, come lie down on the bed. It's quite soft and will help you relax." "All right," she replied, her cheeks still flushed, as she shyly approached him. In an effort to avoid excessive word count, "I shall omit 2,000 words. Hee. The four of them, Su Chantian, Qianren Xue, Gue Mei, and Jiyue Pass, enjoyed a restful night. The following morning, they rose early, preparing to set off for Shilek Academy. As they descended the stairs, an unexpected encounter unfolded. Su Cha-Tian spotted a robust young man clad in an opulent robe, his striking eyes captivating. This imposing figure was flanked by twin beauties, who were checking out at the front desk, just about to depart. Could this be Dai Mubai? Su Cha-Tian was taken aback, astonished that he had serendipitously crossed paths with Dai Mubai from Shilek Academy. Dai Mubai, exuding charm while embracing the twin sisters, was met with their playful protests. "Oh, Dai, why are you leaving so early today? We haven't had our fill of fun yet," one sister exclaimed. The other chimed in. "Yes, you used to stay for at least 3 days when you visited us. It's only been one night, and now you're off already? We're still half asleep." Their words conveyed a sense of reluctance and mild complaint towards Dai Mubai's early departure. He offered a wry smile. "Unfortunately, the academy has been busy lately. I must hurry back for training. Upon my return, when time permits, I shall seek you out," Dai Mubai succinctly explained. This morning, he intended to join his peers for a run at Shrek Academy. However, that was not his primary motivation. Dai Mubai's main purpose was to visit Zhu Zhuqing, his fiancée, who had traveled from the Star Luo Empire to the Heavendo Empire and had now joined Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing was far more exceptional and alluring than her twin sisters. Her physique was simply exquisite, an unparalleled beauty of this world. Her face, remarkably youthful, bore the innocence of a child, complemented by her irresistibly luscious lips. Dai Mubai dreamt of winning Zhu Zhuqing's affection, yet regrettably, she seemed indifferent to him. Given his age and certain needs in life, he often sought the company of the twin sisters for a bit of merriment. Nevertheless, he exercised restraint, carefully managing the timing of his visits, discreetly concealing them from everyone, particularly from Zhu Zhuqing. Now, he felt compelled to return, lest Zhu Zhuqing misunderstand his intentions. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing harbored no such misconceptions about Dai Mubai, for he had indeed engaged in behavior unbecoming of a gentleman. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, The twin sisters nodded in agreement, conceding to meet again on a later occasion. Soon, Dai Mu-bai and the twin sisters completed their checkout procedures and prepared to leave. Zhu Delao approached to finalize the checkout for himself and Su Chantian. Yet, as Dai Mu-bai turned to depart, he suddenly caught sight of the stunning Qianren Xue. "What beauty!" he gasped, unable to resist pausing in his tracks, captivated by her presence. His gaze was fixated upon Qianren Xue. Utterly astonished by the existence of such exquisite beauty in the world, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility. Just one glance, and he was entranced by Qianren Xue. At that moment, she adorned a resplendent golden gown that accentuated her flawless figure. Her golden hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, framing a face of unparalleled beauty, marked by delicate angles. Her enchanting golden phoenix eyes were breathtaking, radiating a sense of dignity and authority. The enchanting beauty, possessing an extraordinary grace, truly captivates the heart. So much so that Dai Mu-bai found himself momentarily paralyzed in his tracks. The twin sisters beside him instantly noticed his peculiar behavior, their faces betraying a sudden expression of displeasure. "Humph, young Master Dai, I believe it would be best if we do not meet again." The elder sister among the twins, clearly irked, uttered this remark before turning away without a backward glance. "Young Master Dai, I too wish to avoid your company. Let our relationship conclude here." The younger sister, equally incensed, echoed her sibling's sentiments. Anger flashed across their beautiful visages as they departed, resolute in their steps and unwilling to look back. "Hey, you too." Dai Mu-bai attempted to call them back, only to realize that the twins had already receded into the distance. At this moment, should he choose to pursue her, he would undoubtedly make a fool of himself before Qianren Xue. Nevertheless, as the old must make way for the new, he resolved to adopt a charming demeanor. Striking an appealing pose, his captivating eyes glimmered with fervent intensity as they fixated on Qianren Xue. "Greetings, beautiful lady. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? I hail from Shrek Academy, and my name is Dai Mu-bai. I am a soul master of the 35th rank. It is a delight to meet you." With an air of elegance, Dai Mu-bai spoke gently to Qianren Xue, even going so far as to introduce himself and disclose his soul power level. This is primarily to unleash one's charm and subsequently attract Qianren Xue. After all, having attained the rank of a 35th level soul master at such a tender age is quite remarkable. In the mainland, he is truly a singular genius. Dai Mu-bai consistently employs this tactic to attract a cadre of admirers, gradually cultivating relationships with them. Listening to Dai Mu-bai's words, Qianren Xue furrowed her brow, sensing that she had been offended. Meanwhile, within Su Chantian's deep golden eyes, a fierce aura of killing intent began to emanate. Originally, Su Chantian held no fondness for Dai Mu-bai, and now he found himself incensed by Dai Mu-bai's disrespectful words towards his cherished Xue. This made Su Chantian unable to endure any longer. "Humph, what are you? How dare you bark here? I shall give you 3 breaths of time to kneel and confess your sins. Otherwise, I will ensure your head rolls and your blood splatters 3 feet. Su Chantian's voice was chillingly indifferent. A terrifying aura of killing intent emanated from him. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu-bai sensed the menace surrounding Su Chantian and realized that this man was not to be trifled with. This individual possessed formidable strength. Dai Mu-bai's sinister eyes suddenly narrowed significantly. Previously, during his time in Satoa City, he had never encountered any formidable adversaries. However, today, he felt as though he had kicked a steel plate. Dai Mu-bai's expression instantly became exceedingly grave. Nevertheless, he had no intention of kneeling in submission. After all, such an act would be too shameful. Dai Mu-bai was a man of dignity. If he were to kneel and apologize, his reputation would be tarnished, and no woman would wish to associate with him thereafter. Moreover, this was all happening in front of Qianren Xue. Dai Mu-bai had originally hoped to befriend Qianren Xue, perhaps even develop an intimate relationship with her related to their battles in bed. However, Su Chantian's actions were nothing short of a slap to his face. Dai Mu-bai disregarded Su Chantian's words. With a stern expression, he calmly stated, "I may have offended you too earlier, and for that, I sincerely apologize. However, I merely wish to make a friend. There is no need for us to be at such an impasse." Though his words sounded pleasant, it was clear that Dai Mu-bai was attracted to Qianren Xue and had recognized Su Chantian as a dangerous opponent, which restrained him from taking action. Had it been some ordinary soul masters, Dai Mu-bai would have already taken advantage, riding roughshod over them and even stealing their girlfriends. "Did you not hear me? I commanded you to kneel and confess your sins." Su Chantian's face darkened as he said this in a deep voice. His patience was wearing thin. At the Juyue Pass, Gue Mei and Qianren Xue turned their attention towards the unfolding drama, quietly watching the spectacle. This man named Daimubai hailed from Shrek Academy? That very Shrek Academy is the place the little one aspires to attend. Tang Hao, Tang San, and the 100,000-year-old soul beasts all reside within Shrek Academy. This Daimubai has provoked me. The little one has developed a murderous intent. Qianren Xue swiftly analyzed the situation in her mind and realized that Su Cha-Tian had indeed been driven to contemplate murder. She did not advise Su Cha-Tian against taking a life. After all, this Daimubai exuded a frivolous demeanor and had indeed gone too far. Furthermore, Daimubai had previously offended her. Thus, whether Daimubai lived or died was of no concern to Qianren Xue. It was left to Su Cha-Tian to decide. Moreover, Su Cha-Tian was defending her honor. This filled Qianren Xue's heart with warmth. The little fellow is truly commendable, understanding the importance of defending me. Hiki. My efforts were not in vain. Qianren Xue silently mused, casting a discreet glance at Su Cha-Tian. She found men who protect women to be exceptionally charming and remarkably handsome. After stealing several glances at Su Cha-Tian, Qianren Xue felt that the more she looked, the more handsome he became, and her satisfaction with him grew ever deeper. As such thoughts crossed her mind, the delicate visage of Qianren Xue flushed ever so slightly. Beside her, Jiuyue Guan regarded Daimubai with an expression akin to that of a death sentence. After all, she was the granddaughter of the esteemed high priest and the wielder of the Holy Sun Spirit, a woman of significant stature. How dare this individual, Daimubai, provoke her? TSK, Tisk, truly courting death. Jiuyue Guan shook her head, sensing that Daimubai's days were numbered. Su Cha-Tian harbored intentions of eliminating Daimubai, and Jiuyue Guan certainly would not intervene. In fact, she felt inclined to assist Su Cha-Tian in dispatching him. What audacity this young wretch possessed, daring to act recklessly and offend the Holy Sun. It had been ages since she had witnessed the Holy Sun's fury, and now, seeing him enraged was quite exhilarating. Aha! Gue Mei secretly chuckled, anticipating that Su Cha-Tian would soon take action, which would be a delightful spectacle. Gue Mei possessed a penchant for bloodshed and relished witnessing the demise of others. With Su Cha-Tian's anger flaring, it was evident that he was poised to strike. Merely contemplating it filled Gue Mei with intrigue. Several soul masters in the vicinity paused to observe. Yet they understood that conflicts among soul masters were best left undisturbed by ordinary folk. Otherwise, they might find themselves ensnared and lose their lives. Are you deaf? Did you not hear my command to kneel and confess? Su Cha-Tian scoffed, his voice resonating like a rolling wave. He was indeed intent on bloodshed. In the original narrative, with Tang San's assistance, Daimubai ultimately ascended to godhood and, during the Battle of Jialing Pass, inflicted wounds upon many elite members of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, Daimubai hailed from the royal lineage of the Star Luo Empire, frequently bullying the common folk. This was reminiscent of the annual admissions at Shrek Academy, where every student was required to pay a fee of 10 gold soul coins. Once these coins were paid, Shrek Academy would neither accept the students nor refund the application fee, should any parents or students attempt to reclaim their 10 gold soul coins. Daimubai and the Academy's instructors would resort to violence, intimidating these common soul masters. Before the powerful, they cowered, but against the weak, they struck with heavy fists. At least the Spirit Hall would periodically provide financial support to the soul masters. Whereas Daimubai and the parasitic Shrek Academy sought ways to extort money from the common soul masters, which was utterly egregious. For such a leech and villain, Su Cha-Tian would show no mercy. I will not kneel. I bid you farewell. Daimubai spoke and turned to leave. He understood that Su Cha-Tian was not to be trifled with. Thus, he decided to retreat and avoid confrontation for the time being, planning to later seek assistance from his esteemed academy principal, Flinder, to avenge this grievance. Su Cha-Tian, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression. Forget it. I have no desire to sully my hands, he replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Jiuyuguan, Gue Mei, and Qianren Xue, upon hearing his words, misinterpreted them as a sign of Su Cha-Tian's compassion, believing he had reconsidered and would not resort to murder. However, to their astonishment, his gaze shifted to Jiuyuguan, commanding, Yueguan. Eliminate this individual. Initially taken aback by the unexpected order, Jiuyuguan quickly regained composure, a respectful expression gracing her features as she responded, as you command. Let us see who dares to kill me. Daimubai erupted in fury, utterly astonished that these individuals would dare to take action against him, and even more so, to declare their intent to do so in his presence. It is akin to a butcher entering a slaughterhouse, casually contemplating the demise of a pig, exuding an air of insignificance. Humph. I, Dai Mubai, am not one to be trifled with. Martial spirit, evil eye white tiger. Martial spirit, manifest. Enraged. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort and began to unleash his martial spirit, the evil eye white tiger. In his estimation, his cultivation level had reached at least the 35th rank of Soul Master. At this level of prowess, although he may not triumph over individuals like Su Tian, he believed that if he wished to flee, none would be able to impede his escape. Surging soul light enveloped his robust form. Subsequently, Dai Mubai achieved the state of manifestation for the evil eye white tiger, exhibiting numerous traits of the fierce beast, rendering him exceedingly formidable. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, floated above his imposing physique, enhancing his intimidating presence. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai declared, immediately unleashing his powerful first soul skill. The yellow soul ring pulsated fiercely, expanding and shimmering. Fool, the Holy Sun has decreed your death. Today you shall perish. Do you comprehend this? The haunting voice of Jiuyue Guan echoed in Dai Mubai's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure of Jiuyue Guan's formidable cultivation descended upon Dai Mubai, directly suppressing him. The surrounding space began to warp uncontrollably. Ah, wow, how heavy. Dai Mubai felt as though a monstrous mountain had been placed before him. Concurrently, he sensed his strength being drained at a visible rate, his body growing weak. It was akin to being forcibly infused with molten lead. His entire being not only felt fatigued but also experienced a stagnation in blood flow, rendering his movements exceedingly sluggish. Bang, bang. The white tiger shield surrounding Dai Mubai shattered instantaneously. Not only that, but his martial spirit, the evil eye white tiger, dissipated entirely, vanishing from existence. Such power. This prowess surpasses even that of Dean Flandre. Am I doomed? Does he truly dare to kill me? Panic surged within Dai Mubai. He could distinctly sense that Jiuyue Guan's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, beyond a level he could possibly withstand. In that moment, Dai Mubai's confidence wavered. He felt utterly incapable of either fighting back or escaping. Please, do not kill me. I am the Prince of the Starfall Empire. If you dare to kill me, you shall undoubtedly face the wrath of the Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai bellowed, his voice echoing with desperation as he unveiled his family's prestigious lineage. He sought to intimidate the figures before him, Jiuguan, Su Tian, and the others, by invoking the name of the Star Luo Empire. However, Jiuguan and Su Tian remained utterly unfazed. Within the Spirit Hall, they held positions of immense power. Even the slaying of a prince from the Star Luo Empire would not provoke any repercussions. Should the Empire learn of such an event, it would merely respond with a dismissive chuckle, unable to instigate any significant turmoil. Huh, a prince of the Star Luo Empire? You must be jesting. Jiuguan scoffed, shaking his head with disdain. Without further ado, he summoned his martial spirit, the celestial chrysanthemum. From the magnificent bloom, countless petals transformed into razor-sharp daggers. Surrounding Jiuguan were 9 soul rings, alternating in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Upon witnessing this martial spirit and its accompanying soul rings, Dai Mubai trembled, his face contorted with despair. A title Dolua. How can this be? I am truly doomed. He was overwhelmed by a profound sense of hopelessness. The mere thought that his innocent attempt to engage with Qianren Xue had drawn the ire of a title Dolua, who now pursued him relentlessly, filled him with suffocating dread. If given the chance to relive that moment, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly refrain from approaching Qianren Xue. Alas, he could not turn back time. He could only endure the inevitable fate that awaited him. This is aptly termed as reaping the consequences of one's own actions. Had Dai Mubai not been so overly confident and refrained from provoking trouble, he would have evaded death. Ultimately, one must attribute this to the motto of Shylek Academy. The motto of the Shylek Academy asserts that a soul master who shies away from trouble is not a worthy soul master. Consequently, this principle has fostered an environment among the faculty and students of Shylek Academy that emboldens them to confront challenges without fear. In fact, they often take pleasure in provoking difficulties. It is precisely due to this creed that Dai Mubai is prepared to stake his very life here. You, a mere prince of the Xing Luo Empire, just with me? Even if you were truly the prince of the Xing Luo Empire, I would not hesitate to end your life. I fear nothing. Huh, Dai? Jiuyue Guan scoffed coldly, dismissing both Dai Mubai and his words entirely. He is, after all, an elder of the Spirit Hall. Even the death of a prince from the Xing Luo Empire would not trouble him. The Star Luo Empire dares not pursue any inquiries. Moreover, there is not merely one prince within the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Yueguan is aware that within this empire, there exists a competitive program for the selection of heirs. All heirs must partake in this contest, engaging in a process of survival of the fittest. Individuals like Dai Mubai do not remain within the confines of the Star Luo Empire, but instead flee to the desolate Showdown city. This clearly illustrates how little regard is held for Dai Mubai within the empire. Should Zhu Yueguan eliminate him, there would be no repercussions. Rather, he would be met with expressions of gratitude. No, you cannot kill me. Dai Mubai cried out in despair, his face a mask of hopelessness. Zhu Yueguan, however, remained impassive, waving his hand. He did not unleash any soul skills, yet a sharply pointed petal from the mystic flower of heaven shot forth, landing directly upon Dai Mubai's brow. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. A petal pierced through Dai Mubai's head. Thud. Dai Mubai immediately collapsed to the ground, and blood began to flow from his head. Dai Mubai was dead. A long life had come to an abrupt end. However, this was of little consequence. Zhu Yueguan lightly clapped his hands, retracting his martial soul. Occupying a position of power, Zhu Yueguan had caused the demise of countless soul masters throughout his life. Thus, he remained indifferent to Dai Mubai's death, regarding it as nothing significant. A murder has occurred. Young Master Dai has fallen. Oh, young Master Dai has perished. Several staff members within the hotel were thrown into disarray. Their faces were awash with terror. No one had anticipated that Zhu Yueguan would dare to kill. That he would truly slay Dai Mubai. This is simply astonishing. Everyone is somewhat at a loss, as if they are ensnared in a dream. Tian, with an indifferent expression, gazes upon the lifeless body of Dai Mubai. The audacity of Dai Mubai is excessive. His demise would be for the best. Henceforth, the spirit hall shall be rid of one adversary. Moreover, Dai Mubai is merely the first of many. Following his departure, the 7 monsters of Shrek Academy shall gradually meet their end. After all, in the original narrative, the 7 monsters of Shrek aided the Heaven-Do Empire in countering the Spirit Hall, which consequently suffered significant losses and was ultimately overthrown. In this life, Su Tian has ascended to the position of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, with his martial spirit being the formidable Qianren Xue. He would undoubtedly not permit the existence of these rebellious elements. They must be eradicated entirely. A commotion erupted among the surrounding spirit masters and hotel staff. Some even rushed to inform the Spirit Hall in Showdown City, as well as the city guards, hoping to dispatch personnel to address the situation. After all, the act of slaying a spirit master in the streets is a grave matter. Unjustified killing is strictly prohibited within Showdown City. Chapter 147, to Shilek, desiring to slay another. In response to this turmoil, Zhu Yueguan remained unfazed. Even if the city guard and the Spirit Hall's enforcement teams were to arrive, Zhu Yueguan would not be intimidated. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he could easily concoct a plausible excuse, and none would dare to challenge him. Should anyone attempt to cause him trouble, he would simply eliminate the troublemaker. He possessed unparalleled status, power, and strength, rendering him fearless. Xue, this individual is utterly outrageous. His death would be no loss. Let us depart for Shilek Academy at once. What I seek is there. Su Tian spoke with a gentle tone, as if discussing a trivial matter. Simultaneously, he wished not to squander time over Dai Mubai's corpse, intending instead to proceed to Shilek Academy to eliminate Tang Hao and Tang San, and subsequently abduct Xiao Wu. All of this was intricately woven into Su Changtian's grand design. Indeed, Changtian, let us depart. Qianren Xue cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai's lifeless body, feeling that even a fleeting glance would tarnish her vision. Very well, Your Highness. Zhu Yueguan displayed a respectful smile, exuding utmost reverence. We shall follow your lead, Your Highness. Gue Mei likewise wore a countenance of deep respect. Subsequently, the quartet of Su Changtian, Qianren Xue, Zhu Yueguan, and Gue Mei exited the Rose Hotel. Upon the courteous insistence of Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei, Su Changtian and Qianren Xue ascended the carriage, whereupon they activated the soundproof barrier. Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei assumed the roles of coachmen and commenced to drive the carriage forth. Meanwhile, the guards from the Spirit Hall and Showdown City hastened over, eager to inquire into the circumstances surrounding Dai Mubai's demise. After all, Dai Mubai was a level 35 soul master, officially registered within the Spirit Hall, and routinely collected his golden soul coins each month. His information was well documented within the Spirit Hall, marking him as one of their own. In response, Zhu Yueguan subtly revealed a token of the elders from the Spirit Hall's headquarters. Upon sighting this elder's token, the guards fell silent, their demeanor shifting to one of deference as they respectfully escorted Jiyuguan, Gui Mei, Su Chantian, and Qianren Xue on their departure. This is the advantage of wealth, power, and influence. In the realm of Doluo continent, a place where one's fists determine their fate, as long as your strength is formidable enough, no one would dare to challenge or obstruct you. Presently, Su Chantian, as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, wields immense authority and is revered wherever he goes. Regardless of his actions, he remains unimpeded by others. The carriage ventured forth, and soon, Su Chantian, Jiyuguan, Gui Mei, and Qianren Xue arrived at the entrance of the Shilek Academy. Observing the desolate surroundings, Jiyuguan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Your Highness, we have reached Shilek Academy. However, this place appears exceedingly remote and dilapidated. Are you certain that the 100,000-year-soul beast, along with Tang Hao and his son, are indeed located here?" A hint of doubt regarding Su Chantian's vision crept into Jiyuguan's mind. The location is exceedingly remote, and even if one were to provide financial incentives to Jiyuguan, he may still be disinclined to attend the Shilek Academy. Moreover, considering the presence of a 10,000-year-soul beast alongside Tang Hao and his son, it seems rather illogical to venture into such a dilapidated place. Indeed, Your Highness, the Holy Son, this place is in utter disrepair, resembling a makeshift Soul Master Academy. Desolate and forsaken. The Shilek Academy appears to be dreadfully impoverished. How can they effectively educate students in such conditions? Is this not a disservice to the youth? Gui Mei shares similar sentiments with Jiyuguan. Upon witnessing the decrepit state of Shilek Academy, one cannot help but feel that it is far too desolate to nurture any prodigies. Gui Mei even begins to question the authenticity of Su Changtian's dream, sensing that the content within it lacks veracity. Qianren Xue gazes at the forlorn gates of Shilek Academy, her brow furrowed in concern. Frankly speaking, merely judging by its exterior, Qianren Xue feels she has indeed come to the wrong place. It is worth noting that within Soto City, numerous Soul Master Academies abound, where diligent study and performance can yield rewards. Yet, this Shilek Academy is in such a state of decay. It is perplexing how such an institution continues to persist and operate. What manner of students would choose to study here? Qianren Xue turns to Su Chantian and inquires, "Chantian, does this Shilek Academy resemble the one from your dream?" Not only Qianren Xue, but also Jiyuguan and Gui Mei fix their gaze intently upon Su Chantian, eager to hear his response. "Indeed, Xiaoxue, the place in my dream is precisely here. It is identical to the scene in my dream," Su Chantian affirms with conviction. The dream was a fabrication of Su Changtian's imagination. However, the desolate appearance of Shilek Academy aligns perfectly with what Su Changtian observed in the original text, both depicting an uninhabited visage. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, Tang San, and their companions are studying within this very Shilek Academy. There is no doubt about it. Upon hearing Su Changtian's assured response, Qianren Xue, Jiyuguan, and the enigmatic trio were momentarily taken aback, realizing that they had indeed arrived at the correct location. As they descended, everyone readied themselves for battle. Tang Hao must be here. Once they could subdue Tang Hao, the others would be considerably easier to handle. Su Chantian spoke with unwavering conviction. And the reason for choosing this moment to strike was clear. This is primarily due to Tang San, Xiaowu, and their companions not yet having matured. Their cultivation levels are, at most, around level 29, which poses no threat. The only concern lies with Tang Hao. However, with Su Chantian, Jiyuguan, and Gui Mei joining forces, facing a single Tang Hao is a trivial matter. All right, Changtian, I shall heed your counsel. Should a battle ensue, you may wield your martial spirit's power freely, and I shall lend my utmost support. As Su Changtian's martial spirit, Qianren Xue exhibited a demeanor of calm reliability. As you command, Your Highness. Rest assured, Your Highness. Gui Mei and Jiyuguan displayed an air of utmost respect. Let us proceed into the academy, Su Chantian declared. Subsequently, he walked ahead, side by side with Qianren Xue, as they entered Shilek Academy. Meanwhile, Gui Mei and Jiyuguan closely trailed behind them, safeguarding their presence against any sudden assault from Tang Hao after entering the academy. After a brief walk, Su Chantian soon spotted Tang San, Xiaowu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, who were engaged in their morning run. They were drenched in sweat, diligently training their leg strength to ensure their agility on the battlefield. Observing their appearances, Su Chantian silently reflected, indeed, they resemble the descriptions from the original narrative perfectly. Realizing that their purpose for this endeavor was secure upon seeing Tang San and Xiaowu, Su Changtian cast a significant glance at the duo. These two individuals are the primary targets of Su Changtian's journey. Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, not only achieved the pinnacle of divine status, but also overthrew the spirit hall throughout the course of his growth in the original narrative. The protagonist in this original work must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will only lead to ceaseless troubles. Furthermore, Xiaowu is inherently a soul beast of the 100,000-year caliber. Additionally, she serves as an excellent bait, capable of luring out the formidable Deming and Erming residing within the Tiandou forest. Capturing Xiaowu would be tantamount to acquiring 300,000-year soul rings and 3 powerful soul bones of the same caliber. This is a remarkable opportunity that Su Changtian will not let slip by. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, their involvement remains to be seen. Oscar is a food system soul master endowed with a natural soul power of level 10. His talent is rather impressive. However, Oscar is fiercely loyal to the Shrek Academy. Today, Su Changtian has invaded Shrek Academy with the intent to eliminate Tang San, Xiaowu, and others. This action will undoubtedly provoke Oscar's wrath. This would incite a sense of vengeance in Oscar. Therefore, Su Changtian harbored the intention to eliminate Oscar to eradicate the roots of the threat. As for Ma Hongjun, there is no need for further discussion. He is merely a scoundrel, and removing him would render the beautiful women of the continent considerably safer during their outings. Regarding Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong could be retained for future leverage against the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, compelling Ning Fengji, Sword de Law, and Bone Dolua to exercise caution. Should Ning Fengji and the 2 dueluos decide to target the Spirit Hall, Su Changtian would not hesitate to sacrifice Ning Rongrong, offering her as a blood tribute. After all, this would pose no detriment to Su Changtian whatsoever. As for Zhu Zhuqing, the outcome hinges upon Zhu Zhuqing's performance. She harbors a profound disdain for the Star Luo Empire and seeks to confront it. Should Zhu Zhuqing align herself with the Spirit Hall and embrace its cause wholeheartedly, the Spirit Hall could cultivate her into a formidable weapon, poised to pierce mercilessly into the very heart of the Star Luo Empire. Conversely, if Zhu Zhuqing wavers and considers her comrades from Shrek Academy to be of greater significance, then there would be no need to leave any survivors. She would be dealt with immediately. As for Flander, Zhao Wujia, Li Yuzong, and others, these instructors have conspired together to establish the so-called Shyleek Academy. The Shyleek Academy enrolls students annually, deceitfully extracting the enrollment fee of 10 gold soul coins from ordinary soul masters, subsequently silencing any dissent through forceful means. This institution stands as a living embodiment of villainy, a pervasive parasite within the realm of soul masters, making the lives of many ordinary soul practitioners increasingly arduous. In stark contrast, the Spirit Hall generously distributes gold soul coins to registered soul masters each month, demonstrating their benevolence. Thus, this despicable Lake Academy must be eradicated without hesitation. A fierce aura of malice enveloped Su Changtian's dark eyes. Yu Guan, Gue Mei, prepare for action. Xiao Shuer, ready yourself to fight alongside me. Do you see that blue-haired youth? He is Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. Our priority is to eliminate Tang San. Beside him, the girl clad in pink with long hair styled like a scorpion's tail is the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. I trust you can discern this by your own cultivation level. The girl in the azure long dress is the precious jewel of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Named Ning Rongrong, the beloved daughter of Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong should be captured. The one in black leather attire is Zhu Zhuqing. Hailing from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, a family at odds with the imperial lineage. She may be retained for now, if she proves cooperative. We shall focus on her development to confront the Star Luo Empire. Should she defy us, her fate will be sealed. As for the 2 male students, they must be eliminated. Su Changtian lowered his voice, swiftly relaying his orders. He promptly enumerated the names of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and 4 others, detailing the distinct methods of handling each individual. These are all deliberate arrangements by Su Changtian. After listening to his words, Qianren Xue, Jiu Yue Guan, and Gue Mei were profoundly shocked, particularly Jiu Yue Guan, whose mouth gaped wide open, as if it could accommodate 2.5 eggs, was utterly astonished. Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and His Highness the Holy Sun truly resembled those mentioned in the dreams. It appears that the former pope has not entirely perished, but rather exists in a spiritual form, observing this world and conveying messages through dreams. Jiu Yue Guan could not help but exclaim, had it been anyone else uttering such claims, he would have mocked them and swiftly dispatched them, refusing to believe a word. Yet, he accepted every word from Su Changtian without hesitation. Old Jiuhua is indeed 100,000-year soul beast. His Highness the Holy Sun is remarkably formidable. Everything he said is accurate. That little girl clad in pink is indeed 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. You may use your spiritual power to verify. The dream content relayed by His Highness the Holy Sun is entirely true. Gue Mei's breath quickened, his face a canvas of astonishment. Through his spiritual power's focus and investigation, he had discerned the true form of Xiaowu. A glimpse reveals the entirety. By recognizing Xiaowu's true essence, one can ascertain that everything Su Chantian spoke of in his dreams is genuine. Old Gue, is that so? Let me investigate as well. Jiyue Guan interjected. Subsequently, he too began to employ his formidable spiritual power for probing. Upon investigation, Jiyue Guan confirmed that the Xiaowu is indeed 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. Without utilizing spiritual power, she appeared merely as a charming young lady. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that she was 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. 100,000-year transformation into a human form. Indeed, she is in a state of weakness. Quite easy to handle, quite manageable. It seems that this time we shall achieve a resounding victory. A broad smile graced Jiyue Guan's face, and he felt elated. In his view, if they could capture Xiaowu, this trial would be deemed utterly flawless. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, the grand offering and the Pope would surely be thrilled upon learning of this matter, and would undoubtedly lavish praise upon himself and old Gue. Chapter 149, Xiaowu's Speculation. Qianren Xue strikes. At this moment, both Gue Mei and Jiyu displayed expressions of sheer excitement. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue had attained the remarkable level of 90. Through her probing mental prowess, Qianren Xue discerned an anomaly in Xiaowu, recognizing her true form as a soft-bone rabbit. This revelation greatly exhilarated Qianren Xue. It appeared that the young one's dreams contained no fallacies. All of it was indeed a manifestation of reality. Ah, how remarkable. That little fellow, Chantian, truly is a harbinger of fortune. His insights have proven to be accurate. It seems at this time, my 9th soul ring, a decade-long one, is assured. Qianren Xue mused inwardly. The mere thought of acquiring a formidable 100,000-year-old 9th soul ring filled her heart with immense joy. Furthermore, it was her father, Qian Xuanji, who had conveyed this dream to Su Chantian. The sensation that enveloped Qianren Xue was that her father wholeheartedly approved of her relationship with Su Chantian. Hence he would manifest in dreams to convey this approval to Su Chantian. Contemplating these thoughts only intensified Qianren Xue's affection for him, her gaze brimming with tenderness and love. The endorsement of a romance by one's parents is indeed a source of immense joy. The dialogue among Su Chantian, Qianren Xue, Jiyuguan, and Gue Mei was entirely ensconced within a soundproof barrier. Thus, others were oblivious to their conversation. To overhear their exchange, one would have to forcefully breach this soundproof construct formed by spiritual energy, an act that would instantly alert Qianren Xue, Jiyuguan, and Gue Mei, prompting a fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had taken note of the arrival of Su Chantian and Qianren Xue. They had previously been pondering the absence of their leader, Dai Mubai, curious about his whereabouts. However, their attention was swiftly captivated by the exquisite figure of Qianren Xue. How beautiful she is! This young lady is truly stunning. Xiaoyao. Did you see that? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Wow. I yearn to win her affection. If I could spend a joyful evening with her, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life. His gaze was fervent as he beheld Qianren Xue, even indulging in some impure fantasies. Initially, Ma Hongjun believed that Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu were the epitome of beauty, yet now it seemed that Qianren Xue's beauty and grace transcended them all. Oscar, upon hearing this, took a closer look and was immediately taken aback. Wow, fatty, your taste is impeccable. This girl is indeed breathtaking. More beautiful than Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. I wonder what kind of man could possibly be in a relationship with such a stunning beauty. Oscar couldn't help but express his admiration, instantly captivated by Qianren Xue. If given the chance, he would desire a passionate romance with her. However, Oscar felt that his humble status rendered him unworthy of her, and he was curious about what kind of man could ever win Qianren Xue's heart. In response, Ma Hongjun displayed a brazen expression, asserting, of course, she would date someone like me. What do you think, Oscar? He smiled, feeling deserving of Qianren Xue and believing he could bring her happiness. Oscar, however, looked at him with disdain, retorting, oh please, fatty, don't be so conceited. You are unworthy. If Ma Hongjun were deemed worthy, Oscar would surely find himself even more deserving. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu have already discerned the presence of Su Tian, Qianren Xue, and others. Xiao San, have you noticed? There are several newcomers over there. And they appear quite affluent, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Especially that young man. He exudes an undeniable charm. She pondered whether they intended to join Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu couldn't help but remark on the opulent attire of Su Tian and Qianren Xue, which unmistakably signified their wealth. Moreover, she observed that Su Changtian's appearance was exceptionally striking, far surpassing the looks of Oscar and Dai Mubai. As for Tang San, his blue-silver grass had yet to evolve into blue-silver emperor, rendering his appearance rather ordinary and unworthy of comparison with Su Tian. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu speculated whether Su Tian and Qianren Xue were on the verge of enrolling in Shrek Academy, a place renowned for nurturing extraordinary talents. This is a sanctuary for monsters, a veritable academy for the extraordinary. Xiao Wu, it indeed seems plausible. Our Shrek Academy is formidable, exclusively admitting beings of remarkable nature. These individuals, particularly that boy, exude an aura of great potential. They may very well have come here seeking to join our illustrious Shrek Academy. Kiki, it appears that our decision to enroll in Shrek Academy was indeed an exceedingly wise choice. Tang San spoke, feeling that Xiao Wu's conjecture held merit. After all, Ning Rongrong, with her noble lineage, is the cherished jewel of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And now, she has also become a part of Shrek Academy. Moreover, Su Tian appears both affluent and powerful. Perhaps he too is drawn here, eager to be rigorously trained by Dean Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and other esteemed instructors, aspiring to attain an extraordinary level of mastery. Thus, Tang San felt that Xiao Wu's hypothesis was indeed highly plausible. Simultaneously, he was exceedingly grateful for his choice to join Shrek Academy. This is a place where one can alter their destiny. The only unfortunate aspect is that the Shrek Academy is rather impoverished. Attending this institution not only means one cannot receive financial aid from the academy, but one must also find ways to earn money to support it. However, for Tang San, forging iron and earning money is a trivial matter. While Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and others engaged in conversation, Su Changtian, Qianren Xue, Jai Weiguan, and Gui Mei began to take action. Strike. Kill. A fierce aura of murderous intent emanated from Su Changtian's eyes. Tian, let us go. Qianren Xue urged softly, her golden eyes reflecting unwavering determination. She gazed at Su Changtian, and then united her will with his. Qianren Xue began to transform into the ethereal state of her martial soul, floating above Su Changtian. Following this, a soul ring emerged from beneath her feet. These are 8 exceptionally potent soul rings, arranged in the sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. In Chapter 150, the frightened Xiao Wu and the astonished Ning Rongrong observe the delicate figure of Qianren Xue encircled by these formidable soul rings. Meanwhile, Su Changtian's own being is adorned with 7 black-level 10,000-year soul rings. At this moment, Su Changtian and Qianren Xue together possessed an astonishing total of 15 soul rings. The 15 soul rings shimmered with an intense and resplendent light. In an instant, the entire Shrek Academy was illuminated, appearing extraordinarily magnificent. The 6 individuals, Tang San, Xiao Wu Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were in the midst of their run, could not help but come to a halt. Wow! Xiao San, look over there. What is that? 15 soul rings? This is utterly terrifying. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment, pointing at Su Tian. This is the first time Xiao Wu has witnessed a person adorned with 15 soul rings upon their body. This brought her an overwhelmingly profound visual impact. Xiao Wu was left utterly astonished. At the same time, she instinctively recoiled slightly behind Tang San. Xiao Wu was a transformed version of the 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. Only those at the level of Tiandou Dolua could discern her true identity. Thus, Xiao Wu could not help but retreat, fearing that her identity as a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit might be uncovered. If discovered, she would undoubtedly be captured. Suddenly, a jolt of anxiety coursed through her, and a wave of despair washed over her beautiful face. This was due to her realization that Su Tian had suddenly taken action, revealing his martial soul and soul rings in their entirety. This signifies that Su Tian has recognized his own identity and is intent on apprehending himself. With this thought, Xiao Wu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Confronted by the Tiandou Dolua with 9 spirit rings, she could merely be manipulated and slaughtered. Yet now, Su Tian possesses 15 spirit rings. Xiao Wu's mind buzzed, and she could only think that today would surely be her last. Meanwhile, Tang San remained oblivious to the unease etched upon Xiao Wu's face. At this moment, his mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate 2.5 eggs. His visage a portrait of astonishment. Tang San appeared utterly incredulous. Hiss. What does this mean? 15 spirit rings. Is it not the case that a spirit master can possess a maximum of 9 spirit rings? Furthermore, this individual possesses a martial soul, and atop that martial soul, there lies another martial soul. This is utterly abnormal. Tang San was astounded, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. His understanding was being radically transformed by Su Cha Tian. The beautiful girl from earlier had now morphed into a manifestation of a martial soul. How could this be? This is too bizarre. The enchanting maiden. How could she become the martial soul of this boy? And together, they possess 15 spirit rings. Am I dreaming? Or have I fallen into some kind of illusion? I must be losing my mind. Ma Hongjun let out a shriek. The spectacle before him had completely overturned his comprehension. He could hardly believe the reality unfolding before his eyes, convinced he was still dreaming. Therefore, Ma Hongjun pinched Oscar's arm with great force. Ouch! What are you doing, fatty? Why are you pinching me? Oscar exclaimed with a sharp cry. He cast an annoyed glance at Ma Hongjun and then at his own arm, visibly irked. Oscar's arm had turned red from the force of Ma Hongjun's pinch, a testament to how hard he had squeezed. Oscar. I merely wanted to see if it hurt you. If you felt pain, I would be reassured. This means we are not dreaming. Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, hastily explaining. He now understood that this was not a dream. And if it were not a dream, then everything was indeed extraordinary. A spirit master could possess 15 spirit rings. Is this not unparalleled in the world? Oscar cast a sharp glance at Ma Hongjun, and upon hearing his words, could not help but find them quite reasonable. This was indeed not a dream. This individual possessed a remarkable 15 soul rings. Moreover, that strikingly beautiful lady had now transformed into his martial soul. There must be something amiss here. Was he planning to take action against us? Or was there another motive? Oscar's expression turned grave as he spoke. He felt a persistent twitch in his eyelids, his left eye signifying fortune, while his right foretold calamity. The twitching originated from his right eye, instilling within him a foreboding sense of doom, as if everyone would suffer misfortune today. His demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's expression also shifted to one of seriousness. They gazed at Su Cha Tian, eager to discern his intentions. As for fleeing, they had only just reached the 31st level of cultivation, all of them merely possessing the rank of soul master. How could they possibly outrun a formidable warrior with 15 soul rings? Who is this person? Why does he possess 15 soul rings? What are his intentions? He surpasses even my grandfather's sword and grandfather bone in strength. Ning Rongrong looked at Su Cha Tian with astonishment. If judged solely by appearance, she found him exceedingly handsome, with a striking visage that eclipsed even those of the elite at Shrek Academy. In fact, Su Cha Tian was the most handsome man Ning Rongrong had ever encountered in her life. Yet, appearance is merely superficial. What truly shocked and even terrified her was Su Cha Tian's martial soul and the soul rings adorning him. This martial soul, how strikingly reminiscent it is of the six-winged angel martial soul of the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixated on the six-winged angel martial soul hovering above Su Changtian's head, feeling an uncanny familiarity. As the cherished jewel of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she had naturally perused the illustrations within her sect's archives. It was utterly astonishing to encounter such a martial soul here. Furthermore, aside from the six-winged angel martial soul, the Qianren Xue martial soul struck Ning Rongrong as particularly peculiar. It did not resemble a martial soul, rather, it seemed like a living being. What could this mean? How is it possible for a soul master to have 2 martial souls floating above their head simultaneously? Moreover, one of these martial souls was encircled by 8 soul rings. And why did this man possess 7 black-level soul rings? At this moment, Ning Rongrong is enveloped in a myriad of uncertainties. During her time at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, she acquired a wealth of knowledge pertaining to martial spirits. Moreover, she has perused numerous martial spirit compendiums. However, the existence of Su Cha Tian has fundamentally shattered Ning Rongrong's previous understanding. Chapter 151. Where did it go awry? Tang San and his companions were utterly bewildered. Ning Rongrong had never encountered such a situation before, prompting her to question whether her eyesight had faltered. Yet, upon scrutinizing the scene with greater attention, she discerned that her vision was perfectly intact. She had not misperceived anything at all. This indicates that all that lies before us is indeed real. If given the opportunity, I must inquire about the nature of this phenomenon. Ning Rongrong's gaze was intense, and she secretly pondered this. She resolved to seek a chance to question Su Tian thoroughly, yearning to uncover the secrets within. Ning Rongrong was deeply intrigued by this matter. What is this? 15 soul rings? How is this possible? A look of astonishment flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes, as she could hardly believe that there existed a soul master capable of possessing 15 soul rings. To Zhu Zhuqing, this was utterly extraordinary. At that moment, besides Su Tian, an overwhelming aura of cultivation suddenly erupted from Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei. Waves of powerful energy radiated outward, causing numerous items and dust to be swept away. Following this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others witnessed an astonishing sight. Behold, above Zhu Yueguan's head, a magnificent chrysanthemum, the extraordinary Qirong Tong Tianju, materialized, its petals as sharp as daggers. Surrounding Zhu Yueguan's body were 9 soul rings, colored yellow, purple, and black in succession. The 9 soul rings began to pulsate rhythmically, exuding a terrifying soul light. In this fleeting moment, the chrysanthemum Munthet Guan reached an unprecedented pinnacle, evoking a sense of dread. To the right of Su Tian, a spectral figure emanated a terrifying wave of formidable spiritual energy, which surged dramatically. This entity's martial soul was rather unique, being a true embodiment that had fused with its essence. However, at present, the spectral figure was enveloped in flickering ghostly energy, imbued with an eerie aura of malevolence, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet several degrees. A sinister chuckle escaped its lips, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Most alarming of all was the sight of 9 ethereal soul rings levitating around the spectral figure. The 9 soul rings before them unmistakably represented the standard soul ring configuration of a tidal Dolua-level powerhouse, comprising 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. These 9 rings pulsated rapidly, exuding a dazzling aura of soul light. The combined essence released by Su Tian, Gue Mei, and Zhu Yueguan rendered the surrounding atmosphere dim in comparison. Hiss. 2 9-ring powerhouses and 1 15-ring formidable being. It was utterly terrifying. What were their intentions? Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow, sensing the overwhelming dread emanating from the trio. She felt that if Su Tian, Zhu Yueguan, and Gue Mei were to unite and assault the 7 treasure glazed tile school, her sect would stand no chance, facing annihilation without even a fight. The sheer magnitude of their strength was daunting, sending shivers down her spine. Gazing at Su Tian and his companions felt akin to confronting 3 towering mountains. Moreover, she sensed their ill intentions. They seemed to be targeting Shrek Academy. And Shrek Academy, let alone a tidal Dolua, lacked even a single soul Dolua. Should their aim truly be to confront Shrek Academy, no one would be able to halt the advance of Su Tian, Zhu Yueguan, and Gue Mei. All would suffer the consequences. Contemplating this, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. She had merely come to Shrek Academy to pursue her studies, not to meet her demise. What were they planning? It appeared they intended to strike at us. Oscar, we must flee and summon Dean Flender, Ma Hongjun blurted out, already panicking and desiring to escape. He had never witnessed such a formidable display. Ma Hongjun only wished to distance himself from this situation. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. Furthermore, the educational philosophy of Shrek Academy prioritized survival above all else, advocating for escape even in the heat of battle. Escape? How can we run? Fatty, can your 2 legs outpace them? In the face of overwhelming power, even if we were to exhaust our legs, we would still be unable to flee. Let's stay here and observe what they intend to do. Oscar urged himself to remain calm and spoke up. Moreover, they are tidal Doluos. Dean Flender possesses merely 7 soul rings. We stand no chance against them. It is wiser to remain here, Oscar continued, asserting that no amount of effort would allow them to escape. Rather than flee, it would be better to stay and be ready. Perhaps they were not even targeting them at all. Yes. Oscar, you are indeed correct. Our cultivation is so weak, and we have not provoked these individuals. They should not wish us harm. Ma Hongjun nodded repeatedly, sensing the validity of the argument. Consequently, he chose to remain, dismissing any thoughts of escape. Meanwhile, Xiaowu's complexion had deteriorated to an alarming degree. This is disastrous. These individuals are truly here for me. 2 tidal Doluos, along with 1 even more terrifying entity. I am on the brink of becoming a soul ring, just like my mother. Tears brimmed in Xiaowu's eyes, for she never anticipated her luck would be so abysmal. She had retreated to this desolate Shyleek Academy, a place so remote and obscure. In this desolate place, one would hardly expect any activity. Yet, unexpectedly, their movements were perceived by the formidable beings of the Dolo realm. These individuals were undoubtedly driven by a specific purpose, to capture him. The fear overwhelmed Xiaowu, almost compelling her to lose control. Meanwhile, Tang San's expression was equally grim, his demeanor heavy with foreboding. Could it be that they have discovered my true identity? Are they aware of my origins? Are they coming for me? Indeed. That must be the case. These individuals surely realize I do not belong to this world and intend to take me away. It is infuriating. Despite my extensive efforts to conceal my whereabouts, keeping my father and teacher in the dark, I still cannot evade the meticulous searches of these unparalleled powerhouses. Tang San was engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness, his countenance reflecting utmost distress. He believed that Su Cha Tian, Zhu Yuguan, and Gue Mei were indeed pursuing him, driven by a singular aim to uncover the secret that resided within him. Simultaneously, he sensed that his secret might have been exposed, leading to this relentless pursuit. This realization left him feeling utterly distressed, and he began to rack his brain, attempting to discern where the misstep had occurred. Chapter 152, The Terrifying Soul Skill. Targeting Tang San first, as Tang San pondered, he concluded that there was no point at which he had faltered. His confidentiality measures had been impeccably executed, leaving no room for leakage of his secrets. Yet, how had these individuals discovered them? Tang San found himself perplexed, but he had no time to dwell on it. A potent sense of crisis surged within him, and he readied his hands. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would unleash the concealed weapons hidden within his grasp, fighting for his survival. On Su Changtian's end, he wasted no time and commenced the release of his formidable soul skills. With the second soul skill, Angelic Holy Light, the second black soul ring upon him pulsated vigorously, expanding and shimmering. Simultaneously, Su Cha Tian, Qianren Xue, and the six-winged angel manifested an angelic holy sword in their hands, raising it high. Waves of radiant light began to emanate from the sword's tip, cascading downwards and enveloping Zhu Yuguan, Gue Mei, Tang San, Oscar, Xiaowu, and others in its luminous embrace. The divine light of angels amplifies the strength of allies, enhancing their overall attributes while bestowing unparalleled healing capabilities. Conversely, it exerts a comprehensive suppressive effect on foes, diminishing not only their attributes but also their healing abilities. Beneath this sacred angelic illumination, both Zhu Yuguan and Gue Mei immediately sensed a significant elevation in their combat prowess, accompanied by a remarkable enhancement in their recovery effects. Ah, truly, the Prince of Saints is extraordinary. I am enamored with the soul skill, Zhu Yuguan exclaimed, a confident smile gracing his visage. With the aid of this angelic light, I believe that even if Tang Hao were to confront me directly, I could engage him in a fair exchange without relying on Gue Mei's strength. This angelic light is indeed formidable. Old chrysanthemum. It has been ages since I have felt such a surge of vitality. Delightful. Let us engage in battle, Gue Mei remarked, revealing a wicked smile. Like Zhu Yuguan, he too was filled with an invigorating sense of power. This sensation has instilled a newfound confidence within me. The specter now brims with self-assurance, convinced that he can monopolize Tang Hao. In contrast, Tang San, Xiaowu, and the others feel utterly subdued, as if their bodies have been forcibly infused with leaden weights. This sensation is quite unpleasant. How strange. I feel utterly unwell. Tang San furrowed his brow, astonished by the condition of his body. Suddenly, a glimmer flickered in his eyes as he comprehended the situation. It was the effect of that radiant light. Hiss! Is this the manifestation of his soul skill? How terrifying. Tang San inhaled sharply, his expression filled with shock. He never anticipated that such an extraordinarily formidable soul skill could exist in this world. In that moment, he perceived Su Cha Tian as an insurmountable mountain, immensely daunting. Before Su Cha Tian, he felt utterly bereft of any thoughts of resistance. Yet, this was merely the second soul skill. Su Cha Tian possessed another auxiliary soul skill. To ensure absolute safety, Su Cha Tian intended to activate all auxiliary soul skills, augmenting himself, Zhu Yuguan, and Gue Mei, while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's strength. Under such circumstances, let alone the insignificant Tang Hao, even if all the elders of the Haotian sect were to join forces, Su Cha Tian and his companions would still possess the capability to engage in battle. With a low exclamation, Su Cha Tian invoked his fourth soul skill, Angelic Enhancement. The fourth black soul ring on his body pulsated vigorously, expanding and shimmering. Upon the angelic holy sword, 3 intensely vibrant beams of golden light shot forth, landing upon Su Cha Tian, Gue Mei, and Zhu Yuguan. Instantly, a golden emblem depicting a 6-winged angel wielding the angelic holy sword materialized upon their foreheads. As this golden emblem emerged, the aura of cultivation emanating from Su Cha Tian, Zhu Yuguan, and Gue Mei surged once more, becoming even more formidable than before. Wow, How exhilarating! I am utterly enamored with the auxiliary soul skill of the Holy Sun. It feels magnificent. I have become so powerful. Ji Yuguan laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength and relishing in the sensation. Ha! Indeed, it is incredibly delightful. Ha! Tang Hao, you shall perish. Gue Mei erupted into laughter, his voice echoing through the heavens, startling countless birds and beasts. Simultaneously, all the teachers within the Shirlai Academy heard the commotion and rushed over. Even Tang Hao himself was jolted back to attention and hurried from a distance. I shall go and eliminate Tang San. The two elders shall provide cover and restrain Tang Hao. Su Changtian's voice resonated. Immediately afterward, Su Changtian surged forward, soaring towards Tang San. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his formidable sixth soul skill, Angelic Annihilation. Now, Su Changtian's cultivation level was that of a 75th level soul sage. This is a soul skill he has acquired over the course of 6 years. Accompanied by the sudden pulsation of the sixth soul ring, it expanded and shimmered. In an instant, Su Changtian's figure flickered explosively. As he moved, only a golden afterimage remained in his wake. In his hand, an angelic sword grew to an immense size, adorned with numerous golden patterns that emanated a terrifying aura. The angel's execution is an exceedingly formidable soul skill. Should the opponent's vitality fall below 30% of their own, the angel's execution will strike with lethal precision, shattering both flesh and soul, thus ushering them from this beautiful world. In essence, if Su Changtian's attack succeeds, Tang San is doomed. It is crucial to note that the damage from Su Changtian's sixth soul skill is already substantial, compounded by the lethal effect of the execution. Given Tang San's current cultivation level, he is utterly incapable of withstanding it. Even if Tang Hao were to intervene, he would find it immensely challenging. At the moment Su Changtian launched his assault, Gue Mei and Zhu Yueguan swiftly positioned themselves on either side of him, ready to intercept Tang Hao. Empowered, the duo possessed formidable strength, and together they could undoubtedly overpower Tang Hao. Brother, I am afraid. Xiaowu's legs began to tremble, her face a mask of terror. She feared that Su Changtian's primary target was herself, which filled her with despair. In truth, Su Changtian had not fixated on the old rabbit but rather on Tang San. In his eyes, the 10,000-year-old rabbit was feeble, and with her long legs, escape from his attack range was utterly impossible, even if Xiaowu were allowed to flee first. What would it matter? Tang San, engrossed in his own plight, was oblivious to Xiaowu's distress. This is indeed directed at me. I am going to die. Despair etched across his face, yet he resolved to fight back, even at the brink of despair. What if, like in his previous life, this seemingly hopeless situation led to a miraculous revival in the resplendent Dolua continent? Ghostly shadow steps. Qian Yu hand. Purple extreme magic eyes. Hidden weapons unraveled. Tang San exclaimed. His figure began to blur, his legs crossed, retreating steadily. Simultaneously, his blue eyes transformed into purple, activating the purple extreme magic eyes to lock onto Su Changtian's position. Subsequently, channeling the Qian Yu hand, his small hands became jade-colored, wielding various venomous hidden weapons as he launched a fierce assault against Su Changtian. Whoosh! Countless hidden weapons surged towards Su Changtian, a relentless barrage that encircled him from all directions. Su Changtian remained expressionless to him. This was merely the futile struggle of an ant facing its demise, hardly worthy of concern. If you had attained divinity, I might have needed to exercise some caution. But as a mere soul master, you are utterly insignificant before me. Tang San, prepare to meet your end. This time, both your corporeal form and soul shall be vanquished by my hand. Let us see if you can traverse through realms again. The profound golden gaze of Su Changtian was suffused with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. He surged forward, wielding the enormous angelic holy sword, which directly targeted Tang San before descending with ferocious force. The concealed weapons had yet to be unleashed when the sword's aura emanating from Su Changtian cleaved through them, dispersing them effortlessly. A cacophony of collisions echoed as the projectiles fell to the ground, most of them rendered bent and unusable. Ah, this is it. I am doomed. Desperation filled Tang San's eyes as he beheld the angelic holy sword, growing ever larger and consuming his vision. A chilling aura of death enveloped him. No. Why? Why must this be? I refuse to accept this. Tang San's violet eyes brimmed with despair and resentment. He had fought hard for his rebirth, and through diligent training, had just obtained his third spirit ring, achieving a cultivation level of 32. He believed he was destined for a radiant future. That very morning, he had been earnestly running, diligently completing the tasks assigned by the Academy. Yet now, inexplicably, for individuals had appeared within the Academy, intent on taking his life. This unforeseen incident struck without warning, plunging Tang San into utter despair. Which will arrive first, tomorrow, or an unexpected event? One cannot discern. The expression on Tang San's face reflected his profound hopelessness. Brother! Xiao cried out in anguish. From her perspective, Tang San had utilized the ghostly shadow step to retreat to the side and launched a covert attack with hidden weapons. This is merely to divert the enemy's attention and protect oneself. Xiao Wu felt deeply touched. Little did she know, Tang San's actions were solely for his own preservation. Xiao San. No. Don't. Not far away, the crooked-haired Yu Xiaojiang let out a dreadful scream. Upon hearing the commotion, he rushed over at once. As soon as he arrived, Yu Xiaojiang witnessed Su Cha Tian wielding the angelic holy sword, nearly striking down Tang San. This caused Yu Xiaojiang to become utterly tense, and he shouted in an attempt to halt Su Chantian. However, Su Chantian paid him no heed. In fact, Su Chantian had already silently resolved his intentions. First Tang San, and then Yu Xiaojiang. Not a single one shall escape. Ah, Xiao San, no. Please, don't. From a distance, Flinder rushed over, calling out in urgent distress. Flinder was somewhat perplexed as to why Tang San had attracted such terrifying entities. Upon witnessing the resplendent and vibrant soul rings, Flinder was left utterly astonished. 9 rings. Yet another 9 rings. 2 titled duels with 9 rings. In this 15 ring, what could this possibly signify? Flinder felt utterly dazed. Simultaneously, a wave of fear permeated his heart. He could hardly believe that his Shrek Academy had drawn the attention of so many formidable figures. Moreover, the existence of a 15-ring powerhouse in this world was beyond his comprehension. This is utterly absurd. Is this a dream? Flander felt that everything before him was strikingly unreal. He even began to question whether he had fallen into some sort of illusion. Pinching his own arm, he felt a sharp pain. He realized that this was not a dream. It was indeed reality. Observing the formidable strength of his adversaries, Flander hesitated, daunted by their prowess. He understood that his own cultivation was utterly inadequate to withstand such terrifying beings. Good heavens! What in the world is this? Tidal Dolua? So many of them. Beside him, Zhao Wujie stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if his jaw might crash to the ground in sheer astonishment. Not long ago, he had encountered Tang Hao, a Tidal Dolua, and had been thoroughly beaten by him. Now, he found himself face to face with not only 2 powerful Tidal Duos but also a formidable 15th ring expert. Zhao Wujie's instincts were stirred, and he began to tremble, fearful of enduring another brutal beating. Meanwhile, as Flander, Zhao Wujie, and the others stood in shock and terror, a towering black figure surged forth, wielding an immense Haotian hammer, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. Furthermore, this imposing figure was encircled by 9 soul rings, vividly colored yellow. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. The newcomer was none other than Tang Hao, the father of Tang San. Get away from my son, Tang Hao bellowed, his voice resonating with fury as waves of energy surged around him. He was enraged beyond measure, having never anticipated that these individuals would target his son, Tang San, and strike with such lethal intent. Tang Hao's wrath was at its peak. In this world, Tang San was his sole cherished son. He could perish. But Tang San must not. Tang Hao, your opponents are us. Came the mocking laughter. I never expected you to be hiding in this desolate place. Just wait and see what I have behind me. Ji Yuguan spoke with a sinister smile, his voice echoing around them. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly darted to stand before Tang Hao. Not only that, but behind Ji Yuguan stood a potted plant, within which lay Tang Hao's wife, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Ayin. This Blue-Silver Emperor appears to be thriving with vitality. During this period, Ji Yuguan diligently cared for the blue-silver grass. After all, there exists a possibility that this blue-silver grass could eventually cultivate to a level of 100,000 years. Once it reaches this remarkable age, should it be slain, it would yield a soul ring of 100,000 years, along with a guaranteed drop of a soul bone of the same caliber. Hence, Ji Yuguan took great care of Ayin. Furthermore, Ji Yuguan's martial soul is the wondrous Qidong Tiandou, which is intimately connected to plants. As a result, Ji Yuguan adeptly tended to Ayin, nurturing her exceptionally well. Listening to Ji Yuguan's words and witnessing the magnificent Qidong Tiandou, which had obstructed his path, Tang Hao's expression grew exceedingly grave. It is you. That old chrysanthemum, he thought. Your aura of cultivation. Tang Hao's demeanor turned profoundly serious, filled with astonishment. He sensed that the cultivation aura emanating from Ji Yuguan was incredibly formidable, even more so than his own. Upon closer inspection, Tang Hao discerned the truth of the matter. He noticed a 6-winged angel insignia upon Ji Yuguan's forehead. Moreover, An overwhelming radiance of holy light surged around her. The six-winged angel insignia, along with the holy light, amalgamated to fortify Zhi, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. It was the work of that individual. Tang Hao cast a glance at Su Changtian, immediately comprehending that this was Su Changtian's enhanced soul skill. At that moment, Tang Hao's attention was drawn to the potted plant behind Zhi. The vibrant blue silver grass within this potted plant feels remarkably familiar. Ah, this is Ayin. I shall take your life. Tang Hao's face contorted in an instant. He had never anticipated that Zhiyue Pass would bring his Ayin over here. Ayin was concealed within the secret realm of the waterfall outside the Holy Soul Village, known only to him. Yet, Zhiyue Pass had transported Ayin to this location and was aware of his whereabouts. It is evident that the Spirit Hall's power has ascended to an exceedingly terrifying level. The 100,000-year-old right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor that I had entrusted to Xiao San is undoubtedly lost. As Tang Hao contemplated this, his fury intensified. He could hardly believe that his secret base had been discovered by the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, the fact that their movements, both his and his son's, could be surveilled was utterly alarming. This is utterly astonishing. At this thought, Tang Hao's entire nose twisted in fury. He was enveloped in an overwhelming rage, reaching a peak that begged for release. Tang Hao yearned to annihilate. He aimed to eradicate every member of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao, you are no longer our match. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift end. The sinister voice of the specter echoed. A wave of ghostly mist surged forth, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. The specter instantaneously appeared before Tang Hao, joining forces with Zhu Yueguan. Together, their combined terrifying pressure descended upon Tang Hao with ferocity. Tang Hao felt an immense discomfort. Realizing that his own aura was significantly weaker than that of the little ghost and the petite flower before him, even feeling suppressed. It is worth noting that in the past, Tang Hao could not only overpower the specter and Zhu Yueguan but also had the strength to vanquish the previous Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. With a flash of insight, Tang Hao's profound gaze fell upon the six-winged angel insignia above the specter's head, along with the surging holy light enveloping him. Once again, it was this emblem and the sacred radiance. He realized that the little flower and the little ghost had been enhanced by that 15th ring entity. Understanding dawned upon Tang Hao as his thoughts crystallized, once regarded with disdain in his heart. The small chrysanthemum and the little ghost had now transformed into formidable adversaries, the grand chrysanthemum and the mighty specter. Tang Hao wore an expression of grave seriousness, refraining from underestimating the situation, having summoned every ounce of his strength. Little San, Father is here to rescue you. Tang Hao bellowed with fervor. Detonation rings. All 9 rings. Explode, he shouted, invoking the secret technique of the Haoyan clan, the detonation rings. Through this explosive method, Tang Hao could harness an immensely direct force. With each soul ring that detonated, he received a significant boost in power, amplifying his combat abilities. Boom, boom. The first and second yellow soul rings on Tang Hao's body erupted violently, transforming into a surge of formidable energy that flowed into him. His aura intensified considerably. Boom, boom. Following this, the third and 4,000-year purple soul rings detonated with tremendous force, unleashing 2 terrifying shockwaves that swept the surroundings, sending countless particles of dust flying. After the explosion of the 2 millennia soul rings, Tang Hao's aura surged once more. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the 4 black soul rings erupted violently. The detonation of these 4 10,000-year soul rings unleashed an immense energy that swept outward. In that moment, Tang Hao's presence swelled dramatically once again. Boom. Finally, the last soul ring, 100,000-year crimson one, erupted with tremendous force, transforming into a surge of energy that coursed into Tang Hao's body. At this moment, Tang Hao's aura surged to its zenith, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Before Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei, he resembled a colossal primordial beast, wielding the immense Haoyan hammer. Emanating a destructive presence, Tang Hao seemed capable of obliterating everything in existence with a single strike. This reminded Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei of a battle long past. The two recalled the events vividly, and their expressions grew exceedingly grave as they began to take the situation seriously. Now, bolstered by Su Changtian's 2 soul abilities, Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei exuded immense power, filled with unwavering confidence. Moreover, with the advantage of 2 against 1, how could they possibly falter against a mere Tang Hao? The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the intent in the other's eyes. Soul fusion technique. The domain of stillness. Activate. Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei stood side by side, and a terrifying pressure of soul power erupted from their bodies. Their respective 9 soul rings, totaling 18, pulsated, expanded, and shimmered with brilliance. The splendor of the 18 rings rendered the very heavens and earth dim in comparison. A dreadfully formidable aura surged forth, sweeping away dust and debris. As buildings were lifted into the air, a field of orange, entwined with black mist, suddenly erupted from beneath Jiyuguan's feet, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. Within this domain, all living beings would be rendered immobile. Even Tang Hao, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9 rings, found himself trapped within the domain of stillness. He attempted to unleash his powerful rampant hammer technique to shatter this field. However, he realized that his body was paralyzed, as if every inch of his skin had been infused with lead, rendering him agonizingly slow and utterly incapable of movement. What? Have that little ghost and little flower's domain grown this formidable? Tang Hao was utterly astonished, a tempest of despair surging within him. Years prior, he could have used sheer brute force to break through Jiyuguan and Guimei's domain of stillness and launch a counterattack. Yet now, he found himself utterly powerless. Unable to move an inch, confined to his spot, his gaze shifted toward Tang San, filled with despair. My little San. Tears threatened to spill from Tang Hao's eyes as he witnessed Su Tian closing in on Tang San, preparing to unleash a lethal technique. Even if he were to escape the domain of stillness now, it would be too late to save Tang San. His child was doomed today, and he would have to witness his little San perish before his very eyes. Tang Hao's heart was engulfed in anguish, his fury reaching its zenith. Yet mere anger was futile. He could not prevent the unfolding tragedy, forced to watch helplessly as his son was slain. No, please. My little San, you cannot die. Tang Hao erupted in a fit of hysteria, unleashing a ferocious roar. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Xiaojiang appeared utterly heartbroken. My third, you cannot die? He cried out, despair gripping his heart. Yu Xiaojiang was in the depths of despair. Tang San represented his hope. As long as Tang San remained alive and diligently practiced under his guidance, he would inevitably evolve into a formidable Tiandou possessing twin martial souls. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, as Tang San's mentor, would bask in enhanced reputation and esteem. In the future, whenever one mentioned Yu Xiaojiang, they would only recall the remarkable achievements of his student, a Tiandou, and no longer mock him. Yet now, Tang San was on the verge of dying before his very eyes, extinguishing his proof of success. Yu Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. If it were possible, he would willingly trade 50 years of his life to ensure Tang San's survival. Alas, such a notion appeared to be nothing more than a figment of his imagination, utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and the others had all taken notice of Su Changtian's frenzied actions. They quickly realized that Su Changtian's target was none other than Tang San. Tang San's martial soul, the blue silver grass, was not particularly remarkable. Why then was he being singled out? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong had an epiphany. She was astute and, piecing together the recent revelations, began to understand the gravity of the situation. The Tiandou who had just unleashed a devastating attack had claimed to be Tang San's father. Thus, it became evident that these individuals were indeed pursuing Tang San. Moreover, some referred to this Tiandou as Tang Hao. With the surname Tang, could he possibly be from the Haotian sect? Ning Rongrong's mind raced, and her expression morphed into one of profound astonishment. She had not anticipated that Tang San's plight was of such monumental significance, far beyond mere trivial matters. Furthermore, it appeared that Tang San might be a disciple of the Haotian sect. If he were being hunted, it suggested that these individuals were likely affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Gazing at the six-winged angel martial soul, Ning Rongrong felt an undeniable certainty. This was indeed the six-winged angel martial soul revered by the Spirit Hall. Overwhelmed by the realization, Ning Rongrong's mouth fell open in shock, as if 2.5 eggs could fit inside, reflecting her utter disbelief. As for Tang San, he felt the impending doom drawing near. However, he refused to surrender. He initiated one final struggle, activating his first soul skill, Blue-Silver Bind. Tang San unleashed the binding technique, striving to buy himself a moment longer. Yet, Su Tian remained expressionless, his angelic holy sword descending mercilessly. This angelic sword is accompanied by the soul skill known as Angel's Execution. With that strike, Tang San was undoubtedly doomed. Bang! A wave of blue-silver grass was severed by the sword aura of the angelic holy sword, exploding into fragments. Immediately thereafter, the angelic holy sword unleashed a terrifying sword energy, accompanied by a divine radiance of golden light, which descended directly upon Tang San. Splatter! Blood gushed forth. Tang San's body was cleaved in two, and with a thud, it fell to the ground. Thus, Tang San met his demise. Upon witnessing Tang San's death, Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down his cheeks. Simultaneously, his chest heaved rapidly. No, no, no. My dear San, how could you die? Oh, how could you leave this world? Tang Hao's voice erupted in a lamenting roar, directed skyward. Tang San was his beloved son. With Tang San gone, Tang Hao found little desire to continue living. He questioned the very meaning of his existence in this world. However, confined within the realm of absolute stillness, Tang Hao was utterly immobilized, unable to resist, to take his own life, or to escape. Casting a glance at Tang San's lifeless form, a faint smile curved upon his lips. Tang San, you have finally perished. Had you not met this fate, even with my two formidable martial souls, my heart would have remained unsettled. With your death, no one will ever threaten me or dear Xiaoshui again. Under the might of my sixth soul skill, angelic annihilation, your body and soul have been utterly shattered. You should have perished when you leapt into the abyss of despair. You ought to consider yourself fortunate to have lived an additional 12 years. Farewell, little wretch. Qian shook his head, redirecting his gaze. He chose not to dwell on Tang San any longer, deeming it a waste of his time. Subsequently, his attention shifted to Tang Hao. It is your turn now. Tang Hao, it is time for you to meet your end. Tian's eyes were icy, his deep golden orbs brimming with murderous intent. Then, stepping forward with the angelic holy sword in hand, he advanced menacingly towards Tang Hao. Third soul skill, angelic dragon legion. Tian bellowed, as the third rich black 10,000-year soul ring erupted with brilliance, expanding and pulsating. An overwhelming aura of dread emanated from Tian as waves of divine golden light surged forth. Countless powerful soul energies radiated a golden luminescence, converging into massive dragons. These dragons flapped their wings, swirling around Tian, each accompanied by a dragon knight. The celestial dragon horde hovered incessantly around Tian, exuding an intimidating aura. As they circled above, they all surged toward Tang Hao's position with lethal intent. A resonating hum filled the air, causing the entire space to warp slightly. Meanwhile, Tang Hao could only watch helplessly as countless celestial dragons charged toward him, utterly paralyzed. How infuriating. What soul skill is this? It's truly terrifying. Tang Hao was left in a daze, unable to fathom that this seemingly small boy possessed such formidable combat prowess. This is likely even more formidable than the previous Chihiro's affliction. Tang Hao felt a surge of trepidation. Moreover, his own son, Tang San, perished before his very eyes. At this moment, Tang Hao's heart was enveloped in an intricate web of emotions. Fifth soul skill, angelic doppelgang. The spectacle was far from over. Tian bellowed, immediately unleashing his formidable fifth soul skill. The fifth black soul ring, imbued with the essence of millennia, pulsated violently, expanding and shimmering with a captivating brilliance. A rich, dark radiance erupted forth, followed by a cascade of divine golden feathers descending from the six-winged angel. Tian's form was enveloped in a dazzling golden glow. Subsequently, 9 angelic avatars materialized out of thin air, resulting in a remarkable display of 10 figures of Tian upon the battlefield. The 10 incarnations of Tian were identical in appearance, height, martial soul, and soul rings. Suddenly, the entire world dimmed, wholly consumed by the vibrant colors of Tian's pulsating soul rings, creating an extraordinarily dramatic scene. Is this a manifestation of clones? Such a terrifying ability to conjure 9 duplicates at once. Including the original, there were 10 beings in total, each possessing 15 soul rings. How outrageous. Beside him, Yu Xiaojiang was still grappling with the shock of Tang San's demise. At that moment, his jaw dropped wide, as if he could fit 2.5 eggs within. Utterly astonished, he could scarcely believe that there existed someone so powerful in the world. Tang Hao was doomed. Yu Xiaojiang cast a glance at Tang Hao, realizing that not only would Tang San perish today, but also his father, Tang Hao, all because Tian was overwhelmingly formidable. It was alarming enough that Tian was so powerful, he also had 2 exceptionally formidable title Dolua elders by his side. What could Tang Hao possibly do with just the Haotian hammer? Yu Xiaojiang's face was etched with despair, as he could see no glimmer of hope remaining. It was over. All was lost. These adversaries were far too powerful. Both Tang Hao and Tang San were destined to die. Flinder's face was a mask of fear. He could hardly believe that there would come a day when both Tang Hao and his son, Tang San, would tragically meet their end before his very eyes. This is Tiandou. Despite being hunted by the spirit hall, Tang Hao managed to survive. Yet now, he finds himself incapable of performing miracles. The era that belonged to Tang Hao has ultimately passed. Hiss. 9 avatars. This soul skill is extraordinarily monstrous. Tang Hao is doomed. Zhao Wuji's breath caught in his throat. His mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could bang against the ground at any moment. He could hardly fathom that a soul master could possess such formidable power. Su Changtian's might was of a level that no one could contest. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, Oscar, and the others were equally dumbfounded. They never anticipated that Su Changtian's strength could be so terrifying. Moreover, they had not foreseen the arrival of such a formidable figure within Shrek Academy. Unleashing a wave of slaughter. This evokes an utterly surreal sensation. Meanwhile, Su Changtian, having unleashed the soul skill of his angelic avatar, commenced the activation of his 6th soul skill. Remarkably, this was executed in conjunction with his 9 avatars. The 6th soul skill, Angel's Annihilation, with a thunderous roar. Su Changtian and his 9 manifestations simultaneously unleashed their formidable 6th soul skill. The 6th, a deep black soul ring, was instantaneously illuminated, beginning to pulsate, expand, and shimmer with fervor. A rich black radiance blossomed around them. Both Su Changtian and the 9 angels wielded their holy angel swords, which expanded dramatically, revealing a series of enigmatic patterns upon their surfaces. At this moment, Su Changtian and the 9 angels radiated an overwhelming aura of strength. Meanwhile, Tang Hao remained rooted in place, utterly unable to move. I am perishing. O vast heavens, why do you treat me so cruelly? I am dying. Tang Hao's face was etched with resentment, a portrait of agony. He never anticipated that his demise would unfold in such a manner. In stark contrast, Jiyuguan and Gue Mei erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Tang Hao, did you ever foresee this day? You, who once slew the former Pope of the Spirit Hall and fled. All these years, you have lived in vain. You should feel fortunate. Jiyuguan's laughter echoed with anticipation for Tang Hao's end. Indeed, Tang Hao, after all these years, you should be content. Today marks your demise. Gue Mei joined in the mirth, his expression brimming with excitement. They had awaited this day for far too long, even dreaming of it in their slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Hao's countenance reflected despair. He remained silent, fixated on the terrifying soul skill hurtling towards him. First came the fearsome legion of angelic dragons. Countless dragon knights, wielding sharp weapons, pierced Tang Hao's body, inflicting grievous wounds. Subsequently, these angelic dragons crashed into him, delivering further devastating blows. Boom, boom, boom. Under the onslaught of the angel dragon's collective soul abilities, Tang Hao found himself utterly depleted, his aura waning and his soul power descending into chaos. Simultaneously, his body became a canvas of countless wounds, punctuated by gaping holes that oozed a steady stream of blood. Yet, this was not the most lethal aspect of his condition. The gravest threat lay in the injuries sustained by some of his internal organs. As for his skin, it was reduced to a gruesome mess, devoid of any unblemished surface. Su Changtian, however, harbored no intention of sparing him. At this moment, alongside his 9 avatars, Su Changtian unleashed his most devastating strike. 10 angelic blades of extermination descended in unison. With a thunderous crash, Tang Hao's flesh and soul erupted violently, leading to his immediate demise. His remains scattered around, painting the ground a deep crimson. The scene appeared exceedingly gruesome and terrifying. Thus, Tang Hao met his demise. His death was utterly complete. Under the lethal 6th spirit skill of the angel, Tang Hao's flesh and blood ceased to exist, and even his soul and martial spirit lay shattered beyond repair. He was deprived of any chance for reincarnation. In this moment, Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei, witnessing the event, were filled with unparalleled joy. Ah, Tang Hao, you wretched being, you have finally perished. I have awaited this day for far too long. Old Pope, I have avenged you. Zhu Yueguan erupted into laughter, a sound that reverberated through the air, startling countless birds and beasts, sending chills down the spines of Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and others, leaving them profoundly unsettled. Ha, Tang Hao is dead. You have finally met your end. This great grudge has been avenged today. Gue Mei, too, laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the heavens. Like Zhu Yueguan, he felt an immense exhilaration at Tang Hao's demise. Together, they reveled in their shared mirth. Above Su Changtian's head, Qianren Xue observed as Tang Hao and his son Tang San had both perished. She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Father, today Tang Hao was slain by Chat Tian. You appeared in a dream to him, and he fulfilled your last wish. If you are aware in the afterlife, I hope this brings you joy. Qianren Xue mused, silently conversing with her father in her heart. With the great vengeance fulfilled, she felt immense happiness, believing it was her father, Qian Xuanji, who had personally entrusted Su Changtian with the completion of his final wish. It is as if one's own father, having suffered greatly, has consented to the union between myself and Su Changtian, thus sending a dream as a message. Although this notion may seem somewhat absurd, should this matter reach the spirit hall, my grandfather, Tiandou, would undoubtedly be overjoyed beyond measure. Meanwhile, Su Changtian, having witnessed the brutal demise of Tang Hao, observing him reduced to mere fragments, could finally exhale a sigh of relief. With Tang San now deceased and Tang Hao following suit, the existence of these two had led to the downfall of the City of Slaughter, the emergence of countless malevolent soul masters, and the eventual obliteration of the Spirit Hall, leaving numerous common soul masters oppressed by the aristocracy of the empire. The architects of this calamity are no more. Henceforth, the Doluo continent may enjoy a semblance of peace. My beloved Xue and the Spirit Hall shall no longer face annihilation. Henceforth, I shall diligently enhance my prowess, eliminating all impediments in my path. I shall ascend to divinity. Su Changtian mused to himself. Although the father and son duo of Tang San and Tang Hao have perished, this does not imply that peace reigns in the world. Within the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and the 7 great sects, residual forces still lurk in the shadows, covertly plotting against the Spirit Hall. These residual forces must be eradicated by Su Changtian, simultaneously enhancing his combat prowess as he aspires to ascend to divinity. He aims to penetrate the divine realm and become the next sovereign deity. Not far away, Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, and others wore expressions of profound anguish. They had perished. Both Tang San and his father, Tang Hao, were dead. Truly, it seemed that fate sought to extinguish all paths for mankind. Yu Xiaojing, overwhelmed with sorrow, succumbed to despondency. Little San was gone, and so was Tang Hao. Would these adversaries turn their wrath upon us? Flinder was deeply apprehensive, fearing that Su Changtian would continue his spree of violence. If that were to occur, not only would he face death, but the entire Shrek Academy would be obliterated. Contemplating these grim possibilities, Flinder's countenance grew exceedingly grim. He wished to avoid death and the downfall of Shrek Academy. With the demise of Tang San and his father, he lamented, "Alas, am I next?" Little Wu was engulfed in terror, huddled in a corner. She had never imagined that calamity would descend so swiftly. Before she could even grasp the reality, her dear friends had already met their end. Now, it seemed her turn was imminent. If there were a next life, she hoped to be an ordinary person, forsaking her identity as a soul beast. Heartbroken, Little Wu shed tears. Had she been a soul master, she might have evaded Su Changtian's gaze and avoided her own demise. In her eyes, the deaths of Tang San and Tang Hao were inextricably linked to her. Consequently, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Tang Hao, dead? The heavenly Doluo had fallen. An expression of astonishment washed over Ningrongrong's face. She had never anticipated that this day would arrive. She had not even considered the possibility of Tang Hao's death. The esteemed Haotian Doluo is renowned across the Doluo continent. Even his own father, Ning Fingxi, speaks of Tang Hao with a semblance of reverence. Yet, alas, Tang Hao has passed away. This sufficiently reveals the formidable nature of Su Changtian and his companions. In the future, the entire Doluo continent may undergo earth-shattering transformations. At that time, the great powers may find themselves compelled to rewrite the rules of their interactions. In that moment, Su Changtian cast a sweeping glance, landing upon the figure of Yu Xiaojing. The next to perish shall be you, Yu Xiaojing. A profound aura of malevolence emanated from Su Changtian, for in his eyes, Yu Xiaojing was as culpable as Tang San. This Yu Xiaojing is nothing but a worthless individual, and if being ineffectual were not enough, he is also a scoundrel. Initially, through some unknown means, he managed to capture the heart of Bibi Dong, thereby pilfering numerous secrets regarding the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojing became entangled with Lu Erlong. Now, he is attempting to cultivate Tang San, striving to validate his own worth. This Yu Xiaojing, is he a genius or a worthless being? People are simply not in the mood to find out. However, as the original story progresses, he is constantly preoccupied with proving himself. Due to his association with Tang San, countless lives on the continent have been destroyed, resulting in the deaths of many soul masters and ordinary folk. Regardless, Su Changtian harbors no feelings for the original protagonists. In fact, he holds a disdain for them. Both Tang San and his father Tang Hao have perished, and thus Yu Xiaojing must also meet his demise. If the roots are not eradicated, they will sprout anew with the spring breeze. In a flash, Su Changtian, wielding the holy sword of angels, appeared before Yu Xiaojing. Upon beholding this imposing figure, Yu Xiaojing's body trembled violently, sensing an unprecedented threat. What do you intend to do? No, you mustn't. Please don't kill me," he exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. He was utterly frightened. What do I intend to do? I am sending you to find your little Tang San. Su Changtian replied, his expression devoid of warmth. At that moment, the 9 avatars had just returned, and Su Changtian's aura had become overwhelmingly powerful. The holy sword of angels in his hand radiating an aura of inexorable destruction. I do not wish to meet Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang hastily protested, desperate to cling to life. Although the death of Tang San saddened him deeply, he still retained a semblance of rationality. Once a person dies, they cannot be resurrected. It suffices for him to live well. Chapter 158, The Atrocities of Flanders. How could I, Yu Xiaojiang, meet such a tragic end here today? Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. How pitiful is my plight. Yu Xiaojiang lamented, gazing skyward with a sorrowful expression. How he yearned to survive. Death would mean the end of everything. Upon hearing the name Yu Xiaojiang, the nearby Zhu Yueguan perked up. You are Yu Xiaojiang? Zhu Yueguan exclaimed. Indeed, I am Yu Xiaojiang. I am acquainted with your holiness, the Pope. He replied swiftly, having recognized Zhu Yueguan's martial soul, the extraordinary chrysanthemum, and thus identifying him as a member of the Spirit Hall. In a desperate bid for survival, Yu Xiaojiang invoked the name of the Pope Bibi Dong. Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's words, Zhu Yueguan seethed with anger. You deserve to die? Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Execute this man immediately. Zhu Yueguan was well aware of the rumors surrounding the connection between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong, and personally, he harbored a deep disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. It would be best if this jade-like little creature were to perish, thereby putting an end to all matters once and for all. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, eliminate him. The specter also spoke, harboring murderous intent. The individual known as Yu Xiaojiang is nothing but a worthless being, possessing a mere level of 29. Within the halls of the Martial Soul Academy, one could easily find a student capable of effortlessly defeating him. It is beyond comprehension why His Holiness the Pope held such regard for Yu Xiaojiang in the past. Gui Mei was perplexed by this. Previously, out of respect for the Pope, he refrained from voicing his discontent, yet he harbored a profound disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. Now, in this moment, he and Zhu Yueguan are no longer bound to the Pope's commands and can take matters into their own hands, considering the elimination of Yu Xiaojiang. However, they must not execute the deed themselves. It must be carried out by His Highness, Su Changtian, to avoid any blame falling upon him. Meanwhile, a flicker of curiosity crossed Qianren Xue's beautiful eyes. What connection does Yu Xiaojiang have with the Pope? She felt a wave of confusion mingled with intrigue. Not far away, Flanders' expression turned somber. Alas, Yu Xiaojiang, in his younger years, had indulged in frivolous affairs. His fate now seemed dire. Poor Lu Erlong, he thought bitterly. Realizing that she would soon be left to mourn, Flinder wished he could take Yu Xiaojiang's place and be with Lu Erlong, but she hardly regarded him, showing no interest whatsoever. Thus, he dreaded the thought of Yu Xiaojiang encountering misfortune, for it would shatter Lu Erlong's heart. On the other hand, Su Changtian's demeanor was icy as he gazed upon Yu Xiaojiang. Even without the prompts from Zhu Yueguan and Gui Mei, he would have resolved to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang. With an expression of utter indifference, Su Changtian raised the colossal angelic holy sword, preparing to strike fiercely at Yu Xiaojiang. A resonating hum filled the air as a golden radiance surged forth, emanating a terrifying sword aura from the blade. This caused the entire space to become somewhat distorted. Yu Xiaojiang was locked in place by Su Changtian's angelic holy sword, rendering him utterly immobile, his body thrashing in a frenzy. Furthermore, Yu Xiaojiang beheld the angelic holy sword drawing ever closer, encroaching upon his line of sight. In that moment, terror seized him, and he lost control of his bladder. No, please, not this. I do not wish to perish. Yu Xiaojiang roared in his final moments, his voice rife with unwillingness. However, Su Changtian paid no heed to his pleas. The angelic holy sword in his hand descended with a straight trajectory. Bang! A spray of blood erupted forth. Yu Xiaojiang's body was cleaved in two, his flesh and soul departing this world instantaneously. Xiaojiang! Flander cried out in despair from a short distance away. He had not anticipated that his dear friend Yu Xiaojiang would meet such a tragic end before his very eyes. Flander's countenance paled, his expression morphing into one of profound anguish as his spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. Teacher Yu! Xiaowu exclaimed in shock. Tang San, Tang Hao, and Yu Xiaojiang were all slain by Su Changtian in front of Xiaowu, who was utterly heartbroken. Simultaneously, her hatred for Su Changtian reached a boiling point. Were hatred capable of inflicting harm, she would have subjected him to endless torment. Alas, hatred holds no power to take a life. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun stood frozen in astonishment, their faces reflecting the shock of the unfolding events. Their own strength was woefully inadequate to intervene. They could only watch in silence. Then, Su Changtian's piercing gaze shifted toward Flander. Flander, you shall be the next to die. Over the years, you have exploited the Academy's name to extort 10 gold soul coins and registration fees from numerous impoverished families, seeking gain through unscrupulous means. You deserve death. The Spirit Hall has granted gold soul coins to many impoverished families, providing them with support to elevate their living standards. Yet, your Shrek Academy has preyed upon these destitute families, further deepening their plight. Flander, your malevolence knows no bounds. Your crimes are egregious. Today, I, as the embodiment of justice in the Spirit Hall, will execute you. After living for so many years, you should count yourself fortunate. Su Changtian scoffed, enumerating Flander's transgressions. Flander trembled upon hearing this. He was taken aback to realize that all his misdeeds over the years had been meticulously observed by the Spirit Hall. What Su Changtian spoke of were indeed the actions of Flander and Shrek Academy. Collecting registration fees was a significant source of economic revenue for the Academy. Moreover, as Yu Shaojing perished, he found himself on the brink of death as well. Please, do not kill me. I was wrong. I shall never again deceive by charging 10 gold soul coins as an enrollment fee. I implore you to forgive me. I am willing to return all the gold soul coins. I beg you, spare my life. Flander earnestly pleaded for mercy, exhibiting utmost humility and lowering his stance, hoping that Su Changtian would grant him a chance to live. Are you truly acknowledging your mistakes? No, it seems you are merely aware of your impending demise. Hastily seeking forgiveness, Su Changtian's tone was unwavering and resolute, exuding an air of undeniable authority. The enumeration of Flander's transgressions was primarily intended for the ears of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. If possible, Su Changtian aspired to align Ning Rongrong and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with the Spirit Hall, compelling them to serve its interests. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had joined the ranks of Shrek Academy as a student. Should Su Changtian execute Flander, it would undoubtedly leave her with a negative impression, thereby preventing Ning Rongrong and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School from aligning with the Spirit Hall. Hence, Su Changtian meticulously recounted Flander's misdeeds before delivering the fatal blow. In this manner, Ning Rongrong would come to understand herself. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the Star Luo Empire. With proper cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing could serve the Spirit Hall and transform into a sharp blade, piercing fiercely into the heart of the Star Luo Empire. Alas, the esteemed Master Fu is on the brink of death. If Master Fu perishes, how far behind can I be? In such a case, my own demise would be inevitable. Zhao Wujia felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. He had no desire to meet his end. His eyes began to scan the surroundings, searching for an escape route. However, after a thorough examination, Zhao Wujia found no suitable path to flee. All escape routes here have been completely sealed off by Su Changtian, Jiuguan, and the elusive Gue Mei. Even a fly would find it impossible to evade capture from this place. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Su Changtian's earlier words, could not help but display a contemplative expression. Her worldview is relatively upright. In the original narrative, due to her principled perspective, upon joining Shrek Academy, she was immediately ostracized, with no one willing to befriend her. Gradually, as she faced repeated targeting, Ning Rongrong's edges were smoothed down. Eventually, she lost her fervor, resembling a marionette subject to the whims of others. In the later stages of the original tale, when Tang San opposed the Spirit Hall and was slain, Ning Rongrong and Oscar utilized their spirit fusion technique to resurrect him. However, after the deaths of her beloved mentors, Sword de Law and Bone de Law, Ning Rongrong did not consider rescuing her two grandfathers. Even after she inexplicably ascended to divinity, she did not contemplate saving her kin. Ning Rongrong's worldview became significantly distorted under the influence of Shrek Academy as she ceased to value her own family, instead embracing the Academy, which brought warfare to her world, as her true kin. Isn't this a case of putting the cart before the horse? Fortunately, Ning Rongrong has only recently joined Shrek Academy, and her perspectives, her worldview, values, and outlook on life have yet to be significantly influenced, allowing her to think independently about right and wrong, as well as the distinctions between good and evil. It certainly appears to be the case. When I first enrolled at Shrek Academy, many parents from humble backgrounds fell victim to exorbitant registration fees imposed by the Academy. In contrast, the Spirit Hall provides monthly subsidies to soul masters who awaken their spirits, assisting commoners in rising from their knees to stand tall. Thus, it can be said that Shrek Academy does not seem to be a place for genuine learning. This thought lingered in Ning Rongrong's mind. Having just joined the academy and having faced ostracism from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others, her feelings toward the institution are not particularly profound. Hence, after hearing Su Changtian's words, she found them quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuing, who was standing nearby, paused upon hearing this. After a moment of reflection, she realized that Shrek Academy is indeed not what it seems. As the dean, Flinder neglects education, insisting that students engage in daily runs, while also extorting gold soul coins from commoner soul masters. Among the original students, Dai Mubai indulges in frivolous pursuits, surrounded by a vast sea of flowers and entangled with various women. At such a tender age, does he not fear the consequences of his reckless lifestyle? Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who is somewhat impoverished and overweight, struggles to find a girlfriend and often frequents brothels, a habit introduced to him by Flinder himself. As for Oscar, though he refrains from such frivolities, he is a man who relies on others, perpetually seeking to win the affections of Ning Rongrong, hoping to partake in a life of ease. Thus, it can be concluded that the Shrek Academy, as Su Changtian articulated, is indeed not a commendable institution. Alas, the dean is on the brink of death. Oscar's face was etched with sorrow. He harbored a deep desire for Dean Flanders to survive, for it was Flanders who had nurtured him since childhood. Upon hearing Oscar's lament, Su Changtian cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. This foolish child, possessing a natural soul power of level 10, and being a food system soul master, exhibited remarkable speed and cultivation. Had he aligned himself with the Spirit Hall or joined other powerful factions, he would have long since attained wealth and the freedom to pursue his cultivation. Furthermore, it was Flanders' recognition of Oscar's innate talent that led him to bring the boy back to the academy, not the merit of Oscar himself. And yet, this Navi Oscar, by joining Shrek Academy, was doomed to a life of hardship. Su Changtian shook his head, feeling that Oscar was beyond redemption. Dean Flanders, woe is me. Beside them, Ma Hongjun wore a sorrowful expression. His bond with Flanders was profound. It was Flanders who, after Ma Hongjun had nearly met his demise, guided him to the chicken coop, unveiling a new realm of existence. It was through this that he discovered the true meaning of life. Thus, Ma Hongjun could not bear the thought of losing his mentor. Meanwhile, Su Changtian maintained an icy demeanor. Today, he intended to eliminate nearly all the teachers and students within Shrek Academy, for he believed that if one does not eradicate the roots of a problem, it will inevitably resurface with the spring breeze. Death. A terrifying aura of murderous intent radiated from Su Changtian's deep golden eyes. With the intention of swiftly dispatching Flanders, he unleashed his formidable sixth soul skill, Angel's Execution. At once, the sixth black 10,000-year soul ring around him illuminated, pulsating with energy, expanding and shimmering to an extreme. The surging black soul light melded with the golden holy light of the angels, elevating Su Changtian's presence to its zenith. Upon the angelic sword in his grasp, countless mysterious and powerful golden patterns began to spread forth. Buzz. The angelic sword was thrust violently towards Flanders' head. No, please, not like this. My body will shatter. I am doomed. Flanders roared in defiance. Yet Su Changtian showed no mercy. Thud. The angelic sword descended relentlessly, cleaving Flanders' body in two. Blood sprayed forth as the severed halves of Flanders fell to the ground. He was irrevocably dead, his flesh and soul having departed from the beautiful Doloa continent. Not even the most miraculous elixirs or the mightiest healing soul masters could resurrect Flanders. Another life has been extinguished. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Su Changtian's golden eyes. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Zhao Wuji, who stood nearby. Zhao Wuji sensed the terrifying intensity of Su Changtian's stare, and his body trembled involuntarily. This is the end. I am next. I do not wish to perish. Zhao Wuji shivered, on the verge of tears. He truly did not anticipate that after eliminating Flinder, Su Changtian would turn his lethal intentions towards him. This has become utterly insane. Is the entire Shrek Academy destined for annihilation? Zhao Wuji, have you come here to hide after offending my spirit hall? Can you truly evade fate for a moment, or even a lifetime, having lived for so many years? You should consider yourself fortunate. If I had not failed to locate you earlier, you would have perished long ago. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, swiftly eliminate this wretched Zhao Wuji. Kai Weiwen spoke to Zhao Wuji, her words laced with murderous intent. Simultaneously, she called out to Su Changtian, urging him to act decisively. In truth, Su Changtian would have acted without Kai Weiwen's prodding. Your Highness, please rid us of Zhao Wuji, echoed the spectre nearby, pleading for Su Changtian to strike him down. Certainly, came Su Changtian's calm reply. Gripping the angelic holy sword in both hands, he unleashed a surge of formidable power, aimed directly at Zhao Wujie. No, please, don't. I cannot bear it. I will die. I do not wish to perish. Zhao Wujie began to wail in despair. At the same time, he yearned to flee. Yet, now, Kai Weiwen and the Spectre executed a powerful martial soul fusion technique. Within the confines of this duality stillness realm, Zhao Wujie found himself utterly immobilized. His entire being felt as though it had been drenched in molten lead, rendering him incapable of movement. In this state, Zhao Wujie could only resign himself to his fate. He beheld Su Changtian's invincible figure, brandishing the resplendent angelic holy sword as it descended toward him. In that fleeting moment, within Zhao Wujie's gaze, the world faded away, leaving only Su Changtian's sword. Bang! In a surge of unwillingness, Zhao Wujie's head exploded, dispersing into a mist of crimson. His body was cleaved in two. Thus, Zhao Wujie met his demise. Zhao Wujie was dead. Another one had fallen. Su Changtian's eyes were imbued with an icy indifference. The death of Zhao Wujie stirred no emotions within him. These individuals, if not eliminated now, will undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Spirit Hall in the future. Just as depicted in the original narrative, the Spirit Hall initially hesitated in their actions, which ultimately allowed Shrek Academy to grow in strength and directly target the Spirit Hall, leading to its obliteration. In this lifetime, since Su Changtian has been reborn and assumed the role of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Wielding the formidable martial spirit of Qianren Xue, he is determined not to repeat past mistakes and allow tragedy to unfold. Moreover, Zhao Wujie's existence in this world serves no purpose. His life merely squanders resources and fails to benefit the entire Doloa continent. At times, when Zhao Wujie is in a foul mood, he resorts to bullying weaker soul masters and forcibly seizing the gold soul coins of ordinary citizens. Such a person deserves their fate, and their death is not regrettable. Well done, my holy son. Zhu Yueguan revealed a faint smile. In the past, Zhao Wujie had provoked the Spirit Hall, and Zhu Yueguan had pursued him for a time, yet ultimately, Zhao Wujie managed to escape. Thus, witnessing Zhao Wujie depart from this beautiful world now brings Zhu Yueguan great joy. Truly remarkable, holy son. What a formidable presence. In the depths of his ghostly demeanor, admiration glimmered. He realized that this holy son is indeed a natural-born killer, one who slays without a flicker of hesitation. Such a holy son is destined to become the next pope of the Spirit Hall, a stroke of fortune for the organization. Under Su Changtian's leadership, the Spirit Hall is sure to ascend to greatness. Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjuan's pupils trembled, his fiery gaze filled with terror. With the deaths of Flander and Zhao Wujie, he felt as if he had lost his pillars of support. Overwhelmed with anguish, he was at his wit's end. Ma Hongjun. Do not despair, nor feel alone. Go join your teachers. Su Changtian's deep golden eyes radiated a chilling aura of murder. Gripping the angelic sword, he appeared before Ma Hongjun like a towering deity. Do not kill me. I beg you, I am but a soul master of over 30 levels. Please spare me. Ma Hongjun, reduced to utter humility, began to plead for his life. Eradicate the roots, or the weeds will flourish again. All remnants of Shrek Academy must perish. Su Changtian's tone was icy. He then raised the angelic sword high. For Ma Hongjun, he saw no need to unleash his soul techniques. Buzz. The angelic sword descended, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that reverberated with a dreadful hum, distorting the very fabric of space. With a swift strike, Ma Hongjun was cleaved in two, meeting his end in that very spot. His long life was abruptly extinguished. Henceforth, Ma Hongjun would no longer need to fear exploding due to his malevolent fire. Henceforth, the young maidens of Doloa continent would be free from the entanglement of a gluttonous fire pig. Fatty. Oh, Fatty. Your demise is so tragic. Oscar's face twisted in despair. He had grown up alongside Ma Hongjun, yet now, he bore witness to his friend's death right before his eyes. This was an immense torment for Oscar. Su Changtian cast a glance at Oscar. This individual is a food-type soul master endowed with a congenital spirit power of level 10, and his martial spirit is a sausage. Had Oscar initially aligned himself with the Spirit Hall, he would undoubtedly have received substantial support, eventually becoming a celebrated figure, renowned throughout the Doloa continent. Regrettably, he was brought to the remote Shrek Academy by Flinder, where he has been indoctrinated, now devoted to Shrek Academy, rendering any allegiance to the Spirit Hall impossible. In the future, Oscar's vision will be consumed solely by vengeance, fixated on avenging Shrek Academy. A person blinded by hatred disregards the lives of others. His existence threatens the harmony of the Doloa continent. Thus, Su Chantian gazed coldly at Oscar before stepping forward. Death is not terrifying. It will soon be over. I will facilitate your reunion, Su Chantian murmured, already standing before Oscar. The holy angel sword in his grasp radiated a blinding golden light, exuding an overwhelming authority. Without the slightest hint of emotion, Su Chantian delivered a forceful strike. Blood splattered. Oscar's body was cleaved in two, marking the end of his life. Now, within Shrek Academy, only 3 teachers remain, Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibin. Among the students, only Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing remain. Among these 3 teachers, Su Chantian harbors no favorable feelings and wishes to eliminate them all. These 3 educators, having devoted many years to Shrek Academy, hold a deep concern for its well-being. Should they survive this day, they are certain to seek vengeance for Shrek Academy, inflicting harm upon the Spirit Hall. Moreover, their moral compass is flawed. They are aware of the Academy's exploitation of commoner soul masters, charging them 10 gold soul coins, yet they refrain from intervening, continuing instead in their roles as instructors. A significant portion of the salaries bestowed upon these 3 teachers by Shrek Academy derives from the very exploitation of these commoner soul masters. To echo Tang San's sentiment, these 3 educators have long since charted a path to their own demise. If they are not eliminated now, shall they be allowed to linger for the festivities? With a swift motion, Su Chantian charged toward Li Yusong. Li Yusong, filled with deep resentment, was determined to forcibly unleash his martial soul, the dragon-patterned staff. In a desperate bid to resist, "Humph, do you even dare to unleash your martial soul? Are you worthy of it?" Su Chantian let out a cold snort, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Li Yusong found himself utterly subdued under the immense pressure of Su Chantian's formidable cultivation. He instantly sensed a tumult in his spiritual power, rendering him exceedingly restless. The martial soul that Li Yusong had just unleashed began to disintegrate. With an invocation of his 6th soul skill, Angel's Execution, Su Chantian seized the opportunity to unleash his own potent 6th soul skill, launching a ferocious assault. The 6th, dense black soul ring vibrated violently, emitting a terrifying black soul light. Meanwhile, the holy sword of angels in Su Chantian's grasp manifested intricate golden patterns, enhancing its might. Subsequently, with a speed that was nothing short of terrifying, he struck out. The air throbbed, and the very fabric of space warped. A dreadful sword aura surged forth as Su Chantian's blade descended. Before Li Yusong could even react, his body was cleaved in 2, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thus, the life of Li Yusong was extinguished. Following this, Su Chantian employed the same method to eliminate Xiao Xian and Lu Qibin, leaving only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu within Shrek Academy. Jiyuguan witnessed this scene unfold, internally remarking, "The Prince of Saints strikes with such ferocity, devoid of hesitation. Truly formidable." Jiyuguan was astounded by Su Chantian's performance. It is noteworthy that when Jiyuguan was of the same age as Su Chantian, witnessing death would leave him trembling with fear, sleepless at night, losing his appetite, and enveloped in gloom. Yet, Su Chantian exhibited no such adverse reactions. Indeed, some individuals are inherently extraordinary. Su Chantian's gaze swept over Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, fixating upon them with intensity. The 3 beautiful maidens shuddered, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. As though the specter of death were upon them, they instinctively lowered their heads, casting their eyes upon their own alluring bosoms, too intimidated to meet Su Chantian's gaze. In the face of imminent danger, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself. "You hail from the Spirit Hall? I am the daughter of the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and my grandfather is the Sword Dolua and Bone Dolua. You cannot kill me," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, invoking her prestigious background. In her eyes, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was a superlative sect on the Dolua continent, and she was its cherished jewel. Should Su Chantian dare to target her, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly retaliate against the Spirit Hall, severing ties irrevocably. She revealed her lineage to prompt Su Chantian and his companions to reconsider their course of action. "I am aware," Su Chantian replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "You currently face a singular choice, to submit to us. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must also yield to the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, not only shall you perish, but your sect will also face annihilation. I am cognizant of your clandestine alliance with the Heavendo Empire, aimed at opposing the Spirit Hall. However, such matters hold no significance for me. The decision lies before you, compliance or destruction. Contemplate wisely." With a disdainful snort, he continued. In the original narrative, The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School allied with Tang San to confront the Spirit Hall, only to meet their demise at the hands of the latter. The Spirit Hall possessed the capability to obliterate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In this incarnation, with Su Changtian's involvement, the sect would be incapable of stirring any turbulence. The reason for sparing Ning Rongrong and refraining from outright annihilating the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was their wealth. Should they choose to follow and remain loyal to the Spirit Hall, the sect would provide a continuous influx of substantial soul coins, thereby enriching the Spirit Hall. In time, the Spirit Hall would amass greater wealth, which would radiate throughout the Doa continent, elevating the lives of common spirit masters and securing their livelihoods. Listening to Su Changtian's words, Ning Rongrong's complexion grew exceedingly grim. She had not anticipated that Su Changtian would impose such demands. However, upon witnessing the formidable prowess of those before her, she realized that they were indeed exceptionally powerful. Should they ally with the other elders of the Spirit Hall to besiege the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for her sect. I lack the authority to decide. I am still young, merely a child. This matter requires discussion with my father, and it is he, along with my grandfather, who must make the final decision, Ning Rongrong articulated. Demonstrating her intelligence, she refrained from immediately acquiescing to Su Changtian, instead deferring the decision-making to her father. I understand. You shall remain in our company until your father has reached a conclusion. Naturally, if he declines my request, the consequences for you will be dire, as you are well aware, Su Changtian remarked with an air of indifference. His words were unmistakably clear. Should the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School refuse to comply, Ning Rongrong would perish. Conversely, if they acquiesced, she would survive. Have I now become a hostage? Am I merely a pawn in your game? Ning Rongrong's delicate face hardened as she spoke. She was taken aback at the realization that she had become a bargaining chip against her own father, wielded by the Spirit Hall. This filled Ning Rongrong with a sense of guilt. Chapter 162. The Arrest of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's Joining of the Wuhuan Hall. Your thoughts are indeed correct. You are not foolish. You are an intelligent individual who knows the appropriate course of action, Su Changtian remarked with an air of indifference. Yes, I understand, Ning Rongrong sighed, her countenance exceedingly grim. Yue Guan, bind her and keep her close, Su Changtian commanded, his presence imposing. As you wish, your highness. Upon hearing this, Jiuguan swiftly appeared beside Ning Rongrong. He then retrieved a sturdy, thick rope from his storage soul guide ring, quickly binding her. Once restrained, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of discomfort. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she implored, "Do not bind me. You are all so powerful, and as a mere support soul master, I wouldn't even be able to escape if I wanted to. There is no need for this. Please release me." It must be said that Ning Rongrong was quite astute. She immediately struck at the heart of the matter. After all, she was merely a level 31 support soul master. Despite her daily training at Shrek Academy, she could never hope to elude the watchful eyes of Su Changtian, Jiuguan, and Gue Mei. It seemed to be the case. Jiuguan nodded, casting a glance at Su Changtian, his eyes seeking approval. He was eager to hear Li Chang's perspective. Upon hearing this, Li Chang nodded and spoke. In that case, release her. However, Ning Rongrong, it would be wise for you to behave. Should you resort to cunning tricks, the consequences will be dire for you and your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This will not serve you well. Su Changtian's tone was frigid, showing no leniency toward Ning Rongrong. Listening to Su Changtian's cold words, Ning Rongrong understood that any attempts at subterfuge would lead to her own misfortune. Rest assured, I comprehend, she replied, nodding. Under the current circumstances, Ning Rongrong opted for a facade of compliance, biding her time for a suitable opportunity to make her escape. Ignoring Ning Rongrong, Su Changtian's gaze swept over to Zhu Zhuqing. You are Zhu Zhuqing, am I correct? Su Changtian inquired, casting several glances at Zhu Zhuqing, who possessed an undeniably exquisite figure. Despite her youthful visage, her remarkable physique eclipsed that of many adults. However, Su Changtian found himself more enamored with Qianren Xue. Her form was impeccable, and her unique, divine, and noble aura resonated deeply with his own soul. Su Changtian's heart belonged solely to Qianren Xue. This was Zhu Zhuqing's first encounter with Su Changtian, and the fact that he knew her name left her utterly astonished. Yes, she nodded in affirmation. I had a dream. In that dream, everything about you was revealed. You left the Star Luo Empire to study at the Shilek Academy to combat your sister, Zhu Zhuyun, and to avoid the deadly competition within your family. Dai Mubai has perished, He was entangled in affairs with twin sisters at a hotel, and upon noticing my woman, he approached with intentions that were far from innocent. Therefore, I took his life. Dai Mubai is not worth your concern. I now offer you an opportunity to join my spirit hall, where you will receive rigorous training to become a powerful soul master, enabling you to survive the family rivalry and surpass your sister and Dai Mubai's brother, Davis. Should you accept, you may join. If you refuse, then you shall descend into hell to seek your Dai Mubai. Su Changtian's voice was cold as he swiftly laid out the situation, compelling Zhu Zhuqing to make a choice. Above Su Changtian, Qianren Xue appeared somewhat taken aback. She mused silently. My father, he actually conveyed a dream to Changtian, sharing so much information. How peculiar. Yet, Changtian has always been with me in the spirit hall. It is highly probable that my father truly did send a dream. It seems he harbored many unfinished sentiments and yearned to strengthen the spirit hall. Qianren Xue contemplated. Feeling an overwhelming admiration for her father, Qian Xuanji, who selflessly dedicated himself to the welfare of the spirit hall, even after death, employing some extraordinary means to communicate with Su Changtian. In truth, once a person has passed away, they cannot send dreams. However, Su Changtian's deception was so convincingly real that it left Qianren Xue, Zhu Yueguan, Gue Mei, and others utterly convinced, unable to discern the truth behind the lie. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing quickly absorbed Su Changtian's words, her expression shifting into one of deep contemplation. His propositions left her in a difficult predicament. All her classmates and teachers had been slain by Su Changtian. To join the spirit hall would seem utterly heartless. Yet, if she chose not to align with them, her demise was all but guaranteed. Little girl, Su Changtian stated. The fact that the spirit hall is willing to take you in and nurture you is already a remarkable opportunity. The esteemed educators and students of Shrek Academy are nothing short of inept, mere vessels of indulgence. There exists no necessity for your continued presence here. Beside her, Zhu Yueguan spoke with a calm demeanor, subtly advising Zhu Zhuqing to contemplate her decision, cautioning against overreaching. Indeed, what merit does Shrek Academy possess? It boasts not even a single title de law. My dear girl, I urge you to heed the words of His Highness, for it shall bring you nothing but benefits. Should you disregard this counsel, the losses will be solely yours. My spirit hall is exceedingly powerful and does not require the presence of a single prodigy such as yourself. The specter, Gue Mei, echoed this sentiment. Zhu Zhuqing, after all, was mentioned in Su Changtian's dreams, which compelled both Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei to advocate on his behalf. Extending an olive branch to Zhu Zhuqing. Listening to the words of Zhu Yueguan and Gue Mei, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew contemplative. Subsequently, she nodded and declared, very well. I am willing to join your spirit hall and become one of its members. Zhu Zhuqing found herself with no alternative. In the Star Luo Empire, she faced relentless exclusion and opposition, rendering her existence untenable. Thus, she resolved to travel to the Heaven-Do Empire in hopes of reuniting with Dai Mubai to cultivate together, as they had once been betrothed. However, upon her arrival at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing discovered that Dai Mubai's conduct was far from exemplary, often consorting with various women. Tragically, Dai Mubai had already met his demise, and the circumstances surrounding his death were, astonishingly, entwined with matters of the heart. This deepened Zhu Zhuqing's disappointment in Dai Mubai. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing found herself devoid of any trustworthy companions. In her quest for survival and to prove her worth to the Star Luo Empire, she made the pivotal decision to join the Spirit Hall. Chapter 165. Extracting Tang How Soulbone Zhu Zhuqing's allegiance to the Spirit Hall would, if she remained loyal, promise her an illustrious future. Upon reaching the rank of Title Dolua, she would undoubtedly ascend to the esteemed position of elder within the Spirit Hall, or even become a revered worshipper. Yueguan, I leave Zhu Zhuqing in your capable hands, Su Changtian stated nonchalantly, entrusting her to Yueguan's guidance. As you command, Your Highness. Yueguan replied with utmost respect. Turning his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, Yueguan instructed, Come here, child. From this moment forth, you shall study under my tutelage. If you perform well, I shall ensure you are admitted to a more prestigious Soul Master Academy, far superior to that wretched Shrek Academy. His words were laced with temptation. Zhu Zhuqing felt a stirring in her heart at his proposition. Understood, Elder Yueguan, she replied, nodding and moving to stand beside him. Her demeanor remained cold and taciturn. Speaking little, Yueguan quickly discerned her frosty nature and refrained from further conversation. Meanwhile, the only other presence in the vicinity was a trembling Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's face was a mask of terror, her body quaking as she battled an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a desperate urge to relieve herself taking hold. With Tang San, Tang Hao, Flander, Yu Shaojiang, and Zhao Wujia's deaths, despair enveloped her. She feared she was next. Su Chantian regarded the petrified Xiao Wu with a chilling expression. To him, she was not merely a frightened girl, but a formidable 10,000-year soul beast. Unlike those who might fall for superficial beauty, his heart belonged solely to Qianren Xue. Do not worry. We have no intention of killing you. For now, Su Chantian addressed Xiao Wu with an air of indifference. He withheld his true intentions. As long as Xiao Wu remained in their grasp, she could serve as bait to draw out the formidable Daming and Erming from the Tiandou forest. Thus, while Xiao Wu appeared to be a singular 10,000-year soul beast, she represented a trifecta of such beasts in terms of value. Su Chantian had already conferred with Qianren Xue, Yueguan, and Gui Mei about using Xiao Wu as bait. As a man of cunning, he would not divulge his plans to her. Xiao Wu, in disbelief, could scarcely comprehend his words. You won't kill me? You want me to live? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily fell upon Su Chantian. As she sought to discern his expression and ascertain whether he was indeed a good person, Su Chantian's demeanor was notably indifferent. Disregarding the pitiful gaze that Xiao Wu cast upon him, Gui Mei, this soft-boned rabbit, which has existed for 100,000 years, is entrusted to you. Take good care of it, Su Chantian said, directing his attention to Gui Mei. His lips moved as he employed a technique of transmitting sound as a thread, ensuring that only Gui Mei could hear him, while Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others remained oblivious. After all, he would need to utilize Xiao Wu in the future. It would not do to speak of such intentions in her presence. This is unacceptable. As you command, Your Highness, replied the spectre with utmost reverence. In responding, the spectre employed a technique that rendered her voice eerily melodic, addressing Su Chantian. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were left perplexed, their gazes filled with confusion. They attempted to decipher the dialogue, but found it utterly inscrutable. Come, stand by my side. The spectre coldly instructed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu currently possessed a mere rank of 32 as a soul master. Before a title de law, she could only acquiesce, utterly powerless to act. Had Tang San still been alive, she might have considered offering herself as a sacrifice to him. Alas, Tang San was long gone. Xiao Wu approached the spectre, now under her watchful guard. With the spectre vigilant, escape was an impossibility for Xiao Wu. Even the thought of self-harm was rendered futile. Ensure that the three beauties of Shrek Academy are settled, Su Chantian commanded, his gaze settling upon Tang Hao's lifeless form. Yueguan, step forward. Extract all 6 soul bones from Tang Hao. Su Chantian cast a glance at Yueguan before issuing the directive. Tang Hao's body was already host to 6 soul bones, which explained why he had not fused with the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Had he done so, he would have integrated his wife's right leg bone long ago. In the original narrative, Tang Hao severed his own legs and right arm to retrieve 3 soul bones, which he subsequently returned to the Haotian school. Additionally, he possessed 3 other soul bones he acquired through his own struggles: the left arm bone, the trunk bone, and the head soul bone. These soul bones have reached the remarkable age of 10,000 years. Though they may not compare to the 100,000-year soul bones, their quality is commendable and they are indeed quite precious. With Tang Hao now deceased, the soul bones he possessed have become unclaimed artifacts. As Su Chantian was the one who brought about Tang Hao's demise, all these soul bones now belong to him. However, Su Chantian regards these soul bones with disdain. He plans to bestow them upon Zhu Yueguan and Gui Mei as a reward for their loyalty, thereby ensuring their allegiance to him strengthens. While neither Zhu Yueguan nor Gui Mei possesses formidable individual combat prowess, their synergy in unleashing the duality stillness domain is truly fearsome, capable of immobilizing their adversaries. At this stage, their abilities could greatly assist Li Chang'e. As you command, Your Highness, Zhu Yueguan replied, his face alight with excitement. Having clashed with Tang Hao before, he is well aware of the soul bones residing within Tang Hao's body. Now that Tang Hao has fallen, the extraction of his soul bones is imminent. In the eyes of Kikuzuki, this event was exceedingly gratifying. Subsequently, Kikuzuki approached the lifeless body of Tang Hao. Upon witnessing the grim sight of Tang Hao's demise, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Kikuzuki's gaze, and the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Haha, splendid. Truly splendid. Tang Hao, you have finally met your end. Haha. It is I, Kikuzuki, who has had the last laugh. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Kikuzuki as he derided Tang Hao in his mind. Meanwhile, Tang Hao lay motionless, his body already cold, incapable of responding to Kikuzuki's taunts. Thereafter, Kikuzuki commenced his actions, beginning to desecrate Tang Hao's remains, meticulously removing all flesh that was entwined with the soul bone. The scene before me appears exceedingly brutal. How terrifying it is. I never realized that the extraction of soul bones could be so dreadful. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of fear wash over her, compelling her to avert her gaze. The father of the third party has been subjected to humiliation. Synopsis: The Spirit Hall. The Hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong, 6 years ago. You adopted a young boy, and today he has reached the age for awakening his martial spirit. Rumors abound that if this boy awakens a powerful martial spirit, you will invest vast resources and efforts to cultivate him as the next pope. I assert here and now, without the bloodline of the Qian family, regardless of what martial spirit this child awakens, I shall not permit him to ascend to the position of pope.